A general of an empire orchestrated an unprecedented massacre within a terrorist stronghold. 2 million souls were buried alive, and the federal empire condemned him to execution by hanging for crimes against humanity. The general made ample preparations before his demise. He intended to transfer his soul into a flawless cloned body, yet unbeknownst to him, the plan faltered, resulting in his essence being implanted into the form of a civilian mech technician. The first chapter, the cycle of life and death. In the sky, mechs floated like clouds, and warships traversed like arrows, stretching into the unfathomable horizon, densely packed, resembling a black dust storm that blotted out the sun. At the third quarter past noon, the time for execution arrived. A metal platform spanning hundreds of square meters was erected in the square of the Rydell Empire, upon which a vividly adorned gallows stood. The gallows boasted a history older than the Rydell Empire itself, rumored to be a relic from ancient Earth. Had it not been for extraordinary circumstances, it would have been displayed in the National Museum of the Rydell Empire for public admiration. Clad in a deep blue military uniform devoid of insignia, the general ascended the lofty wooden platform of the gallows with deliberate grace, unbound, unlike other condemned prisoners. He appeared composed, gazing at the throngs of hundreds of thousands densely packed beneath the gallows. His eyes were profound, reminiscent of a commander reviewing his soldiers from a dais. "Execute," commanded the corpulent federal official seated in the judgment seat, his voice lacking vigor, a consequence of a life of indulgence that had drained his vitality. "General." The executioner lowered his head, unable to meet the general's icy gaze, clutching a black cloth bag designed to mitigate the fear of the condemned in their final moments. The general remained silent, merely shaking his head in refusal as his lean and upright form strode boldly beneath the noose. "General! General! General!" A thunderous roar erupted from the square, akin to a cataclysm, shaking the very earth. The tide of humanity surged with immense force, beginning to tear through the metallic barricades. The thousands of lightly armored law enforcement officers surrounding the gallows sensed an irresistible power swelling around them. There were too many people. Although they donned armor, it constituted mere standard issue for law enforcement, not the heavy mechs of the battlefield. The human tide relentlessly tore through the lines of defense. The mechs patrolling the skies swiftly converged, forming an unstoppable torrent of black steel, their inky hue instilling a heart-wrenching pressure. "Proceed with the execution immediately." The federal official shrieked at the executioner, his voice shrill as a woman's. "Yes." Though the executioner spoke, his body hesitated. "Philip, I shall return." Gazing at the executioner, the general's sharply defined features softened momentarily as he gently patted the executioner's shoulder before stepping beneath the noose. "Do you know me, General?" The executioner's eyes brightened. "Indeed, you were once a soldier of the Empire's Lion Mech Squadron. In the year 3015, you undertook a mission on the frigid ice island planet, where only 3 survived, and you were one of them. I personally awarded you your honors, after which you retired upon reaching the legal age, leaving behind 2 wives and 5 children." "General," the executioner's eyes ignited with fervor, an overwhelming force seemingly inflating his entire being. "Mr. Philip, you have 2 wives and 5 children who need you," the general remarked, casting a glance at the gathering mechs above, shaking his head. "Aye." The executioner's previously fervent gaze dimmed abruptly, as if doused by a bucket of cold water. "The execution may proceed. In this environment, no one can rescue me, only causing needless sacrifice." The general sighed lightly, observing the colossal combat mechs that had descended to the ground. "No." The executioner's moment of hesitation vanished as he resolutely declared, "Trust me, I will return. I shall return." The general's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, his gaze imbued with a captivating charisma, almost hypnotizing the executioner, whose eyes once again reflected fervor, though his movements became agonizingly slow. The general delicately straightened his already immaculate uniform, with an elegance that belied the gravity of the moment, as he gradually placed the noose around his neck, akin to attending a noble gathering in a resplendent palace. He cast one last look at the chaotic crowd and the rotund federal judges at the judgment seat, his previously rigid features inexplicably relaxing into a confident smile. He would soon pay them each a visit. Witnessing that confident smile, the executioner felt a twinge of enchantment, as if transported back to tumultuous times, rejoining the general's ranks. The general's formidable charisma once again influenced him, and inexplicably, he believed the general would indeed return, for the general had always been a man of his word. With a sudden clang, the platform beneath the general gave way, and his slender form plummeted swiftly, the noose snapping taut. Evidently someone had grown impatient, assuming the executioner's role. The square was engulfed in a dreadful silence, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon the general hanging from the noose. "General!" The stunned executioner felt his heart race, abruptly awakening, and he charged forward, unstoppable even against four heavily armed officers, akin to an ancient heavy tank. He cradled the general's body down from the noose, but alas, the general's heart had ceased to beat. Thud! The executioner sank to his knees before the general's lifeless form, tears streaming down his rugged face. The general he revered and admired had perished, indeed, strangled to death, and he was powerless to intervene. Yet, the profoundly sorrowful executioner remained oblivious to the enigmatic smile gracing the general's countenance. It was a smile imbued with unwavering confidence, as if that formidable self-assurance had solidified upon his sharply defined visage. Even in the face of impending death, that confidence manifested as a colossal spiritual force within this intangible realm. On the 21st day of the year 3339, a date etched in the painful memories of every citizen of the Rydell Empire, this day marked not only the execution of the Empire's most legendary iron-willed general, but also the tragic demise of tens of thousands of Rydell citizens, mercilessly suppressed by a coalition army of numerous nations. Before the might of colossal iron mechs, mere numbers offered no advantage. The blood of countless valiant sons of the Rydell Empire stained the plaza. Clang! A crisp sound shattered the silence. The general abruptly opened his eyes, and instead of the dense array of instruments and incubation chambers, he was met with the cold, exquisite visage of a stranger, her long, flowing hair cascading like a black waterfall over her delicate shoulders. She was a woman of such ethereal beauty that she seemed untouched by the mundane world, clad in a faded gray training outfit. The loose garment could not obscure her curvaceous form, evoking the image of a celestial being swaying gracefully in the wind. The woman, with cascading tresses and ruby lips, was placing a medicinal jar upon a glass coffee table. Her fingers, resembling white jade against the backdrop of the dark jar, sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. The crisp sound earlier was the jar's placement upon the glass surface. Greetings! The general discovered himself unable to move, yet the etiquette instilled in him since childhood compelled him to endure the excruciating pain and rise partially. The woman did not respond to the general, maintaining an expression of serene indifference as she positioned the jar and uncovered its lid, then silently withdrew. Throughout the encounter, she did not cast a single glance at the general. Her seemingly gentle and alluring face exuded an aloofness that kept others at bay. The general sensed that his voice was somewhat hoarse and that something was amiss with it. He instinctively raised both hands to feel his throat. Suddenly, he was taken aback upon observing his 10 plump, pale fingers, which could be aptly described as resembling white radishes or perhaps lotus roots. Such corpulent fingers. Had the plan failed? Almost immediately, the general arrived at the conclusion that the mission was a failure. Gazing at his grotesquely oversized arms and fingers, even the iron-willed general, who remained unfazed by the slaughter of 200,000 insurgents, felt an impulse of rage surging within him. Where's the perfect clone body? What had become of it? Had he traversed into another realm? Instinctively, as a soldier, the general's gaze began to survey the room. In this simple and immaculate chamber, there hung a calendar marked with the year 3339. The only difference was that it was now July 2nd, indicating that a full 11 days had elapsed since the events transpired. Upon seeing the calendar, the general felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not resurrected in an unknown parallel world, and the plan was not entirely a failure. At least he was still alive, albeit in a body that was not the perfect clone he had anticipated. Where am I? Whose body have I inhabited? Why did the infallible resurrection plan fail? What became of the hundreds of thousands of Rydell citizens confronted by the federal warships and combat mechs? The general would never comprehend that the plan failed due to a minor oversight. He had not accounted for the vast expanse of Rydell Square, where the underground chamber was situated on the periphery. The military scientists conducting the mind transfer experiments had never considered distance, as those experiments were always performed within the same laboratory, rendering distance a non-issue. Due to the excessive distance, the instruments, having gathered his thoughts, lacked sufficient energy to transfer them into the perfect cloned body. The machinery automatically opted for optimization, causing him to inhabit the body of a Rydell citizen who had perished due to conflict, positioned less than 300 meters beneath the gallows, right at the epicenter of turmoil. A torrent of questions besieged the general, yet he found no answers. At present, even lifting an arm proved exceedingly arduous. He felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration, with a searing pain penetrating deep into his bones. Astonishingly, he was unable to utilize his mental faculties to assess his health, as this vessel bore no trace of martial prowess. As seconds ticked by, the qualities of a competent soldier swiftly coaxed the general from the chaos of his thoughts into a state of calm. Delving into the root of the issue was futile. The priority was to comprehend his current predicament. Just as the general pondered, The enchanting woman clad in gray-white training attire re-entered the room. She approached the glass coffee table, gently brushing aside her silky black hair, delicately opened a jar, and poured the medicinal liquid into a small purple clay bowl. Instantly, the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of the concoction, which brought a sense of tranquility to the general's tumultuous mind. Almost immediately, the general deduced that the potion contained a precious calming herb known as Ziluo Xiang, an exceedingly rare substance that thrived in the treacherous Baiki Canyon on the planet Baiki, a place inhabited by countless ancient beasts, underscoring the exorbitant value of this remedy, which clearly should not be accessible to an ordinary civilian. As the general contemplated this unadorned chamber, the woman picked up the purple clay bowl and approached the bedside, placing it upon the small cabinet at the head of the bed. "Drink this. You must exert yourself to recover." She gently pulled back the covers and sighed, her cold voice resonating like the whisper of a secluded spring. "Who are you?" Gazing at her slender hands and the delicate wrists peeking from her sleeves, even a man of the general's worldly experience found himself momentarily entranced. Her fair skin radiated an almost blinding luminosity, and she exuded a unique sense of purity, a subtle yet pronounced air of haughty indifference. Though it seemed she endeavored to mask this inherent coldness, striving to present a facade of gentleness. Chapter 2. The indifferent yet considerate woman. "If you wish to rise early, you must drink on your own," she said. "Xiaoyang's mother is running a slight fever and took some medicine this morning. I'll check on her and return shortly. I understand you're hungry. There's millet porridge in the kitchen. You should refrain from consuming anything too greasy for now, so bear with it." The woman meticulously arranged the blankets for the general and placed his shoes beneath the bed. As she approached the door, she turned back with a radiant smile, saying, "Zhou Chuan, I believe you can manage on your own." With that, she raised her fist in a gesture of encouragement before stepping outside. "Xiao Huan." The general was not deceived by the woman's crystalline smile. It was evidently insincere, lacking any warmth. He softly uttered his new name, finding it quite agreeable, certainly not one a commoner. Yet, the decor of the room suggested it was not that of nobility either. The general did not immediately take the medicine, instead enduring the excruciating pain as he attempted to use his inner energy to mend his body. Clearly, his current physical state was severely compromised, having succumbed to an 11-day slumber and requiring rare medicinal herbs for healing. Once again, disappointment washed over him. He found himself in a corpulent and towering body devoid of any martial prowess, lacking even the basic circulation of energy channels. However, the general quickly deduced that if this body possessed any martial ability, it would not be so overweight. Brother Chuan." Just as the general was about to rise and take the medicine, a melodious voice chimed in, and in an instant, a young girl bounded into the room. What a beautiful little girl. The general silently marveled at the girl, who appeared to be around 15 years of age, her features delicately refined yet tinged with youthful naivete. Her figure was surprisingly mature, petite yet curvaceous, with a slender waist that suggested a supple grace. Her skin bore a healthy glow, a shade of chestnut, bursting with youthful vitality. The innocent, charming visage combined with a figure that could tempt the most steadfast heart. Upon noticing the general's unwavering gaze, the girl blushed, her cheeks blooming like petals, exuding an adorable yet teasing anger. "Ah, General." He hastily rose to grab the purple clay bowl of medicine, attempting to mask his earlier indiscretion, lamenting internally how his composure had faltered since assuming this new identity. "Brother Chuan, Sister Shui said you would wake up around this time, so I came to see you. I know you love excitement, but what were you doing in such a perilous place? You were carried home in a state that terrified everyone, drenched in blood. Sister Shui mentioned that you were fortunate to have a thick layer of fat to shield your organs from fatal harm. Otherwise, even her medical skills wouldn't have saved your life. Did you know? Over 40,000 people perished in the Imperial Square. You were in the most dangerous area and yet managed to survive. Sister Shui said you must have had extraordinary luck. Such remarkable medical skill. Even the well-versed general felt astonished at the precision with which she predicted his awakening. How many? He inquired blandly. Over 40,000. The Imperial Square was awash in blood, and the bodies were carted away by the truckload. Sister Shui and I searched through the pile of corpses for 5 days before we finally found you. Thankfully, you were still alive. Hee, Brother Chuan, you've escaped this calamity. Surely, great fortune awaits you. 40,000. The general paid no heed to the girl's subsequent words, his expression darkening as he murmured, "All the humiliation inflicted upon the Empire must be avenged in blood." "Brother Chuan, what's the matter?" The girl suddenly looked alarmed at the general's fierce countenance. "Brother Chuan, I was so frightened just now. You looked so fierce. I apologize for startling you. By the way, what is your name?" The moment the question escaped his lips, the general realized how foolish it was, as he was now Zhou Chuan, not a general. Evidently, the girl widened her eyes in astonishment, her expression brimming with disbelief. Brother Chuan, you don't recognize Xiang? My apologies, Xiang Ye. I suffered a blow to my head, and my memory has become quite poor. Thankfully, you still remember my name. Otherwise, I would truly regret searching for you among the corpses with Sister Shui for 5 days and nights. I couldn't eat for days. It was a ghastly sight. Blood and entrails everywhere, even brain matter. Xiang gently patted her ample chest, feigning a startled demeanor that evoked immense tenderness. Clearly, she was a girl without guile, entirely unaware that she had revealed her own name. Very well, Xiang, could you please take the medicine jar and bowl outside? I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Okay, hee. For the next few days, don't expect to enjoy Xiang's braised pork. Sister Shui said you must avoid greasy foods for now. Do I truly enjoy braised pork? Watching Xiang's graceful figure depart, the general could not help but display a hint of helplessness. It was evident he had yet to acclimate to this identity. He was no longer a general, but a hefty man named Zhou Chuan, being cared for by 2 stunning women whose identities remained unknown to him. The general had no desire to converse with anyone, including Xiang and the beautiful woman. Words could lead to misfortune, unless he truly feigned amnesia, which seemed impractical, as it was clear that the woman possessed the medical expertise to discern his true condition at a glance. Now, he needed to speak less and listen more, quietly observing. He would eventually uncover what he needed to know. I am Zhou Chuan. I am Zhou Chuan. I am Zhou Chuan. Lying on the bed, the general repeatedly instilled a psychological mantra within himself. He must adapt to this new name, ensuring that when it was called, he would not appear bewildered. From now on, Zhou Chuan would be his only legitimate name and identity. Everything was proceeding according to the general's plan. Although the beautiful woman tended to him with care, she scarcely uttered a word. In the initial stages of his severe injuries, she had been gentle and soothing, but as the general's condition improved, her demeanor became cold and distant, as frigid as ancient ice. Xiang, on the other hand, was frighteningly naive, although she often visited Zhou Chuan. Most of the time, it was her speaking while he listened. During this period, there were occasional visits from neighbors, and under the general's subtle guidance, he quickly gleaned a rough understanding of his household from their gossip. Zhou Chuan was a descendant of a fallen noble family. Their dignity had long since faded during his grandfather's lifetime, and by the time of Zhou Chuan's father, the noble title had been abolished by imperial law. Zhou Chuan held a decent yet lowly paying job as a mechanic for civilian heavy-duty mechas. However, he was quite indolent, only working when financially pressed and lacking a stable occupation. The beautiful woman was his wife, a graduate of the Federation's most prestigious institution, the Federal Medical University. Her father, Roland Ernst, was the governor of the Casimir planet in the Celestial Empire, commanding its economy and ranking over 1,700 on the Federation's wealth list. While not wealthy enough to rival nations, they were undoubtedly part of a powerful family deserving of respect and fear. Zhou Chuan's wife arrived with great difficulty. Before Zhou Chuan's father even reached adulthood, his grandfather had already arranged this marriage. At that time, Roland Ernst's father was also a fallen noble, impoverished and destitute. However, as Roland matured, his family swiftly ascended, regaining their noble status through decades of tireless effort and military accomplishments, ultimately controlling the entire Kassam planet's economy. Roland became the leader of Kassam, and his daughter, Mei Ernst, was his firstborn, destined to become Zhou Chuan's wife even before her birth. Marriage is of paramount importance in the Federal Empire. Without a compelling reason, no one dares to break an engagement, as the consequences are dire. Not only is one's reputation tarnished, but the descendants of the party that initiates the breakup find it exceedingly difficult to secure a partner. No matter how wealthy or high-ranking one may be, even the daughters of commoners will refuse to marry into a family that has broken an engagement. Zhou Chuan's ability to wed a woman of exquisite beauty is entirely thanks to his grandfather, whom he has never met. As for the little girl, Xiang Ye, her relationship with Zhou Chuan surprised the general. Xiang Ye, the daughter of a commoner and Zhou Chuan's neighbor, was reportedly bullied by a group of ruffians when she was very young. Zhou Chuan, tall and imposing, rescued her from their clutches, sustaining injuries in the process. From that moment on, Xiang Ye developed an unwavering admiration for Zhou Chuan, seeing him as an irreplaceable hero, even after Zhou Chuan became exceedingly overweight due to laziness. Xiang Ye's adoration remained steadfast. Her greatest aspiration was to marry Zhou Chuan, a dream that has remained unchanged since childhood. However, a stark reality now looms between Zhou Chuan and Xiang Ye. Zhou Chuan lost his noble title during his grandfather's generation, which means he is permitted only one wife. Even if Xiang Heir ardently wishes to marry him, he cannot take her as a spouse. The laws of the Federation dictate that commoners may only wed one partner unless they possess the requisite social standing and wealth. Even the Emperor of the Empire is limited to 7 wives. Furthermore, the Federation has no legal provision for concubines. For a commoner to marry multiple wives, the only path is through military service and the attainment of military merit. In fact, Mi Shue's father, Roland, followed this route, regaining his noble status after achieving military honors, which qualified him to marry 4 wives. At first glance, it may seem that commoners have another option to take multiple wives. However, in a vast interstellar wars dominated by colossal warships, it is almost mythical for an unremarkable commoner to achieve military success. Within this context, Zhou Chuan has received an essential piece of information. The original owner of this body held him in great esteem. His ambition was to enlist and follow the general to earn military merit, thus restoring his family's noble title. This was the reason Zhou Chuan stood so close when the general was executed. It is said that he waited 5 days and nights in the Rydell Empire Square, armed with bread and water, to secure a vantage point. Little did he know the heavy price he would pay, as his body would become occupied by the general's consciousness. One thing is certain. Had the general's mind not taken over Zhou Chuan's body, he would not be alive today. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quiet and unstoppable. Zhou Chuan continued to live each day, his body recovering rapidly. Today marks the standard week since his awakening, meaning 53 days have passed since the Rydell Empire Square incident. In the morning, after Mi Shue delivered breakfast, she vanished. Zhou Chuan had ceased treatment weeks ago. Now, all he required was rest. As soon as Mi Shue departed, he opened the window. The morning air was fresh, imbued with the fragrance of earth and greenery. Below stretched the impoverished district, a patchwork of makeshift concrete dwellings crisscrossing the streets, interspersed with colorful temporary tents. At the foot of the hillside stood a massive civilian engineering mech. Its brown exterior rusted, yet imposing. Its 8 sturdy steel legs exuded a sense of powerful weight, with many children climbing on it. And Zhou Chuan could almost hear their joyful laughter. Chapter 3. The Slum District. This is the largest slum in the Rydell Empire, located over 30 kilometers south of the capital. The southern district is a vast hillside stretching over 30 kilometers, with the only connection to the capital being a slow-moving hoverway that operates 24 hours a day. Upon entering the slum, it branches into 3 routes, managing the entire transportation system of the southern slum. Zhou Chuan's grandfather was likely one of the earliest immigrants to the southern district, occupying a prime location at the hilltop. Thus, opening the window reveals a panoramic view of the slum below, with glimpses of some high-rise buildings of the capital in the distance. A familiar figure appears below, Mi Shue. She still wears her faded, immaculate gray training uniform, carrying a small bamboo basket as she gracefully navigates the narrow streets. Her lithe form evokes boundless imagination. Through weeks of observation, Zhou Chuan has come to understand Mi Shue's status in the slum. She is revered as a goddess by the impoverished, their pride and joy, beloved by nearly all, save for the few and scrupulous ruffians. Having been married to Zhou Chuan for over 2 years, she has dedicated her time not just to caring for him, but also to improving the lives of the slum's residents. She provides free medical treatment to the impoverished and has fought for numerous welfare benefits, striving to enhance the sanitary conditions of the area. The current hygiene environment is a testament to her efforts. Last year, the government invested heavily in constructing clean water supply and sewage systems, allowing the once foul-smelling slum to now carry the fragrance of earth and flora. Since Mi Shue arrived in the slum, the rate of unnatural deaths has fallen below the average for the empire, and the infant mortality rate has nearly matched that of the capital. It is undeniable that she has wrought a miracle in this impoverished district. Zhou Chuan has also learned from Xiang Heir that Mi Shue has exhausted her substantial dowry from her family, relying on treating distant nobles with complex ailments to finance her charitable endeavors. Suddenly, as Zhou Chuan gazes at her graceful silhouette, Mi Shue turns around, her bright gaze seemingly bridging the space between them. Zhou Chuan does not shy away from her luminous eyes, calmly meeting her deep gaze. Upon recognizing Zhou Chuan watching her from the window, Mi Shue hesitates briefly, then raises her right arm to wave gently, a radiant smile gracing her lips. In response to her cool, serene smile, Zhou Chuan smiles back and lightly waves his hand, signaling her not to mind him. As she observed the composed wave of the hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mi Shue's eyes. This gesture, imbued with authority, evoked memories of her father, who had spent his life on the battlefield. However, This momentary surprise quickly dissipated, and with a casual sweep of her hair, she turned and departed, deeming the encounter merely a coincidence. As Meshchev vanished amidst the throng of bustling streets, a frigid smile crept across the portly visage of Zhou Chuan. To him, women were but high-ranking animals devoid of true status. His life, steeped in blood and iron, required no woman. If there were any need, it was purely physiological. The blood-soaked armor, the smoke-filled alleyways of combat, and the obliteration wrought by naval artillery were all realms where women played no role. Once the refreshing morning air had thoroughly permeated the room, Zhou Chuan shut the window, for it was time to embark on his initial plan: weight loss. Undoubtedly, this frail and corpulent physique had thwarted all his ambitions. Compared to his previous aspirations, shedding excess weight had become imperative. He could not abide the notion of possessing a body weighing 150 kilograms. Such a figure would severely impede his endeavors, drawing unwanted attention wherever he went, a scenario he wished to avoid. Through days of self-reflection, Zhou Chuan was convinced he had fully recovered. Discarding his nightclothes, he stood clad only in a pair of boxers, gazing down at the layers of accumulated fat enveloping his body. A rueful smile crept onto his lips. It appeared that his weight loss journey would be an arduous endeavor. Given his current proportions, reducing his weight by at least 10 kilograms seemed essential for achieving a semblance of balance. 1, 2, 3, 400. By the time he reached the 500th push-up, Zhou Chuan felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water, the surplus fat jiggling in sync with his movements, akin to a colossal worm writhing. The inferior wooden floor beneath him had become dampened by his exertions. Despite the fatigue gnawing at his strength, Zhou Chuan gritted his teeth and persevered. He discovered that this body was not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, its endurance was commendable. While an ordinary individual would be exhausted after performing 100 push-ups, he found himself yearning for more after completing the same number. Clearly, the original owner of this physique had not been lacking in physical potential. Rather, it was sheer laziness that had led to its excessive obesity. 1, 2, 3. Zhou Chuan opted against continuing with push-ups, conserving some energy for sit-ups instead. He needed to maintain a balanced regimen to ensure harmonious muscle development and achieve optimal control of his strength. As seconds ticked by, from morning until noon, Zhou Chuan's body remained in a state of vigorous motion, resembling an indefatigable machine. His exercise routine was both simple and effective, comprising fundamental movements such as push-ups, sit-ups, leg kicks, chest expansions, and bending exercises. These rudimentary workouts not only served the purpose of weight loss and physical conditioning, but also enhanced balance, flexibility, explosive power, and endurance. Of course, Zhou Chuan did not eschew the use of training equipment. Employing such apparatus would undoubtedly expedite his physical transformation. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this impoverished district offered no access to expensive training gear. For instance, a speed training device could cost a fortune, one that even schools could scarcely afford, leaving him with no choice but to resort to these primitive methods of exercise. The general was not adept at physical conditioning, focusing instead on the cultivation of mental fortitude. As a scion of nobility, the development of mental strength was imperative. For a general, maintaining composure while commanding thousands necessitated a robust mental foundation. The cultivation of mental strength outweighed the importance of physical training. In fact, the general's ability to facilitate thought transference was a testament to his formidable mental prowess. Without such strength, he could not harness his mind to achieve long-distance possession. Regrettably, this imperfect experience of thought transference had drained the mental fortitude he had amassed over the years. Everything had to begin anew, including the fortification of this body. It was a lengthy path of cultivation, with 8 distinct realms of physical strength training. The first realm concerned muscular development, the second, the cultivation of meridians, the third, the refinement of the thin fascia beneath the muscles, the fourth, the strengthening of bones, the fifth, the nurturing of internal organs, the sixth, the enhancement of bone marrow, the seventh, the training of acupoints, and the eighth realm, the seamless integration of the body's meridians, a level steeped in legend. It is said that upon reaching the seventh realm, one uncovers the true mysteries of the human body, revealing it as a universe unto itself, filled with myriad hidden acupoints akin to the stars in the sky. By consolidating vital energy and stimulating these concealed acupoints, the human body may unlock extraordinary capabilities, achieving feats of strength and agility that transcend the ordinary. Masters of such prowess have entered the path of immortality, earning the title of martial sage, capable of confronting hundreds or even thousands of adversaries. As for the eighth realm, It is a transcendent existence beyond humanity, a harmonious resonance with the cosmos, where one's essence merges with the divine, shattering the void. Setting aside the eighth realm, even the seventh realm has seen only a handful of individuals break through its barriers throughout the annals of human history. The eighth realm remains a mere figment of legend. Humanity's technological advancements have culminated in an era of mechanical prowess, where formidable mechanized warriors have supplanted traditional martial artists, rendering physical strength training increasingly superfluous. Were it not for the necessity to cultivate mental fortitude, the ancient art of training would have long since faded into the dust of history. In this age of explosive technological development, those who achieve the seventh realm of physical training are as rare as the giant pandas of ancient Earth. Regardless of the level of strength attained, it pales in comparison to the destructive capabilities of warships capable of obliterating planets, which constitutes one of the primary reasons for the decline of ancient martial arts. At best, the practice of such arts serves only as a means of weight loss and physical conditioning. Moreover, those who pursue martial arts as a profession find themselves lacking the social standing commensurate with their arduous training, although not yet at the threshold of discrimination. That point is not far off. Of course, Zhou Chuan need not aspire to the eighth realm, nor does he require such legendary status. As a general, his focus must remain on command and strategy, not on single-handedly facing legions. Achieving the fourth realm suffices, for the cultivation of formidable mental strength necessitates a robust physique. Otherwise, he risks collapsing under the weight of his own mental power. The paths of mental strength cultivation and ancient martial arts differ fundamentally. Through millennia of trial and error, techniques for cultivation have been optimized through computation, yielding countless optimal pathways. The inability to master profound martial skills does not stem from a lack of manuals. On the contrary, there exists an overwhelming abundance of such texts. In this era, it is commonplace for households to possess multiple volumes of extraordinary martial arts manuals, rendering the concept of secrecy in martial arts utterly obsolete. Chapter 4. The Cultivation of Mental Strength. No one would dedicate decades to mastering a skill that cannot even provide a humble living. In contrast, the cultivation of mental strength is a diverse and multifaceted pursuit, with each family, faction, and even nation boasting a myriad of training methodologies. As humanity's technological prowess disseminates across the cosmos like dandelion seeds, countless colossal spacecraft embark on expeditions to the farthest reaches of distant star systems. In this vast and often monotonous exploration of the universe, humanity encounters an array of challenges: solitude, aimlessness, loneliness, fear, trepidation, and anxiety in the face of innumerable nonviolent threats. The fortitude of the human spirit plays a pivotal role, bestowing not merely serenity, but also confidence. It is essential to recognize that prior to the invention of space-jumping technology, interstellar travel often spanned years, if not decades, of tedious flight. Without a robust mental strength as a foundation, many would succumb to a state of madness and despair, a lesson distilled from millennia of human suffering and sacrifice. Moreover, possessing formidable mental fortitude confers distinct advantages in piloting warships and mechs. Thus, the cultivation of mental strength has become an indispensable rite of passage for humanity, with the exception of the impoverished. While the methods of cultivation may vary widely, and the time required to achieve mastery can differ drastically, humanity has nonetheless categorized the training of mental strength into several primary tiers. The first tier, Spirit Guardian. Through stillness and concentration, one must steadfastly hold their thoughts without distraction, achieving a state of mental clarity devoid of errant notions. This foundational practice, while the most basic, is also the most time-consuming. Many ordinary individuals spend their entire lives within this initial stage. However, attaining this first tier allows one to engage in fundamental tasks, such as operating hover vehicles or piloting standard mechs. In truth, reaching this level of mental strength is akin to literacy in ancient Earth, an essential skill without which one cannot qualify for further assessments. The second tier, Disembodiment. Once one has entered a state of mental clarity, they can project their thoughts outward, detaching from their physical form. The mental essence can sense its corporeal vessel. Yet the greatest limitation of this tier is that one cannot stray more than a few yards from their body. Should they venture too far, a skilled practitioner could sever their mental connection, leading to disorientation. The third tier, Consolidation. As the mental essence further detaches, it begins to coalesce into a small sphere of influence, expanding the practitioner's domain to a considerable radius. At this stage, one acquires the ability to disrupt the resolve of less steadfast opponents, and should they encounter a master of mental strength, they can retreat unscathed. The fourth tier, calculation. Within their domain, practitioners can anticipate and assess the movements of adversaries, developing formidable computational capabilities akin to those of a computer. Unlike machines, which struggle to navigate complex terrains or discern human strategies, a practitioner at this level can swiftly derive optimal choices in the blink of an eye. The fifth tier, combat. Upon reaching this level, the practitioner's influence extends over vast distances, and their mental strength becomes a weapon of its own. Battles of mental prowess between experts can yield cataclysmic results. The sixth tier, environment control. Having achieved the pinnacle of mental cultivation, one can manipulate their domain at will, conjuring diverse illusions to ensnare opponents, causing them to become entranced and vulnerable. The number of individuals engaged in the cultivation of mental strength is staggering, with many achieving the first tier. According to military statistics, there are at least 20 individuals in the human realm who have attained the fifth tier, with hundreds reaching the fourth tier. The general recalls with clarity that to ensure their lawful extermination, the Federation Empire not only dispatched a formidable fleet, but also sent 2 experts of the second tier and 10 of the fifth tier, creating an imposing array. It is noteworthy that without achieving the fifth tier or higher, one is not invincible against those with ironclad willpower and resolute minds. Even a formidable fourth-tier practitioner may find themselves at a loss. After an intense training session, Zhou Chuan's mental fortitude fell into a state of stillness. He found solace in the fact that, despite his corpulence, this body still retained a modicum of mental strength, likely a remnant of its original owner. Being of noble descent, had some rudimentary methods of cultivation. Time flew swiftly, and during his meditation, it seemed to pass even more rapidly. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Gradually, Zhou Chuan's once confident demeanor darkened. He realized that regardless of his efforts, his mental strength remained stagnant at the first tier. Why? Despite possessing the most effective training methods available to a high-ranking military officer, he should have easily transitioned to the initial stage of the second tier according to current standards. Yet, the signs of enhancement in his cerebral mental strength were almost negligible. Why? Was this body simply ill-suited for the cultivation of mental power? Clearly, he could not ascertain the answer, for his current strength was insufficient to analyze his cerebral structure. In other words, until he reached the advanced stage of the third tier, he would be unable to gauge the condition of his own brain. Unless he sought the guidance of another expert in mental strength to identify his physical shortcomings and tailor his training accordingly, he would remain at an impasse. To expose his cerebral tissues to another individual was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Many who find themselves ill-equipped for mental cultivation would rather forsake such training than risk their cerebral integrity. Since the dawn of recorded history, humanity has never ceased its inquiry into mental strength. However, even as humanity has nearly conquered the universe, the findings concerning this subject remain starkly inadequate. To date, no sufficient evidence has elucidated why human mental strength can manifest such overwhelming power. Despite the myriad methods of cultivating mental strength, humanity has yet to devise a means to substantiate the scientific validity of these approaches. Mental strength is akin to air, pervasive in its influence on every life, yet elusive in its tangible reality. Brother Chuan, what are you doing? Just as Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, a delicate voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Xiang'er, who routinely visited around this time to bring him lunch. As most days, Mixue would not be home, and thus entrusted Zhou Chuan's daily sustenance to Xiang'er. It seemed Mixue was unperturbed by Xiang'er's affection for Zhou Chuan. I'm practicing my mental strength, Zhou Chuan replied candidly. The pursuit of mental cultivation was a noble endeavor that required no concealment. Brother Chuan, your progress in cultivating mental strength is exceedingly slow, Xiang'er remarked with surprise. You have already attained the first tier. That is sufficient for many tasks. Why continue to cultivate further? Because I'm bored, he retorted playfully. Is that really a reason? She giggled. However, soon you won't be able to languish at home any longer. Sister Xue has decreed that after 3 days of rest, you must seek employment. She will no longer provide you with free food and medicine. You must fend for yourself. I need to work. Zhou Chuan frowned, momentarily forgetting his current identity. He was a heavy mech repairman now. Of course, Brother Chuan, you cannot expect Sister Xue to support you indefinitely, can you? You once declared that you are a man, a true man, and that you are the greatest mech repair master in history. For you, working a few hours should suffice to sustain you for weeks. Indeed, I am a man. Zhou Chuan nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiment. It appeared that the original owner of this body was not without merit. At the very least, he was a man, Let's dine, she giggled, Brother Chuan. Sister Mishue has declared that from today onwards, you may indulge in rich foods. Look, I have prepared something special for you. With an air of mystery, Xiang unveiled the lid of the food box, and an enticing aroma wafted forth. A bowl of glistening, red braised pork, interspersed with vibrant green chilies and garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. The mere sight of it was enough to awaken one's appetite. Xiao Huan swallowed hard. After abstaining for several weeks, the sight of such a delectable dish ignited his hunger. Brother Chuan, what troubles you? Xiang inquired, noticing his hesitation rather than the usual eagerness to devour the meal. Xiang, it's all right, I'll settle for this, Zhou Chuan said as he extracted the remaining vegetarian dishes and rice from the food box. Why? Xiang gazed at him in astonishment. To lose weight. You? Dieting? Her petite frame suddenly sprang up, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized him. Indeed, Zhou Chuan affirmed with a nod. Why on earth would you want to lose weight? For no particular reason, but it has become necessary. Are you not going to enjoy my red braised pork? Xiang regained her composure, gently placing the bowl of pork back into the food box, her demeanor now wistful. Yes, henceforth, there is no need for you to prepare red braised pork for me, Zhou Chuan remarked as he began to eat. Additionally, I shall be quite busy over the next few days. You may simply leave the meals in the living room, and I will manage on my own. Oh, do go about your business. I prefer not to have anyone watching me while I eat. Xiang's bright eyes gazed at Zhou Chuan, her small mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately she remained silent, lowering her gaze as she slowly exited the room. Chapter 5. The Mecha watching Xiang leave with a clouded expression, Zhou Chuan pondered little about the thoughts swirling in her mind. Even if he were to uncover them, they would hold no significance for him. Although his name was Zhou Chuan, he was not the Zhou Chuan in the truest sense. Xiang's happiness or sorrow was of no concern to him, finishing his meal in a matter of moments. Zhou Chuan did not wait for Xiang to clear the dishes. He promptly moved them to the living room before retreating to his modest bedroom. Time was of the essence. He had merely 3 days to master the intricacies of heavy engineering mecha maintenance. In 3 days, he would embark on a journey to earn a living, with mecha maintenance being his sole means of sustenance, his only skill for which he had obtained a professional certificate. In a world inundated with various certifications, lacking one meant that even a well-educated individual would struggle to find employment. Thus, Zhou Chuan was left with no alternative. The pressing concern now was his utter unfamiliarity with the structure of heavy engineering mecha, let alone maintenance. His expertise lay in commanding vast fleets and orchestrating strategic military maneuvers. His small bedroom featured 4 walls, 2 of which were lined with bookshelves filled with volumes on mecha maintenance, illustrations, and weapon configurations. It was evident that the former occupant had not only been adept at repairing heavy engineering mecha, but also harbored a keen interest in combat mecha. Soon, Zhou Chuan realized that he was woefully ignorant of the basic structures of entry-level engineering mecha. While he might recognize aspects of advanced combat mecha, these primitive engineering mecha and combat mecha represented entirely different concepts. Combat mecha emphasized speed, lethality, agility, and defensive capabilities, while engineering mecha primarily focused on functionality in complex environments and load-bearing capacity, neglecting weapon configurations and energy defenses. What astonished Zhou Chuan was that, despite the advancement of human technology, heavy engineering mecha still employed many archaic techniques. Clearly, no one had channeled technological prowess into this domain. Alternatively, it could be that these ancient techniques sufficed for engineering requirements, obviating the need for costly upgrades. Having resided in high echelons for an extended period, Zhou Chuan was almost entirely unacquainted with civilian mecha. In reality, due to the considerable destructive potential of mecha, civilian models were restricted by federal law, hindering their technological advancement. Would people feel fear if they witnessed a heavy engineering mecha weighing hundreds of tons racing at 300 kilometers per hour? The answer is unequivocally yes. Should such a machine fall into the hands of terrorists, the devastation would be unimaginable. Thus, federal regulations impose numerous limitations on civilian engineering mecha, both technically and in terms of speed. From noon until night, Zhou Chuan immersed himself in relentless study, dedicating extensive time to memorizing every datum, symbol, and letter. This forced learning method yielded minimal immediate results, yet through perseverance, Zhou Chuan gradually gleaned insights about civilian mecha and their continued reliance on ancient technology. In this room, there existed an old laptop, its antiquity rivaling that of the engineering mecha. Fortunately, this laptop could still connect to the Interstellar network. In the vast expanse of the Interstellar network, Zhou Chuan became engrossed in mecha knowledge, transitioning from compelled learning to genuine interest. This fascinating field encompassed a wide array of subjects, including mechanics, dynamics, physics, and chemistry. Particularly enlightening were the ancient technological principles, which unveiled to Zhou Chuan the historical trajectory of human mechanical civilization. Although this knowledge bore no direct connection to warfare, it was nonetheless crucial in determining the outcomes of conflicts. For the first time, Zhou Chuan realized that mechanical civilization was the true victor of war. It was through warfare that mechanical advancements flourished, with inventions like the compass, seismograph, and steam engine significantly influencing the balance of human warfare. When one becomes engrossed, the concept of time seems to dissipate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, a familiar signal that mealtime had arrived. However, Zhou Chuan was so absorbed in the ancient mechanical wisdom that his mind instinctively disregarded the sound. Chuan, Chuan. The door swung open, revealing Mech clad in a soft green dress, her slender waist adorned with a gray apron. Upon entering, she paused, taken aback by the sight of Zhou Chuan's serious, plump face, intently focused on a book, pen in hand, sketching furiously on a stack of papers. His concentrated demeanor was so compelling that it seemed almost rude to interrupt. It's time to eat. Mech hesitated before stepping closer to Zhou Chuan, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the desk. Just a moment, Zhou Chuan replied, his brow furrowed, eyes locked on the blueprint before him, as if grappling with a formidable challenge. It's time for dinner. Mech gently placed her hand over the sketches. After a brief wait, Zhou Chuan finally raised his head, his plump and broad face exuding an inexplicable air of authority. It was time for dinner. Mech fixed her gaze upon Zhou Chuan, unwavering, her eyes filled with determination. A silence enveloped the room as the two exchanged glances. For the first time in the past few weeks, they spoke so extensively. Zhou Chuan had consistently adhered to his meal schedule, returning to his room afterward to recuperate. However, today marked the first day of his complete recovery, and the tension between them began to surface. Clearly, this woman once held an unassailable authority within this household. Give me 5 minutes, Zhou Chuan asserted, pinching a corner of the blueprint between his thick fingers. Just 5 minutes. Mech hesitated for a moment, gently releasing her grip, offering Zhou Chuan a radiant smile before turning to leave. Zhou Chuan touched his nose, captivated by the pleasant fragrance that lingered around her. Each time, he found himself unable to resist inhaling it deeply. Yet, he would never allow himself to be deceived by that charming smile. Over the past days, he had grown accustomed to her mindset. Whenever she wanted him to comply, she would flash a beguiling false smile, while the majority of the time, her demeanor was as cold as ice, her expression perpetually serious. Soon, Zhou Chuan composed himself and returned to the sketch before him. It was his analysis of civilian mechas. He needed to grasp the fundamental principles behind their operation if he were to discuss repairs. Mechas, as one of the quintessential products of machinery. Even the ancient civilian models represented a highly intricate mechanical system, with many technologies having endured the test of millennia and still in use, attesting to their maturity. The challenge he faced now lay in the power transmission structure of the mecha, a problem that had him stumped, as he had never contemplated that a mecha's lack of power could stem from dozens of issues. For Zhou Chuan, this was an entirely foreign domain, and now, he had to navigate this unfamiliar territory to earn a living. If he possessed that perfect clone body, he would have numerous options available to him. For that body would come with a legitimate identity and profession, not to mention a substantial fortune. Alas, these were merely hypotheticals, whether it be profession, identity, or wealth. All hinged upon that clone body. In other words, with his current identity, he was utterly incapable of attaining such status and riches. Both the Federal Empire and the Rydell Empire maintained stringent control over individual identities. Unless he were a hacker capable of altering his present identity records, he was not that. In reality, modifying one's records was a daunting task. Even a super hacker might not succeed, as it involved not only digital records, but also original paper documents. As such, altering information online could only temporarily deceive the state, never genuinely changing one's identity. Of course, there were ways, commandeering national databases, obliterating all physical records, and then tampering with digital data. However, those who wielded such power had little need for such trivialities. They stood atop the pinnacle of authority. 5 minutes. Just as Zhou Chuan was lost in thought, Mech re-entered the room. 5 minutes. Zhou Chuan stood, shaking his head with a soft sigh. He prided himself on being a military genius. Yet the truth was stark. He could never master the art of mecha repair, unrelated to military matters, in just 3 days. Even if it were the simplest civilian engineering mecha. Outside the bedroom lay a modest living area, serving as both a lounge and dining room, with a kitchen adjacent to a bathroom. Beside Zhou Chuan's bedroom was Mi Shui's, which had remained closed since his awakening. When Zhou Chuan settled down at the foldable dining table, Mi Shui had already prepared rice for him. Observing her patiently awaiting his meal on the opposite side of the table, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but admire her diligence. It was evident that she did not harbor fondness for the old Zhou Chuan. Nevertheless, she cared for him with meticulous attention. Apart from not sharing a bed with him, she appeared to embody the essence of a devoted wife, nearly flawless in her execution of that role. Chapter 6. The Empire's Marriage Law. Zhou Chuan cast a fleeting glance at his nominal wife before slowly taking a seat to begin his meal, a habit ingrained in him from his military career that made him cherish every grain of rice. The dining table was as silent as ever, a routine they had adhered to for weeks, and Zhou Chuan had become accustomed to this wordless existence, largely due to his own reticent nature. However, today his atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. After he commenced eating, Mi Shui did not join him immediately, instead fixing her bright, clear eyes upon him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. The tension in the air was almost stifling, as he observed the calm demeanor of the man before her. Savoring each bite, Mi Shui felt her mind drifting. Recently, for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably associating this man with her father, whether it be in the gestures or the focused gaze he possessed, even in the way he ate. Chuan? Zhou Chuan lifted his gaze to meet the woman across from him, her beauty always rendering him momentarily awestruck. What has been troubling you lately? Mi Shui inquired, sensing something amiss in his expression, yet unable to pinpoint the cause. Despite having resided here for over 2 years, her understanding of this man was superficial at best. She had devoted nearly all her time to improving the living conditions in the slums, harboring a deep-seated aversion toward this corpulent figure. Her relentless efforts were an attempt to numb her senses, as she resigned herself to the belief that she would spend her life alongside this man in the slums. Each time she confronted this grim reality, tears would escape her eyes in secret, and she had often awoken from nightmares, now relying on medication to aid her sleep. Fortunately, Zhou Chuan had lowered his head once more, meticulously chewing his food. Are you unwell? No. Then why do you seem a bit? Mi Shui searched her vocabulary for a word to describe Zhou Chuan's current state. Nothing. If a person has experienced life and death, some changes are inevitable. Finishing the last bite of his meal, Zhou Chuan gently wiped his mouth with a napkin before rising. Done already? Mi Shui glanced at Zhou Chuan's elegant gesture of wiping his mouth before her gaze fell upon the overflowing bowl of rice, momentarily taken aback. In her memories, Zhou Chuan had an astonishing appetite, and she had previously monitored his diet due to his recovery. Today, she had deliberately prepared extra food, yet he consumed no more than he did before his recovery. That will suffice. Please refrain from preparing too much in the future to avoid waste. Zhou Chuan said slowly as he approached the door, turning back with a serious expression. Thank you, Mi Shui. Mi Shui was once again taken aback. I will grant you your freedom. Zhou Chuan's deep gaze fixed upon Mi Shui's pale face. Freedom? For now, I still require your assistance. In due time, I will draft a divorce letter for you. Bang! Before Mi Shui could fully process his words, the door had gently closed behind him. A divorce letter? Is it real? Is it truly happening? Miyuki gazed vacantly at the now-closed door, her eyes becoming dreamy and distant, as if she were caught in a reverie. At last, a few crystalline tears cascaded down her rose-hued cheeks. She had long dreamed of that decree of divorce, never expecting it would truly materialize. She was on the cusp of returning to her home planet, back to her esteemed father, and to reunite with childhood companions. The thought of her distant homeland and the innocent days of her youth brought an inexplicable flush to her face. Was that person still waiting for her? The laws of the Federal Empire dictated that a woman, until she received a divorce decree from her husband, remained his subordinate. She possessed no right to initiate divorce. Should a woman leave without such a decree, her family would endure immense disgrace, particularly for those of noble lineage who held societal reputation in high regard. Naturally, being divorced by one's husband was also a source of shame, yet this humiliation could be forgiven, for the man who divorced his wife would face significant repercussions. He would lose the opportunity to marry again. In essence, should a commoner divorce his wife, he would relinquish the chance to ever wed anew unless he ascended to the ranks of nobility. The Federal Empire's marital laws are remarkably stringent. Even emperors of vassal states are subject to these regulations. If an emperor were to divorce a wife, his quota of 7 spouses would diminish to 1. It must be acknowledged that this law possesses a degree of humanity. Its rigorous nature has contributed to a yearly decline in divorce rates, serving as a formidable deterrent against those who seek to disrupt others' families. It is said that those who enacted this law were scholars studying ancient Earth, who found that the concept of marriage and divorce was treated almost frivolously by ancient humans, leading to the disintegration of families and creating fertile ground for concubines and illicit lovers. 2 days passed, and life remained monotonous and dreary. Xiao Huan scarcely slept, immersing himself in the realm of mechas, studying everything from the rolling stones and levers used to construct pyramids to the primitive agricultural tools that emerged in ancient regions. He endeavored to establish a comprehensive development system for mechas in his mind. As for Miyuki, although she reveled in her newfound joy, she did not neglect her duties. Each morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast for Zhou Chuan before heading out to tend to the sick in the impoverished district, returning promptly at 5 in the evening to prepare dinner. However, it was evident that her once pale complexion now bore a rosy hue, though she remained as taciturn as ever. Her previously icy gaze had softened considerably, and on several occasions during meals, Zhou Chuan noticed her inexplicably smiling. Miyuki was exceedingly busy, engaged in an immensely important task, establishing health records for the 2 million strong, impoverished district. She was also in discussions with the government to set up a comprehensive medical system there. Whether it was the creation of health records for 2 million residents or planning the medical community for the entire district, it was a formidable and intricate undertaking, particularly as Miyuki had no assistance and no governmental support, relying solely on her remarkable willpower. Often, Zhou Chuan marveled at the woman seated across the table, her delicate form radiating such fervor. What kind of strength propelled her to accomplish such a monumental endeavor? Zhou Chuan found no answers, for his personal lexicon lacked a term for compassion. It contained only notions of bloodshed, iron will, and the dignity of soldier. Yet, he understood that the woman before him was far from as fragile as she appeared. At least, he believed she possessed a formidable spirit and exceptional skills. This was easily comprehensible, as a woman navigating the chaotic and perilous impoverished district needed to possess outstanding abilities. It was not merely a realm of kindness and vulnerability, but rife with malevolence and power. In the days since Zhou Chuan awakened, he had nearly daily heard individuals lingering outside, eager to curry favor with Miyuki, even wandering about her humble abode in the dead of night. Yet, none dared to cross the threshold. Clearly, Miyuki's reputation in the impoverished district transcended that of a mere benefactor. It was evident that the previous owner of this body commanded neither fear nor respect, unable to protect even herself, relying solely on her own strength for defense. Observing the woman across from him, Zhou Chuan let out a sigh, feeling a pang of sorrow for the former owner of this body, as well as a twinge of pity for the woman before him. Miyuki, engrossed in her meal, inquired upon hearing Zhou Chuan's sigh. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "Is your body coping with the workload?" Miyuki glanced at Zhou Chuan's expression before returning her focus to her meal. Like him, she preferred silence during meals. However, their only moments of communication were during these times. "All right. However, I've encountered conundrum," he stated. "Due to my injury, I've become quite forgetful. I've forgotten many of my passwords, including those from my repair website, rendering me unable to access it for my business." Miyuki gave him a curious look, then fell silent again. "Do you know?" Zhou Chuan sensed something amiss. Had he inadvertently revealed too much? 33178082. Miyuki slowly recited a series of numbers. What significance does this string of numbers hold? Upon hearing 3317, Zhou Chuan immediately surmised that it concealed some special meaning. "Do you truly not remember?" Miyuki did not meet his gaze, instead tracing circles in her bowl with her chopsticks. "I do not recall. Then it need not be remembered. It is merely a string of numbers devoid of any significance." Let's eat." The hall once again fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the faint sounds of chewing. "By the way, today is August 10th. You have 15 days left to prepare your tuition. Is there a problem?" Miyuki suddenly raised her head to ask. "Tuition?" Zhou Chuan was taken aback. "Have you forgotten?" A rare expression of surprise crossed Miyuki's face, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan could only shrug. At this point, even uttering another word felt superfluous, as he knew virtually nothing about the previous owner of this body. Miyuki let out a soft sigh, stood, and walked to her room. Shortly, she emerged, holding a red, gold-embossed letter. "This is the admission notice you asked me to keep for you. Classes commence on the 1st of next month. You have 15 days to arrange your tuition. Of course, you may also choose not to attend." Chapter 7. The Master Modificator Rider, Empire, Starhan Mecha University, receiving the admission notice from Miyuki and gazing at the golden lettering, Zhou Chuan softly read it aloud, falling into a deep silence. "Well, I will consider it." "Well, You decide for yourself. However, I am aware that this is yours, and I sincerely hope that you will pursue your studies. Otherwise, you may never win the heart of Xianger. Mi Shui sighed, rising to clear the table. For their conversation had reached its conclusion. I will consider it. By the way, whose abandoned mech is that at the foot of the hill? The discarded construction mech had drawn no interest from scrap companies. For to transport that massive steel machine, a rudimentary road would need to be constructed. As you know, the cost of demolishing structures to build a road in the slums could purchase 10 brand new construction mechs. Well, I could repair it and make it walk out on its own. Zhou Chuan nodded. You've had that thought before, but you said the cost was prohibitive, Mi Shui remarked. Looking at Zhou Chuan with curiosity, I suddenly find myself intrigued. Perhaps I could own my very own mech, Zhou Chuan mused to himself, though he couldn't admit that his primary motivation for repairing the mech was merely to hone his skills. That's a splendid idea, he added, though he acknowledged that he needed a sum of money. Zhou Chuan cast a faint glance at Mi Shui. A prolonged silence ensued as Mi Shui's clear. Bright-eye scrutinized Zhao Huan. All right, here is my card, sufficient for you to repair that mech and cover your expenses for 3 years of study. Just consider my gratitude, as the password is that string of numbers. There's no need for thanks. I will repay you, Zhou Chuan replied, taking the bank card, nodding, and striding into his room, closing the door behind him. Mi Shui slowly sank in her chair, resting her chin on her hands atop the dining table, deep in thought. She felt an inkling that something was amiss, and the recent events had confirmed her suspicions. In the 2 years since marrying Zhou Chuan, he had never spent a single penny of her money. Though he was rather lazy, his survival skills were remarkably strong, and his job, while not lucrative, ensured he had no issues with sustenance. What astonished Mi Shui the most was that Zhou Chuan seemed genuinely resolved to lose weight. In recent days, he consumed only the essential nutrients and resolutely avoided all junk food. The transformation appeared sudden, yet almost imperceptible. Both Zhou Chuan's smile and demeanor were shifting. Previously, he had not been loquacious, yet he relished clinging to her, even trailing her through the streets. Now, it could be said that he largely ignored her, hardly speaking unless necessary. Mi Shui couldn't help but smile instinctively. If he chose to ignore her, so be it. After all, they had not spent much time together, and perhaps a clean break was for the best. Yet, a flicker of concern for Zhou Chuan's mental state lingered. Feedback from various aspects indicated that he seemed to have forgotten many things, including the password to his own computer. Could it be that his mind had suffered damage? With that thought, Mi Shui felt a vague sense of unease. Zhou Chuan, however, was entirely oblivious to her worries, having immersed himself in the world of mechs. He had located the original specifications for the heavy construction mech model No. X33. This mech was manufactured by Normal Mech Company in the year 3290, weighing 270 tons. This meant that the mech had a history of 40 years. When it came to civilian mechs, the Normal X33 was considered a paragon. Its versatile design was suitable for demolition, loading, rescue, exploration, and other tasks. Its streamlined optical systems and modular structure facilitated maintenance, and its enormous frame naturally generated immense power. The 8 elongated legs were a classic feature of civilian mechs. With these 10-meter-high legs, the mech was nearly adaptable to any complex working environment. Of course, being a mech from over 40 years ago, despite its classic status, its design flaws had led to its gradual replacement by more advanced and efficient models. The X-33's greatest weaknesses were its bulk and high resource consumption, coupled with a significant energy drain during short-term operations, which sealed its fate of obsolescence. Zhou Chuan had never contemplated repairing this mech for a living. Its exorbitant energy costs would deter anyone from hiring it. He merely wished to gain a more intuitive understanding of mechs through the repair process. Connecting to the Star Network, Zhou Chuan began issuing a series of commands online. He had spent the previous evening documenting the easily detachable components and optical systems of the X-33. It was evident that the X-33 had been in the slums for some time. In such areas, anything detachable would not be left behind, not even a single screw. Now, Zhou Chuan needed to purchase some mechanical parts, optical systems, and energy blocks through the network. From his research, he discovered that this civilian mech had ceased production over 20 years prior, making it nearly impossible to acquire original factory parts. However, due to the mech's classic status, which had seen mass production across dozens of planets, finding second-hand parts to restore a mech should not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, as soon as Zhou Chuan issued his commands, he was inundated with thousands of messages, offering enough spare parts to practically reassemble 100 X-33 mechs. However, the components available online did not fully meet Zhou Chuan's requirements. Notably, the second-hand parts lacked the specialized optical system unique to the X-33. Zhou Chuan understood this well. Optical systems were among the fastest evolving technologies, and few would preserve a 40-year-old civilian mech's optical system. Even if someone did, they certainly wouldn't sell it. Yet, Zhou Chuan was not concerned. Optical systems were compatible devices, and he could substitute them later with another system, merely requiring a program rewrite. For a 40-year-old optical system, Zhou Chuan was confident in his capability to manage the task without needing a programmer. Having organized the information and placed his order, Zhou Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Given the efficiency of the Interstellar Alliance's courier service, he expected to receive the items he sought by noon the following day. Hello. After completing these tasks, it was already deep into the night. As Zhou Chuan prepared to shut down the ancient laptop, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the screen. Hello. Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow and typed 2 words. Clearly, the other party had traced his network address through his purchase history. In the Federal Empire, most citizen purchases were open for scrutiny, allowing anyone to look them up, a measure implemented to facilitate the monitoring of subjects in the Empire's subordinate nations. Naturally, there is no need to worry about a flood of advertisements following the disclosure of one's consumer information. The Federal Empire imposed stringent regulations on advertising. Should anyone file a complaint, companies spamming advertisements would lose their operating rights and be held criminally accountable, while individuals could face 3 years in prison. The blight of advertising that plagued ancient Earth would not manifest in this technologically advanced society. Dear Mr. Zhou, you may call me Carl. I'm the head of the Federal X-33 Mech Club's Riddle Empire branch. Through your transaction records, we have learned of your keen interest in the classic civilian Mech X-33. Our club cordially invites you to join us. If this disturbs you, please accept our apologies. Your friend, Carl. I apologize, esteemed Mr. Carl, but I have no interest in your club. Farewell. Sir, wait. May I have a moment of your time? Speak. X-33 remains an indelible classic in the realm of mechas, evoking profound sentiments from every member of our club. We ardently wish for all true aficionados of X-33 to join our ranks. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, the X-33 Club is not a profit-driven entity. Rather, it serves as a platform for enthusiasts to connect and share their passion. Furthermore, upon joining the club, members will receive complimentary spare parts and energy blocks. Most importantly, our club boasts the most exceptional X-33 modification masters, who will collaborate with you to elevate X-33 to even greater heights, ensuring its status as a timeless classic. Allow me to ponder this matter, and I shall provide you with a response tomorrow, Mr. Carl. Very well, esteemed Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the interruption. No trouble at all. Farewell. I eagerly await your reply, Mr. Zhou. Goodbye. Upon seeing the words modification master in the dialog box, Zhou Chuan immediately grasped the nature of this club. In truth, such clubs exist in their hundreds throughout the Federal Empire, often funded by various conglomerates and individuals. Beyond mere entertainment and exchange, the primary mission of these clubs is to enhance product cohesion. It is noteworthy that subsequent to X-33, there are the X-34 and X-35 series of civilian mechas, all developed with X-33 as their foundation. Thus, the club not only fosters brand unity, but also serves as a talent acquisition hub, with most recruitment agencies intricately linked to these establishments. The 3 major mecha manufacturing companies in the Federal Empire, alongside research institutions, military organizations, and exploration agencies, are perpetually on the lookout for prodigious talents in mecha engineering, with clubs serving as the initial breeding grounds for such talent. Undoubtedly, joining a club presents only advantages. An entry is not a trivial affair. Zhou Chuan's invitation was not solely due to his substantial purchases of X-33 components, but also his identity as a civilian mecha repairman. For this reason, Zhou Chuan did not immediately decline. He needed to await the outcome of tomorrow. If he were unable to repair X-33, or if critical components were lacking, venturing into the X-33 Club might be a prudent choice. Chapter 8. Nor X-33. After concluding his conversation with Carl, it was already past 3 in the morning. Zhou Chuan did not retire immediately. Time was of the essence, and he wished to utilize every fleeting minute. In fact, he had not slept for 48 hours. Now, he needed to organize his tools. His recent days in this modest abode had rendered him quite familiar with the 2-bedroom apartment, save for Mi Shue's room, which had always remained closed. The only glimpse he had caught of it was when Mi Shue received her acceptance letter, a sight that appeared as dark and lifeless as a desolate void. He gently opened the door, stepped into the living room, and switched on the light. Beside the small rectangular dining table stood a massive wooden cabinet, the only other piece of furniture in the hall besides the table, and it occupied nearly a quarter of the living space, rendering it an unwieldy presence. This cabinet housed Zhou Chuan's repair tools. Inside, the tools were arranged meticulously and immaculately, indicating that even the previously lackadaisical Zhou Chuan valued his means of livelihood, as evidenced by the spotless condition of the tools. Miniature diagnostic computers, laser welding devices, and an array of wrenches and utility knives. The tools for repairing mechas were undoubtedly varied and complex. Zhou Chuan's method was both foolish and effective. He meticulously extracted each tool, observing it closely before closing his eyes to feel its dimensions and weight, thereby allowing his mind to establish a more intuitive database of these items. As time progressed, a faint smile of irony appeared on Zhou Chuan's face as he finally comprehended the issue of his former self's lack of martial prowess juxtaposed with extraordinary endurance. Repairing civilian heavy-duty mechas was not a task for the faint-hearted. Merely the tools within that cabinet weighed over 200 kilograms, meaning Zhou Chuan was compelled to lug around this cumbersome set of repair tools while working. He also understood why his former self had succumbed to laziness, who would relish the burden of carrying over 200 kilograms of equipment. In stark contrast to the several hefty wrenches, Zhou Chuan noted that the weight of some miniature electric tools was almost negligible. Most of these tools were constructed from high-strength, lightweight alloy steel. Zhou Chuan maliciously mused that had these been ancient repair tools from Earth, this collection would likely weigh over 1,000 kilograms. Who could bear such a load? It was essential to recognize that the working environment for civilian mechas was often exceedingly harsh, with little in the way of established pathways. This lengthy organizational process allowed Zhou Chuan to meticulously observe each tool, gradually forming a preliminary database in his mind. A faint sound echoed through the air. "What are you doing, Chuan?" A startled voice interrupted him. It was Mei Xue. At this hour, she routinely arose to tend to household chores, typically completing them before preparing breakfast, leaving by 8 to 8:30. Zhou Chuan sighed, standing up, astonished that organizing even a single tool had consumed 3 full hours. "Haven't you already organized this?" Mei Xue furrowed her brow, gazing at the scattered tools on the floor, her nature being one of cleanliness. Zhou Chuan sensed her displeasure and glanced back at her. In that moment, even the iron-willed general, unflinching before a million mechas, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Mei Xue was clad in a light gray camisole, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her shoulders bare and smooth, accentuating the allure of her gently protruding collarbone. She wore dark slippers that highlighted her strikingly radiant feet. Accustomed to Mei Xue's meticulous demeanor, Zhou Chuan was taken aback by her current languid charm, which exuded an enchanting allure that momentarily clouded his senses. Mei Xue's starry eyes narrowed with a hint of reproach, her cheeks flushed, and she gently brushed her hair to mask her unease before adopting a nonchalant expression and slowly returning to her room. With a soft thud, Mei Xue closed the door behind her, leaning against it while caressing herself, exhaling deeply. Just moments ago, she had felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over her upon witnessing Zhou Chuan's gaze, a look she had never encountered in the 2 years they had known each other. Though Zhou Chuan had often gazed at her in a dazed manner, it had never been with such an icy intensity. Mei Xue could scarcely fathom how a man could maintain such a chillingly calm demeanor while clearly harboring feelings for her. That was the gaze of a predator observing its prey. Zhou Chuan's affection for her was beyond question. Yet Mei Xue was acutely aware that alongside his fondness resided an immense respect. Every word and action was imbued with deference and caution. The old Zhou Chuan would never have dared to gaze at her so boldly in a situation like this. That much was certain. A knock at the door echoed. "What is it?" Mei Xue's heart raced, an inexplicable tension coursing through her as she pressed her body against the door, as if a ferocious beast lurked just beyond it. "I'm heading out, but you haven't eaten yet." A thud interrupted her, the sound of a door closing reverberating from outside before Mei Xue could finish her sentence. A prolonged silence enveloped the atmosphere as Mei Xue, with a sense of determination, cracked open the door to discover that the chaotic array of tools had vanished, leaving the living room impeccably tidy. Zhou Chuan had ventured outside. This marked the first occasion in nearly 2 months that he had stepped out, and the external world bore no stark contrast to the interior of his abode. His bedroom overlooked the hillside below, offering a far more expansive view than that afforded by the door. Upon opening it, he encountered not merely a continuation of his home, but a haphazard assortment of structures, varying in height and complexity, all constructed according to their owner's whims. A delicate mist floated above the narrow street, which was paved with clean, honeycomb-patterned prefabricated panels. Flanking the path were slender, evergreen trees that bestowed a touch of verdancy upon the dilapidated slum. It was said that this greening initiative was the handiwork of Mei Xue. Perhaps it was the early hour, Or perhaps the residents of the slum were simply lethargic, but the streets were sparsely populated. Those he did encounter greeted Zhou Chuan with casual inquiries regarding his health, to which he could only nod in response. In truth, aside from Xiang Er and Mi Shui, he was unfamiliar with anyone in this impoverished district. Zhou Chuan felt the weight of his steps, his legs trembling beneath him, as though the specially crafted tool bag he carried were a veritable mountain. The burden of over 400 pounds was no trifling matter, especially for one recently recovering from illness. "Hey, fatty, what's wrong? Can't carry it?" came a teasing voice from behind. "Why not let your wife entertain us? I can help you with the load." Yeah, fatty. As long as you invite us to your place, we'll lend a hand." The taunts continued. "Damn it, we must visit Fatty's house tonight. I feel Mi Shui has taken a liking to me. Just yesterday, she gave my backside a playful smack. Haha." As Zhou Chuan struggled toward the X-33 Mech, laughter and jeers erupted from behind him, causing his body to stiffen, as if he had turned to stone, a fierce glint flashing across his face. This murderous intent was fleeting. He slowly turned to cast a glance at the group of ruffians behind him. After a cold appraisal, he turned away once more. The gang, feeling a chill from his indifferent gaze, recoiled as though being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. "Hey, look, Fatty's getting angry." "Ha!" They erupted into boisterous laughter. In that moment of turning, the gang regained their bravado and guffawed heartily. A fleeting, unsettling light passed over Zhou Chuan's face, but he chose not to look back. He was not Zhou Chuan. He merely occupied this body, and it was evident that its original owner commanded little respect within the slum, a fact that bore little relevance to him. Furthermore, they had not encroached upon his personal interests. Fortunately, the X-33 Mech was situated less than 200 meters down the hillside, and soon he would arrive, with the gang's raucous laughter fading into the background, their pursuit lost. Upon reaching the X-33, Zhou Chuan was taken aback by its immense size, far greater than he had anticipated. Weathered and rusted, it exuded an aura of formidable weight. Standing beneath the Mech, he felt a profound sense of humanity's insignificance. The 8 steel legs appeared immensely robust, while the control chamber, perched 15 meters high, was shrouded in mist, as if reaching into the clouds. The design of the X-33 was peculiar. Its base featured 8 adaptive tracked legs that could adjust direction and redistribute weight and focus, while atop this assembly resided a colossal power compartment, not only providing energy to the Mech, but also housing energy blocks. Encircling the power compartment was a 310-degree circular track, upon which were 2 multi-functional mechanical arms capable of extending up to 30 meters. Nearby, a supporting arm provided stability and positional adjustments for the multifunctional arms. These arms could be outfitted with various tools and sensors, and during overload, they could integrate for combined functionality, not only for excavation and disassembly, but also for loading and exploration tasks. In fact, the 8 legs possessed similar capabilities, as they were seldom employed simultaneously in overly complex environments. However, when necessary, they could also undertake intricate tasks. A key reason this Mech had achieved classic status among engineering machines. Now, despite its imposing stature, the X-33 appeared somewhat pitiable, its surface marred by rust and decay. The 2 mechanical arms hung limply, fused together and resting on the ground, while their ends bore a large iron bucket, propped against which a makeshift shelter had been erected. At least 4 of its 8 legs were rendered immobile. Chapter 9. The Monumental Restoration Project. Zhou Chuan felt a flicker of relief as he noted that the Mech's weight was supported by only 4 legs, and due to the passage of time, the heavy structure had significantly compressed the ground beneath, creating an uneven surface with some pooled water, rendering it unsuitable for habitation by the impoverished. The sole nearby dwelling was a small structure nestled beside the large iron bucket of the mechanical arm. If the Mech were surrounded by houses, it would pose considerable complications. Though Zhou Chuan was unaware that the absence of nearby constructions stemmed from a fear that the massive iron behemoth might suddenly collapse, a concern mitigated by the iron bucket's distance of 30 meters. With a resounding thud, Zhou Chuan found a clean spot to place the tool bag on the ground. It was far too heavy to carry any longer. He refrained from opening the tool bag. As he was currently incapable of repairs, some second-hand parts were not expected to arrive until afternoon. Instead, he needed to familiarize himself with the internal structure of the X-33 and assess the extent of the damage. He meticulously examined the components of the spider legs, discovering few issues. Primarily, hydraulic components had caused the 4 legs to become incapacitated. Since these legs were cast as a single unit for structural integrity, their damage was minimal, requiring merely rust removal and lubrication. Ascending along a specialized staircase affixed to one of the steel spider legs, he observed and documented his findings. Zhou noted that the major components of the X-33 remained intact, with the main issues stemming from rust on the joints and the loss of optical pathways. Essentially, the sensors and optical conduits on all 8 spider legs had been rendered non-functional, while the main body suffered from wear and tear, necessitating a comprehensive overhaul of most hydraulic seals and ball-bearing oil pumps. At last, Zhou entered the power compartment, only to be met with a disheartening sight. It resembled the aftermath of a cataclysm, with nearly all movable items stripped away. The vast chamber felt desolate. Even the protective railings surrounding the engine had been sawed off, and the central engine door stood ajar, revealing a gaping darkness within, akin to a beast that devoured shadows. Gazing at the vacant power compartment, a bitter smile of resignation crept across Zhou face as he realized the folly of his decision to undertake the restoration of the X-33. Yet, he was now ensnared in a predicament from which there was no escape, as an influx of second-hand parts was continuously arriving via interstellar logistics, and he had already expended a considerable amount of virtual currency on this endeavor. Now, all he could do was compile a list of missing components. After inspecting the power compartment, he proceeded to the control room, where, apart from the intact dashboard, little else remained. Control sticks and the operational platform had been reduced to mere shells. If Zhou were to be bestowed with a top-tier military mech, even one severely damaged, as long as its shell remained intact, there would be a possibility for repair. It is worth noting that, as a general who has ascended from the ranks of mech fighters, he may not be a professional mech technician, but he possesses a fundamental understanding and can certainly invest a little more time into the task. However, the Nor X-33 civilian engineering mech instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Last night, his research revealed that repairing this mech would be beyond his capabilities, and the second-hand parts available online were woefully insufficient. The disparity between theoretical knowledge and practical experience was stark. Zhou steadied his emotions and meticulously examined the mech with a laser measuring device, diligently recording data. From the early hours of the morning until now, he had filled a substantial stack of papers. Regardless of whether this mech could be restored, his efforts would undoubtedly benefit his work, as he was gaining a more profound and detailed understanding of engineering mechs. The engineering mech and military mech were not of the same caliber, apart from its rudimentary technology. The former lacked even the most basic fire control systems and energy shields, let alone advanced instruments and equipment. The sole purpose of the X-33 was to perform arduous physical labor, and even when confronted by military mechs several times its size, it would be easily overpowered. This was a highly intricate diagnostic process. The optical brain is the soul of a mech, while the engine serves as its heart. Currently, this mech possessed neither soul nor heart, and diagnosis could only be conducted through the downloaded X-33 standard database for localized assessment. If it had an optical brain, a simple self-check would yield immediate wear probabilities, making repairs within those parameters significantly easier. At that moment, Mech appeared beneath the rusted Nor X-33, carrying a food container. As she had surmised, she spotted the familiar toolbox lying on the ground. The area beneath the X-33 was desolate, and there was no sound. It was eerily quiet. A glance at the dirt on the spider leg ladder confirmed her suspicion that Zhou was inside the mech. She looked at the food container in her hand, contemplated briefly, then gracefully ascended the ladder, her movements as fluid as a wisp of smoke gliding over the spider legs, her loose training attire billowing in the morning breeze, as if yearning to take flight. In a flash, Mech had silently entered the control room. Zhou was half kneeling on the ground, one hand holding the laser measuring device, while the other was scribbling notes on a stack of papers, utterly engrossed in his work, oblivious to Mech standing at the entrance. The morning sun pierced through the thick fog on the hillside, bathing the control panel in light, enveloping Zhou in a golden glow. Upon observing his focused and serious expression, Mech found herself momentarily entranced. It was her first genuine observation of the man she had shared a roof with for 2 years, and she realized that despite his excessive weight distorting his features, his facial features were relatively harmonious, and he was quite tall. A sudden exclamation escaped her lips. Zhou turned to glance at Mech, causing her to recoil in surprise, colliding with the doorway, and the food container clattered to the floor. Zhou lifted his head again, frowning at Mech's flustered demeanor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she stammered, hurriedly bending down to retrieve the fallen container, feeling an inexplicable pressure under his penetrating gaze. "Oh." Zhou lowered his head once more, returning to his focused task. After neatly gathering the food container, Mech took a deep breath to calm herself, puzzled by her own startled reaction. A moment of silence ensued, observing Zhou Chuan engrossed in his work. Mi Shui hesitated before finally speaking. It's time to eat. Just place it there. Her tone was resolute and unwavering. She would not yield. Her mother had once told her that when a man is wholly absorbed in his work, he might overlook meals entirely. If she left now, Zhou Chuan would likely disregard the food altogether. Zhou Chuan slowly stood up, fixing his intense gaze on Mi Shui's determined face. You win. It is indeed breakfast time. He realized that at times, this woman could be remarkably tenacious. This was the second instance he had had to concede for the sake of a meal, which was contrary to his usual disposition. Breakfast was quite simple. A cup of fresh soy milk, 2 large steamed buns, and a specialty pastry from the Rydell Empire. Watching Zhou Chuan devour the food with his oil-stained hands and drink the soy milk, Mi Shui felt a surge of accomplishment. Everyone desires to please others with their culinary creations, and she was no exception. Zhou Chuan's ravenous expression fulfilled her vanity as a woman. No matter the circumstances, Mi Shui wished to treat Zhou Chuan well on this final day to alleviate her guilt. Leaving Zhou Chuan meant that he would never marry again. His only hope lay in advancing into the lower nobility, which would afford him the opportunity to take a wife. Only when Zhou Chuan had finished the last pastry and drained the final drop of milk did Mi Shui feel at ease to depart. Xiao Huan, meanwhile, immersed himself once more in his work. This was a monumental and intricate endeavor, requiring his total dedication. He was no longer the commanding general leading 1,000,000 soldiers. He had to start from scratch. As for his plans, he was in no rush. He had time aplenty. Moreover, haste would be futile. During his tenure as a general, he had felt powerless, and now, as an ordinary civilian mech repairman, his limitations were even more pronounced. Yet, he believed he would cleanse his shame with the blood of his enemies. He would, from the early hours until noon, apart from the time spent on breakfast. Zhou Chuan remained absorbed in the colossal Nor X-33 civilian engineering mech, meticulously examining every inch of it. He recorded data amounting to hundreds of pages. Now, not only did he possess a general outline of the X-33 in his mind, but he had also gained a fresh perspective on the entire civilian mech series. Through his relentless diligence, Zhou Chuan had finally synthesized his theoretical knowledge with practical understanding, establishing a more intuitive mech database in his mind. As noon approached, it seemed as if the logistics company had coordinated their arrival. The second-hand parts for the X-33 had piled up like a mountain beneath it. Zhou Chuan's delivery address was the very site of the X-33, a conspicuous coordinate in the impoverished district, easily identifiable by any interstellar logistics company. In fact, the area where Zhou Chuan resided bore an unofficial name. The Mech district derived from this enormous, abandoned mech. As the incessant influx of second-hand parts accumulated on the uneven ground, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He had never anticipated that the ordered components would be so numerous and so heavy. 5 tons? 10 tons? 15 tons? Gazing upon the ground, strewn with an overwhelming array of equipment, even the confident Zhou Chuan found himself unable to calculate the weight of these components. However, one thing was certain. These parts weighed no less than 10 tons. Chapter 10. The Thugs of the Slums. Observing the second-hand parts wrapped in cardboard boxes, Zhou Chuan could not help but smile wryly. This was an exceedingly daunting task. Not only did he need to repair the mech, but he also had to transport the over 10 tons of components all by himself. From morning until now, a few onlookers had gathered beneath the mech, whispering to one another, and occasionally someone would greet Zhou Chuan. He merely nodded in response, too indifferent to engage with these strangers. What brought him solace was that no one intruded upon his work, and eventually, some of the spectators grew bored and left. After all, the slums were not a place of affluence. One must toil for their daily bread, and not everyone could afford the luxury of idleness like Zhou Chuan. This indicates that the former Zhou Chuan was also a somewhat withdrawn individual, lacking in social skills. Although the locals recognized him, none truly cared for him. Their greetings were merely mechanical courtesies. Zhou Chuan was oblivious to the fact that he once took pride in being a noble descendant, subconsciously maintaining a distance from the slum dwellers, harboring an ambitious goal in his heart, to restore his noble status and revive his family's former glory. Brother Chuan, it's time for lunch. Just as Zhou Chuan was categorizing some second-hand mechanical parts by their assembly sequence, Xiang Er came to summon him for a meal. All right, Zhou Chuan replied, moving a pressure pump weighing 300 kilograms beneath the mech's spider legs before plopping down onto a cardboard box. Sweat streamed down his face as he felt his arms and legs growing numb. It was then he realized he desperately needed an assistant. Brother Chuan, why did you suddenly decide to repair this mech? When Sister Mi Shui told me this morning, I hardly believed it. Xiang Er hurried to Zhou Chuan's side. fervently fanning him with a piece of scrap cardboard. I just felt like it, Zhou Chuan replied. Though fatigued and reluctant to speak, he still acknowledged her question, closing his eyes to relish the refreshing breeze she provided. Brother Chuan, if you fix this mech, can you take me for a ride? Of course. Brother Chuan, how much does this mech weigh? This is the largest mech I've ever seen. Is there one even bigger? 270 tons. Undoubtedly, there are mechs heavier than this one. Brother Chuan, which is better, a heavy mech or a light one? It's hard to say. It depends on the series. For instance, military mechs and civilian mechs are vastly different. The largest combat mechs can weigh hundreds of tons and can traverse short distances in the vast cosmos. Wow, they can travel in space. Indeed. Brother Chuan, I've never been in a spaceship, nor have I left Rydell planet. My greatest dream is to sit in a spaceship and roam freely in space. Xiang Er's tone suddenly turned wistful. For a child from slums, a journey on an interstellar ship was an extravagant desire. Most people in the slums never left their home planet in their entire lives. Xiang Er, there will be an opportunity. I'll take you aboard the most advanced starship to explore the cosmos, Zhou Chuan said with a smile, standing up. Really? Sina exclaimed, Here, spirits lifting immediately. Absolutely, I promise you. Zhou Chuan confidently patted her delicate shoulder. But for now, I need a favor from you. Of course. I must return home for a moment because the second-hand parts one ordered yesterday are insufficient. I have to place a new order. Please keep an eye on these components and ensure no one takes them. Sure. Go ahead, Brother Chuan. I'll watch over them. Who would dare steal? Xiang Er raised her right hand, shaking her petite fist in a mock-fierce demeanor. Then I'll be off. Seeing Xiang Er's endearing and innocent expression, Zhou Chuan managed a rare smile. Go. Remember to eat. It's on your family's dining table, he added, noticing Xiang Er seemed hesitant. What is the matter? Zhou Chuan paused and turned back. Nothing. Xiang Er hesitated, waving her hands dismissively. Are you sure? Zhou Chuan gazed into her eyes, which resembled a tranquil autumn pool. Really? I'm fine, she insisted, vigorously shaking her pale arms, attempting to convey her assurance through body language. All right, then I'm off. Zhou Chuan nodded and, after a final glance at Xiang Er's somewhat flustered expression, strode up the slope. In reality, the distance from there to the makeshift house was less than 200 meters, with a clear view of his bedroom window. Upon entering, he found food on the dining table, covered with a cloth. Instead of eating immediately, he retreated to his bedroom, powered on his antique laptop, and placed another order. In his inbox, he found a message from the X-33 Mech Club, politely expressing a desire to contact him soon. Zhou Chuan's personal website also had several repair requests awaiting his attention, indicating that his reputation in the repair industry was quite commendable. After addressing his online matters, Zhou Chuan finally sat down at the dining table. Having toiled through the morning, combining strenuous physical labor with mental exertion, he felt it was time to replenish his strength. Lifting the cover, a rich aroma wafted up to greet him. Looking at the large bowl of braised pork on the table, he sat in silence, lost in thought. Since the last time he had told Xiang Er he would not eat braised pork, this was the first time she had prepared it for him. Gazing at the dish, he then glanced at his protruding belly, letting out a sigh as he pushed the glossy bowl of braised pork away. Soon enough, the meal was finished. For Zhou Chuan, during leisurely moments, he would savor each morsel, aware that in times of war, even a single grain of food was hard won. However, during busy times, he could devour an entire day's worth of food in mere seconds. Time was precious, and this notion was reflected even in the act of eating. Brother Chuan, just as Zhou Chuan contemplated tidying up the dining table, a faint scream echoed from outside the open door. It's Xiang Er. Without a moment's thought, Zhou Chuan's hefty frame burst through the door, dashing forward like a whirlwind, as if a tornado had been unleashed. 200 meters in 15 seconds. When Zhou Chuan reached Xiang Er, he felt a violent churning in his stomach, struggling to breathe. Although his bulk was astonishingly resilient, the lack of proper exercise rendered him unfit for such vigorous activity. Brother Chuan, they want to steal your things. Xiang Er emerged from behind Zhou Chuan, her little face flushed, brandishing a stick and angrily pointing at the two young men in front of him. These two individuals clearly exuded a delinquent aura, clad in black tank tops and tattered jeans, their feet adorned with shabby flip-flops. Their gaunt frames were covered in tattoos of ferocious animals and archaic earth script, and one of them was chewing on a low-quality cigar. Their appearance unmistakably proclaimed they were ruffians. At long last, the inevitable transpired. Here in the slums, Zhou Chuan pondered the restoration of the X-33 and contemplated a glaring dilemma. This X-33 was an unclaimed asset. Once, no one dared to dismantle this colossal mech. But now that Zhou Chuan sought to repair it, naturally, others desired a share of the spoils. Undoubtedly, the local ruffians harbored such intentions, and in the impoverished district. While many things were in short supply, the one thing that was abundant was the idle and indolent thugs. Xiao Huan remained silent, his expression blank as he gazed at the two thugs. Hee, Brother Chuan, I heard you were nursing your wounds at home. What made you suddenly want to fix up this iron contraption? One thug, whose black vest had faded to a dull gray, remarked with a forced smile. Zhou Chuan continued to withhold his words, narrowing his eyes, squinted from his considerable girth, as if he were observing two jesters. The thugs exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension. Although Zhou Chuan had previously exhibited a degree of stubbornness, he had never instilled the kind of pressure they now felt. Their discomfort under his gaze was palpable. Xiao Huan, don't think you're impressive just because you have a formidable wife. I'll tell you this mech belongs to me. You know I've been living here for 5 years. One thug glared at Zhou Chuan with malice, then pointed triumphantly at a makeshift shack built against the iron frame. The two thugs seemed reluctant to resort to violence, instead seeking an appropriate rationale to extort Zhou Chuan. That mech now belongs to you, Zhou Chuan stated flatly. You better behave, the thug, trembling with rage, jabbed a finger at Zhou Chuan. In truth, he could not fathom why he was so easily provoked. He merely disliked the indifferent demeanor of Zhou Chuan, which conveyed a dismissive attitude. The former Zhou Chuan had not been like this, though he had avoided them. He always wore a cautious smile in their presence, never daring to provoke them. Stop wasting time, Zhou Chuan. Here's the deal. That mech is worth something. Let us consider it a favor for me, Shui. You give us 10 gold coins, and the mech is yours. What do you say? The thug in the faded vest stepped forward. It must be said, 10 gold coins were indeed a modest sum. Thus far, Zhou Chuan had spent hundreds on the mech. Had it been the old Zhou Chuan, he might have acquiesced, but the current Zhou Chuan had evolved beyond his former self. The word compromise had vanished from his lexicon. Or else, he would not have earned the notorious reputation of a butcher general. No, Zhou Chuan's response was unequivocal. In this slum, countless thugs roamed. If he surrendered 10 gold coins now, he would soon find himself parting with tens, hundreds, or even thousands of gold coins. Chapter 11. A minor friction. The two thugs had calculated their strategy. 10 gold coins were merely a threshold. Once that door was opened, they had countless methods to bleed Zhou Chuan dry. They sought not just 10 gold coins, but rather Zhou Chuan's capitulation. Unfortunately for them, their hopes were quickly dashed, especially in light of Zhou Chuan's unyielding countenance, which only fueled their fury. Damn it, when did this cowardly fatso become so obstinate? Are you going to pay or not? If not, I'll use force. The thug in the faded vest, red with indignation, stepped forward and shoved Zhou Chuan. The latter's towering figure staggered back slightly, yet he did not retaliate. The second thug's bravado surged, and he too shoved Zhou Chuan, then darted toward a pile of components, intent on making off with something. The thug who had initially pushed Zhou Chuan rushed over to assist. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal? You can't take that. The onlooker, Xiang Er, cried out in alarm, rushing in front of the two thugs, her delicate hands pressing firmly against the components they were attempting to move. Get lost, you little brat. If it weren't for me, Shui, I'd have dealt with you already. Bang! Xiang Er was shoved, landing in the muddy depression beneath the X-33. Her body splattered with grime. You can't take it. It doesn't belong to you or anyone else, regardless of her muddy appearance. She sprang up and lunged back toward the crate, her frail form suddenly infused with immense strength as she clung tightly to it. You'll regret this. And if you don't get out of the way, you won't be here anymore. Wait. Zhou Chuan's voice suddenly cut through the chaos as he seized the thug preparing to charge at Xiang Er. You should have said something sooner, the thug sneered. Turning around, in a swift motion, Zhou Chuan raised a massive alloy wrench, bringing it down with such force that it created a gust of wind, whistling ominously. Crack! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the wrench struck the thug's shin, the bone snapping with an unsettling crack. The thug collapsed, clutching his leg in agony. His face contorted in pain, yet he could not budge an inch, as Zhou Chuan's sturdy leg pinned him down like a mountain. The other thug stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, his eyes wide with an inexplicable terror as he gazed at Zhou Chuan. The deliberate, unhurried nature of Zhou Chuan's movements exuded an undeniable aura of lethal intent. This was no mere threat. It was a palpable promise of violence. For the first time, the once timid and cowardly figure now emanated an overwhelming fear. The air hung heavy, suffocating, yet Zhou Chuan's expression remained unervingly calm, a chilling calmness. Do you still want gold coins? He inquired, looking down at the thug on the ground, the thrill of holding another's life in his hands surging through his veins. Zhou Chuan, my brother won't let this slide. The thug spat venomously. In that case, I certainly shan't spare you, Zhou Chuan replied, leaning down and lowering his voice menacingly. Truth be told, I've long wished to teach you a lesson. That wrench was a punishment for pushing Xiang Er. And the next swing will be for your nightly harassment of me Shui. Bang! Before his words could fully escape his lips, the wrench soared upward, creating a fierce wind as it descended with a thunderous crack. The entire space fell into an eerie silence. Xiang Er's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the thug who had ceased his writhing, while the other thug, still in disbelief, looked on in horror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The thug on the ground lay motionless, his cries still Xiang. Why not return home and take a bath? Zhao Huan remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he met the fervent gaze of the young girl. Though accustomed to being scrutinized by countless zealous eyes, being the object of such intense focus from a girl scarcely 10 years old was an unsettling experience. Chuan Gij, I should go wash up now. Xiang Er suddenly came to her senses, hurrying homeward, her body sullied and reeking of foul sewage. As a girl who cherished beauty, she found this state intolerable, especially in the presence of her idol whom she had admired since childhood. Seeing Xiang Er in such a flurry, a rare smile graced Zhou Chuan's lips. Will he die? She abruptly halted and inquired, casting a glance back at him. He will not, he assured her. With a relieved pat on her well-formed chest, Xiang Er continued on her way. Casting his eyes upon the unconscious ruffian sprawled on the ground, Zhou Chuan resumed his pressing tasks. He was acutely aware of the ruffian's fate. Despite his current lack of martial prowess, he could still control his strength, and he knew precisely where to strike to avoid fatal harm. After all, the skull is one of the human body's most resilient areas. As long as the brain's structure remained unharmed, death could be easily averted. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the Mech, their curiosity piqued. Many attempted to engage Zhou Chuan in conversation, but upon encountering his stoic visage, they hesitated and withdrew. The timid, plump figure of Zhou Chuan now exuded an aura of inaccessibility. Whereas he had previously maintained a humble demeanor, he now radiated a chilling detachment that kept others at bay. Time passed swiftly, and as Zhou Chuan had anticipated, the ruffian roused after more than an hour, casting a resentful glare in Zhou Chuan's direction before dragging his bloodied head and limping away, his broken leg trailing behind him. Naturally, the spiteful look he cast was not lost on Zhou Chuan, yet he dismissed it. He had many admirers and even more detractors. Whether one more ruffian loved or hated him was inconsequential. As for any impending retaliation, Zhou Chuan held a firm belief in resolving matters through brute force. When the soldiers come, let the soldiers meet them. When the water comes, let the earth cover it. He thought, a low profile would only lead to endless troubles. It was through formidable strength that respect from adversaries could be earned. This was the jungle law Zhou Chuan had always adhered to, then and now. At this juncture, his repair work truly commenced. Devoting over 2 hours merely to devise a repair plan and organize the parts, Zhou Chuan's penchant for meticulous planning became apparent. This characteristic had persisted from his childhood into his military career. He had grown accustomed to an orderly existence, a habit that had seamlessly transferred to his present self. The repair initiative began with the 8 spider legs, all of which exhibited varying degrees of damage, 4 of them rendered completely inoperative. Lacking an assistant, Zhou Chuan undertook the task alone, securing a miniature winch to one leg and fastening a rope to the suspension beam of the X-33's abdomen, allowing him to maneuver heavy components into place without assistance. The spider legs were the least technologically complex aspect of the X-33, as the optical pathways had yet to be installed, leaving high-tech considerations off the table. The work progressed methodically as Zhou Chuan meticulously replaced the worn components of the 4 incapacitated spider legs. Although devoid of intricate technology, this labor was exceedingly arduous. Each component weighed dozens, if not hundreds, of kilograms. He not only had to remove the corroded old parts, but also reassemble them according to precise specifications. When the process went smoothly, he could finish in mere minutes. Yet when complications arose, even a small component could consume an inordinate amount of time. Zhou Chuan encountered a joint structure on one spider leg that had suffered excessive wear from second-hand part, failing to meet technical parameters. Resolving this issue consumed more than 2 hours of his afternoon. In fact, he spent the majority of that time wrestling with a non-compliant second-hand component. From his experience, he learned a valuable lesson. During assembly, it was essential to first ascertain the specifications of the second-hand parts using a caliper, as these components inevitably exhibited some degree of wear, making it nearly impossible to adhere strictly to technical standards. As moments slipped away, the golden sunlight was gradually devoured by encroaching darkness. Nightfall descended, and Zhou Chuan became wholly absorbed in the mechanical realm, discovering for the first time the wondrous intricacies of machinery. The angles and hues of the metallic components were imbued with an enigmatic charm. As he descended from the spider-legs platform, his body smeared with grease, a profound sense of accomplishment welled within him at the sight of the fully serviced spider leg. "Did you get into a fight today?" A dispassionate voice queried from behind him. "Yes," Zhou Chuan replied, turning to find Mi Shui standing there, her right hand gripping a medical kit, while her left cradled a substantial stack of documents against her ample chest. She stood in the golden twilight, exuding an air of tranquility, yet Zhou Chuan noted a hint of weariness etched upon her flawless face, a clear indication of overexertion. Chapter 12. The Ill Woman. Indeed, Mi Shui was fatigued. As Zhou Chuan was about to immerse himself in his studies, she aspired to finalize the health records for the impoverished district within this fleeting time. It was essential to have these records established as foundational materials for applying for government community health care, as she wished to leave no regrets upon her departure. Violence cannot solve problems. Mi Shui refrained from inquiring about the fight's cause. Violence is a more straightforward solution, she mused, recalling her father's frequent utterance of those words. Yet, hearing them from Zhou Chuan's lips felt oddly disconcerting. "Shall we head home?" Zhou Chuan observed Mi Shui's distracted demeanor and gently reminded her. "Yes, let's go home. However, I have a concern. My tools and the numerous second-hand parts left here seem rather insecure." Zhou Chuan frowned at the several tons of metallic components, clearly aware that he could not transport them back to the modest two-room flat. "I have instructed someone to keep watch over them. Additionally, the matter of your scuffle may take a few days to resolve. Jimmy's brother is still out on an expedition. But rest assured, though he can be hot-tempered, he is a good person. A simple apology should suffice." Mi Shui glanced at the scattered metal parts and tools before turning to ascend the hill slowly. "Thank you." Zhou Chuan nodded, neither affirming nor denying her words. He noticed a few women nearby, observing their exchange. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed her, his hunger gnawing at him. All he desired was to return home for a meal. He trusted Mi Shui's words. Her influence and standing in the impoverished district were not something a few ruffians could disturb. "My work schedule may be delayed by a few days. You may decide for yourself." Mi Shui's voice was cold and distant, seemingly disinclined to converse further. Zhou Chuan chose not to pursue the conversation, merely trailing behind Mi Shui, maintaining a 5-meter distance, as he was unaccustomed to walking behind a woman. Upon returning home, Mi Shui immediately set about preparing dinner while Zhou Chuan, after a quick shower, retreated to his bedroom, documenting various issues regarding the X-33 on an ancient laptop and placing another order while reviewing some information. By the time Zhou Chuan completed these tasks and stepped out of his room, Mi Shui's dinner was ready. The dish was quite simple: 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and an egg soup. Mi Shui was a woman of conservative and traditional values, steadfast in her commitment to preparing food by hand. In truth, with today's technological advancements, one could simply toss a lump of flour into a food processor, set the program, and within minutes produce cakes, bread, deep-fried dough sticks, and steam buns. However, the downside of using such machines is that the flavor of the food remains monotonously uniform. The apparatus controls the ingredients down to the milligram, rendering any notion of taste and uniqueness virtually non-existent. In reality, those who are poorer tend to consume high-tech junk food. In this impoverished district, at least 10% of the population subsists daily on the government as cheap, compressed rations and nutritional liquids. For individuals like Mi Shui, who prepare food daily, such meticulousness is reserved for the noble families of high status. According to archaeological experts, while humanity has stepped into an era of technological explosion, not everyone can bask in the fruits of this advancement. The quality of life for the majority remains inferior to that of humans thousands of years ago on ancient Earth. Even the simplest form of interstellar travel is beyond the reach of the ordinary citizen, for those living in the slums. The prospect of leaving their home planet may be a distant dream. A case in point is Xiang Air, a typical child from the slums, who is about to turn 10. Aside from the occasional fleeting glimpse of wealthy children racing by in entertainment mechs, she has never even seen a spaceship, and most of the residents share her fate. The sky above the slum is not a flight path for spacecraft. It is hardly surprising that Xiang Air cannot see them. With technology so advanced, every planet has designated areas and skies for mech enthusiasts to utilize, thereby preventing disturbances to the common folk and avoiding catastrophic consequences. After all, no matter how formidable the mech, it cannot contend with human fragility. The government maintains strict control over these matters. The sole hope for the impoverished is the discovery of new human colonization planets. Only upon finding such a world can the poor aspire to large-scale immigration. which would lead to the government providing employment opportunities. A stable job would, in turn, open the door to the aristocratic professions, albeit with a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000. Nonetheless, it remains a chance, and every person in the slum dreams of planetary migration. The government sustains a segment of the poor with inexpensive compressed rations and nutritional liquids, primarily in preparation for discovering new colonies, as terraforming a planet demands a considerable investment of manpower. The vast number of impoverished individuals is also a part of the Empire's wealth. However, the discovery of a colonization planet is not as simple as one might imagine. After millennia of searching, the nearby star systems have yielded all potential colonization planets, with the undiscovered ones lurking in the depths of the vast universe. Consequently, the profession of adventuring has emerged, with countless expedition teams venturing into the unknown expanse of space in hopes of finding a habitable planet for humanity. Yet, the luck to find a planet suitable for human habitation is exceedingly rare. It is significantly easier to search for resource-rich planets. At the dining table, only a pair of chopsticks remained, with Mech place appearing desolate. "You eat. I have no appetite." After serving a bowl of rice for Zhou Chuan, Mech retreated to her bedroom, not emerging until Zhou Chuan had finished his meal. Knock, knock. After finishing his dinner, Zhou Chuan approached the door of Mech's room and knocked. A languid voice drifted from within. "I'm going out." "Doing what?" Mech opened the door. Feeling a twinge of curiosity, Zhou Chuan never ventured out at night. "I'm going to check on the X-33. Oh, be careful. By the way, I think you need a doctor." Zhou Chuan frowned, glancing at Mech's haggard appearance. "I am the doctor," Mech replied with a playful smile, her usually cold cheeks flushing with a hint of ill health, causing Zhou Chuan's heart to skip a beat. Whenever Mech's genuinity smiled, Zhou Chuan felt a sense of awe. Without saying another word, Zhou Chuan departed. As Mech closed the door once more, she realized she had forgotten to tidy up the dishes on the table, confirming Zhou Chuan's assertion that she indeed needed a doctor. Upon reaching the X-33, Zhou Chuan immediately immersed himself in the demanding work at hand. He had already installed a solar-powered light beneath the massive frame of the X-33, and the daylight had sufficiently charged the light, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Time was of the essence. It was already August 20th, and only 10 days remained until the start of the new school year on September 1st. From the outset, Zhou Chuan had never considered relying on Mech's financial support for his education. He had no habit of spending a woman's money, a principle he upheld both in the past and present. This meant that Zhou Chuan had only 10 days to earn enough tuition, all while repairing the Nor X-33 Mech. It was a formidable challenge, but Zhou Chuan relished pushing his limits. He had devised a comprehensive repair plan for the X-33, and through 3 consecutive orders, he had prepared nearly all the necessary components, save for the planned optical brain and engine. Zhou Chuan aimed to repair 8 spider legs that very night, operating under the premise that even without the optical brain, he could manually control the legs by establishing the optical pathways and sensors. The main reason for this approach was that the spider legs were the least technically demanding aspect of the mech. Beginning repairs on the simplest components was undoubtedly the best strategy, allowing him to progressively master some skills. Zhou Chuan was unconcerned about physical exhaustion. The 300-pound frame of the mech provided ample stamina for him to expend. Having neglected exercise for several days, this high-intensity work was the optimal way to burn fat, and Zhou Chuan could distinctly feel that mere days of intellectual labor and dieting had reduced his once rotund belly by a notch. Although the change was minimal, it was indeed a change. Armed with the experience from repairing the first spider leg, Zhou Chuan's mind had developed an optimized approach, enabling him to repair the remaining 7 spider legs at a speed that astonished even himself, an average of 2 hours per leg. Of course, Zhou Chuan was unaware of his own progress. Had anyone been watching, they would have noted that he initially appeared clumsy with the tools and diagnosing faults. However, as time passed, his speed increased significantly, and under the bright glow of the light, one could see Zhou Chuan's robust figure darting up and down the massive spider legs, a sight that left onlookers mesmerized. This was a daunting and intricate task, yet with Zhou Chuan's thorough preparations, it became manageable. Essentially, his repair work involved replacing worn-out parts with second-hand components, all while gaining valuable experience during the process. By 5 in the morning, Zhou Chuan sighed in relief, feeling as if he had emerged from an oil vat, the combination of grease and sweat emanating a pungent odor. Remarkably, he had managed to repair 7 spider legs in just 10 standard hours, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. However, It was still premature to declare the repairs complete, as he had only addressed the war mechanical components and hydraulic systems, without yet installing the optical pathways and sensors. The spider legs were the most active parts of the mech, naturally subject to the most significant wear and tear. After repairing 7 of them, he had depleted more than half of the second-hand parts beneath the mech, leaving a small mountain of discarded, worn components in their wake. The remaining equipment was hoisted up to the power chamber using a winch, while Zhou Chuan, dragging his weary body, made his way home. It was not a viable solution to have onlookers witness this scene. After all, once the items were secured in the power chamber, the local ruffians would not exert much effort to retrieve them. The task of transporting goods down from the towering mecha, standing over 10 meters high, was quite laborious, especially considering that the iron door of the power chamber had already been secured with a hefty lock by Zhou Chuan. When Zhou Chuan emerged from the bathroom after his shower, Mixue was already awake, tidying up the dishes that had been left unwashed from the previous night. Typically, Mixue rose at 5 o'clock, dedicating her mornings to organizing the room, doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning. "You truly need a doctor," Zhou Chuan remarked, frowning as he observed Mixue's pale complexion and her apparent fatigue, as if she might be blown over by the wind. "It's nothing. I've already taken my medication. Just a slight cold, though. By the way, drink this bowl of medicine to avoid catching my interstellar flu. The outbreak has been rampant in the slums lately. But I shall feel much better by tomorrow, as the government has dispatched medical teams and volunteers to assist with my work," Mixue explained. Zhou Chuan accepted the medicine she handed him and took a glance at her busy figure, letting out a gentle sigh. She was a remarkably stubborn woman, and it was hard to imagine how a woman could persevere in the slums day after day for over 2 years. Such resilience was beyond what mere enthusiasm from volunteers could achieve. "You didn't sleep at all last night?" Mixue asked, taking the empty bowl from Zhou Chuan. Then you should rest for a while. I'll prepare breakfast and place it on the dining table. You can eat when you wake up." "Thank you." Zhao Huan nodded politely. He refrained from uttering any further words, retreating directly into the bedroom and shutting the door to sleep. He truly needed the rest. The physical and mental exhaustion from a night of intense labor was staggering. Despite having changed his physical form, Zhou Chuan's biological clock remained punctual, waking him at the usual time, a habit ingrained from years of military service. Regardless of circumstances or environment, he could regulate his sleep with unwavering precision. For a soldier, time is life. Every soldier should possess a strong sense of time, a fundamental quality for being a competent military personnel. 3 hours later, at 8:30, Zhou Chuan awoke. By this time, Mixue had already left, and breakfast lay waiting on the table. Zhou Chuan devoured the bread and fried dough sticks voraciously, washing them down with a glass of milk in one swift motion. By 8:30, the sun had risen brightly. Although the slums were bustling with activity, they still exuded a lifeless atmosphere, with most residents sporting blank expressions as they aimlessly wandered the streets. Fortunately, a group of children occasionally broke through this dullness with their innocent laughter, infusing a semblance of vitality into the neighborhood. Zhou Chuan strode down the hillside with purpose. Today, he needed to inspect the power chamber, the most crucial component of the mecha. Although Zhou Chuan had relied on his formidable memory to learn over the past few days, he still had no confidence in his understanding of the engine. If it were severely damaged, the only recourse would be to replace it with a second-hand engine. As for the main control room's light brain, he was not overly concerned. While both the light brain and engine were equally vital, acquiring a new light brain was significantly easier than sourcing a new engine. Moreover, as long as the engine model matched closely, modifications would be minimal, whereas an outdated light brain could easily be replaced with a more advanced version. Upon arriving at the base of the No. X-33, Zhou Chuan was relieved to find no signs of thievery. He quickly immersed himself in the demanding work ahead. To his delight, although the engine door was ajar, the extent of the damage was minimal. Measurements taken with a laser gauge and a small diagnostic computer revealed only minor issues, with a crack found in the cylinder body and some complications in the power transmission. Additionally, the transmission box adjacent to the power chamber remained undetectable due to its fully enclosed design, necessitating a connection to the optical path for functional testing of the mecha itself. However, it should be noted that whether it was a cracked cylinder or issues with power transmission, both were significant problems. In fact, one of the reasons this mecha had been abandoned was due to extensive cylinder cracking. Decades ago, nanolaser welding technology was still cutting-edge and not widely accessible. A large-scale cylinder crack would have necessitated a complete replacement of the X-33 cylinder, a monumental task that could only be accomplished in a factory. Yet now, such a cylinder crack could be easily repaired by deploying nanorobots into the cylinder. It must be said that Zhou Chuan's toolkit was exceptionally comprehensive. Whether it was nanolasers or diagnostic computers, he possessed all the high-tech equipment needed. The repairs turned out to be far simpler than Zhou Chuan had anticipated. By implanting the nanolaser robot into a wireless receiver and connecting it to the small computer, the intelligent robot would repair the cylinder based on the input data. Of course, nanorobots were not omnipotent. They were primarily designed for the maintenance of delicate and difficult-to-dismantle instruments, such as engines and optical paths. Moreover, the nanolaser robots were not fully autonomous and required programmed settings to perform repairs. The repair process was painstakingly slow. One could imagine the intricacy involved in welding cracks as fine as hair with a laser as thin as a needle. After setting the program, Zhou Chuan began relocating some components of the power chamber from the floor to the main control room. The control room was the most severely damaged area, where almost all manual control levers had lost functionality, and the circular monitoring screens were absent. However, Zhou Chuan did not intend to repair these monitoring devices. He merely needed the X-33 to be operational. Besides, switching the monitoring through the light brain was equally effective, albeit slightly more cumbersome. Zhou Chuan had already devised a systematic repair program in his mind. Although the control room was complex, the absence of light brain and optical path sensors allowed for rapid assembly of hardware. By noon, most of the instrument panels and control levers had been installed, and at that moment, some second-hand parts he had ordered began to arrive in a steady stream via Interstellar logistics. He had to remain on-site to receive and sign for the deliveries. Brother Chuan, it's time for lunch. Up noon, Xiong adapted punctually. Zhou Chuan was aware that she was meant to assist Mi Shui, but she had come home to tend to him. After their meal, she would reunite with Mi Shui, as there were far too many people in the slums for Mi Shui to manage alone. She needed an assistant like Xiang Er. All right, Zhou Chuan replied without looking up. Focused on recording the models and specifications of some instruments, categorizing them meticulously. Brother Chuan, you should eat first. I'll keep an eye on things. Sister Mi Shui said that you must eat, or else you'll surely forget. Xiang Er insisted as she approached Zhou Chuan and seized his pencil. Fine, he conceded, unable to muster any annoyance at Xiang Er's innocent demeanor. By the way, Brother Chuan, Zhou Chuan turned back to her, sensing her hesitation. It's nothing, really. You go ahead, she replied. Is everything all right? Have you eaten yet? You eat first. I'll eat after you, she insisted. Why not eat together? I'm worried someone might steal your things. I've moved the important components to the power chamber. The rest are merely scrap and bulky parts that no one would steal. Come on, let us eat together. As Xianger glanced at the towering pile of scrap around her, she hesitated momentarily. Brother Chuan, are you truly on a diet? But why? Oh, just wish to lose some weight. The two engaged in a casual exchange as they made their way to Zhou Chuan's makeshift dwelling. Upon opening the door, Zhou Chuan was greeted by the rich aroma of braised pork. It was evident that this dish had been prepared today, rather than leftover from yesterday, as a delicate sprinkle of scallions adorned the top. Please refrain from making braised pork in the future, Zhou Chuan remarked, accepting the bowl of rice that Xianger offered. Oh. Xianger sat down, her head bowed, absent-mindedly shoveling rice in her mouth with chopsticks, her eyes reddened, seemingly filled with a sense of grievance. Eat up. Oh. The two continued to eat in silence, the small living room enveloped in a stifling quiet. Xianger's tearful eyes frequently darted towards the bowl of braised pork. Yet, throughout the meal, Zhou Chuan did not touch a single piece. Knock knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Xianger inquired brightly. Esteemed miss, good day. I am Carl, the representative from the Rydell branch of the X-333 Mecha Club, here to seek Mr. Zhou. Guomin, Xiao Huan front. He had not anticipated a visit from the club. My sincere apologies for the intrusion. Mr. Zhou and Miss Zhou, a sharply dressed man in a black bowler hat, entered, bowing respectfully as he doffed his hat. I am not Mrs. Zhou, Xianger replied, her cheeks flushed, though her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable joy. Oh, my apologies. Noble miss. Please forgive my mistake. It's quite all right. Please have a seat. Xianger seemed to take a liking to this courteous gentleman and promptly poured him a glass of water. Thank you, most kind. The beauty of this young lady outshines the stars above. Carl bowed again, now addressing her as young lady, showcasing his adeptness in social graces. Having won Xianger's favor with just a few words. Please sit. You two converse. I'll tidy up. Xianger playfully winked at Carl. Go ahead, Mr. Carl. Zhou Chuan remained seated at the dining table, his expression impassive. Mr. Zhou, I believe it is essential for you to gain a deeper understanding of the X-333 Club. Through your maintenance records, we have discerned your profound expertise in civilian engineering mechas. Our club would be immensely proud to have someone of your caliber join us. I'm still contemplating, Zhou Chuan interjected. No. I believe there's been a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. While we are eager for Mr. Zhou's participation, We will not rush you into any decisions without careful consideration. I am here merely to assist you. We are aware that you are currently restoring an X-333 mecha, which is property of the Galactic Engineering Machinery Company. We have negotiated with them and decided to gift this X-333 to you, along with all legal documentation and transfer agreements. Chapter 14. The Basic Living Standards of Nobility. Thank you. Zhou Chuan accepted the envelope Carl handed over. Additionally, our club possesses a vast collection of X-333 parts, from engines and optical cores to screws. Should you require anything, we will ensure prompt delivery. Very well, please state your intentions. Zhou Chuan interrupted Carl once more. Ahem. I firmly believe that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, Zhou Chuan stated coldly. Indeed, our club has received an invitation from the Norm Mecha Company to participate in the Junior Mecha Formula event held in the Rydell Empire. We require a robust technical team to provide support for our competitors. I am merely an agricultural mecha technician. No, you are the most exceptional mecha modification master. Recently, your substantial purchases of second-hand mecha parts have drawn our attention. We reviewed your modification records for clients, and several of your modifications can only be described as masterful. We are in dire need of someone with your talents, and of course, for your time, we are prepared to offer appropriate remuneration. Zhou Chuan fell into silence. Undoubtedly, this was an enticing offer, yet he felt an inner conflict. After all, he was not the true Zhou Chuan, and his mecha repair skills were still rooted in that X-333. I cannot decide at this moment. I need to evaluate your club. By the way, when is the Junior Mecha Formula event scheduled? Certainly. The event will take place on the 10th of next month. Today is August 21st, so there are just over 10 days left. However, if all goes as planned, I will have already entered school by then. That is wonderful. You may participate in the name of your school. We will issue an invitation to your institution, allowing you to count this event as a social activity for credit upon your graduation. All right, I will consider it. Thank you. We hope, Mr. Zhou can reach a decision before the 10th, as we will need at least 5 days for preparations. And you will also require some time to familiarize yourself with our club's environment and facilities. Very well, Zhou Chuan stood, adopting a demeanor that signaled the end of the conversation. He did not wish to squander precious time here. My apologies for the disturbance. Carl rose, bowing once more before donning his hat and departing. Throughout the afternoon, Zhou Chuan remained busy, beginning to lay out wiring and optical pathways, installing sensors and electrical devices on the 8 spider legs, while the nanobots tirelessly worked on welding the cracks in the cylinder. These tasks were evidently far more complex than merely replacing worn parts. After an entire afternoon, Zhou Chuan had only completed the wiring for 2 spider legs, uncertain of their functionality. During this time, he noticed Jimmy's accomplices, the thugs who had frightened him off previously, loitering nearby, occasionally chatting with some local Andes. At the designated afternoon hour, Mech returned. Let's head home. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, while Xiang'er made a silly face behind her. Mech appeared increasingly gaunt, evoking a sense of fragility, and the medical kit she usually carried was now held by Xiang. Zhou Chuan frowned at Mech without uttering a word. As a soldier, he was uncertain how to comfort a woman. As they ascended the slope, Mech struggled slightly, yet stubbornly refused Xiang'er's assistance. Upon returning home, Xiang'er opened her mouth to speak to Zhou Chuan, but hesitated before retreating. Can you manage? Xiao Huan inquired, eyeing me with bellied countenance. I'm fine. I've taken my medication and will recover soon. Mech leaned against the dining table, resting and daydreaming for a moment before heading into the kitchen. Shall we just have some compressed rations and nutrient liquid for this meal? Zhou Chuan suggested as he entered the kitchen. Remember, you are a scion of nobility. Nobles do not consume compressed rations or nutritional fluids within their abodes. Depart from here. This is the kitchen, and a true man does not venture into the kitchen. Although Mech does not harbor affection for Zhou Chuan, she consistently imparts upon him the dignity befitting a nobleman, which undoubtedly serves as a source of spiritual encouragement for the former Zhou Chuan. Upon gazing at Mech's pale and serene visage, Zhou Chuan retreated from the kitchen, uncertain of what to say. To comfort and care for a woman felt to him a lesser endeavor than donning a mech and charging forth into battle, relishing the thrill of vengeance and valor. After the meal was placed upon the dining table, Mech scarcely sipped some soup before retreating to her chamber. For the first time, Zhou Chuan felt a disconcerting sense of helplessness. Had Mech not been a doctor, he could have summoned medical assistance, yet she was a doctor herself, leaving him with little to do. Zhou Chuan, not one to dwell on trivialities, had many matters to attend to. Initially, he wished to inquire about Mech's health, but after she entered her bedroom and did not emerge, he proceeded to his own room to busy himself. The X-333 would certainly not be fully repaired within a few days. Merely welding the engine block would take longer than 2 days. Even when Zhou Chuan returned home to rest, the nanobots continued their relentless work. Through the past few days of overexertion, Zhou Chuan had accumulated a modicum of repair experience, and he was ready to commence work. After all, to advance, one must engage with various types of mechs. His approach was straightforward and effective. He first scoured his personal website for clients reporting minor malfunctions, selectively responding to those he felt confident in addressing. In essence, he intended to devote part of his time to earn some income the following day. Having completed some preparatory work for the repairs, Zhou Chuan did not immediately attend to the X-333, but instead commenced a period of quiet meditation to cultivate his mental fortitude. In truth, such meditation serves as a method of rest. The first level of mental cultivation primarily aims to place the mind in a state of clarity and tranquility, allowing the muscles to relax. This state is, in fact, a form of repose, though due to the necessity of sitting, which is not a particularly comfortable posture. Few individuals would choose meditation over sleep. Neither the former general nor Zhou Chuan possessed exceptional talents, yet they shared a common trait, an unwavering tenacity. Although his mental prowess remained stagnant at the first level, Zhou Chuan persevered, methodically adhering to his predetermined plan. As time gradually slipped away, after 3 hours, Zhou Chuan opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and felt invigorated. This was one of the benefits of mental cultivation. Another sleepless night unfolded. Zhou Chuan's speed in laying optical pathways and sensors improved significantly. Practice indeed makes perfect. The 8 spider legs shared identical structures, and apart from the initial complexity, Zhou Chuan found himself no longer needing to think as he mechanically continued the installation. By the early hours, the optical pathways and sensors of the 8 spider legs were fully set up. He even connected the manual control lever to these devices, ensuring that, once the engine of the power cabin was repaired to provide power to the spider legs, the massive and cumbersome X-333 mech could be maneuvered manually. After taking a shower at just past 5, Zhou Chuan did not awaken Mi Shui, but instead hastily consumed a meager meal in the kitchen. After tidying his toolkit, he departed, leaving behind a note to inform Mi Shui that he would not be home for breakfast or dinner. The impoverished district was shrouded in thick fog, with few pedestrians on the streets. Those who arose at this hour were primarily either employed or engaged in physical exercise. In this technologically advanced society, physical exercise for the impoverished was merely a jest. This marked Zhou Chuan's first departure from the slums in months, boarding the hoverway. The impoverished district boasted a vital transportation artery, a bidirectional slow-speed hoverway that, upon entering the district, branched into 3 spurs, reducing speed from 80 kilometers per hour to 10. Passengers could disembark at the platforms freely, as the service was entirely complimentary, primarily facilitating the transport of goods and the movement of people within the district. The slow-speed hoverway was virtually silent, allowing passengers to view the fog-enshrouded slums behind them, resembling a fantastical realm, while ahead, the towering edifices of the capital of the Rydell Empire pierced the clouds, their lights twinkling through the mist. The stark contrast of prosperity and poverty in this foggy realm held no substantial distinction, creating an eerie harmony where even the mist-laden slums seemed to outshine the affluent areas. Zhou Chuan's first repair job was located at the juncture of the Rydell Empire's urban center and the impoverished district, a close proximity that would not waste too much time. Although the distance from the slums to the worksite was merely over 30 kilometers, it took Zhou Chuan more than 2 hours to arrive, for he had to utilize the slow-speed hoverway, which traveled at 10 kilometers per hour and had stops along the route. Upon reaching the construction site, it was already 8 o'clock. Almost as soon as he entered the vast site, Zhou Chuan spotted his target, a Nor X-75 civilian engineering mech incapacitated amidst a mountain of earth, its drooping mechanical arm indicating a state of complete dysfunction. This was a Nor X-series engineering mech, and Zhou Chuan had chosen it for his first repair job, mainly due to its design principles being largely similar to those of the X-333. The only distinction was that the X-75 was considerably more slender, weighing just over 80 tons. However, slenderness did not equate to inefficiency. In fact, the energy consumption of the X-75 was less than half that of the X-333, while its efficiency was 3 times greater. Chapter 15. Cloning Bodies. In this era of technological explosion, nearly all mechs, apart from military equipment, have evolved towards being smaller, faster, and more energy efficient. However, regardless of the type, they remain subject to federal regulations, particularly regarding the speed limitations of civilian mechs. As Zhou Chuan approached the mech, he immediately sensed something amiss. Beneath the mech were several individuals adorned with hard hats and clad in orange attire, diligently at work. Had someone arrived before him to commence repairs? As he drew closer, his suspicions were confirmed. Emblazoned on the orange uniforms were the words, Star Han, Civilian Mech Repair Company. Observing the bustling repair workers atop the mech, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He was astonished to discover the fierce competition within the repair industry. Having lived in higher echelons, Zhou Chuan was unaware of the struggles faced by those in the lower strata of society. In this age of technological explosion, the rapid circulation of information had rendered people akin to the springs of old-fashioned alarm clocks, perpetually tensed. Some companies, in a bid to cut costs, eschewed hiring fixed repair companies, opting instead to hire temporarily. In the mech repair industry, certain unwritten rules prevailed. When a mech malfunctioned and required repair, employers would first issue hiring notices to established clients before releasing public tenders. When mech repair companies and individuals sought to secure the job, they would promptly respond with their proposed repair times and quotations. Others, upon reviewing the location and pricing, would automatically optimize their choices, minimizing the occurrence of vicious competition that would see a swarm of individuals rushing to the scene. In other words, although Zhou Chuan was the first to receive the information, his residence in an impoverished district meant he lacked his own hover engineering vehicle. Consequently, unless he was informed in advance, he could not possibly arrive at the maintenance site in a timely manner. In an era where time equates to wealth, it was implausible for anyone to intentionally wait for Zhou Chuan to arrive for repairs. However, this does not imply that Zhou Chuan was entirely devoid of opportunities. In reality, certain clients who did not urgently require mechs would specifically request particular private mech mechanics for repairs, opting not to post job listings online. This was primarily because the commission rates charged by independent mech repairmen like Zhou Chuan were significantly lower than those of large corporations. Zhou Chuan did not linger in that location. He promptly opened his notebook to search for the nearest business outlets, for he was in dire need of work to generate income. Fortune smiled upon him, as after visiting several locations, he secured a modest job at a large industrial park east of the Rydell Empire. So trivial that not even a mech repair company submitted a bid, merely 2 gold coins. The mech in question posed no substantial issues. It was merely a light path malfunction caused by multiple sensor failures that hindered the diagnostic holographic scan due to faulty contact with the optical sensor, leading to scanning inaccuracies. Had this been a military mech, it would have constituted a significant failure. However, as it was a clumsy civilian model, it did not impede the mech's functionality. Thus, Zhou Chuan earned a commission of 2 gold coins. To a commoner, 2 gold coins represented a considerable sum. However, for a licensed mechanic like Zhou Chuan, it was nothing short of an affront. As he held the 2 coins in his hand, he couldn't help but reflect on the stark reality. This paltry remuneration was the result of his arduous work from 5 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. He finally comprehended why his past self often preferred to stay home rather than toil away. This meager job was merely sufficient for subsistence. Clutching the 2 gold coins, Zhou Chuan made his way to the Rydell Empire Square, his true destination for the day. The square resembled a vast ocean of flowers, each bloom a tribute to the general of the Rydell Empire who was executed, alongside the countless citizens who perished with him. Despite the passage of 2 months, the number of mourners at the square had not diminished. Many traveled from distant planets solely to pay homage to the youngest and most valiant general of the empire. Though the square was bustling with activity, the atmosphere remained profoundly somber. Numerous veterans stood frozen in place, gazing towards the direction of the general's execution, resembling statues awaiting their leader to lead them into battle once more. After a fleeting glance at the seemingly endless sea of flowers, Zhou Chuan did not tarry. He walked numbly into a vast underground garage adjacent to the square. This garage was rather ordinary, with a small keypad at the entrance. After inputting a series of codes, Zhou Chuan stepped inside, and the door descended silently behind him, instantly transforming the garage into a world of its own. Within, he discovered a brand new NOR 15600 hover vehicle, the latest model of a top-tier private car, featuring 4-wheel drive. Not only did it offer the exhilaration of traditional driving, but its engine was divided into 2 parts, capable of accelerating to a velocity of 1,200 kilometers per hour in low-altitude flight. Equipped with the most advanced automotive light brain and fish-like navigation system, it could simultaneously monitor and analyze a 50-kilometer radius, ensuring that even with eyes closed, one would never collide with any obstacles. Zhou Chuan opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, activating the onboard light brain and inputting a sequence of commands. Suddenly, his seat began to gently descend. With a soft click, Zhou Chuan found himself enclosed within a completely sealed space. This area, spanning over 200 square meters, was filled with an array of instruments and vessels, including a cultivation tank housing a remarkably handsome and fit human figure, curled up within as if in slumber. Insufficient energy. Insufficient energy. The incessant flashing of these words and warning symbols on the display screen prompted a bitter smile from Zhou Chuan. He immediately grasped the reason for the failure of his plan. Evidently, the considerable distance had resulted in an energy deficit that prevented his consciousness from being transferred into the clone body. The apparatus had opted for optimization, relocating his consciousness to the nearest Zhou Chuan. Clearly, this perfect clone, endowed with a legitimate identity and vast wealth, had become ineffective, and Zhou Chuan was unable to access the fortune it possessed. The Imperial agents would be the first to track him down. An ordinary mech mechanic could not suddenly amass an astronomical fortune, and merely this reason would suffice to send him back to the gallows. Chapter 16. Top-tier military mech. A ring-shaped mech subspace button. 500 gold coins. This was the only item Zhou Chuan could take without incurring trouble. He felt fortunate to have prepared 500 gold coins in cash. Although this sum was negligible compared to the billions he had lost, it could alleviate his immediate financial distress. Even though Mi Shui had given him a sum of money, Zhou Chuan had never contemplated spending a woman's funds. This 500 gold coins could not only repay Mi Shui, but also cover his tuition fees for a term. More than enough. In truth, 500 gold coins was not a trivial amount. For a family from a slum, it might represent a lifetime of savings. Gently touching the button in his hand, Zhou Chuan took a deep breath. His primary purpose for visiting this location was to acquire the mech within the spatial button. Following his earlier confrontation with the thugs, a profound sense of crisis had enveloped him. Possessing a top-tier combat mech would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of security for his life. At the very least, the thugs would be less capable of posing a threat. Of course, Zhou Chuan would not have so readily deployed the mech had it not been a matter of life and death. After all, it was a military mech, developed as a top-secret project by the Rydell Empire. Should it be discovered, it would instantly attract the unwavering attention of the Imperial agents. It is worth noting that the universe is composed of countless facets and points, and the spatial button serves as a subspace akin to a storage locker, primarily designed to house significant strategic materials. Human scientists have employed spatial distortion technology to keep the interior of the spatial button in a state of stasis. Thus, in theory, the substances inside the spatial button would remain unchanged, perpetually suspended in the moment they were placed within. However, this is merely a theoretical assumption. In practice, the taste of food stored in the spatial button undergoes alteration, and scientists have yet to find sufficient evidence to explain this phenomenon. Typically, only mechs of level 4 or above are equipped with spatial buttons as storage compartments, with a capacity precisely sufficient to accommodate a mech. Even a slight increase in space allocated for energy blocks would result in a price surge by several multiples, rendering it unattainable for most wealthy individuals. Control of the spatial button is achieved through silently reciting a password. The vibrations generated by the spoken digits resonate with human cells, allowing the spatial button to recognize the frequency, convert it into digits, and establish a connection with the individual. Once connected, one can mentally recite the item number required from the spatial button, and upon receiving the numerical data, the spatial button will dispense the item. After a span of 20 minutes, Zhou Chuan exited the garage. In the underground laboratory, some unidentified objects were gradually expanding and corroding, and several pieces of equipment had become riddled with damage, slowly vanishing from existence. The very next day, the newspaper published a rather bizarre piece of news. An incident of antimatter annihilation occurred in the underground parking garage near Riddle Square, resulting in a cavernous void extending 35 meters deep. Scientists promptly rushed to the scene to commence their investigation. However, progress remains elusive, and no one has been able to elucidate why such an event transpired in the underground garage. Experts have stated that this was merely a localized antimatter annihilation, which has since ceased, assuring the citizens of the Riddle Empire that their daily lives would not be disrupted, and urging the public to refrain from panic. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the entire surveillance system, including backup cameras, was instantaneously obliterated by an external force. Upon inspecting the surveillance lines, the garage management company discovered external light pathways interfacing with the system. However, these connections were severed during the antimatter incident, rendering it impossible to determine their origin. The management has reported this matter to the Imperial Surveillance Bureau, as the surveillance systems were installed by them. By the time Zhou Chuan returned home, it was already late evening. Emerging from the underground garage, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He had thoroughly erased all traces regarding his resurrection, a burden that had weighed heavily on him, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. There had been countless secrets pertaining to him concealed within that basement, and now those secrets had been rendered void along with the antimatter annihilation. Pushing the door open quietly, he found the dining table set with a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, yet Michue was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Chuan hastily consumed his meal, took a shower, and returned to repair the X-33 nanorobot, which was still engaged in welding the fissures of its casing. He reprogrammed the operational protocols of the nanorobot and replenished its energy cells with specialized metallic welding rods. The nanorobot was now set to commence a comprehensive inspection of the engine, rectifying areas of wear based on the original data of the X-33 he had downloaded. Essentially, the X-33 now consisted of a mechanical arm, a gearbox, and a quantum brain in the control chamber, while the engine in the power compartment exhibited no significant wear. The nanorobot could restore it using reverse welding methods, and once connected to the power compartment's energy engine, it would be operational. As for the 2 merged mechanical arms, Zhou Chuan clearly could not repair them at the moment, as the front end was affixed to a large iron bucket supporting a makeshift structure, and any repair would disturb others' rest, particularly at such a late hour. The gearbox would also require the mech to be activated before determining if repairs were necessary. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, as he busied himself, a pair of malicious eyes were fixated upon him from within that makeshift structure, those of the uninjured thug among the 2. In the early hours of the morning, Zhou Chuan returned home, showered, and promptly seated himself on the bed to cultivate his mental energy. At this juncture, he could no longer relish the pleasures of sleep as he once did. Time was becoming increasingly pressing with the commencement of classes looming, compelling him to utilize every moment. The cultivation of mental energy was far more critical than physical training. Although he possessed a formidable mech, his mental prowess was insufficient to fully harness its capabilities, instilling in him a sense of insecurity, despite his reverence for martial strength. After considerable contemplation, Zhou Chuan resolved to attend school. It would be impractical to remain at home solely training, as the school boasted advanced training equipment that could significantly expedite his development. Without a doubt, attending school was the most advantageous choice. Time flowed swiftly as he immersed himself in his training, and when Zhou Chuan emerged from his meditative state, he was astonished to find that it was already noon. Upon waking, he sensed that although his mental power had not advanced, his spirit felt considerably invigorated, and his mind was exceptionally clear. The hall was eerily quiet. The dining table bore no breakfast nor lunch, and Michue and Xiang Er seemed to have vanished. Observing the empty living room, Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, speculating that Michue might have felt a similar urgency and sought to establish the medical records for the impoverished district before their separation. As Xiang Er was Michue's assistant, her absence was understandable. After hastily consuming some compressed rations and nutrient liquid to replenish his energy, Zhou Chuan hurried to the lower level of the X-33. Over the past few days, the nanorobot had thoroughly repaired the engine's casing, and the entire interior had undergone a comprehensive inspection. While it could not restore the engine to its original state, the wear was within acceptable parameters. Now, Zhou Chuan began connecting the optical cables and circuits of the power compartment. This was a painstaking endeavor, as the intricate web of light pathways and circuits resembled a constellation of stars, leaving no room for error. Chipta 17, Mi Wisvi. These optical pathways were far more complex than the 8 spider legs, with some processors and sensor devices being even more intricate. Most importantly, whether it be the optical pathways, circuits, or sensors, all must connect to the manual control levers in the control chamber, while also reserving space for the quantum brain. Zhou Chuan's comprehension of the mech deepened with the ongoing restoration of the X-33. This understanding transcended mere repair. It involved constructing a complete mech system within his mind, a most invaluable experience. In an era where mechanical advancements abound and various high-tech repair tools exist, repairing a mech is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in grasping the mech's operational principles and developmental history. For a qualified mech repair technician, a solid foundational knowledge is far more crucial than isolated repair skills. Once a comprehensive knowledge base is established, one can confidently address any mech, regardless of type. The multitude of mech varieties and models has evolved over millennia, akin to the stars in the sky. However, the underlying principles have remained largely unchanged, with the most significant differences being the rapid evolution of engines and quantum brains. As for modifications, reliance on foundational knowledge is even more paramount. Renowned modification masters invariably possess profound foundational knowledge. Only with a solid grounding and extensive repair experience can one aspire to modifications, which primarily involve enhancing engine power and mechanical transmission systems to improve the mech's efficiency. An exceptional modification master possesses intimate knowledge of each component's data, effortlessly adjusting these metrics, underscoring the importance of accumulating systematic experience. It must be said that the X-33, with its optical circuitry exhibiting a 10% efficiency, has rendered Zhou Chuan an immense service, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the mech's electrical circuits, optical pathways, and engine, while also integrating his previous insights into advanced mechs, elucidating many previously ambiguous theories. Previously, Zhou Chuan's understanding of mechs was superficial, limited to military-grade models, leaving him with a substantial void in systemic knowledge. Time slipped away unnoticed as Zhou Chuan became engrossed in his work, only pausing when the light in the control chamber dimmed beyond visibility. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Chuan glanced at the clock on the diagnostic computer and began to gather his belongings. Today, August 23rd, he had a matter of utmost importance. Descending from the control chamber, Zhou Chuan cast a cold, piercing gaze at the makeshift structure supported by the iron bucket, lightly touching the space ring on his finger, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Bang! A sound of a fall emanated from the window of the temporary housing. The ruffian, who had been vigilantly observing Zhou Chuan from within, felt an icy chill envelop him as that piercing gaze fell upon him, as if the very blood in his veins had ceased to flow. It was a pair of eyes imbued with authority, yet more alarmingly, a pair that exhibited a blatant disregard for life itself. The thought of that gaze instilled within the ruffian a profound sense of helplessness and trepidation. "Jijilago, are you back?" he stammered, scrambling to his feet, trembling as he fumbled a battered Interstellar phone from his pocket. On the way, a rough voice, tinged with impatience, crackled through the receiver. "Hurry up. What is taking so long?" "That fat one seems a bit odd," the ruffian replied, his voice quaking with fear. "Useless fool, what are you afraid of? Just keep an eye on him. Our spaceship is nearing the docking bay." With a sharp crack, the line went dead, leaving the ruffian staring blankly at the phone in his hand. After a moment of stunned silence, he rushed to the window, only to find that Zhou Chuan's imposing figure had vanished. All that remained was the towering X-333, which gleamed with an astonishing array of colors beneath the golden hues of the sunset, a sight of unparalleled magnificence. Upon returning home, silence enveloped the space. It seemed that Mech had yet to arrive. He tidied up the scattered tools in the living room, took a shower, changed into a clean outfit, and meticulously set the dining table. Then, with a serious demeanor, he sat down to await her return. Today was August 23rd, the password to Zhou Chuan and Mech's account. His immediate thought was that this must be Mech's birthday. He had already ordered a cake online. Zhou Chuan was not a meticulous person, nor was he particularly romantic. However, he was a man, and he felt it was his duty to celebrate Mech's birthday. After all, this makeshift family consisted only of the two of them, and it was his obligation. Most importantly, he wished to express his gratitude to Mech for her care with this cake. Knock, knock. The ancient quartz clock hanging on the wall chimed punctually. It was no surprise, given that it belonged to the empire's largest bakery chain, known for its impeccable reliability. Upon opening the door, a young man clad in a bakery uniform stood outside, wearing a humble smile. "Mr. Zhou, this is the birthday cake you ordered, and oh, here's the tablecloth as well. Please sign here," he said, leaning slightly forward. Zhou Chuan nodded and signed the card presented by the young man. "Thank you. I hope this company can serve you again," the young man remarked, bowing deeply before turning to leave. Outside, a BB-3 model motorcycle was parked, a vehicle specially designed for the interstellar fast food industry, boasting the most advanced navigation and positioning systems, requiring no human control. Simply input the destination, and it would soar through space with the grace of a fish swimming in water, effortlessly maneuvering around any obstacles without causing accidents or traffic jams. When this motorcycle was first introduced, it came with a hefty price tag, and many were skeptical of its prospects. Yet, in stark contrast, it soon became a game-changer for several interstellar fast food chains, enabling them to deliver meals promptly and piping hot, regardless of location. This expensive motorcycle facilitated the rapid establishment of a monopolistic market for the fast food industry. After closing the door, Zhou Chuan placed the cake on a chair, unfurled the pristine tablecloth over the warm metallic dining table, and set the cake down, inserting candles into it. Once everything was prepared, he settled into the chair, waiting in silence. This might very well be the last birthday he celebrated for Mech. In truth, All these actions were a form of compensation for the original owner of this body. Surely, the former occupant would have wished to celebrate a birthday for the woman he loved dearly. Chapter 18. The vulnerable woman as he contemplated the former owner of this body. An inexplicable thought crossed Zhou Chuan's mind about the soul that had perished in the square for his sake. He took a deep breath. The death toll was not one, but 40,000, 40,000. This blood debt would inevitably require repayment. Zhou Chuan suppressed the surge of murderous intent within him, calming the flames of his rage. Anger would not resolve anything. The only path forward was to strengthen himself, to build a force capable of vengeance, to stand before his enemies with a new visage and crush them beneath his feet. Time ticked away, second by second. Zhou Chuan refrained from entering a meditative state, instead choosing to quietly await Mi Shue's return. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, a sense of unease washed over him. Having lived here for over 2 months, Mi Shue had never failed to return home at night. Could she be celebrating her birthday with someone else? A flicker of displeasure stirred within him. Though he felt no romantic affection for Mi Shue, they were still nominally husband and wife. Even if she were out with friends, she should at least inform him. An inexplicable irritation began to brew within Zhou Chuan. Even Xiang Er, who had always shown him concern, seemed to have vanished. Why? Was something amiss? Almost instinctively, his gaze fell upon the metallic silver door to Mi Shue's room. It was a metal door, in fact. Most of the dwellings in this impoverished district were constructed of metal, provided by the government at cost. Zhou Chuan's heart raced. Could Mi Shue be inside her room? He approached the door, quietly, gingerly turning the doorknob. Click! The door opened slightly, but something seemed to obstruct it from swinging further. Not good. As the door cracked open, Zhou Chuan caught sight of Mi Shue, sprawled on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed into the room. Mi Shue lay on the ground, clad in a white nightgown, her face flushed like the embers of a fire. As he lifted her onto the bed, he felt her soft body radiating an alarming heat, burning like a brand, and she appeared completely unresponsive, likely in a deep coma. A fever. It was evident that Mi Shue had fallen ill, succumbing to a high fever that had caused her to faint. Zhou Chuan surmised that she must have been preparing breakfast when she lost consciousness upon opening the door, meaning she had been out cold for at least 10 hours. In her dreams, Mi Shue wandered through a nightmare. She found herself trapped in the legendary Flaming Mountains, engulfed by towering flames that soared hundreds of feet high, searing her skin as if she were ablaze. The oppressive heat made her feel as though the apocalypse had arrived. She ran desperately within the inferno, striving to escape the boundless sea of fire. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from the overwhelming blaze. Her hair was on fire. Her clothes were ablaze. Her skin was ablaze, engulfed in an excruciating torment. She was oblivious to the duration of her suffering. Everything around her seemed to be consumed by flames. In her desperate struggle, she felt utterly exhausted, yearning to surrender, to rest, to let the towering inferno devour her proud form and mind. Suddenly, she sensed a refreshing droplet cascading onto her forehead, akin to the sweet nectar of the heavens, invigorating her spirit. Gradually, this soothing essence spread throughout her body, an unparalleled coolness enveloping her. On her forehead, her hands, her shoulders, and her legs, the sensation intensified until, astonishingly, it extinguished the towering flames that had been scorching her skin. The searing heat dissipated, replaced by a profound comfort. Slowly, her consciousness returned, and she sensed gentle hands moving over her body. Her heart raced, and her body stiffened, yet she refrained from opening her eyes. As those hands continued their tender ministrations, a wave of comfort washed over her, the coolness following the hands as they traversed her form. She felt the hand's owner rise and turn away momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, she cautiously opened her eyes a crack, catching sight of a plump silhouette, Zhou Chuan. He was busy wringing a towel in the wash basin, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. At the same time, she felt an ice pack wrapped in a towel resting upon her forehead. Evidently, the nectar of her nightmare was the ice pack soothing her brow. As Zhou Chuan wrung out the towel and turned to approach, she quickly shut her eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. Zhou Chuan appeared completely unaware of her awakening, nor did he notice that her once fiery cheeks had transformed into a rosy hue. He meticulously wiped her exposed skin with the alcohol-soaked towel, tending to her shoulders, armpits, abdomen, and calves with utmost care. Time trickled by. Zhou Chuan maintained a series of mechanical motions, changing water, adding alcohol, wringing out the towel, and wiping her down, gazing at the unconscious Mi Shue. His only recourse was the most primitive means of cooling, applying ice to her forehead and wiping her body with alcohol and water. The once strong Mi Xuan now appeared exceedingly fragile. Her delicate, flower-like face had shifted from a vibrant red to an alarming pallor, then back to a rosy flush. From his vantage point, Zhou Chuan suddenly felt a pang of pity for this woman. Having traversed countless worlds, she found herself wed to a man she did not love, numbing herself with relentless work. Feeling better? Zhou Chuan halted his ministrations, for he noticed Mi Shue's long eyelashes fluttering. I'm better. Mi Shue reluctantly opened her eyes. Her face flushed. You needn't wipe me anymore. She glanced at Zhou Chuan's hand resting on her abdomen, attempting to maintain an expression of calm. Zhou Chuan then realized his palm was still resting on her midriff. A silence enveloped the room. What time is it? It's 5 in the morning. Thank you. Mi Shue's face registered shock. She and T anticipated being unconscious for such an extended period. This meant Zhou Chuan had been diligently working to cool her down, performing those monotonous, repetitive tasks throughout her unconsciousness. Chapter 19. The Beast Adventure Group Leader. Zhou Chuan nodded silently, tidying up before carrying the basin toward the door. Chuan. Zhou Chuan paused and turned to look at Mi Shue, who was struggling to sit up. Please help me dissolve this pill in water. Mi Shue painfully rose from the bed and ambled over to the vanity, retrieving a pill from a jade container. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma, invigorating Zhou Chuan and making him feel as if all his fatigue had vanished. Right, you should take one too. What kind of medicine is it? It's for refreshing the mind. You must be tired as well. Okay. As Zhou Chuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 glasses of water, he found Mi Shue seated at the dining table, her clear eyes fixed on the cake box atop the steel table, lost in thought. Drink up. Zhou Chuan placed a cup before her. Did you remember my birthday? Your birthday has already passed, he replied, his expression neutral as he took a sip of water. The medicine indeed worked wonders. Just a small sip made the fatigue of the entire night dissipate, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. Indeed, Mi Shue's soft face bore a hint of disappointment as she took a sip, her pallid complexion regaining a tinge of color, her spirits visibly lifted. The cake is still here. It can be celebrated later. Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment before rising. Can a birthday celebration still be held? Yes. Zhou Chuan opened the cake box, inserting a red candle atop the confection and lighting it. He then extinguished the lights in the living room, casting the space in a warm, hazy red glow, enveloping it in a cozy ambience. Does this count as a birthday? Mi Yue's cheeks flushed, her usually indifferent face revealing a rare hint of girlishness. After all, she was merely 22, an age still considered youthful in some noble families. It counts, Zhou Chuan affirmed. Does it? Mi Shue murmured, staring at the flickering candlelight on the cake, momentarily lost in thought. Make a wish and blow out the candle. Make a wish. Mi Shue's porcelain-like hands clasped together, her eyes closed in silence. It was a lengthy silence. Forget it. I want to make a wish. Mi Shue suddenly opened her eyes, releasing a long sigh filled with melancholy. Then blow out the candle. Puff. Mi Shue bent down and softly blew, extinguishing the candle, plunging the living room into darkness. When Zhou Chuan switched on the lights, he found Mi Shue in tears, her delicate frame trembling gently. Are you all right? Xiao Huan stood, offering her a tissue. I'm fine. Mi Shue accepted the tissue, gently dabbing her tears. Missing home? Zhou Chuan's gaze flickered with a hint of sadness. Thoughts of his own family surfaced. While Mi Shue could express her yearning for home through tears, he could only bury his feelings deep within. Mi Xue nodded, then shook her head, appearing somewhat lost, unsure of what thoughts occupied her mind. As she remained in a daze, Zhou Chuan rose and retreated to his room, soon returning with a piece of paper in hand. Zhou Chuan extended the paper to Mi Shue. What is this? A divorce agreement. Mi Shue received the paper with suspicion, her eyes scanning the contents, and her body jolted as if struck by lightning, her hands trembling violently. By the way, this is your bank card. I've deposited the money I borrowed from you. Zhou Chuan slid Mi Shue's bank card from the table toward her. Zhou Chuan's 500 gold coins have settled Mi Shue's debts, leaving him with just over 100 coins, sufficient for enrolling in school. As for future expenses, Zhou Chuan is confident he will devise a solution. Mi Shue, clutching the divorce papers, gazes silently at the bank card resting upon the pristine tablecloth. The living room is engulfed in an eerie silence. Zhou Chuan, however, is preoccupied with thoughts of how to manage the house after he begins his studies. If Mi Shue were to leave, he sees no reason to retain the property. He could easily reside at the school, as the distance to the slums, while not excessively far, is certainly inconvenient. Why is this being given to me? Mi Shue's hands tremble around the paper. I intend to sell this house. I will depart from here, Zhou Chuan states coolly, as she gazes at the grotesquely rotund face illuminated by the light. Mi Shui suddenly feels a sense of suffocation in her heart. She realizes, to her dismay, that she knows nothing about this man with whom she has shared a roof for over 2 years. She is utterly oblivious to his inner thoughts. Most troubling of all, she discovers that her standing in his eyes is not nearly as significant as she had imagined. In fact, the moment he penned these divorce papers, he exhibited no semblance of reluctance, his eyes reflecting an indifferent coldness. No, a chilling detachment. What on earth am I thinking? Mi Shui feels her mind spiraling into confusion. She had longed for this divorce decree, yet upon receiving it, a profound sense of loss envelopes her. This is not the feeling she yearned for. Could it be that the fact he had cared for her for an entire night has stirred her emotions? No, absolutely not. She would never harbor romantic feelings for this corpulent man. Even a modicum of affection is out of the question. Thank you, let us eat cake. She quickly regains her composure, placing the paper on the dining table with an expression of neutrality. Yes, it is time for cake. Zhou Chuan nods in agreement, his hunger intensifying as the rich aroma of cream wafts through the air. The cake is modest in size. Mi Shui cuts it into 2 pieces, allocating a generous portion to Zhou Chuan while keeping less than a fifth for herself. Let us eat. They exchange glances and nod in agreement. Zhou Chuan's gaze falls upon the cake, while Mi Shui's thoughts drift to the creamy patterns adorning it. Zhou Chuan, you glutton, come out. Just as Zhou Chuan prepares to bring the cake to his lips, a thunderous roar erupts from outside, reverberating like a tremor, suggesting the presence of a formidable man. Geely. Mi Shui's complexion pales, a flicker of panic betraying her calm demeanor. Who is it? Zhou Chuan gradually lowers his fork, his penetrating gaze fixed on Mi Shui. Jimmy's brother, the leader of the Beast Adventure Group. Ah, Zhou Chuan rises to his feet. Wait, I know him. There's no need. If he was going to give you face, he wouldn't have arrived so soon. Zhou Chuan retorts, striding purposefully toward the door without looking back. Mi Shui opens her mouth but remains silent. Zhou Chuan's words ring true. While she could assert her authority over the residents of the slums, Geely is an exception. He possesses an unyielding passion for adventure, pouring all his energy and resources into his adventure group. Although he does not closely monitor his indolent brother, he will intervene if Jimmy is severely mistreated. Consequently, despite Jimmy being a notorious ruffian in the slums, most people would think twice before crossing him. Observing Zhou Chuan's hefty and imposing silhouette, Mi Shui realizes for the first time that his presence exudes an unexpectedly robust and steadfast aura. Upon opening the door, the early morning light begins to pierce through the mist, which hangs in the air like diluted milk. A man of iron tower-like stature stands in the middle of the street, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. His features are exaggerated and rugged, large nose, sharp eyes, defined jawline, and a complexion ashen from shaving. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he's clad in lightweight armor forged for blue steel, and his exposed muscles ripple like coiled serpents. This is a man of formidable strength. Zhou Chuan's gaze shifts to the slender figure beside the muscular man, Jimmy, who leans on a cane, his leg bound in plaster, seething with resentment as he watches Zhou Chuan emerge. In the distance, Zhou Chuan notices a familiar, furtive figure, a thug who resides near the Mecca. Jimmy and Geely are 2 men whose proportions are starkly mismatched, making it hard to believe they are brothers. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's heart skips a beat, his pupils dilating as if pierced by a needle. In the fleeting moment his gaze flits between the 2, he spots an iron-gray ring adorning the muscular man's finger. Zhou Chuan immediately recognizes it as a spatial ring from a heavy metal mecha company, specifically the Level 4 Adventure Mecha M1 model. This mecha is the most advanced in its class for close combat, having shattered the design conventions of Level 4 mechas. It not only allows for low-altitude flight, but boasts exceptional close-quarters combat capabilities, with its attack points reinforced with rare alloys, instilling terror in its adversaries and boasting a multitude of glorious battle records. Now, Zhou Chuan is faced not only with a muscular man, but also an advanced combat mecha. No wonder Mi Shui's expression changed upon hearing Geely's voice. He is the leader of an adventure group, a sturdy and perilous opponent. Chuan, we are neighbors. Although our interactions have been few, we are acquainted. Why did you break my brother's legs and arms? The muscular man steps forward, his thick brows arching. Brother, I have warned you, Jimmy interjects. Silence. The muscular man glares at Jimmy with his fierce eyes. Do not presume I am unaware of your nature. While I will seek retribution, it does not mean I am not interested in the facts of the matter. Under the muscular man's stern gaze, Jimmy lowers his head in silence, clearly having exaggerated the incident. Geely, it was Jimmy who attempted to abduct Mi Shui. Zhou Chuan steps forward. Mi Shui, I respect you, but Jimmy is my brother. Regardless of his failings, he will always be my brother. If he can be so easily crippled, What right does he have to call me brother? Mixue. Do not blame me for lacking consideration. Let him speak for himself. The muscular man interrupts her. Mishue's cheeks flush with indignation, her frail body trembling slightly. You are a woman. Let men handle their affairs. Step back. I do not appreciate women standing in front of me, Zhou Chuan states matter-of-factly. Taken aback, Mishue's anger momentarily dissipates. She stares at Zhou Chuan in astonishment, her mouth agape. Ultimately, she refrains from speaking and takes a step back. Zhou Chuan's words remind her of her father, a nobleman with a severe male, chauvinistic disposition. You are Geely? Zhou Chuan steps closer, his small, chubby eyes fixed intently on the muscular man. Yes, Geely nods. Are you here to defend this scoundrel? Answer me. Yes or no? Yes. Geely gazed at the portly young man before him, perplexed as to why he found himself compelled to respond to such a foolish inquiry. Yet, the chubby individual exuded an air of superiority and authority that rendered Geely unable to refuse. A faint smile crept across Zhou Chuan's lips as he effortlessly seized the initiative. Despite lacking martial prowess and power, the leader of an adventurer's guild, in contrast to his former stature, felt akin to a mere insect underfoot. The psychological chasm between them was insurmountable, not easily quantifiable. In essence, the mindset of Zhou Chuan and Geely mirrored that of a once mighty billionaire now fallen from grace, though penniless. He would never regard a millionaire with anything but disdain, a perspective forged over time and impervious to sudden alteration. Come here. I shall recount the events, Zhou Chuan commanded. Geely, as if entranced, approached Zhou Chuan with an almost dazed expression. In his eyes, the grotesquely overweight man loomed like an unassailable mountain, his every gesture imbued with an entrancing, almost hypnotic charm. Since you wish to take the lead, then let us engage in battle, Zhou Chuan bellowed, his voice reverberating with authority. With a sudden move, he stepped forward, his robust left arm tightening around Geely's neck, pressing his body against Geely's, while his right arm unleashed a flurry of punches to Geely's abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. The assault came as an utter shock. Geely had no opportunity to react as Zhou Chuan's weight bore down on him, constricting his breath. Each blow landed with relentless ferocity, targeting the vulnerable area beneath Geely's armor. Though the armor provided some protection, the dynamic nature of the abdomen rendered it less effective. And Zhou Chuan's formidable strength sent waves of agony coursing through Geely, who curled up in pain. Zhou Chuan's right hand functioned like an unyielding machine, pummeling Geely's already battered frame, blood and flesh splattering with each strike, while Zhou Chuan seemed impervious to any discomfort, continuing his relentless barrage against the deformed armor now stained crimson. The sound of fists striking metal echoed ominously, leaving Mishue and Jimmy momentarily paralyzed with shock. After delivering over 40 blows, Zhou Chuan finally released his grip on Geely's neck. Geely, reduced to a mere lump, slipped from Zhou Chuan's grasp, his abdominal armor severely contorted. With no chance of rising again, Zhou Chuan had deliberately targeted the abdomen, knowing it was the only area that would yield quickly to such an attack, thus preventing any opportunity for Geely to counter. Do you still seek revenge? Zhou Chuan inquired coldly, crouching down to scrutinize the nearly lifeless Geely, who, at that moment, bore no semblance to his earlier imposing self, appearing instead like a wilted flower. I will wash away my shame with your life, Geely stammered, his pallor evident. Eyes ablaze with fury. If looks could kill, Zhou Chuan would have perished countless times. The disgrace of being a guild leader, unable to even summon his mech before being thrice beaten to the ground, would be unbearable if word spread. Is that so? Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's left hand shot out, seizing Geely's ponytail, and his bloodied right fist slammed into Geely's face. One punch, two punches, three punches, four punches. The sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated, sending shivers down spines. Geely, who had stifled his cries in agony, finally let out a pained scream. Yet Zhou Chuan showed no sign of halting, his fists continuing to rain down, each blow wrapped in gore, a horrifying sight. Brother. At this moment, Jimmy finally snapped back to reality and rushed toward them, albeit with a limp. Unfortunately, before he could get close, Zhou Chuan's already bloodied fist knocked him unconscious with a single strike. Thud, thud. Zhou Chuan, after dispatching Jimmy, continued his relentless assault on Geely's face, repeating the mechanical motion as though he were pummeling a lifeless punching bag. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Xiao Huan es eternalcrete. Chuan cease. Mi Shui, having regained her senses, rushed towards Zhou Chuan. Stop. This could lead to a fatal outcome. Chuan, stop. A hand grasped Zhou Chuan's shoulder, and Mi Shui, horrified, beheld the bloodied fist hovering before her eyes. Time seemed to freeze as a drop of blood fell slowly from his battered knuckles, reminiscent of a slow-motion, cinematic moment. Step aside. Zhou Chuan shot her a frigid glance, his fist once again descending upon Geely's face. By now, Geely's visage was so swollen and grotesque that it bore no resemblance to a human face, his body twitching sporadically, emitting faint sounds. No, Chuan, listen to me. Mi Shui, her body still recovering from illness, summoned a surge of strength, clinging desperately to Zhou Chuan's arm, her frail form suspended against him, compelling him to halt his assault. Do you believe you will spare me? Would you prefer his death or mine? Xiao Huan's gaze sharpened, cutting through Mi Shui's resolve like a blade. No, it's not that severe. Geely is kind. He would never kill you. Mixue, feeling dizzy and weak from her prolonged illness and starvation, struggled to maintain her composure. Can you guarantee his safety? Xiao Huan sneered. Mi Shui fell silent, unable to provide such assurances regarding Geely's intentions. Nevertheless, her arms remained firmly around Zhou Chuan, her eyes resolute. Very well, I shall grant him a chance, Zhou Chuan declared. Glancing at Mi Shui before addressing the prostrate Geely, swear upon your family's honor that you shall not seek revenge against me. As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Mi Shui anxiously regarded Geely, who lay convulsing on the ground. Geely, speak quickly. Swear upon the reputation of the Beast Adventurer Guild that you will not retaliate against Zhou Chuan. Witnessing Mi Shui's desperation, Zhou Chuan felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. Her astute reasoning in demanding a guarantee from Geely using the guild's reputation effectively alleviated any lingering concerns. For a guild leader, the reputation of his guild held greater significance than life or family. The air thickened with an oppressive weight as both their gazes fell upon Geely's bloodied face, where a narrow slit of an eye glimmered with fury. Thud! With a dull thud, Zhou Chuan abruptly released his grip on Geely's ponytail with his left hand and swung his fist, sending Geely's imposing form crashing to the ground. Rolling in a flurry of movement, blood splattering from his knuckles into the air. No, Chuan, don't. Mi Shui shrieked, desperately clinging to the rising Zhou Chuan, her face a mask of pleading. Zhou Chuan's profound gaze settled upon Mi Shui, who clutched his arm, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It was a look that betrayed a chilling indifference to life. As a doctor, Mi Shui understood the gravity of that gaze all too well. No, Chuan, listen to me. I can persuade him. Just give me a chance. I will convince him. Zhou Chuan nodded coldly, his sharp eyes fixated on the convulsing Geely on the ground. From the very first glance, he had deemed Geely an exceedingly dangerous individual. The only recourse for dealing with such a person was to eradicate him utterly, denying any opportunity for retaliation, much like confronting a terrorist. Seeing Zhou Chuan acquiesce, Mi Shui hesitated momentarily before rushing to Geely's side, crouching beside him. Geely, you must promise not to retaliate against Zhou Chuan. I know you cannot speak now, but a nod will suffice as your agreement. Mixu anxiously shook Geely's body. Unfortunately, Geely's head remained as still as a statue. His gaze directed at Zhou Chuan was filled solely with hatred. Suddenly, the air thickened with a palpable sense of murderous intent, and Zhou Chuan advanced, step by heavy step, toward Mi Shui and Geely. No, Chuan, wait. I will convince him. Geely, listen to me. Chuan will kill you. He truly will. Think about it. You have a brother who needs your care. You have your Adventurers Guild, and your beloved mechs and spaceships. Geely, nod, please nod. Hurry, Chuan has gone mad. Please nod. Mi Shui's frantic shaking of Geely's form was punctuated by her incoherent pleas, as she sensed the lethal aura radiating from Zhou Chuan like a bitter wind. Chapter 22. The Mech Threat. Under Mi Shui's impassioned persuasion, Geely's gaze suddenly grew unfocused. He strained to lift his head to glimpse his brother. Sweat mingled with blood trickling from his forehead. At last, his swollen eyes, now barely a slit, caught sight of the unconscious Jimmy on the ground. Jimmy, Geely murmured weakly. Brother, are you all right? It was as if the two brothers shared a telepathic bond. The unconscious Jimmy suddenly awakened, and upon seeing Geely's face, swollen and grotesque, he burst into inconsolable tears, dragging his injured leg to Geely's side and enveloping him in a tight embrace. As Mi Shui beheld the two brothers locked in a heartfelt embrace, her eyes brimmed with tears, while Zhou Chuan remained unmoved, his small eyes retaining their razor-sharp edge, his muscles taut like a predator poised to strike. Very well, I swear, by the honor of the Beast Adventurers Guild, by the reputation of our ancient family, I will not retaliate against Zhou Chuan for any reason. Geely struggled to sit up, his puffy eyes glaring at Zhou Chuan with palpable resentment. Chuan, Jili has sworn. He has sworn. Mi Shue's emotions surged, her delicate face flushed with a sickly hue. Xiao Huan remained silent, merely observing. At that moment, Mi Shue administered revitalizing pills to both brothers, each swallowing two without a moment's hesitation, as if they harbored no defenses against her. Miraculously, the two men stood upright, supporting one another as they silently made their way into the alley. Eventually, their figures faded from view. Chuan, thanking Mi Shue's face regained its usual coldness. The mercy of a woman, Zhou Chuan remarked icily, casting a final glance at Mi Shue before his gaze shifted to the two departing figures. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his features as he turned to re-enter the room. Mi Shue opened her mouth, but said nothing, following him inside. Zhou Chuan's words inexplicably reminded her of her stern father, who had once told her, when she was a child, that she was of little use. Too gentle-hearted, yet cold in demeanor. Upon entering the living room, she found Zhou Chuan seated at the dining table, meticulously savoring a slice of cake. His focus so intense that it seemed the world had shrunk to just him and his dessert. The silence in the room was stifling, broken only by the sound of Zhou Chuan chewing, as morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over the space. Watching the rotund figure across from her methodically consume the cake, Mi Shue felt an odd combination of familiarity and strangeness. This man, seated like a mountain, exuded a presence she had never before witnessed. Most striking was the grace with which he indulged in the cake. Yes, grace. It was hard to fathom that the act of eating cake could be described with such a term. Yet Zhou Chuan imparted an air of dignified composure, an ineffable grandeur that loomed over all. Zhou Chuan's expression was one of impassivity, allowing Jili to go free left an uncomfortable knot in his throat, a departure from his usual demeanor. Nevertheless, he could not refuse Mi Shue's pleas, for she had cared for him for an extended period. The letter of separation had already been penned, signifying that he and Mi Shue would become parallel lines, forever unable to intersect. With this thought, Zhou Chuan felt a modicum of relief. The decision to release Jili, regardless of its potential folly, was irrevocable. He would simply consider it a gesture of gratitude for Mi Shue's care during this time. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed from outside, the sound oppressive and resonant, causing the small metal shack to tremble as if the very earth were quaking. Mechs, the sound of mechs moving. Zhou Chuan's eyes blazed with a chilling intensity, his body radiating an unstoppable aura of lethal intent, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Mi Shue, previously lost in thought, felt as if she had been pricked by a needle, springing to her feet, her once rosy complexion paling instantly. Zhou Chuan, get out here! A deep, raspy voice called from outside. It was Jili's voice, though distorted and unrecognizable. Both of them could discern its origin. Xiao Huan rose slowly, an icy malevolence etched on his face. Chuan, let me handle this. It is beyond your capacity, Mi Shue implored, a look of guilt crossing her features. Her kindness having led Zhou Chuan into considerable trouble as she absent-mindedly touched the necklace around her neck, the pendant being a spatial button. War does not require the presence of women, Zhou Chuan replied softly, lowering his fork, his gaze sweeping over Mi Shue with indifference. No, Chuan, let me take charge. Jili possesses a mech. This is not something you can handle. Moreover, had I not interceded, we would not be in this predicament. I owe you that much. Mi Shue stood resolutely in front of Zhou Chuan, her expression one of unwavering determination, observing her gritted teeth and the unhealthy flush on her face. Zhou Chuan fell silent for a few moments before stepping back. If Mi Shue could deter the threat, he would welcome it. For his mech was ill-suited for confrontation in this context, and more importantly, this impoverished district was no place for two mechs to engage in battle. It was hard to imagine the devastation that would ensue from two combat mechs, each weighing several hundred tons, clashing in such a densely populated area. However, one could foresee the horrifying death toll, and soon the capital's guards would arrive. For the laws of the Rydell Empire forbade the presence of such destructive machines near the capital, especially considering Zhou Chuan's secret mech, known for its lethal capabilities. As Zhou Chuan stepped back, Mi Shue poured dozens of pills from the white jade vial she held, then seized the water cup beside Zhou Chuan and downed its contents in one swift motion. After drinking, her face suddenly turned a deep crimson, so vivid that one could discern the blood coursing through her veins. Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow. It was evident that Mi Shue had overdosed on medication. He understood well that she had no choice at this moment. Her frail body was incapable of operating a mech, and resorting to excessive medication to stimulate her latent potential was a desperate measure. Abruptly, Mi Shue froze at the dining table. her eyes fixated vacantly on the empty cup, the very vessel from which Zhou Chuan had drunk while eating bread. Is there a problem? No, none at all. Flustered, Mi Shui hurriedly exited, and as she turned, a blush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks, a hue distinct from the drug-induced flush, but rather one born of feminine modesty. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She could not forgive herself for having sipped from Zhou Chuan's cup. Chapter 23. Lethal Temptation, Galaxy P09. She struggled to comprehend the instinctive action in that fleeting moment. It was an unforgivable offense for someone with her fastidious nature. Upon stepping outside, Mi Shui swiftly regained her composure. There was no time for idle thoughts, for in the narrow street stood a towering, azure-hued combat mech, glinting alluringly under the golden sunlight. This was a humanoid mech, its massive legs dominating the constricted roadway, making the already cramped surroundings seem even more so. Its engine, encased in thick armor, bore striking protrusions reminiscent of ancient beasts, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. On the distant periphery of the street, many denizens of the impoverished district gazed in awe and trepidation at this embodiment of violent aggression. Though this mech did not match the towering height of the X-33 that Zhou Chuan had repaired, its visual impact was far more overwhelming. Many would go their entire lives without witnessing such a destructive force, and now this formidable mech stood before them, akin to a majestic mountain amidst the lowly structures of the slums, casting a tremendous sense of pressure under the golden rays of the sun. The onlookers instinctively retreated, maintaining what they deemed a safe distance. This was the beloved Level 4 adventure mech, Model M1, the most advanced close-combat mech within its class. In truth, aside from military mechs, civilian mechs predominantly focused on melee combat, lacking long-range fire control systems. Even within federally registered adventure groups, one would find only sniper rifles for mech use. Mechs themselves were not equipped with fire control systems. Moreover, military mechs armed with sniper rifles were exceedingly rare, let alone mechs possessing fire control systems. To equip a mech with combat capabilities requires a considerable ammunition bay, which would render the mech cumbersome and sluggish, making it an easy target in interstellar warfare. Of course, there are specialized military interstellar mechs with formidable fire control systems, designed primarily for long-range sniping missions, capable of surviving briefly in the vastness of space, akin to small warships. The distinction lies in their ability to engage in close-quarters combat with agility. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that these sniper rifles are not the ancient Earth variants, but rather small-scale energy weapons with tremendous destructive capabilities at long distances. If a close-combat mech fighter also excels as a stellar sniper, they become an extraordinarily fearsome individual, a veritable mobile fortress amidst the infinite cosmos. However, for a sniper to leverage their strengths, they must operate in complex terrains, such as asteroid belts or cosmic storm zones. Additionally, it must be mentioned that the interstellar sniper rifles, though categorized as small energy weapons, are significantly heavier than conventional firearms, often exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Humans cannot wield them without the aid of a mech, and ordinary mechs lack the capacity to accommodate such massive sniper rifles, thus establishing the mech sniper as a specialized and highly demanding profession. Owning a mech alongside a sniper rifle stored in a spatial button is a luxury few can afford. Nonetheless, mech snipers are still present. For instance, a spaceship typically has one or more snipers on board to address unforeseen circumstances, as they do not require spatial buttons for their rifles due to the support of the starship. It is imperative to note that nearly every mech fighter harbors an inherent disdain for mech snipers. The two seem destined to be adversaries. In a prepared ambush, a skilled sniper can take down a squad of combat mechs. Yet in chaotic situations, a mech fighter poses a terrifying threat to snipers. Against a professionally trained combat mech sniper, the latter is often rendered utterly defenseless. In summary, the interplay of advantages and disadvantages between combat mechs and mech snipers can lead one to the brink of demise, yet also ensnare themselves in peril. A sniper adept in close combat becomes the nightmare of all mech pilots. However, the silver lining is that an exceptional mech fighter finds it challenging to transition into a sniper role. Just as a sniper faces significant hurdles in becoming a combat expert, this difficulty arises from their fundamentally different training methodologies, making compatibility arduous. Geely, have you forgotten your vow? Mi Shui gazed at the mech, her expression as frigid as centuries-old ice. I remember the humiliation he inflicted upon me. Mixue, I swore not to take revenge, but he must apologize for injuring my brother. Is that too much to ask? Geely's voice through the speaker resonated with a wild intensity, clearly having regained his formidable confidence through the mech. Upon hearing Ji Li's words, Mi Shui's eyes flickered. Her body hesitated momentarily as she glanced back at Zhou Chuan. Unfortunately, he stood still like a statue, his profound gaze fixed on a massive mech outside, betraying no hint of emotion. Mi Shui's heart plunged into an icy abyss. It was evident that Zhou Chuan would not offer an apology. To be precise, Ji Li needed an excuse, and now he had found one. Force, after all, remains the ultimate solution to conflict, whether at the national or individual level. When disputes become insurmountable, force will inevitably emerge as the final recourse. Suddenly, the brightly lit makeshift dwelling was plunged into darkness. A 7-meter-tall mech materialized from the void, standing resolute in the street. This mech possessed an elegant, feminine form, 2 meters shorter than Ji Li's, with a sleek, streamlined body and azure armor that shimmered with metallic luster, albeit appearing somewhat fragile. Yet, those with even a modicum of knowledge would recognize that this mech's combat prowess belied its delicate appearance, for it bore a notorious moniker, the Lethal Enigma, the Lethal Temptation. Galaxy P-09, a Level 3 combat mech produced by Galaxy Mech Corporation, was predominantly owned by high-end clubs and exclusive venues, hosting clandestine combat entertainment events. Due to its flight capabilities and substantial destructive potential, this mech was subject to stringent regulations, only accessible to powerful families and conglomerates. Although the Galaxy P-09 is classified as a Tier 3 mech, its combat capabilities are remarkably exceptional, characterized by agility and speed. Its primary attack points are the elbow and knee joints, which are constructed from a rare and costly metal, rendering them exceedingly tough. According to measurements, the Galaxy P-09 can penetrate a half-meter-thick steel plate with a single blow, showcasing the terrifying power of its attacks. Chapter 24, Eruption. The most significant weakness of this mech lies in its somewhat flimsy armor protection. Due to its size limitations, the engine lacks sufficient thrust, and its weight is under 100 tons, which does not appeal to many men. However, its elegant, streamlined physique and captivating blue metallic finish have made it a favorite among female mech enthusiasts. Consequently, the majority of its clientele comprises women, who often acquire this mech as a collector's item rather than as a tool for entertainment, whether as a recreational device or a collector's treasure. This does not diminish the mech's merits, as its formidable offensive capabilities and agile joint design have established it as a classic. In numerous combat mech clubs, this mech has achieved remarkable victories. With a sharp click, the joints of the Fatal Temptation adjusted into an aggressive battle stance, while the crowd marveled at the dazzling mech. Mi Shui's body ascended to the mech's control room like a wisp of smoke. Inside the door, Zhou Chuan nodded slightly. Mi Shui's climbing movements were evidently honed through rigorous training, appearing remarkably fluid. Summoning the mech from subspace and scaling the over 5-meter-high control room took Mi Shui less than 5 seconds. A competent mech pilot must first master the art of climbing the mech, a training subject that often spans years. And many fail to meet the standards and remain unattached to mechs. Every nation imposes stringent requirements on mech pilots' climbing speed, with assessments bordering on the rigorous. The climbing speed of a mech is akin to a gunslinger drawing their weapon. One can imagine that during a duel between two mechs, if one pilot has yet to enter the control room while the other is already maneuvering their mech, the outcome is almost predetermined. In such scenarios, even the most advanced mech becomes merely a target for punishment. The Fatal Temptation bent its knees slightly, adopting an offensive posture, its elongated body leaning forward, the right elbow joint flexing and protruding like the fangs of a ferocious beast. Mi Shui remained silent, her entire focus dedicated to locking onto the opposing mech. Although her mech is a classic, it remains a Tier 3 combat mech, separated by an insurmountable chasm from a Tier 4 adventure mech. Of course, if Mi Shui were to face a super Tier 4 mech, she might stand a chance. However, the mech currently piloted by Ji Li is a top-tier adventure mech, and the disparity is glaringly evident, especially considering Ji Li's position as the leader of the Beast Adventure team, which certainly implies he is no novice pilot. The likelihood of securing victory through strategy is exceedingly slim. The two mechs stood in the narrow street, creating a strikingly cramped atmosphere. The air felt dense and oppressive, as if it were on the brink of combustion. The onlookers sensed a palpable aura of danger and instinctively retreated, positioning themselves hundreds of meters away. Beneath the sunlight piercing through the mist, many residents from nearby impoverished areas rushed out, panic-stricken, clutching valuable belongings. Those who had never witnessed a mech before could only speculate on the catastrophic consequences of a battle between two mechs in a residential area, surely harming innocent bystanders. With a metallic screech, The suffocating atmosphere was shattered. Inside the cockpit, Michue's face turned pale, her clothes soaked with sweat. She bit her tongue fiercely to maintain her alertness, her large eyes fixed unwaveringly on the target, her retina reddened from intense concentration. Mixue, you're no match for me. Step aside. I do not wish to harm you. Ji Li's voice was hoarse, clearly strained as he too struggled to remain conscious. Having sustained severe injuries, Zhou Chuan's fists felt like boulders, and had it not been for Michue's medication, he would have already crumbled. Michue remained silent, her fiery red eyes radiating an unsettling murderous intent, her mech's curvature increasing slightly, embodying a desperate resolve. Regret washed over Michue. She finally comprehended the wisdom in her father's words. Releasing a tiger back to the mountains creates endless troubles. Now, it was time for her to face the bitter consequences. Regardless of the outcome, she could not allow Zhou Chuan to suffer further harm. Grinding her teeth tightly, she failed to notice the blood pooling in her mouth from biting too hard, crimson streaks trailing down her chin in a horrifying display. Thud! Thud! Geely advanced 2 steps, the weight of the mech causing the street to tremble, and the nearby shanties seemed to sway, as if the earth itself were quaking under the immense pressure. The distance between them had dwindled to less than 20 meters, a perilously close proximity for 2 mechs standing nearly 10 meters tall. Michue, step aside. I only seek an apology. I swear by the reputation of the adventure team that if he apologizes, I will leave immediately and will not harm Zhou Chuan. The beast extended its powerful iron arms, resembling a mighty ancient polar bear. Ji Li's Tier 4 adventure mech, the M1 model, was named by him, as most owners often christen their mechs with formidable and resonant names. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Michue remained silent, as the fatal temptation seemed to freeze, maintaining its desperate stance for a full power strike. For Michue, every word felt superfluous. She had erred once and could not afford to make the same mistake again. A wise figure from millennia ago once said that while it is permissible to err, repeating the same mistake within a short time frame is unforgivable. Michue sensed a sweet metallic taste in her mouth, feeling as if her chest would ignite, her blood boiling. Yet, aided by medication, her nervous system felt fatigued and fragile. All she desired was a swift conclusion, regardless of victory or defeat. The excessive use of mental fortitude and physical exhaustion had brought her to the brink of collapse. She was now sustained solely by her indomitable willpower, refusing to let her body falter. Zhou Chuan was no longer her husband, yet she had not entirely severed ties with this small abode. Her divorce papers remained on the dining table, and she felt obligated to protect Zhou Chuan. Though he repulsed her, morally and contextually, she had to stand firm. With a crack, Ji Li stepped forward, crushing the pavement beneath the mech's weight, producing a series of jarring sounds that sent shivers down the spine. The beast, towering 2 meters above the fatal temptation, cast a shadow that enveloped them, creating an overwhelming sense of dread. The protruding bone spurs glimmered with a chilling green glow under the golden sunlight. Oppression and heaviness hung in the air, suffused with an impending sense of doom, as if a storm were brewing. Chapter 25. Interstellar Sniper. Geely did not wish to initiate an assault. Rather, he adopted a stance of intimidation, hoping that Michue would relent. Unfortunately, Michue remained immobile, as steadfast as a mountain. Crack! Crack! The ferocious beast advanced step by step, the sound of shattering bricks igniting within Geely an exhilarating thrill of destruction. Inside the cockpit, Geely's gaze fixated intensely upon the deadly allure of the blue metal. A flicker of fervor flashing through his eyes as his battle spirit blazed fiercely. Each impending clash filled him with an uncontrollable exhilaration, as if the very cells of his body were ablaze with combat fervor. He reveled in violence, he revered it. His existence had been steeped in brutality since childhood. Adopted by his foster father at the tender age of 5, he had resided aboard the B spacecraft, belonging to his guardian. Over the span of nearly 3 decades, he had traversed the deadly vortex of the Dragon constellation, the maddening realm of demonic rays, the antimatter's geysers birthed from the cosmos cataclysm, and the majestic heights of Mount Everest on ancient Earth, not to mention his traversals through the Amazon rainforest and the winding stretches of the Great Wall. What filled Geely with the most pride was his encounters with a myriad of bizarre planets and their grotesque creatures, his blood coursing with the spirit of adventure and an unwavering belief in the law of the jungle. This life of perilous adventure continued until he ascended to the captaincy of the B spacecraft, surpassing the legacy of his deceased guardian. In a mere 2 years, he discovered countless planets rich in rare minerals, outfitted the beast with a brand new engine, and equipped it with the most advanced exploratory gear. Yet, At the pinnacle of his illustrious life, he was brutally assaulted by a grotesquely obese man, leaving him without the slightest chance to retaliate. Should word of this incident escape, it would transform into a jest, one that would haunt him forever. Now, he sought to purge the humiliation he had just endured through violence. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the cockpit erupted with frantic alarms, causing Geely's body to freeze as he beheld a blood-red warning on the screen. Attention. You have been locked onto by an interstellar sniper rifle, position located at the lower right rear of the engine. Staring at the glaring danger sign on the screen, Geely felt paralyzed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, pooling between his pronounced pectorals like a glistening spring. The scent of death permeated the air. He dare not move, his body as rigid as a statue. He knew all too well the consequences of a battle mech being targeted by a sniper. The only chance for a battle mech to overcome a sniper lay in executing erratic maneuvers the moment the sniper had not yet aimed, leveraging the terrain to approach the sniper. Currently, he found himself in a lowly slum, where both the advantage and the environment favored his adversary. Most crucially, the sniper appeared to be exceptionally seasoned, targeting the most vital area of the mech, the engine, specifically the side armor plating, the weakest point of its protective armor. Leave the mech. A cold, ethereal voice echoed, filled with an ominous intent that brooked no doubt regarding the speaker's resolve to fire. Geely hesitated momentarily. Leaving the mech would render him akin to a toothless tiger, especially given his current injuries. 3, 2. The smooth, chilling voice began to count, devoid of any fluctuation. This was a sniper with remarkable combat experience. His tone was steady, his breath even, suggesting that his finger on the trigger was as immovable as rock. By the count of 2, Geely had already vacated the cockpit, crawling out from the hatch and leaping down, landing with a heavy thud. At that instant, he spotted a kneeling mech 30 meters away, gripping a long interstellar sniper rifle, an ominously matte black firearm. This was a small, gray mech, over 3 meters tall, its metallic body exuding a subdued sheen, blending unrealistically into the thin mist. However, this unassuming mech exuded an aura of extreme danger. As if it were an ancient beast lurking in the shadows, its sniper rifle akin to the fangs of a predator poised to strike. Rather than describing it as a mech, it was more fitting to liken it to a suit of metal armor. For this small mech lacked a cockpit and operated as if it were merely clothing, controlled through the muscle responses of its wearer. This was the fabled sniper's dedicated mech, a profession characterized by its discretion and danger. Should a mech sniper's identity be revealed, endless troubles would ensue. For combatants like Geely, mech snipers were instinctive adversaries, engendering animosity without the need for justification. Consequently, most snipers utilized compact mechs, allowing for easy concealment. Get lost. The cold, sharp voice rang out again. Geely remained silent, retracting the beast with a spatial button, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Chuan standing in the doorway before stumbling away towards the other end of the alley. Nearby, Jimmy, dragging his injured leg, awaited with a look of urgency. A pair of icy eyes followed the brothers as they vanished completely from view, filled with a murderous intent akin to a blade's edge. The owner of these eyes was Zhou Chuan. In that moment, Geely and Jimmy had become targets on his kill list, for sparing a tiger was never his style. Once the brothers had completely disappeared, Zhou Chuan noticed that Mi Shue's mech remained poised for an attack, unmoving, as if it were a lifeless metal sculpture. At that moment, the sniper had leapt from his mech and was sprinting towards Mi Shue's, stirring a whirlwind upon the ground, his gray form resembling a wisp of smoke. Chapter 26. Pursuit. Just as the sniper ascended to the deadly allure, a sudden breeze swept through the modest living room where Zhou Chuan stood. Before him loomed a small, 3-meter-tall mech, its body a deep black, shimmering with a faint, otherworldly metallic luster. The reinforced armor plates appeared extraordinarily robust, while the head was chiseled with sharp angles, its eyes flickering with a profound black glow, imparting an eerie beauty. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuan opened the armor plate on the mech's chest, slightly bending at the waist as he stepped inside. Suddenly, as Zhou Chuan stepped into the mech, its deep ebony exterior began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors before gradually transforming into a translucent amber hue. However, this metamorphosis did not cease. Within mere seconds, the entire mech vanished in a thin air as if it had never existed. The living room was left desolate, yet an inexplicable ripple seemed to stir the emptiness. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jimmy exclaimed, his heart racing as he beheld the mech summoned by Geely standing in the vacant alley. Moments before, after evading the sniper's gaze, Geely had immediately called forth the beast. Without uttering a word, Geely's powerful right arm ensnared Jimmy, and his massive form ascended the mech with a speed akin to lightning. At last, the two brothers found themselves crammed into the narrow cockpit. Although the cockpit was not particularly small, it had been designed for a single occupant. Despite Jimmy's slender frame, the space felt cramped and suffocating. "Brother, let us go, let us go," Jimmy pleaded from behind Geely, regret flooding his expression as he lamented the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. For a mere street thug from the slums, instigating a mech battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, the unfolding events seemed to diverge from Jimmy's expectations. Geely was not steering the mech back into battle. With a grave and solemn expression, Geely piloted the mech in a frenzied dash through the impoverished district. Fortunately, his driving skills were exceptional, and given it was early morning with few pedestrians about, he managed to navigate without causing significant casualties. Nonetheless, the colossal mech astonished many early risers, leaving them in a state of shock as the massive figure swept past, akin to a gust of wind. "Brother, what is happening?" Jimmy sensed something amiss. I don't know. Geely's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, flowing like a waterfall as his robust arms feverishly manipulated the control panel. The mech, under his command, performed erratic maneuvers. Anyone witnessing the towering mech sprinting down the street would likely have been met with laughter, as its formidable form executed movements that appeared comically clumsy. Yet, Geely found no humor in the situation. Every muscle and nerve in his body felt taut, overwhelmed by an unshakable sense of impending doom. His instincts, honed through a lifetime of perilous adventures, were screaming at him. Never before had he felt such an intense sense of danger, one that eclipsed any prior encounter with peril. Whether racing through the deathly whirlpool of countless stars or battling prehistoric beasts, it was as though a pair of deadly eyes were relentlessly fixed upon him. The atmosphere thickened with danger, leaving Geely no time to answer Jimmy's inquiries. Even as sweat stung his eyes, he dared not blink. He had activated all the mech's defensive measures, yet he remained oblivious to the source of the threat, which grew increasingly pressing. Closer. Jimmy's eyes brightened as he spotted a hillside, a thicket of trees, and jagged rocks. This was the paradise for combat mechs. Suddenly, the sense of danger intensified, and almost instinctively, the mech under Jimmy's command executed an uncanny 360-degree maneuver. The mech, weighing several tons, moved with the agility of a unicorn soaring through the cosmos. Its motions fluid and unimpeded. With a resounding thud, a massive tree near the beast mech crumbled under the impact, sending up a plume of smoke before disintegrating into ashes, followed by a cacophony of crashing wood. Indeed, Geely felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, his instincts confirmed. From the moment they had departed from Zhou Chuan's abode, he sensed that the sniper was not alone. He was acutely aware of another, more skilled marksman lurking in the shadows, one that the advanced scanning systems of the beast could not detect. This was an uneven contest, for he could not pinpoint his adversary. The only recourse was to run with all his might, evading the relentless pursuit of the sniper. Dishearteningly, despite navigating the complex terrain of the slums at breakneck speed for several kilometers, he could not shake the relentless hunter behind him. Zhou Chuan wielded a nearly transparent micro-sniper rifle, a companion piece to the cloaked mech, developed by the Raider Empire. This new model of mech utilized the costly memory mirror metal, which possessed a unique memory function, capable of transmitting images in all directions. The entire body resembled a projector, capturing and transferring visuals from any angle, creating an illusion of invisibility. Due to its exorbitant production cost, this mech was primarily reserved for specialized missions, lacking practicality for general use, incapable of flight, and unsuited for survival in space. Thus, it remained a mere experimental model, not yet adopted by the military. This secret mech bore a melodious name, Phantom. Phantom glided through the streets and crowds with the grace of a breeze, encountering no obstructions, almost like a fish swimming effortlessly. Zhou Chuan was dissatisfied. The agility of this body fell short of Phantom standards. He had several opportunities to shoot at Geely's beast mech, yet each time, at the critical moment, his cumbersome physique hindered him, leading to failure. Geely's exceptional piloting skills astonished Zhou Chuan, whose awe was ignited by the dazzling evasive maneuvers that seemed almost surreal for a rugged man to execute with such finesse. Zhou Chuan was confident that even at his peak, easily dispatching the fleeing beast would be no simple feat. However, there was no urgency for Zhou Chuan. He possessed ample patience. For a typical sniper, the dense foliage and rocky terrain were not conducive to pursuit. Yet for Silver Phantom, no matter how intricate the environment, it could seize the initiative, for it was cloaked in invisibility. After firing 2 shots, Zhou Chuan refrained from further gunfire. His compact sniper rifle had limited energy reserves compared to standard models, with each shot consuming a significant amount of power. Chapter 27. Stalemate. They had reached the outskirts of the slums, where makeshift housing became sparse, giving way to towering trees and colossal rocks. The beast maneuvered deftly between the trees and boulders, appearing to glide effortlessly. A glint of cold determination crossed Zhou Chuan's eyes. He made no sudden movements, maintaining a direct line of pursuit behind the beast mech. A strategy that conserved energy and was the only method to compensate for Phantom's energy constraints. Zhou Chuan's steps were deliberate and silent, despite Silver Phantom's smaller stature. Its shock absorption was remarkable, allowing it to traverse the rugged hillside like a specter. The forest was eerily silent. Not a sound could be heard. Even the snakes, insects, and rodents seemed to sense the impending danger, retreating into the shadows and remaining motionless. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the trees and boulders, Geely slowed his pace. His robust form felt as though it had emerged from water, utterly fatigued. The effects of the medication given to him by Mi Shui were waning, and all he yearned for was to return to the comfort of the beast spaceship's large bed and fall into a deep slumber. However, Geely merely entertained the thought. He dared not let his guard down in the slightest. He was acutely aware that even the faintest lapse in vigilance could condemn him to never return to the spacious bed of the beast spacecraft. "Brother, why not take off?" Jimmy mustered the courage to inquire, observing Geely's focused demeanor as he maneuvered the mecha. "Fool!" Geely did not dignify Jimmy's question with a response, instead hurling a sharp rebuke. Having spent his entire life confined to the narrow confines of the slums, Jimmy was blissfully ignorant of the stringent regulations surrounding mechas in certain nations. Apart from desolate planets and designated mecha entertainment zones, any mecha that dared ascend would become a target for air defense systems. Geely was convinced that the moment the beast took flight, it would be reduced to ashes by laser cannons controlled by the Tianwang network within mere seconds. Regardless of the country or city, mecha pilots were compelled to adhere to these unyielding rules. No government desired to witness a combat mecha in the midst of a bustling urban environment, under the oppressive weight of harsh laws. Instances of mecha combat within cities were exceedingly rare, with the few occurrences that did transpire invariably concluding in tragedy for the perpetrators. Engaging in mecha combat amidst the urban landscape or soaring through the skies was tantamount to suicide, a truth well understood by every mecha pilot. Of course, there were those who dared to defy the law, such as hackers capable of breaching urban air defense systems, and certain national agents who, in a bid to avert public panic, would conceal such activities from a government. In fact, the mecha currently piloted by Zhou Chuan was specifically designed for executing missions within the city. As he navigated around a massive rock formation, Zhou Chuan felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Geely's beast mecha had abruptly taken cover behind a boulder, remaining motionless, a stark deviation from Geely's usual approach. From his prior demeanor, Zhou Chuan had discerned that Geely was a man of rugged exterior, yet meticulous in his actions. He would never remain still, waiting for an opportunity. After all, for a combatant, to exhibit such patience in comparison to a sniper was a fool's errand. Zhou Chuan paused momentarily, assessing the distances between several rocks and trees, before cautiously advancing toward the beast mecha lurking behind the boulder. A crunch. The ground beneath Zhou Chuan's feet emitted a subtle but ominous sound. Alarmed, he glanced down to see fragments of stone scattering. In that instant, the phantom pivoted sharply, its left leg propelling it laterally 5 meters. Just as the phantom executed its evasive maneuver, a massive boulder weighing several tons hurtled through the air, crashing down precisely where Zhou Chuan had been standing moments before. With a thunderous boom, the colossal stone struck the ground, embedding itself nearly a meter deep, a testament to its tremendous force. Xiao Huan, now positioned within 7 meters of the boulder, remained utterly still. Any movement would betray his location. Geely had strewn the ground with fragile stones, light and porous, which would emit a cacophonous sound at the slightest disturbance. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhou Chuan's forehead, and his hair and clothing became damp. The Phantom's air conditioning system appeared to have failed. The atmosphere on the hillside was stifling, oppressive, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Silence, an unsettling stillness. The beast crouched behind the rubble, frozen in an unnerving, contorted posture. Geely's gaze was fixed intently on the screen of the beast, as his neural interface calculated the recent air disturbances, confirming that an unidentified object was indeed moving 30 meters behind him. The sound of crumbling stone corroborated his system's findings. Yet the beast scanning system yielded no results. Where could the enemy be? An unseen adversary was the most terrifying prospect of all. Geely yearned to peek out or utilize optical instruments for detection, yet he dared not expose himself. Acutely aware that his opponent wielded a specialized interstellar sniper rifle designed to incapacitate mechas. A single shot to a critical area could render the mecha immobile, and a hit to the power core would reduce it to ashes in an instant. Time dragged on interminably. Each passing second felt like an eternity as both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Zhou Chuan, however, was in a somewhat advantageous position. He stood upright and merely needed to monitor the area behind the rubble. Geely, in stark contrast, remained oblivious to the enemy's exact location. Although Zhou Chuan was within the confines of the fragile stones he had laid out, Geely had lacked the luxury of time to consider his surroundings while deploying them, striving to maximize the area covered, over 300 square meters. Now, the beast was incapable of controlling such an expansive range, especially with an adversary possessing a lethal sniper rifle at their disposal. At this moment, Geely's thoughts were no longer centered on exterminating the opponent, but rather on devising a means of escape under these dire circumstances. 10 agonizing minutes had elapsed. If one were leisurely sipping tea in a recliner while watching an interstellar match, those 10 minutes might pass in the blink of an eye. Yet, with a sniper rifle aimed at one's head, it was certain that 10 minutes felt far longer than a decade. Finally, Geely resolved to take a risk and flee. He faced a formidable marksman. The notion of patience for a mecha combatant when pitted against a sniper was nothing short of ludicrous. Concealed behind the rubble, the beast gradually lowered its massive frame, first resting one leg, then both, until 30 seconds later, its entire colossal body lay prone against the ground. This renowned Level 4 adventure mecha began to crawl stealthily along the earth, soundlessly inching forward. If it could traverse just 5 meters, the beast would be able to slip into another cluster of rubble, circumventing the rocks and entering the dense thicket beyond. Geely was convinced that once ensconced within the thick woods, he would fear no adversary, not even an entire battalion. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Geely moved with utmost caution, daring not to make the slightest sound. Should his escape be detected, he would have no means of resistance, and the beast's immense form would serve as a target for his foe. Chapter 28. The Sculpture. A crack. The sound of stones shattering sent Geely's heart racing. Only 1 meter remained. With scarcely a moment for contemplation, the powerful metallic legs of the beast, coiled against the ground, suddenly surged with force, propelling the massive metal body skyward. In midair, the beast executed an astonishingly bizarre maneuver. Observing the beast's unexpected leap and its comical contortion, Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had merely nudged a stone with his foot, never anticipating Geely's reaction would be so vehement. Zhou Chuan refrained from firing. He required a shot that would deliver a fatal blow, not a haphazard discharge. The hallmark of sniper lay in maintaining composure and ensuring that each shot yielded a decisive outcome. This was the fundamental expectation of a marksman. As he watched the beast dive into another pile of rubble before plunging into the dense underbrush, a subtle, barely perceptible smile crept across Zhou Chuan's lips. Geely had committed a grave error. He remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Chuan's mecha stood only 3 meters tall, nimble and agile, perfectly suited for ambush within the wooded terrain. However, it soon became apparent to Zhou Chuan that the situation was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. Upon entering the thicket, Geely did not lie in ambush as Zhou had anticipated. Rather, he began to sprint wildly among the dense trees. To prevent Geely from escaping his line of sight, Zhou Chuan found himself compelled to pursue with fervent determination, scarcely affording himself a moment to aim. Geely seemed to sense the rush of wind against his ears, his fervent movements igniting a fervor within him, as if his very blood were ablaze. His breath grew increasingly rapid, his chest expanding and contracting violently with each inhale, every exhale eliciting a searing sensation. In desperation, he activated the oxygen supply system of the beast, a life support mechanism he could hardly have imagined utilizing on a planet inhabited by humans. Trees were relentlessly splintered in the wake of the beast's impact. The cacophonous sound of cracking would echoing through the air. The mech raced through the forest, resembling a colossal bulldozer rampaging through the underbrush. Geely had no time to evade. He was forced to execute erratic maneuvers, desperate to prevent the obstructive trees from hindering his flight. He had no choice but to increase the engine's power. Crashing through the trees, in mere minutes, the metallic surface of the beast had become pockmarked and scarred, a pitiful sight. Yet Geely could scarcely attend to the condition of his beloved mech. Survival was paramount, for he felt the relentless gaze of death upon him, an inescapable torment. Flee! 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 The formidable steel beast raced through the dense woods in a frenzied escape, yet the sensation of being hunted clung to him like a shadow. Geely had succumbed to a state of madness, his hands dancing across the control panel with the swiftness of a wisp of smoke. Under ordinary circumstances, such a surge of speed would have filled him with elation, for he was unwittingly nearing a breakthrough from level 2 to level 3 of his psychic ability. Alas, he had no leisure to contemplate these revelations. His sole desire was to elude the specter of death pursuing him. It must be said that Geely's reckless destruction posed a substantial predicament for Zhou Chuan. He was compelled to navigate around the fallen giants of the forest. And while the Phantom's agility afforded it an advantage within the trees, trailing the beast brought little leverage. Fortunately, despite the slim margin, the beast remained within his line of sight. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan sensed an unsettling shift. Geely's frantic flight was not aimless but rather directed, as the beast persistently surged down the slope. Observing its massive metallic form executing comical yet clumsy evasive maneuvers, Zhou Chuan's gaze deepened, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He understood Geely's intent. Clearly, Geely sought refuge within the Empire's protective net to evade the lethal aim of Zhou's sniper rifle. Once the beast breached the urban perimeter, all Mechs would fall under the vigilant control of the capital, where every substantial moving object would be monitored. Should their velocity exceed the legal limit, they would face the merciless onslaught of ground artillery. Tragically, Geely was unaware that lurking behind him was the most advanced ground stealth mech. Undetectable not only to the naked eye, but also to the most sophisticated scanning systems. The materials employed in the Phantom possessed inherent cloaking capabilities, and its stature was modest, making it difficult for even the Empire surveillance systems to pinpoint its presence. In essence, even if Geely managed to escape from his mech and blend into the crowd, he would not evade Zhou Chuan's relentless pursuit. In fact, Zhou Chuan would prefer for Geely to disembark, for it was far simpler to extinguish a life than to destroy a machine, thus causing less uproar. Indeed, just as the Phantom detected that it was less than 100 meters from the Empire's capital security line, the beast suddenly erupted in a frenzy of destruction. Countless towering trees collapsing haphazardly to the ground, forming a barrier over 10 meters wide in its wake. Through the gaps in the foliage, Zhou Chuan beheld Geely clutching Jimmy, swiftly descending from the beast's cockpit, soon followed by the massive form of the mech vanishing into thin air. As he watched Geely dash through the woods towards the security line, Zhou Chuan's smile transformed into a cold, calculating grimace, the Phantom continuing its methodical navigation through the trees. No matter how far they fled, the demise of the Geely brothers was an inevitable reality. To allow a threat to one's safety to escape was not Zhou Chuan's nature. He possessed ample patience to eliminate both adversaries and sufficient time as well. For beyond a security line lay a cemetery, the national graveyard of the Rydell Empire, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, a sniper's paradise, where the ancient stone tablets could offer no defense against interstellar sniper rifles. Every detail unfolded precisely as Zhou Chuan had predicted. The Phantom indeed proved capable of deceiving the Empire surveillance systems. Upon crossing the security line, he witnessed the Geely brothers vanish into the cemetery. This merely indicated that Zhou Chuan could not visually perceive them, yet the Phantom's active scanning system had firmly locked onto their forms. The virtual display clearly showed the two brothers supporting each other, hunched over as they stealthily navigated through the graveyard. Geely, dragging Jimmy along, felt as if his body were on the verge of collapse, yet the tenacity forged through a lifetime of perilous adventures compelled him to persevere. He understood that they had reached a dead end. He had believed that entering the Empire's security line would allow him to evade pursuit. Yet that oppressive sense of danger remained, an ever-present thorn in his side. Clearly, the Empire's security line posed no restriction to the sniper. Suddenly, Geely's eyes brightened. He spotted a throng of people. No, not merely a crowd, but a veritable sea of humanity, thousands standing in solemn silence at one side of the cemetery, eerily still, as if sculpted statues graced the grounds, each pair of eyes radiating reverence, all fixated upon a singular direction. The atmosphere was thick with solemnity and indignation. There stood a 10-meter-tall statue, cast in dark gold, depicting a young man in military garb. The figure gazed slightly upward, its deep-set eyes seemingly peering into the vastness of the cosmos. Surrounding the statue lay a profusion of rare white chrysanthemums from ancient Earth, their pristine petals blanketing the area in a floral ocean. As Geely beheld the statue of the general, glistening with its distinctive luster, his expression dimmed, and he felt as if he were frozen in place, akin to the statue itself. His gaze was filled with reverence as he stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, oblivious to the cold muzzle of a gun aimed at his heart from behind. Jimmy, too, sensed the intensifying threat looming over them, yet Geely remained immobile. In truth, they were on the outskirts of the crowd. By taking just a few steps forward, they could meld into the sea of faces. Silence. Geely's composed demeanor abruptly transformed into one of sharp intensity. Casting a fierce glance at Jimmy before redirecting his gaze towards the imposing statue, his expression imbued with solemnity and devotion. Jimmy gazed into the blade-like intensity of his brother's gaze, an inexplicable shiver coursing through his body. Though his brother seldom exerted control over him, he had never directed such a murderous glare his way. A sense of dread flowed through Jimmy's veins, rendering him immobile. He sensed an eerie power emanating from that gaze, one that instilled a heart-stopping unease within him, and he dared not disrupt the suffocating silence that enveloped them. Time appeared to come to a standstill. The cemetery, housing thousands of souls, lay in a stifling quiet, each face adorned with solemnity and an awe-inspiring reverence, as if the statue bore a formidable spiritual influence over all present. The lifeless effigy gazed serenely at the vast sky, its obsidian eyes exuding profound depth, suffused with authority and an aura of violence. The entire graveyard seemed to be under the sway of this captivating sculpture. It appeared that humanity had imbued this statue with immense spiritual power, transforming it into a guardian for the people who, like pilgrims, basked in its divine radiance. This pervasive spiritual essence permeated their thoughts and souls. Each individual entered a state of profound contemplation. Even Jimmy found himself entranced by the spiritual field created by the throng of thousands, his eyes fixated on the obsidian-crafted statue. A piercing chill coursed through his muscles, akin to metal pressed against his skin. It was as if an unseen sniper rifle had been firmly pressed against his waist. Yet, he remained motionless, his gaze tranquil as he focused solely on that immense sculpture, which seemed to flicker with a black luminescence. Why not flee? A cold, synthetic voice echoed in his ear. I do not wish to disturb the general's resting soul. Jimmy's devout expression suddenly morphed into one of sorrow, and tears unexpectedly streamed down his rugged face. Are you not afraid of death? The general is dead. Why should I fear? I could not return to fulfill my duty alongside the general, and to die before his grave would fulfill my wish. Fire away. Jimmy cast one last glance at the dark statue, peacefully closed his eyes, and awaited the momentary pain of the laser piercing his body. He had never quite comprehended whether there would be pain upon the laser's entry. Soon, he would know. The wait felt interminable. Yet he did not experience the anticipated agony of the laser's cut. Observing his composed visage, Zhou Chuan's once blade-like gaze softened. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chuan withdrew his sniper rifle, and his ethereal form vanished into the distant woods, leaving a chilling breeze in its wake, causing a few autumn leaves to swirl. Suddenly, the intense aura of violence dissipated, and the sniper rifle pressed against Jimmy's waist was abruptly removed. Gradually, Jimmy opened his eyes, realizing he had survived. He understood that it was the general who had saved them. With a thud, Jimmy sank to his knees, and upon witnessing his brother's act, Jimmy hastily followed suit. The two brothers bowed deeply before the obsidian statue, then rose, supporting each other as they departed. In the golden morning light, their shadows stretched long and far. Until the brothers left, the devout individuals standing around the statue remained oblivious to any change. Their spirits were too immersed. Although the throng of thousands formed a formidable spiritual force, it was entirely focused on the profound eyes of the statue, as if those eyes could bestow upon them strength. This statue, crafted by the greatest sculptor of the Red Empire, Rodin, took 2 months of tireless labor to complete. It is said that the number of discarded laser carving tools exceeded dozens. Upon finishing the sculpture, Rodin cast his carving tools into the new river, vowing never to carve again. After completing this work, he declared, "This is my final sculptural masterpiece, and my finest." When Zhou Chuan sped back to the slums at a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour, 51 minutes had already elapsed, indicating that he had spent nearly 40 minutes pursuing Jimmy. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback to find the Mech, deadly temptation, still poised in an attack stance. Its azure armor glistening like frozen ice in the sunlight. Beneath deadly temptation, a young man clad in a black suit was sweating profusely, laboriously prying open the cockpit with his tools. His eyebrows were faint, and his gray eyes appeared eerie, yet his suit was impeccably tailored. However, as he struggled to open the cockpit door, beads of sweat betrayed his otherwise composed demeanor. The metal used in Deadly Temptation was of high-strength rare materials, and the cockpit itself was exceptionally robust. The young man had toiled for over 50 minutes, yet he had only managed to remove a few screws, while the armored door remained immovable. "Get down." A cold voice resonated from below the mech. The young man looked down to see a tall, corpulent youth, clutching a tool bag, gazing at him with an icy stare, his squinted eyes revealing only the slightest slit, obscuring his pupils. An inexplicable flame ignited within the young man's gaze as he fixated on Zhou Chuan with an eerie intensity, an overwhelming spiritual force sweeping across the area. Such pure spiritual energy. Sensing the sudden pressure in the air, Zhou Chuan's muscles tensed instinctively. Although the opponent's spiritual energy had only reached the 3rd level of condensation, its purity was extraordinary. Evidently, this young man was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level. He was a formidable individual, brimming with untapped potential. It was rare for someone in their 20s to be on the cusp of reaching 4th level spiritual energy, a feat uncommon among billions of humans. Xiao Huan remained motionless. Despite the sensation of his muscles being torn apart, his formidable willpower kept him steadfast. He perceived the hostility emanating from the young man, unmasked and raw. Zhou Chuan believed that if this young man's spiritual energy reached the 5th level, at such close proximity, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. "Get down." Zhou Chuan's cold voice turned lethal. He had never shown mercy toward his adversaries, with Jimmy and his brother being the sole exceptions. The young man hesitated, sensing that this repulsive, overweight individual exuded a surprisingly weak spiritual force. Yet, this very force, despite its apparent frailty, managed to withstand his almost 4th level energy, leaving him astonished. What was more shocking was that this simple command, "Get down," carried an undeniable authority. Who is he? Is he not the husband of Mi Shui? Chapter 30. Can the divorce be postponed? It was said that Mi Shui's husband was an astonishingly useless, corpulent man, merely a repairman from the slums. Clearly, this did not align with the intel. Though this man appeared feeble, he emanated an indescribable pressure, not the pressure of cultivated spiritual energy, but rather an inherent, overbearing force. The young man hesitated for a moment before descending. He found himself utterly at a loss with a formidable cockpit, lacking the specialized tools required. After expending over 40 minutes, the cockpit door remained steadfast as a rock. "Are you William?" "Yes." "Do you know me?" The young man, just having descended, was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Chuan's inquiry. Zhou Chuan merely cast a cold glance at the young man before ascending with his tool bag. Armed with professional equipment, Zhou Chuan swiftly accessed the data for the Galaxy P09 from the diagnostic computer and quickly discovered the means to unlock the cockpit. 5 minutes later, the thick deck of the cockpit had been completely dismantled. Upon entering, Zhou Chuan immediately spotted Mi Shui, who lay unconscious at the control panel. Her face was ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, the confrontation between the deadly allure of the controls and the ferocity of the beast had been a battle of mental fortitude. Although Ji Li's mental prowess was lacking, his willpower was remarkably strong. In contrast, while Mi Shui possessed formidable mental strength, her frail body had been pushed beyond its limits by the exertion, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Mi Shui's right hand was tightly gripping the control stick, her knuckles turning white. Zhou Chuan exerted considerable effort to pry her fingers loose. Mi Shui felt as if her brain cells were tearing apart one by one. Ji Li's mental energy, albeit merely at level 2, was exceptionally robust. She, on the verge of breaking through to level 4, found herself unable to fully control Ji Li and, due to her weakened state, suffered a backlash from her own mental force. In that moment of unconsciousness, her only recourse had been to adopt an aggressive stance to confuse Ji Li. No, Chuan. It's dangerous. I cannot faint. I cannot. Mi Shui felt her blood boiling anew, the fierce spirit of battle rekindling within her. Suddenly she sat upright, her eyes opening to the sight of linen curtains, a black wardrobe, gray bed sheets, and a family photo atop her desk. This was her bedroom. She was lying on her own bed. Struggling, Mi Shui rose from the bed and opened the door. 2 men were seated at the dining table in the living room. One was clad in a neat and formal black suit, while the other wore a grimy, gray-black work outfit, their attire presenting a stark contrast. Strangely, the man in the soiled work clothes exuded an air of distinction, while the young man in the black suit appeared somewhat anxious, his gaze wandering. "William," Mi Shui gasped, a flicker of joy lighting her pale face. Mi Shui's surprise caused the young man to stand abruptly. After glancing at Zhou Chuan, he sat down with restrained decorum, puzzled as to why he felt apprehensive about the presence of this rotund individual. The moment William took his seat, Zhou Chuan's expression turned wooden. A cold smile briefly crossing his lips, which rendered the atmosphere suddenly oppressive. At last, after a bout of rapid breathing, Mi Shui managed to calm herself, the hint of color fading from her cheeks, returning her countenance to its previous pallor. What brings you here? Mi Shui's expression became impassive as her gaze shifted to Zhou Chuan, who wore a blank look, revealing no semblance of emotion. This wooden demeanor caused Mi Shui to feel an inexplicable tightness in her chest, a discomfort that she could not articulate. Mi Shui, yesterday was your birthday. I came all this way, but my spaceship encountered a cosmic storm. My birthday has passed. You may leave now. Mi Shui cast a glance at William before her eyes fell upon Zhou Chuan's face. Mi Shui, I know, your brother informed me. This man intends to dismiss you. But I came specifically to escort you away. Be quiet. Mi Shui, suddenly overwhelmed by an unexplainable agitation, subconsciously wished to keep Zhou Chuan unaware of her impending departure. Mi Shui, I understand that you have feelings for William. The abruptness of her anger caught William off guard as he stood up in haste. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Mi Shui, leave, she commanded, her voice sharp and a flush rising to her face, her fingers digging painfully into the doorframe, her long nails fracturing. I will wait for you in Riddle until you return, William declared, casting a final furious glance at Zhou Chuan before storming out, slamming the door behind him. Once William departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the living room. You may disregard my presence, Zhou Chuan remarked, observing Mi Shui leaning against the door. Mi Shui, her face pale, approached the dining table and sat opposite Zhou Chuan, her gaze fixed on him as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Yet, Zhou Chuan's eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion, his deep gaze void of any sentiment. Chuan, I did not mean to. Mi Shui paused, taking a deep breath. I never intended to hurt you. I had no idea William would come. While I contacted my brother, I never mentioned you would be dismissed. Believe me, in truth, you need not offer explanations. I know you are not a fickle woman. Moreover, I have already composed a letter of dismissal. You are free to leave at any time. Your associations are of no consequence to me, Zhou Chuan said, pressing the hastily written letter against his chest and gently sliding it across the table towards Mi Shui. Chuan, could we postpone this? Mi Shui gazed at the letter on his chest without making a move. Why? Xiao Huan's brow furrowed. He had no desire for a woman to share his life, as it would prove inconvenient, laden with too many secrets. I still have unfinished matters in the slums. If I accept the letter of dismissal, I would have no legitimate grounds to reside here. I have grown accustomed to this room, so, very well. Once you complete your tasks, you may retrieve it. Zhou Chuan took back the letter and retreated to his room, weariness washing over him. Though the pursuit had lasted barely over 40 minutes, the exertion had been extraordinary, and he now required rest to replenish his strength. Upon entering his room, Zhou Chuan consulted an ancient laptop for information and placed orders for several spare parts before settling onto his bed. At this moment, he felt the need to cultivate his mental energy, sensing a faint indication of a potential breakthrough. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhou Chuan settled into a meditative posture, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Gumin, Chuan, let me help you tend to your wounds, Mi Shui entered, carrying a silver metal tray neatly arranged with various medications and medical instruments. Chapter 31. Your eyebrows are beautiful. No need. Mi Shui remained silent, sitting at the edge of the bed, taking hold of Zhou Chuan's hand to begin unwrapping the bandages he had hastily applied. Zhou Chuan hesitated, but did not decline. As the layers of gauze were peeled away, he felt a sharp, piercing pain followed by a soothing coolness. Watching Mi Shui meticulously clean the lacerated skin on the back of his hand, Zhou Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. He could not deny her beauty. She was strikingly lovely. Her raven locks cascading like a dark waterfall, her slender waist and fair skin complemented by a remarkably curvaceous figure. The gentle rise and fall of her silhouette, too close for comfort, allowed him to faintly perceive a delicate fragrance, not of perfume, but a subtle, alluring scent that seemed to emanate from her very being. Mi Shui's skin was as radiant as her name suggested, fair as snow, and smooth as congealed fat. As she diligently focused, the slight arch of her distinctive brows caught Zhou Chuan's attention, stirring feelings within him that had long been dormant. After years of relentless warfare, he had grown indifferent to women, finding solace instead in the vastness of a universe filled with fiery battles and ships that resembled clouds. Your eyebrows are quite beautiful, he remarked. Thank you, Mi Shui replied, her cheeks suddenly flushed, an inexplicable warmth spreading from her neck to her ears, her heart racing. She could not comprehend this unfamiliar sensation, despite having been accustomed to compliments throughout her life. She had never felt her heart race at the praise of a single individual, until now. Why did she feel this way? Instinctively, Mi Shui glanced at Zhou Chuan, who sat cross-legged on the bed. He still bore his usual portly figure, but there was an undeniable transformation. A formidable aura of coldness enveloped him, and his nearly invisible eyes appeared profoundly deep. "What are you staring at?" he inquired. "Ah, nothing," she stammered, flustered by the feeling of being seen through by Zhou Chuan. Hastily averting her gaze. "Is it done?" he asked, glancing at her bandaged hand. "Yes, it's done," Mi Shui replied, a blush creeping onto her face as she stood to tidy the medical supplies. Slowly, she exited the room. "Chuan, I'm sorry," Mi Shui said softly as she reached the doorway, turning back. Zhou Chuan did not respond, only nodded and waved his hand gently. He sensed that her apology carried a multitude of meanings, yet he had no interest in uncovering them. His foremost concern was to enhance his mental fortitude and physical strength. Without the legions to command or the vast ships to traverse the battlefield, he had to rely solely on himself. He could not forgive himself for taking nearly 40 minutes to hunt down a level 4 adventure mech, despite having every advantage. Soon, sitting in stillness, Zhou Chuan firmly anchored his thoughts, casting aside all distractions as he entered a state of mental clarity. His mental energy began to coalesce in his mind, and he felt an overwhelming urge to break through to level 2 mental power. Sensing the intangible yet potent energy accumulating, Zhou Chuan dismissed his previous gloom. Although level 2 was merely a modest milestone, it was invaluable for him at this juncture. From what Xiang'er and Mi Shui had shared, the former owner of this body had spent over a decade cultivating level 1 mental power, yet he was now on the cusp of a breakthrough in such a short span, indicating that this body was not as worthless as he had assumed. Suddenly, a question struck him. Why had he made such rapid progress despite not training diligently? It was clear that the previous owner had not lacked effort. So why had he remained stagnant for so many years? Did this body possess some hidden secret? As Zhou Chuan pondered the details of his recent life in search of clues, Mi Shui sat at the dining table, lost in thought. Zhou Chuan's cake had been devoured, while her slice remained untouched, its cream wafting a sweet aroma. Gently, she pulled the cake closer, taking small bites with her fork. She had no appetite, barely registering the taste, yet she understood the necessity of nourishment. Her body was too frail. Slowly, tears streamed down Mi Shui's face. This marked her 3rd birthday, spent in Zhou Chuan's home, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 years had passed. Time had not marred her radiant visage, but had instead deepened her maturity. From a moment she understood the concept of arranged marriages, she had fought against her fate. However, as she matured, she realized that any resistance would bring irrevocable shame to her family, possibly even disaster. All noble families staunchly upheld the age-old customs. No matter how advanced technology became, eradicating the practice of arranged marriages seemed impossible. Every illustrious family could face decline, and arranged marriages were the most effective means of binding one family to another, serving as the best shortcut to elevate their status. Thus, it served the interests of every noble lineage, and those who dared to challenge tradition encroached upon the rights of all noble families. Faced with the dictates of fate, Mixue surrendered. In her eyes, Zhou Chuan was a descendant of a fallen noble family, indulgent and lethargic, yet he possessed the dignity of nobility. He maintained many admirable traits of the aristocracy: politeness, humility, and refinement. What earned Mi Shui's respect the most was that Zhou Chuan had never sought to exploit her family. He was always self-reliant, striving to restore his family's former glory through education and military service, each with a clear purpose. Yet, despite his numerous virtues, Mi Shui felt a deep-seated aversion towards him. Just the sight of his chubby face, obscuring his eyes, was enough to darken her mood. Her disdain for Zhou Chuan had become an instinctive reaction. Suddenly, she was reminded of his eyes. Zhou Chuan's gaze seemed altered, sharper, and more profound, filled with an unrelenting aura of ruthlessness. In moments of fierce confrontation, that unmistakable dominance reminded her of her father. "Your eyebrows are quite beautiful." She recalled Zhou Chuan's words and impulsively touched her own brows. "Are they truly?" Mi Shui's cheeks flushed as her sense of taste returned, allowing her to savor the sweetness of the cake and the smoothness of the cream. Chapter 32, A Level 6 Mental Power Master. As the day unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed. Zhou Chuan spent the entire day indoors, dedicating all his energy to cultivating his mental prowess. He re-examined his body, finding no discrepancies and failing to uncover the cause behind his imminent breakthrough. Zhou Chuan did not dwell on this perplexity. There were far too many tasks awaiting his attention. Beyond enhancing his mental power, he meticulously reorganized the mech system he had envisioned in his mind. Encountering the beast mech of Geely and Mi Shui's deadly temptation offered him a fresh perspective on mechs. Previously, he had only paid attention to military models and seldom considered civilian combat and adventure mechs. Meanwhile, Mi Shui also took a day to rest. In that small room, an atmosphere of warmth and activity prevailed, as Zhou Chuan practiced while Mi Shui tidied up. Even during their silent lunch, an unspoken understanding seemed to grow between them. This is a kind of indescribable, tacit understanding. It seems that, following the recent events, both individuals have gained a profound insight into one another. A comprehension that marks a historic breakthrough, particularly for Michelle. On this day, Michelle repeatedly questioned herself. Why do I remain? She found herself at a loss for an answer, as if she genuinely could not identify a suitable reason to stay. Yet, she undeniably chose to remain, and what astonished her was that William had already arrived on Rydell. But she felt nothing. All her energy was devoted to Zhou Chuan, seemingly having forgotten the person who once occupied her thoughts. Naturally, Michelle could not fathom developing any affection or attachment to Zhou Chuan, although he had cared for her meticulously throughout one night. Such a reason was far from sufficient to foster fondness for someone she despised. She concocted numerous justifications to persuade herself. Michelle believed her decision to stay stemmed primarily from a fear of Gilly retaliating against Zhou Chuan. She felt an obligation to assist him. Furthermore, Zhou Chuan was soon to embark on his studies, and she would no longer have to share a roof with him, rendering her choice to stay or leave inconsequential. Moreover, her work in the impoverished district had reached a critical juncture, necessitating her presence. Eventually, Michelle convinced herself that her decision to remain was not entirely for Zhou Chuan, but rather for her own aspirations within the community. As evening approached, Michelle regained her strength, her pale complexion gradually acquiring a hint of color. Looking at the sumptuous meal laid out before her, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For over the past 2 years, she had consistently upheld the noble virtues of a refined woman. Upon seeing the pristine white tablecloth, a warmth inexplicably enveloped her heart. It was specially ordered by Zhou Chuan for her birthday. Although it was disposable, she hesitated to discard it, sensing it held significant sentimental value. Time to eat, she called out, standing at Zhou Chuan's door. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself to restore her usual demeanor of indifference. Just a moment, I'll be right there, came Zhou Chuan's deep voice from within the room. For the first time, Michelle noticed the magnetic quality of his voice, imbued with a distinctly masculine allure. Flushing slightly, she chastised herself, questioning why she was so attentive to his voice. Time to eat, Zhou Chuan, she repeated. Just a moment, he replied, engrossed in his work. Michelle remained at the threshold, initiating yet another round of their playful standoff regarding mealtime. At that moment, Zhou Chuan was intensely focused. Seated at his desk, as he meticulously sketched a design for a mech, the blueprint depicting the No. X-33. This design already diverged significantly from the original prototype. The slender mechanical arms no longer featured iron claws, but had transformed into 2 hefty diamond-shaped objects. The alterations to the 8 spider-like legs were even more pronounced, each joint now adorned with protrusions resembling bone spurs. This inspiration stemmed from his observations of the P-09 from the Galactic Federation and a Level 4 adventure Mech M1 model. Upon encountering these mechs, Zhou Chuan's immediate instinct was to modify the X-33 into a combat-ready machine, a notion that felt almost instinctual. Time to eat, Michelle declared, pushing open the door, standing behind Zhou Chuan, her lovely face briefly flashing irritation. Oh, just a moment, Zhou Chuan replied, not turning, as he continued to input a series of orders on his ancient laptop. These orders required custom materials, none of which were readily available. Watching Zhou Chuan's concentrated gaze, Michelle felt a sudden disorientation. Time seemed to rewind, and she was reminded of her father, who had exhibited the same fierce focus while working. All right, it's time to eat, Zhou Chuan finally said, standing up. He turned to find Michelle lost in thought, her gaze unfocused and a hint of melancholy on her face. Time to eat, he reminded her once more. Yes, time to eat, Michelle exclaimed, jolted from a reverie. What were you thinking about? I was thinking about my father. Michelle hesitated before confiding, feeling no need for concealment. Well, soon you shall be reunited with him, Zhou Chuan nodded, taking his place at the table as the aroma of the food stirred his appetite. Observing Zhou Chuan's composed demeanor as he ate, Michelle felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Though she yearned for home, she did not wish for Zhou Chuan to voice it. It seemed her rebellious nature was quite pronounced, prompting her to consider seeking a psychologist. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she pondered when she had become so sentimental. If you aren't studying in the capital of the Rydell Empire, you could relocate to Kaisi Star. There, I can arrange for my father to find you a good school, and you would receive the support of our family. Michelle suddenly proposed. Why? Do you wish to compensate me? Zhou Chuan inquired, his brow furrowed as he looked up at her, his penetrating gaze seemingly attempting to uncover her innermost thoughts. Not at all. I worry that following the execution of the Rydell Empire's general, the Federal Empire may seize the opportunity to instigate war. In such a case, the capital of the Rydell Empire would surely be engulfed in flames. Do not dwell on such thoughts. I am of the Rydell Empire in life, and shall be its specter in death. Moreover, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Following the general's death, the entire empire stands united. If those foolish pigs in the Federal Empire were to consider this, they would not dare to initiate war so readily. Even if war were to occur, it is not now. Zhou Chuan interrupted Michelle, his gaze flickering with a chilling intensity. Are you certain? Feeling the rising tension, Michelle sighed, aware that from the outset, she had known Zhou Chuan would not acquiesce, yet she could not refrain from speaking. Absolutely. Zhou Chuan replied with a calm, yet resolute confidence. The general's demise had galvanized the nation, a conclusion he had reached after careful deliberation, for otherwise, he would not have been so easily led to the gallows. Very well, who is it? Suddenly, Michelle sprang to her feet, her expression fierce as her enchanting eyes fixed on the door. Ah, I did not expect this impoverished district to harbor such hidden talents, especially one on the brink of breaking through to level 4 mental prowess. The silver metallic door swung open silently, the lock melting away as though heated like butter. A tall, gaunt elder entered, his kind eyes softened by a white robe that flowed like a celestial being. However, beneath that seemingly benevolent gaze lay a hint of coldness. His steps were slow, yet every gesture radiated an air of supreme authority, exuding a presence that seemed to look down upon the world. The entire room was suffused with an intangible chill, as if filled with freezing ice, far colder than the icy lakes of distant stars. What formidable mental prowess! Such an overwhelming aura. Michelle's expression shifted dramatically, and even Zhou Chuan, typically composed, felt the oppressive force of rage suppressed within him. Level 4 mental prowess. It has reached the pinnacle of human mental cultivation, allowing one to manipulate their domain at will, conjuring illusions that ensnare opponents, rendering them entranced and vulnerable. Evidently, the elderly man had reached an extraordinary realm. Presently, although Michue and Zhou Chuan's minds remained alert, their bodies had undeniably entered a surreal state. Chapter 33. Matters of Men, Women Stand Aside. Master Fengling. Michue's expression was one of astonishment. Do you recognize me? The old man inquired, his gaze sharpening as it fixed intently upon Michue's face. My father has spoken of you on numerous occasions, esteemed elder, Michue replied, slightly bowing in respect. He mentioned that you were among the top 3 psychic masters in the Federation Empire. And your father is? Fengling slowly retracted his outwardly projected psychic energy, pondering the propriety and poise of this young lady, suggesting a background of considerable significance. My father, Roland Ernst, is the governor of the planet Kesme in the Sky Empire. So you're the daughter of an old friend. Given your age, you must be the eldest, Michue. Am I correct? Fengling laughed heartily. Master, your memory is remarkable. It is an honor to meet you. Please have a seat. No, I have a task at hand. By the way, Michue, is the mech that appeared here yours? Fengling's gaze shifted to the ring adorning Michue's finger. Indeed, master. Your mech is named Deadly Temptation. And whose is the other level 4 adventure mech? Fengling's eyes gleamed with interest. Yili, the leader of the Beast Adventure Group? We had a minor disagreement, but the issue has since been resolved. The Beast Adventure Group. The old man promptly retrieved a small holographic device to investigate, but his expression soon transformed into one of disappointment. What troubles you, master? The Beast spacecraft has already departed from the docks of the Rydell Empire, its flight path into unknown cosmic realms. Michue, please convey my regards to your father. Fengling sighed heavily, disappointment etched across his features as he turned to leave. I shall, master. Safe travels. As he reached the door, Fengling suddenly halted, a brooding gaze falling upon Zhou Chuan, who had remained utterly still at the dining table, resembling a statue. Who is he? Fengling's expression sharpened again, sensing something amiss. The presence of this plump young man, seated in silence, exuded an inexplicable pressure, reminiscent of the esteemed General Misha of the Federation Empire. What astounded Fengling further was that this seemingly unremarkable individual possessing less than 2 levels of psychic ability, emitted a gaze that invoked a desire for retreat. My husband, Mi Shui hesitantly answered, stealing a glance at the composed Zhou Chuan. Noticing that he offered no objection, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ah, Feng Ling exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Since he is Mi Shui's husband, he must be of noble lineage. As for why they find themselves in this impoverished area, Feng Ling had no interest. The world is rife with peculiarities, and extraordinary individuals often partake in extraordinary affairs. If they choose to reside in such a place, none can hinder them. Moreover, the spread of sumptuous food laid upon the table indicated a lifestyle of affluence. I sincerely apologize for damaging your door, Mi Shui. I shall make a formal apology at your family's estate when time permits. Feng Ling said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, performing a slight fist gesture toward Zhou Chuan before vanishing through the door, ensuring to close it behind him. A protracted silence enveloped the room. It was not until several minutes after Feng Ling's departure that Mi Shui emerged from her shock, recalling how, at the moment the door closed behind him, he had emitted a powerful psychic energy that restored the melted metal door to its original state. Truly, he was worthy of his renown as a top-tier psychic master. What must it be like to attain the legendary level 7 psychic mastery, a realm that no one has ever reached? Chuan, eat more. Chuan, what is wrong? Mi Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead as she returned to the table, immediately sensing something amiss with Zhou Chuan. He sat motionless, like a lifeless statue, his profound gaze fixed on the closed metal door. This is bad. Observing Zhou Chuan's deep, yet lifeless stare, Mi Shui, possessing considerable medical expertise, swiftly approached him. Mi Shui staggered back several paces, fear etched across her features as she beheld Zhou Chuan, whose fair skin began to seep blood, droplets oozing from his pores, rendering him a terrifying sight, as if he had been drenched in blood. Chuan, what has happened to you? Overcoming her fear, Mi Shui rushed to retrieve a first aid kit from the room, testing Zhou Chuan's pulse with precision, meticulously wiping the blood from his face with sterilized gauze. Heart rate normal, blood pressure normal, pulse normal, breathing normal. All test results indicated he was normal. Yet Zhou Chuan's body remained unresponsive, his skin, despite the blood seeping forth, as hard as metal. Mi Shui, with her wealth of clinical experience, had never encountered such a condition. A sense of helplessness washed over her. All she could do was gently cleanse the blood oozing from his skin. Anxiety surged within Mi Shui. She resolved that if Zhou Chuan showed no signs of improvement within 5 minutes, she would take him to the first medical university hospital of the Rydal Empire. Time ticked by, second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as the 3rd minute approached, Zhou Chuan's body stirred slightly. Chuan, Mi Shui exclaimed joyfully. Gradually, Zhou Chuan's frozen gaze regained its vitality. Chuan, what has transpired? Zhou Chuan shook his head, his deep eyes still fixed on the metal door. At the moment Feng Ling departed, his formidable psychic energy assaulted me. Feng Ling, Mi Shui, with her quick wit, immediately deduced the source of the issue. Zhou Chuan offered no verbal response, merely methodically wiping away the remaining blood with a tissue. He must provide me with an explanation. He has insulted our entire Ernst family. Mi Shui's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched, as she strode determinedly toward the door. Stop! Zhou Chuan's voice resonated with authority. No, Chuan, this is not solely your affair. It concerns our entire family. I am still your wife. Mi Shui turned to face Zhou Chuan, unwavering in the face of his piercing gaze, her determination unyielding. This is a matter for men. Women, stand aside. Zhou Chuan gradually rose to his feet, an immense and unparalleled aura surging forth, the blood on his skin glistening with an eerie luminescence under the light, an intense killing intent saturating every inch of the space. As he strode past Mi Shui, she was entranced, and it was only when Zhou Chuan vanished into the night beyond the door that she regained her senses. Upon pursuing him outside, the silvery moonlight bathed the slums in an exquisite tranquility, yet Zhou Chuan's figure was nowhere to be found. Chapter 34. General Misha, while Mi Shui anxiously searched for Chuan in the impoverished district 2,000 kilometers above the planet Rudal. A warship several kilometers long floated silently in the serene void of space. The ship, shaped like a shuttle and cloaked in a deep black hue, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Within the command room of the warship, a robust man clad in a black battle robe stood before a vast holographic display of the Rudal Empire's star map. This man, with a closely cropped hairstyle and a jawline ashen from shaving, possessed a strikingly symmetrical visage, his profound gaze radiating an aura of dominion. This individual was none other than General Misha, the chief commander of the Federal Empire formed by 5 superpowers. Misha commanded the most formidable interstellar expeditionary force among the 5 armies of the Federal Empire, boasting a fleet of 1 million advanced starships, a fleet so invincible that all 370 nations, great and small, trembled beneath its might. "General, when shall we strike the Ruthless Empire?" inquired a towering giant with dark skin, clad in black armor, who stood behind Misha, his face alight with eager anticipation. "Now is not the time," Misha replied, his gaze fixed firmly upon the star map. "Why?" The giant scratched his bald head, perplexed. "Dear General Mike, can't you use your brain for once?" Misha finally turned to him, his steady gaze landing on the giant. The awkward giant chuckled, with the general present. "I hardly need to think." Misha regarded the giant in silence. "Respectfully, General, I am truly curious about our plans." "Very well. It matters little to divulge a few details. Our show of force is merely to compel the Emperor of the Ruthless Empire to submit. Our true objective is to protect the judges of the Federal Empire. It is not yet the time to attack the Ruthless Empire. Currently, they are united in purpose, and countless troops are en route to bolster their defenses. Our forces are barely 1/10 of theirs, and we do not hold the advantage. General, now that we have completed our mission, why do we not withdraw?" The giant pressed. "Because I have never believed that man was truly executed." Misha's expression grew grave. "That is impossible. Many witnessed the execution, and our Federal Empire's forensic experts conducted DNA tests. There should be no error," the giant asserted. A shiver ran inexplicably down the giant's spine. He harbored an instinctive fear of that man. To eliminate him, the 5 superpowers would not hesitate to wage war, highlighting the extent of his terror. Some historians liken him to the infamous king of killers, Bai Qi, from the ancient warring states period of Earth, thousands of years ago. The only fate for an enemy of that man is death. What is truly terrifying, however, is his extraordinary charisma. It is said that anyone who comes into contact with him is inevitably influenced by his magnetic personality. Consequently, during his execution, over 40,000 citizens of the Ruthless Empire clashed with steel mechs, choosing to die alongside him. A suffocating silence suddenly enveloped the command room, the dozens of armored warriors present wearing solemn expressions. If that man were not dead, it would spell disaster. Everyone believed that given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly return. The Federal Empire's decision to station General Misha and 2 elite experts to oversee matters concerning this individual speaks volumes about their apprehension. "I have a very bad premonition. He will undoubtedly return in another form. He is not one to concede easily." Misha's voice held a raspy tension, the man's reputation and influence weighing heavily upon him. "What shall we do then?" The giant's heart constricted, feeling suffocated. "At all costs. As long as he lives, he will inevitably reveal some clue." A chilling smile crept across Misha's lips. He understood that man as well as he understood himself. The Federal Empire had a specialized research team dedicated solely to studying him. Every word he uttered, every action he took, constituted their research subjects. He was certain that, true to his nature, he would soon manifest his presence once more. "General, when shall we withdraw? Will we remain here indefinitely?" A tall, slender, blond-haired soldier stepped forward. "No need. If he wishes to hide, no one will find him. We will leave once Master Fengling returns." Misha shook his head. "Shall we transfer control of the Skynet? Let us wait until our fleet departs. Transferring it to the Ruthless Empire poses too great a threat at this moment." "Understood." Suddenly, the command room erupted with a piercing alarm. "Report, Commander. A small mech has been detected running at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour south of the Ruthless Empire. Due to its cloaking capabilities, we are unable to lock onto it. Please advise." A holographic image of a soldier dressed in pristine military attire appeared. The tall, slender soldier opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a wave of Misha's hand. "Initiate the ultimate protocol for Skynet, enhance surveillance power, and prepare all intelligent weaponry in the vicinity." "Yes, General." The soldier saluted, and the holographic image vanished. "Notify Master Fengling. He should be nearby. Have him investigate," Misha commanded. "Yes, General." Zhou Chuan raced around the Imperial warning line, the Phantom in a state of semi-invisibility, its amber, translucent form flickering like a specter in the night. Zhou Chuan reached the warning line, where the Phantom halted its rapid pace. At this moment, the Phantom's cloaking function was fully activated. As the Phantom stood at the warning line, Zhou Chuan emerged from it, disappearing into the vast night, while the Phantom once more revealed its amber body. Time seemed to stand still. The satellite of the Ruthless planet generously shed silvery light, and the Earth lay still, devoid of any sound. The warning line was but an ethereal barrier, primarily designed to guard against aerial vehicles and swiftly moving ground objects. On one end, if a monitored object could not prove its identity, hidden laser cannons would strike any aircraft entering the airspace, while armed satellites above would obliterate any unauthorized ground targets, ensuring the safety of the capital city of the Ruthless Empire. It is noteworthy that as long as an object remains stationary, the warning line is unable to detect it, much like the Phantom now standing directly upon the line, where the monitoring systems could not function. Moreover, the warning line was only capable of monitoring metallic moving objects and would not harm animals or humans. In fact, for many ordinary citizens, this warning line was merely a legend. They remained blissfully unaware of its precise location. Time passed inexorably, second by second, as an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe approached from a distant hillside. This man was Wind Chime, who, upon receiving direct orders from General Misha, hastened to this location with utmost urgency. At first glance, Wind Chime immediately recognized the Phantom, for its amber-like sheen under the moonlight was strikingly brilliant. Channeling his mental energy to its zenith, Wind Chime was confident that as long as the occupant within that amber-hued mech had not attained a high level of mental power, he could subdue them. He cautiously drew nearer, unperturbed by the presence of a diminutive mech, for such armor-like constructs could hardly bear heavy energy weapons. Suddenly, that amber mech sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Phantom reached a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour. The speed was astonishing. Although the mech charged toward Wind Chime, he remained calm and collected, evading it with a deft maneuver, like a wisp of smoke drifting by. As the amber mech whizzed past him, in that fleeting moment, a smirk of triumph graced Wind Chime's lips. But it abruptly froze when the mech came to an unexpected halt, skidding to a stop within mere meters of him, leaving a deep trench in the ground and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Why did it not flee? Just as this question flickered through Wind Chime's mind, the sky erupted with dozens of blinding beams of light, illuminating the entire perimeter as if it were daylight. Chapter 35. The Death of Wind Chime. The target of these beams was the Phantom, which had been locked onto by the Skynet the moment it began to move, for it had not activated its cloaking feature. The lasers were merciless, emitting a fierce hiss as they struck. There was no explosion. The ground merely resonated with a subtle sound, giving rise to a dazzling display of fireworks, followed by the acrid scent of charred remnants. In an instant, both Wind Chime and the Phantom were engulfed by the searing beams of light, leaving nothing but scorched craters and wisps of smoke drifting into the night sky. The intense heat generated by the laser even reached the distant Zhochuan, hundreds of meters away, causing a suffocating wave of warmth. A master of high caliber could sense the gunfire of a sniper, even foreseeing impending danger. However, they could not predict when an armed satellite thousands of kilometers above would strike. Moreover, the strength of a high-level psychic was not characterized by speed, but rather by their precognitive abilities. Regardless of how swift one might be, they could never surpass the speed of light. Wind Chime could never have fathomed that his demise would be so sudden and inexplicable. Indeed, he had no time to ponder, for the speed of light afforded him no opportunity for reflection or regret. He remained oblivious to the fact that Zhochuan had exploited a simple human curiosity to orchestrate his assassination. In the vast expanse of the cosmic realm inhabited by humanity, the death of a high-level psychic was a monumental event, and Wind Chime would be remembered as the most unfortunate among them, vanishing without a trace. There were no grand battles, no heartfelt farewells from friends and family. Everything unfolded in silence, leaving no evidence behind. Barely a minute after the laser struck Wind Chime and the mech, the command room aboard the colossal ship received a report. Commander, Master Wind Chime has suddenly lost contact, with the disappearance occurring near the perimeter. At the time of his disappearance, the unidentified small mech was completely destroyed by the Skynet's laser artillery. Please advise. The command room, akin to the heavens, was enveloped in a suffocating tension. The oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air, each face marked with a grave expression. Everyone understood that this was no mere coincidence. The silent disappearance of a high-level master would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the universe. Ordinary individuals could hardly comprehend the implications of a high-level psychic, yet they were acutely aware that such a master could effortlessly annihilate an ordinary mech squad. And even the most advanced military mechs stood no chance against one. The prowess of a level 5 psychic was such that their domain could extend over several kilometers. Their mental force capable of manifesting as an offensive power. Battles between masters of this caliber could yield cataclysmic results, while a level 6 psychic, surpassing the legendary level 7, had reached the apex of human mental prowess. able to manipulate their controlled domain at will, conjuring illusions that ensnared their opponents, leaving them entranced and vulnerable. Yet this master, capable of wielding such power within their domain, vanished without any forewarning, leaving behind no valuable information. Each individual in the room was a seasoned veteran of battle. None would naively assume that Wind Chime's communication device had malfunctioned. A palpable dread permeated the command room, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing every person present. Cease all individual search operations. Each search team must consist of 2 level 5 psychics, the commander ordered. Prepare to depart the Rydell Star system and hand over operations to Skynet. Misha's voice was hoarse, and a hint of fatigue shadowed his features. He was utterly drained from his operation, yet now faced a misstep, the nature of which remained unclear. The burly general clenched his teeth and stepped forward, determination flashing in his eyes. "General Mike, do you have a better plan?" Misha inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the giant. "No, but I am willing to remain behind. I believe that if that person truly has a way to survive, I will be able to locate him." The giant's gleaming bald head radiated a fierce resolve. "Very well, General Mike. This is an exceedingly arduous task. I will assign you 5 level 5 psychics and a mech squad composed of 12 heavy metal 8 units to command. Remember, safety is paramount. I do not wish for you to vanish without a trace like Wind Chime." "Understood." Mike stood tall, executing a precise military salute, a look of elation illuminating his face. The Heavy Metal 8 was the Federation's premier secret mech, equipped with self-repair capabilities and crafted from rare memory plastic steel, making it exceedingly costly. Only 80 units existed within the Federation, rarely deployed on missions. It was astonishing that General Misha had allocated 12 units to him at once. In that moment, confidence surged within Mike. No matter how formidable that individual might be, he was still but one person. Moreover, that person was now stripped of any significant power, akin to a tiger deprived of its teeth. With the backing of 5 level 5 psychics and a top-tier mech squad, his confidence reached unprecedented heights. "Mike, I am aware of your fiery temperament. However, we find ourselves in the capital of the formidable Rydell Empire, where discretion is always advisable. This is not the most opportune moment to provoke conflict with the Rydell Empire. Your identities must remain concealed, as you cannot rely on the protection of the Federal Empire. The recent humiliation of executing that individual has incited national outrage, and even if we choose to disregard them, it is prudent to avoid their wrath. Moreover, the military might of the Rydell Empire ranks just below that of the 5 great empires, and their potential should not be underestimated. Do you understand?" "Understood, my general." Observing Mike standing tall like a javelin, Misha felt a sense of satisfaction. He had always held a fondness for this subordinate, despite his slightly volatile nature. He was capable of executing orders with precision, and he proved to be a commendable soldier and an exceptional mecha combatant. Beneath the vast, starry sky, the fleet of warships arranged themselves into combat formation, accelerating towards the distant spatial jump point. Amidst the armada, a small civilian merchant vessel quietly detached, entering the civilian shipping lane as it mingled with the bustling civilian spacecraft docking at the Interstellar shipyard of the Rydell Empire. Gazing at the charred pit, a faint smile flickered across Zhou Chuan's profound gaze, a smile as chilling as the winter wind. Wind Bell was the first, but certainly not the last. Everything had merely commenced. From a moment he resolved to eliminate Wind Bell, Zhou Chuan contemplated the Federal Empire's Skynet defense system. Even at the height of his power, slaying a level master was no easy feat given his current resources and capabilities. Hunting a level psionic master was utterly beyond his reach. The only recourse was to employ Shadow and Skynet to create a trap, and everything unfolded precisely as he orchestrated it. Wind Bell and Shadow reduced to ashes. Of course, the cost was not insignificant. The sole mecha that safeguarded his life was sacrificed in Wind Bell's funeral. Nevertheless, exchanging a mecha for the life of a level psionic master could be deemed an exceptionally advantageous trade. Bang! The door was thrust open. Shuemi stood up in surprise. She had returned shortly after Zhou Chuan left. Instead of wandering aimlessly outside, she deemed it better to wait quietly at home. Shuemi could not fathom the reason for this sentiment, yet she harbored an almost blind trust in Zhou Chuan, believing he would return safely. A feeling too profound for words. "What transpired?" she inquired, her expression morphing into one of alarm as she approached Zhou Chuan. His entire being appeared as if scorched, his hair singed and curled. His garments transformed into a charred yellow. Even his eyebrows darkened, and his skin flushed red, resembling someone who had just escaped from furnace. "It's nothing. A shower will suffice." "Wait a moment. Shuemi swiftly retrieved a small first aid kit from her room, holding a pair of scissors in her other hand. First, let S trim your hair, then you can shower, and I'll apply some burn ointment. It's nothing serious, just mild burns. By the way, Chuan, can you tell me what happened? Do you wish to know? Shall Huan's penetrate engage met Hirsch? If it's inconvenient, then don't say anything. I killed him. Who? Shuemi's heart skipped a beat. Windbell. Shuemi recoiled as if struck by a venomous snake, taking several steps back, her face a mask of horror. The scissors clattering to the floor. Chapter 36. Initiate the X-33 engine. Windbell, the master, is dead. The master Windbell, one of the top 10 psionic masters in the entire human realm, has been slain by Zhou Chuan. Shuemi's mouth gaped in shock, her disbelief palpable at the staggering news. She could hardly fathom how Zhou Chuan managed to kill a level psionic master in just over 2 hours. In reality, Zhou Chuan had spent less than half an hour executing the plan to eliminate Windbell. Most of his time was consumed by the walk back to the slums. Windbell is dead. Windbell is dead. Shuemi felt her mind slipping, as this revelation was simply overwhelming. Even she, typically composed, could not maintain her poise. She believed that if this news were to be broadcast, it would undoubtedly dominate the headlines of all media outlets. Everyone dies eventually. Why did you kill Master Windbell? He deserved it. Yet, Shuemi suddenly realized that she was struggling to adapt to this new version of Zhou Chuan. Previously timid and cowardly, he had now turned to murder, first contemplating the death of Gilly, and now assassinating the level psionic Master Windbell, which felt surreal. Shuemi was most eager to understand how Zhou Chuan accomplished this, for even with 10 Zhou Chuans, they could not hope to defeat Windbell. Once an individual's psionic prowess reaches the pinnacle level, mere numbers cannot compensate. Evidently, Zhou Chuan had no intention of divulging further details. However, he is the first, but certainly not the last. You may proceed with the haircut. Oh, Shuemi bent to retrieve the scissors, hesitating momentarily before devoting her full attention to trimming Zhou Chuan's singed hair. With her deft hands, she swiftly finished cutting his hair, yet found herself momentarily entranced by his new appearance. Is there a problem? Zhou Chuan inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Although he had become grotesquely overweight, he still valued his appearance, a fundamental requirement for a soldier. No problem. Right, I'm off to shower. Zhou Chuan rose, grabbed some clothes from the room, and headed straight into the bathroom. Watching his figure disappear behind the bathroom door, Shuemi found herself lost in thought once more. What was happening to her? Why was she suddenly paying attention to someone she had always detested? Shuemi bit her lip, resolutely reminding herself that she could not develop any feelings for Zhou Chuan. William had said he would wait for her. She wondered if he was still in the Rydell Empire. Suddenly, memories of William, nearly forgotten, flooded back. Strangely, his handsome visage began to alternate with Zhou Chuan's pudgy face. Gradually, the latter became increasingly vivid, while the former faded into obscurity. Suddenly, Shuemi realized her feelings for William had remained trapped in fantasy. When he stood before her, an insurmountable distance emerged between them. As Shuemi grappled with her conflicting emotions, Zhou Chuan faced the mirror with a bitter smile. The reflection revealed a towering figure, nearly 200 kilograms, with a round face, loose, fair skin, and a belly reminiscent of the legendary Mithra Buddha. Yet, these attributes were not the source of his mirth. From the moment he awoke, he had accepted this harsh reality. What truly prompted his wry smile was his hair, perhaps due to the scorching heat. The once slightly long hair had been completely sheared off by Shuemi, leaving him with a very short buzz cut, revealing patches of white scalp, with only a scant tuft of hair remaining atop his head. As he gazed into the mirror, the visage reflected back at Zhou Chuan evoked a singular thought that surged through his mind. Butcher. The image before him was undeniably that of a living, breathing butcher. It seemed imperative that his weight loss regimen be accelerated. The sight of his current state instilled within him a sense of revulsion. Since the demise of Feng Ling, life had returned to a mundane rhythm. Zhou Chuan became engrossed in his quest for weight loss and the enhancement of the X-33 Mech. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mi Shui reverted to its former state, with her once again growing silent, seemingly making a conscious effort to maintain a distance from him. Naturally, Mi Shui was also quite occupied, rising early and returning late, dedicating herself wholly to planning the medical system for the impoverished district. After Mi Shui's birthday, Xiang Er naturally entered Zhou Chuan's life, caring for him with unwavering devotion, preparing a bowl of braised pork for him each day. Each time he saw the unchanged bowl of braised pork on the table, the disappointment etched on Xiang Er's face was heart-wrenching. Zhou Chuan remained oblivious to the changes in Mi Shui and failed to notice Xiang Er's sorrowful expression. To him, Both women were merely transient figures in his life. His existence was devoid of female companionship, filled instead with endless iron and bloodshed. The X-33's optical brain was already installed, and the engine was thoroughly repaired. The only regret for Zhou Chuan was that the optical brain could not fully integrate with the main control panel of the X-33, meaning that the mech would primarily rely on manual operation. Many intelligent programs could not control the X-33, as its mechanical configuration simply did not meet the requirements for intelligent processing. August 27th had come, 4 days after Mi Shui's birthday. Today, Zhou Chuan rose at 3 in the morning, hastily consumed a meager meal, and made his way to the X-33. Under the moonlight, the X-33 appeared magnificently imposing. In recent days, the mech had undergone a radical transformation. Apart from its awe-inspiring bulk, it now resembled a fearsome ancient beast lurking in the impoverished district. The two merged mechanical arms had been separated, with the iron scoop replaced by 2 trapezoidal metal masses weighing 10 tons each, which could interlock to form a cohesive unit or stand apart. The 8 spider legs evoked an unsettling sense of dread, as each joint protruded a dark metallic spike, sharp and menacing. A slight bend of the spider leg would transform these spikes into lethal weapons, heavy, oppressive, and rife with the scent of impending violence. With just minor modifications, the X-33 had shed the clumsiness typical of civilian heavy mechs. Simply standing, it exuded an aura of palpable pressure, fierce and intimidating. Many residents of the impoverished district witnessed the gradual transformation of the X-33, and their gazes towards Zhou Chuan shifted from indifference to reverence. This was a deep-seated respect. Humanity has always revered the strong. After Zhou Chuan decisively dealt with Geely, his reputation in the impoverished district transformed dramatically, earning him a respect that even made local ruffians cautious in his presence. Even those who once resided beneath the mech had quietly relocated. However, the apparent strength of the X-33 could only deceive some of the district's inhabitants. Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that the X-33 was not as formidable as it seemed. Its massive frame lacked agility, and even against a basic combat mech, the X-33 would likely find itself on the receiving end of punishment. The overall speed of the X-33 was immutable. Addressing this issue would require a new high-power engine, which was evidently unfeasible. Zhou Chuan did not focus his modifications on the engine, but rather on the 2 mechanical arms and the 8 spider legs. He installed accelerators on each spider leg and equipped the mechanical arms with a small auxiliary engine. In discussing these enhancements, Zhou Chuan felt compelled to express his gratitude to the Knower X-33 Mech Club for their assistance. Both the accelerators and auxiliary engine were provided free of charge. Zhou Chuan had decided that once he found some free time, he would pay a visit to the club. Today marked a momentous occasion for Zhou Chuan. The engine of the X-33 was poised to ignite. In preparation, he filled the power chamber with energy cells, albeit standard ones rather than the nuclear variety, as he lacked the means to procure nuclear cells, and the X-33 did not possess the necessary activation device. Thus, he could only use ordinary energy cells to power the X-33. It is worth noting that ordinary energy cells come in both high-efficiency and low-efficiency variants, whereas nuclear cells, due to their inherent dangers and the need for activation devices, are strictly regulated by the government. After supplying the energy cells, the optical brain initiated a self-diagnostic function, and the mech's sensors began to operate. Everything was functioning normally. Zhou Chuan also set up fingerprint commands for both the optical brain and the control room, ensuring that no one but himself could operate the X-33 unless the optical brain was replaced and the program reset. The engine roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble, indicating that the X-33's silencing system was somewhat outdated. In the current era of mechanization, except during vigorous movement, the mech's joints were almost entirely silent. Crack! The X-33 extricated one of its legs from the ground, the joint emitting a metallic grinding sound. Crack! As dawn broke, the impoverished district remained shrouded in a thin mist. The streets were mostly deserted, save for a few early risers hurrying by, while the majority of residents remained in slumber. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a series of heavy sounds, akin to muffled thunder, resonated, shaking the earth and causing some dilapidated structures to tremble precariously. Could it be an earthquake? The deep vibrations roused individuals within several hundred meters of Zhou Chuan, many recalling a cataclysmic earthquake from centuries past when the Riddle Planet was still a wild frontier. An event that claimed the lives of countless interstellar pioneers, forever memorialized as a national tragedy. Even after centuries, the citizens of the Riddle Empire had not forgotten. Riddle Square was constructed to commemorate those fallen pioneers, serving also as a refuge in times of seismic unrest. Awakened from their dreams, the panicked populace scrambled to escape, clutching whatever possessions they could. Upon reaching the streets, each person wore a dazed expression, gazing skyward to behold the immense mech slowly traversing the impoverished district. Each movement sent forth a resonant tremor, a formidable spectacle. However, many soon relaxed. They were all too familiar with this mech, having seen it almost daily. Aside from a few curious onlookers, most returned to their homes to resume their slumber. Zhou meticulously maneuvered the X-33 from the cockpit. After nearly toppling a wooden structure early on due to the spider legs, he quickly mastered the driving techniques. As each spider leg was equipped with a digital camera and laser imaging transmission system, the sensors distributed across the mech fed data into the optical brain for analysis, which subsequently computed and optimized the best route for navigation. Certainly, while it is easy to articulate, the task at hand is exceedingly intricate. The X-33's luminous brain is capable solely of computation, yet lacks the ability to manipulate its 8 spider-like legs, leaving only Zhou hands and feet to navigate. The control panel's keyboard input can only offer temporary commands, rendering it incapable of orchestrating autonomous movement. Initially, Zhou could only attempt to maneuver X-33's cumbersome form using 4 of its spider legs, necessitating that the remaining 8 legs be elevated into the air. Consequently, when X-33 attempts to move, it relies on merely 4 legs, with only 3 making contact with the ground, which account for the heavy, resonant sounds it emits. One can easily envision the predicament of a mech weighing 270 tons, moving with only 4 legs, and only 3 actually grounded, each spider leg bearing nearly 100 tons of weight, thus exerting tremendous pressure on the earth beneath. Had all 8 legs functioned simultaneously, even considering X-33's antiquity, its shock absorption capabilities would not have produced such a deafening noise. Soon, Zhou realized that utilizing 4 spider legs to maneuver X-33 was futile. Although these legs could support the 270 tons, the soft ground could not endure it, causing each step to sink nearly half a meter into the soil. In truth, X-33's weight had been augmented beyond 270 tons, as the dark, bony protrusions on its 8 spider legs and the trapezoidal metallic structures on its mechanical arms alone weighed a staggering 15 tons. Struggling through the cramped quarters, Zhou nerves were taut, his gaze fixated on the luminous screen of the control console, fearing the loss of any vital information. The mech was excessively unwieldy. The metallic panels of the quarters would collapse and warp at the slightest touch, leaving no room for error. Zhou objective was his home atop the hillside. The brief distance of 200 meters left him drenched in perspiration. At the moment the heavy sounds reverberated, Mech, who had been busily occupied in the kitchen, felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Her immediate thought was of the mech, rather than an earthquake. In a flash, Mech's body darted out of the quarters like a wisp of smoke. Upon emerging, she was momentarily dumbfounded, for she beheld a colossal mech, reminiscent of a giant octopus, carefully advancing up the hillside, its 8 legs navigating the narrow gaps between the panels. Mech passed by X-33 almost daily, and she was acutely aware of its gradual transformations. However, witnessing this dormant behemoth spring to life after decades of stillness was profoundly shocking. The dynamic X-33 presented an entirely different aura compared to its inert counterpart, especially with its prominent bony protrusions imparting an air of ferocity. Nevertheless, Mech remained perplexed as to why Zhou had chosen to modify X-33 in such a manner. After all, irrespective of the alterations, X-33 remained a civilian mech, clumsy, energy-consuming, and slow, easily outclassed by even the most rudimentary combat mechs. Boom! Boom! In Mech's astonished gaze, the towering X-33, akin to an unsteady infant learning to walk, lurched above the quarters, its 8 steel spider legs encircling the structure, while its mechanical arms converged, poised to pierce the misty air like a javelin ready to be thrown. Once X-33 steadied itself, Zhou opened the cockpit and slowly descended the spider leg ladder. Zhou, what are you doing parking it here? This is my mech. This is my territory, Mech exclaimed. Zhou gazed up at the towering X-33, inhaling deeply, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. His hard work had finally borne fruit. He had set this massive entity in motion. Is this where you'll stop? Mech asked, eyeing the threateningly glimmering bony protrusions atop the spider legs. Her instincts warned her that this mech should not remain here, as the slums offered no suitable arena for its capabilities. Being a level 3 mech combatant, Mech discerned that Zhou had indeed outfitted X-33 with basic combat capabilities, The bony protrusions on the mechanical arms and joints were not merely for aesthetics, but constituted the essence of a rudimentary combat mech. Inform them that the control range of the mech encompasses my private territory, Zhou Chuan instructed. Why? Feeling the palpable menace radiating from Zhou Chuan, Mi Xue fell silent, as she had grasped his intent. Chapter 38. A Rose in Bloom. 30 meters. 30 meters. X-33's steel mechanical arms could command a radius of nearly 30 meters, meaning that any nighttime ruffians wishing to encroach upon this modest quarters would undoubtedly face Zhou Chuan's relentless retaliation. However, Mi Xue was somewhat bewildered. This incarnation of X-33 bore no significance to the slum's miscreants, particularly since Zhou Chuan had decisively dealt with one such thug previously, leading to a cessation of nighttime disturbances. Just to add, even when I'm not home, my words still hold weight, Zhou Chuan remarked as he stepped through the door. Oh, Mi Xue replied, her heart warming at the sight of Zhou Chuan's broad back. For the first time, she felt a sense of security within the slums. The past 2 years had not been easy for Mi Xue. Life in a slum city is fraught with chaos. Brawls, drug use, robbery, and assault are commonplace. For a beautiful woman lacking self-defense skills, even a single day in such an environment could prove perilous. Indeed, for nearly 1,000 days and nights, her nerves had remained perpetually taut, with no room for relaxation. The two settled at the dining table, sharing a breakfast of soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and buns, a rather antiquated meal. In a noble's life, the more ancient the item, the more it is revered, for in this age of mechanical advancement, such antiquities demand considerable time and resources to procure, expenses beyond the reach of the average citizen. For the common folk, a bottle of nutritional liquid or compressed food is far more economical, satisfying daily nutritional needs with convenience and speed. I'll arrive at school early today, Zhou Chuan said, gently wiping his mouth. Oh, are you leaving today? Mi Xue, momentarily entranced by Zhou Chuan's elegant gesture, only snapped back to reality once he stood up. Zhou Chuan mused, in the afternoon. But today is only the 27th, and school doesn't start for several days, Mi Xue began, but fell silent as Zhou Chuan retreated into his room and closed the door. Once she finished tidying up, Mi Xue stepped outside, pausing at Zhou Chuan's door for a moment before ultimately deciding against knocking, leaving quietly. In truth, her daily life was a solitary routine, departing in silence and returning in silence. Zhou Chuan, preoccupied with numerous tasks, including organizing clothing and household supplies, hardly noticed her departure. Simultaneously, he needed to reach out to old clients and cancel orders. Most importantly, he had to compile notes and blueprints from the recent repairs on X-33. While he initially possessed little knowledge of mech repairs and modifications, his experience with X-33 had granted him a more intuitive understanding of mech maintenance, allowing him to refine a comprehensive mech system within his mind. Click! As Zhou Chuan meticulously organized the books and placed his clothing into an ancient wicker chest, a faint sound emanated from the living room door. He was aware that it was noon, and it must be Xiang'er arriving, as she dutifully delivered meals to him at this hour each day. A routine orchestrated bimixu. Gently opening the door, he beheld Xiang'er bent over, moving a chair aside and carefully wiping the dining table with a pristine white towel. She then delicately placed the dishes from the food box onto the table, her expression one of deep concentration, utterly oblivious to Zhou Chuan standing at the threshold. Once she had arranged the meal, Xiang'er sat at one end of the table, resting her chin in her hands, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment's reverie, she rose, retrieved a rose from the food box along with a small white porcelain vase, and cautiously arranged the flower within the vase, shifting its position until satisfied, before taking her seat at the opposite end of the table. As soon as Xiang'er settled down, she noticed Zhou Chuan standing by the door, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Startled, she sprang to her feet, hurriedly concealing the rose behind her back. Xiao Huan remained silent, gradually approaching the table and pulling out a chair to sit down. He gazed at the spread before him, which consisted of 2 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of glossy, aromatic braised pork. Chuan Gu, Xiang'er stammered, her cheeks still aflame, her hands awkwardly hidden behind her. Sit down. No, Chuan Gu, you eat. Xiang'er will leave now. In a flurry, she grasped the food box and made a dash for the door. Xiang'er, MHM. She dared not meet Zhou Chuan's gaze, her eyes fixated on her own toes. Sit down. No, Chuan Gu, I can serve you your meal, but I will not sit. Sit down. Zhou Chuan's voice grew stern. No. Xiang'er clinchul her til her expression resolute. Very well, then you may watch me eat. Observing the unwavering determination etched on Xiang'er's delicate face, He was suddenly reminded of the time she had been pushed into a mud puddle by some ruffians while defending him, displaying the same indomitable spirit. This was a girl who, though seemingly fragile, possessed an inner strength that surpassed that of many. With a smile, Xianger stepped to the table and served Zhou Chuan a bowl of rice, unaware that the rose had already been hidden away. Zhou Chuan began his meal with meticulous attention, his focus akin to that of his work. To Xianger's delight, he was actually savoring the braised pork she had prepared. Half an hour later, Zhou Chuan finished this sumptuous yet somewhat grand lunch. After all, dining in the company of a breathtaking beauty was indeed a significant affair in the slums. Xiangya, I am about to depart for the imperial capital to pursue my studies. Henceforth, you need not prepare lunch for me anymore. Thank you for your care, he said, accepting a napkin from Xianger and gently wiping his lips. Oh, to Zhou Chuan's surprise, Xianger displayed no signs of disappointment or discomfort. Instead, she nodded naturally, her gaze lingering on the bowl that had contained the braised pork he had just consumed, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncontainable joy. A blush crept onto her cherubic face, as if she were contemplating something delightful. Ahem, I shall tidy up now, Zhou Chuan remarked, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He had prepared numerous words to console the young girl, only to realize that she required no solace at all and seemed quite pleased with his departure. Oh, then I shall return home. Sister Mi Shui has been quite busy lately. I must hurry to assist her. By the way, Chuange, I heard on the news that many people died in space. Is that so? Zhou Chuan replied, his attention drifting as he regarded Xianger, his tightly wrapped, curvaceous figure. Yes, it seems a prominent figure named Misha nearly perished. Misha? Zhou Chuan suddenly stood, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Huan Yi. You. Xianger was startled by his abrupt intensity, clutching her chest like a frightened rabbit. My apologies, Xiangya. Please tell me what you know. Huan Yi. I'm not entirely sure. While I was cooking, the Interstellar news was on and I caught snippets, but I do not know the full story. It should still be airing. Xianger dashed to the wall and turned on an LCD television, which had remained off since Zhou Chuan awoke, as both he and Mi Shui had grown accustomed to silence. Our latest report states that the casualty count from the Yunhai interstellar biological incident has been confirmed at 130,000, with 100,000 missing, and over 10,000 interstellar warships destroyed. The Federation Empire's Chief General, Misha, has passed the critical phase and is currently receiving treatment at a secret military base in the capital. Our reporters have been dispatched to the scene and will provide further updates. Chapter 39, The Great Cosmic Development. This special report states that on August 20th, Chief General Misha led an expeditionary force back to the Federation Empire's capital, encountering a massive assault by unidentified life forms in the Yunhai star system, resulting in 130,000 fatalities and nearly 200,000 missing. The number of destroyed warships has exceeded 10,000, and casualties continue to rise. The 2,000 interstellar vessels that followed have not reported back. We will continue to provide updates. The Interstellar Network reported new developments in the Yunhai star system incident, indicating that the 2,000 Federation V-11 class interstellar warships tasked with protecting General Misha during the retreat have completely lost contact. Almost every interstellar news channel was broadcasting the Yunhai star system incident, with reporters seen boarding rented exploratory vessels at various planetary docks, evidently preparing to delve into the site of the incident for interviews. That General Misha is no good. Why is he still alive? Xiangya pouted, a hint of irritation crossing her face. By the way, Chuange, with so many warships involved, why is there no holographic news coverage? And with so many lives lost? The reporters covering the news seem rather excited. Zhou Chuan observed as she clutched the remote control, flipping through several channels, discovering that the reports were largely uniform, with little variation in the casualty figures, indicating that their news sources were singular. Zhou Chuan did not respond immediately to Xianger's inquiries. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, his expression finally relaxed. It is quite simple. For humanity, this is indeed a grim piece of news, yet simultaneously, it is also a beacon of hope, Zhou Chuan stated calmly. A beacon of hope? Xianger stared at him, bewildered. Indeed, a beacon of hope. In the span of human development over the past millennia, we are witnessing a magnificent era of exploration. Humanity's seeds are being scattered across the cosmos like dandelions from ancient Earth, leaving our footprints throughout the galaxy. Countless massive spacecraft are venturing into even more distant star systems, while habitable planets have already been colonized. Although some exploration teams continue to discover new worlds, the majority are of inferior quality barren planets, and mineral-rich spheres that demand vast resources for transformation, incurring exorbitant costs. But what does this have to do with the recent events? Xiang'er inquired, her interest in Zhou Chuan's musings on the origins of human scientific advancement waning. Certainly, generations of humanity have flourished on hundreds of habitable planets, blooming like radiant flowers in the vast expanse of the cosmos. This grand cosmic development has persisted for an entire millennium and continues to unfold. However, over the long passage of time, as humanity's strides extended further into the universe, the returns have become increasingly meager. In the past 2 centuries, human explorers have failed to discover a single large planet suitable for habitation. Although numerous celestial bodies have been uncovered, the majority are inhospitable, barren worlds or mineral-rich planets. The recent large-scale assault on the expeditionary fleet suggests that there are, in fact, several habitable planets yet to be discovered. While this news should be regarded as fortuitous for humanity, one wonders why it must remain shrouded in secrecy. My dear, a habitable planet harbors immense commercial potential. It could lead to the development of mineral resources, the establishment of interstellar tourism companies, and large-scale immigration, even the founding of a new nation. Most importantly, these newly discovered planets could serve as stepping stones for further cosmic exploration, enabling the detection of new spatial jump points. Their value far surpasses that of the planets themselves. And surely the 5 great empires wish to prevent other nations from meddling in their affairs, which may explain their decision to impose a news blackout. It is likely that the casualties were so significant that they felt compelled to release some preliminary information. Brother Chuan, do you think those creatures pose a threat to human existence? She inquired with a hint of trepidation. Not at all. Throughout humanity's 1,000-year evolution, we have encountered a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, some possessing advanced intelligence that threatened our very survival. Yet we ultimately emerged victorious. Scientists have conducted countless simulations and computations, proving that humanity is the most intelligent species in this vast universe. Thus, even if there are sacrifices, they are merely temporary. In this age of mechanical brilliance, mere physical prowess cannot triumph over humanity. Reports suggest that the assault on the expeditionary fleet was executed by unidentified organisms, which does not necessarily imply high intelligence or advanced technology. These beings are likely robust extraterrestrial entities adept at cosmic migration, fortuitously encountering our fleet, resulting in significant casualties due to the fleet's unpreparedness. I believe that once General Misha organizes an effective counterattack, we will soon hear reports of victory flooding the interstellar news channels. Oh, I see now. Xiang'er exhaled deeply, patting her chest. As a young girl, she harbored an intrinsic fear of those unidentified insects and creatures. Zhou Chuan refrained from continuing to watch the news. Centuries prior, during the era of humanity's technological explosion, the casualties incurred in the quest for cosmic expansion were thousands of times greater than those of the current expedition. Humanity's conquest of the cosmos demanded not only perseverance and resolve, but also lives. We transformed vast, desolate planets into verdant, vibrant worlds, reshaping countless barren celestial bodies into colonies meeting Earth's natural standards. The engineering required to make these planets habitable for humanity is monumental. Historical records indicate that, a millennium ago, adventure ships embarked from Earth's spaceports almost daily. A century ago, cosmic expansion reached its zenith, and the ancient Earth nations had established countless colonies in the cosmos. Utilizing these planets as launch points, humanity truly commenced a grand cosmic era. It is said that at its peak, some nations and organizations dispatched tens of thousands of vessels for cosmic exploration each year. However, fewer than 1 in 1,000 of these exploratory ships ever returned to Earth. This intensive, sweeping exploration brought immense wealth and fertile planets to humanity, while countless explorers vanished into the vastness of space, never to return. This epic era of mechanical brilliance, spanning a millennium, was also a time of turbulence for humanity. Witnessing the disappearance of numerous ancient nations and the emergence of states formed by powerful families and conglomerates. Today, this has culminated in the establishment of the Interstellar Federal Empire, led by 5 great empires, comprising hundreds of member states. Although technological advancements have reached their zenith, humanity's inherent greed remains unchanged. The 5 great empires are the successors of several ancient Earth families, and after a millennium of development post their separation from Earth, they have supplanted their original nations to become the leaders of the cosmos. This leadership is founded upon might, bolstered by formidable military power. To prevent new nations from undermining their hegemonic status, the Federal Empire has, for millennia, pursued a policy of fragmentation against other nations. Of course, this power dynamic is largely obscured from the general populace. The Federal Empire operates under a dual standard, espousing the ideals of human rights and liberty from ancient Earth, standing on a moral high ground while duping billions of humans. The Empire's efforts over the years have yielded significant results, with the once great nations of ancient Earth being divided and rendered non-existent, leaving myriad smaller nations scattered throughout the cosmos. Should any nation begin to prosper, the Federal Empire will undoubtedly exert every effort to thwart its rise. An illustrative case is the military pressure exerted on the Rydell Empire, compelling them to execute General Xie, a definitive example of the Empire's tactics. It can be said that with the loss of the legendary Iron Blood general, the Rydell Empire's path to greatness was abruptly severed. "Brother Chuan, I must take my leave. Wishing you safe travels," Xiang'er chirped as she finished tidying the dishes, bouncing towards the door. She turned back, flashing a radiant smile. Observing Xiang'er's enchanting smile, Xiao Huan nodded, perplexed. He could not fathom why, despite his impending departure, Xiang'er exhibited no trace of sadness. Her eyes even sparkled with unintentional joy. This was clearly uncharacteristic of her. What could have prompted such a change? Chapter 40. Starry Mecca University. Zhou Chuan swiftly dismissed thoughts of Xiang'er, for it was already noon, and he needed to head out. Traveling to the capital district's Starry Mecca University in the Rydell Empire would take at least an hour via the slow hovercraft. And upon arrival, he would need to search for accommodation, as he preferred not to reside on campus. Grabbing his suitcase and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Zhou Chuan stepped out the door. Just before leaving, he cast a final glance at the towering X-33, a project to which he had devoted considerable effort. Unfortunately, the Phantom storage compartment could not accommodate this colossal machine. Now, all that remained of the Phantom was a high-energy sniper rifle. Upon boarding the slow hovercraft, the vehicle accelerated from a speed of 10 kilometers per hour to 70 as it crossed the imperial capital security boundary. The impoverished districts lie on the outskirts, nearly 30 kilometers from the core of the capital. Exiting the slums signified entry into the realm of the imperial capital. Yet there remained a further 10 kilometers to reach the heart of the capital. Starry Mecca University is situated at the very center of the Rydell Empire's capital. Historical records reveal that this institution was established by the first wave of interstellar immigrants from the Rydell planet. As the Rydell Empire began to flourish, many governmental functions relocated to the periphery, but Starry Mecca University endured. Its history can be traced back over a century to the era of cosmic expansion, rendering it a landmark and tourist attraction on the capital's map. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the hovercraft passed by the Imperial Palace, traversed the expansive Rydell Empire Square, and moved past the Imperial Government and the George III Memorial Park, where the towering statue of George III stood at a height of 100 meters, alongside the nearby sculpture group honoring great figures of history. Riding the slow hovercraft felt akin to attending a history lesson on the Rydell Empire and the evolution of its cities. King George III was the third emperor of the Rydell Empire, under whose auspices the empire ascended to unparalleled glory. It was he who personally commanded the fleet to discover the planet Rydell. The Imperial Square was erected in memory of those who perished in the earthquake centuries ago. The sculptures of national heroes within the monument depict the illustrious figures of the Rydell Empire. Foremost among them stands the Empire's inaugural and sole marshal, a title that was subsequently abolished by the Empire. Zhou Chuan stood frozen, akin to a statue, his gaze fixated on the outside world, seemingly suspended in time, as if his eyes were trapped upon the glass. He remained oblivious to the anxious young man behind him, who had boarded the train from the slums. Nervously observing Zhou Chuan and attempting to speak, yet hesitating to approach, his eyes darting towards the wrought-tan box at Zhou Chuan's feet. That wrought-tan box was undoubtedly a costly handcrafted artifact, a symbol of noble status, for a true pauper could never afford such an extravagant yet impractical item. In this era of technological explosion, nearly all commodities that could be crafted from metal or composite materials were produced as such, relegating handmade items and those made from raw materials to the realm of luxury goods. 2 hours later, the maglev train came to a halt in the very heart of the Rydell Empire, though this was not the final destination, as the journey was only halfway complete. Zhou Chuan leisurely lifted the wrought-tan box and disembarked, while the young man hastily followed, clutching his metal box. With a distance of 2 kilometers remaining to Starry Sky Mech University, the area was under strict traffic control. Neither ancient four-wheel drives nor advanced hover vehicles were permitted beyond this point. Zhou Chuan ambled forward, with the young man trailing closely behind him. Suddenly, Zhou halted and turned back. Why are you following me? His gaze was deep as the ocean, as if he could see through the young man's very soul. The young man, caught off guard, nearly collided with Zhou, causing his metal box to tumble to the ground. He bent down, visibly pained, to retrieve it. Evidently, the box was of inferior quality, having become severely deformed at one corner from the fall. Zhou felt a flicker of concern about whether it would still open. I'm just going this way too, the young man stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, Zhao Huan nodded. The young man was slight of stature, appearing somewhat malnourished. Yet his features were delicate and his eyes held a certain innocence. Excuse me, are you here to study? He mustered the courage to ask as Zhou turned to walk away. You too? Zhou replied, glancing back. Why yes, I'm from a North District. What about you? The young man's excitement was palpable, his lips trembling. I'm from the South District. Zhou gaze swept over the young man once more, and he found him suddenly of great significance. After all, Starry Sky Mech University was the premier institution in the Rydell Empire, accessible only to two types of individuals, the exceedingly wealthy or the exceptionally gifted. This young man undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. Years ago, while reviewing the promotions of certain high-ranking military personnel, Zhou had applied the same standard. Any soldier from a humble background who attended Starry Sky University would be scrutinized meticulously. The young man was a stutterer, and conversing with him was akin to enduring a trial. Yet Zhou patience was commendable. With ample time on his hands, he soon garnered a preliminary understanding of the young man. His name was Min Xiaohe, 17 years old, residing in the impoverished North District, a good 20 kilometers away from Zhou's residence. Min Xiaohe had been admitted to the computer science program under special circumstances. Special circumstances. Zhou felt a renewed respect for this inexperienced youth. Starry Sky University typically accepted only one student per year under such provisions, and those were primarily affluent young women who sponsored the institution. Now, admitting a person from the slums made this opportunity exceedingly rare. Your computer science program must be impressive? Zhou inquired with genuine curiosity, finding it hard to imagine what achievements a resident of the slums, with limited exposure to cutting-edge technology, could have attained. I don't really understand. I've never studied formally, just taught myself, the young man stuttered, his face flushed, unable to meet Zhou's gaze, revealing a lack of confidence. Observing his timid demeanor, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, Min Xiaohe was self-taught and lacked formal education, leaving him insecure about his grasp of computer knowledge. Through their conversation, Zhou learned that Min Xiaohe had not taken an entrance exam. He was nominated for special admission by the chief professor at Starry Sky Mech University, Corral. Their acquaintance was serendipitously formed through the interstellar internet. Suddenly, Min Xiaohe froze, his face alight with excitement as he gazed skyward. Above, an imposing gray archway loomed, reminiscent of a gray rainbow, suspended in the heavens. To the left of the arch, a massive pillar stood tall, adorned with gleaming golden characters. Starry Sky Mech University. The entire arch was reportedly constructed from rare marble with golden veins, imported at great expense from ancient Earth, while the golden letters of the university were made from pure gold, weighing several tons. Over the passage of time, the marble had lost its once brilliant golden luster, becoming dark and heavy after a century, yet it imparted a profound sense of historical depth. Chapter 41, Co-Rental. Witnessing the fervor in Min Xiaohe's expression, Zhou fully comprehended the significance of this moment. For a pauper in the Rydell Empire, gaining admission to Starry Sky Mech University represented a monumental step toward ascending to a noble status. Entrance to this esteemed institution was a dream for all children from impoverished backgrounds. Graduates of Starry Sky Mech University were often recruited by government agencies, while those with connections found positions within major corporations or conglomerates. Even those without connections were dispatched to remote planets for development and management, presenting an invaluable opportunity for any child from the slums. However, the most crucial aspect lay beyond mere employment. Once admitted to Starry Sky Mech University, even the slightest of clever students could forge extensive networks, laying a solid foundation for future advancement. This was the primary motivation for many aristocratic youths who sought admission to this prestigious institution. Many influential individuals enrolled not for the pursuit of knowledge, but to connect with well-connected students or to scout for promising talent for their families. Beyond the grandeur of the university's entrance, Starry Sky Mech University itself was an open campus, without the gates. One would find it difficult to distinguish between the campus and the outside world, as both were interwoven with expansive, vibrant trees. Although the seasons on Rydell Planet are modeled after those of ancient Earth, its autumn is considerably more protracted. The resplendent giant trees, which have stood for centuries, have begun to shed their colorful leaves. These trees, known for their vibrant hues, exhibit a dazzling array of colors: red, yellow, blue, purple, black, white, green, and gold, especially during the autumn months. As the gentle breeze stirs, the myriad colors dance and flutter among the forest, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a painter's palette. Therefore, these trees are aptly named the colorful trees. With their robust and towering trunks, these trees can reach heights exceeding 100 meters, making them impossible for several individuals to encircle. The colorful trees on campus boast a minimum age of a century, with some living for over a millennium, standing majestically and impressively. Indeed, the illustrious Starry Sky Mech University owes part of its fame to the colorful trees, attracting numerous interstellar visitors eager to witness these ancient giants. As the colorful trees require specific climatic conditions and are difficult to transplant, one must journey to the Rydell Empire to behold their magnificent beauty. Naturally, the historically rich Starry Sky Mech University has become the preferred destination for discerning travelers. Though the academic term has yet to commence, the campus is far from desolate. Even in the afternoon, clusters of visitors linger among the trees, reluctant to depart. Occasionally, one can spot local residents accompanied by children, searching for the colorful fruits that grow amidst the thick foliage. Agile little rodents dart through the woods, seizing opportunities to snatch the fruits from the children's hands, creating a picturesque scene that evokes a sense of tranquility and joy. To access the university buildings, one must traverse this expansive expanse of colorful trees stretching for over 1,000 meters. "You go ahead. I will follow," said Zhou Chuan, entranced by the scenery. While Min Xiaohe, indifferent to the beauty surrounding them, had witnessed far more splendid sights during his military career. Wait. Min Xiaohe hastily caught up with Zhou Chuan, his urgency apparent. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Huan inquired. "No," Min Xiaohe replied, his shyness akin to that of a young girl, leaving Zhou Chuan puzzled as to why his parents had bestowed upon him the name Xiaohe. "Speak. I need to find a place to rent. Can you help me?" Min Xiaohe stammered, his eagerness palpable. "Are you wealthy?" Zhou Chuan asked, frowning. "No." Min Xiaohe lowered his head in shame. "Then why do you need a rent?" "I cannot afford tuition. I need money. Therefore, I must seek employment while studying." Min Xiaohe suddenly spoke fluently. "Doesn't the university offer scholarships and living stipends for exceptional students like you?" "No, it's not enough. I need a substantial amount of money," he stuttered again. "Well, come with me. I also need to rent a room. We can consider sharing." Thank you. Min Xiaohe exclaimed. "How many times will you say thank you?" Zhou Chuan teased, as Min Xiaohe awkwardly scratched his head, sporting a silly grin. "Let us go." The two proceeded toward the southern entrance of the campus, leading to a residential area. Before long, they discovered a suitable co-rental advertisement through the holographic ads on the street. Rental, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, seeking 2 co-renters. Requirements: first-year students or faculty of Starry Sky Mech University. Rent, negotiable. They quickly reached the location, where 2 guards checked their enrollment notifications before allowing them entry. The building was a vintage 7-story brick structure, facing the grove of colorful trees at Starry Sky Mech University, equipped with an elevator. Both felt a twinge of unease as they entered. While the exterior appeared unassuming, the interior astonished even Zhou Chuan. The elevator was a high-speed model produced by Longting Heavy Industries, made from seamless silver steel. Upon entering the hallway, they were greeted by a massive camel wool carpet, with high-intensity crystal floor tiles designed to block radiation and walls adorned with gilded light fixtures. Standing on the camel wool carpet, Xiaohe hesitated to move, sticking his tongue out at Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan fell into a contemplative silence. His apprehension stemmed not from the opulence of the place. He could withstand even greater luxury, but rather from the realization that his current financial situation rendered this accommodation unaffordable. "Let's take a look before deciding," he suggested. "Oh," Xiaohe, seemingly lacking confidence, followed closely behind, cautious not to scuff the crystal tiles. Observing Zhou Chuan's composed demeanor filled Xiaohe with admiration. He wished to emulate Zhou Chuan's relaxed stride, but after just a few steps, he felt discomfort, acutely aware of his own inadequacies. "No wonder they carry wicker trunks while I lug around a metal box," Xiaohe lamented, feeling disheartened. Knock. Zhou Chuan politely rapped on the door. "Who is it?" A voice emanated from within, authoritative and stern. "We are here for the rental." The door creaked open to reveal a man in his 40s, his demeanor cold. He had fair skin, donned a crisp black suit, and wore a deep red silk tie, with meticulously groomed hair glistening. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan's stout stature, the man initially expressed surprise before a flicker of delight crossed his features. After surveying the two with a scrutinizing gaze, he remarked, "What a grand hall." The hall, approximately 130 square meters, was simply decorated yet furnished with extraordinarily expensive items. Genuine leather sofas made from pterosaur skin, a multi-crystal coffee table, a remote-touch holographic television, and intricately carved porcelain pieces. On the balcony of the living room sat a massive aquarium housing exotic fish, renowned for their vibrant colors and astronomical value. Requiring precise conditions to thrive, ordinary households could scarcely afford even to own such aquatic wonders. The man seemed disinterested in engaging in lengthy conversation, quickly requesting their enrollment notifications. After verifying their details on a handheld holographic computer, he remarked, "Ah, a mecha maintenance specialist. I never expected one with such exceptional admission status would be you." His attention shifted predominantly to Xiaohe, nodding approvingly at the information displayed on the holographic screen. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Zhao Huan inquired. "No need for that. You are free to proceed with the rental," the man replied. "Forgive me, sir, but I believe this residence may not suit us. Our financial capabilities cannot accommodate such luxury. We merely require a place to sleep," Zhou Chuan stated, rising with a calm demeanor. "No, rent is not an issue. How much can you afford?" The man's tone shifted abruptly, and he stood, smiling broadly. "Let us discuss this." Zhou Chuan turned to Xiaohe and asked, "How much can you offer?" I can manage 1 gold coin," Xiaohe mumbled, his head drooping. "I can contribute 3. In total, we can afford 4 gold coins per month. That's our maximum." "No problem, just a moment. I need to confer with someone for the final decision." "Karine, dear, could you step out for a moment? I have found you some potential coroners," the man said, gently knocking on a nearby door. "Do not come out. I've already reviewed over a dozen options." "And you remain dissatisfied. You decide," a voice, sweet yet tinged with irritation, echoed through the room, its melodic quality rendering even anger pleasant to the ears. "So, it's settled. Shall I sign the contract with them?" "As you wish, I shall not interfere," came the reply. "Here, sign this contract, and our co-rental agreement shall be established." A peculiar smile played at the corners of the man's lips. "I don't have the funds. Can I pay monthly?" "Signing means money is no object. You can reimburse me when you have the means." He gently patted Min Xiaohai's shoulder and smiled. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan sign the contract, Min Xiaohai followed suit, harboring an inexplicable trust in him. "You can owe me this gold for now. When you have surplus, you can pay me back. However, you must keep an eye on things and inform me immediately if any issues arise. Understood?" "No, understood." Before Min Xiaohai could utter a word, Zhou Chuan had already agreed. Good. If you require assistance in the future, Mr. Zhou, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you," Zhou Chuan replied with a cool politeness. "All right, I must take my leave now. There are 3 rooms in total, and 2 remain available. You may arrange yourselves as you wish." "Karen, I am leaving," the man announced as he approached the door and knocked. "You must remember to visit me." The door swung open to reveal a stunning blonde girl, lazily leaning against the frame. She extended her delicate arms and playfully embraced the man, the two of them locked in a passionate kiss. "Let's enter the room," Zhou Chuan urged, pulling the flustered and wide-eyed Min Xiaohai along. With a thud, they stepped into a room and shut the door behind them. "Brother Chuan, why did you rent to us?" Min Xiaohai, still lingering on that fiery scene, blushed deeply. "Because we are quite unattractive and impoverished," Zhou Chuan remarked, drawing the curtains by the window. "What?" Min Xiaohai's body jolted as if pricked by a needle. "Do you think you are handsome and wealthy?" Zhou Chuan's gaze drifted to the vibrant trees outside. The scenery was indeed delightful, and given the luxurious room, even a monthly rent of 100 gold coins seemed reasonable. "Not handsome, not wealthy," Min Xiaohai mumbled, his spirits deflating like a puncture balloon. "But does renting relate to being unattractive and poor?" He suddenly regained his voice. "You will understand in due time." Zhou Chuan chuckled at the naive boy. "Oh, Brother Chuan, may I discuss something?" Min Xiaohai inquired, glancing into the room. "I wish for a large room." "A larger room?" Yes. Min Xiaohai nodded vigorously. "No problem," Zhou Chuan responded, having no particular demands about the room size. In fact, during the initial stages of cultivating mental strength, a smaller space is preferable to avoid dispersion of one's focus. Many practitioners confine themselves to minimal spaces to enhance their willpower and consolidate their mental fortitude. As they exited the living room, the man had already departed. The enchanting girl, clad in ultra-short denim shorts, lounged on the dragon leather sofa, her long, fair legs curled up as she watched holographic television, cradling a limited edition fluffy plush toy. "Here are your keys," she remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Chuan and Min Xiaohai, pointing to the crystal coffee table where the smart keys were placed. "Thank you," Zhou Chuan said, frowning as he took the smart key and handed one to Min Xiaohai. This type of key allowed the girl to alter the password at her discretion, preventing their entry if displeased. Although they were in an unequal position, Zhou Chuan found no objection. After all, it was fair, as their rental payment could not grant them equal standing. "There are a few rules you must adhere to," she stated, her gaze fixed on the holographic screen. "First, when I am in the hall, you are to return to your rooms. Second, no friends are permitted. Third, aside from your rooms, you're not to touch anything else in the house." The girl rested her chin in her hands, seemingly racking her brain for additional rules, appearing both charming and endearing. "Is there anything else?" Zhou Chuan asked coolly, a trace of barely concealed disdain flickering in his eyes. It was evident that the girl harbored a dislike for him, and he reciprocated the sentiment. "Of course there is. Fourth, I will inform you if I think of anything else." Just as she was about to elaborate, she noticed Min Xiaohai staring dreamily at her long, fair legs, prompting her to huff disdainfully. "Brother Chuan, I'm headed to my room," Min Xiaohai exclaimed, flustered as if caught in a theft, hurriedly grabbing his belongings and retreating into his chosen large room, slamming the door shut. Strangely enough, in his moment of panic, Min Xiaohai had stopped stuttering. "All right, if you remember anything, please inform us. Honestly, we do not wish to reside with you," Zhou Chuan remarked coldly, casting one last glance at the girl before retreating to his room with his luggage. The girl sprang up like a coiled spring, preparing to retort. But Zhou Chuan had already closed the door, leaving her fuming, her chest heaving in agitation as she angrily tossed the plush toy to the floor. Time passed swiftly. After settling in, Zhou Chuan prepared ample nutrient solutions and compressed food, rarely venturing outside, instead locking himself in his room to cultivate his mental strength, which was on the verge of breaking through to the second level. Yet, this critical juncture left him perplexed, as if his mental energy were eternally suspended. He could not fathom why his progress had been so rapid until now. Yet at this pivotal moment, efforts to intensify his training seemed futile. For several days, Min Xiaohai left early and returned late, always carrying a tool bag, yet arriving back laden with various parcels. On one occasion, Zhou Chuan encountered him returning with an outdated 50-kilogram giant light computer slung over his shoulder. Moreover, once inside his room, Min Xiaohai never emerged again. As for Karen, she appeared to idle away her days, alternating between sleeping, watching holographic television, and feeding the boiling fish in her aquarium. Every time Zhou Chuan passed through the hall, she seemed entranced by the fish tank. Karen maintained a disregard for both Zhou Chuan and Min Xiaohai. Since their arrival, she had not exchanged a single word with them, not even a polite greeting. On one occasion, after Zhou Chuan returned from shopping, he witnessed Min Xiaohai attempting to converse with Karen, but he merely opened his mouth, turned crimson, and hurriedly retreated into his room. Days passed in tranquility and ease, time slipping away unremarkably. The vibrant leaves from the majestic trees fell daily, yet the abundance remained unchanged. Soon, it would be August 31st, the day of their registration. Zhou Chuan and Min Xiaohai found themselves in the rare opportunity to sit on the sofa in the living room, for Corinne had stepped out. "Tomorrow marks the beginning of school," Xiaohai exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "You truly wish to attend school?" Xiao Huan chuckled. "Of course. Wouldn't you, Brother Chuan?" "Not at all." "Ah, then why do you bother with your studies?" Zhou Chuan did not respond to Xiaohai's inquiry. He merely smiled and shook his head. To him, education was but a frivolous waste of time. His purpose for attending Xinghan Mech University was not to acquire knowledge, but to utilize the university's advanced training equipment. While the cultivation of mental strength was indeed significant, the urgency of losing weight and enhancing his physical strength overshadowed all else for Zhou Chuan. He had reached a point of unbearable frustration with his corpulent physique, and he knew that mere dieting would not suffice to resolve his issues. What he required was a scientifically structured workout regimen. As a most prestigious institution in the Rydal Empire, Xinghan Mech University boasted cutting-edge training apparatus, which could dramatically expedite his progress. With a soft click, the lock turned, and Corinne entered, dragging a bag of household supplies, her face etched with fatigue. Zhou Chuan and Xiaohai exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively rose to their feet. "Please sit," Corinne said, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy, lacking the previous air of intimidation she once exuded. Chapter 43. The Radiant Shell Insect. "All right." Min Xiaohai's face lit up with joy. "I have matters to attend to. You two carry on. Zhou Chuan said, his expression wooden as he stood up. Xiaohe, who had been about to sit down, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and stood awkwardly once more. You two enjoy your conversation. I am quite busy, Zhou Chuan declared, not glancing back as he retreated to his room. His disdain for the golden-haired girl Karine was deeply rooted and irredeemable. He resided here merely to save money and felt no obligation to engage in idle chatter. As for Xiaohe, he had no right to interfere with his freedom. Once inside his room, Zhou Chuan powered on an ancient laptop and connected to the interstellar internet to check the news. It is worth noting that the news Zhou Chuan was perusing was not current. The Rydal Empire's star domain could not synchronize news with other domains instantaneously. It could take hours, or even days, for information to travel, as human transit between star domains relied on spatial jump points rather than long-distance spaceflight. Establishing interstellar wireless networks was fraught with delays, often resulting in information reaching other planets decades, or even centuries later, rendering news obsolete by then. In simpler terms, the universe's star domains were interconnected by myriad wormholes, and humanity had discovered various stable wormhole pathways for interstellar jumps. This jump technology had significantly diminished the distances between star domains. As long as one entered the wormhole space, one would almost instantly arrive at their destination. However, while the distances may have been negligible, the time required to traverse from one star domain to another was not trivial. Even light required a certain duration to reach fixed spatial jump points, and during a wormhole transit, spaceships needed to accelerate to sublight speeds to escape the wormhole's gravitational pull. A lengthy process. Furthermore, exiting a wormhole necessitated an equally protracted deceleration. Naturally, exploration vessels could not rely solely on jump technology. They depended on spacecraft to meticulously search for new resource planets and identify new spatial jump points. Most exploration ships were funded by nations or large corporations, and upon yielding rewards, many exploration teams prioritized selling their discoveries to their supporting organizations or individuals. Indeed, numerous small nations emerged because billionaires purchased planets, establishing their own realms and assuming the role of monarchs. This means that the flow of information across the universe could never be fully synchronized. Nonetheless, countless interstellar media outlets transported news data packets via merchant ships to fixed spatial jump points, linking with local interstellar internet networks to share information. Zhou Chuan meticulously searched for reports regarding unidentified life forms. As he had surmised, General Misha had quickly organized a formidable counterattack following a brief recovery, mobilizing a staggering fleet of 300,000 warships and 20 million interstellar combatants to launch a significant counteroffensive in the Cloud C star domain. Reports of victories from the expeditionary fleet flooded the interstellar media, suggesting that the unidentified life forms were on the verge of annihilation. All of humanity eagerly anticipated the outcome, hoping this discovery would usher in another era of glory, reminiscent of the mechanical explosion that paralleled the birth of the universe itself. Perhaps this revelation would immortalize General Misha in the annals of history. After all, a planet capable of sustaining such a vast biosphere must possess abundant resources, likely making it habitable for humans. Indeed, many interstellar conglomerates had already begun discussions with the Federal Empire regarding subsequent development plans. This time, Zhou Chuan beheld images of the unidentified life forms. The digital images were remarkably clear, even featuring annotations regarding the dimensions of the mysterious creatures. Humanity had bestowed upon these beings an aesthetically pleasing name, the radiant shell insect. Upon seeing this designation, Zhou Chuan was immediately reminded of the renowned radiant tree, a flicker of discontent igniting within him. It felt unsettling to associate a creature of slaughter with the national tree of the Rydal Empire. However, upon closer examination of the radiant shell insect, he could hardly conceive of a more fitting name. The radiant shell insect was adorned with irregular patterns, varying in depth and devoid of any discernible order. Unlike the beauty of the radiant tree, the vibrant patterns of the radiant shell insect evoked a sense of repulsion. The dimensions annotated on the digital photograph revealed that the radiant shell insect was relatively small, measuring approximately 2 meters in width and 5 meters in length. Compared to the mutated beasts on various planets that often weighed in the hundreds of tons, the radiant shell insect appeared rather diminutive. The entirety of its body was encased in a layer of exoskeletal armor, with exceptionally developed appendages that were equally vibrant, yet of a much darker hue, exuding immense strength. It was evident that the 4 hind legs were adapted for locomotion, while the 2 elongated forelimbs, exceeding 7 meters in length and resembling scythes, were employed for capturing prey and launching attacks. The serrated edges of these scythe-like limbs were remarkably sharp. Overall, The radiant shell insect bore a striking resemblance to a colossal, fearsome mantis, albeit without wings. Its abdomen was segmented, and the exoskeleton seemed to have evolved into articulated sections, much like an accordion, allowing for extension and contraction. Atop the head of the radiant shell insect rested a bulbous protrusion, from which two prominent eyes glimmered brightly. The positioning of these eyes indicated that they could rotate nearly 360 degrees, rendering them more perfect and practical than those of humans. Suddenly, as Zhou Chuan continued his search for information, he stumbled upon a brief video concerning the radiant shell insect. The footage appeared to have been leaked, lasting merely 30 seconds and appearing quite blurry, likely filmed on the battlefield. Upon opening the video, Zhou Chuan felt as though he had been transported back to an era filled with smoke and fervor. The camera shakes violently. From a lens, it is evident that this footage was captured by a mech fighter, set against the vast expanse of the cosmos. In the distance, several warships can be seen attempting to withdraw from the battlefield, which is teeming with a chaotic mix of combat mechs and iridescent worms. The battle, silent yet fiercely brutal, reveals the overwhelming numerical superiority of the iridescent worms. Were it not for the support of star-class snipers stationed at a distance, Zhou Chuan could almost confidently assert that the combat mechs would stand no chance against the relentless onslaught of these vibrant creatures. The speed of the iridescent worms is comparable to that of the mechs, and in terms of agility, they even surpass them. Their accordion-like abdomens allow them to traverse dozens of meters in an instant, their turns executed with the swiftness of lightning. In contrast to the mechs, the sole disadvantage of the iridescent worms lies in their exoskeleton-covered bodies, which, while formidable, cannot withstand the rigid metal spines and laser blades of the combat mechs. However, their scythe-like forelimbs inflict substantial casualties on human soldiers, easily piercing through the cockpits of the mechs. Occasionally, the footage reveals mechs drifting silently in space, rendered uncontrollable. Chapter 44, Registration. The iridescent shellworm possesses another formidable ability. When in dire straits, its accordion-like abdomen can suddenly compress, ejecting a stream of yellow viscous substance from its mouth. This substance appears to have corrosive properties, although Zhou Chuan has not witnessed a combat mech being utterly destroyed by this viscous material. The fact that nearly all mechs doused in it hastily retreat from the battlefield speaks volumes about its potential threat. Fortunately, the iridescent shellworms seem reluctant to unleash this corrosive substance. Nonetheless, it instills immense psychological pressure on the combatants. It is evident that the fighters exercise extreme caution when engaging the iridescent shellworms, often opting for conservative tactics even when a decisive strike is within reach, thereby squandering their opportunities. This is a chaotic melee spanning nearly 100 kilometers, with combat mechs and iridescent shellworms intertwining in a frenzied tangle, causing considerable confusion for the warships. The naval artillery, with its overwhelming firepower, risks collateral damage to the combatants while attempting to eliminate the iridescent worms. Humanity's advantage lies solely in the distant support of star-class snipers. Without their assistance, the plight of the combatants would be far more dire. As an astute military commander, Zhou Chuan cannot fathom why humans equipped with advanced weaponry find themselves embroiled in such a melee. Yet the brief video provides insufficient insight into the causes of their current predicament. Despite the video lasting a mere 32 seconds and being devoid of sound, Zhou Chuan feels an inexplicable weight upon his shoulders. The brutality of the conflict exceeds his imagination. The destructive capability of the iridescent shellworms is staggering. In just 32 seconds, Zhou Chuan calculates that 71 personnel have perished, while only 12 iridescent shellworms have been slain, a staggering and heavy toll. From the distant perspective of the footage, it appears the iridescent shellworms possess a means to contend with colossal interstellar warships. Otherwise, the vessels would not have abandoned the combatants to flee the battlefield. In fact, analyzing the battlefield conditions at the time, Zhou Chuan has reason to believe that those combatants fiercely battling the iridescent shellworms are providing cover for the warship's retreat. Zhou Chuan continuously replays the silent video, sensing something amiss. Would it be wrong? He slows the video to its lowest speed. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's heart halts, and his blood seems to congeal. He glimpses a shadow, black as night, darting like a streak of dark lightning amidst the throng of iridescent worms. Were it not for the slowed speed of the footage, this fleeting shadow in the vastness of space would have gone unnoticed. Even now, slowed to 1/8 of its original speed, the shape of the shadow remains elusive. Such speed, Zhou Chuan is overwhelmed with astonishment. Within the mass of iridescent worms lurks a powerful entity, at least in terms of velocity. Its destructive potential is still beyond his estimation, as the shadow merely flitted by. However, Zhou Chuan is convinced that this being is far superior to the iridescent worms, for speed has always held the greatest advantage, whether on a planet or in space. Closing his notebook, Zhou Chuan feels an indescribable sense of oppression. That shadow instills a profound pressure within him. Despite the video being viewed by many, it has failed to capture the attention of human society. People remain engrossed in continual accolades and overwhelming joy, entirely oblivious to human casualties. Gazing at his own furrowed brow reflected in the mirror-like screen, Zhou Chuan cannot help but smile wryly. He is no longer the commanding general of vast territories. Why should he still be troubled by such matters? Zhou Chuan holds considerable faith in General Misha. A man of great renown cannot be without merit, especially one seasoned by countless battles. He believes that General Misha will swiftly devise new tactics to encircle the iridescent shellworms. No matter how formidable these creatures may be, they cannot triumph over technologically advanced humanity. We have long since departed from the age of cold steel wielded thousands of years ago. Stretching his limbs and glancing at the time, he realizes it is already past 11 in the evening. He has spent a full 3 hours analyzing that video. The night passes without incident, and Zhou Chuan rises early the following morning. After freshening up, he takes the admission notice and steps outside. As he passes through the living room, he is momentarily taken aback to find Xiao He and Corinne sleeping on the sofa. Xiao He sprawls on a short couch, drooling in slumber, while Corinne curls up on a long sofa, her face buried in the cushions, clutching her plush toy. Clearly, the two have chatted all night, and, unable to resist, have succumbed to sleep on the sofa. Xiao He, wake up! Zhou Chuan frowns as he approaches Xiao He and gently shakes him. Xiao He stirs slightly, turning over, but remains asleep. Splash! Without further ado, Zhou Chuan douses Xiao He's head with a cup of water from the coffee table. Brother Chuan, what is going on? What is happening? Xiao He jolts awake, surprisingly no longer stuttering. What do you think? What? Registration. Xiao He springs up like a coiled spring, rushing into the room like a whirlwind. Suddenly, he halts in his tracks, darting back to the sofa, gesticulating excitedly toward Corinne. His hands outstretched, yet hesitant to touch her, his face a mask of urgency. What is wrong? Corinne wants to register too. Brother Chuan. Corinne is in the same department as me. Xiao He exclaims with glee. Xiao Huan notes. As Xiao He stares in astonishment, Zhou Chuan bends down, seizing Corinne's cup and unapologetically pouring its contents over her golden hair. A piercing scream erupts, reverberating like an earthquake. W, what are you doing? Corinne's golden locks, drenched, resemble a drenched chicken, utterly disheveled, her brows furrowed in fury, her jade-like eyes glaring at Zhou Chuan. She does not await a response from Zhou Chuan. For he does not even spare her a glance as he opens the door and steps outside, leaving behind a cautious Xiao He and a furious Corinne. After a 20-minute walk, he arrives at the grand and majestic school entrance, where the morning sun casts vibrant hues upon the lush, iridescent trees. At this moment, the thoroughfare was bustling with an ebb and flow of people. Though it had not reached the point of being utterly congested, it was close enough to that threshold, considering that this was a prestigious university boasting over 30,000 students. Most of those who arrived early were freshmen, while students in their sophomore to senior years typically did not show up this early. Upon passing through the grand entrance, one would still need to walk for more than 20 minutes to reach the lecture halls, where the registration was situated, an inquiry that Zhou Chuan had made clear just days prior. Even though Zhou Chuan maintained a low profile as he strolled along the fringes of the woods, he inevitably attracted many unfriendly glances and hisses. His corpulent and towering frame was undeniably eye-catching, particularly accentuated by his fierce short hair, which made him even more conspicuous. Many deliberately kept their distance from him, wary of being mistakenly associated with this repugnant, rotund figure. In truth, had Zhou Chuan adopted a more unassuming demeanor, he might have gone unnoticed. However, his grotesquely overweight form, coupled with an expression of solemn dignity, exuded an air of overwhelming authority that felt incongruous with his size, leaving others in a state of discomfort. Zhou Chuan was indifferent to the scornful gazes around him. He had long since acclimated to such scrutiny. Ever since he became the inhabitant of this body, he had faced disdainful stares wherever he went, even enduring blatant mockery. If he were to become angry, he would rather channel that energy into shedding pounds. Chapter 45, A Sea of Beauties. 20 minutes later, Zhou Chuan stood before an architecturally striking 7-story office building. The edifice, adorned with a silver-white facade interspersed with vibrant, multicolored patterns, resembled a beautiful ribbon weaving through the trees, harmoniously complementing the splendid foliage. There were 10 registration windows, each with a serpentine line snaking back into the woods. Fortunately, it was autumn, and Ruidal's autumn weather was refreshingly pleasant, making the wait for those in line rather tolerable. A group of charming girls clad in orange attire and white sun hats were maintaining order and distributing bottled water, lending an air of ease to the scene. Xiao Huan, standing nearly a meter tall, towered above the average individual, making him conspicuously stand out at the end of the line, akin to a crane among chickens, albeit a rather rotund one. A cluster of volunteers nearby was laughing and playfully nudging each other, seemingly deliberating on some matter. Lily, you go. No, Liana, you're taller. You go. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I say we let our princess do it. A dozen pairs of eyes suddenly fixated on a girl who, while neither unattractive nor beautiful, appeared to be just over 10 years old, unremarkable in stature and somewhat frail, her skin bearing a sickly pallor. Yet, her eyes sparkled with a crystalline clarity, reminiscent of a serene autumn pond. I'll go, the girl said, offering a gentle smile, her voice soft and soothing, radiating warmth. She retrieved a bottle of water from the storage box, hesitated, then bent down to grab another, and under the gazes of her peers, made her way toward Zhou Chuan. Here, have some water, she said, her height somewhat diminished by Zhou Chuan's towering presence, forcing her to look up at him. Thank you, Zhou Chuan replied, accepting the bottle and nodding politely. There's another bottle. No need to keep it for me. Leave it for someone who needs it. The girl timidly glanced at Zhou Chuan's physique. But overweight individuals might need to hydrate more, Zhou Chuan remarked, feeling an inexplicable fondness for her delicate voice. Ah, no. The girl blushed fiercely, retreating in haste. As he watched her scurry away, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. With that thought, he sighed quietly, reflecting on how, following the failure of his body transplantation and cloning plan, he had lived in a perpetual state of insecurity. He despised that feeling. Yet today, seeing those innocent faces, the immense psychological burden inexplicably lightened. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan realized he had no recollection of his past educational experiences. No classmates or friends came to mind. It seemed that his life as a student had been solely about absorbing knowledge like a sponge or fervently honing his mental faculties. After the girl returned, the group of girls erupted into laughter, their melodious giggles adding a vibrant hue to the campus atmosphere. Observing the lively volunteers, many freshmen found themselves swallowing hard. Indeed, Starry Mecca University was renowned for its abundance of beauties. The registration process moved swiftly, and within half an hour, it was Zhou Chuan's turn. The procedure was straightforward. He handed his admission letter to the woman behind the desk, clad in a uniform, then placed his hands on a fingerprint sensor for identity verification while also providing a blood sample. Finally, he had his pupils scanned for identification, and the last step involved measuring his weight, height, and various health indicators. Stepping onto the scale, the woman behind the desk never once looked up. She was engrossed in verifying Zhou Chuan's personal details on her computer. Beep beep. Finally, she lifted her gaze, astonishment etched across her face as she regarded Zhou Chuan. Apologies. You're overweight. Zhou Chuan grimaced at the data displayed on the screen. It was an anticipated revelation. It's all right. Just a little over. Everything else is normal. However, you'll need to dedicate 3 months to losing weight. Can you manage that? The woman glanced at the displayed data, offering a sympathetic smile. Of course. Excellent. This card grants you access to the university gym. You can utilize all the training equipment at any time during those 3 months. Additionally, professional trainers will be available to guide you. It may be a bit challenging, but I believe in you. Every student at Starry Mecca University is exceptional. Her words were heartening, clearly indicative of her training. Thank you, Zhou Chuan said, slightly bowing as he accepted the card. This card was the primary reason for his return to academia. He was well acquainted with Starry Mecca University's enrollment procedures. They conducted thorough health assessments upon admission, making necessary arrangements for any health issues. In truth, Zhou Chuan's collegiate journey would unfold here again. It was merely a path he had walked before, the only difference being his new identity. As Zhou Chuan exited the office, a flat model of the university's mecha emblem was pinned to his chest. The emblem was silver-white and exquisitely crafted, rumored to be the first combat mecha designed by ancient Earthlings. Moreover, Zhou Chuan possessed several smart cards, each endowed with various functionalities. For instance, the dormitory card also served as a meal card, while the gym card was compatible with the library. However, not every individual had identical cards. With over 30,000 students and limited resources, privileges like Zhou Chuan's gym card were rare. Even if others possessed such cards, they would likely come with time restrictions. unlike his unrestricted access, who will take him to the dormitory. The group of volunteers began to murmur again, and almost in unison, all eyes fell once more on the timid girl. The girl, shrinking back, found herself trapped amongst the crowd, unable to escape. Hee, you are our princess, and we all believe that no man in this world would dare to trouble our princess. Hence, this glorious and magnificent task falls solely upon your shoulders. A tall, blonde girl affectionately embraced another girl and playfully shook her. Indeed, a group of girls tenderly hugged the girl, clearly expressing their fondness for her. Well then, I shall go. The girl, with a remarkably gentle disposition, declared. Suddenly, a stunning junior approached, exuding beauty. Just as the girl prepared to greet Zhou Chuan, a girl, dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack, approached with a sprightly skip. Despite a sheen of fine sweat upon her brow, her face radiated with a bright, sunlit smile. It was Xiang whose charm was on full display in this setting, causing some newcomers to stare in astonishment. Xiang scanned the crowd, and in an instant, her eyes lit up as she spotted the towering Zhou Chuan, who stood amidst the throng like a steadfast beacon. Brother Chuan, amidst the astonished gazes of the volunteers, Xiang dropped her luggage and leapt into the embrace of the stout figure. Chapter 46. Xiang has arrived. The entire registration area suddenly fell into a profound silence. Almost every gaze was fixated on Zhou Chuan and Xiang. If one were to characterize them, it would be Beauty and the Beast. Countless envious, furious, and astonished glances converged upon Zhou Chuan. In truth, even Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, simultaneously feeling Xiang's warmth and joy while grappling with the mental pressure emanating from the surrounding crowd. While this pressure was not lethal, the sheer collective energy of so many students, especially those from the prestigious Rydal Empire, could be quite overwhelming, with a few possessing formidable mental prowess. Xiang, what brings you here? Zhou Chuan inquired, his expression one of confusion, as it seemed she had come to enroll in school. Brother Chuan, my sister Mei helped me get a recommendation from the Red Cross. She is sponsoring my studies. She said you would be lonely studying alone, so I can keep you company. How about that? Xiang replied cheerfully. Zhou Chuan suddenly realized why Xiang had shown no signs of reluctance upon his arrival at school. Indeed, she had no reason to be attached, as they would see each other nearly every day. Mei is here? Zhou Chuan asked as he noticed Xiang glancing around. He too looked into the growing crowd and caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman in a pristine white outfit, her back turned as she walked away. Though she bore a resemblance to Mei Zhou Chuan could not be certain. After all, Mei had never donned pure white clothing, typically wearing a faded, gray training uniform that had seen better days. She dropped me off at the school entrance before leaving, Brother Chuan. Xiang exclaimed. Is it all right for me to accompany you in school? She clung to Zhou Chuan's arm, her petite and curvaceous form pressing against him, eliciting blood from the eyes of some nearby boys. How could a beauty like her be wasted on that stout fellow? Of course it's fine, What major are you pursuing? If there were anyone in this world capable of softening Zhou Chuan's heart, it would undoubtedly be Xiang, whose innocent and terrifying tenacity made him envy the body that once belonged to her. I want to be a battlefield doctor, Xiang declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ah, that's wonderful, Zhou Chuan nodded, recognizing that her choice was likely influenced by Mei Brother Chuan, have you registered? I have. Then wait for me. We can leave together after I register. At that moment, Xiang remembered her luggage abandoned behind her, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face before hurriedly running back to retrieve it, her endearing expression momentarily bewildering the lecherous onlookers. She was undoubtedly a mischievous little sprite, but alas, she was wasted on that hefty fellow. As the crowd regained their senses, they could not help but shake their heads in resignation, lamenting their own misfortune. Zhou Chuan dragged Xiang's suitcase to a row of benches beneath a colorful tree, where he began to wait. By this time, the temporary seating prepared beneath the tree was nearly full, primarily occupied by parents accompanying their children for registration. Though many young friends were also present, today's youth were far from the fragile and delicate beings depicted in ancient tales. Even the pampered were remarkably self-reliant. Do you think that beautiful girl is the sister of that stout fellow? A volunteer whispered conspiratorially. I doubt it. Definitely not. They don't resemble each other at all. However, it's possible they might share one parent. Indeed, it's hard to say. I've seen many unattractive brothers with beautiful sisters. Could they be a couple? They don't seem like it. Why not ask? That girl seems quite innocent. The group of girls struggled to reach a consensus, unable to determine whether Xiang was Zhou Chuan's biological sister. Their curiosity was insatiable, and soon someone proposed clarifying the relationship between the stout fellow and the lovely girl. Naturally, the arduous task fell to the girl known as the princess, whose remarkably kind nature allowed her to smile as she approached Xiang'er with a bottle of water. Here, have some water. The girl showed no signs of trepidation in front of Zhou Chuan, confidently walking up to Xiang. Hee, thank you, sister. Your voice is so lovely. Thank you. Xiang'er's words dripped with sweetness, and the girl seemed to possess an innate charm. After just a few exchanges, they quickly became acquainted and even exchanged nicknames. Girls, it seems, forge connections with far greater ease than men. The girl's real name was Murong Jinjin. Xiang'er, may I ask, is he your brother? Jinjin's cheeks flushed as she glanced nervously at Zhou Chuan, as if fearing he might overhear. Are you referring to the stout one? Not all. Xiang'er replied with certainty. Oh, Jinjin hesitated, clearly aware that further inquiries might be deemed impolite. He is my brother Chuan, a great hero. He is exceptionally skilled, and I hope to marry him one day, though it's all right, Initially, Xiang'er's expression dimmed, but it quickly brightened again, her sunny smile returning as she held onto the belief that Zhou Chuan would eventually marry her. Then I wish you success, Murong Jinjin said with a gentle smile. There are many new students arriving. I'll go help out. You take your time in line, and once you've registered, I'll take you to the dormitory. By now, it was past 10 in the morning, and the registration area had grown increasingly crowded, with volunteers distributing bottled water and assisting with inquiries, bustling with activity. Thank you, Sister Jinjin. By the way, please take care of yourself. I've noticed you don't seem well, so be sure to rest. It's nothing. I'm used to it. After completing her task, Murong Jinjin returned to the circle of volunteers, and immediately, a group of girls flocked around her, eager to inquire about the details. When they discovered that Xiang'er was indeed the girlfriend of that chubby boy, they were left utterly speechless. What astonished them the most was the information gleaned from Murong Jinjin's lips, revealing that the girl, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, was in fact with someone they had all assumed was beneath their contempt. As the volunteers chattered animatedly, a sudden, piercing scream and raucous laughter erupted from the crowd, which parted like the waves of the ocean to create a corridor. A dozen young people surged through this corridor, each gliding on an electromagnetic skateboard, an embodiment of high technology with multifunctional capabilities, boasting remarkable safety features and capable of reaching speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour. Many people utilized these skateboards for urban commuting, and their greatest advantage was the compact space button, making them exceedingly convenient to carry. This group of youths was uniformly clad in retro attire, donning hacker-style coats reminiscent of ancient Earth, adorned with an assortment of eclectic metallic accessories, sunglasses perched upon their noses, and multicolored hair, a clear indication that they were not of the most reputable character. Regardless of how advanced society becomes, the archetype of the school delinquent remains an enduring profession. Indeed, this year's crop of girls was quite remarkable. After stowing away his skateboard, a young man with long hair removed his sunglasses and began surveying the crowd, flanked by a dozen followers, exuding an air of intimidation. History is perpetually replete with striking similarities, and the internet is no exception. Cliched narratives do not dissipate with societal progress. The brazen young man halted before Xiang'er, his eyes wide with disbelief as they rested upon her uniquely exquisite face, seemingly unable to fathom the existence of such a stunning woman. Chapter 47, Training Room Number 7. Xiang'er's beauty was unparalleled. She embodied a certain purity intertwined with a hint of mischief, alongside a contradictory tenacity. Her delicate doll-like visage, paired with her petite yet curvaceous figure, proved to be an irresistible allure for nearly every man. Today, Xiang'er wore her long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a white t-shirt that accentuated her sun-kissed skin, radiating youthful vitality, while a pair of dark jeans snugly embraced her ample hips, showcasing the vigor of her youthful physique. The delinquent gazed at Xiang'er while her large, glistening eyes remained fixed upon him, unblinking. They held each other's gaze. Ultimately, the delinquent succumbed to the purity within Xiang'er's eyes. What are you staring at? He sneered with an evil grin. I'm assessing just how wicked you are, Xiang'er replied solemnly. Cough, cough, caught off guard, the delinquent turned crimson. You're clearly a bad egg. Stay away from me, or you'll regret it. Oof. Ha ha. Your judgment is quite astute. I am indeed a villain. But tell me, what can you possibly do about it? Nothing much, but you might end up picking your teeth off the ground. Xiang'er chuckled inexplicably, recalling the image of the Jimmy brothers sprawled on the floor after being beaten by Zhou Chuan. In her youthful mind, Zhou Chuan was invincible. He had always protected her, just as he did in her childhood, a promise that remained unbroken. Picking your teeth off the ground, haha. The young man initially appeared stunned before erupting into raucous laughter, his gang following suit, as if they had just heard a monumental joke. She is not wrong. A cold voice interjected. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Chuan had already positioned himself beside Xiang'er. Who are you? The delinquent asked again, astonished, gazing up at Zhou Chuan, who towered over him, exuding an aura of intimidation. He is my future husband, Xiang'er declared proudly, clutching Zhou Chuan's arm possessively. Your future husband? The delinquent was once again taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized the unlikely pair before him, struggling to reconcile the two disparate figures. Little sister, are you being coerced by him? The delinquent's gaze shifted to Xiang'er, casting a dubious glance at Zhou Chuan, feeling an impulse to play the hero. Nonsense. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an oppressive silence, all present stunned by Xiang'er's unexpected outburst. It was unimaginable for such a pure and adorable girl to curse. However, no one realized that it was the delinquent who had struck a nerve with Xiang'er. Anyone who insulted Zhou Chuan would inevitably incur her wrath. In that moment, Xiang'er was Zhou Chuan's Achilles heel, much like Jimmy had been. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of high heels clattering broke the stifling tension. Fanny, the delinquent exclaimed, startled. What is it? The heels halted, and a mildly exasperated voice responded, melodious and delightful. Come here, come here. The school finally has a girl more beautiful than you. The delinquent's face transformed into a sycophantic grin, completely shedding his earlier bravado. Really? The crowd parted, revealing a young girl who stepped into view, clad in an exquisitely tailored white gown, her tall frame accentuated by elegantly arched brows and cascading black hair, which flowed like a waterfall. Holding a book, she exuded an air of intellect and grace, steeped in an aura of superiority. You come here. Does she really think I would pursue her? Ha ha ha. The delinquent laughed heartily. The girl cast a disdainful glance at the raucous delinquent, hesitating for a moment before approaching. Every girl possesses a sense of rivalry, particularly one with high self-esteem. And upon hearing another woman deemed more beautiful, curiosity inevitably peaks. Look at her. Isn't she lovely? See, this chub claims she will marry him. Ha ha ha. How boring. The girl's gaze lingered on Xiang'er for a fleeting moment before she disdainfully glanced at Zhou Chuan and turned to leave, her high heels echoing with a crisp cadence. Let us go. Watching the girl's graceful departure, the delinquent momentarily lost himself before feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. He chose not to further pursue Xiang'er and Zhou Chuan, gliding away on his skateboard with his gang. Only then did the onlookers exhale in relief, while Zhou Chuan gradually relaxed his tense muscles. Xiang'er, don't be upset, Murong Junjun reassured, patting Xiang'er on the shoulder. At that moment, Xiang'er was visibly agitated, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Who is that woman? She inquired indignantly, clearly disliking the feeling of being overlooked. She is Beck's 8226 Fanny, a third-grade student, whose father is the president of the Starry Sky Mech University. The young man with long hair is Anderson 8226 Singer, a graduate, whose father serves as the vice president. Singer has harbored a fondness for Fanny for many years, yet she does not reciprocate his feelings. Oof. Xiang'er let out a heavy huff, though it was unclear whom she was angry with. After the ruckus caused by that scoundrel, the previously vibrant atmosphere abruptly faded, and a group of beautiful volunteers fell silent, distributing bottled water in quietude, devoid of the usual chatter and laughter. Soon, Xiang'er completed her registration, and due to the strict prohibition against male entry into the girls' dormitory, Zhou Chuan merely escorted Xiang'er to the dormitory entrance, leaving after Jinjin took her upstairs. As today was merely a registration day without classes, Zhou Chuan did not return to his rented accommodation, but proceeded to the training building. This multi-functional structure, though only 2 stories above ground, boasts 12 subterranean levels, a place with which Zhou Chuan is exceedingly familiar. This building serves not only as a venue for fitness and training, but also functioned as a shelter during wartime. Equipped with a water and oxygen supply system, and its honeycomb structure is resilient enough to withstand attacks from battleship cannons. After ascending to a higher position, Zhou Chuan discovered through classified documents that the training building is divided into several zones, with less than a third accessible to students. Zhou Chuan holds no interest in the confidential areas, as he is aware of their contents, merely laboratories of the Starry Sky Mech University and various strategic resources of the Empire, such as precision manufacturing machinery, which hold no significance for him at present. He only requires the advanced training equipment found here. Upon using his card to unlock the door to Area E and undergoing a series of identity verifications, Zhou Chuan found himself inside the training room number 7. As he had surmised, the room was as desolate as it had been over a decade ago, devoid of any occupants. In fact, training room No. 7 is not merely a room, but an advanced light and shadow training apparatus, The entire space is a colossal machine. Chapter 48. The grueling path of training. The automatic door slowly closed, and although the training room was adorned with flickering cold light instruments, it still emanated an eerie depth. Zhou Chuan adeptly inserted his card into the slot on the right side of the door. The sound of a beep echoed, and immediately a control panel appeared on the left wall of the training room. Beep. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuan pressed a red button, and upon the electric sound, the training room, spanning over 300 square meters, was inundated with countless luminous spheres. These spheres possess the most advanced temperature sensing and force measurement systems. Any contact with them would be recorded and analyzed by the light brain, providing accurate data, while the light spheres transmit a stinging sensation to the body's pain receptors to alert the trainee. At the moment, Zhou Chuan activated training room number 7. A frail old man with oversized hands was observing through a holographic screen in a control room of the training building. Every move of Zhou Chuan was captured in his gaze. When Zhou Chuan pressed the red button, the old man's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Grandfather, have you made a discovery?" A curious boy around 13 or 14 approached. "Not yet." "Wow, this chubby kid actually dares to enter training room number 7. Commendable courage." The boy nodded in surprise, appearing quite mature for his age. The old man affectionately ruffled the child's hair, yet his focus remained fixed on Zhou Chuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhou Chuan glanced at the countdown indicator on the wall, standing still as he closed his eyes and silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the suspended light spheres began to move rapidly, and almost simultaneously, Zhou Chuan opened his eyes, launching himself into the swirling spheres, but as he entered their chaotic movements, his face contorted in agony from the piercing sensations triggered by his pain receptors. As Zhou Chuan navigated the path he had set against the onslaught of the light spheres, the elderly man in the control room wore a look of disappointment as he shut off the holographic display. At that moment, the holographic screen revealed that the plump youth had already made contact with 10 light spheres, a grave error indeed. It seems this new student is a complete failure. The old man sighed, having hoped for a surprise from the youth activating training room number 7, only to find him lacking substance. "Grandfather, it's only the first day. No need for such a dramatic expression." The boy, who had somehow acquired a 2-meter-long metallic spear, played with it. The spear gleamed silver, with its tip adorned in a hint of gold, strikingly radiant, though it appeared quite heavy, as evidenced by the boy's strained expression. Typically, those with exceptional talent exhibit strong performances, and the training equipment at Starry Sky Mech University is the most advanced among all academies in the Riddle Empire. 10% of newcomers with special abilities usually take the opportunity to test their skills on the first day. Be careful. That spear weighs 80 kilograms, and you are not even heavier than it. Don't injure yourself. "Wait until you're older to handle it," the old man exclaimed, having been startled when the boy nearly jabbed the spear into the light brain, breaking into a cold sweat as he swiftly snatched it away, causing it to vanish without a trace after performing a flourish. The boy pouted, but did not seem upset. He wandered back to a corner of the room, picking up a black energy shield to play with, while the old man returned his focus to the holographic display, hoping to discover a promising new student. Finally, after a frantic sprint, Zhou Chuan halted, his face contorted from the relentless stimulation of his pain receptors, his body feeling as though it had been dredged from water. 23 seconds. 57 light spheres contacted. The analysis results flashed on the light brain, which appeared to have no time for words, the screen displaying only one character. "Poor." Staring at the word, Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then forced a bitter smile, unable to believe that within a mere decade, even the light brain had grown frugal with words. However, judging by the trajectory of the light spheres, it was evident that training room number 7 had indeed been upgraded, and an upgrade for the light brain was to be expected. Yet, it was no wonder the light brain was terse, compared to the glory of his previous performance. Where he had touched none in 2 or 3 seconds, this current score could hardly be described as anything other than poor. Stretching his muscles to alleviate the stimulated pain, Zhou Chuan gritted his teeth and charged once more into the dazzling array of light spheres. Xiao Huan possesses no extraordinary talent. He lacks the secrets of cultivation. However, he possesses an indomitable willpower that has propelled him to become the youngest general in the Riddle Empire. Zhou Chuan's strength lies in dedicating several times more effort than others to accomplish the same task, much like when he meticulously repaired the X-33, devoting countless hours to comprehend the unfamiliar. Now, Zhou Chuan is merely repeating his successful formula. No one can endure the torment of incessant pain, yet he can. The human body is intricately woven with pain-sensing nerves. Apart from a few rare organs, the vast majority of bodily structures are enveloped by these nerves. The light and shadow orb exploits the moment of contact with the body to stimulate these pain receptors, creating an excruciating sensation akin to being pierced or torn apart. This experience mirrors genuine pain without the slightest variance. If the light and shadow orb were to make contact 57 times, it would equate to being ruthlessly stabbed 57 times, illustrating the torment inherent in this training regimen. Indeed, every exercise in training room number 7 is exceptionally brutal, which accounts for its desolation. Few are inclined to endure such hellish methods of training. Moreover, the light and shadow orb training is merely the initial phase. Even more severe trials lie ahead. Nonetheless, Zhou Chuan relishes this dire form of training, for it yields the most immediate and effective results. Each encounter with pain receptors renders his body increasingly agile, enhancing his reflexes. Once, twice, thrice. Zhou Chuan has long lost count of how many times he has entered the light and shadow orb training. He only perceives his pores expanding, as if his very cells were on the brink of bursting. In truth, running with the light and shadow orb focuses on speed and reaction time, demanding little of his physical stamina. However, it imposes a severe test of willpower. As of now, the holographic display indicates that Zhou Chuan has made contact with the orb 1,003 times. This astonishing figure is unbeknownst to him. He has shattered the previous record of 830 strikes. Had the old man been privy to this data, he would have been overjoyed. Yet the training metrics are not shared in real time. Instead, they are stored in the main control brain. Unless accessed with intent, they remain obscured, especially since the elder is currently preoccupied with other newcomers, entirely unaware of the portly young man drenched in sweat, fervently sprinting in training room number 7. Chapter 49. The Field of Mental Power. 1,300 strikes. When the display registered this number, Zhou Chuan felt as if his very bones were disintegrating. The sheer physical toll of this frenzied training was staggering, particularly as the pain receptors imparted a sensation akin to being slowly dismembered. His muscles felt as though they were being torn apart. Each movement he executed in the light and shadow orb training followed no discernible pattern, as the orb launched assaults from nearly every conceivable angle, with the control system merely charting a path for his body to navigate through the chaos. In fact, this was merely the first level. The second would see the ground rotating, and by the third level, the once flat surface would present obstacles that mimicked the natural world. During this stage, the entire ground would engage in erratic rotations, while the light and shadow orb would create a veritable curtain of illumination. The most excruciating aspect was that the rotating ground would sporadically unleash bizarre, shadowy barriers, marking the true pinnacle of difficulty. Even when Zhou Chuan was at his physical peak, he could scarcely endure a minute in the third level. Passing through it was said to require mastery in both ancient martial arts and mental fortitude, with practitioners typically achieving at least level 5. Such prowess far surpassed that of mere mental power experts, as those capable of simultaneously honing both ancient martial arts and mental strength were more precious than a giant panda on ancient Earth, let alone reaching level 5 in both disciplines. Historical accounts reveal that none have successfully traversed the third level in recent memory, with the most recent being a legendary master from 50 years ago whose mental power was said to be tantalizingly close to the fabled level 7. Bang! Zhou Chuan's heavy body was ejected from the light and shadow orb, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Gazing at the holographic display that recorded 1,370 strikes, he endured the intense pain to rise, a faint smile breaking through his typically stoic expression. If this were a genuine battle, he would have endured 1,370 stab wounds. Undoubtedly, his corpulent form would be reduced to mere bones. Speed. Zhou Chuan now sought to enhance the velocity of his unwieldy, overweight body. Speed is the wellspring of power. However, possessing strength does not guarantee swiftness. Under rigorous training, muscle fibers become increasingly robust, yet this hypertrophy often leads to diminished balance and flexibility. Much like bodybuilders, who, with their impressive musculature, become increasingly clumsy. Training room number 7 was designed specifically to address this issue, with a philosophy centered on speed training to enhance muscle resilience and flexibility. This method ensures that during moments of threat, muscles can swiftly respond to the central nervous system's commands. Although this training may yield some muscle growth, it will not result in the head-heavy, ungraceful physique characteristic of bodybuilders, as the regimen involves comprehensive, vigorous dodging movements, with the brain coordinating every muscle's function. leading to a more harmonious physique. Yet, Zhou Chuan remained dissatisfied with the training offered in room number 7. He was far too overweight, and the intensity of the training would struggle to eliminate his excess fat in a short time frame. He required focused, localized strength training. After a brief respite, Zhou Chuan proceeded to training room number 1, spanning over 20,000 square meters. This facility serves as the public training base for the entire school, equipped with both advanced and traditional fitness apparatus. Training room number 2 is divided into upper and lower levels, with the second floor encircling the first, leaving a vast elliptical space in the center reminiscent of a bar. Zhou Chuan did not head directly to the area designated for heavy equipment training. Instead, he retrieved various training supplies, including towels, bath towels, and toiletries from the service center. The costs for these items were promptly deducted from his account. Overexertion is the bane of training. One must maintain a balance of relaxation. After acquiring his personal items, Zhou Chuan indulged in a hot shower before making his way to the sauna. To conserve energy, the sauna is not a single room, but rather partitioned into dozens of smaller chambers. Today, being the first day of enrollment, many newcomers were unaware of the school's amenities and did not utilize the sauna, resulting in only 3 of the many rooms being open. Zhou Chuan opened the third door. The room measured approximately 20 square meters. Upon opening the glass door, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, instantly causing his pores to relax. He could feel his skin's blood vessels expanding significantly as sweat began to draw out impurities from his pores, improving his circulation. After exhaling deeply, Zhou Chuan's eyes adjusted to the sauna's lighting. Suddenly, he was jolted. The small sauna room contained over 20 individuals seated in stillness. His entrance had gone unnoticed. An unforgivable oversight for a soldier. On the battlefield, he would have been dead at least 20 times over. More than 20 individuals occupied the space, either reclining or sitting, fully occupying the seating along the 3 walls. The automated misting system sprayed water every 10 seconds, explaining the immediate wave of heat he felt upon entry. Zhou Chuan quickly realized he was in a rather precarious situation. More than 20 individuals were harnessing the intense heat within the sauna to cultivate their mental prowess, thereby creating a formidable mental energy field. What exactly is a mental energy field? It is a phenomenon wherein dozens or even hundreds of individuals simultaneously engage in meditation. After a period of harmonious stillness, their mental energies coalesce into a singular frequency, generating a tremendous force that manifests as a domain. The stronger the mental energy, the broader the domain's expanse. However, this remains a theoretical concept. In practice, the larger the group, the more challenging it becomes to form a cohesive mental energy field. The slightest distraction from any individual can disrupt the integrity of the field. Moreover, establishing a mental energy field necessitates a prolonged preparatory phase, rendering the emergence of an overwhelmingly powerful mental energy field formed by countless individuals in a practical setting virtually impossible. Of course, a small group of familiar and harmonious individuals can effortlessly synchronize their frequencies to create a mental energy field, and it is evident that the 20-plus individuals present were well acquainted with one another. Zhou Chuan found himself in a precarious predicament. He was bewildered as to how he had intruded upon another's domain, as the sauna had been transformed into a realm established by these 20 or so individuals. According to theoretical assumptions, once a domain is formed, outsiders cannot breach its confines without explicit permission. Naturally, if one possesses superior mental energy compared to the group, exceptions may apply. For Zhou Chuan, whose mental energy was at a mere first-tier level, it was impossible not only to penetrate the domain, but even to surpass the mental energy barrier established by the 20 individuals. Unbeknownst to him, his unexpected entry into the domain was purely a consequence of his frenzied training, which had nearly exhausted him. Following his training and a subsequent shower, Zhou Chuan's body was entirely relaxed, facilitating his effortless entry into the realm. Additionally, upon entering the school, he experienced a psychological sense of security that would have been unimaginable in the past. In essence, Zhou Chuan's awareness and the established domain had both suddenly lowered their guard, rendering him oblivious to any impending danger. As Zhou Chuan entered the sauna and was taken aback by the presence of others, the domain's defenses instantaneously activated due to his shock, ensnaring him in an invisible shackle. The mental energy field created by the 20-plus individuals was formidable, especially within the confines of the sauna. Zhou Chuan was not the only one in a difficult position. The 20 individuals were equally unsettled. His unexpected intrusion disrupted their focus, akin to someone barging into a private chamber, where the door was securely shut, only to find an intruder seated upon their bed. They were left with two choices. First, to obliterate the intruder into nothingness, or second, to be consumed by the backlash of their own immense mental energy field. There was no third option. The entire sauna resembled a pressure cooker, as the eyes of the 20 individuals widened in astonishment, fixated on the figure of a corpulent man clad in shorts. Revealing his ample flesh, they dared not utter a word, nor could they afford to lose their focus. As they struggled to suppress the burgeoning backlash of their own energy field, Zhou Chuan felt as though he were being crushed beneath an immense weight. Immobilized and gritting his teeth, with his eyes tightly shut, under the immense pressure, beads of blood oozed from his skin, evaporating before they could touch the ground, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Chapter 50. Breaking through to second-tier mental energy. The atmosphere within the sauna grew increasingly oppressive. Besides Xiao Huan, there were 23 individuals, all wearing grave expressions. The endurance of the corpulent man left them utterly astonished. 3 full minutes had elapsed. An extraordinary feat for someone with less than second-tier mental energy to withstand the collective force of 23 individuals. If this were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the human world. Time ticked by relentlessly, and the already high temperature within the sauna felt as though it were on the verge of igniting. Sweat streamed down their bodies, pooling in the crevices of their muscles like tiny streams. Zhou Chuan did not fare as well as they imagined. The mental energy field constricted around him like a tangible entity, causing his imposing physique to hunch over. Yet, his robust skeleton and ample fat managed to withstand the initial wave of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. As the pressure intensified, the wooden panels of the walls splintered under the immense force. Many sections warped and twisted, emitting a cacophony of breaking sounds akin to firecrackers exploding. An unending barrage of noise. It was a moment of life and death. Zhou Chuan's body, honed from years of maneuvering heavy mechanical components, possessed remarkable endurance. However, no matter how resilient he was, he could not withstand the pressure generated by the mental energy field of 23 individuals. Although none had yet surpassed the third tier, the sheer number of them rendered the pressure unfathomable. The domain established by the mental energy field tightened further, constraining Zhou Chuan's space and making each breath increasingly laborious. This was the moment of reckoning. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him. Zhou Chuan's eyes snapped open, and he channeled every ounce of strength into his legs, launching himself forward with explosive force. Boom! 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 Zhou Chuan's body propelled itself like a cannonball, shattering the sauna's glass door and, as he moved through the domain, triggering a series of explosions. The entire sauna erupted as though swept by a tempest, with wooden panels disintegrating into splinters, causing the very ground to tremble. Bang! Zhou Chuan's hefty form crashed onto a row of benches outside, producing a resounding thud. The violent explosion plunged the entire sauna area into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated in astonishment at the wreckage of the sauna and the bloodied figure of the hefty man sprawled upon the ground. To think that a simple sauna session could culminate in such a cataclysmic spectacle was utterly ludicrous. As the crowd stood in disbelief, the disheveled 20-plus individuals emerged one by one from the remnants of the sauna, their hair tousled, bodies adorned with splinters and bloodied, resembling a band of interstellar refugees in utter disarray. Among them, a young man with a triangular-winged spaceship tattooed on his back, his black, curly hair framing a face that rivaled Zhou Chuan's size, suddenly charged toward him like an unstoppable armored vehicle. "Stop, Tiger!" a deep voice commanded, halting the young man, who stood less than 2 meters from Zhou Chuan, his expression fierce as he glared down at the fallen figure. "Go!" The one who called out to the young man was a shorter individual, but despite his diminutive stature compared to the one named Tiger, he radiated an aura of fierce ferocity. His muscles coiled like intertwined worms, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. This small individual exuded the essence of a sword unsheathed, sharp and ready to strike. Without a doubt, he was a force to be reckoned with. The petite individual seemed to assume the role of a leader among the crowd. After calling a halt to the young man known as Mighty Tiger, he immediately turned and strode purposefully towards the exit, with the throng following closely behind. It became distinctly apparent that each one of them bore the intricate tattoo of a triangular-winged spacecraft on their backs, the vessel entirely cloaked in a deep, ominous black, its outstretched wings exuding a menacing allure. As they reached the threshold, the bodies of the 23 individuals suddenly froze in place, akin to statues, and they gradually turned to face one another. A shocking spectacle unfolded before them. The corpulent figure, known simply as Fatty, had half-kneeled on the ground, struggling to rise. His face a gruesome mask of blood, rendering his features unrecognizable. Zhou Chuan felt as if his entire body were being sliced by knives. However, his formidable willpower came into play. In truth, when compared to the brutal training in Room 7, this was but a trifle. He was merely exhausted, truly exhausted. The explosive force he had just experienced had inflicted far less damage on him than others might have presumed. In reality, the psychic energy field of the 23 had already been disrupted by Zhou Chuan, preventing it from coalescing into a lethal line of attack. Zhou Chuan was genuinely confronted with a psychic force of no more than 3. The remainder of the individual's powers had effectively cancelled each other out. Naturally, no one was privy to the true nature of Zhou Chuan's circumstances. Witnessing Zhou Chuan shakily regain his footing, many were merely astounded, unable to fathom how one could stand immediately after being assailed by the psychic field created by 23 people. This was a phenomenon unheard of, especially considering that, from the earlier confrontation, Fatty's psychic ability had yet to breach even the second level. Any one of those 23 individuals possessed greater strength in psychic prowess than Fatty. It was precisely the miraculous nature of this event, occurring amidst such a vast disparity in strength, that left the onlookers in awe. "Can you still walk?" the young leader inquired. Zhao Huan nodded affirmatively. "Very well, we have urgent matters to attend to. We shall converse again at a later time. My name is Lu Yu. Remember, it is not the feather Yu, but the rain Yu. Also, despite my name, I harbor no fondness for tea." Zhao Huan. Lu Yu nodded without further comment and turned to leave. Observing Lu Yu's hurried departure, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, this inexplicable skirmish had allowed him to break through to the realm of second-level psychic ability. He was certain that the 23 individuals, like himself, had also experienced breakthroughs amidst the sudden battle and were now eager to find a secluded space to cultivate and solidify their gains. Zhou Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, to release his exhilaration with a triumphant roar towards the heavens. He had finally unraveled the secret of this body. It craved pressure, the dire pressure of a desperate situation to attain breakthroughs. After his confrontation with Geely, his psychic ability had come perilously close to the second level. And today's battle had propelled him past the stagnation he had endured. He sensed that his mental domain had expanded significantly, a clear indication of his psychic breakthrough. This was the true reason behind Zhou Chuan's gratitude towards Lu Yu. While Zhou Chuan took a shower to cleanse the blood from his body, the school staff had already arrived to clear the remnants of the sauna room. No one sought to trouble him within the school. It operated under a largely open educational model. Provided there were no fatalities, the institution maintained its own set of management protocols. As for the events that had transpired, Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that the school would conduct a thorough assessment of the sauna's damages. Once the review was completed, he and the 23 others would receive a bill with the amount automatically deducted from their accounts. Should either party dispute the charges, they could file an appeal. Unlike Lu Yu and the others, Zhou Chuan did not rush back to train. Having grasped the secret of his body, he understood that he required more rigorous training to unlock its latent potential. It was no wonder that the previous owner of this body had failed to make any breakthroughs for over 20 years. Information gleaned from neighboring residents confirmed that the original owner was not only timid but also exceedingly indolent. With such a disposition, it was impossible to unleash potential in the face of adversity, which was the primary reason for the stagnation in his psychic ability. After applying over 100 quick-acting band-aids in the infirmary, Zhou Chuan departed with an air of indifference amidst the amused smiles of several beautiful nurses. He made his way to the heavy equipment training area, adhering to his training regimen. Today marked the commencement of his training, with the final exercise focused on transforming his excess weight into muscle. Zhou Chuan was thoroughly weary of the inconvenience brought on by his corpulence. No matter where he went, he always stood out conspicuously. As Zhou Chuan exited the infirmary, he encountered Mi Shui, who appeared dejected and solitary on her way home. While ascending a slope, she spotted a young man in a black suit holding a bouquet of flowers, gazing at her with a warm smile. That familiar expression instantly transported her back 2 years in time. Chapter 51. The Tender Feelings of Childhood Friends. It was William. He had never left the Rydell Empire. Their eyes locked in mutual recognition, and it felt as though they had returned to the innocent times of their youth. "Schwer, I've been waiting for you," William said, his once cold gaze now radiating warmth. He sensed the long-lost tenderness in Mi Shui's eyes and realized that he had once again captured her heart. His journey to the Rydell Empire had not been in vain. He could potentially become the favored son-in-law of the Roland family, leveraging their powerful influence. William took a few steps closer, slightly bowing as he elegantly presented the flowers with a noble grace. Though he was not yet a true aristocrat, he had always endeavored to conduct himself according to noble standards, including his mannerisms. He believed that one day he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the aristocracy, and indeed to that of a distinguished noble. As Michue beheld the vibrant, exquisite flowers, a blush of shyness crept across her face. It had been over 2 years since she had received flowers. Strangely, her thoughts drifted to the birthday cake from a few days prior, and a faint smile emerged on her lips. She had not anticipated that the usually taciturn and somewhat foolish Fatty would remember to buy her a cake. Although he had not forgotten her birthday, this year's celebration had brought her an unexpected delight. Almost simultaneously, Michue recalled the night Zhou Chuan had cared for her during her fever, meticulously tending to her while avoiding any sensitive areas. A wave of warmth flushed her face. This was the first time in over 2 years that she had been so close to Zhou Chuan. Witnessing Michue's bashful demeanor, William felt a surge of joy. It seemed she had become entranced by the sweet memories of their past. Seizing the moment, he gently drew the bouquet closer to his chest and naturally reached out to embrace her slender waist. No. The instant William's hand made contact with Michue's body, she stiffened, recoiling as if struck by lightning. William found himself grasping at air, his mouth agape in shock as he observed Michue's sudden transformation from sweetness to icy detachment. "I'm sorry," Michue muttered, shaking her head. She had no desire to explain herself. Casting a glance at the dashing William, she slowly brushed past him, feeling as though he had become increasingly unfamiliar. The distance between them had grown ever wider, and her mind was entirely occupied by thoughts of Zhou Chuan. Accelerating her pace, Michue sought to evade this individual. Despite her inability to comprehend why she felt this way, it was an instinctive act of rejection. "Michue, wait. Let me explain," William called out anxiously, abandoning any pretense of gentlemanly decorum as he pursued her. Mice's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived beneath one of the colossal legs of the X-333 spider. The spider's vast steel foot sank into the earth, resembling an enormous iron tree. Suddenly, Mice halted at the edge of the spider's leg, causing William, who was pursuing her, to nearly collide with her. "Mice, hear me out," William urged, adjusting his attire while maintaining a warm smile, hoping to sway her heart. Sorry, William. Our past is just that, past. Moreover, you have a girlfriend now." "Forget about me," Mice coldly interrupted, her expression devoid of warmth. I haven't tea," William stammered, his face turning crimson. "Mice, even though I'm in the Rydell Empire, I know a thing or two about what is happening on Kashmir," she replied, her gaze icy. "Mice, listen to me. I love you. I truly love you. After you left, I sought companionship only out of loneliness. I can announce my breakup with her right now. Immediately." William's words became disjointed as he pleaded. "Mies, your actions are of no concern to me. Pursuing women is your right, and loving me is your prerogative. But seeking me out now is inappropriate. I am still someone else's wife. But no buts. Leave now. Your presence here serves no purpose. We can discuss future matters later. I am Zhou Chuan's wife, and even if our marriage lacks affection, I must fulfill my duties as a wife." Having said this, Mice stepped forward, entering the shadow of the spider's leg. "Mies, stop. Don't step into the X-333's range. Chuan will kill you." William's warning was cut short by Mice's firm response. "Just him," William scoffed, a dark expression returning to his face. Anyone who underestimated him would face consequences. As Mice uttered these words, memories of Zhou Chuan's ferocity when he had beaten Geely flashed through her mind. "Mice, you've changed. Have you fallen for that lecherous fat man? What is there to appreciate? He.S. a lazy, slovenly pauper. Be quiet, William. Don't shatter the image I have of you." Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a quality befitting a future noble, Mice retorted sharply, as she turned to close the door behind her. William's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. "Mice, I will have you, I will. I will make you kneel at my feet, licking my toes. I will force you to lower your noble head and show you what you are without your wealthy father, a worthless woman. I will bring your entire family to their knees before me. Fat, I will slice away your flesh piece by piece." With a violent motion, William slammed a bouquet of flowers against the iron spider leg, causing it to explode, scattering vibrant petals like a romantic downpour. Casting a glance at the towering X-333, a malicious smile crept across William's lips. Regardless of the means, he would conquer this foolish woman to gain the immense wealth of the Roland family. "Mies, I'm leaving. I will wait for you for a lifetime. I will sever ties with that woman immediately. Believe me, I love you. I have always loved only you. I'm leaving now. Take care. As William's heartfelt declarations echoed outside, Mice remained silent, her hand gripping the door lock so tightly that her knuckles turned white, nails breaking under the pressure. After a series of footsteps, silence enveloped the surroundings. Mice felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her as she trudged to the dining table, leaning against the pristine white tablecloth, lost in thought. Childhood love cannot be forgotten so easily. Yet her intuition told her that even if her marriage with Zhou Chuan were to dissolve, she could never be with William. Time slipped away as Mice remained in her reverie, and when dinner time arrived, she felt an inexplicable compulsion guiding her to the kitchen, where she began to prepare a meal. Chapter 52. The Executioner, Philip. In the kitchen, Mice seemed to forget all her troubles as she focused intently on cooking, washing rice, cleaning vegetables, scrubbing pots, and preparing dishes. After more than an hour, 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the table, the soup being Zhou Chuan's favorite. Pickled fish soup. She had made it for over 2 years but had never tasted it herself, disliking its sour flavor. Once the meal was ready, almost instinctively, Mice found herself standing at Zhou Chuan's door. Chuan. Just as she was about to knock, her hand froze in midair, staring blankly at the closed door. Zhou Chuan had already left. He was off to study. A wave of emptiness washed over her, and suddenly, she felt an intense urge to enter the room, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Knowing the danger, yet unable to resist, it felt as if a powerful force from within the room was calling to her, as though an unknown energy was pulling her in. Finally, Mice extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand. The door was unlocked, and she gently pushed it open. The room was as tidy as ever. The books on the shelves were neatly arranged, though stacked with a sharp precision that was slightly different from before. A pile of blueprints lay on the desk, and a small picture frame rested on the bedside table. Mice picked up the frame, her heart sinking as she gazed upon the photograph of herself and Zhou Chuan, the only picture he possessed of her. It had been taken clandestinely while she was cooking, and poorly edited on a computer. The craftsmanship was so crude that it was evident it had been photoshopped. As she gently wiped the dust from the frame, a wave of discomfort surged within her. Zhou Chuan had gone to study, without taking her picture. Slowly rising, she surveyed the small yet immaculately clean room, realizing how unfamiliar it had become. She had never made an effort to understand Zhou Chuan's life. Placing the frame back where it belonged, Mice quietly exited the room, closing the door behind her, and returned to the dining table. In the past, the living room would have been bright at this hour, with Zhou Chuan seated in his usual spot, quietly sipping soup while watching her. Now, however, the room was dim. With a soft click, Mice pressed the light switch, illuminating the space, but it still felt cold and empty. She took a seat in Zhou Chuan's place, scooping a spoonful of the pickled fish soup, savoring the tangy yet rich flavor. At the starry sky Mech University, Zhou Chuan was clad in a tank top, his body covered in quick-fix bandages as he engaged in vigorous exercise. Not far from him, a group of muscular men with bulging muscles watched him with mocking expressions. It was no wonder they laughed at Zhou Chuan. He had chosen a 5-kilogram dumbbell, a weight that was laughable to the muscle-bound men in the heavy equipment training area. What frustrated the hulking figures was that this bandage-clad fat man exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly unashamed as he continued his mechanical repetitions with 2 small dumbbells, resembling a tireless machine. It was evident to anyone watching that he was in considerable pain. Zhou Chuan's face contorted in pain, marred by numerous small wounds as he endured the intense training in Room 7, followed by a mental confrontation within a psychic field formed by 23 elite practitioners in the sauna. He found himself on the brink of exhaustion. However, it was precisely this dire training that Zhou Chuan sought. The dumbbell, an indispensable tool in bodybuilding, served as both hammer and chisel, capable of sculpting every muscle of the body. Even with merely a pair of dumbbells and a bench, one could engage in a plethora of workouts, chipping away at oneself to achieve a physique of perfection. Thus, Zhou Chuan's initial choice of dumbbells was not without reason, particularly given his urgent need to shed weight. 100, 200, 300. Zhou Chuan performed countless repetitions of every dumbbell exercise imaginable. The Romanian deadlift, dumbbell flies, vertical lunges, and double-sided dumbbell rows. Gradually, the surroundings began to quiet. Nearly every gaze fell upon this diligent figure, once ridiculed, but now transformed into one of astonishment and gravity. Although he wielded only a pair of 5-kilogram dumbbells, his endurance was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Every individual in the gym recognized that human muscles, unlike machines, could not sustain ceaseless exertion without fatigue. Even maintaining a single motion with a pen could prove arduous. Yet this overweight individual had not ceased since his arrival. his ample flesh undulating as if harboring boundless strength. Finally, amidst the growing astonishment of onlookers, Zhou Chuan halted his practice, realizing he had reached the limits of his stamina. After a brief respite in a massage chair, he departed from room 1. Who is this hefty figure? Is there anyone who knows this large fellow? Goodness, I've never witnessed someone push themselves so hard with dumbbells. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Do you think he is trying to lose weight? Perhaps. He might be motivated by some stimulus. I'll place a bet. Who s with me? On what? Who bets on how long it will take for this fellow to shed all that excess weight? 3 months. 5 months. Half a year, perhaps. He is so large. TSK. I've never seen anyone this hefty before. Eventually, a consensus formed among a group of frequently gathered muscle enthusiasts, estimating that Zhou Chuan would require at least 4 months to achieve his weight loss goals, while the better believed 2 months would suffice. With odds set at 1 to 2. After a shower, Zhou Chuan made his way to his rented accommodation, blissfully unaware of the betting taking place in the gym. Yet even if he had known, he would have harbored no thoughts regarding it. He was far too occupied, almost wishing for time to stretch. On his journey home, he borrowed dozens of physical books on mecha modification from what was claimed to be the largest library in the Riddle Empire. Following the modification of X-333, he found himself captivated by the allure of mecha alterations. When X-333 transformed from a civilian mecha into a fearsome combat machine, an instinctive primal urge stirred deep within Zhou Chuan's soul. At times, he even pondered whether he had inherited fragments of the original owner's memories. For he could not fathom how he had completed the repairs and modifications on X-333 in just a matter of days, something previously unimaginable. He had never dabbled in mechas before. Even regarding military models, he only understood their performance, not their construction. Many challenges cannot be surmounted solely through effort. They demand inherent talent. If fitness and weight loss require mere willpower, then repairing and modifying mechas undoubtedly necessitate a gift. Zhou Chuan had never considered himself particularly gifted in mechanics. Yet now he found himself deeply intrigued. He could not explain this psychological transformation, nor did he feel the need to. Zhou Chuan had never been one to dwell on trivialities. The human brain remains the most enigmatic region of the body. Despite rapid advancements by contemporary scientists, reaching even the level of soul transplantation, no scientist dares claim complete understanding of the brain. With over 14 billion neurons and more than 100 billion connections within the central nervous system, the brain exhibits remarkable adaptability, constantly evolving. It is impossible to clone another set of similar neurons within a single individual, which is why even the most advanced light brain technology cannot replicate the common symbols and images of humanity. Human neurons lack uniformity, and even light brains cannot discern their subtle variations. In truth, the human brain harbors countless secrets. The mere study of psychic energy has left scientists in a state of relentless toil, and humanity remains unable to explain why the brain can unleash overwhelming psychic force. If one day scientists were to decode the mysteries of a human brain, all mecha combatants would find themselves obsolete. At that juncture, anyone could connect a light brain to their mind and become a master fighter, needing only to sit and envision to execute techniques and maneuvers otherwise unattainable. When Zhou Chuan returned to his rented apartment, he encountered a familiar face, the executioner, Philip. Clad in a crisp security uniform, he stood at the door like a javelin, his gray eyes vacant and expressionless. "Please show your identification." As Zhou Chuan approached the entrance, Philip's hollow gaze fixated on him. Zhou Chuan slid his key card into the slot, and instantly, a holographic image of him appeared on the wall. After reviewing the image, Philip nodded and turned to place his palm on a sensor. Zhou Chuan was acutely aware that this was the most advanced security system. The palm scan not only extracted fingerprints, but also monitored blood pressure, and only after verification would the control room unlock the thick, half-meter bulletproof glass door. In truth, the entire building was entirely enclosed, equipped with a ventilation system, and even the window glass was constructed of high-strength bulletproof material. At times, Zhou Chuan found it perplexing why this building necessitated such high security. However, much of the confidential information he dealt with pertained to military secrets, leaving him unaware of the building's particulars. Of course, there may have been information he simply overlooked. After all, the Riddle Empire boasted dozens of planets, and it was impossible for him to grasp all secrets despite his elevated rank. "It will be all right." Just as Zhou Chuan brushed past Philip, he lightly patted the shoulder of this old subordinate, an act that appeared utterly natural. "You." Philip's gaze ignited with a fierce light, his body radiating a palpable aura of menace. His shoulder was not something to be casually touched. Yet, As Philip's gaze met Zhou Chuan's, that fury morphed into confusion. A flicker of recognition dawning upon him. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, as Philip was ensnared in his thoughts, Zhou Chuan had already passed through the heavy glass door and entered the elevator, leaving behind a corpulent and unfamiliar silhouette. As I stepped into the room, I found that Xiao Hong and Karen had not yet returned, yet there sat an elderly gentleman on the sofa, indulging in a cigar. The hue of the cigar revealed its origins from old Earth, a rarity since the establishment of the ecological park at humanity's cradle, old Earth, which rendered such cigars exorbitantly priced. The cultivation of the materials for these cigars necessitated the most primitive methods of harvest. In truth, it was not merely cigars. Once all factories, residential areas, and cities were dismantled on old Earth, any natural product derived from its original materials transformed into a luxury item. Presently, apart from a few large interstellar docks and some commemorative monuments, the urban architecture of old Earth has vanished, its ecology restored to a primordial state, becoming a paradise for tourists. Despite the absence of old Earth commodities, there remains a market. Thus, certain items from old Earth have become exceedingly precious. Some individuals engage in the meticulous hand harvesting of wild tobacco, fruits, and grains, branded as products of Earth's origin, fetching prices higher than gold, which has spawned a plethora of underground industries and interstellar smugglers. Many who travel to old Earth do so with the ulterior motive of gathering these crops. However, this unchecked foraging poses environmental threats comparable to the devastation wrought during old Earth's first industrial era. Consequently, in a bid to protect humanity's birthplace, the scrutiny for tourism to old Earth has intensified, requiring approval from the Old Earth Protection Association. Of course, no matter how stringent the examination process, when the rewards greatly surpass the risks, there will always be those willing to take a gamble. The only distinction lies in the surging prices of goods associated with old Earth. For instance, the cost of a single cigar is several hundred times that of a comparable quality cigar on other planets. If one could transport a kilogram of high-quality wild tobacco from old Earth, its value would be nearly equivalent to that of a kilogram of gold. The room was filled with a haze of smoke, which displeased Zhou Chuan as he grimaced and strode towards his own quarters. "Mr. Nian," the elder called out, halting Zhou Chuan in his tracks. "Pray, may I extinguish your cigar?" Zhou Chuan turned, locking eyes with the gentleman. "I apologize," the elder said awkwardly as he extinguished the cigar, feeling an inexplicable compulsion to acquiesce to the request. "I went to the training room after signing up and did not accompany them. I regret that I cannot provide an answer to your inquiry." At that moment, a sharp electronic sound pierced the air just as Zhou Chuan finished speaking. The door swung open, revealing Xiao Hong and Karen, the former carrying several large bags, evidently having been on a shopping expedition together. Upon entering the living room and spotting the elder on the sofa, both paused at the threshold, an eerie silence enveloping the room. "Welcome back," the elder broke the silence, offering a slight smile and gesturing for Karen to join him. "Did you miss me?" Karen cooed affectionately as she nestled against the elder's neck. "Of course, my dear." The elder suddenly lifted Karen's petite form, laughing heartily as he stepped further into the room, never once casting a glance at Xiao Hong. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of Xiao Hong's shopping bags crashing to the floor, accompanied by a haunting groan at the very moment the door closed. Xiao Hong's expression was one of despair, his fists clenched, teeth gritted, and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Not satisfied?" Zhou Chuan remarked coolly, glancing at Xiao Hong. Do you think you can afford the rent here with a mere gold coin each month?" Xiao Hong opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his demeanor dim as he retreated into his room, softly closing the door behind him. Zhou Chuan paid him no mind. He was preoccupied with his own affairs, lacking the inclination to meddle in the romantic tribulations of a young man in the throes of first love. For someone like Xiao Hong, who was introverted and seldom engaged with the opposite sex, falling for someone might occur in the span of night, yet forgetting them could take a lifetime. After conversing with Karen for just one evening, he found himself hopelessly enamored. Once inside his room, Zhou Chuan immediately entered a meditative state, resolutely focusing his thoughts and achieving a serene mental clarity. He felt an inexplicable power beginning to coalesce in his mind, surging with potential, as if on the brink of bursting forth. Suddenly, he sensed his consciousness leap upward. That restless mental energy had detached from his body, drifting like a soul around him, capable of sensing his physical form. However, an invisible force bound this mental energy within a radius of 10 feet, its suppression akin to a tumultuous flood churning within him, as if the nameless restraint were on the verge of shattering. Level 2 mental energy. Zhou Chuan was astonished to realize that the perilous encounter in the sauna had brought his mental power perilously close to level 3. Chapter 54. The Frenzied Room. Indeed, it was adversity that catalyzed breakthroughs. Time sped by, and when Zhou Chuan finally opened his eyes, hunger gnawed at him, pulling him from his ethereal state. The intense training had drained his stamina to an unimaginable extent, and at that moment, he found himself longing for Xiang'er-esque braised pork. A steaming bowl of glistening, aromatic braised pork would undoubtedly be the most exquisite delight in the world. With this thought, a sense of clarity washed over him. No wonder the previous owner of this body struggled with weight loss. He likely shared the same mindset, craving greasy food after rigorous exertion, only to shun exercise afterward. Thus, the body had grown increasingly corpulent due to excess nutrition. The body, ultimately, it was the body's fault, perhaps due to genetic inheritance or a myriad of other factors. This physique possessed remarkable endurance, yet also harbored an insatiable appetite for food, akin to a glutton. The original owner's lack of willpower had inevitably led to a disastrous outcome of obesity. Willpower. It was precisely this quality that Zhou Chuan excelled in. In terms of sheer determination, none could surpass him. He could endure over 1,000 jolts from the light shadow ball's nerve-stimulating pain, and he could repetitively perform tedious dumbbell exercises hundreds of times, showcasing the formidable strength of his will. With these realizations, Zhou Chuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. At least he no longer felt adrift. His thoughts became increasingly lucid. Cultivating mental energy required external pressure and stimulation, while enhancing physical strength depended on resolute determination. After consuming some compressed rations and nutritional liquids, Zhou Chuan opened the door to the common area for water. He noticed Karen, cocooned in a blanket, curled up on the sofa. Her room's door stood ajar, the bed meticulously made, indicating that the elder had departed. Zhou Chuan glanced at Karen, who wore a sleeveless top that exposed her ample figure, a fleeting look of disdain flickering across his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan, without acknowledging Karen, took a modest sip of water. It was not only food that required moderation. Even the act of drinking water had to be restrained in his quest for weight loss. Zhou Chuan had perused a plethora of literature on obesity, discovering that it is often rooted in genetic predisposition. Individuals possessing such genes, if not disciplined in their diet and exercise, could find themselves gaining weight even from water consumption. Nevertheless, during his research, Zhou Chuan stumbled upon a fascinating scientific phenomenon. Primitive humans who survived the Ice Age all bore the obesity gene, which enabled them to store more calories, thereby enduring prolonged periods of hunger. More importantly, fat served as an excellent insulator, a fact exemplified by the ancestral polar bears of the ancient Earth, which relied on fat to swim through frigid waters. The scientific evidence and conclusions indicated that descendants of those who survived the Ice Age possess latent obesity genes. The distinction lies in the fact that most remain dormant, while a select few, like Zhou Chuan, have triggered their expression due to unrestrained eating habits and a penchant for idleness. Regardless, it has been scientifically substantiated that the endurance of heavier individuals possesses greater potential than that of their lean counterparts. Furthermore, the ancestors of the excessively overweight undoubtedly persevered through the Ice Age, a conclusion that bestows a sense of pride upon all those who are portly. "Could you do me a favor?" Karen inquired, casting a hesitant glance at Zhou Chuan. She suddenly perceived an intangible pressure emanating from the overweight young man as he moved. "Could you let Xiaohei come out for a moment? I wish to speak with him." Zhou Chuan nodded and slowly approached Min Xiaohei's room, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock. There was no response from within. "Xiaohei, it's me." As soon as Zhou Chuan's voice faded, the door swung open, revealing Xiaohei leaning against it, clearly having been waiting behind. "May I come in?" Zhou Chuan asked, frowning at the haggard expression on Xiaohei's face. Without uttering a word, Xiaohei hesitated, then stepped back, allowing Zhou Chuan to enter before promptly shutting the door. At that moment, Karen seemed to have risen from the sofa, observing the scene. As Zhou Chuan stepped into the room, he was struck with a sudden rigidity. He realized he was not merely in a room, but rather standing in the command center of a colossal spacecraft. This was no ordinary room. The walls were devoid of physical barriers, instead adorned with an array of luminous consoles, resembling an exhibit hall of a computer museum. Walls were constructed from hundreds of obsolete and contemporary devices, even the floor-to-ceiling bulletproof windows obscured by a myriad of screens. His gaze swept across the space, and apart from the ceiling and the entrance, nearly everything was covered in glowing interfaces piled haphazardly. Had it not been for Zhou Chuan's keen observational skills, he might have overlooked Xiaohei's bed, which was also buried beneath a mountain of technology, leaving only a small nook for sleeping. Zhou Chuan even discerned that the very surface beneath his feet was a thin, intelligent measuring console. This was madness. Utter madness. Observing the 30-square-meter bedroom crammed into a mere 10-square-meter space, Zhou Chuan could only describe it as chaotic. Xiao He had achieved this in just a few days. It was no wonder he always returned bearing the weight of multiple devices. What struck Zhou Chuan as most insane was how the tightly woven light paths interconnected the devices like a spider's web, all operational, resembling a multitude of ethereal spirits flickering in the dim light. Suddenly, a rapid electronic alarm blared. Warning, warning, intruder detected. Height, 1. 88 meters. Weight, 155 kilograms. Physical strength, low. Flexibility, low. Endurance, under analysis. Danger level, undetermined, low. Cease scanning. Xiao He waved his hand, his expression one of exasperation. Emotional instability detected. May trigger various ailments. Please take deep breaths and maintain a positive demeanor. Be quiet. Xiao He erupted, seizing a miniature console from the bedside table and hurling it against another device on the wall, resulting in a dazzling burst of sparks. In the face of power and violence, silence was the wisest choice. The electronic voice methodically concluded its statement, and the flickering indicator lights within the room gradually dimmed, plunging the space into deeper shadows. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 55. Sacrifice in love is the pinnacle of affection. As he watched the lights extinguish like stars in the night sky, Zhou Chuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. He bore witness to a miracle, a true marvel, and finally comprehended why the Starry Sky Mecha University had admitted Min Xiao He against all odds. Xiao He had accomplished something astounding using a collection of discarded primitive consoles. Once interconnected, these obsolete devices surpassed the capabilities of a flagship's intelligence system. However, what truly astonished Zhou Chuan was not merely the functionality of these consoles. Even the most rudimentary computer could achieve such feats with advanced sensors. What left Zhou Chuan in awe was the anthropomorphization of this technology. In an age of advanced technology, intelligent consoles compute at unprecedented speeds, yet no matter how evolved, they still lack the rich imagination and creativity of a human mind. Their ability to analyze human emotions remains a weak point, progressing at a sluggish pace. Undoubtedly, the interconnected consoles had overcome the most significant shortcomings of artificial intelligence. Although still imperfect, this represented a monumental leap forward in human research of intelligent systems. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan felt that the decision to enroll Min Xiao He at Starry Sky Mecha University had been made too hastily. If Xiao He's research were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of other nations. From Zhou Chuan's perspective, Xiao He's value had become immeasurable. He ought to serve the military instead. At last, Zhou Chuan's gaze fell upon the young man who had grown up in this impoverished district. Min Xiao He was now lost in thought, leaning against his console, as if his very soul had been drained, devoid of vitality. Have you fallen for her? Zhou Chuan gently twisted a monitoring device away from his line of sight, disliking being surveilled, even by machines. I don't know, Xiao He replied, his eyes vacant, resembling a soulless husk. Just a few days? Xiao Huan remarked coolly. Brother Chuan, it's not about time, I'm in pain. Xiao He clutched his heart, anguish etched across his face. Zhou Chuan noted with curiosity that Xiao He stammered less when in distress, as if urgency granted him clarity. Speak. I saw Karine in that man's embrace, and my heart bled. I wanted to kill him. Xiao He's features twisted into a mask of rage. But Karine has always been his woman. No, Brother Chuan. We both know she isn't. Xiao He's youthful face contorted with fury, his hands gripping his hair tightly as he tugged in desperation, trembling from the effort to control his emotions. Does she like you? I'm not sure. The enraged Xiao He suddenly deflated, his expression turning despondent. Confirm it before speaking further. By the way, does anyone else know about your research on intelligent consoles? No, I'm not studying consoles. Do not disclose this to anyone. The fewer who are aware, the better, including myself. Zhou Chuan gently patted the frail shoulder of Xiao He and rose to his feet. Xiao He's thoughts were clearly not focused on the light brain, appearing somewhat distracted. Xiao He, when it comes to matters of the heart, no one can assist you. You must rely on yourself. I believe you will emerge from this, for these light brains require you. You possess a grand endeavor of your own. Yes. The light brains need me. Watching Zhou Chuan's silhouette fade beyond the door, Xiao He's eyes suddenly sparkled, his gaze landing on the mountain of light brains before him. A series of electronic beeps resonated, as if the light brains in the room were suddenly imbued with life, their flickering lights resembling the stars of the vast universe. Radiating an enchanting glow, the alarm was lifted, emotion stabilized, and the self-check function was activated. Light brain number 107 had suffered from domestic violence. Sustaining severe damage, the monotonous electronic voice echoed. Xiaohei, tell me, if one were to fall in love with someone, how might one win her heart? By violating her, claiming her body, and then securing her heart. This is the most efficient path to success. Almost instantaneously, the light brain reached this conclusion. Xiaohei was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that the light brain would arrive at such a nefarious answer. Kill her, then commit suicide together. Such tragic love is the highest form of devotion. The light brain offered a second answer. Are there other options? Indeed, ignore her. This is the optimal choice after discarding the first two. Xiaohei could only remain speechless. Time passed slowly, yet inexorably. Zhou Chuan felt as though his life had returned to the mundane existence of the slums. For several days, Zhou Chuan had spent his time either in training room number 7 or at the gym, as these days marked the registration period. The school had yet to fully commence, and management was lax, essentially adhering to a hands-off approach. Whether it was Zhou Chuan, Xiaohei, or Karine, they led solitary lives, mutually uninvolved. Although they resided under the same roof, it felt as though they inhabited two parallel worlds that would never intersect. Xiaohei seemed to have resumed normalcy, leaving each morning with his tool bag, and upon returning in the evening, as usual, he would carry a load of discarded light brains into the room. At times, Zhou Chuan worried whether Xiaohei had a place to sleep. Xiaohei appeared to deliberately avoid encounters with Karine, setting out each morning and returning home at night. When they occasionally crossed paths in the living room, he would immediately lower his head and retreat to his room, avoiding her fiery gaze. As for Karine, she spent most of her time curled up on the living room sofa, engrossed in holographic projections, having not made an appearance since that day. 3 days had elapsed. Registration had concluded, and military training was set to commence the following day. After hastily consuming a meager meal to replenish essential nutrients, Zhou Chuan made his way to training room number 7, where he had trained continuously for 3 days. During this time, his pain receptors had been stimulated at least 1,000 times. Beep! The smart card inserted into the slot emitted an electronic synthesis sound, and the heavy metal door of training room number 7 swung open. However, as soon as the door opened, Zhou Chuan beheld a swiftly rotating orb of light and shadow, which nearly formed a curtain of light. He observed a shadowy figure moving fluidly within the display, its movements reminiscent of a fish, both in transit and transformation, eliciting a sense of awe. Who is it? Xiao Huan's pupils constricted sharply, resembling pinholes, as he noted that the holographic display indicated the figure had yet to be struck by the light orbs. This was a formidable expert. The countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a beep, a diminutive figure burst forth from the curtain of light. At the moment of emergence, the holographic display revealed that the light orbs had struck the individual once in an instant. Observing the boy's expression of agony and the perspiration beading on his forehead as he curled up on the rest chair, Zhou Chuan was filled with disbelief. This was a child of merely 13 or 14 years, with delicate features and a somewhat frail physique. The notion that a 14-year-old could train in room number 7 would be met with skepticism if recounted. Why are you staring? The boy raised his head, locking eyes with Zhou Chuan, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine at the intensity of the gaze. Do you know me? Zhou Chuan's eyes sharpened. Hee. I do not know you. I only know that you have been struck by the light orbs over 1,000 times. My goodness, how did you manage that? Coughing. Zhou Chuan felt his face flush. No, it's not that. I am not mocking you. I am inquiring how you managed to withstand the strikes of the light orbs without pain. The boy's playful expression abruptly turned serious, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Who said it doesn't hurt? It hurts? The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Zhou Chuan. Indeed, it hurts, excruciatingly so. Then what about you? The boy gazed at Zhou Chuan, excitement causing him to stutter, unable to believe that someone could endure thousands of impacts from the light orbs. He was acutely aware of how intensely these light orbs stimulated pain receptors. Even a single strike would be unforgettable for a lifetime. For days, the boy had secretly observed Zhou Chuan's training in the branch control room, harboring doubts about whether Zhou Chuan's pain receptors had dulled. He had awaited this moment to confirm his suspicions. You can do it too. Zhou Chuan surmised that this boy must have connections with someone in the main control room of the training building, allowing him access to room number 7 for training. I cannot. The boy glanced at the hovering light orb, his expression betraying trepidation. You can indeed, Zhou Chuan affirmed with a nod. Really? Of course. Then how about this? I will teach you how to evade these light orbs, and you shall tell me how to withstand their strikes without pain. What do you say? No, Zhou Chuan shook his head. Why not? The boy's face fell in disappointment. Firstly, I have nothing to teach you when I say you can endure it. I do not mean without pain, but rather that you can overcome the psychological barriers induced by the pain of being struck by the light orbs. Secondly, you have nothing to teach me. Evading these light orbs is merely a matter of time for me. I do not require your guidance, Zhou Chuan replied nonchalantly. Humph. With your bulk, the boy cast a disparaging glance at Zhou Chuan's accumulated flesh. Ahem. Allow me to share with you the method to transcend the agonizing torment caused by the stimulation of pain receptors. Of course, I must clarify that I speak of overcoming the sensation, not of eradicating it entirely. It is imperative that you grasp this distinction. In essence, I aim to assist you in surmounting your psychological barriers, a feat that demands unwavering willpower. Zhou Chuan chuckled slightly, dismissing the boy's skepticism with indifference. Are you truly going to teach me? The young boy exclaimed with delight. This is merely a principle well known to many, thus you need not barter with me. Observe my movements closely. As you enter the light and shadow sphere, take a deep breath, maintain this posture, and then begin to fixate on the sphere. Envision it as your adversary, an army of countless foes, and now, you must break free from their encirclement. Your mind should harbor but one thought: escape. Zhou Chuan meticulously instructed the boy on how to focus his spirit, and the boy mirrored his actions with fervent dedication. The duo, one large and one small, immersed themselves in profound concentration. You said it wouldn't hurt. Woe is me, the boy lamented. Oh, mother, it still hurts. Under Zhou Chuan's guidance, the boy flitted through the light and shadow sphere like a moth drawn to a flame, each emergence accompanied by cries that tore at the heart, evidently unable to evade the final, cunning angles of the sphere. It truly doesn't hurt that much anymore. Observing the boy darting amidst the luminous curtain with the agility of a young weasel, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but nod in approval. The boy's accomplishments were nothing short of remarkable. After an hour, the boy tumbled out of the light curtain, the last sphere striking him as usual. He let out a pained scream, only to suddenly burst into exhilarated laughter, although the pain receptors still throbbed. He had managed to conquer the fear instilled by the impact of the light and shadow sphere. I told you could achieve this, Zhou Chuan said with a smile, harboring a fondness for the boy. Despite the boy's unabashed disdain for his rotund physique, Zhou Chuan perceived it not as malice, but rather as a simple expression of youthful honesty. It's your turn now. The boy, exhausted and panting, collapsed onto a chair, having reached the limits of his physical endurance after 7 consecutive intense maneuvers. Allow me. Zhou Chuan's hefty form surged forward, racing to keep pace with the swirling curtain. Once synchronized with its rotation, he executed a sudden, vigorous maneuver and slipped through the narrow gap in the curtain. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha ha, you are hilarious. Is this your unparalleled agility? The boy watched in awe as the data on the holographic display of sphere impacts refreshed rapidly, each moment reflecting dozens of strikes. Initially dumbfounded, the boy soon erupted into laughter, nearly rolling on the ground with mirth. Regrettably, the boy did not witness Zhou Chuan falter amidst his continuous jeers. Zhou Chuan displayed no signs of embarrassment or shame. His expression remained one of stoic indifference, his body functioning like an unyielding machine, re-entering the light curtain without a moment's pause. Gradually, the boy's laughter transformed into astonishment, then into sheer disbelief. Though he had observed Zhou Chuan training from the control room, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. He could distinctly see Zhou Chuan's corpulent form executing swift, intricate turns. Most strikingly, he observed the pained, contorted visage of Zhou Chuan, drenched in perspiration. This was no mere training. It was a form of torment. Ding! The electronic sound signaled Zhou Chuan's emergence from the curtain, his face already contorted from exertion. 820 strikes, my friend. Congratulations, you have shattered the record at Starry Galaxy Mech University. You are my idol. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. The boy gazed at the refreshed data on the holographic display, his expression brimming with genuine admiration, devoid of any mockery. I must take my leave. By the way, what is your name? Zhou Chuan inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. My surname is Su, and my given name is Yulan. And you, plump one? Zhou Chuan gently patted the boy's head. Can I call you Brother Chuan? Of course. Will you come tomorrow? I will. Very well, let's not part. All right. After departing from training room 7, Zhou Chuan made his way directly to the gym area, which remained eerily quiet. A few muscular men, Familiar faces occupied the space. After all, men fond of bulging muscles were not in abundance. The key factor was that using such heavy equipment required persistence and determination, and most ordinary individuals could only muster enthusiasm for a fleeting moment, with few capable of sustaining their efforts. Chapter 57, Mech Simulation Training Room. Upon Zhou Chuan's entrance, the heavy equipment gym fell into an even deeper silence. Over a dozen muscular men paused their workouts, each one staring at him. Ever since Zhou Chuan first arrived to train, they had been filled with curiosity, not because of his obesity, for seeing overweight individuals in the gym was not unusual. Many of these muscular men had once been overweight themselves. What piqued their interest was Zhou Chuan's demeanor. He was remarkably aloof and taciturn. This was now the third day, from the moment he arrived. He had immediately immersed himself in training, each session lasting precisely 2 hours, no more, no less, and he never uttered a word, exuding an air of impenetrable coldness. Individuals like Zhou Chuan were a rarity. In school, whether engaged in fitness, swimming, or billiards, small groups would naturally form, gathering daily to partake in activities, sometimes even organizing small clubs. Upon Zhou Chuan's arrival, there was a palpable tension among the onlookers. Whenever he cast a glance in their direction, their hearts raced as if a mountain bore down upon them, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. Zhou Chuan commenced his routine training, which remained steadfastly consistent. Each movement was executed with rapid precision, leaving observers in a daze. Zhou Chuan's focus was intense, as if the 2 dumbbells in his hands were imbued with a sacred mission. Everyone held their breath, captivated by Zhou Chuan's lightning-fast motions. He was no longer merely exercising his muscles, but also honing their speed and explosive power. Each time he trained, the onlookers found themselves irresistibly drawn to him. Although his actions were repetitive and monotonous, they were infused with an enchanting allure that captivated their attention. They were eager to uncover the immense energy concealed within that corpulent physique. However, their observations over the past few days left them with a sense of frustration, as Zhou Chuan maintained a consistent pace throughout, even departing with an expression of unfulfilled yearning. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an entire hour. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan halted his movements, prompting a moment of astonishment among the onlookers, for he had never paused to rest, perpetually engaged in repetitive, mechanical actions. Even when he did stop, it was merely to change his posture. Zhou Chuan approached the area where the dumbbells were placed, setting down 2 5-kilogram weights, and picked up a pair of 10-kilogram dumbbells. Before the gaze of the crowd, his expression remained impassive as he returned to his original training spot, resuming his monotonous yet focused regimen. As seconds turned into minutes, the astonishment in their eyes grew. It is well known that in fitness, increasing weight during intense training requires a suitable adjustment period. However, Zhou Chuan seamlessly transitioned from 5 to 10 kilograms, doubling the weight without a flicker of emotion, maintaining both his form and speed with unwavering diligence. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Zhou Chuan concluded his routine punctually, as was customary, relaxing his muscles on the massage chair for 10 minutes before preparing to leave. Just then, a burly man, who had been seated on a dumbbell, stood up to block Zhou Chuan's path. However, upon meeting Zhou Chuan's piercing gaze, he instinctively took several steps back, nearly colliding with a treadmill and stumbling. Zhou Chuan regarded this muscular figure, whose height was comparable to his own, with a physique resembling steel. The man possessed curly chestnut hair and bronze skin, clearly of mixed heritage. "I assure you, I mean no harm," the muscular man spoke, his demeanor surprisingly amiable despite his intimidating physique. Zhou Chuan, eager to avoid wasting time, already past 10 in the evening, intended to visit the Mech modification simulation training room. During his academic days, he had never set foot in that domain. Now, as a specialist in mecha modification and repair, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the area. "We bet on how long you can lose weight." "And what of it?" Zhou Chuan's previously rigid features softened slightly. "Actually, we were all once overweight," the muscle-bound man chuckled, revealing a warm smile. Xiao Huan sighed internally. He found it perplexing that someone so physically formidable spoke with such a verbose and meandering manner, lacking any salient points. Yet, he did not find the man unpleasant. "We would like you to weigh yourself." "All right, no problem." Zhou Chuan nodded and stepped onto the scale. He too was curious to ascertain how much weight he had lost. After 3 days of rigorous training, he believed he had shed at least 5 kilograms. Beep, 154.5 kilograms. Upon witnessing the weight displayed on the screen, Zhou Chuan's expression remained impassive, yet his mind was in disarray. The last time he weighed in at Xiao Hei's room, the scale had shown 155 kilograms. This meant that his grueling, ascetic training had resulted in a mere loss of half a kilogram over 3 days. At this rate, losing 5 kilograms in a month seemed a distant possibility, and he pondered how long it would take to reduce his excess weight. For a person standing at 1 meter 80, a healthy weight ranges from 70 to 110 kilograms. By this standard, he needed to lose at least 45 kilograms to reach a normal range. 5 kilograms a month meant that 45 kilograms would require 9 months. Such a timeline felt interminably long and agonizing. Descending from the scale, Zhou Chuan resolved to intensify his training regimen. His excess weight was cumbersome and drew unwanted attention. "They call me Xianyuan Ba," the burly man called out to Zhou Chuan's retreating figure. Zhou Chuan glanced back at Xianyuan Ba, whose name sounded formidable. With thick brows and fierce eyes, he possessed a tall and robust physique, yet his gentle demeanor contrasted with his imposing name. 10 minutes later, Zhou Chuan found himself in the expansive mecha modification simulation training room, now approaching 10 in the evening. Despite the late hour, the room was alive with activity, punctuated by exuberant cheers. This was a comprehensive training facility spanning over 5,000 square meters and served as a crucial training ground for Xinghan Mecha University. Both mecha modification simulations and mecha combat training took place here. During his time at Xinghan, these two disciplines had been separated by a wall, which was later removed, transforming the space into an integrated training environment where all simulation machines were interconnected. The Mecha Combat Simulation Training Room at Xinghan Mecha University was renowned throughout the Rydal Empire, having produced numerous distinguished individuals. Many notable figures in Rydal's history emerged from this very room. Chapter 58, The Combat of Mecha. The vast hall was dominated by rows of simulation machines. In truth, these machines resembled ancient Earth's gaming consoles, albeit with a significant distinction. They were advanced, intelligent systems that allowed users to modify mechas and combat weaponry, and engage in virtual battles against others within a network. The training room combined entertainment with education, a primary reason for its popularity among students. This innovative learning model had not only seen success at Xinghan Mecha University, but had also swept across the Interstellar network upon its introduction. However, while the concept seemed straightforward, the execution of engaging in virtual battles with one's modified weapons was far from easy. Modifying a mecha was not as simple as attaching any desired weapon or component. It had to meet specific criteria. For instance, equipping a mecha named Deadly Temptation with a massive ray sniper rifle would invite ridicule, as the mecha would be unable to bear such a burden. When modifying a mecha, one must first consider its size and engine power, followed by the design's weight-bearing capacity and the programming of its neural network. Modifications are not arbitrary. They must adhere to strict standards. In summary, each mecha is the result of meticulous design by countless engineers, achieving a level of perfection in overall design, with any flaws typically stemming from technical limitations or material constraints. It is easy to imagine the challenges involved in optimizing modifications on these machines. If the modifications are ill-conceived, the neural network will immediately assess the combat effectiveness based on the frequency of battles and the structural integrity of the components, meaning that the mecha modified in the virtual realm holds no distinction from its real-world counterpart. A true master of modifications can work wonders. By adding or altering a seemingly minor component, they can elevate the combat capabilities of an entire mecha by one or even several tiers. However, while becoming a modder is relatively accessible, achieving the status of a master modder is exceedingly challenging. Those who attain such a level are rare, often regarded as genius-level talents, possessing expertise in energy, chemistry, electrical engineering, metallurgy, construction materials, and mechanical manufacturing. It is said that throughout the annals of human history, only 2 individuals can rightfully be deemed masters of modification, one of whom has long since departed this world over a century ago, while the other has been missing for many years. In contemporary professions, there exists no specific vocation dedicated solely to mech modification. Most mech modders also double as mech combatants, which explains the amalgamation of mech modification training facilities with combat training arenas. In fact, within the school, Zhou Chuan represents a fusion of mech combat and repair disciplines, and the institution's admissions process took into account that he possesses a civilian mech repair license. Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Chuan opted for a secluded spot. Despite the throngs of people, the training facility is so expansive that 80% of its simulation chambers remain unoccupied. Upon entering, one need only confirm their identity at the card slot before accessing the simulation pod, eliminating the necessity for further identification checks. This is a precautionary measure to prevent students from carrying grudges formed during virtual combat into their everyday lives. Thus, as long as one safeguards their account and nickname. No one can ascertain the identities of others within the virtual combat arena. As Zhou Chuan stepped into the simulation pod and closed the door, the interior transformed into a sealed environment reminiscent of a mech cockpit, the only distinction being the superior functionality of the light brain, which is interstellar networked. Furthermore, to deter headhunting companies from poaching exceptional students, every machine's address within this facility is concealed. However, barring a select few egotistical experts, most students prefer to engage in training and battles within the campus's local area network, as the elite combatants outside the institution are simply too numerous. It is noteworthy that whether in interstellar networking or the campus LAN, all mechs available for sale from the three major mech corporations can be meticulously researched for their specifications online, with data provided by these corporations being remarkably precise. The universe is home to three colossal mech corporations: Neural Mechs, Galaxy Mechs, and Heavy Metal Mechs, each possessing comprehensive design and manufacturing capabilities. They operate independently of any nation and maintain their own research planets and production bases, supplying both civilian and military mechs and warships to various countries. Due to their immense destructive potential, the production of high-tech interstellar battleships is restricted to federal nations, whereas smaller spacecraft and exploratory vessels may be manufactured by these corporations. Additionally, aside from the three giants, there exist hundreds of smaller mech companies. However, in comparison, these minor firms lack the technological prowess and manufacturing capacity of their larger counterparts, their research and development capabilities being almost unfathomable. Of course, both the behemoth mech corporations and smaller entities have affiliations with either the state or influential families. Upon activating the simulation pod, the first step is to register an account. Empire 1. Zhou Chuan promptly registered this moniker, choosing it solely for its memorability. Password: 331708823. As he gazed at the instinctively crafted password, he suddenly paused, the striking visage of Mi Shui materializing in his mind. Why had he chosen Mi Shui's birthday as his password? Registration successful. The electronic chime of the light brain resonated. Zhou Chuan swiftly dispelled any distracting thoughts. Now is not the time for such musings. Once he entered his work mode, he quickly regained his characteristic calm and focus. Zhou Chuan chose the school's local area network modification room. Entering the mech modification facility, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly searching for the Neural X-33 civilian mech. He was already quite familiar with the X-33 and began the modification process with ease. The primary advantage of virtual modification lies in the absence of concern over material shortages. Any materials available on the market are provided by the virtual network, complete with comprehensive data. For instance, when it comes to a steel plate, the network supplies its thickness, density, toughness, and resistance to impact, among other specifications. However, modification is not as simple as it may seem. If one wishes to transform a steel plate into armor, it is not merely a matter of cutting and affixing it. Precise measurements must be taken to identify an appropriate location for the armor on the mech, and the screws and nuts must adhere to stringent specifications. Subsequently, one must utilize the virtual network to cut the armor. If the cutting machine or method is incorrect, the armor will be susceptible to damage in virtual combat. In essence, this process mirrors real-world modification closely. The most significant advantage of virtual modification is its speed. Zhou Chuan need not manufacture excessive materials. In fact, he replicated the light brain of the mech he purchased, ensuring that all configurations matched those of the X-33 in the impoverished district. 30 minutes later, Zhou Chuan completed his task. An overwhelming impulse to pilot the X-33 into battle surged within him. This represented countless days and nights of dedication. In the impoverished district, his circumstances had confined him from piloting the X-33, but now, the virtual network afforded him ample space to unleash his potential. Action speaks louder than words. Beep. The announcement sounded. Empire 1, piloting the modified Neural X-33 civilian mech, enters the combat training arena. Upon clicking to enter, Zhou Chuan was immediately transported into the virtual combat chamber, a vast expanse. He found himself in a corner of the arena, piloting the X-33, while in the center, two heavy metal mechs, the Swanli H-69, were locked in combat, surrounded by an array of various mech models observing below. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet no one seemed to notice Zhou Chuan's X-33. Every gaze was fixated on the nearly 2,000 square foot arena. The Swanli H-69 is a Tier 3 combat mech, comparable in classification to Mi Shui's Lethal Temptation Galaxy P-09. This mech, while lacking the agility of the Lethal Temptation, boasts a compact structure, with sturdy limbs and an entirely black exterior glistening with a subdued metallic sheen. It was evident that both mechs had undergone modifications. One featured a protrusion resembling a fish fin, emitting a dazzling blue light, while the other presented a rather peculiar appearance. Stripped of armor except for the plating of the control chamber, the intricate web of light pathways and sensors was plainly visible. Yet its arms were strikingly different, crafted into a seamless steel limb, devoid of any gaps, with fists resembling colossal iron hammers. The battle was fierce. The Swanlee H-69, with its fish fin, had evidently sustained injuries, hunched over and exhibiting multiple cracks in its armor, one leg braced in a defensive stance. The other mech hesitated to attack, cautiously shifting its position in search of an opening. Observing the two ferociously modified mechs engaged in a standoff, Zhou Chuan felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins, a long-lost combat fervor igniting within him. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a sensation. Chapter 59, The Brutal Mech Combat. As he watched the two combatants cautiously poised against one another, it was clear that a decisive victor would not emerge anytime soon. Zhou Chuan began to scrutinize the modified mechs of the same model. The mecha, adorned with metallic fins reminiscent of fish spines along its back, underwent remarkably conservative modifications. Only a blue metallic fin blade was affixed at the balance point on its dorsal side, leaving other areas virtually untouched. At present, it appears that this fin has yet to demonstrate its efficacy. In stark contrast, the audacious modifications made to the bare Swanlee H-69 are strikingly bold. To reduce the overall weight of the mecha and enhance its agility, nearly all armor, save for the cockpit, has been stripped away. Even the protective armoring of the engine has been removed. This drastic removal of protective plating has transformed the somewhat cumbersome Swanlee H-69 into a nimble and agile entity. Most notably, to augment the offensive capabilities of the armor, the mecha's iron arms appear exceedingly exaggerated, with a hefty metallic structure that is remarkably compact. Both the fists and elbow joints are forged from solid steel, exuding a fierce and menacing appearance. This modification has nearly obliterated the original design ethos of the Swanlee H-69. Analyzing the modifications, it is evident that the latter's alterations are undeniably audacious, while the former leans towards conservatism. The former's resilience to impact is evidently superior, as evidenced by the spiderweb-like cracks in its protective armor, indicating that it has endured a tempest of strikes, whereas the latter remains unscathed. However, due to the removal of protective armor, the latter has left some optical pathways and sensors exposed to the air, significantly diminishing its defensive capabilities. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain, and the victor is yet to be determined. The battle has reached a fever pitch, with both sides maintaining their composure. Zhou Chuan continuously analyzes the modification data for both mechas, employing a straightforward methodology by scanning to ascertain the weight and explosive power of the modified armor, and finally amalgamating these figures to deduce their overall strength. Through his calculations, Zhou Chuan arrives at a staggering conclusion. Both mechas are evenly matched. However, in terms of modifications, it is clear that the latter has faltered. The extensive removal of protective armor has left it perilously vulnerable, while its adversary remains a steady contender. Despite merely adding a substantial metallic fin, the focus has now shifted from mecha modification techniques to combat skills. The two mechas slowly maneuver on the arena, separated by less than 50 meters, enveloped in an atmosphere that is palpably tense, reminiscent of an impending storm. Bang! Bang! As Zhou Chuan ponders, the bare Swanlee H-69 seems to grow impatient. Its mechanical legs suddenly surge with power, propelling its massive frame towards the other Swanlee H-69 like a cannonball. Moving with astonishing speed, the holographic image of the combat mecha glides like a beam of light, indicating that the removal of its armor has indeed enhanced its velocity. Overcoming the inherent clumsiness of the Swanlee H-69, it is undoubtedly tactically sound for this mecha to initiate the attack while its defenses are compromised. For the best defense is often an aggressive offense. As the mecha races across the arena, it produces a series of intense, reverberating tremors. The mecha adorned with a metallic fin remains motionless, steadfast despite the oncoming charge. Zhou Chuan nods to himself, recognizing that the pilot is acutely aware of their mecha's shortcomings. In comparison to the armor-stripped adversary, speed and agility are clearly unattainable, making this strategy of remaining still an exemplary tactic. 10 meters. 8 meters. The distance between the two mechas rapidly diminishes, in a mere third of a second. The unarmored mecha's shimmering metallic fist is now less than 2 meters from its opponent, with the other fist pulled back in preparation for a successive strike. Observing the steadfast, immobile metallic fin mecha, an inexplicable premonition grips Zhou Chuan. He senses that this round will yield a definitive victor. Closer. Zhou Chuan's pupils constrict as the optical computer calculates that the iron fist, propelled by the mecha's own speed, has reached an astonishing 100 kilometers per hour. This velocity, while not terrifying for mechas, Class 3 mechas can achieve speeds of 400 kilometers per hour, albeit in low-altitude flight rather than ground running, becomes formidable in this short-distance sprint. At 100 kilometers per hour, a steel fist crashing into an unprotected mecha could incapacitate it entirely. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the hall. Evidently, the Swanli H-69's ability to reach such speed has taken everyone by surprise. This is undoubtedly a ferocious and lethal strike. Half a meter. Almost every eye widens, breaths held, fixated upon the arena. At this critical juncture, the metal fin Swanli H-69 abruptly retreats, raising one arm as it does so. Crack! The contact of two hands produces a dazzling spark, and in that instant, the metallic fin mecha astonishingly seizes the steel fist, deftly pulling it aside. The attacking mecha, sensing the precariousness of its position, swiftly pivots, its legs executing a turning maneuver to halt its advance. Alas, it is all too late. The immense inertia and the opponent's pull cause a brief loss of control. Though minor, it proves to be fatal. In a flash, the fin mecha crouches and spins, its heavy, sharp blue fin targeting the vulnerable core of the unsteady mecha. The engine. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupts, showering the arena with brilliant sparks. Propelled by the tremendous force, both mechas tumble in the same direction, debris and shattered armor littering the ground. The unprotected Swanli H-69 is nearly disassembled, its destruction gruesome. Zhou Chuan could scarcely fathom that this breathtaking battle would conclude in such a manner. Nor could he have anticipated the exceptional combat prowess exhibited by the students of the Xinghan Mecha University. The vivid scene of the recent battle plays over in his mind. Although virtual, Zhou Chuan is acutely aware that in a real-world scenario under identical conditions, the outcome would bear no discrepancies. The entire hall falls into a hushed silence, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Seconds tick by. Crack! A sound of metal scraping breaks the stillness. Just as everyone assumes a draw, the metallic fin Swanli H-69 staggers back to its feet. Oh, Ling Yun! The hall erupts in jubilant cheers, echoing for an extended period. It is clear that the pilot of the mecha equipped with the metallic fins is affectionately known as Ling Yun. Ling Yun has triumphed in a modified Swanli H-69, boasting a record of 123 combat matches, with 81 victories and 42 defeats. The final match of the day will feature the Steel Spider against Empire 1. An electronic chime interrupts the crowd celebration, and the combat training room falls silent. As an X-33 ascends to the arena, most of the mechas turn their attention to Zhou Chuan, who suddenly realizes that it is his turn to enter the fray. Glancing at the holographic list, Zhou Chuan immediately comprehended that this was a temporary combat competition featuring mechs of the same model. Within this combat chamber stood two Nor X-33s, signifying that they were devoid of any choice, as unless it was a challenge match, the temporary contests in this arena were randomly assigned by the optical brain. This was intended to cultivate the adaptability of the students, preventing any unfair advantages that might arise from targeted modifications. Furthermore, the school imposed restrictions on mech modifications, prohibiting upgrades beyond the legally sanctioned level 3 mechs and forbidding the installation of military-grade weaponry. Chapter 60, A Thunderous Strike. As Zhou Chuan beheld the Nor X-33s on the arena, his gaze sharpened, akin to a blade. Let the battle commence. When Zhou Chuan piloted his Nor X-33 into the fray, laughter erupted from the crowd below. Evidently, it was a rarity for civilian mechs to be modified for combat. And today, two such instances had occurred. Apart from the two participants, nearly everyone in the mech modification arena was aware that these were undoubtedly two freshmen who, due to their lack of exposure to superior combat mechs, had opted to modify familiar civilian models. The movements of the X-33 were sluggish. Although Zhou Chuan was intimately acquainted with every component of the mech, he was still inexperienced in its operation. His sole prior maneuver had been relocating the X-33 a mere 200 meters from a hillside to his residence. At last, the two rather peculiar X-33s faced off in the arena, appearing overwhelmingly massive compared to their humanoid counterparts. Due to the enormity of the X-33, the virtual arena had to be nearly doubled in size to accommodate them. Both X-33s remained still, conducting a scan of each other's modification data via the optical brain. While a few individuals might publicly share their modification details online, the majority would keep theirs confidential. To acquire the opponent's modification information, one needed to activate the scanning system of the optical brain, which provided only preliminary data. The true assessment still relied on personal judgment, as the brain scan could only analyze external appearances, incapable of dissecting internal structures or calculating the specifications and types of metals used in certain components. Soon, Zhou Chuan obtained the preliminary modification data of his opponent from the sensors mounted on the 8 spider legs. He inferred that the adversary had upgraded to an advanced optical brain, reinforced the cockpit armor, and equipped the feet of the spider legs with powerful springs, while each mechanical arm bore 2 gigantic steel forks. Judging by the compatibility, the opponent exhibited a profound familiarity with the Nor X-33 structure. As Zhou Chuan and his opponent stood poised, a stunningly beautiful woman occupied the pilot's seat within a coach's cockpit, accompanied by a rebellious-looking young man in the co-pilot seat. Behind them stood a group of youthful onlookers. The woman was Fanny, and the young man was Singer. In front of them loomed a widescreen holographic display, clearly showcasing the 2 X-33s locked in confrontation on the arena. Fanny, your judgment has always been remarkably accurate. Which of these inferior mechs do you believe will emerge victorious? Singer inquired with a smirk. Who knows? Fanny replied with an air of indifference. Fight! Having discerned the opponent's preliminary modifications, Zhou Chuan hesitated no longer. The 8 spider legs roared to life, accelerating with the ferocity of a beast, creating an overwhelming sound that left the onlookers astonished. They were accustomed to humanoid mechs in combat, and witnessing this colossal creature suddenly charge forth elicited a profound sense of shock. The rapid motion of the X-33's 8 mighty limbs was a visual spectacle of grandeur and ferocity. As he sprinted, Zhou Chuan felt his blood surge with exhilaration, as if a wave of searing air enveloped him. It had been long since he experienced such unrestrained exhilaration. His hands flew across the keyboard and manual joystick, activating all holographic scans. The opponent remained poised, the 8 spider legs adopting a defensive stance, their mechanical arms spreading wide like those of a praying mantis. The gleaming metal forks radiating a chilling brilliance. Bang! 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 Zhou Chuan pressed on. The 8 steel spider legs, under his command, moved in rapid succession, producing a deafening cacophony that reverberated through the arena, causing it to tremble. Almost everyone thought of a colossal prehistoric creature, a dinosaur. Notably, due to the non-combat nature of civilian heavy mechs, they lacked an attack signal system. Although sensors relayed every angle of information to the optical brain, it merely conducted a comprehensive calculation without directly alerting the combatants. Thus, Zhou Chuan had to meticulously observe every piece of data returned by the optical brain. Approaching, the X-33, though slow, exhibited astonishing speed at full sprint. As the 2 X-33s came within 30 meters of each other, Zhou Chuan's expression hardened, his gaze igniting with fervor. He abruptly stood, shattering the safety harness that secured him, producing a distinct cracking sound. His robust frame and limbs executed an exceedingly uncoordinated maneuver. One leg remained planted while the other kicked against the manual joysticks, and his hands swept across the keyboard. Crack! Whoosh! The charging X-33 screeched to a halt, 5 of its spider legs anchoring itself to the ground. Due to the excessive speed, the immense force generated caused those 5 legs to buckle, the sound of metal fracturing sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. They could clearly see that the suddenly halted X-33 had lowered in stature due to the breakage of those 5 legs. Though it may seem slow in recounting, it transpired in the blink of an eye. At the moment Zhou Chuan halted, the 2 mechanical arms of the opposing X-33, which had been poised for action, launched their steel forks with ferocity. A collective gasp escaped many lips, quickly followed by a breath-holding silence, as if time itself had frozen. At that instant, even Fanny in the coach's cockpit stood up, her beautiful face etched with astonishment as she beheld the unfolding spectacle. The 2 gleaming steel forks halted mere inches from the cockpit of the charging mech, less than 20 centimeters away. Had Zhou Chuan's X-33 advanced but another 20 centimeters, those sharp forks would have penetrated the vulnerably designed cockpit, which, unlike combat mechs, had not been constructed with protective considerations in mind. Time stretched interminably, the contrast between movement and stillness tightening the spectators' hearts in discomfort. Yet, this was all a fleeting moment. As the audience's pupils dilated, Zhou Chuan's mech surged forward, and simultaneously, the steel forks retreated. It was as if the 2 were performing a synchronized act. The interplay of advance and retreat was heart-stopping, for if the forks did not retract, Zhou Chuan's cockpit would surely be impaled. Crack! Boom! Two thunderous sounds erupted as Zhou Chuan's mechanical arms, which had been raised, crashed down with tremendous force. Caught off guard, the opponent managed to raise one mechanical arm in defense, but one was prepared while the other was not. A single mechanical arm stood no chance against such a cataclysmic strike. It shattered under the force in Zhou Chuan's combined mechanical arm. Fueled by the momentum of a thunderous impact, slammed against the opponent's cockpit, producing an earth-shattering resonance. The entire combat room fell into an abyss of silence as the crushed cockpit lay before them. The spectators felt as though their hearts might leap from their throats. Had this not been a simulation, the person inside that cockpit would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp. No one noticed that Zhou Chuan had already driven off the arena and vanished. Fanny, stammering with disbelief, gazed at the incapacitated X-33 on the stage. "Find that person immediately," she exclaimed. Suddenly realizing that the X-33 had already disappeared, her lithe figure darted from the instructor's cockpit like a flash of lightning, followed by the other youths in quick succession. Chapter 61. The Fleeting Moment of Youth. As Fanny burst outside, the hall of the combat room was teeming with people. It was nearing the time when the training facility would close, and all the students had already exited their virtual cockpits, making it impossible to locate anyone. "Sing, I must discover who this Empire One is," Fanny declared, her expression one of disappointment as she cast her gaze upon Sing, who was watching the flow of people converging at the exit. "I'm afraid I can't help you. My authority is insufficient." Sing hesitated. "Is that all you're capable of?" Fanny shot him a disdainful glance. "Fanny, you know that only your father and mine have access to the school's database," Sing stammered. "I don't care. Just get it done," Fanny retorted, her demeanor brimming with defiance. "I'll try to think of something," Sing sighed, visibly disheartened. 20 minutes later, a large group of men and women gathered at a night market stall not far from school. The night market was bustling with activity, the most vibrant area within several kilometers of the campus. Stretching over 2 kilometers, it was predominantly frequented by students of the Starry Sky Mech University. Here, while the prices were relatively low, one could savor the flavors of the universe, be it the Pangu system's rockfish or the Foggy Gorge's blood pig. Of course, it should be noted that cheap in this context was relative to some 5-star hotels. In reality, this was not a place where the average person could afford to indulge, as it was an era dominated by nutrient solutions and compressed food, making spending at such venues a luxury for the less fortunate. As the group ordered various dishes, they chatted animatedly. "Fanny, why are you searching for someone called Empire One?" Sing had long wanted to ask this question, but had refrained for fear of being ridiculed by Fanny until now. "What do you think?" Fanny replied, her head lowered as she sipped a colorful fruit juice, only lifting her gaze to retort when she heard Sing's inquiry. "I only ask because I truly don't know," Sing said, his irritation evaporated in the face of Fanny's sharpness. "Try using your brain a bit more and your fists a bit less. Your father has high hopes for you," Fanny sighed, casting a glance at Sing. "Ahem, actually, I too have a question. Why didn't the defeated X-33 use those 2 steel forks to strike down?" Sing chuckled awkwardly as he asked. "Indeed, Fanny, you're a mecha combat expert. Enlighten us." "This question has been perplexing me. Why did he retreat when it seemed that a slight thrust forward would have struck the X-33's cockpit?" Yes, I'm equally befuddled," Sing's companions chimed in, all of whom were fellow students of Starry Sky Mecha University, having grown up alongside Fanny and Sing. "Let me pose a question. Why did the mecha choose to break several of its spider legs rather than halt?" The group exchanged glances, unable to answer Fanny's query. "Fanny, knowing you are a mecha combat master, please spare us your riddles and enlighten us, so we may broaden our horizons." A tall, blushing woman affectionately draped her arms around Fanny's neck in a playful manner. All right, it's always the same with you. You only know how to flirt, fight, and bully others at school." Fanny's expression turned serious. The Empire One, piloting the X-33, began to sprint wildly. At that velocity, both the onboard computer and human could measure the immense force generated. No one would expect that the mecha could suddenly come to a halt. When the X-33 showed no signs of stopping, its opponent realized that the cumbersome X-33 could not possibly cease its massive momentum. He was astute. He didn't T-move, but stood firm. As the X-33 approached, he launched his attack, raising the 2 steel forks, confident he could eliminate his adversary, having calculated the X-33's trajectory with absolute certainty. Regrettably, he had not anticipated the cost of halting the X-33 by sacrificing 5 spider legs. This unexpected pause rendered the X-33, fork in hand, incapable of reacting. Its sole thought was that the plan had failed. It had to retreat from the battlefield, a primal instinct kicking in. At that moment, the forts had already reached their maximum extension, and to attack again would necessitate moving the X-33 forward, a decidedly risky decision. His mindset was not prepared for an offensive. In that fleeting moment, his conservative nature dictated his choice to withdraw. Fanny paused, taking a sip of her colorful juice, her face radiating wisdom. As he retreated, he unwittingly fell into his opponent's trap, who had anticipated that he would not take the risk. In the mere fraction of a second he withdrew, his adversary was poised, delivering a lethal strike that appeared almost choreographed in their combat. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought Empire 1 was truly formidable. Turns out it was merely a matter of strategy. Ahem, Fanny, did I misspeak? What do you think? Fanny replied, her expression one of incredulity. I'm sure it's easy to speak of now, but do you know how perilous it was at that moment? How much courage it required? First, while piloting the X-33 at full speed, he had everything under his control, including his opponent's psychological state. I'm certain he discerned from the opponent's defensive posture that he was someone lacking in daring spirit. This person was decisive, with a terrifyingly meticulous mind. Not only was this individual astute, but what was most frightening was his willingness to gamble his life on the line. He trusted his instincts, possessing a confidence that ordinary people cannot fathom. This is why I hold him in such high regard. Fanny's voice softened as she spoke, yet her expression remained grave. Initially, she felt that her opponent's combat skills were exceptional, but upon closer analysis, she became increasingly aware of this individual's distinctiveness. She felt an intense desire to discover who this courageous and cunning, yet terrifyingly meticulous person truly was. Of course, he dares to gamble his life because it's just virtual combat, Singh muttered under his breath. Is that so? Fanny cast a cool glance at Singh as she made her way to the night market's checkout counter. Fanny, what are you doing? Singh called out. I had a cup of colorful juice. I'll pay for it myself. Fanny, enjoy your drinks. I walk a different path. Fanny's expression radiated an air of haughty indifference. As I beheld Fanny's graceful silhouette, her back turned away, a once submissive Singh's expression gradually morphed into a grotesque visage. His handsome features contorted beyond recognition. Time seemed to freeze as Singh's malevolent gaze remained fixed upon Fanny's retreating form, the atmosphere thick with oppressive tension. Singh, one of his companions, ventured cautiously, attempting to break the silence. With a thunderous bang, Singh slammed his palm onto the table. The sound of splintering wood echoed. As the table shattered into fragments, dishes crashing to the floor in disarray. The onlookers exchanged alarmed glances, rendered mute by Singh's display of authority, which starkly contrasted his earlier obsequiousness before Fanny. What folly is this? Damn it, a mere harlot, pretending to be so erudite and proud. Singh fumed. One day, I shall have you dangling from the bed like a lamb, you insufferable wench, maintaining your facade of purity and superiority. Go on, continue your charade. An aura of ferocity emanated from Singh, leaving the others in a state of hushed trepidation. Meanwhile, as Fanny and her companions searched the hall, Zhou Chuan had returned home, finding no sign of the executioner Philip, who must have finished his shift. During their previous encounters, Philip had always appeared dazed, an impression that lingered, as this portly and towering youth evoked a peculiar familiarity in Zhou Chuan. The door creaked open, one foot in the hall and the other still outside. Zhou Chuan froze, realizing he had returned at an opportune moment. Chapter 62, divided into 8 parts. In the hall, Corinne's towel had slipped to her hips. Her half-naked form perched on Xiao Hei's lap, the two entwined in an impassioned kiss, oblivious to the world around them. Corinne's smooth, well-proportioned legs coiled around Xiao Hei, illuminated by the soft light, their skin radiant and glistening, resembling intricately carved ivory. With a soft click, Zhou Chuan gently closed the door behind him. "Ah, Brother Chuan," Xiao Hei exclaimed, startled as he abruptly pushed Corinne away, his face flushed, hands clumsily adjusting his disheveled attire and wiping away traces of lipstick. In stark contrast, Corinne, unperturbed, calmly wrapped her alabaster body in the towel, exuding an air of composure, as if nothing had transpired. "Please continue," Zhou Chuan said, momentarily flashing a look of disdain before shutting the door quietly and striding into his room. Knock, knock. As soon as Zhou Chuan entered, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Xiao Hei, standing cautiously at the threshold, bore a youthful blush on his face, his hands fidgeting nervously. Zhou Chuan glanced at Xiao Hei before taking a seat at his desk and opening his notebook. Xiao Hei appeared as though he had something to express, yet hesitated. Zhou Chuan turned to gaze deeply into Xiao Hei's eyes, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. An extended silence ensued. With Xiao He unable to meet Zhou Chuan's penetrating gaze, his eyes cast down in unease. "Come in, close the door and sit on the bed." Xiao He, resembling a guilty party, perched himself at the edge of the bed. "Do you wish for me to keep a secret?" Zhou Chuan's eyes bore into Xiao He's. "Yes. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. You may leave. Brother Chuan, I speak plainly. Brother Chuan, I truly do not wish to engage in this. But I cannot control myself. I love Karine, and I am powerless to restrain my feelings." Xiao He suddenly sank to the ground, covering his face as he began to weep softly. Observing Xiao He's self-reproach, Zhou Chuan let out a long sigh. The youth was far too young. Having immersed himself in his digital world, completely devoid of interaction with girls. Now, ensnared in love, he had lost even the most fundamental capacity for rational thought. It is often said that love renders individuals blind. Xiao He, you need not concern yourself with my opinions. We are merely roommates, and this is your private matter. No, no, Brother Chuan, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I considered you a friend. Why? I do not know. Perhaps it is because we both hail from humble beginnings. Very well, Xiao He, our current dilemma transcends romantic entanglements. It is a question of morality. Of course, morality only binds certain individuals, and some may choose to disregard it. The crux of the matter is whether Karine reciprocates your feelings. Does she love you? That is what truly matters. Answer me. Xiao He, still crouched on the floor, opened his mouth but remained silent, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. If Karine loves you, then all obstacles can be surmounted and you may leave together. If she does not love you, why should you care? But there are no buts. To be frank, throughout my life, despite the many women I've encountered, none have held a place in my heart. I do not possess the experience to guide you. You must make your own choices. Brother Chuan, right now, you would benefit more from seeking a therapist. Well, this conversation is over. Zhou Chuan stood and approached the door, disinterested in the topic. Xiao He gazed at Zhou Chuan, mouth agape, but after a few moments of silence, he lowered his head and exited Zhou Chuan's room. Watching Xiao He's dejected figure retreat, Zhou Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness wash over him, an unsettling feeling he could not quite articulate. In matters of love, Zhou Chuan found himself lacking experience, having devoted all his energy to his studies, devoid of time to contemplate romantic affairs. Strangely, Zhou Chuan's mind drifted to a sorrowful visage, a face that had accompanied him through countless days and nights aboard the battleship. One that had taken his statements, provided massages, brewed coffee, and prepared late-night snacks. Yet he had never truly acknowledged her presence, and now, that once blurred face was becoming increasingly vivid. With a resounding slap to his forehead, Zhou Chuan sought to dispel the distractions clouding his mind. The past had receded into the distance. He needed to start new. Indulging in bygone memories would only lead to despair. Soon, Zhou Chuan entered a state of tranquil focus, his mental acuity once more approaching the elusive threshold of the third tier of psychic prowess. This breakthrough would be a formidable challenge. No one, not even Zhou Chuan, could predict when it would occur, perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Without perilous cliffs, mountains lose their majesty. Without tumultuous waves, seas lose their grandeur. Without undulating rivers, landscapes lose their beauty. Life devoid of trials and tribulations loses its strength. The cherry blossom, if not for the audacity to bloom first amidst a plethora of flowers, would not stand out as the epitome of beauty in spring. The lotus, if not for its resolve to remain unstained by the muck, would not emerge as a regal figure in the scorching summer. The plum blossom, if not for its courage to stand firm against frost and snow, would not become a striking sight in the harsh winter. A person, if lacking the tenacity to persevere, would not shine as a star amidst the rigors of military training. As military training commenced, it proved far less exhilarating than depicted in various books, often bordering on tedium, particularly for someone like Zhou Chuan, whose life in the barracks rendered such training as mundane as eating or dressing. There were no thrilling tales, no breathtaking encounters, only the monotony of relentless drills. The training did not evoke much emotion in Zhou Chuan, yet the regimented lifestyle during military training transported him back to the barracks, as all activities adhered to military schedules. Over the past few days, Zhou Chuan, Xiao He, and Karen resided on campus. The military training philosophy at Xinghan Mech University aims to instill a profound understanding of team spirit in each trainee, compelling them to exhibit absolute execution in their actions. Devoid of excuses, it seeks to enhance the decision-making power, leadership, cohesion, execution ability, collaboration, persuasion, and innovative capacity of the management team, while simultaneously unlocking individual potential and fostering team spirit, thereby elevating the overall quality of the management cadre. The program also emphasizes the cultivation of a comprehensive awareness among all participants, fostering a sense of responsibility and mutual understanding, trust, and support among trainees. Establishing a spirit of cooperation and trust, creating a pleasant working environment, enhancing performance, and forming an efficient team. During military training at Xinghan University, Zhou Chuan held the principle of absolute obedience in the highest regard. Throughout his military career, he steadfastly adhered to this philosophy, refusing to allow anyone to defy his commands, even if they were erroneous. Many believe that military training is rife with stories, but this notion typically pertains to second-rate institutions. In contrast, for a prestigious university like Xinghan Mech University, renowned in the cosmic metropolis, military training is indistinguishable from actual military drills, save for the necessary theoretical courses. This brief half-month period is tightly scheduled, leaving every student as if wound up like a clock, with little time to concern themselves with anything else. Although the duration of military training at Xinghan Mech University is brief, merely half a month, it is exceptionally rigorous. Moreover, this half-month training serves as an assessment for the institution. There have been precedents of students being expelled for failing to endure it, leading every freshman to take military training very seriously. Even the most mischievous students adhere to the rules during this period. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, while he was engaged in military training, Fanny spent every day in the combat simulation training room, striving to uncover the identity of Empire No. 1. After a week of fruitless searching for any trace of Empire No. 1, Fanny concluded that the individual must be a freshman. Furthermore, the pilot of another X-33 mecha had also not appeared, indicating that they too were a newcomer. Today marked the first day after military training, and Fanny arrived early at the mecha simulation combat room, where a group of schoolmates awaited behind her, as this was their primary venue for recreational activities. Singh sat grimly in the co-pilot's seat, confronting a holographic image of a modified X-33. This modified X-33 was no longer recognizable as such, aside from its 8 spider-like legs. The entire structure resembled a menacing spider, with pneumatic chainsaws affixed to its mechanical arms, their serrated edges glinting ominously. Surrounding the cockpit was a ring of high-speed gears, encasing the entire cockpit in a heavy embrace. "Fanny, do you think that individual will come?" Singh inquired, directing his gaze toward the virtual combat arena. "A true master will have their own habitual schedule. I believe they will arrive today. However, with such modifications, if you win, do you feel it's unearned?" Fanny shot a cold glance at Singh. "Isn't this a modified combat match? They could make similar alterations. Today, I shall reduce that X-33 to 8 pieces," Singh declared with a sinister grin. Chapter 63, Rapid Progress. "Singh, how long did you spend modifying this mecha?" Fanny asked coolly. "Over 20 hours, I suppose." "And how long do you think the opponent will take to modify their X-33? Singh's face flushed crimson. "However, setting aside other matters, you do possess a talent for modifications." Although the time was somewhat lengthy, every detail of this X-33's alteration is nothing short of brilliant. If you could channel the time you spend on flirting into your studies, I believe your father would not be disappointed. "Of course, Fanny. You know I'm not flirting. I like you." "Stop. Singh, I told you long ago that you're not suited for me. Let us not discuss this topic again. If you bring it up once more, we shall no longer be friends." Fanny sighed, her clear gaze fixed on Singh. "Yes, we are friends." "Yes," Singh muttered, avoiding Fanny's gaze, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Zhou Chuan entered training room number 7 and immediately spotted the boy, Su Yulan, who was training furiously. The slender figure moved like a phantom across the light screen. From the holographic records, it was evident that Su Yulan still struggled to overcome the final light sphere attack, though his agility had visibly matured, allowing him to navigate the earlier stages with ease. Zhou Chuan remained silent, observing Su Yulan's intricate maneuvers on the light screen. Finally, the training concluded with a suppressed, agonizing cry as Su Yulan was predictably struck by the last light sphere upon crossing the screen. Nevertheless, Su Yulan's tenacious spirit prevailed as he gritted his teeth, suppressing any outcry, only emitting a muffled grunt. "Are you all right? Yellow might help," Zhou Chuan remarked with a gentle smile at the curled-up figure on the ground. "Humph. I refuse to believe I can't surpass you. I'll try again." Su Yulan glared fiercely at the light screen, wiping the sweat from his brow with an expression of defiance. "All right, but at the final moment, try slowing down a bit," Zhou Chuan suggested with a smile. "Slow down?" Su Yulan widened his eyes in disbelief. Why? No reason. Just give it a try. Oh, I'll give it a shot. Su Yulan replied, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Chuan. Xiao Huan nodded in silence. Just as Zhou Chuan affirmed, Su Yulan's petite body bent slightly, suddenly accelerating forward like a cannonball, dashing wildly outside the light sphere as projection, moving like a wisp of smoke. Upon reaching the synchronization speed with the screen, Su Yulan's small form seemed to meld seamlessly with the projection. Watching Su Yulan's rapid movements and intricate evasive tactics, Zhou Chuan marveled silently, finding it hard to believe such a small child could achieve such velocity. Soon, Su Yulan completed an array of technical requirements, yet the holographic record still displayed a 0. Now came the final challenge, the very section where the boy had consistently been struck, an area formed by 11 light spheres creating an interlaced barrier. The most challenging part of the initial phase. Zhou Chuan had been hit 5 times or more each time he passed through. Here we go. As Su Yulan prepared to sprint, an odd momentary pause seized his body, though it lasted only an instant. However, this abrupt cessation during high-speed movement appeared particularly jarring. Whoosh! Su Yulan's form pierced through the light screen, and the holographic display refreshed to show a record of 0. Ha! I have conquered the first barrier. Ha! Su Yulan exclaimed, striking a pose akin to that of an adult and letting out a long, exaggerated howl toward the heavens, a sight both bizarre and comical. Congratulations, Zhou Chuan remarked, tightening his belt with a smile. Thank you. Hee, truly, Brother Chuan. I have spent an entire year honing my skills for the final barrier of the light and shadow sphere. In fact, I could have cleared all the previous barriers a year ago, yet I remained unable to overcome this last obstacle. How did you discern the method? Su Yulan saben dirikov, gazing at Zhou Chuan with an incredulous expression. It's quite simple. Your speed is not too slow, but rather too fast. Think about it. I need to train as well. Zhou Chuan pointed to his head, urging Su Yulan to ponder his words, before his corpulent body surged forward, creating a gust of wind as he raced toward the edge of the light curtain. Too fast. Too fast. Su Yulan murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhou Chuan's words baffled him. The essence of training with the light and shadow sphere was speed, so why would excessive speed hinder progression? Why? Su Yulan felt his thoughts ensnared in a dead end. If excessive speed could elicit adverse reactions, then why pursue it? Involuntarily, Su Yulan's gaze drifted to Zhou Chuan, who was executing varied maneuvers against the shimmering curtain. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, having uncovered a secret. Zhou Chuan's speed fluctuated, at times. He deliberately slowed down to evade the light and shadow spheres that he could have easily avoided. Why? Su Yulan stared at Zhou Chuan, who resembled a portly butterfly flitting about, feeling as though his head might explode from the revelation. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Chuan burst forth, his feet pounding the ground in a manner reminiscent of an elephant, the sound both formidable and awe-inspiring. Brother Chuan, the boy began, but Zhou Chuan merely adjusted his direction and charged back into the light curtain, executing the motion with seamless fluidity, devoid of any sign of interruption. Somehow, the boy felt a flicker of understanding, as if he had grasped something profound. As time ticked away, his eyes remained fixated on Zhou Chuan, who, unbeknownst to him, had run countless times. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in the boy's mind. He understood. At last, he comprehended that the final barrier of the light and shadow sphere was not solely about speed. It also involved training one's sense of rhythm and bodily control. When a human body reaches a certain speed, it often loses control, making it exceedingly difficult to suddenly decelerate. This last barrier was, in fact, training the body's reactions while in a heightened, rapid state. Brother Chuan, I get it. Ha ha, I finally understand. It's about rhythm. It's about rhythm. Su Yulan exclaimed, embracing Zhou Chuan in his excitement as he emerged from the training area. That's all that matters, Zhou Chuan replied, ruffling Su Yulan's hair as he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling invigorated by the recent training session. Brother Chuan, you're truly remarkable. Take your time to train. Find your rhythm. I must take my leave. Hum. Su Yulan nodded eagerly, cracking his knuckles in preparation for another attempt. Just as Zhou Chuan was about to exit, Su Yulan instinctively glanced at the holographic display, which showcased the updated collision records of the light and shadow spheres. Training attempts, 53. Collision records, 401. Staring at the holographic data, Su Yulan's mouth fell agape. His progress was astonishing. He recalled that during his initial training, the highest record of collisions was 57. In less than 20 days, he had managed to reduce his collision record to under 8. This was truly remarkable data. Chapter 64. The Aura of a Turtle. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, Fanny and Singer had been waiting for him in the virtual combat room for quite some time. He continued to adhere to his training regimen and made his way to the heavy equipment training area. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan's arrival, the muscular men in the heavy equipment area erupted in excitement. They were aware of Zhou Chuan's military training and couldn't help but wonder how much weight he had shed through such rigorous training. After exchanging nods with Xianyuan Ba, Zhou Chuan did not disappoint. He immediately began to weigh himself. 150 kilograms. Impressive. Remarkably impressive. This period of high-intensity training has allowed Zhou Chuan to shed 4.5 kilograms. This is a promising development, indicating that his body weight is progressing as anticipated. I believe that soon enough, this excess fat will transform into muscle. The training commenced. This time, to the astonished gazes of onlookers. Zhou Chuan increased the weight of the dumbbells to a staggering 20 kilograms, effectively doubling the previous load of 10 kilograms. The muscular men exchanged glances, incredulous. This pace of increasing weight is simply too rapid. If it continues like this, what will happen? In less than 20 days, the dumbbells had escalated from 5 kilograms to 20, an unprecedented feat in the heavy equipment training area. What astounded them most was that, for Zhou Chuan, the 20-kilogram weight seemed no different from the 10-kilogram weight. The dumbbells danced effortlessly in his robust, ample hands, gliding through the air with a fluidity that showed no signs of strain or overload. Zhou Chuan maintained impeccable control over time, training with the same intensity as before, completing his entire regimen without a moment's pause, and the hour had elapsed. After a 10-minute muscle massage, Zhou Chuan prepared to depart. Zhou Chuan, why don't you meet some of the guys here? Xianyuan Ba suggested, seizing the opportunity as Zhou Chuan stood up. Sure, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Zhou Chuan nodded, surveying the individuals around him, some seated and others standing by the equipment. His tone was polite, yet an unmistakable air of unattainable distance lingered beneath. Lu Haijun, Luo Linkong, Sin Heisa, alighting. Over 20 individuals gradually greeted Zhou Chuan, although he did not engage in conversation. They felt as though they were already quite familiar with him, for in recent days, he had been the central topic of their discussions, and subconsciously, they had come to regard him as one of their own. Despite their apparent ease in accepting Zhou Chuan, gaining entry into such a tight-knit circle was no simple task, especially for a newcomer like him, as it ultimately hinged on prowess. Though Zhou Chuan's training duration was precisely 1 hour, the intensity of his high speed, high-frequency regimen surpassed that of their several hours of training combined. Their eyes were keenly aware. After a brief exchange, Zhou Chuan concluded his massage and nodded at Xianyuan Ba before departing. He was now headed to the Mech modification combat room, which was already a part of his established training course. Zhou Chuan was a creature of habit, one who meticulously followed his plans. Throughout the years, he had adhered to his rhythm and schedule, progressing step by step. Once Zhou Chuan left, the heavy equipment training area erupted once more into discussions about him. Xianyuan Ba, it appears that nearly 20 days have elapsed, yet the effects of weight loss seem rather insignificant, haha. Nonetheless, a reduction of 5 kilograms is still commendable. Though Xianyuan Ba feels somewhat lacking in confidence, he chuckles, hey, although I've shed a bit of weight, the pace is rather sluggish. Brothers, what do you all think of this rotund fellow? With a shift in tone, he continues, I do feel something peculiar. Whenever he is here, there seems to be an immense pressure. Indeed, an inexplicable pressure. What could be the reason for this? I am not certain, Xianyuan Ba sighed. Have you all noticed that each time this hefty individual comes to train, we fall silent? Ah, that is true. Whenever he arrives, the training area becomes suffocatingly quiet. I hadn't realized it until you mentioned it. The rotund man's gaze is particularly striking. It appears cold and indifferent. Yet a muscular man struggles to articulate his thoughts on Zhou Chuan as penetrating stare. Killing intent. A muscular man suddenly interjects. In an instant, the heavy machinery training area is enveloped in a profound silence, as everyone exchanges glances, awakening with a jolt of realization. The term killing intent resonates deeply. It is the only phrase that aptly encapsulates Zhou Chuan's gaze, evoking a chilling sensation along the spine, akin to being scrutinized by a predator. Upon entering the simulation chamber, Zhou Chuan commences the modification of the X-33. Although the X-33 is not a model typically suited for modification, Zhou Chuan has developed an attachment to it during his time in the impoverished district. Following the last combat session, the X-33 remains unrepaired during simulation modifications. Only severely damaged combat mechs are purged by the neural interface, mandating repairs for continued use of the same model. This protocol discourages laziness among students. This programming is remarkably effective. Most individuals prefer to modify a single model over time, and through this repetitive cycle of combat and repair, both combat skills and maintenance techniques advance significantly. Observing the holographic image of the X-33 with its 5 spider legs in a state of partial paralysis, Zhou Chuan does not immediately commence repairs. Instead, he utilizes the neural interface to calculate the power output of the X-33's engine and the load-bearing capacity of each spider leg. After 5 minutes, the power metrics for each component of the X-33 are displayed clearly on the holographic screen, and a bold, audacious plan begins to take shape in Zhou Chuan's mind. Soon enough, Zhou Chuan immerses himself in the task. Half an hour later, he stands beneath the virtual combat arena. Seeing it's here, upon seeing the holographic representation of the X-33 and the nickname Imperial No. 1 in the combat hall, Phineas' eyes gleam with excitement. It's here. The lethargic Singh instantly perks up, directing his gaze to the holographic combat hall, where his mouth falls agape in astonishment upon witnessing the transformed X-33. Singh, it seems your opponent possesses precognitive abilities, Finney remarks, casting a brief glance at Singh. He remains silent, still in shock, as the X-33 in the holographic combat hall appears utterly unrecognizable. No, it is not merely a transformation. It has been disassembled beyond recognition. Of the 8 robust spider legs, only 4 remain, and the 2 mechanical arms have merged, with a colossal triangular black metal block affixed to the ends, weighing at least 40 tons, elevated high above, creating an imposing spectacle. Chapter 65, Classic Interpretation B8. Gazing at the massive black alloy block, everyone in the coach's cabin wears an expression of astonishment. The modification is extraordinarily bold and impressive, capturing the attention of everyone present. It is noteworthy that many small combat mechs weigh only a few dozen tons, while this metal block rivals the weight of a small combat mech, an exceedingly rare occurrence. This is the result of Zhou Chuan's optimization through meticulous calculations. He has realized that the engine power of the X-33 is substantial. However, being a heavy-duty civilian engineering mech weighing 270 tons, it was designed for labor-intensive tasks. To support the weight of the 2 mechanical arms and adapt to complex work environments, the X-33 was equipped with 8 spider legs, each weighing over 100 tons, making the energy required to operate them along with the arms quite considerable. By removing 4 spider legs, Zhou Chuan significantly conserves energy and reduces the engine's load, while also streamlining the mech's overall bulk. With 4 spider legs weighing 80 tons and the added metal block weighing only 48 tons, he has effectively reduced the load by over 30 tons. The maximum load for the 2 mechanical arms is 50 tons, meaning that with enhanced energy optimization, their offensive capabilities have also been augmented. However, Zhou Chuan's modifications are not without flaws. The absence of 4 spider legs places the entire weight burden on the remaining 4. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge understands that whether human or animal, when walking, the load is borne by only 1 leg or half the limbs. And the X-33 is no exception. During movement, typically only 3 legs bear the weight, with 2 legs alternating, resulting in each spider leg enduring over 100 tons of pressure, an astonishing load. Currently, the challenge lies not in energy deficiency, but rather in the structural integrity of the spider leg's metallic components, presenting an undeniable test and risk for Zhou Chuan. Each step the X-33 takes emits a creaking sound, and through the neural interface's simulations, it becomes evident that under such strain, the 4 remaining spider legs will succumb to metal fatigue in less than half an hour. Half an hour is ample time for Zhou Chuan. The X-33 is not merely being modified for the sake of modification, but is specifically tailored for half an hour of combat. As Zhou Chuan enters, the random Mech combat tournament nears its conclusion. After all, this combat arena is the final stage of Zhou Chuan's training, making his tardiness quite understandable. On the arena, 2 heavy metal mechs, produced by a renowned company, are engaged in an intense battle. The classic interpretation B8, exuding a cold, steely aura, with its shoulder-mounted armor nearly obscuring the cockpit, providing formidable dual protection. A stout, dark bone spike protrudes from the back of the classic interpretation B8. The classic rendition B8 is the flagship product of the Heavy Metal Mecha Corporation, having evolved from the B1 to the B39 series. Yet, the B8 remains an enduring classic, renowned for its formidable explosive power and fierce combat capabilities. Its broad foot design provides a substantial surface area for force distribution, while the shoulder-mounted armor and metallic spines on its back are crafted from rare alloys, endowing it with impressive penetration abilities. This combat mecha has consistently garnered the admiration of martial artists. However, The classic B8 is not merely defined by its strengths. Many mechas share similar advantages. The B8's paramount virtue lies in its robust structural integrity, exceptional adaptability to diverse environments, and affordability. When compared to ancient Earth weaponry, the B8 can easily rival the iconic AK-47 assault rifle. Moreover, the B8's shortcomings are reminiscent of the AK-47. It suffers from poor accuracy and somewhat crude craftsmanship. Most crucially, due to mechanical performance considerations, the cockpit offers minimal comfort, and the hydraulic protection system is virtually non-existent. As a result, combatants must endure significant jolting during battles, rendering it nearly impossible for those with lower physical resilience to pilot such mechas effectively. Two B8 units lie in ruins, their exterior revealing no signs of modification. However, Zhochuan discerns a protruding, arc-shaped object beneath the metallic spine of one B8, the purpose of which remains unclear. Clearly, this feature is a covert modification, distinguishing it from mechas equipped with overtly aggressive components. Such subtle enhancements are more challenging to implement than modifications to combat apparatus, requiring a modder of considerable skill and expertise. Not just anyone can engage in this sophisticated game of upgrades. At present, both sides are evenly matched, and the combat is intensely brutal. The arena is littered with scattered components, and the armor of both mechas is twisted and deformed, with countless scars attesting to the ferocity of their earlier clashes. As Zhochuan observes silently, the battle escalates to a decisive moment. The mechas unleash a barrage of punches and kicks, and the spectacle is nothing short of mesmerizing. With a thunderous crash, the two mechas collide, producing a deafening sound that reverberates throughout the virtual arena. Following this strike, the mechas retreat, creating a 50-meter gap between them. Observing their stances, Zhochuan senses that the outcome is imminent. Indeed, just as this thought crosses his mind, one B8 suddenly charges forward with frenzied speed, reaching an astonishing velocity of 280 kilometers per hour. Zhochuan gasps in astonishment as the holographic interface displays the data. Evidently, the mecha has been modified for enhanced engine performance, for the classic B8 would not naturally achieve such terrifying speed, especially over such a short distance. The speed is truly astounding, prompting Zhochuan to shift his gaze to the other mecha. To his surprise, the opposing unit remains steadfast, undeterred by the oncoming threat. With a surge of velocity, the charging mecha breaches the threshold of flight, momentarily soaring several meters above the ground. As it ascends, it delivers a punch imbued with the force of a thunderclap, aimed directly at its adversary. In a bewildering turn of events, the previously immobile mecha suddenly collapses to the ground, landing on its back without any forewarning, narrowly evading the earth-shattering blow. The spectators collectively exhale, recognizing that while the punch was evaded, the fallen mecha is on the brink of defeat. In the world of combat mechas, a toppled giant signifies a loss of initiative. The process of rising again leaves it vulnerable to countless methods of incapacitation by its opponent. The airborne mecha executes a swift maneuver, turning to stomp on the down mecha's cockpit. In a moment of sheer improbability, the fallen unit abruptly rises, its movement eerily smooth, as if its limbs had scarcely shifted. As it regains its stance, observers catch a glimpse of a silver metallic tube extending from its back, resembling an enormously thickened telescopic antenna. At this moment, the audience comprehends the source of the mecha's sudden resurgence, the functionality of its modified systems. Just as the spectators begin to process this revelation, the descending mecha miscalculates its footing, crashing down with a catastrophic noise, only to realize its blunder too late. The B8's metallic spine crashes mercilessly into the heart of the other mecha. The engine, sparks fly, and smoke billows as the mecha's core, unprotected and vulnerable, cannot withstand such a ferocious strike, rendering it incapacitated. Zhochuan fervently records the data, the breathtaking battle igniting a newfound clarity within his mind. The Deep Blue pilot, commanding the classic rendition B8, emerges victorious, boasting an impressive record of 382 battles, with 310 victories and only 10 defeats. As the final match of the day looms, it promises another relentless confrontation against Empire No. 1. Such an impressive win rate. Just as Zhochuan focuses on the Deep Blue pilot, descending from the arena, the electric voice of the holographic interface jolts him back to reality. It is once again his turn. Chapter 66, The Battle of Kings. Without hesitation, Zhochuan notes the highly successful Deep Blue's nickname and the holographic footage of the recent battle, before swiftly piloting the Nor X-33 onto the arena. He must conserve time. As the faster the clock ticks, the more advantageous it becomes for X-33's 4 spider legs. If he fails to control the pace of the match, even a slight delay could lead to his defeat. Zhou Chuan can already hear the troubling sounds of friction emanating from X-33, straining under the burden. Sing. Consider this. The Nor X-33 appears to have been designed specifically with you in mind, Finney remarks gravely, observing the four-legged X-33 ascend the arena step by step. From a technical and creative standpoint, Sing's modifications to his version of X-33 far surpass Zhou Chuan's. Yet, due to the unique nature of Zhou Chuan's upgrades, several critical enhancements of Sing's do not pose a lethal threat to him. Conversely, Zhou Chuan's X-33 can inflict severe damage on Sing's version. Sing's X-33, equipped with pneumatic serrated saws on its mechanical arms, cannot shred through Zhou Chuan's robust, massive metal components. Moreover, the rotating gears surrounding the cockpit, originally designed for finesse, are rendered ineffective due to the immense weight of the opponent. Remember, it is the human who operates the machine. Sing asserts emphatically, securing his seatbelt. The X-33 lacks hydraulic protection, meaning the simulation chamber provides only the most rudimentary protective measures. Finney furrows her brow, refraining from comment. She harbors a deep disdain for Sing's excessive arrogance, even if his words contain undeniable merit. Now allow me to show you the essence of true combat. Sing exclaims with a sinister grin as he ignites the X-33's engine, ascending the virtual arena. As the X-331 of Singer ascended onto the arena, an uproar of thunderous cheers erupted from below. Upon hearing the raucous applause resonating from the virtual combat arena, Zhou Chuan instinctively cast his gaze towards the holographic screen displaying the data. To his astonishment, his pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Nickname: Slaughter across 1,000 miles. Gender: male. Age: confidential. Registration date: year 3312. Number of competitions: 3, 420. Wins: 3, 310. Losses: 10. Draws: 12. Such a resplendent record is nothing short of miraculous, even in the realm of virtual combat, in the span of 17 years. To have participated in over 3,000 matches with merely 10 losses and 12 draws is indeed remarkable. 15 years ago, as Zhou Chuan departed from the starry Horizon Mech University, it is likely that this individual was just beginning to make his mark. The opponent evidently possessed a certain standing within the university. Otherwise, a mere ordinary person would have found it impossible to register an account there 15 years prior, as the virtual combat chamber was exclusively accessible to the university's internal members. Furthermore, it was glaringly apparent that the opponent piloted a modified ancient mecha, the Noir X-331, indicating that he had come specifically for him. Almost instinctively, Zhou Chuan categorized this adversary as an enemy, a self-awareness that emerged within him. While he contemplated, Singer's X-331 steadily advanced, its 8 spider-like legs moving methodically and assuredly closer. A fervor ignited in Singer's eyes, yet his countenance remained gravely serious, creating a stark contrast between the two. Singer felt as though his very soul melded with the Noir X-331. He was the mecha, and the mecha was him. This epitomized the realm of a true master. In truth, Singer rarely entered the virtual combat chamber to compete anymore, for he bore the solitude of a master. Coupled with an air of superiority, he held disdain for fighting novices. However, today was different. He sought to humiliate the individual whom Finney valued, and to declare to the entire school that he was the sovereign of this combat chamber, that none could challenge his supremacy. Singer felt his blood boiling, his hands rapidly issuing commands on the control panel, as if he were transported back to the glorious days of sweeping through the combat chamber. Come, let us battle. Zhou Chuan's X-331 stood motionless, resembling an immovable mountain, as his gaze fixed upon his target, which loomed ever larger. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. The distance between the two mechas diminished, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard beneath the arena, all eyes fixated on Singer's slowly advancing X-331. Suddenly, the crowd felt a surge of adrenaline as Singer's initially slow-moving X-331 accelerated dramatically, its 8 spider legs weaving frantically to form a series of illusory barriers. The formidable body crashing towards Zhou Chuan's X-331. Come fort. Singer's eyes blazed crimson, his hands darting across the control panel and joystick at a speed that rendered them nearly invisible. The holographic image grew increasingly imposing, and a cunning smile crept upon Singer's lips. With a resounding crack, Zhou Chuan's controlled X-331 extended its mechanical arm forward, the immense metal block hanging suspended in mid-air. akin to a beast lurking in the abyss. Suddenly, Singer's X-331 halted, freezing like a statue. The confidence that once adorned Singer's face morphed into a grave solemnity. Both X-331s abruptly ceased their movements, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. "Finney, why isn't Singer attacking?" a girl whispered to Finney, casting a glance at the intensely focused Singer. "The opponent is a master," Finney observed, her gaze unwavering on the X-331. "Can you discern that?" the girl remarked dismissively. "Singer has gone 3 consecutive years without a defeat. Not being defeated merely indicates he hasn't encountered a true combat master. This person is formidable. By merely extending his mechanical arm, he has effectively kept Singer at bay, maintaining a distance of 20 meters, while the range of the X-331's reach is 30 meters, meaning he has an additional 10 meters to implement defensive measures. Currently, Singer finds himself in a precarious situation, as his pneumatic saw cannot sever that heavy mechanical arm in an instant, while the metal block at the arm's forefront poses a lethal threat. What then shall they do? Are they to remain in this stalemate? The girl pondered, momentarily taken aback. No, a stalemate is not Singer's style. And boom. Before Finney could finish her thought, Singer clenched his jaw tightly, his hands racing across the control console. The X-331's engine roared like a beast, emitting a deafening sound. Almost simultaneously with the engine's thunderous growl, Singer's X-331 surged forward at full speed towards Zhou Chuan. One mechanical arm, now activated with saw teeth, slicing towards the metal block while the other arm cleaved towards Zhou Chuan's cockpit. Executed with an elegance and fluidity reminiscent of flowing water. "This is bad." Finney's expression changed dramatically. Boom! As Singer's X-331 charged forward, Zhou Chuan's X-331 emitted a rumble in response. However, the sound was not from the engine, but from the accelerator on the mechanical arm. The hydraulic retraction of the arm propelled the previously half-raised metal block into a rapid retreat, nearly grazing the ground, due to the immense inertia of the heavy metal block. The 4 spider legs of Zhou Chuan's X-331 visibly trembled. Just as Zhou Chuan's mechanical arm retracted at high speed, the activated saw-toothed arm swept past, the sharp edge grazing the metal block and igniting a dazzling shower of sparks, leaving a profound scar upon the surface that was startling to behold. As the 2 mechanical arms nearly collided, a cacophony of excited screams erupted within the virtual combat chamber. Amidst the cheers, the other pneumatic saw-toothed arm, propelled by a fierce wind, sliced towards Zhou Chuan's cockpit. At that moment, the distance between the two had shrunk to 20 meters, placing both within the range of their adversary's attack. The screams abruptly ceased. The crowd held its breath, suppressing the exhilaration coursing through their veins. Fixated on the fleeting moment of brilliance, each individual could not help but marvel at slaughter across 1,000 miles, as the series of actions unfolded seamlessly, strikingly coherent. It was evident that the outcome of the battle would be determined in this very instant. Chapter 67. Victory of Empire 1. Just as everyone believed that the pneumatic sawtooth would breach the cockpit of Empire 1's X-331, for Singer's accelerated mecha was moving at an excessive speed, leaving Zhou Chuan with no opportunity to evade, and his sole weapon, the massive metal block, hung almost lifelessly towards the ground, rendering the angle akin to laying down his arms. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded once more upon the arena. Observing the opponent growing exponentially larger in the holographic display, Zhou Chuan felt the approaching gust of wind. The blood within his veins boiled, yet his expression remained impassive, his hands unmoving. 18 meters. 10 meters. Zhou Chuan silently calculated. The rapidly spinning saw teeth were now less than 10 meters away, discernible even to the naked eye. The silvery phantom produced by the swift movement of the teeth plainly visible. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's hands swept across the main control panel, while his feet simultaneously kicked the joystick. The colossal mech advanced rather than retreated, its immense body crashing towards Singer with a formidable force. In that fleeting moment, the serrated edge of the mechanical arm, propelled by Zhou Chuan's abrupt lunge, grazed the rear of the cockpit, producing a chilling sound of friction as it carved a deep groove into the cockpit. This was dire. Singer, who had initially worn a smug grin, realized the precariousness of his situation as the once assured serrated blade missed its target. Frantically, he tapped on the control panel, his hands moving in a blur. 8 arachnid legs braced against the ground, leaving deep marks on the arena floor. The X-33, which had been charging forward, came to a sudden halt, while the serrated blade on the other mechanical arm swung down in a defensive maneuver. One must concede that Singer possessed remarkable combat experience. his response was the most optimal choice. His adversary was attempting to engineer a mutually destructive confrontation, and as he was about to collide, a massive metal block served as a shield. Despite the X-33's forward momentum, facing that colossal metal obstruction would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic stalemate, a scenario Singer sought to avoid. He aimed for an unequivocal victory. If he could delay his opponent by a mere third of a second with the serrated blade, he would be able to reorganize his assault effectively, confident in his ability to vanquish his foe. However, just as Singer swung the serrated blade, an ominous feeling washed over him. He suddenly spotted a black object concealed behind the colossal metal block, which had fused with his mechanical arm, its circuits and optical pathways painted black, now exposed due to the dropping of the metal block. A power accelerator. This was troubling. Singer's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, the other mechanical arm extended towards Zhou Chuan's back, bending sharply into a parallel zigzag, while the mech swiftly retreated. Just as Singer's pores tightened with anxiety, Zhou Chuan cranked the engine's power to its maximum. Boom! The engine emitted a deep rumble, as the hydraulic system and accelerator on the mechanical arm activated simultaneously. The massive metal block, which had been resting on the ground, suddenly sprang upward, aiming at the underside of Singer's X-33 mech. Crack! Crack! The speed was astonishing. Singer had no time to evade. The 48-ton metal block, accompanied by a thunderous roar, shattered one of the arachnid legs blocking its path, producing a heart-stopping sound of metal fracturing. Without a moment's pause, it slammed into the base of Singer's mech, with a thunderous crash that echoed throughout the virtual hall. The X-33 was struck at the engine compartment's base. As Singer was retreating, the massive inertia compounded by the impact caused the over 200-ton X-33 to be lifted half a meter off the ground, flipping over and crashing heavily onto the floor. In that split second when Singer was airborne, the zigzagging mechanical arm swept past Zhou Chuan's cockpit, generating a series of hissing sounds, with sparks flying like dazzling fireworks. Singer's mech tumbled to the ground, the cockpit utterly crushed. Clearly, had this been a real battle, Singer would not have survived. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan's mech lay completely incapacitated, its arachnid legs shattered, exposing bare circuits and optical pathways. Most alarmingly, Zhou Chuan's cockpit had been grazed by Singer's pneumatic saw, nearly a third of it cleaved away. The jagged white metallic cut, revealing a menacing visage. A profound silence engulfed the simulation combat room. The individuals in the control chamber were equally stupefied, staring at the holographic projection, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The brutality of the battle was shocking and utterly unexpected. Who had emerged victorious? It was evidently a scenario of mutual destruction, although Singer found himself at a disadvantage in the final moments. His keen reflexes and seasoned combat skills ultimately dragged Zhou Chuan down with him. In that instant of being struck, he adjusted the angle of the saw, utilizing the force of his fall to slice through the most vulnerable part of Zhou Chuan's cockpit. All eyes in the combat room were fixed on the holographic display, as the controlling AI was feverishly calculating the outcome, data cascading like a waterfall akin to a flowing light curtain. The Imperial number 1 modified X-33 emerged victorious, having fought twice with 2 wins and 0 losses. Finally, the AI announced the result of this round. Instantly, a wave of shock washed over everyone. An extended silence ensued, as if they were reluctant to accept this reality, preferring to believe it was a draw. Bang! With a resounding thud, Singer slammed his hand on the control panel. Why did it turn out this way? Singer glared at the holographic screen, his face twisted in fury. You lost, Fanny stated coldly, delivering an unrelenting blow to Singer's ego. No, it's impossible. There must be an error in the AI's calculations. This is a draw, a draw. Singer screamed hysterically. Stop deluding yourself. Just look at the battle records and the AI's analytical data, Fanny urged, pressing a series of buttons on the control panel. Instantly, the holographic screen displayed several images, one of which showed Singer's pneumatic saw slicing through Zhou Chuan's X-33 in slow motion. The footage was slowed down, yet the imminent danger was palpable. The pneumatic saw began cutting from the lower part of the cockpit, and as it reached the pilot's seat, the camera zoomed in, clearly revealing that the saw was still 10 centimeters away from the cockpit's occupant. This meant that while the saw had indeed damaged the cockpit, it had not inflicted fatal harm on the combatant within. Now, let us review your situation. Fanny switched the holographic display to footage of Singer being struck. The footage was straightforward and clear, showcasing Singer's X-33 being flipped and crashing to the ground, the cockpit crushed and deformed. Given the extent of the damage, the pilot inside would have had no chance of survival. If this were a real combat match, the survivor would be your opponent, not you. Fanny said, her gaze cold as she regarded the contorted singer. Fanny, I refuse to accept defeat. Just wait. I will challenge him to a legitimate mech combat tournament. Bang! Singer stormed out, slamming the door behind him. As they stared at the closed door, the crowd exchanged glances. Aware that both the Starry Sky Mech University and the Rydal Empire's laws strictly prohibited private combat matches, a serious violation of Imperial law with severe penalties. It's all right. He won T-Find Imperial number 1, Fanny remarked, glancing at the vanishing Imperial number 1 in the virtual combat hall, a fierce battle intent igniting in her eyes. This was the combat prowess she had eagerly anticipated. Chapter 68, Fire Phoenix. Zhou Chuan's life began to adopt an increasingly regular rhythm. The school's teaching model was open-ended. During his freshman year, aside from spending time in the virtual modification room, his exposure to actual combat mechs was minimal. Each day, apart from attending several courses on mech modification and maintenance, he dedicated all his time to the number 7 training room, the heavy equipment training area, and the virtual modification combat room. After competing against Singer, Zhou Chuan participated in 5 additional combat matches, emerging victorious in each, thus achieving an impressive record of 7 consecutive wins in random combat tournaments. The decisive prowess of Imperial number 1 left everyone astounded, and his remarkable fortune seemed to allow him to navigate perilous situations with ease. Soon, the news of Imperial No. 1's triumph over the notorious Slaughter 1,000 miles spread like wildfire across the campus, instantly elevating him to the status of a campus legend. The dominance of Slaughter 1,000 miles in the Mech combat arena had been shattered. While the freshmen of Xinghan Mecha Academy might not be familiar with Slaughter 1,000 miles, all second-year students were well aware of his undefeated legacy in the virtual combat arena, with records indicating that he had not faced defeat for a staggering 7 years. Curiosity surrounding Imperial number 1 bloomed, as many yearned to witness the individual capable of vanquishing Slaughter 1,000 miles. Regrettably, Imperial number 1 maintained a low profile, never engaging in chat rooms, and promptly logging off after each random combat match, never wasting a moment. The more enigmatic a figure, the more they captivate. Many began to discern Imperial number 1's patterns, noting that he often logged in late at night, and sometimes could not even secure a spot in random combat, merely spectating in the virtual hall. Consequently, the Mech virtual combat arena became exceedingly crowded just before matches concluded, with peak online numbers soaring above 10,000. Thousands participated in the virtual combat, some watching from within the Mech cockpits, others via the campus's local network, all eager to witness the prowess of Imperial number 1. Naturally, the crowd's fervent hope was to see Slaughter 1,000 miles cross paths with Imperial number 1 once more. In essence, many wished to ascertain whether Imperial No. 1 could uphold his undefeated legend, and to discover who could potentially be the first to topple this extraordinary figure. Simultaneously, attention turned to another mythic figure at Xinghan Mecha University, Fire Phoenix, who began to appear frequently in the virtual combat hall. Fire Phoenix. Gender, undisclosed. Age, undisclosed. Registration time, confidential. Participation count, 1, 358. Wins, 1, 342. Losses, 10. Both Fire Phoenix and Slaughter 1,000 miles stood as titans in the university's combat scene. Although Fire Phoenix's participation count paled in comparison to Slaughter 1,000 miles, her remarkable win rate rendered her a legendary figure on campus. Since the emergence of Imperial number 1, the previously tranquil Xinghan Mecha Academy seemed to be rife with undercurrents, as numerous lurking talents began to surface more frequently in the virtual combat hall, drawing unprecedented attention. Alas, despite the congregation of Imperial number 1, Fire Phoenix, and several other skilled contenders in the virtual hall, the sheer number of participants made it exceedingly difficult for these champions to encounter one another, as the randomness of match arrangements by the central computer was exceedingly high. Nevertheless, some freshmen sensed that beneath the legends lay undeniable skill, as those renowned figures consistently showcased their prowess in matches, with Fire Phoenix's ruthless and lethal techniques elevating her combat artistry to an extraordinary level. Another noteworthy observation was that Slaughter 1,000 miles had not been seen since his defeat to Imperial number 1, seemingly vanished, leading many to speculate about his preparations. This conjecture gained considerable traction, for historically, Slaughter 1,000 miles possessed a potent desire for revenge. Each defeat spurred him to bide his time and plot retaliation, a fact evidenced by his successful counterattacks against all who had previously bested him. Curiously, the two most renowned mech combat experts, Fire Phoenix and Slaughter 1,000 miles, had never faced off. Both seemed to deliberately avoid one another, rarely appearing simultaneously in the virtual combat hall, and when they did cross paths, one would invariably be spectating. As discussions in the chat room deepened, nearly everyone recalled the challenge tournament from the previous year. The challenge tournament differed from the random matches orchestrated by the central computer, which were held daily and primarily involved similarly modified mechs selected by the school's main control computer. In contrast, the challenge tournament allowed for direct, named challenges over a week, where refusal without valid reason was not an option. However, not everyone could randomly select a target for challenge. The main control computer would filter and identify a pool of eligible challengers. Gradually, the chat room shifted from discussions about random matches to the challenge tournament of the previous year, with some formidable individuals falling silent, contemplating how to make a spectacular impression in the forthcoming tournament. As time passed, nearly a month slipped by, with Zhou Chuan's daily routine remaining unchanged. His weight loss endeavors, though not entirely successful, had begun to yield results as his physique grew more toned, and his once prominent belly had noticeably shrunk, revealing the beginnings of defined abdominal muscles. Nevertheless, the overall transformation was minimal, and Xian Yuanba's wager concluded with his loss. Xiao He and Karen appeared to settle into a mundane existence, with Xiao He still ensconced in his room daily and occasionally venturing out on weekends to undertake repair jobs for extra cash to acquire necessary electronic components. Strangely, Zhou Chuan had not heard from Xiang Er, who seemed to have vanished. Upon seeking her out, he learned she was assisting in the research lab. Every night, Zhou Chuan diligently monitored updates regarding the war between the Federation Empire and the variegated shell bugs, which seemed to be at a stalemate. However, the overall situation appeared positive, with increasing human casualties offset by a dwindling number of variegated shell bugs, their activities confined to the fringes of the Cloud Sea Star domain. It seemed that human victory was merely a matter of time. Yet, Zhou Chuan remained perplexed about how the overwhelming number of variegated shell bugs had materialized in the vast expanse of the universe, as clearly, these creatures lacked the capacity for interstellar travel. Regrettably, the tranquility of daily life was abruptly disrupted when Zhou Chuan was temporarily selected for the Mech maintenance department due to his qualifications as a Mech repair technician. This department represented the school's outreach to society, undertaking repair work for clubs and private clients, and serve as a crucial internship site where most graduates would gain hands-on experience with various Mech structures. In reality, this was a coveted position sought after by every freshman. Ordinary students rarely had the chance to intern here, as it primarily catered to soon-to-be graduates. The maintenance department was located outside the campus, housed in a towering building over 20 meters high, with 2 floors predominantly composed of steel structures, interspersed with towering repair equipment throughout the vast space, which spanned over 50,000 square meters. Zhou Chuan encountered many familiar faces there, including several volunteers he had met on the day of his application, the haughty woman Fanny, and the insufferable singer along with a group of campus ruffians. "Chubby, could you please move that piece of armor? Hurry, hurry. Go to the equipment department and fetch a barrel of hydraulic oil." Soon, Zhou Chuan began to harbor serious doubts about the reason he was summoned here. It seemed less about his qualifications in maintenance and more about his imposing physique, which made him suitable for heavy labor. Here, he felt like a mere pawn at the beck and call of everyone else. However, Zhou Chuan was too apathetic to dwell on it, if given a choice. He would prefer to be utilized in this manner. At least he could come into contact with various mechas and metal components, gaining practical maintenance experience that textbooks could not provide. "Zhou Chuan, could you lend me a hand?" Just as Zhou Chuan was maneuvering a scooter, dragging a barrel of hydraulic oil and a hefty piece of armor past Fanny, she called out to him. Zhou Chuan halted, gazing at Fanny, who was clad in work attire and donned gloves, seemingly grappling with a predicament before a disassembled combat mech that had been stripped down to its skeleton, its model unrecognizable. "This screw is rusted, its inner and outer edges are worn down, and the equipment can't be unscrewed. Do you have any way to loosen it?" Fanny stood by the mech's leg, visibly at a loss. Without uttering a word, Zhou Chuan climbed onto the lift. The lift was rather confined, and given Zhou Chuan's tall and stout stature, the two of them appeared somewhat cramped. The moment he ascended, he caught a faint whiff of Fanny's body fragrance, and he noticed a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes as she shifted her body to avoid him. "I need a file. A high-hardness alloy blade smaller than this screw, and a hammer," Zhou Chuan said woodenly, stealing a glance at Fanny. Fanny suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. She despised being ordered around, especially by a portly individual who regarded her with such a dispassionate stare. "Hurry up, I'm busy." Fanny opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking, her eyes flashing with anger as she descended from the lift, momentarily forgetting that the lift was capable of automatic ascent. Chapter 69, Conflict. "Here, Fanny retrieved the tools and stood beneath the lift, handing them over to Zhou Chuan with a huff. Thanks. As Zhou Chuan accepted the tool bag, he caught sight of a glimpse of Fanny's chest, revealing a deep line of her fair skin that momentarily dazzled him. What are you staring at? Fanny immediately sensed Zhou Chuan's gaze and snapped, hastily covering her chest with her hand. What is so fascinating? Does it make a difference? Zhou Chuan glanced at Fanny indifferently, then turned away to begin filing the rusted screw. You. Fanny felt as though her chest might explode, yet she could not pinpoint a target for her fury, as Zhou Chuan had entirely disregarded her, focusing intently on the task at hand. This very concentration only intensified Fanny's ire. 5 minutes later, Zhou Chuan had filed a notch in the screw and secured it with the alloy blade. Just 2 strikes of the hammer were enough to loosen it. It seemed that this was an instinctive ability inherited from the original owner of his physique. All done, Zhou Chuan lowered the lift and dusted off his hands. Thanks. Fanny shot a glare at Zhou Chuan, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards this nonchalant individual. Let me tell you something. You are far too naive to stir any primal instincts within me. You needn't worry about my intentions towards you. Do you think I would believe you? I could kill you. Fanny's gaze turned icy. Women should be more gentle. Fighting is a man's affair. It seems I was mistaken to engage in a dispute with a woman. Zhou Chuan sneered as he drove away, harboring an instinctive disdain for this woman who considered herself superior. Unbeknownst to him, his overt masculinity played a significant role in this contempt, as he could not abide a woman who disregarded men entirely. Fanny gritted her teeth, trembling with rage as she watched Zhou Chuan's retreating figure. Fanny, what's wrong? Singer approached, glancing at Zhou Chuan's back with curiosity. Nothing, Fanny replied, her face flushed with anger. She stomped her foot and turned towards the lift, pressing the button to ascend slowly. Fanny, what is really going on? Did that fatso upset you? No. Go away. I don't want to see you. Men are all scoundrels. Leave me alone. Observing Fanny's tempestuous state atop the lift, Singer's expression darkened, suppressing the urge to lash out as he followed Zhou Chuan. Hey, did you just bully Fanny? Singer confronted Zhou Chuan coldly, who was in the midst of unloading the armor. What of it? Zhou Chuan placed down the armor and stood, looking down at Singer with an icy demeanor. The new students today are increasingly arrogant, Singer remarked, eyeing Zhou Chuan's portly frame, a glint of malice crossing his face. He stepped back, grabbing a file from the tool rack, and advanced towards Zhou Chuan with a sinister grin, tapping the file lightly in his palm, producing a chilling sound. Zhou Chuan remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Singer, resembling a statue. Singer halted abruptly, feeling the cold intensity of Zhou Chuan's stare, as if he were being scrutinized by a predator, sending a chill down his spine. This sensation was strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Despite never having clashed with this portly individual, the feeling of familiarity grew ever stronger. In a moment, Zhou Chuan and Singer found themselves locked in a peculiar standoff. Observing Singer lost in thought, Zhou Chuan's taut muscles gradually relaxed. To him, Singer was merely a cat masquerading as a tiger, a student who had yet to enter the real world and experience the crucible of war. This was a person who could lose focus in the face of an adversary. If it came to a fight, Zhou Chuan had countless methods to turn Singer into a lifeless corpse. A student, no matter how troublesome, remained just a student. In comparison to the ruthless thugs of the outside world, they were not even on the same level. Just as a cat, no matter how savage, remained a mere cat, incapable of transforming into a lion or tiger, leaving only scratches on their opponents. After sweeping his indifferent gaze across Singer's face, Zhou Chuan walked over to the electric vehicle and began unloading the hydraulic oil. Stop! Seeing Zhou Chuan completely disregard him, Singer snapped back to reality, enraged and shouting. But Zhou Chuan continued to ignore him, as though he were invisible. Now, Singer found himself in a predicament. He had intended to intimidate Zhou Chuan. Yet with his grip tightening around the file, the knuckles of his hand cracked audibly as he approached Zhou Chuan, step by step, a menacing expression on his face. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Nearby students, sensing something amiss, observed Singer wielding the sharp file, their faces pale with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhou Chuan remained diligently engrossed in his work, albeit not as effortlessly as it appeared. He had come to realize that he had underestimated this ruffian. In a fit of rage, exuded an aura of lethal menace. It was evident that this individual had indeed taken a life before. Zhou Chuan silently gauged the distance between them. Currently, he was unarmed, with only the 200-kilogram mech armor beneath his feet as his sole weapon. He needed to strike with utmost ferocity, leaving no opportunity for his adversary. Zhou Chuan had never been a paragon of kindness or mercy if his life were threatened. He would ruthlessly eliminate the danger without hesitation. 7 meters. 5 meters. Singh observed Zhou Chuan's silhouette, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. From the very first moment he laid eyes on this corpulent figure, an unsettling sensation had enveloped him. Zhou Chuan emanated an intangible pressure that Singh found distasteful. It stripped away his sense of superiority. It seemed this overweight individual possessed a status and significance that eclipsed his own. Now, Singh was determined to reclaim his sense of superiority through bloodshed. The emergence of an Imperial number 1 would not permit the existence of another repugnant figure. Singh. His body froze at the call of Fanny. Singh, my affairs are none of your concern, she replied coldly. I know he bullies you. Singh slowly turned to face her radiant visage. And so what? What does it matter to you? You're no different from him. Leave at once, or I shall be compelled to speak to my uncle. I am no better than this fat man. Singh's expression turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Fanny. No, she replied, each word dripping with resolve. Does that mean I have not a single chance? None. Fanny, you will regret this. With a sharp exclamation, Singh hurled his file in a fit of rage, embedding it several centimeters into the concrete floor, producing a jarring sound. Do not provoke him again. He is insane. You will not always be so fortunate, Fanny warned, casting a glance at the retreating Singh, her beautiful eyes glaring at Zhou Chuan. It is merely his luck. Zhou Chuan mused as he hefted the heavy mech armor and turned to leave. Fanny felt an impulse to spit blood, her flawless cheeks flushing with indignation. At that moment, Zhou Chuan astonishingly returned, carrying the cumbersome armor. Oh, by the way, you misspoke earlier. Do not compare me to that madman. He is unworthy. With that, Zhou Chuan turned on his heel, leaving Fanny seething in a mixture of crimson and pallor. As she watched his rotund and imposing figure retreat, Fanny felt an inexplicable urge to commit violence. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. Her recent emotions had become increasingly volatile, a stark contrast to her usual temperament. It seemed she was easily thrown into a state of rage, an enigma even to herself. This was but a fleeting episode, drawing little attention from others, for the repair department was vast, filled with machinery and cacophony, rendering it easy for such incidents to go unnoticed. After lunch at school, Zhou Chuan arrived early at the maintenance building, which had transformed into a treasure trove for him, an invaluable repository of mechs. Here, he could find samples of nearly every mech ever created, including even some outdated military models. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptional place for learning. Zhou Chuan, have you eaten? Upon entering the building, he encountered a group of over a dozen girls clad in work attire, gathered together in conversation. Fanny sat among them, the center of attention. Upon spotting Zhou Chuan, she instinctively furrowed her brow. It was Zhen, the somewhat pallid princess, who greeted him, a woman exuding warmth and approachability. Zhao Huan politely nodded in acknowledgement. Come take a break. No, thank you. Hee. Are you afraid we'll devour you? Zhen's laughter was akin to the delightful tinkling of silver bells, enchanting and melodious. Is there something you need? Zhou Chuan remained rooted in place, frowning at the throng of girls. It was evident that the atmosphere was ill-suited for a man of his stature to relax. Indeed, there is. Xiang'er has a message for you, Zhen replied. Here. She handed Zhou Chuan a box of brightly packaged fruit juice. Thank you, he accepted the juice, feeling a modicum of fondness for the frail girl. Despite her delicate demeanor, she possessed an air of genuine elegance. Sit down. Are you really afraid that these beauties will consume you? Zhen teased, a hint of rosy color blossoming on her pale cheeks, radiating a sunny smile. Zhou Chuan settled atop the steel joint of a mech's foot, his typically stern and indifferent face breaking into an unprecedented smile. Often, the impact of words greatly depended on the speaker. Zhen's lighthearted reference to him as big fat bore no malice, instead emanating warmth. Whereas if Fanny had uttered the same phrase, it would have garnered only coldness in return. Zhou Chuan, why haven't you visited your future wife? Zhen inquired. Are you in the same department? Zhou Chuan countered with a question of his own. Yes, I'm in my 3rd year, but we often share a lab. Our principal believes she has a remarkable talent for genetics and has assigned her as an assistant in the lab. Recently, Xiang'er has been quite unhappy. Zhen suddenly giggled, her sunny smile illuminating the entire building. Why? Zhou Chuan's brow furrowed. Almost instantaneously, he suspected that Xiang'er might have been bullied. He recalled the moment when she had been pushed into the mud while defending him, an image forever etched in his memory. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Zhou Chuan, the others felt their hearts race, as if their blood were surging. A myriad of startled gazes fixated on him. The transformation in this corpulent man was staggering. Merely a flicker of his brow had unleashed an overwhelming pressure, an invisible force that was nonetheless palpably felt. Even Fanny, who had been silently observing with an air of indifference, turned in astonishment to regard Zhou Chuan. She could not fathom how a mere change in expression could wield such influence. What was even more astonishing was how Zhou Chuan, seated with an imposing presence atop the Mech's joint, exuded a formidable aura. Little did the girls know that Zhou Chuan, during his tenure as a general, had been decisive and ruthless, each of his movements commanding the respect of his iron-willed subordinates. What did a few girls amount to against such a legacy? Xiao Huan, please do not be agitated. Speak. Xiang Er said, she is very busy and has no time to accompany you. Zhenjin hesitantly stumbled over her words. Is she afraid I will pursue other women? A knowing smile graced Zhou Chuan's lips. Though his time with Xiang Er had been brief, he understood her unpretentious nature quite well. In her eyes, Zhou Chuan was the finest man in the world, the greatest hero, being the best. It was only natural for her to worry about other women vying for his attention, an anxiety that had taken root in her small mind. You two are truly in sync, Zhen exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at Xiang Er. It's not synchronization, it's understanding. Is there a difference? Zhen gently touched her head, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment. Of course, there's understanding, which stems from my familiarity with Xiang Er's character, while the tacit connection is a form of spiritual communication. However, Xiang Er and I have yet to reach the realm of such profound exchange. If Xiang Er were to overhear your words, she would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Zhenjin's demeanor towards Zhou Chuan was tinged with displeasure. As the conversation drew to a close, Zhou Chuan rose, wearing an expression of non-committal ambiguity. Xiao Huan, I can perceive that Xiang Er genuinely harbors feelings for you, yet it seems you remain indifferent towards her. Might I inquire if you do not share her sentiments? Zhenjin's eyes pleaded, rendering her request hard to dismiss. Well, my relationship with Xiang Er has always been inherently unequal. I am merely obligated to protect her. Her affection towards me is not a necessity. In this world, I have yet to encounter a woman worth my attention, though perhaps one day I might. Zhou Chuan's previously softened visage transformed into a mask of frigid detachment as memories of tumultuous times and battles of your surged forth, reminding him of his true world, a realm that required no woman. Unbidden, Zhou Chuan recalled the female soldier who had dutifully served him for many years. The silent guardian who stood resolutely at his back, whose delicate skin soothed his restless spirit, whose gentle warmth enveloped him. A pang pierced his heart, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his icy countenance, as the memories he had endeavored to forget clung to him like a persistent specter. The atmosphere grew heavy, as Zhou Chuan's transient emotions cast a palpable weight upon everyone present. A throng of women gazed longingly at his face, seemingly attuned to the profound anguish that resonated within him. What woman could evoke such sorrow in this man? An inexplicable wave of jealousy surged among them, envious of the one who had caused this melancholy. Zhou Chuan, I apologize, Zhenjin blurted out, suddenly awakening to the realization of why she felt compelled to apologize. It's nothing. Zhou Chuan, I am quite curious. How could you not be attracted to such a beautiful girl as Xiang? What kind of girl do you truly desire? Zhenjin's voice, delicate and insistent, beckoned him to respond. Little did Zhou Chuan know that Zhenjin's conversation was entirely motivated by Xiang Er's request for her to look after him, citing his reclusive nature and urging her to engage him more socially. By the way, Zhenjin, you are quite exquisite yourself. What sort of boys do you fancy? Zhou Chuan deftly shifted the focus onto her, wishing to divert attention away from himself. Well, Zhenjin's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, her voice softening. I don't intend to seek a boyfriend in this lifetime. Why not? Let us not discuss me. What about Sister Fanny? Fanny, you're already in your senior year. Singh has pursued you for 4 years, and yet you too remain unattached. What kind of boy captures your heart? Zhenjin seemed reluctant to delve into her own matters, redirecting the conversation towards Fanny. Fanny shook her head, smiling without uttering a word. Sister Fanny, I've noticed you share a striking resemblance in personality with Zhou Chuan. Surely, you would find someone like him appealing, would you? She giggled. Just kidding, Zhou Chuan, don't take offense. Even if he were the last man on earth, I wouldn't consider him. Fanny shot a frosty glance at Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan remained unfazed, treating Fanny's scorn as though it were mere air, an indifferent attitude that left her feeling a profound sense of defeat. She had anticipated an explosive reaction from him, a chance to humiliate him in return. What sort of man do you prefer, Sister Fanny? Zhenjin, relieved by Zhou Chuan's lack of outburst, exhaled softly, aware that this stout individual, while taciturn, had a temper that could be formidable. I. Phineas' gaze grew distant, enveloped in a lengthy silence. I have encountered someone I admire. She finally exhaled, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. May we inquire further? Dozens of girls instantly turned their attention to Phineas' face, recognizing the rarity of her candidness. Typically, Finny was a solitary figure, only occasionally engaging with Jinjin or a few schoolmates, akin to a proud swan that seldom acknowledged others. Number 1 of the Empire, Finny gently brushed a stray strand of hair aside, a blush blooming on her fair cheeks, radiant and enchanting. Number 1 of the Empire? Do you know who he is? Jinjin gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Despite having achieved 7 victories, he was a legendary figure at their school, and everyone was in pursuit of his whereabouts, yet no trace remained. He was a phantom, appearing only to vanish without a trace, never engaging in the school's chat rooms. I don't know, Finny shook her head, her expression one of poignant disappointment, revealing that even the strongest women possess their moments of vulnerability. You have fallen for someone you have never even met? Jinjin stammered, her disbelief palpable, mirrored by the astonished expressions of the other girls. Is there a problem? Finny replied coolly, her demeanor unruffled. Why? I admire his charisma, his decisiveness, his meticulous thought process. Have you not noticed that every time number 1 of the Empire makes a move, it appears to be merely luck? In truth, it is not luck, but rather precise calculation. Once could be attributed to fortune, but 7 consecutive successes cannot be merely coincidence. I believe this person, in their everyday life, must be a formidable hero of unwavering resolve, the only one worthy of being my partner. Chapter 71. A Glimpse of Jealousy. Sister Finny, you are mistaken. That is not love, but rather admiration. You haven't even seen this person, and you don't even know if they are male or female. It hardly qualifies as love. Jinjin laughed. No, it is love, and I'm certain that he is a true man, Finny asserted with unwavering conviction. But what if that number 1 of the Empire is actually that stout fellow? Jinjin pointed at Zhou Chuan's departing figure, having risen and left without notice. Oh no, I can't possibly be that unfortunate. Finny's previously entranced expression shifted abruptly to one of shock. Her mouth agape as she stared incredulously at Zhou Chuan's broad back. Surely not. Sister Finny will definitely find a dashing and handsome gentleman. It cannot be someone so rotund. Jinjin giggled. Silly girl, your tongue is as sharp as ever. You'd be lucky to marry that stout fellow. Sister Finny. I would never. He is already yours. Jinjin teased. As Jinjin and Finny playfully tussled, their laughter resonated, while the other girls looked on with enviable expressions, longing to be in Jinjin's position as Finny's confidant. In that moment of levity, while Jinjin and Finny reveled in their camaraderie, Zhou Chuan found solace alone against the eastern wall of the maintenance building. Here, heaps of discarded mechas lay abandoned, frequented by students scavenging for usable second-hand parts. Leaning against the wall stood dozens of ancient mechas, their forms obscured by a veil of dust and cobwebs, rendering their colors and models indiscernible. The stringent classification of mecha grades had only emerged in recent decades, leaving older models outside the bounds of contemporary regulations, thus making their classifications impossible. The design of these mechs is exceedingly peculiar, with many components cast in solid alloy and the joints appearing seamlessly integrated. This was an accidental discovery by Zhou Chuan, who sought to find a part for a mech he had once considered dismantling. However, he soon realized that the structure of these mechs was exceptionally compact, making disassembly a formidable challenge. Perhaps for this reason, many students and technicians showed little interest in utilizing these mechs. No one wished to expend considerable effort dismantling machines that might not even be compatible, as it was evident that these were unconventional mech components with no interchangeability. The third mech. Upon his first glimpse of this mech, Zhou Chuan felt an exhilarating stir within him. Towering at 12 meters, it was slightly shorter than the Nor X-33, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. What captivated Zhou Chuan the most was the mech's angular design, with each part exuding a sense of weight and strength. He fetched an alloy ladder, ascended, and began to meticulously vacuum away the dust and cobwebs that cloaked its surface, gradually wiping it clean with a cloth. An hour later, Zhou Chuan stood beneath the mech, marveling at the magnificent sight of this rejuvenated giant. The entire mech was enveloped in a striking black hue, an almost mesmerizing shade that shimmered ominously under the light. From the side, one could behold the mech's back, bearing a deep blue alloy shield with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, adorned with golden stripes that lent it a stunning metallic allure. Silver lines were intricately embedded in the elbows and knees, resembling decorative accents. What left Zhou Chuan in awe was the mech's impeccable unity. It appeared to be molded in one seamless piece. Upon close inspection, even the joints were tightly connected, showing no gaps when motionless, resembling a flawless sculpture. This was a true combat mech, designed for the battlefield rather than for mere recreational use in clubs. The sharp edges of the colossal shield hinted at its formidable capabilities, and Zhou Chuan was certain that the silver metallic components nestled within the joints would reveal their menacing nature during combat. The mech's sole shortcoming was the absence of an offensive weapon. He wondered what armament it might originally have been equipped with. Were they light blades, traditional long spears, or perhaps hyper-frequency magnetic blades? Zhou Chuan found himself unable to guess. "Do you like it?" A commanding voice echoed from behind Zhou Chuan. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with a man in his 40s, his angular face and faint eyebrows exuding a palpable intensity. The man was tall with robust limbs, embodying a figure of strength. This was the first time Zhou Chuan had encountered this man in the 2 days he had spent there, and it was clear he was not a student. "Are you a mech technician?" "Yes." "Do you have a qualification certificate?" "I do." "Well, if you can repair it, the mech is yours." After a brief pause, the man strode forward. "All right, it's a deal," Xiao Huan responded. "You don't believe me?" The man abruptly turned around, his fierce gaze fixated on Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan shrugged and remained silent. "This is the mech's spatial button," the man said, holding a ring tethered with a rope from around his neck and tossing it to Zhou Chuan. "Is this mech yours?" Xiao Huan suddenly understood. It was no wonder the man took an interest in the abandoned mech. He likely held some emotional attachment to it, having retained the spatial button. It is known that aside from large storage spatial buttons, over 10% of spatial buttons are intended for specific items. If those items become damaged and unusable, the spatial button loses its function and the cost of recovery is exorbitant. The mech's name is Yazi, with a password of 023. Yazi, which signifies that a debt of gratitude must be repaid and a grievance must be avenged. An intriguing name indeed. Zhou Chuan glanced at the mech's rigid contours and then at the departing figure of the man, suddenly realizing how closely the mech's image mirrored that of the man. In the following days, Zhou Chuan devoted nearly all his leisure time in the repair department to Yazi. Despite appearing intact, the extent of Yazi's damage far exceeded his expectations. After initiating the self-diagnostic system, the results revealed a staggering 10% damage. Numerous protective armors bore cracks, and even the tightly secured alloy shield on its back displayed web-like fractures. Most alarming was the fact that Yazi's massive legs seemed to have fractured, and the cockpit bore multiple scars, one of which penetrated through the cockpit from the back, indicating that an unidentified object had likely pierced through from beside the pilot's seat. One could only imagine the perilous circumstances at that moment. What a brutal and harrowing battle it must have been. Zhou Chuan, having witnessed various large-scale confrontations, found it almost unfathomable that a mech could sustain such extensive damage. Yet, he was relieved to discover that Yazi's engine and central processing unit remained intact. The greatest challenge lay in the damaged main components, for suitable parts were nearly impossible to procure. Welding would be insufficient without the appropriate metals. And even if such metals were found, the welded mechanical parts might not withstand the weight of the mech's imposing structure. During this period, countless students mocked Zhou Chuan for his overambition, as these mech had been condemned to death by the school and were merely exhibited as specimens within the building. Surprisingly, despite the ridicule, no one attempted to deter him from repairing the mech, including the technicians, clearly indicating that the man had wielded considerable influence. In truth, Zhou Chuan did not rush into an actual repair plan. He found it impossible to locate any information about this mech online. Thus, he had to personally measure its specific parameters, analyze the metal composition, and understand the programming of the central processing unit, among other tasks. 2 days later, Zhou Chuan obtained preliminary data on the mech, finally grasping why it was deemed irreparable. It was the only one of its kind in the world, with its metals and many of its instruments lacking any market equivalence. Simply put, this mech was likely a custom product designed by the company to meet a client's specifications. "Zhou Chuan, it's time to return to school." Just as he was measuring the damage data of the cockpit, a soft voice broke the silence. It was Zhun, who always reminded him of his return whenever he went back to school. 10 minutes later, having changed his clothes, Zhou Chuan sat on the school bus, ready to repeat his daily training regimen. "Zhou Chuan, I heard you're living off campus. Why don't you go home directly after class?" Zhun, sitting in front of him, turned to ask. "I need to train," Zhou Chuan replied, his answers consistently succinct and effective. "Training?" Fanny, seated beside Zhun, felt her heart skip a beat and could not help but turn back, her expression betraying her anxiety. "I wish to lose weight." "Oh." Fanny let out a long sigh of relief, gently patting her ample bosom. Hee, dear sister Fanny, fret not. My appetite isn't that insatiable. After all, that classmate, Zhou Chuan, hardly resembles the Emperor's number one. Hee. Chapter 72. A smile that topples nations. The maintenance building is merely a few kilometers from the school. However, due to the constraints of imperial laws, the school bus travels at a painfully slow pace. The playful ruckus aboard the bus did not disturb Zhou Chuan. He had grown accustomed to entering a state of serene meditation amidst any adverse environment. Despite his third-tier mental prowess, he still found it impossible to break through. Zhou Chuan was not overly concerned, for he had discovered the correct method of cultivation, and with the right opportunity, a breakthrough would soon follow. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why couldn't the virtual combat tournaments facilitate a breakthrough in his mental power? Based on past experiences, such breakthroughs typically occurred in life-or-death situations. This very reason compelled Zhou Chuan to fight with utmost ferocity during random combat tournaments. Yet the results were unsatisfactory. Must one truly face external threats to achieve such a breakthrough? Contemplating this left Zhou Chuan with a throbbing headache. In truth, risk-taking was not his style. He preferred to strategize from afar, ensuring victory from a distance. In the first half of his life, every endeavor was meticulously thought out, leaving even in dire straits a path of prosperity. Had it not been for the complications arising from his soul transplantation, he would have swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of power with the resources at his disposal. Now, everything had to start anew. Despite still possessing an abundance of resources, he found himself unable to utilize them. Even at the height of his power, he was ensnared by the specter of doom, and those resources had become a burden that could potentially lead to his demise. Currently, he lacked the capability for another soul transplantation. Rebuilding from the ruins was Zhou Chuan's present ambition. He sought to cultivate a martial prowess that truly belonged to him. The failure of the soul transplantation forced him to alter many of his habits and lifestyle choices. Even the breakthrough of his mental power required him to maintain a constant state of heightened tension, instilling within him a profound sense of crisis. Lacking a legion of loyal soldiers, a retinue of guards, or devoted subordinates, the only remedy for this sense of crisis was to enhance his personal combat abilities, rendering them formidable enough to navigate through the throngs of adversaries with ease. For him in the past, personal strength was a mere jest. Now it had become a necessary pursuit. Zhou Chuan, we're almost there. Don't sleep. Let us chat. Are you missing your beautiful wife? Zhen, seated in front, turned towards Zhou Chuan with a radiant smile. Thank you. Zhou Chuan opened his eyes. Zhou Chuan has a wife? A girl exclaimed with wide-eyed astonishment. Huh. Even a plump can find a wife. Just wait and see when Xiang Er grows a bit older, a mischievous troublemaker in the back chuckled, alluding to his close ties with Xing Gu, who, unbeknownst to them, had already graduated but lingered around the school. Upon hearing the troublemaker's words, the bus erupted into laughter, with a group of male students cheering and jeering. I heard it from Xiang Er too, Zhen stammered, seemingly unconvinced. Zhen, are you being foolish? How old is Xiang Er? Do you really believe her words? I don't know. Xiang Er said Zhou Chuan's wife is stunning. She said, what did she say? Zhen, what did Xiang Er say? Don't keep us in suspense. Yes. The group, intrigued by Zhen's hesitance, urged her on, even Fanny eager to know what the little beauty had said. She said, Dear sister Fanny, don't be angry. I'm not angry, Fanny replied, feeling somewhat perplexed. She said Zhou Chuan's wife is far more beautiful than you. The bus was suddenly enveloped in an intense silence, all eyes fixed upon Fanny, who was known for her pride in her appearance. The notion that a hefty wife could surpass her beauty ignited a spark of competitive spirit among the onlookers, all anticipating Fanny's response. Oh, is that so? After a moment of silence, seeing Fanny's impassive expression, everyone wore disappointed faces. Zhou Chuan, you already have a wife. If Xiang Er grows up and marries you, won't you have two wives? Zhen, particularly intrigued by Zhou Chuan, asked. She shared a room with Xiang Er, and almost daily, Xiang Er would discuss Zhou Chuan, leaving Zhen subconsciously curious about him. She could not fathom why such a beautiful girl would be so devoted to marrying a rather unremarkable chubby fellow like Zhou Chuan. No way. Why not? Don't you want Xiang Er? Zhen gasped. Although she had not spent much time with Xiang Er, she understood her well enough, despite being a naive girl. Xiang Er was fiercely devoted. She is still young. We'll talk about it later. Then why did you say no? Because there's no reason. Zhou Chuan's expression suddenly turned cold. Thoughts of Mi Shui stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. He had frequently recalled her subtle attentions towards him lately, a feeling he did not relish. Zhou Chuan, I'm sorry for making you unhappy. Zhun Zhun sensed a shift in Zhou Chuan's mood. It's fine. Zhou Chuan shook his head and closed his eyes again. The bus continued its slow journey, descending into an oppressive silence. As if the very atmosphere had thickened due to Zhou Chuan's feelings, even the troublemakers fell silent, sensing the shift. We have arrived. Disembark. The driver opened the door, and the bus halted not far from the main gate. In the campus area, large vehicles were prohibited from entering, including school buses. The front seats were occupied by girls, who disembarked one by one. Suddenly, the moving crowd came to an abrupt halt. A woman stood gracefully at the school gate, akin to an immaculate snow lotus, captivating all attention amidst the throngs of beauties at the starry Mech University. A group of girls gaped, mesmerized by her presence. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long black hair contrasted beautifully against her pristine attire, giving her an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Even the self-assuredly beautiful Fanny felt a tinge of inadequacy in her presence. This woman was breathtaking. Her slender figure was perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor lacking. Fanny discovered she could not find the appropriate words to describe her. In comparison to the youthful girls around her, this woman possessed a beauty that exuded maturity and grace, her demeanor radiating an elegance that left others in the shadows. As the bus came to a standstill, the woman's piercing, luminous gaze swept over the girls, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion, an icy indifference that felt like a thousand-year frost. It was Mi Shui. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan's stout figure descend from the bus, a subtle smile graced Mi Shui's otherwise cold visage, no matter where he stood. Zhou Chuan was like a city beacon, standing out in stark contrast to the rest. The woman clad in white suddenly broke into a gentle smile, transforming the entrance of the campus into a scene reminiscent of early spring, where snow melts and flowers bloom, rendering even the vibrant nearby woods dim in comparison. It was a smile that could topple kingdoms, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. The once frigid visage now radiated warmth, evoking a breathtaking awe. As the crowd stood entranced, she gracefully approached the school bus. Chapter 73. The Affection of Mi Shui. Before the gaze of many, Mi Shui approached Zhou Chuan with an air of serene indifference, engaging him in a conversation so drab it could induce exasperation. Standing before Zhou Chuan, Mi Shui raised her gaze to this man who was both familiar and yet strangely foreign. He appeared to have shed considerable weight. His features now possessed a subtle angularity, and his midsection seemed notably slimmer. His eyes remained profoundly deep, and his towering stature exuded an oppressive aura. You've arrived. I came to see Xiang Er. Also to catch a glimpse of you. A faint blush crept onto Mi Shui's cheeks. I am well. Zhou Chuan nodded, a gentle warmth blossoming in his heart. I couldn't find Xiang Er. I inquired at your dorm and learned you no longer reside there. I live off campus. Has the preparation of medical facilities in the slums been completed? Almost, just a bit more. Mi Shui hesitated before answering. You can return home soon. Mi Shui felt a tightness in her chest, but struggled to find words. It was only after this man departed that she realized he had become a part of her life. Each solitary meal at the dining table evoked memories of a time when he quietly observed her while sipping soup. Is there anything else? As the gaggle of gossipers awaited the next twist in the plot, Zhou Chuan surprised them by making to leave, leaving them utterly astonished. They could not fathom why this unremarkable man would abandon such a stunning woman. What a foolish big guy. They lamented inwardly. It's nothing, just time for dinner. Mi Shui murmured, lightly brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. The elegant gesture left a throng of admirers entranced. I'm quite busy. When Zhou Chuan uttered those words, even the gentlest souls felt an urge to confront him. How could he possibly refuse dinner with such a celestial being? It was simply intolerable. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Chuan was a man of routine, allowing himself only 15 minutes for meals before rushing to the training room to meet the young boys, then heading to the heavy equipment area, and ultimately to the virtual combat room. Dining with Mi Shui would inevitably disrupt his carefully structured schedule. One must eat, regardless of busyness. Mi Shui's tone was calm, yet insistent. Zhou Chuan understood this persistence well. Countless encounters in the slums over mealtimes had always concluded with his yielding to her wishes. One must eat. Zhou Chuan acquiesced, choosing to surrender on the matter of meals, for Mi Shui valued family dinners immensely. A group of gossiping onlookers watched in disbelief as Zhou Chuan and Mi Shui departed, finding their exchange utterly peculiar, lacking the familiarity of a married couple. Sister Fanny, what did you discern? Zhun Zhun seized Fanny's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What is it? Fanny, bewildered by Zhun Zhun's mysterious demeanor, inquired. The big guy doesn't care for his wife. Everyone could see it, and Finny shot a disapproving glance at the overly dramatic Jinjun. But the big guy's wife seems to have great affection for him. How'd you deduce that? Finny's eyes widened in surprise. If you did not like someone, would you force them to dine with you? Jun posed the question, leaving Finny momentarily speechless, unable to counter with a valid argument. At the very least, she would never compel an unappealing man to share a meal. Moreover, the way the big guy's wife looks at him is quite special, really very special. Though I cannot articulate it, it's just an intense kind of affection. Xiao and I, you are exceptionally observant. Should we pursue them for further observation? Hee, Sister Finny. The big guy's wife truly is more beautiful than you. Don't be jealous. Bah, even if all the men in the world perished, I would never seek that hefty fellow. Finny scoffed dismissively. Yes, we know Sister Finny already has her dream lover. Let us eat quickly. We still need to shower and head to the virtual combat room. To Imperial One. You little rascal, if you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Stand still. Jun and Finny chased after one another, resembling two butterflies dancing through the air, leaving behind a trail of tinkling laughter. Those within the campus paused to watch, for such a delightful scene was a rare occurrence. Finny's proud demeanor was evident, and even Jun seldom displayed such unbridled joy. Usually, she wore a delicate smile that invoked a protective instinct in others. While Jun and Finny frolicked, Zhou Chuan had already seated himself at the dining table with an air of confidence, as if at home. Mi Shui sat opposite him, quietly observing Zhou Chuan. Has anyone troubled you? Zhou Chuan broke the silence. No, not at all. Mi Shui hesitated. Who is it? Zhou Chuan's demeanor turned icy, his round face darkening with an oppressive fury. Really, there was no one. I made him leave, Mi Shui reassured him, though her tranquil exterior belied the tumultuous shock within. In less than 2 months, Zhou Chuan's ruthless demeanor had intensified, his brows knitting together with an unyielding authority. It was William. A cold smile crept across Zhou Chuan's lips. He has already departed. Chuan, believe me, I won't. Mi Shui faltered, puzzled by her own concern over Zhou Chuan's misinterpretation. I trust you, Zhou Chuan interrupted her, dismissing the need for her justification. His aversion to William was instinctual. Thank you. The conversation lapsed back into silence until the dishes were served. And it was Mi Shui who finally shattered the oppressive quiet. Is this your school routine? Mi Shui offered him a pair of chopsticks laden with food. Not bad, Zhou Chuan replied, chewing thoughtfully, as he often preferred to savor his meals when unhurried. Are you accustomed to the food? Fairly well. What do you usually eat? Bread, milk, nutritional liquids, and compressed rations. It's adequate. That won't do. How can you eat such things? Mi Shui frowned. There were no alternatives. Mi Shui opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent, lost in thought as she observed Zhou Chuan intently focusing on his meal, as if they were transported back to their lives 2 months prior. The lengthy dinner finally concluded, with Mi Shui eating sparingly, mostly watching Zhou Chuan eat. Zhou Chuan found this unsurprising, as Mi Shui had always been a light eater at home. However, the difference now was that she had never before watched him eat in such a manner. The artificial moon of Rydell is adorned with a myriad of colors, tonight. Its glow is not the customary silvery hue, but rather a gentle blush of pink, casting a warm and inviting light upon the pathway. It is late, and I must return home. As the two approached the vibrant tree at the school gate, Mi Shui let out a soft sigh. Let us go back tomorrow. It's unsafe at night, and I have nowhere to sleep. Aren't you quite busy? Just consider a day of rest, he replied. Very well then. The two strolled along the path strewn with the fallen colors of the tree, the night enveloping them in an enchanting embrace. Chapter 74. I came to see you. The night watchman at their apartment building was Philip. As Zhou Chuan escorted Mi Shui inside, Philip made no effort to stop them. For the past 2 months, he had eagerly awaited encounters with Chuan, attempting to decipher the familiarity that resonated from him. Yet, Philip was unsuccessful within the recesses of his mind. There existed no memory of this plump figure. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Chuan, despite their conversations totaling no more than 3 sentences. Subconsciously, he perceived him as a friend. Since their first meeting, the two seemed to develop an unspoken understanding, greeting each other with subtle nods each day. Philip felt a sense of attentiveness emanating from Chuan, a feeling he found inexplicably delightful. Upon opening the door, Chuan beheld Min Xiaohe and Corinne seated on the couch, maintaining a certain distance, though the atmosphere was tinged with ambiguity. Brother Chuan, Sister Mi Shui, Xiaohe exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face alight with surprise as he caught sight of Mi Shui behind Chuan. Hello, Xiaohe. Mi Shui greeted him with a radiant smile. You two know each other? Indeed. Indeed. Brother Chuan, Sister Mi Shui is our benefactor from the slums. She treated my grandfather after he fell last time, Xiaohei exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together, clearly astonished to see Mixue here. She's my wife, Zhou Chuan said, pausing momentarily. Oh, that is wonderful. I had no idea Sister Mixue was Brother Chuan's wife. Oomph. A disdainful scoff interrupted Xiaohei, as Corinne cast a hostile glare at Mixue, suggesting that jealousy among beautiful women was inherent. Xiaohei awkwardly retracted his neck, offering a sheepish smile to Chuan before quietly retreating to his own room. What gave you the right to bring someone here? Corinne questioned, her gaze shifting from Mixue to Zhou Chuan. You may inform Mr. Hong to expel us. I have a contract with him, Zhou Chuan replied, coolly, fixing Corinne with a steady gaze. Ah, you know Hong? Corinne's previously haughty demeanor vanished, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Chuan. Ignoring her astonishment, Chuan ushered Mixue into his room. Upon entering, Mixue sensed an air of familiarity. Though it was an unfamiliar place, the essence of Chuan permeated every corner. The sharply tailored bedding and meticulously arranged sheets. The desk cluttered yet orderly with books. All conveyed a sense of cleanliness and orderliness that was quintessentially Chuan's style. A blend of ruggedness and meticulousness that was rare for a man of his stature. Here, Zhou Chuan said, retrieving the already pinned divorce papers from his drawer. I. Mixue hesitated, shaking her head before nodding. Well, you have a rare chance for a break. You should rest early. I will sleep in the living room tonight. With a thud, she watched as Chuan placed the divorce papers on the desk and exited, slowly rising to grasp the papers with trembling hands. She did not anticipate joy at this moment, but rather an overwhelming sense of sorrow. A rhythmic knock echoed through the room. Startled, Mixue hastily placed the papers on the desk, quickly wiping her eyes and adjusting her clothing, taking a deep breath before calmly sitting on the bed. Come in, she said softly. Sorry to disturb. Zhou Chuan entered. It's fine. The living room is occupied. Xiaohei's room is too cramped for 2 people. I'm just going to grab something and find a place to sleep, he expressed, a hint of frustration evident in his tone, as Corinne lounged on the couch, engrossed in a holographic display, displaying no intention of moving. While Xiaohei's room was cluttered with devices, leaving barely enough space to stand, let alone sleep. It's too late. There's no need to go out. I can meditate for the night, Chuan remarked, glancing around the small room, hesitant. The pure will remain pure, and the impure will remain impure. Moreover, I am still your wife, so we need not concern ourselves with idle gossip. Very well. However, you should sleep. I have some matters to attend to, Chuan said, moving to the desk to open his old laptop. All right. Mixue made no further objections, lying down fully clothed on the bed, pulling the covers over herself. This was the first time in years she had slept in a bed that Chuan had occupied. The sheets were neither soft nor imbued with the fragrance of femininity, but instead bore a strong masculine scent. As time trickled by, Zhou Chuan did not enter a meditative state. In fact, he aimlessly wandered the interstellar network. Meanwhile, Mixue, unable to sleep, gazed at the broad, focused back of the man seated at the desk, her heart heavy with concern for a man she believed herself incapable of loving, creating a profound inner conflict, especially with the divorce papers still on the desk. Chuan, do you have a moment? Mixue inquired gently. I actually came to see you today, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhou Chuan did not turn around, his gaze fixed on the divorce papers, the tear stains having dried, yet leaving significant creases. He had noticed the papers had been disturbed upon sitting at the desk, and a droplet of moisture, a clear sign of tears, had caught his attention. The room fell into silence once more. Sleep well. Everything will be fine when you return home. You should rest early as well. The room was enveloped in an extended silence, and Su Mixue slipped into slumber, the ambience of the bed providing her with a sense of security, allowing her to relax her tense nerves. It was only when she sensed her breathing had steadied that Zhou Chuan finally turned to glance at her delicate face, now devoid of its usual aloofness, replaced by a serene smile reminiscent of a sleeping infant, perhaps lost in a pleasant dream. Zhou Chuan's tenderness was fleeting. Almost immediately, he became absorbed in the network, viewing women as mere transients in his life, belonging to the vast expanse of space and the tumult of battlefields. Upon accessing the Interstellar network, he was immediately bombarded with a deluge of recruitment advertisements. Chapter 75, The Mech Combat Tournament. The advertisement, issued by the Federal Empire composed of the 5 great empires, was a heartfelt call to arms, urging humanity to unite against their common foe, the vibrant shell beetles, and encouraging the youth to realize their potential within the military. For the first time, Zhou Chuan encountered the term human crisis while perusing the Interstellar network. He commenced a search for holographic imagery, but was perplexed to discover an utter lack of information concerning the vibrant beetles. It appeared that much of the previous data had been expunged. The casualty figures for humanity were non-existent, and even news regarding General Misha was scant, with reports merely stating that he was conducting inspections in that particular star region. It was abundantly clear that information pertaining to the vibrant beetles had been suppressed. Two possibilities emerged. The first being that the 5 great empires had uncovered a colonizable planet of immense value and, to prevent other nations from sharing in the spoils, chose to conceal this information. The second was that the situation was escalating dramatically, with the vibrant beetles posing a severe threat to certain human settlements in specific star regions, leading the military to act in order to avert public panic. As a former general renowned for his strategic acumen, Zhou Chuan instinctively surmised that the latter scenario was far more plausible. The 5 empires were facing a significant crisis, a notion corroborated by the recruitment advertisements circulating. What kind of crisis could instill such a sense of urgency in the greatest human empire, the Federation? Zhou Chuan found himself utterly confounded, struggling to comprehend how these rudimentary, intelligent, interstellar migratory beings could possibly contend with organized and weaponized humanity. In this era of unprecedented technological advancement spanning over a millennium, humanity was experiencing its second large-scale media blackout. The first occurred more than 700 years ago during the Great Cosmic Expansion, when humans encountered highly intelligent extraterrestrial beings. These entities were terrifying, capable of inhabiting human bodies and evolving, leading to a form of control that went unnoticed, spreading like a plague throughout human civilization. That was a harrowing war that persisted for nearly a century. Although it concluded with humanity's victory, the toll was catastrophic, leaving countless colonized planets as desolate ghost towns and reducing the human population by nearly 1/3, amounting to billions at the time. The brutality of that conflict was such that even 7 centuries later, discussion surrounding the war with the extraterrestrial beings invoked trepidation among people. That war had nearly regressed human economics to the primitive era of ancient Earth. Clearly, the current crisis could not be compared to the previous one, as the vibrant beetles lacked the capacity for parasitic evolution or the ability to manipulate human thought. They relied solely on their physical prowess to combat modern warships. Thus far, no scientific evidence suggested the existence of any creature powerful enough to rival contemporary weaponry. Occasionally, some formidable individual organisms could absorb energy and evolve. Yet their numbers were exceedingly rare, rendering them incapable of contending with interstellar ships. After a fruitless search, Zhou Chuan relinquished his quest for clues, fully aware that as long as the military was suppressing news, ordinary journalists would be unable to procure first-hand information. While idly traversing the network, a notification abruptly appeared on his screen. "Greetings, Xiao Huan. It is a pleasure to reconnect. I'm your acquaintance, Carl, the representative of the X-33 Mecha Club, based on Riddle Planet." "Hello, Mr. Carl," Zhou Chuan responded. "I sincerely apologize for our previous invitation to the club's event being cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances," Carl continued. "No matter," Zhou Chuan replied. As he held little interest in the club, he could acquire ample knowledge of mechs through the virtual modification combat arena without needing club affiliation. Zhou Chuan, our club, representing Norm Mecha Corporation, is organizing a mecha modification combat competition. Starry Sky Mecha University has 1 slot available. Based on your modification records and combat performance in the virtual arena, we have submitted your information to Norm Mecha Corporation's headquarters, and you have qualified to participate. We will notify your university in writing within 2 standard weeks. Are you investigating me?" Zhou Chuan's expression darkened with a flicker of apprehension. No, Zhou Chuan, you misunderstand. We merely inferred your identity as Empire Number 1 from your modification style of the X-33. We harbor no ill intentions, and we adhere to strict confidentiality protocols, so you need not worry about any leaks. Well, I do not have the time to participate in the competition. Please find someone else. Zhou Chuan did not pursue the matter further. Large cosmic corporations often possess their own intelligence systems, and it was entirely reasonable for him to attract attention at Starry Sky Mecha University due to his prominent modifications of the X-33 in combat. After all, it was through his restoration of the X-33 in the slums that the club had discovered him, making the connection apparent. Oh no, you're already the company's designated candidate. Moreover, as long as you participate in the mech combat competition, Norm Mecha Corporation will provide you with a generous scholarship. Additionally, should you achieve a ranking, you will receive the latest combat mech, the Tornado. Very well, I await your notification, Zhou Chuan decisively concluded, as he was in dire need of funds. The prospect of a substantial scholarship was undeniably tempting. Thank you for your participation, Zhou. Please note that the competition has a weight restriction for mechs, requiring them to be over 200 tons. Any mech over that weight, whether civilian or military, as long as it is a product of Norm Mecha Corporation, is eligible to compete. You will have some time to consider which model of mech to enter. Once decided, Norm Mecha Corporation will provide you with a necessary mech free of charge, along with all modification components. Excellent. Thank you once more for your assistance. You will enjoy a pleasant competition experience. Zhou, it is quite late. Do get some rest. Good night. Good night. 200 tons. Why the requirement for a minimum weight of over 200 tons? As he scrutinized the chat logs, Zhou furrowed his brow. In this age of technological advancement, aside from colossal warships, all individual weapons were evolving towards smaller, swifter designs. Even military mechs, apart from those designated for special operations, were exceedingly rare above 200 tons. Mechs like the X-33, which were heavy civilian models, had long been phased out. Major mech corporations frequently hosted combat competitions, and while they occasionally imposed model restrictions, they had never before limited by tonnage. Why institute a competition exclusively for mechs exceeding 200 tons? This ostensibly simple matter was, in truth, exceedingly complex. Zhou was acutely aware that modern heavy mechs had become extinct, and those mech engineers capable of modifying such machines were nearly non-existent. Organizing a combat competition of this caliber would be significantly more challenging than standard mech competitions. First and foremost, there were limited options available. Secondly, mechs of that tonnage were no longer in production, with many assembly lines having long since succumbed to rust and returned to the furnace. As scientific and technological advances progress, the production of certain ancient artifacts has paradoxically become increasingly difficult. For instance, manufacturing an antiquated coal-powered steam locomotive is undoubtedly more challenging than constructing a state-of-the-art starship. A factory might be capable of producing an advanced starship in a single night, and within a week, that starship could soar into the sky. In stark contrast, it is inconceivable that one could assemble a vintage steam locomotive and have it operational on the tracks within the same time frame. Moreover, even if such a steam locomotive were constructed, there would be no tracks available for it to traverse. Even with tracks in place, in today's rapidly evolving energy landscape, one would struggle to find coal to fuel the steam engine. Many things may appear simple, yet their implications are vast. Technology is no exception. It is not merely the simplicity of an object that governs its manufacturability, but rather the overall technological ecosystem that supports it. Of course, this does not imply that advanced technology is incapable of producing primitive machinery. Rather, it suggests that the cost of manufacturing such items in a short period is prohibitively high. After all, one cannot simply reopen a production line for a Norex 33 for the sake of it. Zhou, unfazed by these complexities, found clarity upon participating in the mecha combat competition. Each mecha combat event is imbued with specific objectives for the mecha companies, such as assessing the practical combat capabilities and metal strength of their machines, or gauging the performance of particular components. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Mech, Zhou soon entered a state of ethereal meditation, his mental energy coalescing into a domain approximately 1 meter cubed, a manifestation of his breakthrough at the threshold of third-level mental power. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, heralding Zhou's timely awakening. The bed was neatly arranged, and Mech had seemingly departed unnoticed. The divorce papers lay silently on the desk. After attending to his personal hygiene, Zhou placed the papers in a drawer before stepping outside. The morning sunlight bathed the vibrant trees in a golden hue, casting a dreamlike spectrum of colors. Small squirrels flitted in and out beneath the colorful trees, some audaciously venturing onto the sidewalk, nimbly navigating between pedestrians. Occasionally, they encountered someone offering food, and the mischievous little creatures would flock together, revealing their pearly white teeth, which startled passersby into dropping their offerings and fleeing. It has been said that these small squirrels are the most adorable of thieves. As Zhou approached the entrance, he spotted Mech, clad in white, resembling freshly fallen snow. Her hair was casually styled, exuding a sense of languor that contrasted with her ethereal beauty, yet imbued her presence with warmth and authenticity. Beside her stood the whimsical Xiang Er, their enchanting presence drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "Chuan-gu, you chat with her while I wait," Xiang Er exclaimed. And upon Zhou's arrival, she playfully made a face before skipping away to play with the squirrels beneath the colorful trees. For breakfast, Mech naturally handed Zhou a cup of soybean milk and a youtiao, her movements devoid of any pretense. "Thank you. I almost forgot to grab this, he replied. A faint blush crept onto Mi Shue's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, evading Zhou Chuan's eyes. I'll fetch it from the drawer now. Oh, no need. I'll get it next time. I have to rush to the slums. Time is of the essence. You two should head to school, she replied. All right, Zhou Chuan said, turning towards the school gate. Chuan. Zhou Chuan turned back to see Mi Shue, her expression hesitant. You can come home during your break. It only takes 2 hours. I can prepare some of your favorite dishes, she offered. Okay. Zhou Chuan hesitated before responding. Go on, Mi Shue encouraged. Zhou Chuan nodded silently and turned to leave. At that moment, Xiang Er reappeared, a piece of bread in hand, pursued by a swarm of little squirrels, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Fuan Yi, is that all you have to say? She teased. Yes, he replied. Chuange, I feel like Mi Shue has changed. Do you sense it too? Xiang Er tilted her head, gazing up at him with curiosity. No, Zhou Chuan shook his head. How strange. Such a significant change, and you haven't noticed, she mused. Her adorable expression filled with confusion. Zhou Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling slightly. Wow, Chuan, you've lost weight. Xiang Er exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent, jumping back in surprise and examining him from head to toe. Yes, I've lost weight. No need to make a fuss, Zhou Chuan said, feeling the curious gazes around them, eager to quell her excitement. Wah, Chuange has lost weight. Finally, she exclaimed, disregarding the stares and suddenly hugging Zhou Chuan's sturdy waist, her delicate cheek resting against his chest, her expression one of heartfelt emotion. Weren't you fond of me being chubby? Zhao Huan inquired, puzzled. Who said that? Xiang Ya pouted. Looking up at him, Zhou Chuan felt a headache coming on. He distinctly recalled Xiang Er claiming he looked good with some extra weight, which was why she often prepared braised pork for him. Of course, he would call her out on it. When Xiang Er was being willful, it was often a point of contention, and her little head didn't hold much logic. Chuange, I also like handsome guys, hee, she replied playfully. By the way, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you in ages. Zhou Chuan swiftly changed the subject. Once while I was conducting experiments in the lab, an old professor remarked on my talent for genetics, so I became his assistant. It's a fascinating job. Oh dear, Chuange, I have to go. The magic orchid I cultivated in the culture tank is about to bloom. All right, go ahead. Chuange, I'll come home with you during my break. Mi Shue said you need new clothes. I hadn't noticed it until she mentioned it. Turns out you've lost weight. Hee. Go on. Watching Xiang Er sing cheerfully as she skipped away, Zhou Chuan's gaze brimmed with fondness. Since the incident where she had pushed him out of harm's way, Xiang Er had grown to hold significant importance in his heart. What Zhou Chuan was unaware of, however, was that as he bid farewell to Xiang Er, Mi Shue stood quietly in the distance, observing him as he disappeared into the vibrant woods of the campus, lingering long after he had gone. Chapter 77. Brewing storms unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan the previous night while he had been with Mi Shue. An atmosphere of profound disappointment had permeated the school's Mech virtual modification combat room. The long-anticipated King's battle had inexplicably fallen through. Zhao Huan, who never engaged in the chat room of the virtual mecha combat room, remained oblivious to his newfound status as a prominent figure within the school. His record of 7 victories, though not unparalleled, was remarkable enough to stir envy, especially considering the formidable opponents he had bested, each with illustrious records of their own. Naturally, many speculated that the Empire No. 1 was merely fortunate. After all, 7 victories, no matter how impressive, paled in comparison to the undefeated streak of the renowned Killing 1,000 Miles. Moreover, upon reviewing the 7 battles, it was evident that Zhou Chuan had consistently found himself on the brink of death. With each victory a narrow escape from annihilation, an approach that hardly aligned with the demeanor of a true mecha combat master. In the eyes of many, Empire No. 1's fortune seems extraordinarily fortuitous, almost akin to a stroke of serendipity, as Zhou Chuan consistently competes using a modified X-33, evoking a sense of opportunism. After all, while the X-33 is indeed a civilian mech, it undeniably holds a significant advantage in terms of tonnage. Most believe that if Empire No. 1 were to compete against Killing 1,000 Miles once more, it would surely falter against its formidable opponent. Following Empire No. 1's remarkable streak of 7 victories, a fervor for heavy mech modifications swept through the school, with many turning their attention toward enhancing heavy mechs, each viewing Empire No. 1 as a potential rival. Numerous individuals wished to see Empire No. 1 maintain its undefeated legend, while others aspired to shatter the myth of its 7 consecutive triumphs. Students who had long immersed themselves in the virtual combat chamber began to concoct a scheme. The plan was deceptively simple yet grand in scale, to prevent anyone from entering the combat chamber to compete. The matches within the virtual combat chamber are randomly drawn by the central AI, and aside from the two principals, no one can control the school's intelligent central AI. The only recourse was to bar onlookers from entering, if the virtual combat chamber housed only Empire Number 1 and another contender. The AI would not have the opportunity for random selection, forcing Empire Number 1 to confront a singular opponent. Thus, a battle of kings was set to unfold. Aside from Empire Number 1, every account entering the virtual combat chamber received a message advising them not to enter at 10:30 on October 23rd, and to refrain from occupying too many of the simulation cockpits to ensure Empire Number 1 could participate without hindrance. Every recipient of the message kept this secret diligently, eager to discern whether Empire Number 1 was truly a master of mech combat or merely a beneficiary of luck. October 23rd marked yesterday, and according to past patterns, Zhou Chuan would typically enter the virtual cockpit at 8:30 to modify and prepare his mech, punctually entering the virtual combat chamber at 10:30 without fail since his arrival at the school. Yet last night at precisely 10:30, the virtual combat chamber featured only one other protagonist, Tyrannosaurus, standing solitary on the stage, awaiting Empire Number 1's arrival. The online audience swelled to over 20,000, as the virtual combat chamber could not accommodate so many cockpits, compelling many students to observe the holographic projections through their personal devices. Nickname, Tyrannosaurus. Gender, male. Age, 23. Registration date, year 3335. Number of competitions, 2, 311. Wins, 2, 215. Losses, 13. Draws, 3. Compared to killing 1,000 miles in Fire Phoenix, Tyrannosaurus's achievements were equally impressive, if not exceeding them, especially considering he had registered less than 4 years prior. Based on the displayed statistics of comprehensive strength, Tyrannosaurus was undoubtedly the campus's foremost virtual mech combat expert. Regrettably, his numerous encounters with killing 1,000 miles had all ended in defeat, preventing him from claiming the title of top expert. Nevertheless, none dared to underestimate him. His ferocious fighting style instilled fear in every opponent. Sadly, to the disappointment of all, the anticipated display of fervent combat did not materialize. Empire Number 1 never entered the combat chamber, leaving Tyrannosaurus standing foolishly on the stage, his emotions spiraling out of control as he began to recklessly smash his mech against the stage, leaving the virtual arena in a state of disarray. The over 20,000 online viewers, stirred by Tyrannosaurus's frenzy, erupted in chaos, many enraged enough to destroy their devices. Following a tumultuous discussion in the chat room, the organizers of this kingly battle urged everyone to remain calm, offering Empire Number 1 a chance for redemption. If Empire Number 1 failed to appear the following day, the organizers promised to humiliate him in the most primitive manner by posting denunciations throughout the campus. That night, Empire Number 1 became the public enemy, with many questioning whether he was deliberately evading the challenge. Even Finny began to doubt her own judgment. From the modifications to the mech to his performance in combat, Empire Number 1 had always exhibited meticulous thought and decisive action. Such a person would never shy away from a challenge. His daily entries into the combat chamber underscored this determination. Yet, this seemingly unyielding individual was conspicuously absent at such a critical moment, leading Finny to seriously question her capacity for judgment. That evening, Finny and Singh, along with a group of others, arrived early at the training simulation cockpit. Not only they, but the number of attendees was even greater than the previous day, as anyone who had engaged in virtual combat focused their attention on the combat chamber. Many began to place bets on whether Empire Number 1 would appear, with others wagering on who would ultimately triumph. Finny, do you think Empire No. 1 will show up today? Asked Jinjin, affectionately draping her arm over Finny's shoulder. Finny furrowed her brow, glancing at the time displayed on the holographic projection, shaking her head in silence. Which coward would dare accept the challenge? Singh scoffed derisively from the co-pilot's seat. Singh, please refrain from speaking ill of others until the situation becomes clear. It is still early. After 10:30, you may freely ridicule any opponent who has previously bested you. Rest assured, I eagerly anticipate his appearance. If he is defeated by Tyrannosaurus, I would not lower myself to his level. And if Empire Number 1 triumphs over Tyrannosaurus? Finny inquired, her bright eyes fixed on Singh. Then let us have a rematch, just the two of them. Singh declared fiercely, an aura of formidable combat spirit radiating from him. I look forward to it, Finny replied with a subtle smile, her gaze returning to the holographic display. She harbored a strong premonition that Empire Number 1 would undoubtedly make an appearance today. She could not quite comprehend the source of this feeling, yet vaguely she sensed something, though she could not be certain. Little did Zhou Chuan know the tumultuous events that transpired the previous night, nor could he fathom that tens of thousands were online, eagerly awaiting his arrival. He continued to adhere meticulously to his routine. After dinner, he proceeded to training room number 7 to meet with Su Yulan. Chapter 78. A talent that emerges once every 600 years. Upon entering training room number 7, Zhou Chuan found Su Yulan already engaged in training. The speed of the TTT light shadow balls had not accelerated after the second level. However, the ground began to rotate erratically, creating a sensation of floating for those running upon it. Though merely a chaotic rotation, the difficulty factor increased exponentially. It is worth noting that the light shadow balls moved in an interwoven manner, forming a near-impenetrable barrier, while the individuals were also in motion. One had to constantly evade the collisions of the light shadow balls. Ultimately, the moving ground rendered bodily control a matter of instinct, devoid of any discernible pattern. As one dodged the shimmering light, continual adjustments to one's body were necessary, demanding heightened mental concentration. Even the slightest miscalculation would result in the light shadow balls raining down upon one like a deluge. Long ago, Zhou Chuan discovered that training area No. 7 offered particularly effective reinforcement for mental fortitude. While it bore no direct benefits for breakthroughs in mental capabilities, it could cultivate a more profound and robust mental power. Yet, this training method was exceedingly extreme, rendering the training room virtually unused, with few ever venturing there and many unaware of its very existence. Su Yulan has managed to restrain himself from emitting cries of agony, yet he remains quite young, although he has overcome the stimulation of his pain receptors. This does not imply that they have ceased to function. The intense sensation of tearing still compels him to emit muffled groans of suffering. Within the luminous screen, his youthful visage contorts in distress as he grits his teeth and perseveres through the ordeal. With a sudden thud, Su Yulan nearly tumbles out of the light screen, and upon emerging, he scrambles against the wall, gasping for breath, his muscles twitching involuntarily. The holographic display reveals a staggering statistic. In just a few rounds of training, he has endured a staggering 823 impacts. This is an alarming figure. The boy's willpower is extraordinarily rare. An adult would lament after being struck dozens of times, let alone a 14-year-old child. However, it appears that Su Yulan's aspiration to surpass the second challenge will not be a swift endeavor. Finally catching his breath, Su Yulan, while nursing his aching bones, weakly greets Xiao Huan. After Zhou Chuan set the parameters for the first challenge on the holographic screen, the ground ceased its rotation and his massive frame accelerated, seamlessly blending into the luminous display. Watching Zhou Chuan's towering figure perform bizarre, fluid movements within the screen, Su Yulan momentarily forgets his pain, his mouth agape in incredulity. Zhou Chuan's speed has achieved a breakthrough in just one day, a fact unbeknownst to Su Yulan, who perceives training as a prolonged endeavor. While breakthroughs happen in the blink of an eye, Su Yulan is astonished that Zhou Chuan's speed has reached such remarkable heights. With his corpulent form exhibiting a striking and overwhelming velocity, Su Yulan, with his petite and agile physique, seeks to attain the limits of human speed, an essential aspect of ancient martial arts. In the operation of mechas, swifter movements equate to increased actions in life-or-death battles. Even a fraction of a second can determine survival. Likewise, the destructive power of a larger, heavier object far surpasses that of a smaller one. It is a simple truth. Su Yulan cannot compete with Zhou Chuan in size or strength, yet he compensates for this disparity with speed. If Zhou Chuan were to match Su Yulan's speed, the balance of their confrontation would undoubtedly tip in Zhou Chuan's favor. There's no doubt in that. As Su Yulan stands in awe, Zhou Chuan continues his training without a hint of alteration, his body never pausing for a moment. After each round of practice, he seamlessly integrates back into the luminous screen, his movements akin to lightning, each entrance and exit stirring a tempest. Seconds tick by, and as his velocity escalates, the rush of wind against his face feels like fire. Yet, in Zhou Chuan's eyes, the speed of the light sphere seems to slow down. This is merely an illusion. The incessant stimulation of his pain receptors reminds him that his speed has yet to meet the established requirements. Ding! The 10-minute timer set by Zhou Chuan concludes. And at that moment, his imposing form bursts forth. Almost instantaneously, Su Yulan's gaze fixates on the holographic display. Average time. Each training round lasts 23 seconds. Average impact record, 31 times. This represents an astonishing advancement. Su Yulan recalls that not long ago, Zhou Chuan's average record for impacts during training was 57 times, and now it has dropped to 31. While 31 may not seem like a stellar achievement, the The fact that he has improved to this extent in merely 2 months is quite remarkable, a data point that would astonish anyone. Though surprised, Su Yulan is not entirely taken aback. After all, Zhou Chuan's training duration, albeit short, is significantly more intense than his own. Su Yulan can only manage 30 rounds of training before needing to rest, which takes approximately 4 minutes. While Zhou Chuan's training is not measured in rounds, but in total time, 1 full hour and 10 minutes. Estimating roughly, Zhou Chuan completes a round in about 20 seconds, achieving 3 rounds per minute, which means he manages an astonishing 180 rounds in just 1 hour. This is a terrifying statistic. Many struggle to achieve such a number in a month. The lack of interest in training room number 7 stems from this very reason. Training here is akin to torment, and the results are not guaranteed. Every second feels like an eternity. Many flee after only a brief training session lasting mere seconds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Chuan glances at the data on the holographic display, his expression betraying a hint of disappointment. This intimidating statistic does not satisfy him. Compared to his previous record of mere 2 or 3 seconds with no impacts, spending an average of 20 seconds per round now feels like an embarrassment. Brother Chuan, are you not satisfied? Su Yulan inquires, unaware of Zhou Chuan's thoughts. Can I be content with my speed compared to your 12 seconds? Zhou Chuan replies with a smile. But you have only just begun training. No buts. On the battlefield, there are no buts. Only through arduous training can one secure an opportunity for survival. Keep pushing. After patting Su Yulan on the head, Zhou Chuan strides out of training room number 7. Observing Zhou Chuan's imposing figure fade from view, Su Yulan falls into a contemplative silence. His interactions with this rotund individual have left him increasingly perplexed. Upon entering training room number 7, Zhou Chuan never wastes a moment. From the instant he steps in, he dedicates a full hour to training, concluding without any delays. Ding! The sound of the electronic alert resonates as the heavy alloy door of training room number 7 swings open, revealing a small yet unusually sturdy elderly man. Though not tall, the old man exudes an undeniable aura of authority in his every gesture. Grandfather, how did it go? Su Yulan appears unsurprised by the elder's arrival. Terrifying. The old man responds with a grave expression. Grandfather, you know I'm rather dull-witted. Please speak plainly. This person is formidable. He may lack extraordinary intellect or talent, yet he possesses an unparalleled willpower, and that is what makes him truly fearsome, the elder states in a somber tone. Is it merely the ability to withstand the stimulation of pain receptors? Su Yulan dismisses it lightly. Do you know how many individuals have been able to train continuously for an hour in this training room number 7 over the past several centuries at Xinghan Mech University? The elder gazes sternly at Su Yulan. I would guess there are not fewer than hundreds, perhaps even dozens. The elder chuckles wryly. You truly believe this training room no? 7 is a mere paper tiger? How many? 1. Su Yulan's body seemed to spring up as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Her face a canvas of disbelief as she gazed at the elderly man. It is worth noting that Starry Sky Mech University boasts a century-long history, during which it has admitted at least 10,000 of the finest students from the Rydal Empire each year. Conservatively speaking, the number of graduates from this institution has reached at least 1 million. Yet, among this multitude, only a solitary individual has managed to endure an hour of continuous training in a number 7 training room, a statistic that is nothing short of staggering. Yes, the old man appeared to evoke memories of the past, letting out a long, wistful sigh. Who was that person? Su Yulan inquired with curiosity. Who is the youngest general of the empire? It is he. A look of surprise crossed Su Yulan's youthful, mature face, her eyes igniting with fervor, her expression turning grave and filled with reverence. It is indeed him. The elder nodded affirmatively. How come I have never heard of him attending this school? Because he was exceedingly low-key. While others indulged in revelry and flirtation, he was in the training room. While others slumbered soundly, he was studying. He is the person of the strongest willpower I have ever witnessed, the elder's voice tinged with profound melancholy. Grandfather, can mere diligence compensate for shortcomings? I believe there are countless hard-working individuals in this world, yet those who achieve success through hard work are rather rare. Many things still rely on innate talent. Su Yulan seemed to disagree with the elder's assertion. Haha, my dear child, if a person maintains a consistent regimen of sleep, eating, and training over 4 years, with daily sleep averaging less than 5 hours, such a person cannot merely be described as someone who compensates for weaknesses with diligence. Tell me, does this individual arrive here punctually every day and leave at the appointed time? Yes. Does he speak very little? Yes. Do you feel an instinctive pressure when conversing with him? Indeed, such individuals are born leaders. Who would have thought that our Rydal Empire could produce two such figures in such a short span of time? I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. The elder sighed deeply. Grandfather, you wouldn't dare to compare this person with the general, would you? Sujulan laughed heartily. No, geniuses are incomparable. This is merely an intuition that requires observation over time for confirmation. I suspect this individual is currently training in another room. He may not possess remarkable talent, yet he has developed a highly practical study method that others cannot easily emulate. Grandfather, how do you know so much about the general? Why compare him with this individual? Sujulan questioned. Passive. They share numerous similarities. The elder paused before continuing. My dear, the general is a miracle. He graduated from Starry Sky Mecha University at the age of 22, starting as a mere mecha combat warrior, commanding and participating in countless battles. In just 12 short years, he wielded immense power, resolving the internal and external troubles of the Rydal Empire, leading it towards glory. Though he met his demise by hanging, he remains a hero of the Rydal Empire. His life serves as a subject of study, in hopes of uncovering the secrets to success within him. They have found some answers, but, Grandfather, this is not a tale to be continued. There is no need to leave it for the next chapter. Su Yulon interjected, visibly dissatisfied with the elder's pause. Ha! You are quite impatient, my child. To endure the general's strict regimen for 4 years. Even 4 weeks will be a challenge for you. Indeed, if everyone could achieve that, wouldn't the streets be filled with great generals? Now, quickly tell me what those research institutions discovered as the secret to success. Su Yulon clung to the elder's arm, shaking it vigorously with eagerness. Willpower, unwavering willpower, and meticulous computational ability. However, this method of success is not replicable. Why is it not replicable? Sujulan Guidith, skeptica. This question eludes me. There have been attempts to mimic his lifestyle, yet no one has managed to sustain it for even a week. Why don't you try? Every morning, rise early to study until it's time for school, then follow your meticulously set daily schedule, and by 1 in the morning. Aha! How hard can that be? I never sleep in, Su Yulon responded with confidence, laughter brightening her face. Is that so? It must be precise to the minute. For instance, meals can only last 5 minutes, showers 5 minutes, and everything must occur on the dot. Try doing that for a week. The general could calculate his time down to the minute, even to the second. Cough, cough, precise to the second. Su Yulon's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the elder. Yes, precise to the second. It is more arduous than a life of asceticism. In truth, I have attempted it myself, the elder sighed. Grandfather, how long did you persist? Su Yulon asked, her curiosity piqued. Cough, cough. The elder appeared somewhat embarrassed. Speak up, grandfather. I promise not to laugh at you. Come on. Su Yulon tugged insistently at his arm. 3 days, the elder finally admitted, a hint of red flushing his wrinkled face as he uttered the 2 words. 3 days. Su Yulon's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe her ears. If others could only endure for 3 days, she would accept that, but for her grandfather, it was unthinkable. He had once braved the bitter cold for 3 days and nights to strengthen his physical resilience. Even in the vast universe, her grandfather's martial prowess could rank within the top 1,000. Though 1,000 may seem insignificant, it is an impressive feat among a human population nearing 10 billion. Especially in this era where ancient martial arts have waned amidst the technological explosion. It is indeed 3 days, no need for doubt. Grandfather cannot manage to regulate his life to the minute, let alone the second. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. 3 days. 3 days. Observing the elder's sheepish demeanor, the boy burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly rolling on the ground. It was rare indeed to see the elder, who usually exuded authority, appear so flustered. Clearly, the record of 3 days was a source of embarrassment for him. Zhou Chuan, unaware of the interaction between the elder and Su Yulon in the number 7 training room, arrived punctually at the heavy equipment training area. His dumbbells had now been upgraded to a staggering 30 kilograms each. Amidst the astonished gazes of muscle-bound men, Zhou Chuan concluded his training and arrived precisely at the mecha simulation cockpit. At that moment, it was 8:30, granting him an hour to modify the mecha before he was to enter the virtual mecha combat room at 9:30. Upon entering the simulation cockpit, Zhou Chuan noticed an eerie silence enveloping the training area. The vast hall was devoid of any wandering souls. Nonetheless, most of the simulation cockpits were occupied. An observation Zhou Chuan brushed off. Apart from unavoidable circumstances, he rarely altered his routine, particularly during training. In truth, Zhou Chuan relished his current life. In his position of authority, he was often surrounded by numerous bodyguards for his safety and discretion, rendering him a prisoner of his own status. Once inside the simulation cockpit, Zhou retrieved the X-33 simulation mecha. Initially, he had intended to abandon the modification of the X-33. But the combat tournament held by the Noel Mecha Corporation compelled him to redirect his focus back to the X-33, as it was the only heavy mecha he was thoroughly familiar with. For Zhou, after months of diligent effort, his understanding of the X-33 has become second nature. He is intimately familiar with every component and structure. Soon, he immersed himself in the intricate process of modification, his hands moving like ethereal shadows across the main control panel with astonishing speed. The holographic display was divided into 4 sections. One section displayed a cascade of data pouring down like a waterfall, while another showcased various schematics. The largest screen crackled with sparks as Zhou meticulously worked on the mech components. The greatest advantage of virtual modifications is that any materials available in the market can be utilized. However, the major drawback lies in the tendency for virtual modification experts to develop a detrimental habit of overestimating their skills in reality. After all, the components and materials employed in virtual mech modifications are of the highest caliber, many of which are simply unattainable in real life. As time passed, the holographic display revealed astonishing changes to the X-33 as gleaming mech components began to affix themselves to its frame. In a training simulator, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, with everyone anxiously fixated on the empty virtual arena. Singe leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, feigning sleep. "Sister Fanny, I'm feeling tired. Will Imperial 1 actually show up?" Jinjin, with her somewhat pallid complexion, leaned against Fanny's back, stifling yawns. "There are still 10 minutes left. You're not feeling well, just sit down." Fanny stood up, offering the pilot's seat to Jinjin. "All right." Jinjin acquiesced without reluctance, and with the assistance of several girls, she wearily settled into the chair, her breathing rapid and concerning. "Jinjin, are you all right?" Fanny noticed something was amiss. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest." Jinjin forced a smile, her face pale. "Perhaps we should leave the hospital?" Fanny gently touched Jinjin's forehead, her concern evident. "No need for that, it's just an old ailment. I'll be fine after a short rest. Everyone is eager to watch the match. Let us not spoil the mood." Jinjin pinched herself, her complexion slightly improving. "All right then," Fanny hesitated, as the moment to discover whether Imperial 1 would appear was imminent. "It's coming," a girl exclaimed. Instantly, all attention shifted to the holographic display, and Singe, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixating on the hologram. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he recognized the figure stepping into the virtual combat arena was the Tyrannosaurus. 2 minutes left, wait. Fanny's bright eyes were glued to the holographic display. Those 2 minutes felt agonizingly protracted, the cockpit enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, punctuated only by heavy breaths. Chapter 79, Thousands in Attendance. The metallic silhouette of the IS Fortress emerged on the holographic screen. Even on this relatively modest display, the imposing 13-meter height of the X-33 and its 30-meter-long mechanical arms evoked awe. In fact, aside from some more feminine mechs, the standard humanoid mech measures 11 meters, making the X-33's height of 13 meters not particularly advantageous. However, due to its bulky frame, with 8 robust spider-like legs and those enormous mechanical arms, the X-33 visually resembled a colossal heavy mech. At this moment, the mech had shed its cumbersome civilian appearance under Zhou Chuan's deft hands. The X-33's spider legs were now devoid of exposed wiring and cables, presenting a seamless black visage, with its protruding joints exuding a menacing aura. As a heavy-duty civilian mech, the X-33, while slow, boasted a remarkably powerful engine. Its mechanical arms were designed to bear a weight of 50 tons, indicating that their striking force could also reach 50 tons, though this would require appropriate modifications, as the X-33's sluggish speed posed no direct threat to advanced combat mechs. The design philosophy behind human mechs primarily emphasizes high-tech features, such as scanning systems, camouflage systems, fire control systems, sensor systems, and the computational speed of the optical brain, along with the power of the mech's hard engine. These comprehensive configurations determine a mech's combat capabilities. Nonetheless, the outcome of battles ultimately hinges on human operation. Over 200 years ago, during the War for National Defense in the Rydal Empire, the mech fighter Michael Whitman, part of the Empire's Sword Crocodile fleet, famously annihilated 138 superior combat mechs using a then-ordinary heavy metal V6. Although Whitman ultimately perished, his illustrious achievements cemented his name in the annals of history, reminding humanity that even the most advanced mech requires a human operator. As the clock approached 10:30, the X-33 made its grand debut on the holographic display. It resembled a ferocious eight-legged beast. The overall height of the X-33 had been reduced by 5 meters, not due to shortening the spider legs, but rather by replacing the joints, allowing the cockpit to sink to a lower position than the legs themselves. The cockpit, lacking protective armor, was now completely ensconced within the confines of the 8 spider legs. Another striking feature was the addition of a silver-white ring of bone spurs surrounding the cockpit, sharp and protruding like a crown. The current X-33 resembled not an engineering mech, but rather a fierce spider adorned with a crown. The entire frame of the X-33 was coated in black. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle gray patterns, a digital camouflage designed to evade digital imaging systems. Zhou Chuan was certain that even the original designer of the X-33 would be taken aback, for this iteration bore no trace of its civilian engineering origins, radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. Now is the time. Zhou Chuan rose, stretching his limbs, thoroughly satisfied with this modification, inspired by the fierce fighting mech he had encountered. Buckling his safety harness and donning the simulation helmet, he gently pressed the button, propelling the X-33 into the virtual combat arena. As the seconds dragged on, with 30 seconds remaining until 10:30, Imperial 1 had yet to enter the virtual combat network. An overwhelming sentiment of disappointment began to permeate the chat rooms, with many participants expressing their frustration vocally. On the arena, the waiting Tyrannosaurus rampaged like a crazed dinosaur, its mech wildly sprinting across the virtual arena, producing thunderous sounds as it deliberately caused cracks and destruction. Thankfully, this was a simulated combat venue. Once the battle concluded, the main control brain would restore the original scene. Otherwise, the damage wrought by the Tyrannosaurus's rampage would incur substantial repair costs. It was no wonder the creature was in a frenzy, having waited 2 days in vain. It now resembled a caged monkey being observed by thousands. Sister Fanny, it seems Imperial 1 will not arrive. Jinjin, looking significantly better, shifted her gaze from the holographic display to Fanny, disappointment etched on her face. I have a feeling he will come. Fanny clenched her silver teeth, her clear eyes fixed intently on the holographic image before her. She too believed that Empire 1 would not arrive, yet inexplicably, she persisted. Just a coward, Singar stood up, a mocking smile on his face as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a triumphant cheer erupted from the cockpit. Empire 1 had indeed arrived. With a swift turn, a pair of dark, brooding eyes were locked onto the holographic screen. I told you he would come. I had a premonition. Fanny wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, feeling utterly drained. She could not comprehend why she was so anxious. Had she truly fallen for someone she had never even seen, an enemy no less? Strangely, her thoughts drifted to that corpulent figure. He, Fanny's dream lover, must be a great hero, one who would never shy away. Oomph. Singar returned to his seat, snorting disdainfully, causing Jinjin to instinctively shrink back. See? Fanny shot Singar a fierce glare, gently patting Jinjin's shoulder in a comforting gesture. At that moment, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus in the arena ceased its movement, fixating intently on the strange black spider beneath the platform. The combat chamber seemed to freeze, as both mechs stood motionless, locked in a gaze. Upon entering the combat chamber, Zhou Chuan immediately sensed something was amiss. The usually bustling virtual arena, teeming with mechs, now housed only a single frenzied prototype on the platform. Just as Zhou Chuan pondered this anomaly, the bizarre mech appeared to recognize his presence, abruptly halting its wild dash and glaring menacingly at Zhou Chuan below. A sudden wave of pressure washed over him, as if a ferocious beast lay in wait, ready to pounce. Zhou Chuan's hands danced across the control panel like wisps of smoke, activating a series of beeping electronic sounds as he engaged all scanning systems, while the mech's security protocols were simultaneously activated. Clearly, the opposing mech exuded an unmistakable hostility. This was a nearly perfect machine, resembling a dinosaur, spanning meters in length, with a 5-meter metallic whip swaying gracefully at its tail, emanating a lustrous metallic sheen. Its back bore a long, spiky protrusion reminiscent of a stegosaurus, and its limbs were robust and powerful, with wide feet suggesting remarkable jumping ability. What astounded Zhou Chuan most was that the cockpit of this dinosaur-shaped mech was ingeniously situated in its head. The thick armor and glimmering dark spines indicated that the cockpit was likely not the mech's weakest point, but rather its most formidable weapon. Theoretically, a mech's vulnerabilities lie in 2 key areas: the engine and the cockpit, which houses the neural interface and pilot. Rarely would a mech designer consider the cockpit as an offensive asset, as it would require the pilot to confront danger directly without any buffer. And the technical demands of using the cockpit as a combat zone would be substantial. At the very least, the hydraulic cushioning system would need to be exceptionally advanced. Otherwise, a mere collision could render the pilot unconscious from the violent vibrations. Despite the multitude of drawbacks in using the cockpit as a combat component, one undeniable advantage remains. Employing the cockpit in this manner allows for a more immediate and effective response in attacks, as the mech fighter is situated directly within the cockpit, ensuring that each strike is meticulously calculated. The individual who reconfigured the cockpit into an offensive unit was either a genius or a madman. Regardless of which, there was no doubt that this was an extraordinarily perilous individual. As the two mechs faced off, a cacophony of cheers erupted in the virtual combat chamber. And within mere seconds, the previously empty arena was flooded with thousands of various mechs. The neural interface expanded the virtual hall to accommodate the influx, as the mechs emitted a frenzy of electronic sounds. Kill him! Kill him! Tyrannosaurus, destroy Empire 1. Zhou Chuan was oblivious to the thousands of voices in the chat room roaring in frenzy as the pent-up anger from the wait erupted like a tsunami. Those who once held favorable sentiments toward Empire 1 had turned against him after 2 days of anticipation, each one wishing for Tyrannosaurus to rend Empire 1 into fragments to vent their frustrations, with only a few voices of support drowned out by the overwhelming clamor. The virtual combat match is now commencing, featuring Empire 1 against Tyrannosaurus. It may seem lengthy, but in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Zhou Chuan had swiftly scanned the opponent's data through the neural interface, and the commotion outside held no sway over him. He was never one to be swayed by emotion. A cold, calculating gaze swept over the holographic data, and unlike his expression, Zhou Chuan felt his blood boiling, a long-forgotten sensation. Chapter 80. The Birth of a New Sovereign. Casting a glance at the densely packed crowd of onlooking mechs, Zhou Chuan's eyes gleamed with clarity. This match had been orchestrated specifically for him. Fight! Avoidance was never Zhou Chuan's style. Though he was a modest individual, he was certainly not one to shy away from a challenge. His pupils constricted sharply as his hands flew across the control panel, conjuring a flurry of virtual shadows as a series of commands were preset into the neural interface. It moved. The once boisterous virtual arena fell into an eerie silence, for the ferocious spider began to glide forward, its 8 dark metallic legs intertwining as it ascended toward the platform. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, with tens of thousands of eyes anxiously fixed on the holographic screen. Fully aware that should Empire 1 emerge victorious today, he would be crowned the true combat champion of the Academy, a feat achievable through merely 8 battles. Unprecedented at starry Galaxy Mecha University. Suddenly, the cumbersome body of X-33 accelerated unexpectedly. As it did, the 8 massive spider legs twisted and bent, with the cockpit almost skimming the ground in rapid ascent. The spider legs became indistinguishable, intertwining like a gray barrier, as the sound of rushing wind resonated through the holographic sound system, illustrating the astonishing speed. What a rapid acceleration! Gasps filled the virtual combat hall as the occupants of the simulated cockpit stared in disbelief. In the instructor's cockpit, everyone watched in shock at the screen. Even Singar leapt to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the data displayed by the neural interface. 004. The data indicated that the enigmatic spider mech had transitioned from a slow crawl to a speed of 150 kilometers per hour in a mere 0.4 seconds. An astonishing figure. Anyone with a modicum of mech knowledge would recognize that advanced mechs can achieve a speed of 150 kilometers in an instant. But for a civilian-modified mech to accomplish this in 0.4 seconds was nothing short of miraculous. How swift must one's reflexes be? To what extent must the engine's power be adjusted? No one could ascertain the truth. For Zhou Chuan had resolved that this would be the final occasion to modify and utilize the X-33 within the virtual network. Consequently, he had installed a multitude of turbochargers and accelerators within the engine, even augmenting the energy lattice with stimulators. Undoubtedly, this was a suicidal modification, as the X-33's engine was incapable of enduring such elevated RPMs. The catastrophic consequence would be the complete destruction of the engine in a remarkably short span of time. The reasoning is rather straightforward. A vehicle that reaches the speed of an aircraft is destined for a brief lifespan. This is precisely why Formula racing cars frequently require engine and tire replacements. Many race cars are retired after merely one competition due to this very principle. To the discerning eye, the essence of the spectacle lay not in the speed, but rather in the individual within the cockpit, which stirred a palpable excitement among seasoned mech combatants like Singer and Fanny. The X-33 was an antiquated civilian engineering mech, devoid of hydraulic cushioning mechanisms, meaning that even in the virtual realm, one could not find any semblance of a buffer within its cockpit. A pilot, bereft of protective apparatus, who suddenly accelerates could find their mind blanked by the overwhelming speed and their body rendered uncontrollable by the force of inertia. In such a state, one would struggle not only to maneuver the mech, but also to remain seated without succumbing to nausea. As they beheld the ethereal silhouette darting towards the Tyrannosaurus on the arena, Fanny's gaze ignited with an indescribable fervor, while Singer, recovering from a shock, stared blankly at the bizarre mech that resembled a wisp of smoke. Out of the corner of his eye, he cast a glance at Fanny. Sensing a foreboding, his true rival had emerged. Over the years, despite his unsuccessful pursuit of Fanny, Singer felt no threat. No one at school dared to court her, and her lofty standards had perpetuated his belief that she was destined to be his. However, that confidence was now shattered. The events unfolded in a mere instant. Zhou Chuan's thoughts collided with Singer's musings as his mech surged forward at an astonishing speed of 150 kilometers per hour towards the Tyrannosaurus. Both mechanical arms were raised high, resembling colossal iron rods, stirring a tempest in the air. Closer, closer, 100 meters, 50 meters. A surge of audacious ferocity ignited in Zhou Chuan's eyes as his hands danced over the control panel, torrents of data cascading from the light brain. At a distance of 50 meters, one of the 30-meter-long mechanical arms descended with earth-shattering force. Thousands of spectators gazed in awe as the immense mechanical arm plummeted, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. This was not characteristic of Imperial One's combat style. Historically, its battles focused on exploiting opponents' weaknesses rather than relying on brute force. Moreover, such a strike was bound to be futile. Despite its imposing appearance, it was unlikely to yield any effect, as the formidable mechanical arm descended with a terrifying momentum. The young pilot within the Tyrannosaurus cockpit felt his pupils constrict, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He swiftly issued commands on the control panel. Recognizing that Zhou Chuan was merely showing off, everyone knew that speed was the Tyrannosaurus's forte. Although the X-33's velocity was remarkable, it still had to cover a considerable distance from below the arena, affording the Tyrannosaurus ample time to react. "Come on, watch me tear you to shreds," the Tyrannosaurus pilot sneered. As his hands moved across the control panel, the sleek, feline-shaped mech arched its back gracefully, its long tail flicking, and with a sudden surge of power, propelled itself forward. Then, with a flawless evasive maneuver, the mechanical arm crashed down onto the ground behind it. With a thunderous boom, it seemed as if the entire virtual combat arena trembled, leaving a deep crater in the arena floor, the cracks spiderwebbing outward. A resounding crack echoed as the mechanical arm, strained to its limits, shattered. Indeed, it was a spectacular yet ultimately wasted effort. The audience collectively sighed, recognizing that this forceful strike was entirely superfluous and an act of utter folly, leaving one of the arms damaged, akin to self-sabotage. The essence of the Tyrannosaurus lay in the synergy of speed and offense. As the mechanical arm impacted the ground, the metallic sound of fracture resonated, and the agile feline mech leaped with exquisite grace, executing an elaborate evasive maneuver. The heavily armored head pivoted, its bony spikes aiming directly at the cockpit nestled between the 8 spider legs. Although the Tyrannosaurus was elongated, it was not particularly massive, and the gaps between Zhou Chuan's spider legs offered no sanctuary for the cockpit. The sleek feline mech could effortlessly slip through and target the X-33's cockpit. A hint of smug satisfaction crept across the Tyrannosaurus pilot's face, for he felt exceptionally adept in his performance today. Under normal circumstances, executing such a series of complex evasive maneuvers would have been a challenge. As he witnessed the feline mech approach with the swiftness of lightning, Zhou Chuan wore a confident smile, remaining completely still in his pilot's seat, even his hands untouched. He need not move, for he had pre-programmed all combat directives before ascending to the arena. Thus, the X-33 would instinctively execute the combat maneuvers dictated by his strategy. Not good. The Tyrannosaurus pilot's pupils dilated, realizing that as he completed his evasive maneuver heading toward the anticipated gap, it had morphed into an impenetrable wall of steel. There was no longer a trace of a gap. This impenetrable wall was formed by the convergence of 5 spider legs. Though the Tyrannosaurus was swift, it could not outpace the preset program embedded within Zhou Chuan's light brain. By the time the Tyrannosaurus adjusted its direction, the 5 spider legs had already closed in. Regrettably, the change occurred far too swiftly. By the time the Tyrannosaurus comprehended the situation, its mech was mere inches away, the view through the cockpit revealing the thick steel spider legs glimmering with a dark metallic sheen. This was a 270-ton engineering mech. Inside the virtual cockpit, the Tyrannosaurus pilot felt a chill run down his spine. Bang! The feline mech collided with undeniable force against the wall of steel formed by the spider legs, though the head was shielded by heavy armor. Pitting it against a 270-ton heavy-duty civilian engineering mech was an exercise in futility. The mech's advanced cushioning system could not prevent the pilot from experiencing a rush of blood to the head, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. 1 second. Just 1 second. All he needed was a single second. The Tyrannosaurus pilot gritted his teeth, his hands trembling over the control panel. The pain transmitted by the virtual helmet making him feel as if his entire body was tearing apart. He believed that with just 1 second, he could regain his composure. Alas, even 1/10 of a second was a luxury Zhou Chuan was unwilling to grant. The other mechanical arm, already poised above, came crashing down on the feline mech's waist, the most vulnerable point of this unconventional mech. With AD as tens of thousands of spectators stood in stunned silence. A series of 3 abrupt cracking sounds echoed, revealing that 5 spider-like legs had formed an impenetrable wall of steel. The remaining 3 legs supported another. And while there was no attack from the mechanical arm, all seemed well. However, when the mechanical arm exerted its force, the entire weight shifted onto the 3 supporting legs, which ultimately could no longer bear the burden and fractured under pressure. After a prolonged moment of stillness, X-333 withdrew from the virtual combat chamber, dragging along the 3 damaged spider legs. The vast crowd before the holographic display felt an inexplicable heaviness. The events had unfolded too swiftly. What they had anticipated to be an exhilarating clash of titans turned into a spectacle that lasted barely 7 seconds from X-333's ascent to the arena to the conclusion of the battle. Everything felt surreal, enchanting in its improbability. A new champion of combat had emerged from Starry Sky Mecha University. Finny, hurry after him. Jinjin suddenly turned around. Finny, who had been lost in thought, was jolted back to reality. Her slender form spun around, rushing out of the simulated cockpit, her long hair flowing behind her like strands of black silk. Finny Singer opened her mouth to speak, but by the time she did, Finny had already vanished through the door. Chapter 81. The Secret of Empire 1. Upon exiting the cockpit, Finny's face fell in disappointment. She found herself surrounded by hundreds of others, all eager to catch a glimpse of what had just transpired. These individuals had rushed out of the cockpit in hopes of a fortunate encounter, knowing that Empire 1 would typically exit the virtual combat chamber immediately after every match. Empire 1 had emerged victorious in all 8 bouts, and particularly after the recent titanic clash with the Tyrannosaurus. His legend as the undefeated champion of campus combat was firmly cemented. It was hard to fathom that someone could achieve such honor in merely 8 battles over the span of 2 months. Even if Singer had not tasted defeat in 7 years, none could rival Empire 1's current acclaim. The impatience and anger of many had long since dissipated. Some fervent admirers even argued that a true master should possess a certain grandeur, and that rushing out to face any challenger, no matter how trivial, would diminish their status. In mere seconds, the Tyrannosaurus had fallen from the ranks of the second strongest in the campus to that of a mere pretender. Observing the throngs of onlookers in the corridor, Finny returned to the instructor's cockpit, dejected, knowing that no one among the hundreds would be able to identify someone solely by their nickname. Upon entering the cockpit, Finny saw Singer and a group of others fixated on the holographic display. Even Junjin, who usually showed little interest in mecha, was captivated by the projection. The screen replayed the recent battle between Empire 1 and the Tyrannosaurus in slow motion, dissecting those brief 7 seconds into hundreds of still images. What did you discover? Finny leaned in to ask. Finny, you're back. Singer's gloomy demeanor lifted at the sight of her return. Any findings? Finny placed her hand on Junjin's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the multitude of images. I found some things, but they're difficult to explain, Singer replied, his eyes igniting with a fierce intensity as Finny disregarded him. One could see the muscles in Singer's body twitching under the strain of suppressing his emotions. Yet regrettably, she did not notice. Look at this screenshot. Jinjin pointed at an image. This captures the moment X-333 charged onto the virtual stage, but at that instant, X-333 had already resolved to strike the Tyrannosaurus with a metal mechanical arm. So what? Finny asked, perplexed. Just keep watching. Notice how, when the metal mechanical arm descended, the trajectory of another arm had already shifted in a different direction. This indicates that both arms were in motion simultaneously, yet only one struck. That can't mean anything, Finny gasped, her complexion paling as she stared at the holographic screen. Do you understand now? Jinjin's pale face flushed with a hint of color. No, it's impossible. No one can predict the Tyrannosaurus' next move. Finny exclaimed incredulously. But Empire One did. When he brought down the first mechanical arm, he had already positioned the second arm in place, anticipating the Tyrannosaurus' assault. Look closely, as the Tyrannosaurus was still evading. Those 5 metal spider legs were already converging. When the Tyrannosaurus launched his attack, the legs closed in precisely at the moment of impact, leaving the Tyrannosaurus unable to control his mech and crashing into the steel wall formed by the 5 spider legs. Then, the waiting mechanical arm struck down in that fleeting moment. Zoom in on this holographic image and take another look, Jinjin continued. Yes, this one. You see, actually, before the Tyrannosaurus even hit the metal spider legs, the arm above was already descending. In slow motion, it appears as if the Tyrannosaurus willingly offered himself up to be struck by Empire One. The crowd nodded along with Jinjin's analysis, which was often incisive and to the point. While Jinjin was a pacifist, eschewing violence, she was nonetheless the most exceptional analyst at Starry Sky Mecha University. She had the ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of each combat match, and many sought her insights. Unfortunately, Jinjin held little interest in martial prowess. Had Finny not dragged her along, she likely would not have attended the match at all. Are you suggesting that from the moment the Tyrannosaurus stepped onto the virtual stage, every one of his movements was anticipated by Empire One? Yes, this individual possesses a terrifyingly meticulous mind. Jinjin's expression turned serious. But if the Tyrannosaurus had chosen to attack from a different angle, wouldn't Empire One have had no means of defense? Finny gazed at Jinjin with wide eyes. In theory, yes. Had the Tyrannosaurus merely altered his point of attack, Empire One would have faced certain defeat. However, in reality, the Tyrannosaurus launched his assault precisely along the path Empire One had anticipated, rendering the theory moot. Jinjin replied, her expression imbued with wisdom. Why would the Tyrannosaurus choose to attack from this position? Finny felt as if she were grasping something elusive. Only the Tyrannosaurus knows, and, in the grand scheme, it matters little. Any point of attack would suffice yet. Why was Empire One able to predict the Tyrannosaurus' attack position? This is a question I have pondered as well. How could Empire One calculate the Tyrannosaurus' attack trajectory in that fleeting moment with such precision? Jinjin massaged her temples, her eyes fixed intently on the holographic screen, lost in thought. In the cockpit, a prolonged silence enveloped the room, no one daring to interrupt Jinjin's contemplation. As an analytical master, her insights were often nothing short of classic. To witness her analysis live was a rare privilege. Jinjin commanded profound respect within the school, owing to her astoundingly accurate assessments. It was said that under her tutelage, one's mecha combat skills could ascend to new heights. Regrettably, within the entire institution, fewer than 10 individuals had the fortune of receiving her direct commentary, and among them was the Tyrannosaurus, whom Jinjin held in high esteem for his combat prowess. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of fortune that Singe shattered the silence. Why not engage in another bout with the Tyrant Dragon and see how your luck fares? Fanny cast a cold glance at Singe. Ahem. Singe's face flushed crimson as he coughed twice without uttering a word. His bouts against the Tyrant Dragon were not infrequent. Time and again, they had challenged each other for the title of King of Mecha Combat, and though Singe emerged victorious each time, his victories were far from effortless. Each clash was monumental, with the briefest of encounters lasting no less than several minutes. The notion of concluding a battle in mere seconds was simply unfathomable. How could one possibly predict the Tyrant Dragon's attack patterns? Jinjin furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. Perhaps it was the overexertion of her mind that left her cheeks flushed, her delicate beauty evoking a breathtaking allure. When a woman's beauty stirs the heart to such an extent, it is not necessarily a blessing. Perhaps this is the reason behind the adage of beautiful women meeting with misfortune. Jinjin's beauty was not forceful but subtle, considerate, and comfortable, engendering inexplicable affection in those around her. This kind of allure is what truly captivates men. Unfortunately, despite lacking Fanny's haughty demeanor, Jinjin's gentle smile made her seem like a legendary goddess, leaving others feeling dwarfed and hesitant to approach. Many admired Jinjin, yet dared not confess their feelings, choosing instead to bury their affections deep within. Of course, Jinjin's charm was understated. No one sang her praises, nor did anyone elevate her as the center of adoration. Most simply found satisfaction in observing her from afar. The girls, too, were fond of Jinjin. At school, she had virtually no female rivals. No woman could harbor ill will towards a delicate girl devoid of any threat. The gentle and nurturing Jinjin radiated warmth like sunlight, illuminating those around her without their noticing. Jinjin continued to magnify various images, oblivious to the mesmerized gazes of those nearby. Some say that a man's focus can deeply move a woman's heart. In truth, a wise and concentrated woman can equally influence those around her. A man's focus can morph into charm, while a woman's focus can transform into grace. A frivolous woman could never possess refined manners or poise. I've got it. I've got it. Suddenly, Jinjin's excited exclamation jolted the crowd from their reverie. Her fair fingers danced over the main control panel, and instantly, the holographic screen displayed numerous screenshots related to the Tyrant Dragon. We have wandered into a blind spot. In truth, we should not fixate on Empire 1, but should seek the answer from the Tyrant Dragon. I firmly believe that Empire 1 must have discerned the Tyrant Dragon's movement patterns. Jinjin, you're brilliant. Fanny affectionately embraced her, planting a fervent kiss on Jinjin's rosy cheek. I'm not interested in you. You better seek out Empire 1. Jinjin feigned indignation, pushing Fanny away. Hee. You cursed me to marry that fatso. So let us see you become a lesbian. That fatso wouldn't like me. His wife is far more beautiful than I am. Jinjin chuckled. You can fancy him. There's no need for him to reciprocate. Ugh, you have a mouth like a crow. Fanny teased, fully aware that Jinjin had no intention of seeking a man in this lifetime, let alone that rotund one. Little girl, your heart may stir unexpectedly. I curse you to marry that fatso. Jinjin's face flushed with embarrassment as her long, delicate fingers poked Fanny's soft waist, causing her to erupt into laughter as they playfully tangled together. All right, please analyze quickly. There are many people outside awaiting the results from this analysis, Master, Fanny urged, extricating herself. MHM. Jinjin nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixed on the series of images. Suddenly, her body froze as if sculpted from stone, her large eyes glued to the holographic screen, filled with an incredulous shock. What's wrong? Fanny, noticing Jinjin's change in expression, asked urgently. I found it. Jinjin exclaimed, clutching her chest tightly, her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her complexion as pale as a ghost. Jinjin, are you all right? Quickly, we must take Jinjin to the hospital. Fanny panicked upon seeing Jinjin swaying precariously in her seat. No, there's no need for the hospital. It wouldn't help. Jinjin brushed aside the assisting hands, her voice frail. Are you certain? Fanny inquired with concern. Sister Fanny, you know well that my condition is untreatable at the hospital. I'm fine now, much better. The girls exchanged glances, silent. It was not just them who knew, but the entire school was aware of Jinjin's peculiar ailment. One for which, despite the advancements of human technology, no remedy had yet been found. Do not worry. I was merely too excited. Jinjin smiled brightly. Next time, try not to get too excited. Your emotions shouldn't be so heightened. MHM. Sister Fanny cares for me the most. Let's not keep them waiting too long. Take a look at this slow-motion footage. Jinjin began to freeze the holographic combat footage, focusing on the Tyrant Dragon, then initiated a slow playback. The holographic lens clearly depicted the moment Empire 1's X-33 moved. At that time, the Tyrant Dragon's abnormal mecha was highly alert, its head close to the ground, its back slightly arched, and its long silver metallic tail swaying slowly, a clear indication of a preparatory attack. Jinjin, I can't spot any flaws. Fanny turned to Singe, seemingly recalling that a combat expert was present. Singe shook his head as he observed the slow-motion holographic footage. The Tyrant Dragon's movements are nearly impeccable. Its panther-like mecha's broad metallic forepaws arched, its metallic legs alternating in a manner that allows for both offense and defense. At least, I do not believe this maneuver reveals the direction of the Tyrant Dragon's next attack. Examine these images closely. Is there anything different? Jinjin dissected the Tyrant Dragon's stance, while waiting for Empire 1 to enter the arena into 100 frames. Nothing. Over a dozen individuals in the cockpit shook their heads. Indeed, the action remained frozen. The Tyrant Dragon had not moved, even if divided into 1,000 images. It would still portray the same action. Look closely, look a bit more closely. Jinjin did not voice her thoughts, but encouraged them to discover. I've got it. Fanny suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, Sister Fanny is the smartest. Jinjin beamed. Could it really be that Empire 1 deduced the Tyrant Dragon's next move from such minute changes? Fanny, ignoring Jinjin's jest, gazed incredulously at the images. Precisely. Jinjin's smile faded, her expression growing grave. This person's perceptiveness and calculation abilities are formidable. Fanny's eyes radiated fervor. Not formidable, but terrifying. His mental acuity far surpasses your imagination. Jinjin sighed. The two stared at the slow-motion holographic footage in a daze, while the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by their discourse. As the footage appeared unchanged from the beginning, "What on earth are you two discussing?" Sinj asked, his impatience evident. "Let us allow Jinjin to speak. I have merely conjectured a few points, but am unable to analyze Fanny's perspective." Very well, everyone, observe this holographic image. As you can see, the tail of the panther-shaped mech is positioned here. However, in this image, the tail has shifted to this location. The movement is minimal, yet it is indeed in motion. Jinjin pointed at the gleaming metallic tail in the image, its sharp blade glimmering with a disquieting metallic sheen. This is one of the weapon systems on the panther-shaped mech. Remarkably agile. Sinj has suffered greatly due to this metallic tail, nearly piercing the cockpit on one occasion. Let us proceed. Sinj nodded, compelled to admire Jinjin's extraordinary observational skills, which are exceedingly rare. The tail's movement is so slight that no one would suspect the issue lies with this exceptionally lethal metallic appendage. Now, observe Imperial 1. When it commenced on the virtual arena, it did not accelerate at first. The moment it began to accelerate was when the metallic tail swung to this side, as depicted in this image. At that moment, X-33 suddenly accelerated, indicating that initially, Imperial 1 was waiting for the tail's movement to reach a position it required. But what practical relation does this have? Sinj frowned. Sinj, listen to Jinjin and refrain from interrupting her. Fanny rebuked without a hint of leniency. Sinj opened his mouth, but remained silent, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. There is indeed a significant correlation. What people do not realize is that the Tyrannosaurus's panther-shaped mech is modeled after the cheetah, whose tail plays a crucial role in maintaining balance during high-speed movement. Thus, the Tyrannosaurus's mech possesses a similar capability. Now, let us simulate the actions preceding a cheetah's attack. Jinjin said as she called up footage of wild cheetahs hunting on ancient Earth in a holographic display. She then utilized the quantum computer to input this data as parameters into the corresponding mech database. Instantly, the quantum computer produced a result. When the tail sways to the right, the probability of the mech attacking to the left is 10%. 10%. Upon witnessing this probability data, the crowd suddenly comprehended, as if all mysteries had been unveiled, while Sinj inexplicably exhaled a long sigh of relief. When a matter weighs heavily on one's heart, it can be exceedingly stifling. Now, knowing the outcome, Sinj felt more confident about future battles against Imperial 1. In truth, this 10% probability is insufficient to compel Imperial 1 to take risks. If you examine its battle records, every encounter appears to be a narrow escape. Yet in reality, the rhythm of each skirmish is under its control. This means that from the moment it engages with an opponent, it has already calculated a flawless combat strategy in its mind. What could possibly drive it to take such risks? Sinj felt that intangible pressure once again enveloping his heart, causing him distress. Creating opportunities. Jinjin said solemnly, "Look, if we shift the holographic image to behind the Tyrannosaurus, we can clearly see through quantum computation that the mechanical arm descends not directly on the position of the mech driven by the Tyrannosaurus, but rather slightly to the right, approximately 0.3 meters away. Now, let us input this data parameter into the quantum computer and see." Jinjin's slender, delicate fingers danced across the control panel. Although her speed was not rapid, it was particularly pleasing to the eye. Soon, the quantum computer calculated the result. 10%. When an attacking object appears 0.3 meters to the right, the probability of the panther-shaped mech choosing to attack the enemy on the left rises to 10%. 10% is an exceedingly high probability. In the ever-shifting dynamics of mech combat, a 10% probability equates to nearly 100%. No one can ensure that each attack achieves a 10% probability. Mastering this probability is tantamount to mastering the favor of the deity of victory. As they gazed at this probability, the crowd collectively gasped, suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread. Prior to Jinjin's analysis, they had never regarded Imperial 1 with seriousness, even though it had achieved 7 consecutive victories. They had clung to a sense of luck, believing Imperial 1 lacked true strength. Through Jinjin's analysis, they finally recognized the terrifying aspects of Imperial 1. The intricacies of this individual's mind had reached an unparalleled level. Merely by observing a slight movement of the mech's tail, it could predict the opponent's attack direction, set the program, and consider all possibilities, all within the blink of an eye. Everyone was left in a state of shock, Even Singe's face turned ashen. He had underestimated his rival, and as he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Fanny, who at that moment was flushed and radiant. Once Jinjin's evaluation of Imperial One spread across the virtual network, it instantly sent ripples throughout the entire Starry Sky Mech University, with discussions erupting in nearly every corner regarding Jinjin's critique. The download rate of the combat footage between Imperial One and the Tyrannosaurus skyrocketed into the tens of thousands within mere minutes. The overwhelming traffic even caused the robust main control quantum computer to experience congestion. Following Jinjin's commentary, Imperial One ascended to the status of the true champion of campus combat. Some began to meticulously analyze those fleeting seconds of combat. Many found themselves nearly driven to madness as the more they studied. The more they unearthed the terrifying aspects of Imperial One. The number of its fans surged exponentially, with individuals forming dedicated fan groups for Imperial One. A phenomenon never before witnessed at Starry Sky Mech University. Within Starry Sky Mech University, whether it be Singe, the Tyrannosaurus, or Fanny, they all appeared dimmed by the emergence of Imperial One. He shone like a dazzling new star, capturing the attention of all. However, these events are merely prologue. At this moment, Zhou Chuan was still in the simulation cockpit. He had downloaded the parameters of the Yazi and inputted them into the university's main control quantum computer, requiring its formidable computational power to prepare for the modification of the Yazi. Through various input parameters, Zhou Chuan discovered that the Yazi was nearly a perfect close combat mech, utilizing exceedingly rare metals that could not be procured on the market. Even if available, they would be exorbitantly priced and unattainable. Zhou Chuan estimated that the rare metals employed in the Yazi likely belonged to a private collection of a man from that year. Chapter 83. Jinjin's Misfortune. In this explosive era of cosmic technological advancement, many adventurer groups and interstellar travelers have adopted the habit of crafting mechs from rare metals, with some even utilizing rare metals to construct spacecraft and warships. Numerous rare metals have become akin to ancient Earth's antique jewels, cherished by humanity, with prices that often far exceed those of true antiques and gems. What constitutes a rare metal? The very term rare suggests a scarcity and a unique significance associated with these metals. Many rare metals have a widespread distribution, yet their extraction remains a formidable challenge. While some remain entirely unknown to humanity, with their potential applications yet to be discovered. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, no one can ascertain how many metals remain undiscovered. Humanity's reach extends only to a diminutive corner of the universe. During the era of cosmic exploration, there were reports of a planet harboring an astonishing quantity of gold, estimated at several 100 billion tons, as well as another planet with a rare Earth content reaching 30%. The individuals who unearthed these celestial bodies have since established their own nations, underscoring the paramount importance of rare metals in the age of technological advancement. Evidently, the complete restoration of the mech known as Yazi is not a task to be accomplished in a mere day or two. However, Zhou Chuan is not particularly anxious to repair the mech. Rather, he is intrigued by the nature of the battles it has endured. How could such a robust machine sustain such severe damage? Analyzing the wreckage suggests that the destruction was not a result of mechanical combat, but rather the consequence of some formidable organism. What creature possesses such overwhelming power? The answer, clearly, cannot be deduced through the use of a light brain, which, no matter how intelligent, requires input parameters to yield results. After recording several technical specifications, Zhou Chuan departed from the simulation cockpit. The time remained consistent with his daily routine. Although he participated in the combat competition that day, the entire event lasted merely a few seconds, ultimately saving him a significant amount of time to tinker with Yazi. Hey, what a coincidence! Just as Zhou Chuan exited the cockpit, he encountered Xing Guffin and Junjin emerging from nearby. Junjin greeted him warmly. I need to gather some materials, Zhou Chuan said, raising his smart card before striding away, uninterested in either the brooding Xing or the haughty Fenny. Oh, Junjin, do you suspect that Zhou is the Empire's #1? Fenny chuckled lightly. No, I don't think so. My head is just a bit sore. I'll take my leave now, Junjin replied, suddenly pinching her temples with a pained expression. Junjin, are you all right? Fenny asked, concerned. I'm fine, it's just an old issue. I must be going now. As Junjin hurried off, Fenny found her expression somewhat peculiar. Zhou Chuan ambled leisurely through the vibrant forest. For the past 2 months, he had traveled the several kilometers from Starry Mecha University to his rented accommodation, taking a shortcut through the woods. He relished the sound of his feet upon the soft forest floor. 1, 2, 50, 2,000. Zhou Chuan advanced steadily, attuned to the sound around him. silently calculating the population of small rodents within the woods. Over the past 2 months, he had observed approximately 2,300 mice, with only minor fluctuations in their numbers. Recently, however, it seemed that a new generation of young mice had begun to venture out more frequently. And Zhou Chuan had encountered several juvenile mice foraging at night. Due to their slower blood flow and faint heartbeats, he was currently unable to ascertain the exact number of these young rodents. Suddenly, Zhao Huan halted. He heard the sound of hurried breaths and footsteps approaching from behind. He could distinctly sense the urgency in the person's breathing, their heart racing as if unable to bear the strain of their exertion. Zhou Chuan believed that if this person continued running, they would likely faint. Zhao Huan. Finally, Jinjin arrived, panting heavily. Upon seeing him, she collapsed against a vibrant tree. The silvery moonlight cascading down from the branches illuminating her pallid face in an eerie glow. You shouldn't be running. Zhou Chuan frowned at the frail girl, whose weakness seemed to render her susceptible to the slightest breeze. You were moving too fast. I couldn't catch up, she gasped. All right, rest for 3 minutes, no talking. Then, you have 2 minutes. I must return home, Zhao Huan declared sternly. Jinjin opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, recognizing his severity. Leaning against the tree, Jinjin watched as the silvery moonlight generously spilled through the branches, casting a magical glow over the vibrant foliage, transforming the forest into a whimsical fairy tale realm. She gazed greedily at the reflective hues of the trees and the playful mice above, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jinjin glanced at her holographic watch and then at Zhou Chuan, a smile beginning to emerge on her lips. 1 minute, 50 seconds, 40 seconds. The two exchanged glances, neither speaking. Yet, while Jinjin wore a mysterious smile, Zhou Chuan's expression remained icy. 20 seconds remaining, Jinjin broke the silence. Zhou Chuan, you can perform better. In a recent battle, your analysis of the Tyrannosaurus's attack points yielded only a 10% probability. You could have done much better. Moreover, we are kindred spirits. 20 seconds. As Jinjin noted the countdown, she was convinced that Zhou Chuan would continue their conversation instead of adhering to the 2-minute limit. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Zhou Chuan moved. His massive frame surged forward like an agile elephant, charging toward the fragile Jinjin leaning against the tree. In a split second, his powerful hand grasped her chest, lifting her slight form off the ground. Cough, cough, Jinjin struggled to breathe, unable to articulate a word, only managing to emit faint coughs as she sensed his grip tightening as though he intended to reduce her to dust. Jinjin gazed at Zhou Chuan, whose expression was devoid of empathy, her eyes filled with desperation. Zhou Chuan's resolve was as unyielding as iron. His grip showed no signs of relinquishing. His gaze was as cold as one directed at a corpse. As Jinjin's vision began to blur, Zhou Chuan transformed into an incarnation of a demon in her eyes. She felt her breath growing increasingly labored, as if something were siphoning the air from her lungs, and the specter of death loomed ever closer. Despair enveloped Jinjin. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's iron-like grip began to loosen. Jinjin felt the flicker of life return ever so slowly, yet he continued to hold her aloft. Unbeknownst to her, misfortune had not yet concluded. Strip! Zhou Chuan's frigid gaze bore down upon her. Ah! Jinjin did not comprehend his intent. In an instant, Zhou Chuan's powerful hand tightened once more, and Jinjin felt the vitality she had just regained slipping away again, with the force of his grip increasing. Fear flooded her eyes as she sensed the lethal intent emanating from Zhou Chuan, a palpable aura of menace that even someone untrained in combat could perceive. Will you strip or not? Zhou Chuan's expression remained devoid of compassion, his heart as cold as steel. I will. Jinjin's eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation, summoning every ounce of strength to utter those 2 words. Slowly, ever so slowly, Zhou Chuan's powerful hand gradually loosened its grip, and his body retreated a step back. Jinjin's form leaned against the enormous, vibrant tree trunk like a marionette devoid of strings. She clutched her chest, coughing violently, her pallid face transforming to a deep crimson hue from the effort. Undress. Gulf, gulf, Zhao. Jinjin's heart raced in terror as she realized her body was once again suspended in midair, that forceful hand grasping her chest, making her feel as though her modest curves were on the brink of being crushed. I shall ask you one last time. Will you undress? Zhou Chuan's small, emotionless eyes bore into her. I will. Jinjin answered without hesitation, acutely aware that the strength of that hand was intensifying. With a sudden thud, Zhou Chuan released her, and Jinjin fell heavily to the ground, fortunate that the thick, vibrant tree cushioned her descent. She remained silent, rising to her feet. A vacant expression on her face as she gazed at Zhou Chuan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her trembling hands slowly began to unfasten her garments. One piece at a time, her outer layer was shed, revealing a delicate pale, pink undergarment beneath. Upon discarding the outer layer, a glimmer of pleading appeared on Zhen's face, yet Zhou Chuan remained as impassive as a statue, entirely unmoved. As she hesitantly unclasped her undergarment, the fragmented moonlight illuminated her figure, revealing skin as smooth and luminous as porcelain, her contours exquisitely refined, akin to ivory sculpture. Zhen's body, far from being as insubstantial as it appeared when clothed, boasted budding femininity that radiated lethal allure under the moon's glow. Her tears attested to her profound shame, having never before endured such humiliation. Her face burned with embarrassment as she met his cold, unfeeling gaze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhen had always possessed confidence, believing she could persuade anyone. Now, however, she recognized her grave error. The man before her was no ordinary being, and he offered her no opportunity for dialogue. Chuan, you may possess my body. You may even make me fall in love with you, and then... Zhen's voice wavered, her body shaking as she clutched her pants, gazing at Zhou Chuan with desperate imploring. Regrettably, his face remained as unyielding as ancient ice. I will undress. I will. Zhou Chuan took a step closer, prompting Zhen to instinctively retreat, her delicate back colliding with a rough tree trunk, pain etched across her face. Chapter 84. Long-Term Investment Plan. Zhou Chuan expressed not an ounce of compassion. He remained silent, his frigid gaze fixed intently upon Zhen's eyes. I will undress, sobbing. I will undress. Zhen stammered, tears of indignation cascading down her cheeks, soaking her flawless skin. She had never envisioned a moment in her life where she would find herself disrobing before a man. Yet here she was, foolishly presenting herself on a silver platter. At long last, Zhen stood completely unclothed, her alabaster legs and satin-like skin glowing under the moonlight. Her delicate form resembled a mythological goddess, save for the tear-streaked visage that marred her beauty, rendering her a tragic masterpiece. The radiant white of the vibrant tree contrasted sharply with her voluptuous curves, tender and inviting. Like a bud poised to blossom, her heart, akin to a shy flower, stood proudly before him, her petite, crystalline features blushing like cherries, sweetly defiant yet imbued with trepidation. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Zhen's supple body to quiver as she cast fearful glances at Zhou Chuan, whose silhouette loomed beneath the tree's shadow like an imposing mountain, exuding an aura of oppression. Zhou Chuan approached her with an expression devoid of emotion, compelling Zhen to retreat, though her back met the tree, leaving her no avenue for escape. Are we not of the same kind? Zhou Chuan's hefty hand cupped Zhen's delicate chin, looking down from his towering stature at the petite woman barely reaching his chest. Zhen, silent and tearful, shook her head in humiliation. Her dignity, her intellect, had been stripped away piece by piece, all pilfered by this corpulent man who now sought to take her virtue. She had initially underestimated his intellect, and even more so, the ironclad resolve he possessed. Her overconfidence had led her astray. Now she suffered the consequences of her impulsiveness. Zhou Chuan's powerful grip tightened around her chin, forcing her to tilt her head upward. Then, like a beast, he leaned down and flicked his tongue across her trembling, crimson lips. Zhen squeezed her eyes shut, her body frozen in place, chilled to the bone, as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan released her, his gaze cold as he observed her rigid form. You are still not beautiful enough. He retreated a step. Zhen bit her lip until it bled, her eyes brimming with humiliation and fury. Get dressed. Zhen looked up in shock, bewildered by Zhou Chuan's command. Get dressed, he repeated, his massive hand gripping her slender, delicate neck. Muffled cries escaped Zhen as she felt the air within her chest being constricted once more. She could only nod fervently, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Chuan's hand gradually loosened, and amidst her sobs, Zhen trembled as she attempted to don her attire. Under his icy scrutiny, she struggled several times to put on her clothes correctly. Finally, after 3 arduous minutes, Zhen managed to dress herself, albeit in a disheveled manner. Remember, intellect cannot resolve every problem. Zhen opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent, her head bowed, teeth clenched in frustration. She had no words left. This insufferable man had imparted a vivid lesson, demonstrating that brute strength often triumphs over intellect. Minutes trickled by, the forest enveloped in a heavy silence. Zhen bowed her head, striving to maintain lucidity, formulating her thoughts. Though she had evaded immediate danger, the specter of Zhou Chuan's potential volatility loomed, leaving her to persuade him. Chuan. Zhen lifted her gaze, only to find the woods eerily quiet, devoid of Zhou Chuan's presence. Instead, a group of young mice scurried about, foraging for vibrant fruit. With a sudden thud, Zhen collapsed onto the ground, her taut nerves finally unwinding, leaving her utterly exhausted. It took at least 10 minutes for her to regain her composure. Fat man, I will make you understand that wisdom surpasses brute force. Zhen glared into the depths of the vibrant forest, her fists clenched in determination as she leaned against the tree trunk. The memory of Zhou Chuan's iron grip on her chest ignited a fiery pain within her, and a flush of vibrant crimson crept across her cheeks. The following day, the entire campus buzzed with discussions surrounding the enigmatic figure known as Empire No. 1. Anticipation mounted for the moment when the slaughterer would challenge this personage. No one believed that Empire No. 1 would shy away from confrontation. His actions had made it abundantly clear that he was not one to retreat. Of course, Zhou Chuan remained blissfully unaware of this. His world was small, and aside from his designated study hours, the person he conversed with most was Xiaohe, who stuttered through their conversations while Zhou Chuan predominantly listened. Xiaohe is currently enveloped in a profound anguish, an ineffable torment that weighs heavily upon him. Each time that man visits, Xiaohe becomes increasingly haggard. Aside from the essential courses at school, he virtually confines himself within that room. This room, which Zhou Chuan has entered on several occasions, is entirely dominated by light brains, with even the balcony cluttered with them. On one occasion, Xiaohe called upon Zhou Chuan to assist in securing the piled light brains to save space for additional broken secondhand devices. Zhou Chuan, however, is indifferent to Xiaohe's plight. His life remains unchanged by anyone else's troubles. In fact, over the past 2 months, apart from occasional exchanges with Xiaohe, Zhou Chuan has merely nodded at a group of muscular fitness enthusiasts, though he considers Su Yulan a friend as well. The restoration of the eye has become a priority. Utilizing data acquired from the school's main control light brain yesterday, Zhou Chuan began searching for alternative metals for the replacement. This endeavor is exceedingly complex. Finding suitable substitute metals involves meticulous calculations of strength, toughness, and weight, leaving little room for selection. During his time in the academic building, aside from fulfilling his regular duties, he dedicates all his time to the eye. In the afternoon, that man came to take a glance, uttering not a single word before departing, clearly lacking confidence in Zhou Chuan's ability to restore the mech. After lunch, Zhou Chuan hurried to the maintenance building, needing to reassess the components that required replacement, analyze the metal composition using a metal analyzer, measure its properties, and then seek out replacement parts or forge them himself. Xiao Huan is quite busy. Upon entering the building, he noticed a group of girls chattering animatedly on a row of worn-out sofas at the entrance. He sees these girls gather daily at lunchtime, as the maintenance department affords them special treatment, allowing them to dine before the boys. Thus, when Zhou Chuan finished his meal, they had already arrived. It was Zhen who called out to him. Zhou Chuan glanced at her and nodded subtly. "Have you eaten?" she inquired. "Yes, just checking. You seem busy," she replied with a radiant smile, nonchalantly brushing her porcelain-like neck, where a dark purple bruise marred her fair skin. Zhou Chuan turned to leave, furrowing his brow as he did so. Zhen's reaction was not what he had hoped to witness. In her gaze, he perceived not fear, but rather a provocative challenge. Soon enough, he dismissed these thoughts and immersed himself in the intense work of restoration, oblivious to Zhen passing by him several times. Life continued its monotonous course. After dinner, Zhou Chuan trained in Room 7, only to find Su Yulan absent that day. He was unconcerned, as her training attendance was erratic and her presence did not affect his regimen. "Grandfather, why don't you meet with him?" Su Yulan asked, focused on the holographic screen where Zhou Chuan's figure dashed about, weaving through the luminous projections with dizzying agility. "I am too old," the elder replied, shaking his head. "Then why observe him?" "Sujulan guidit, Basiv. I am aging and wish to find someone to look after you." "Ah, you can't possibly mean that, fat man." "Can you, grandfather?" Su Yulan exclaimed in shock. "Haha, it's merely temporary, just for your sake. I haven't left Rydell Planet in many years. I long to venture out and reunite with some old friends. But you can't entrust me to that cold, fat man. Can you? Let us set that aside for now. Tell me, what is your greatest ambition?" The elder inquired with a smile. "To be a soldier," Su Yulan declared, puffing out her slender chest with pride. "What kind of soldier?" "A battleship commander. My greatest dream is to personally command a starship." "Haha, then you ought to investigate." As even the smallest commanders alongside generals are battleship commanders, the elder affectionately ruffled Su Yulan's hair. Ah, Gonfati. You don't truly believe that fat man could ever become a figure like a general, do you? Su Yulan looked at him in astonishment. I never said that. He chuckled. It's merely speculation, a gamble. Do you understand? How is this related to gambling? It is, well, allow me to share an ancient Earth anecdote. Over a millennium ago, many nations thrived on ancient Earth, and a popular gambling activity emerged. This was not limited to mere betting, but extended into political gambits. For instance, certain conglomerates would gather data on grassroots workers, seeking out those with potential to offer them housing, benefits, and wealth. At that time, these workers held no power, and it was but a modest investment. They would be deeply moved, and when they eventually attained power, it became a harvest season for those large corporations, yielding returns 100, 1,000, even 10,000-fold. Isn't that bribery? Suyulan Sukolfud, Pursin Hadips. One could argue that it is. But this form of investment is far more intriguing and carries emotional weight. If one is astute, they can invest modestly yet reap substantial rewards, which is why many corporations persist in this practice. However, my child, often opportunities must be seized by oneself. Success hinges on your own efforts. Grandfather may not have many years left. Time is fleeting, and I truly wish to explore. I cannot accompany you forever. You are no longer a child. You must cultivate your independence and survival skills. Do you understand? I understand. One heir, this person, barring unforeseen circumstances, possesses boundless potential. Consider, only 2 such individuals have emerged in a century. Of course, this is not the crux. The crucial matter is that the general has already been sentenced to execution, and the empire is in chaos. Being by his side is far safer than remaining with me. The edifice is crumbling. The elder's murky gaze held a hint of wistfulness as he sighed. Su Yulan opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Recognizing that her grandfather had cared for her for 14 years, it was time for him to rest. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, who had completed his training according to his schedule, he made his way to the heavy equipment area. Now, Zhou Chuan's training extended beyond mere dumbbells. Resistance bands and barbells had been incorporated into his regimen. Upon arriving at the heavy equipment training room, he found a throng of muscular men engaged in both exercise and conversation. Xiao Huan, let us see how your weight loss efforts are faring today. Xin Yuanba greeted him with a grin as Zhou Chuan entered. Although he seldom spoke, they subconsciously regarded him as one of their own. How do you want to see? Zhou Chuan did not decline. Ha, just take off your shirt and train, and the brothers will know. Sound good. Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow. He was not accustomed to training without a shirt, especially with the layer of fat he had accumulated. Aside from occasional sauna visits, he never trained shirtless like others did. Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's agreement, the group erupted with excitement. For fitness enthusiasts, the utmost achievement lies in transforming layers of flabby flesh into well-defined muscles akin to steel plates. Recently, the fervent training of Zhou Chuan has captivated onlookers, who cheer him on with an eagerness that surpasses his own. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuan swiftly removes his shirt. In Chapter 85, where a scholar meets a soldier, reason fails to articulate the scene. Observing Zhou Chuan's bare torso, the crowd's expressions shift to one of disappointment. Although his belly has noticeably shrunk and the fat beneath his skin has diminished considerably, his muscles lack definition. The contours appear soft and coupled with his fair skin. The sharpness of sculpted muscles is regrettably absent. Noticing the disheartened faces around him, Zhou Chuan smiles and begins his training, setting modest expectations for himself. Progressing gradually suffices. Today, Zhou Chuan has elevated his dumbbell weight to a formidable 40 kilograms. While this weight may not be extraordinary, it is quite impressive within the confines of the school. To the astonishment of onlookers, the 40-kilogram dumbbell appears as effortless in his grasp as the 30-kilogram one, even resembling the 10-kilogram weight. He maintains an expression of ease. Xin Yuan, look at his muscles. Lu Haijun suddenly nudges his companion, Xin Yuanba. At this moment, the crowd has diverted their attention from Zhou Chuan, engrossed in their own activities. What? Xin Yuanba's gaze shifts to Zhou Chuan, and his expression becomes one of bewilderment. As the crowd notices both Xin Yuanba and Lu Haijun staring blankly at Zhou Chuan, they too turn their attention towards him. The atmosphere in the heavy equipment training zone grows peculiarly tense, as a group of muscular men watch Zhou Chuan train with wide eyes, oblivious to their scrutiny. Indeed, those are muscles. A collective gasp arises as they observe the sinewy muscles beneath Zhou Chuan's skin, pulsating as though imbued with life. Under the bright lights, he engages in vigorous, repetitive motions, his muscles seemingly resurrecting, with his abdominal muscles protruding like solid plates, concealing boundless strength. To their astonishment, once Zhou Chuan concludes his training, the pronounced muscles vanish as if they had never existed. In 1 hour, he executed 5,400 repetitions, averaging 1.5 movements per second, an intense display of physical exertion. As he nears the end of his training, the muscular men are left to ponder how many more repetitions Zhou Chuan could manage if he were to continue. Some have attempted Zhou Chuan's training regimen, but even 10 minutes of such vigorous activity proved insurmountable, as muscles are prone to strain from excessive speed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Chuan dons his shirt with satisfaction. Although a modicum of fat remains, he is merely slightly overweight. His towering stature makes it seem as if he has not shed much weight, and notably, his facial fat diminishes at a much slower rate than that of his body. Do you think, if unrestricted by time, how many repetitions could Zhou Chuan accomplish? How long could he endure? Asked Sun Hayes, observing Zhou Chuan's departing silhouette. The crowd shook their heads, unable to provide an answer. All matters concerning Zhou Chuan's strength and endurance remain an unsolved enigma. During training, he resembles an indefatigable machine. Little do they realize, Zhou Chuan himself is unaware that his greatest asset is not explosive power, but rather astonishing stamina, a fact he recognized upon entering this physique. Despite his curiosity, he acknowledges that while strong endurance is advantageous, in the theater of war, it is not a marathon, but rather speed that ultimately determines victory. Whether in the ancient era of cold weapons on Earth or the modern age of advanced technology, the demand for speed in warfare has always prevailed. Just as the advantages of swift mechs become evident in combat, so too do space vessels require sublight speeds to navigate through space-time. Upon entering the simulation cockpit, Zhou Chuan refrains from repairing the Nor X-33. Regardless of its past glories, the X-33 will never ascend to the ranks of premier mechs. Its sluggish engine and energy consumption constrain its potential. Zhou Chuan's repeated use of the X-33 was not aimed at transforming it into a combat weapon, as its numerous deficiencies instilled a sense of self-destruction during battle. In his 8 encounters, the X-33 has consistently emerged victorious at the cost of severe damage, a strategy that is untenable on the battlefield. Driving the X-33 would be tantamount to suicide. Modifying the X-33 merely serves as a crucial step in enhancing his foundational knowledge of mechs. Presently, Zhou Chuan's ambition is to focus on the Z. He inserts a smart card into the main optical brain S port and begins inputting data on the Z. In recent days, apart from metal analysis, he has completed all mapping tasks, establishing a comprehensive database for the Z. While he is uncertain about identifying the original metals used for the mech, he is acutely aware of the value and scarcity of certain rare metals. Thus, his only recourse is to assess the required metal strength through combat and subsequently seek alternative materials. Though it appears a straightforward challenge, it is, in fact, an extensive and intricate project. Zhou Chuan must meticulously document every data point during combat, including friction generated by movement and aerodynamics, and then rely on the school's main control optical brain for simulations to derive the final restoration data. Currently, Zhou Chuan's greatest predicament lies in his inability to participate in every combat match. The virtual combat competitions at school have evolved significantly. Previously, numerous virtual rooms were available for students to hone their skills. However, research has indicated that such frequent competitions offer little enhancement to students' combat prowess. Through optimization via the optical brain, the school now regulates virtual combat to a single room, open from morning until 11 at night. Due to the high number of participants and a random selection process, many individuals find themselves waiting indefinitely for an opportunity. Nevertheless, this system has inadvertently heightened students' enthusiasm for combat. With only one combat room available, the audience has swelled, as each individual harbors a fervent desire to shine before thousands, if not tens of thousands, of spectators. Some have become more dedicated, striving to refine their skills for that moment of brilliance. Undoubtedly, this learning model is more scientific. Every combat match is meticulously recorded and analyzed, leading to a significant enhancement in the overall fighting skills of the students. This educational approach has rapidly gained traction in various locales, and now, whether in private or public universities, it is widely implemented. Indeed, this model is a primary factor contributing to the staggering disparity in combat frequency among individuals, with some engaging in thousands of battles while others scarcely reach a few hundred or even just dozens. Those who registered earlier tend to have a higher number of fights. For instance, the one who has amassed thousands of combat encounters, like the infamous Slaughter, is a case in point. Conversely, individuals with fewer battles are primarily those who registered after the shift in combat methodology. After inputting the data for the Yaji, the central control computer swiftly simulated a brand new model of the mech, which bore an almost identical appearance to the one in the maintenance building. With the sole distinction being the metal composition, Zhou Chuan was unable to decipher the metallic elements of that mech, and thus, he resorted to the most rudimentary method of gradually optimizing it through combat matches. Observing the empty arms of the Yaji, Zhou Chuan promptly designed a blue and white long spear, crafted from highly flexible lightweight steel, its lines elegant and simple, a hallmark of Zhou Chuan's style. He believed that a weapon should be a weapon. If aesthetics compromised efficiency, it would cease to be a weapon and instead become mere artistry. For the vividly colored alloy shield, he opted for a composite primarily made of ancient earth manganese steel, renowned for its exceptional toughness. To disguise the mech's resemblance to the Yaji, Zhou Chuan painted the entire mech in diagonal black and white stripes, reminiscent of a zebra. This design easily induces visual illusions, particularly during high-speed movement, giving the impression of uncertainty in the observer's gaze. Of course, these modifications were merely the beginning. Zhou Chuan completely sealed off the thrusters at the rear of the mech, as ground combat did not require them. The resplendent alloy shield was also coated in a heavy black hue, and he adorned several inconspicuous metallic spikes on various parts of the mech for camouflage. It was complete. Gazing at the holographic screen displaying the drastically altered Yaji, Zhou Chuan stretched his limbs in satisfaction. He paid little mind to the cartoonish zebra stripes on the mech. For him, the aesthetic appeal of the mech was of little consequence. What mattered was its lethality. In truth, Zhou Chuan spent very little time modifying this mech. As he merely needed to input the data, he did not intend to alter it, but rather to restore it to its original form. Now, he contemplated ways to participate in combat matches daily. Beep! The electronic chime echoed as Zhou Chuan entered the virtual combat chamber, where he immediately noticed that he need not ponder this issue, for the once empty virtual hall was now devoid of any mechs. On the virtual arena stood a pitch-black combat mech, silently poised. Now, the Imperial No. 1 faces off against the Sky Butterfly Dance, with both mech models currently unknown. As the electronic sound reverberated, the previously vacant virtual hall was suddenly filled with spectators observing the combat mechs. Zhou Chuan could scarcely fathom that due to his rigid schedule. The students had decided in the chat room to leave a formidable challenger for the Imperial No. 1 at 1/2 the hour, then collectively exit the combat chamber, re-entering only after the Imperial No. 1 had engaged in the combat program. Zebra, Fanny, who had been anxiously fixated on the holographic screen, gaped in astonishment as the Imperial No. 1 entered the combat chamber. It wasn't just her. Zhenjin and Xinga shared equally dazed expressions. Since the advent of virtual combat matches, none had ever witnessed a mech adorned with zebra stripes. It appeared less like a formidable combat machine and more akin to a child's toy. Ha ha ha, Zhenjin, seated in the cockpit, erupted into laughter. Cough cough, Zhenjin, what are you doing? Fanny, standing beside Zhenjin, widened her eyes in disbelief. Having known Zhenjin for years, but never witnessing such an unrestrained display of mirth. Moreover, she noticed that Zhenjin seemed oddly bundled in multiple layers of clothing, despite the weather being quite warm. Zhenjin suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson as she hastily covered her mouth. The sight of the Imperial No. 1's mech immediately conjured an image of the corpulent and imposing Zhou Chuan, entirely painted in zebra stripes, which had provoked her uncontrollable laughter. Look, I don't understand you. Is it that amusing? Fanny gently massaged Zhenjin's shoulders. Oh, Zhenjin shrank back, stifling her laughter. Nickname, Sky Butterfly Dance. Gender, confidential. Age, confidential. Registration time, year 3334. Participation count, 1, 382 times. Wins, 1, 310 times. Losses, 10 times. This astonishing win rate is hardly inferior to that of another prominent mech combat expert, Fire Phoenix, at the school. The Imperial No. 1 ascended onto the virtual arena, wielding a traditional spear measuring 13 meters in length. The combat chamber fell into a profound silence, as everyone was eager to discover how long the undefeated legend of the Imperial No. 1 could endure. Each individual was curious whether the Imperial No. 1 was simply fortunate. The atmosphere was palpably tense, reminiscent of an impending storm. In fact, the appearance of Zhou Chuan surprised many, as they had grown accustomed to seeing him pilot the arachnid-like Nur X-33. Witnessing him operate a genuine combat mech before their eyes was disconcerting, especially with its peculiar zebra paint scheme, which which evoked an uncanny feeling that elicited laughter, yet left them unable to express it. In one of the simulated cockpits, a girl was nervously observing the holographic display. She was indeed Sky Butterfly Dance, having volunteered for this match. She was absolutely confident in her ability to triumph over the Imperial No. 1, for she piloted the finest combat mech available. This mech had been designed by thousands of engineers, and she had dominated her opponents at the Starry Sky Mech University, relying solely on this classified mech with undisclosed data. Heavy Metal V9. This was an unreleased mech, the pinnacle of Tier 3 combat mechs. In terms of combat technology, Heavy Metal V9 had surpassed many Tier 4 mechs, showcasing its extraordinary performance. Undoubtedly, when combat skills are relatively equal, possessing an exceptional mech provides a decisive advantage. What troubled Sky Butterfly Dance was that the opponent's mech appeared to be anything but standard market fare, making it impossible to ascertain its tier or access relevant data. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Chuan was equally uncertain about how to categorize the Yaji within the mech tiers. However, he was certain that the Yaji was superior to Tier 3 mechs. This is a significant flaw in the virtual combat chamber of Xinghan Mecha University, one that is impossible to rectify. Within the central control brain of the university, the input data only recognizes mechas that are commercially available. Those that remain obscure are not displayed, although the control brain can discern and categorize based on technical parameters. This limitation severely undermines the modification interests of many students. It is well known that numerous students are capable of enhancing the technical specifications of a Level 3 mecha to meet Level 4 standards. Such restrictions would undoubtedly stifle a considerable number of modification prodigies. As a fundamental course of the school, modification and combat aim to transform the impossible into the possible, which has inadvertently created a loophole in the programming that allows for cheating. Of course, this loophole is not accessible to everyone. No one wishes to expose their secret mecha to the public domain. The development of a mecha model results from the collaboration of thousands of technicians. And if its design and certain technical parameters are leaked before mass production, it would incur immense financial losses in the commercial sector. Xian Divu is an exception. She frequently unveils a newly designed mecha to participate in combat matches. In school, her identity remains an enigma, with no one knowing who she truly is. Many speculate that she is the daughter of a magnate from a certain conglomerate, as it is exceedingly rare for an individual to design a mecha capable of real combat performance, especially someone like Tian Dai Wu, who seems to change her mecha as easily as one changes clothes. Even a genius would find it implausible to consistently design exceptional combat mechas, considering that many individuals may only design a single mecha in their lifetime. As she gazed at the elongated, streamlined ancient spear, Tian Dai Wu felt an overwhelming pressure. Currently, she was at a disadvantage within her mecha, and judging by the Imperial No. 1's past illustrious performances, her opponent's combat skills appeared superior. Dame Imperial Número 1, Dame Sebra. The girl in the cockpit pouted in frustration, striking the main control panel with force. Suddenly, her glossy black mecha sprang into action, emitting a dazzling aura of shimmering light. Energy shield. The combat chamber erupted in astonishment, with some vociferously denouncing Tian Dai Wu's actions. Good grief, this cheating is far too blatant. A Level 3 mecha could never possess an energy shield. Only advanced mechas of Level 4 and above could boast such features. I don't care. I want to win. The girl in the cockpit resolutely declared, ignoring the cacophony of protests. Her fingers danced across the main control panel, and, in an instant, her sleek black mecha surged forward like a streak of black lightning, charging at Zebra. In that fleeting moment, a blade of light, solid as reality, cleaved towards Imperial No. 1 with astonishing speed. Light sword. What the hell? Once again, the crowd erupted in outrage. Those who had initially hoped for Tian Dai Wu's victory over Imperial No. 1 now turned against her, exclaiming that her blatant cheating was intolerable. The light sword was a weapon that even Level 4 mechas might not possess, and now, right upon entering the arena, both the energy shield and light sword had made their appearances. This was no longer a combat match. It was a one-sided massacre. The crowd was incensed, and Tian Dai Wu had incited public fury. With her lips pursed, Tian Dai Wu waved her hands energetically, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of others, as her focus lay solely on her own victory. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You were the one who switched out that spider. I don't have time to play around with you. Tian Dai Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Zebra. Her face flushed with anticipation as she envisioned cleaving her opponent in two with a single strike. Following her victory in this match, she would retreat from the limelight, becoming a legend at Xinghan Mecha University. A triumphant smile graced her face. Such incredible speed. Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted sharply as Tian Dai Wu's mecha closed the distance of 200 meters in an instant, the light sword slicing down with the force of thunder. Just as it was about to connect, Zhou Chuan's hand, like a wisp of shadow, glided across the main control panel. The previously immobile Yi suddenly shifted with fluid grace, moving 5 meters to the right. However, despite the movement, the left arm raised, and the heavy alloy shield collided head-on with the light sword. Bang! Sizzle! The light sword struck the alloy shield, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. Following this, the heavy shield emitted a disheartening cracking sound, indicating that its material could not withstand the formidable light sword, whose edge was as tangible as reality. The potency of a light sword is determined by its density. Poorly constructed swords appear as mere illusions, with inadequate cutting power. However, a blade with a solid edge indicates an advanced activator and an extraordinary energy source. Simultaneously, it became evident that the alloy shield was insufficient, as Zhou Chuan had not anticipated the need to defend against such offensive weaponry. To elaborate further, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. At the moment the alloy shield shattered, the blue and white ancient spear surged towards the black mecha with astonishing swiftness. Beep! Tian Dai Wu's virtual helmet sounded an alert, yet she remained blissfully unaware, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She relished the feeling of overwhelming dominance in battle. With her energy shield, she felt impervious to Zebra's spear. Immersed in sheer exhilaration, she swung her light sword through the air, confident that a single strike would spell doom for her opponent. The instructors in the simulation cockpit were left dumbfounded. Almost simultaneously, a phrase echoed in their minds. A scholar encounters a soldier. Reason is futile. Clearly, Tian Dai Wu exemplified the unreasonable soldier. In this moment, many spectators found themselves sympathizing with Imperial No. 1, as losing under such circumstances would be both unjust and inexplicable. The battle intensified. The analytical capabilities of Yizi's control brain were remarkably advanced, with numerous visual capture components embedded in its seamless steel structure, capable of tracking and analyzing every movement of the opponent, ultimately providing valuable information for the combatant. Bang! 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 The resounding clashes echoed throughout the arena. Xian Divu, now irate with embarrassment, found herself frustrated as the zebra-like mecha evaded her light sword with the grace of a fish. Each time she aimed to strike, it slipped away by mere inches, leaving her vexed and agitated. She swung her light sword with all her might, hacking, stabbing, slicing, and smashing. Beep! The control brain emitted yet another alert, marking the 12th time it had done so. This meant that the slender, elegant ancient spear had struck Tian Dai Wu's mecha a total of 12 times. Yet she remained oblivious. I have an energy shield. Who am I afraid of? Oomph. At present, Tian Dai Wu harbors an intense animosity toward the zebra, wishing fervently to capture it and dismantle it piece by piece to relieve her pent-up resentment. Despite her mecha's undeniable advantage in territory, she finds herself unable to seize that cunning creature. Tian Dai Wu has categorized the Imperial No. 1 as a treacherous and sly individual. A person who stands still, inviting her to strike, is evidently a straightforward and honest character. Bang! The spear once again pierced the crystalline energy shield, which momentarily quivered before returning to its pristine state. Zhou Chuan maneuvered his mecha with agility, evading the frenzied assaults of the lightsaber, and could not help but sigh. This marked the 13th time he had struck at the black mecha. Yet the adversary's energy shield had dulled only slightly. If he hesitated even for a heartbeat, the shield would swiftly regain its brilliant clarity. Clearly, the design of his spear was a failure. Its material was subpar and its weight inadequate. Had the spear's heft met the requirements, the sheer physical force alone could have breached the opponent's energy shield. It appeared that lightweight steel was ill-suited for crafting spears, as neither its material nor weight could satisfy the demands. Zhou Chuan was not at ease. He had not activated the energy protective shield, thus could not withstand the opponent's lightsaber directly. Moreover, even if he had engaged the shield, it might not endure the high-density lightsaber. Hence, every movement he made was executed with great caution. This was a match that left the audience in a state of vexation. Yet it was precisely the kind of contest Zhou Chuan relished, for he needed to gather data on the Yazi. Such high-intensity confrontations could reveal myriad flaws. At the very least, he had discerned that the alloy shield's material could not withstand the lightsaber. The weight of the traditional spear was insufficient, and the metal at Yazi's elbow joints had already shown signs of fatigue. Clearly, improvements were necessary in that area. The data was gradually accumulating. No one knew that Zhou Chuan was testing the mecha's data. In the eyes of many, he was merely a frantic figure dodging attacks in the arena. Boom! The alloy shield was utterly shattered by Tian Dai Wu, splintering into countless fragments with a thunderous crash. Surveying the debris strewn about, a satisfied smile crept across Tian Dai Wu's face. She reveled in the sensation of violent destruction and the pleasure of watching her opponent flee in terror. Though she suffered the occasional jab from him, it felt trivial, akin to a mere tickle. Zhenzhen, who do you think will win? Fanny inquired, resting her shoulder on Zhenzhen's. I can't tell. Zhenzhen hesitated. Why not? Fanny asked, puzzled. The Imperial #1 must have ways to defeat Tian Dai Wu. At least if it were me, I would have a strategy, Zhenzhen reflected. If you were in the current situation, could you defeat Tian Dai Wu? Singer scoffed. As a martial arts expert, he easily recognized that Tian Dai Wu had reached an invincible stance, even if she could not conquer Imperial #1. Defeat was out of the question. This match was widely predicted to end in a draw. In the virtual combat chamber, an intelligence system was programmed such that if the battle exceeded half an hour, the AI would automatically withdraw both parties from the combat program, declaring a draw to conserve time. Presently, 20 minutes had elapsed. Yes, Zhenzhen declared without hesitation. What about Fanny? It seems she is eager to know if there's still a way to defeat Tian Dai Wu under these circumstances. She mused, sharing Singer's perspective. Tian Dai Wu's combat skills are not particularly high. She relies solely on her advanced mecha. This individual exhibits a rather impulsive temperament, as evidenced by her attack frequency. If it were me, I could completely master the rhythm of the fight. Once I control the situation, I would relentlessly assault one particular area of the mecha. No matter how sophisticated the energy shield, if a single point is subjected to sustained, intense attacks, the shield's defensive capabilities will significantly diminish over time, allowing me to breach it. Ridiculous. Attack a single area continuously? Do you think the opponent is a fool? Singer mocked. If it were you or Fanny, Imperial no. One would undoubtedly be at a loss. However, Tian Dai Wu is different. She is utterly unconcerned about how many times she is struck. As you have seen, she possesses unwavering confidence in her mecha. She has not even considered the issue of defense. Within a mere 20 minutes, her mecha has been hit 17 times. Her sole focus is on defeating Imperial #1 within this half hour. Singer and Fanny exchanged glances, realizing for the first time that Zhenzhen's intellect far surpassed their expectations. Zhenzhen could deduce the opponent's thoughts from their movements, while their observations seldom considered the mindset of the mecha operator. Look at starting, Zhenzhen exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the holographic screen. Everyone's gaze immediately fixed on the holographic display. At that moment, the wind direction in the virtual arena shifted unexpectedly. The Imperial #1, which had predominantly employed evasive tactics, suddenly unleashed a barrage of strikes with a spear that seemed to materialize from thin air, darting toward Tian Dai Wu's mecha like bolts of lightning. Each thrust found its mark on the engine compartment with unerring precision, causing the energy shield to dim at a visibly rapid pace. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. Beep, beep. The lights on Tian Dai Wu's holographic interface incessantly alerted her to incoming attacks, igniting a surge of fury within her. She began to swing her lightsaber with increasing ferocity, attempting to hunt her opponent down across the arena. Yet, it seemed as though he could predict her every move. Each of her attacks narrowly missed its target. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Please note, the energy shield is under high-intensity attack, and energy levels are insufficient. Recharging in 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Xian Divu Guspit. A phenomenon she had never encountered before. 3 seconds could very well determine life or death. Zhou Chuan surged forward, the spear crackling with the sound of thunder, thrusting it into the engine compartment of the now unprotected mecha with a force that seemed to shatter mountains. In those fleeting 3 seconds, he managed to strike at least 21 times. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a dazzling array of sparks into the air. Just as Tian Dai Wu, astonished, registered the scene, an immense shockwave interrupted her thoughts, causing her to feel as if her body were soaring. The pain receptors in her body contorted her delicate visage into one of agony, gazing at the immobilized mecha, now devoid of power on the virtual arena. Zhou Chuan cast a glance at his now bare spear inside. It seemed that this weapon had reached the end of its service, had it not been for Yazi's momentum. This spear would never have penetrated the armored engine compartment. Instantly, the zebra-striped mecha vanished from the virtual combat chamber. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sight of the incapacitated mecha. The combat style of Imperial #1 had transformed completely. In previous bouts, It had been a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while sustaining 800 losses, with battles of exceedingly short duration. Yet today, Imperial no. One faced a high-ranking mecha equipped with a lightsaber and energy shield without sustaining a scratch. This was nothing short of astonishing. Bang! The sound of heavy objects crashing echoed from within the simulated cockpit. Tian Dai Wu glared furiously at the shattered simulation helmet lying on the ground, stamping on it several times with palpable disdain. Just as the helmet struck the earth, a cacophony of clicking sounds echoed from the simulation cockpit. A mechanism of the main control AI, capturing evidence for compensation purposes. Imperial One, I will not rest until we are at odds. She seethed. What are you photographing? Is it merely for the sake of monetary compensation? With a venomous glare directed at the cockpit surveillance cameras, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Zhen, you truly devised a method to deal with Tian Dai Wu. How impressive! Fanny exclaimed, her admiration palpable. Imperial One is even more formidable. He incited her fury from the outset, causing her to lose her composure. Though I conceived a similar strategy, I was a step behind. Zhen shook her head, a contemplative expression illuminating her bright eyes. You're already remarkable, Fanny reassured her. Sister Fanny, I have a personal matter to attend to. Please continue your discussion. Review the combat footage we just witnessed. It will be immensely beneficial. Of course, you handle your affairs. Let us analyze this situation. Such opportunities are rare, especially since it seems Imperial One has never taken this long to conclude a battle. Fanny nodded in agreement. See you tomorrow. Every day. Upon Zhen's departure, the others immediately convened in the chat room, eager to share Zhen's insights. Chapter 87. I can elevate you to the pinnacle of power. At this juncture, the chat room buzzed with fervor as many engaged in spirited discussions regarding the recent conflict. The excitement was palpable. Although history is replete with instances of inferior mechs triumphing over superior ones, witnessing such a disparity in real life was unprecedented. Typically, the mechs competing in school tournaments exhibit some variance in power, but the magnitude of today's difference was unparalleled. In fact, it was the first time high-end weaponry, such as energy swords and shields, had been employed in a virtual combat scenario. The moment Zhen's commentary was posted, it sparked a frenzy. Few anticipated that Imperial One's initial move was to provoke Tian Dai Wu. Some students' adoration for Imperial One had reached an almost nauseating level. This battle became a classic at Starry Sky Mecha University, further solidifying Imperial One's status as the unrivaled combat champion. For centuries to come, the holographic footage of this duel would serve as a quintessential example of the underdog triumphing over the formidable, becoming a staple of the university's curriculum. With many new students required to view this legendary battle, Zhou Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the chatroom's excitement. Engrossed in a rigorous analysis of the recently recorded combat hologram via the school's main control AI, he meticulously optimized the data, identifying numerous areas for improvement. Discovering that the mech required enhancements in hundreds of locations, primarily concerning the joints where the metallic structure could not withstand the mech's weight. Through computational analysis, Zhou Chuan discerned a critical flaw in the mech. It was top-heavy, with the lower structure unable to support the upper weight. After merely half an hour of combat, signs of metal fatigue were evident in numerous areas of the mech. Clearly, the current materials were inadequate to meet the design specifications. After implementing several technical adjustments, Zhou Chuan glanced at the time. It was now late. This evening, the sky was remarkably clear. The artificial moon adjusted to a soft shade of blue, creating an extraordinarily pleasant ambience. In humanity's quest to conquer the cosmos, many planets initially proved inhospitable to human life, yet through advanced technology, numerous worlds have been transformed to mirror Earth-esque conditions. Over a century ago, Rydell lacked a natural moon. Subsequently, an artificial one was constructed to channel light from a distant star to Rydell, capable of adjusting its hue based on local weather, enhancing the night's beauty. Humanity's technological advancements now extend beyond mere lunar creation. Most inhabited planets have undergone alterations. For instance, planets deficient in water resources capture nearby comets to utilize their ice, while those with insufficient gravitational pull require massive generators to achieve habitable gravity. Furthermore, if a planet spins too rapidly, capturing satellites becomes necessary to regulate its rotational speed. Some planets, located in meteor belts, necessitate the construction of colossal particle cannons for defensive measures, while others deploy armed satellites to eliminate potential threats. All these transformation projects demand vast resources and labor, with capturing a satellite to stabilize rotation being an exceptionally costly endeavor, requiring precise calculations to avoid catastrophic consequences. such as earthquakes or tsunamis caused by excessive gravitational forces. Generally, the probability of discovering a planet suitable for human habitation without modification is less than 1 in 10,000. Should an exploration team stumble upon such a world, their fortunes would be forever secured. However, humanity will never locate a planet that mirrors Earth in its ideological essence. Its internal structure, crust, atmosphere, mountains, forests, rivers, and even its orbital velocity have all been meticulously crafted for human existence. Reaching a standard suitable for human habitation is nearly impossible. While many planets may not meet the ancient Earth-esque criteria, humans can still adapt. For instance, a planet with 48-hour days and 2-hour nights, basking in sunlight for 2 consecutive days, would typically remain unaltered unless environmental conditions necessitated. Time would merely be measured against Earth-esque standard. With a delightful crunch underfoot, Zhou Chuan strolled through the vividly colored woods, the sound resonating harmoniously. The recent period of study had allowed him to construct a comprehensive Mech framework in his mind. This did not imply an abundance of knowledge. Rather, it indicated that Zhou Chuan had developed a concrete understanding of Mech repair, modification, and design. 1. 2. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Zhou Chuan habitually began counting the small rodents, a practice serving as a form of training to enhance auditory acuity and the brain's ability to simulate environmental conditions. For example, if a mouse were to suddenly change direction while running, it might encounter a vibrant tree ahead. During this time, Zhou Chuan had meticulously mapped the distribution of the colorful trees within a several-kilometer radius based on the mice's activity patterns. Suddenly, he slowed his pace, gradually becoming imperceptible. At last, Zhou Chuan's figure melted into the shadows of the trees, enveloped in an area untouched by moonlight. The tranquil forest atmosphere shifted to one of eerie tension, a palpable sense of danger emanating from Zhou Chuan. The small rodents seemed to sense the impending threat, retreating into the foliage, peeking out cautiously with their fiery red eyes scanning the surroundings. As seconds ticked by, Zhou Chuan remained as motionless as a statue. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. Zhou Chuan's body appeared as if it were carved from stone. At last, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from 30 meters ahead, accompanied by the soft rustling of the patterned trees. From behind a massive patterned tree emerged a woman, her long hair flowing gracefully, her movements imbued with an ethereal lightness. It was Zhen, who wore a look of defeat upon her face, firmly believing that if she remained still, Zhou Chuan would undoubtedly stand there until dawn. The patience of this corpulent figure was a source of envy for her. Zhou Chuan, Zhen called out softly. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Chuan slowly stepped forward, each footfall heavy and burdened, emanating a palpable pressure that sent shivers through her. Finally, he stood before Zhen, less than 2 meters apart. His small eyes scrutinized her somewhat pallid face from a towering height. The air felt as though it had ignited, and Zhen found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His gaze was akin to an invisible hand tightening around her throat, rendering her breathless. I can't, she managed to utter at last, overwhelmed by the intangible psychological pressure as tears rolled down her cheeks. Under Zhou Chuan's unwavering gaze, Zhen began to remove her clothing, one piece at a time. 1, 2. Zhou Chuan suddenly realized that this woman seemed to be clad in an unusually large number of garments today. As she stripped away layer after layer, he lost count of how many pieces she had shed, only to discover that she still wore more. At last, Zhen's movements began to slow, her hands trembling as she reached the final garment, a bra. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She remained unable to fathom his thoughts. This was a grievous blow to her self-esteem. Enough. Zhou Chuan's cold voice pierced through her, observing her trembling hands and tear-streaked face. Zhen felt an instant release, and she began to sob, crouching down to retrieve her clothing. I did not instruct you to dress. Should you choose to don your garments again, I would not hesitate to violate a woman who is not particularly beautiful. Zhou Chuan stated matter-of-factly, his demeanor unervingly calm, as if discussing the mundane act of eating or drinking. A chill ran down Zhen's spine, a wave of dread seeping into every pore and cell of her being. Zhou Chuan's indifferent tone was laced with an ominous threat. Why do you persist in troubling me? Zhou Chuan's questions were always direct and effective. We are the same ilk, Zhen retorted. But Zhou Chuan's gaze remained fixed on her face, his icy aura seemingly cooling the very air around them. A formidable mental force surging forth like a tide. I will undress. Zhen felt as though a great weight pressed down upon her chest, her hands trembling as she struggled to unfasten the last clasp of her lingerie. As her ivory-like body was exposed to the air, it stood proudly, though not voluptuously, reflecting a gentle glow beneath the blue moonlight. Speak, Zhou Chuan commanded, gradually retracting his mental force. Fate has been exceedingly kind to you. Not only have you been bestowed with a keen intellect, but also with a robust physique. Zhan Zhan sighed, gently reattaching her bra. Noticing that Zhou Chuan did not object, a fleeting, mischievous smile crossed her face. She had triumphed. She had finally won a round. By risking her body, she had garnered the opportunity to draw closer to this formidable figure. Yet, simultaneously, she felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that her body held no allure for this man. Such a revelation left her feeling utterly defeated. Zhen Zhen even maliciously pondered whether Zhou Chuan had some physiological issue. However, she swiftly dismissed this notion, preferring to place the fault within herself. Perhaps her frail physique lacked any real appeal to men. Strangely, at that moment, Zhen Zhen found herself momentarily lost in thought. Your time is running short, Zhou Chuan remarked, unable to restrain himself as he observed Zhen Zhen's fleeting expressions of cunning and distraction, followed by her pitiful demeanor. Zhen Zhen jolted back to reality, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Speak. Zhou Chuan's impatience grew palpable. Zhou Chuan, I know you're a good person. You fear I will expose your identity, so you deliberately made me undress. After I have bared myself, in order to preserve my reputation, I won't reveal your secret, and you want to have to kill me. With a sudden snap, Zhou Chuan extended his right hand and tore apart Zhen Zhen's lingerie, leaving her exposed once more. With a swift motion, he drew her soft body into his embrace. Her form was squished painfully against him, and Zhen Zhen grimaced in anguish, gritting her teeth to suppress any sound. Yet, her trembling body betrayed her inner fear. Am I a good person? Zhou Chuan inquired, his gaze locked onto hers, each word deliberate as his massive hand kneaded her tender flesh without an ounce of compassion. The pair of delicate mounds beneath his grasp morphed into various shapes, quickly turning from alabaster to a deep crimson. You are not a good person. Zhen Zhen's face drained of color as she realized she had failed once more. She could not decipher this man's heart. It was harder than steel, and he could disrupt her plans at any moment. Zhen Zhen now fully believed that if necessary, this man would not hesitate to take her life. I truly have no interest in you. Zhou Chuan leaned down and gently licked Zhen Zhen's icy lips before releasing his powerful grip. Zhen Zhen collapsed to the ground, as limp as a rag doll. Now, you may speak. Zhou Chuan settled himself against the roots of a patterned tree, observing the sobbing Zhen Zhen with detached interest. You have won. You control the rhythm of this conversation. Zhen Zhen wiped away her tears with one hand while nursing the pain in her other, her expression one of profound grievance. Understand this. In the future, refrain from flaunting your cunning. It is better for a woman to remain simple, Zhou Chuan remarked coolly. May I put on my clothes now? Zhen Zhen had completely surrendered. She understood that without formidable physical backing, it was impossible for her to hold the upper hand in discourse with this man of superior intellect and strength, let alone provoke his interest. Should he wish to know something, he could simply seize her by the throat to compel her to speak. She had no advantages to leverage. Whether you dress or not makes no difference. I have seen all that I wish to see. I believe it is better for you to remain unclothed. Once you put on your clothes, that sense of intellectual superiority will inevitably arise, making you feel victorious once again. The chill of your nakedness will constantly remind you of your vulnerable position, Zhou Chuan stated nonchalantly. Zhen Zhen trembled with anger, yet found herself unable to refute him. Indeed, the psychological blow of being stripped bare was immense, and the notion of reclaiming her dignity seemed futile. She had never heard of anyone stripped of their autonomy, maintaining any semblance of dignity. Should I leave in silence? Zhou Chuan mused, yet you have repeatedly sought me out, presenting yourself for undressing. A rare smirk graced his face. Fine, I will speak, but do not interrupt me. Zhao Huan nodded. Long ago, I was aware that you were the Imperial #1, for I shared a room with Xian, who incessantly spoke of you. She recounted your exploits in the slums, particularly your confrontation with an individual who had wronged her, with great enthusiasm. Continue, commanded Zhou Chuan, his expression as stoic as ever. Through my observations of combat, I discerned that we belong to the same ilk. Oomph. Zhou Chuan let out a heavy snort. You once vowed not to interrupt me. Zhen Zhen wrapped her arms around her shoulders, trembling slightly, completely subjugated by Zhou Chuan's imposing presence. Continue. Zhao Huan nodded. In this world, aside from you and me, there is another soul akin to us. Alas, that person has perished, Zhen Zhen sighed. Who? She asked, her eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. The general? Zhou Chuan's expression remained as placid as water. Indeed, I attempted to reach out to him 2 years ago, but he was in a position of high authority and thus unreachable until he was ultimately executed. Zhen Zhen bowed her head in silence, and Zhou Chuan did not press her, patiently awaiting her words. He felt her heart racing, her emotions in turmoil, evidently preparing her thoughts. Finally, after a protracted silence, Zhen Zhen spoke. 2 years ago, I knew the general could not escape death. I could have saved him, yet I was unable to contact him. Why? Xiao Huan's brows furrowed. First, his unwavering loyalty to the throne. Second, his rigid demeanor. Third, his lack of allegiance to his subordinates. These three factors sealed his fate. Continue. Zhou Chuan inclined his head. Loyal subjects often embody foolish loyalty. In any era, a loyal subject must encounter a wise sovereign. Clearly, the emperor of the Ruthless Empire is not a sagacious ruler. He perceived the general's prowess as a threat to his reign. If the emperor were to risk war with the 5 great empires for the general's sake, I believe the alliance of the 5 great empires would hesitate to invade Ruthless, for the empire's strength remains formidable. Should war erupt, it would inevitably lead to cosmic chaos, and the outcome would be uncertain. The fact that the 5 great empires did not immediately invade Ruthless after the general's execution attests to the validity of my analysis. Wait, you mentioned a second point, Zhou Chuan interjected. Rigidity. The general's approach was inflexible. While such constancy offers advantages, it also provides enemies with opportunities. For instance, the 5 great empires recognized that the general would show no mercy towards terrorists. Thus, they invested heavily in fostering terroristic factions to oppose him. Ultimately, the general would face trial for crimes against humanity. Had he manipulated public opinion and utilized imperial law during his bloody crackdowns, although it may have taken time, public sentiment would not have turned against him. The third point. In truth, the first 2 points pale in significance. What truly matters is that the general lacked fiercely loyal subordinates. I anticipate many will dispute this assertion, yet it is the truth. When the general was executed, where were his subordinates? Do not claim they were bound by his orders. That is no excuse. Had they genuinely been loyal to him, they would not have been restrained by mere words, but would have sworn to rescue him at all costs. A rescue would necessitate a mutiny. And given the general's influence within the army, could the frail and incompetent emperor suppress such a rebellion? Clearly, the old emperor could not quell an army forged by the general. At that juncture, the emperor would have had no choice but to desperately support the general. Many might argue that the old emperor perished from grief at the general's execution, but I believe that is a ruse. The old emperor is likely living quite well, indulging in luxuries within the palace. The general's greatest weakness lay in his adherence to military law as the standard of conduct. Although he had countless fervent admirers, they merely idolized him, not pledged their loyalty. I have studied the brief addresses he delivered during his campaigns. He scarcely spoke of himself, focusing instead on the army's strict adherence to military law and loyalty to the emperor. This, evidently, sowed the seeds of disaster in the hearts of those impassioned soldiers. They revered the general, yet their allegiance lay with the emperor. When the general was executed, lacking the emperor's command, those soldiers could only watch helplessly as he was put to death. Do you recall the famed General Yu Fei of ancient Earth? Yes, speak. Yu Fei serves as a parallel to the general. Summoned back by 12 imperial edicts, he was wrongfully ensnared at the pavilion of wind and waves. The general's fate mirrors that of the second Yu Fei. General Yu commanded hundreds of thousands, yet he was falsely accused and imprisoned. Where were his fiercely loyal soldiers then? Where were the commanders? They merely stood by, offering no resistance. This highlights the issue of loyalty. Consider had hundreds of thousands of soldiers turned against their leaders, defying all odds, who would have dared to execute Yu Fei? Zhou Chuan gazed intently at Zhen Zhen, enveloped in a lengthy silence. Why do you share this with me? Zhou Chuan sighed and inquired. I wish to prevent history from repeating itself. Do you fear that I may become a figure akin to the general? Xiao Huan chuckled softly. The probability exceeds 80%. Zhen Zhen replied immediately, her conviction unwavering. Tell me your purpose. Given that we are of the same ilk, you must trust that my intellect cannot be swayed by a few of your words, convincing me that you would selflessly caution me against becoming a second general. Zhou Chuan erupted into hearty laughter. Zhen Zhen's gaze flickered, wavering as though in contemplation. The discussion is concluded. Zhou Chuan turned and strode away. I told you so. You lack the demeanor of a man, a miser. Seeing Zhou Chuan depart, Zhen Zhen stamped her foot in frustration. I believe your hands would be better placed upon your chest. Zhou Chuan turned, his gaze falling upon Zhen Zhen's exquisite bosom, the blue moonlight bathing her fair curves. casting a captivating and alluring glow. Zhen blushed deeply, her face flushing to her neck and ears, hastily enveloping her chest with her arms. Speak. I only have 3 years to live. The doctor has stated that I can survive at most for 3 years. Zhen's countenance darkened. Why? Xiao Huan's brow furrowed. Sensing the frailty of her life force, Zhen was not lying. Let us not dwell on my matters. Suffice it to say, I can only live for 3 years. Zhen clenched her teeth, a resolute expression gracing her features. Very well. I have known for a long time that my aptitude for calculation is extraordinary. However, due to my physical limitations, I have chosen to study the intricacies of power and strategy. Alas, as a woman, my body is incapable of cultivating martial arts, including spiritual strength, nor can it endure a virtual combat match. I harbor a singular ambition, to accomplish something monumental in my lifetime that will etch my name in history. I have devoted much time to this pursuit, placing all my hopes upon the general, for I know he needs me, and I, too, require him. I comprehend your intent. You wish to assist me in becoming a figure akin to the general. Indeed, I can elevate you to the status of a revered hero. I can propel you to the pinnacle of power. Zhen's eyes shimmered with fervor. I do not require your assistance. Xiao Huan decisively interrupted Jin's murmurs, turning sharply to leave. Zhen, with wide-open eyes, watched him depart without hesitation, momentarily caught off guard. Her expression frozen as she gazed at his silhouette gradually vanishing into the thicket. Bang! Zhen fell heavily to her knees, tears streaming down her face. I need you, she cried out with all her strength towards Zhou Chuan's retreating figure, her voice hoarse and tinged with despair. She was filled with knowledge, yet felt it would perish in silence. She was unwilling to accept it. Chapter 88. Rumors. The woods were desolate, an eerie quietness hanging in the air, with little mice scurrying about. Zhen, lost in confusion, stared at the tranquil forest, finally collapsing onto the ground. Her frail body curling up as her long, pale hands covered her face, weeping. For him, she had relinquished the dignity and shame that a woman should possess. Yet she had gained nothing in return. The man's heart was as unyielding as iron, his thoughts as intricate as a computer's logic. She could neither persuade him nor touch his heart. Perhaps, as he said, he did not need her. Why don't you come yourself? Suddenly, a deep voice shattered the silence. Zhen looked up in shock to see a plump face, cold and indifferent to the core, peering down at her, as if he were a deity presiding over life itself. Zhen felt her heart racing wildly. She knew her opportunity had arrived. I have time. Please be quiet for a moment. Every word you utter now will influence my decision. So choose your words carefully, Zhou Chuan said, handing her a piece of clothing. Zhen nodded through her tears, accepting the garment from Zhou Chuan and putting it on piece by piece, her movements painstakingly slow. She used the time to calm herself, to gather her thoughts, fully aware that this was her final chance. 5 minutes later, Zhen's emotions finally stabilized. She gently wiped her tears, a hint of wisdom returning to her face. In fact, I would prefer if you could speak to me while undressed. Your demeanor is too overbearing. I do not like a woman to be dominant in front of me, Zhou Chuan remarked coldly after observing Zhen, now neatly dressed. Chuan, I am exhausted. Zhen's body appeared frail. If you are tired, then sit, Zhou Chuan replied nonchalantly. Could you assist me? Zhen asked softly. Are you trying to create an illusion of your weakness for me? Zhou Chuan remained unmoved, his icy gaze fixed upon her. No, Zhou Chuan, it is not like that. I know my martial skills do not match yours, and my intelligence pales in comparison. The only area where I surpass you is in strategic cunning. But that holds no significance at present. I also understand that you do not trust me. I am too clever, and a woman who is somewhat foolish is more appealing. I am well aware of this, and I think your greatest concern is becoming my puppet. Ah, a puppet, Zhou Chuan nodded, appreciating her candidness. He disliked women who were deeply scheming. He preferred gentle, thoughtful, and taciturn women. Oddly, he found his mind drifting to that female guard, the one who silently followed him, and unexpectedly, the serene and elegant image of Mi Shui surfaced in his mind. Zhou Chuan, do you think I can control you? Zhen settled herself on a low tree root, gazing up at him. This position was deliberately chosen, allowing Zhou Chuan to look down at her without imposing psychological pressure. I have simulated this with a computer. The probability should exceed 10%. From Jiao Chan and to Ji Tiyang Guifei and Chen Yuanyuan. History has shown us that women are the least reliable of all primates. Zhen felt as though her throat was constricted, an overwhelming discomfort washing over her, almost choking her. This man was devoid of any semblance of romance, let alone emotional intelligence. His mind seemed solely preoccupied with the probability of events occurring. Moreover, your broader perspective is limited by your gender. Even if I were willing to let you assist me, I would not know what help you could provide. Zhou Chuan's voice was as calm as still water. I would like to hear your thoughts, Zhen said earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Firstly, your belief that a general should rally the troops with a mighty call is misguided. While such an act might temporarily evade death for the general, he ultimately cannot achieve greatness. He is flanked by the armies of 5 mighty empires and pursued by the old emperor readying his blades. Without a planet to serve as a strategic base, even 1,000,000 warships cannot sustain a war of attrition. Thus, even if the general were to rebel, he would meet his demise, bringing catastrophe to the Rydell Empire. It is certain that the moment he rebels, the Rydell Empire will crumble to dust. Zhen gazed at the rotund figure, expounding with fervor, momentarily lost in thought. Additionally, General Yu was unjustly executed at Fengguo Pavilion. His wrongful death has immortalized him as a military soul for millennia. If he were to raise the banner of rebellion, it would merely result in another grassroots emperor. Oftentimes, blind loyalty, though misguided, is a necessity. Had General Yu rebelled, the tens of thousands of fierce warriors behind him would have surged forth, spilling blood. What do you think General Yu should have chosen? Zhou Chuan's gaze fell upon Zhen's delicate face. Zhou Chuan, I ultimately cannot compare to you. Your vision is broader and more far-reaching. Yes, you do not need me. You do not need me. Zhen rose to her feet, her eyes vacant, murmuring as she walked towards the woods, resembling a soulless entity, her intelligence having faced an unprecedented blow. No, your understanding of the particulars is more meticulous than mine. Do not belittle yourself. Zhou Chuan observed Zhen's unsteady form, sensing that some strength had been drained from her. Is that so? Zhou Chuan, you need not comfort me. I understand. My body is not as robust as a man's. My vision does not reach as far. I cannot assist you. You truly do not need me. Zhen turned back, a pallid smile gracing her lips. Your body is quite weak. You need to rest. Zhou Chuan frowned at her ashen face. It's nothing. I could live for another 3 years. The doctor has already said so. Oh, by the way, Zhou Chuan, I know why you returned to speak with me. I understand. You fear I might harbor resentment towards you. You need not worry. Although my heart is not as expansive as a man's, nor my vision as far-reaching as yours, I would never engage in petty grievances. Moreover, I wish to witness how far you can go in my lifetime, hoping my judgment is not misplaced. Zhen's form gradually melded into the colorful shadows of the trees, exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude. Speak of your views on the situation, Zhou Chuan intoned deliberately. Do you pity me? Zhen halted, turning to face Zhou Chuan, her gaze filled with pride. She did not seek sympathy. She served those who needed her, not those who merely felt sorry for her. Zhou Chuan remained silent, simply observing Zhen. They locked eyes, a long silence enveloping them, the blue-white moonlight spilling over the forest, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary tranquility. Their gazes seemed to communicate, an indescribable understanding passing between them. They were of the same ilk. Do you need me? Zhen asked, her eyes igniting with fervor, her frail body seemingly infused with newfound strength, as if her very essence had been revitalized. No. Zhou Chuan shook his head. The once bright and lively gaze of Zhen suddenly dimmed. It is you who needs me, she said, looking at Zhou Chuan with a serene expression. Suddenly, a peal of laughter escaped Zhen's lips, and the vibrant forest around them seemed to glow with renewed brightness. The previously oppressive atmosphere lifted, and in response to her laughter, groups of little mice emerged from their hiding spots, peeking out with adorable curiosity. Zhou Chuan leaned against the tree trunk, observing Zhen with an impassive demeanor, his face devoid of any emotion despite her joyful smile. Let things unfold naturally, Zhen said lightly as she stepped gracefully in front of Zhou Chuan. Ever since the general's demise, the people of the Rydell Empire have been in disarray, facing storms from all sides. The 5 great empires are on high alert, while smaller nations are poised to take action. Recently, we have witnessed an increase in natural disasters, and formidable extraterrestrial beings have been detected in multiple star regions. Although these creatures pose little threat to humanity, they should not be underestimated, as minor incidents can lead to severe consequences. I believe we need not pursue anything too aggressively at this moment. We can simply wait for opportunities. Continue. Zhao Huan nodded. We can start preparing. Zhen pondered for a moment. We should spread rumors across the Interstellar network. claiming that the general is not dead and will return in another form. Once these rumors gain traction, they will create a powerful unity. When the opportunity arises, we can leverage the general's reputation to achieve great success swiftly. This is the most direct shortcut. Jinjin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. As Zhou Chuan's gaze fixed upon her, his deep eyes seemingly piercing into her soul, he remained motionless, like a statue, and she felt an immense psychological pressure. Ha ha! Very well. Zhou Chuan's laughter erupted, startling the little mice in his scattering. Jinjin stared at him in alarm, perplexed by his mirth. Was her suggestion flawed? Or was there a flaw in her reasoning? She racked her brain, searching for the error. Is there a problem? Jinjin's voice trembled, feeling her once proud intellect dwindling in the presence of this cold man. Zhou Chuan's every move and gaze left her feeling uncertain, and throughout the conversation, she could not seize the initiative. His slightest action or glance could halt her words and disrupt her rhythm. No, it is quite good. Let it be. A rare smile graced Zhou Chuan's face. Chapter 89. A pleasing touch. Did not just say, let things unfold naturally. Very well, Zhou Chuan replied, his expression returning to its usual coldness as he straightened his posture. Let unfold naturally. All right, let it be as it is, Zhou Chuan. If only you could shed a few pounds. Jinjin's eyes twinkled as she shifted the conversation. And what if I do? Zhao Huan inquired. Then I might just pursue you. Jinjin replied, a radiant smile gracing her face. The alluring blush on her pale cheeks was captivating enough to dim the brilliance of the colorful trees around them. You've fallen back into your old habits. Zhou Chuan stepped closer to Jinjin, unceremoniously grasping her delicate chin and lifting it with roughness. Jinjin felt a sensation akin to suffocation, her toes barely touching the ground. She had little recourse against his imposing presence. Her minor ploys to regain some dignity were futile, as he offered her no opportunity to reclaim it. Truth be told, you are quite beautiful. Your laughter is infectious. Although not substantial, it feels delightful. Zhou Chuan slowly released Jinjin, his gaze sweeping over her form before he strode away, quickly vanishing into the vibrant woods. Coughing to compose herself, Jinjin covered her chest with her hand, feeling her face flush with warmth, a deep crimson creeping down to her neck upon hearing his words. Her heart raced wildly as she watched his broad, retreating figure, feeling as though she might vomit blood. It seemed that in front of this man, any semblance of dignity was a distant dream. 3 years, she thought, momentarily dazed. 3 years is but a fleeting moment. Soon, Jinjin's disappointment faded, replaced by a radiant glow of determination. It was now the time to ignite the remaining spark of her life. The vigor that arises from having a goal is beyond imagination. When Zhou Chuan returned to his rented accommodation, it was already quite late. Jinjin had disrupted his routine. Mr. Xiao. As he inserted his card into the slot to open the glass door, the guard on duty, Philip, called out hesitantly, his expression filled with uncertainty. Zhou Chuan turned back. I believe we should be acquainted. Philip approached Zhou Chuan, his eyes fixated on his face as if searching for a clue. Are we not acquainted now, Mr. Philip? Zhao Huan replied calmly. No. We must have known each other before, but I cannot recall. I am certain of this. There is something familiar about you. Philip shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Philip, we have known each other since you began working as a security guard here. Do not overthink it. It is late. Zhou Chuan gently patted Philip on the shoulder before turning to enter through the glass door. As Philip watched the tall figure disappear into the elevator, a sudden jolt coursed through him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity flooding his heart. If he had been uncertain about knowing Zhou Chuan before, he was now convinced. The touch on his shoulder had stirred an excitement within him, as if he were on the verge of grasping something elusive. Who exactly is this man? While Philip was deep in thought, Zhou Chuan had already arrived at his room's door. Beep! The electronic sound echoed as he stepped into the living room. Ah, Brother Chuan! A startled exclamation rang out. The atmosphere in the living room froze abruptly. Little Black stood at his door, panic etched on his face, while behind him stood Karine, wrapped in a towel. It was evident to anyone that Karine was not wearing anything beneath that towel, and a hint of flushed desire colored her cheeks. Her damp hair tousled. Little Black was also disheveled. It was clear what had transpired between them, and it was evident that Karine had initiated the encounter. Karine quickly regained her composure, pushing past Little Black, raising her chin defiantly as she strutted towards Zhou Chuan, her ample bosom thrust forward. With a haughty huff, she stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Brother Chuan, Little Black stammered, his face flushed and violet, unable to meet Zhou Chuan's gaze as he stared down at his own toes. You need to take a shower and then rest. Zhou Chuan glanced at Little Black before striding into his own room. He was busy and had no time to meddle in others' private affairs. However, one thing perplexed Zhou Chuan. Corinne's gaze suggested she did not have feelings for Little Black. In fact, she seemed to harbor a faint disdain toward him. Why then? Had she engaged in a relationship with him? Zhou Chuan firmly believed that if Karen had not seduced Xiao He, even with a dash of courage, Xiao He would not have dared to infringe upon Karen. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Zhou Chuan began to peruse the recent interstellar news online. His primary concern remained the vibrant shell beetle. Curiously, information regarding the vibrant shell beetle was astonishingly sparse. However, from the troop movements of the major interstellar forces of the 5 great empires, it appeared that the situation at the front lines had intensified, with a continuous stream of troops departing for the infested zones. Most troubling to Zhou Chuan was the observation that while interstellar forces were mobilizing, there were no reports of battleships returning, nor even any news from hospitals. He stumbled upon a holographic address by General Misha, who, known for his meticulous appearance, appeared considerably aged and haggard, his expression grave. The internet was flooded with recruitment advertisements, while, simultaneously, some nations near the infested areas were calling upon their citizens of military service age to return home. Yet, aside from these announcements, news about the vibrant shell beetle was exceedingly scarce. In most regions, life continued with joyous celebrations, as the star systems afflicted by the vibrant shell beetle were still far removed from human habitation. Many individuals would likely never venture there in their lifetimes. Sparse reports indicated that only a handful of nations were affected by the vibrant shell beetle. On the internet, a sense of schadenfreude permeated among citizens of various nations, with many maliciously hoping that the vibrant shell beetle could utterly obliterate those countries from the cosmos. At the very least, the populace of Riddle Star exhibited this very mindset, as the death of a general had instilled deep-seated hatred towards the 5 great empires among its citizens. Of course, the citizens of Riddle Star were utterly indifferent to whether the vibrant shell beetle posed any threat to the Riddle Empire. After all, the Cloudsea Galaxy was situated on the border of the 5 great empires, and the spatial jump points in that region were strictly controlled by them. Millions of stars within that expanse had already been delineated into the territories of the 5 great empires, awaiting gradual exploration. Traveling from the Cloudsea Galaxy to the star systems where humans congregated, without utilizing spatial jump technology, would take at least over 200 years. Therefore, there was no cause for concern. Moreover, from the scant data on the vibrant shell beetle, it was merely a primitive intelligent species akin to dinosaurs, lacking the capability for interstellar navigation. At best, it could only manage short-distance floating, and it was utterly incapable of mastering spatial jump technology. Regardless of how formidable a creature might be, it could not achieve sublight speed to traverse spatial corridors. The turbulent space-time within those reckless regions was sufficient to tear any robust being into fragments. Furthermore, engaging in spatial jumps was not merely a matter of speed. It also necessitated an advanced interstellar navigation system. Otherwise, one could easily become lost in the vastness of the universe, never to find their way home. Thus, the vibrant shell beetle had not impacted the lives of the vast majority of humanity in the slightest. After organizing the relevant data, he opened his email, discovering 2 messages. One was a notification from the Norm Mecha Club, indicating that an invitation would be delivered to Starry Sky Mecha University the following Monday, a week earlier than expected, prompting Zhou Chuan to prepare accordingly, as his spot was predetermined and had yet to be disclosed to the university. The other message was from Yishui, who left a brief note stating she would be returning home with Xiang Air during her vacation. Upon reading Michigan Shui's few simple words, Zhou Chuan was momentarily lost in thought. When he arrived at the classroom in the morning, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as students eagerly discussed the spectacular battle of Imperial No. 1 against the Sky Butterfly Dance from the previous night. Many exhibited fervent enthusiasm in their eyes whenever Imperial No. 1 was mentioned. If Imperial No. 1's record of 8 victories in 8 battles was not particularly remarkable, the presence of a figure like the legendary Sha killing 1,000 miles, along with a mecha equipped with energy shields and lightsabers, rendered these glorious achievements worthy of admiration. Inevitably, discussions of Imperial No. 1 led to the contemptible Sky Butterfly Dance, a name that had now become synonymous with treachery and disgrace. A group of boisterous individuals loudly condemned her without noticing the girl seated at the back of the classroom, with slightly pink skin, a round face and large eyes. Short hair, who was gritting her teeth as she sharpened her pencil, as if the pencil were the very instrument of her father's murderer. "Is anyone there?" A deep male voice interrupted the girl's pencil sharpening. "I'm not a human. I'm a ghost," the girl retorted angrily, glaring fiercely at Zhou Chuan. Casting a glance at the girl, who appeared on the verge of an outburst, Zhou Chuan chose to remain silent and simply took a seat beside her. In truth, he had occupied this chair for 2 months now, the only difference today being the addition of this ill-tempered girl beside him. Over these 2 months, Zhou Chuan had never seen her attend class. "Who told you to sit here?" the girl exclaimed in a fit of rage, feeling overwhelmed by Zhou Chuan's imposing figure beside her. "Your pencil isn't sharpened yet," Zhou Chuan remarked, glancing at her rather mangled pencil. "Oh, please." It was evident that she was a woman of robust physique yet simple mind, as Zhou Chuan merely shifted the topic, causing her to forget her earlier irritation. She angrily turned her back to him, her chubby hands rummaging through her bag without revealing what she was busying herself with. Naturally, Zhou Chuan paid her little mind, as he had already immersed himself in organizing his notebook and micro-light brain, both essential classroom tools. Ding ding, the classroom bell rang, signaling the commencement of the lesson. The holographic indicator at the front of the classroom lit up, and at that moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard entered, carrying a stack of paper books. This gentleman, known as Mr. Qian, was respectfully referred to as Old Mr. Qian. At the age of 80, he was profoundly knowledgeable and had dedicated his life to the study of Mecha. He had published numerous papers, and many practical inventions were founded upon his theoretical frameworks. However, it was peculiar that Old Mr. Qian never piloted Mecha nor engaged in their design. His role was primarily to provide theoretical knowledge. Mr. Qian also possessed an eccentricity. He was averse to modern high-tech teaching methods, preferring paper books over electronic ones. This idiosyncrasy led him to bring in over 20 kilograms of books for each class. "Good morning, students." "Good morning, Mr. Qian." After exchanging greetings, Mr. Qian placed his books down and, astonishingly, activated the holographic display, a sight Zhou Chuan had not witnessed in 2 months. In fact, over a decade ago, even when Zhou Chuan occasionally attended Mr. Qian's lectures, the latter had never employed holographic displays. "Students, today we have 2 matters to discuss. The first is a review of the origins and history of armored vehicles from ancient Earth, as armored vehicles are essentially the precursors to Mecha. The second matter is that one of the largest mecha companies in the universe, nor Mecha Company, will be selecting a student from our school to participate in the heavy mecha modification combat competition in the Riddle Empire. Prepare yourselves, as I will soon announce more details. Now, let us begin with the tanks of ancient Earth." Mr. Qian adjusted the holographic image to display a series of historical photographs, commencing his narration in accordance with the progression depicted in the images. According to the annals of ancient Earth history, in the year 1916, a large-scale battle raged along the banks of the Somme River, with both sides steadfastly holding their positions, neither able to breach the other's defenses. The banks of the Somme were rife with marshland, where artillery shells sporadically exploded, sending plumes of mud soaring into the sky, while thick smoke enveloped the riverbanks. At this juncture, the primitive warfare of firearms was at a stalemate, with the scales of victory hanging precariously in the balance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the British front lines, heralding the emergence of monstrous steel fortresses that surged forth, advancing toward the German positions. Upon witnessing these formidable machines, the German soldiers desperately opened fire, hurling shells at them. However, these behemoths were impervious to bullets and shells, retaliating with their own machine guns and artillery as they relentlessly pressed forward. Faced with the imminent threat of being crushed into oblivion, the German troops fled in panic, seeking refuge in the trenches, praying for salvation. These formidable steel constructs were the land battleships, known as tanks, first invented and deployed by the British in warfare. Weighing 28 tons and manned by an 8-person crew, their angular design featured 2 turrets, each armed with a pair of antiquated 75mm cannons and 7 machine guns. They were equipped with robust metal tracks and rigid suspension, achieving a maximum speed of 6,000 meters per hour, albeit lacking any communication devices, relying instead on a few carrier pigeons for essential correspondence. The 59 tanks dispatched to the front lines were transported under utmost secrecy. 10 were sidelined due to mechanical failures, while 32 advanced to the combat zone, of which 14 departed on schedule, 9 were slightly delayed, and 5 became mired in the mud, leaving only 9 to breach the German defenses and advance 13 kilometers into enemy territory, achieving a mere 15 success rate. Nonetheless, the awe-inspiring spectacle left a profound impression, leading to a chaotic retreat from the previously impregnable German positions, which the British forces easily penetrated, thereby significantly boosting their morale. Subsequently, military strategists recognized the invaluable role of tanks on the battlefield, leading to intensive studies that soon established tanks as the primary weapon of land warfare. The British tanks were dubbed land battleships for several reasons. At the time, Britain's supremacy was largely attributed to its navy, with the most elegant and powerful vessels being the cruisers. Thus, the advent of the tank was likened to the formidable cruiser, hence the name land battleship. Moreover, the artillery and machine guns mounted on the tanks were originally salvaged from cruisers, symbolizing a transition from sea to land. As for the term tank, it is said that in order to maintain secrecy during transportation to the front lines, all crates were labeled as water barrels. The English word tank derives from the ancient term for barrel, and thus the land battleship became known as the tank. Through the passage of time, tanks were perfectly exemplified during the Second World War on ancient Earth, with the German steel tide orchestrating countless legendary battles. Tanks firmly established their place in warfare, remaining integral to national defense even into the 21st century. Despite rapid advancements in firearms, many astute and rational military strategists speculated that tanks would soon be obsolete, predicting their relegation to museums. Their reasoning was straightforward. They believed that anti-tank artillery would suffice to obliterate concentrated tank formations, akin to how machine guns had effectively countered cavalry in the First World War. Regrettably, these logically sound theories were swiftly undermined by the harsh realities of battle. Numerous conflicts on ancient Earth demonstrated that tanks were irreplaceable ground assault weapons. The rationale was simple. While cumbersome tanks may present a large target, they remained mobile, whereas anti-tank artillery positions were inherently static. Just as modern artillery cannot be effortlessly repositioned to every corner, tanks possess the ability to exploit vulnerabilities in enemy defenses with remarkable speed and flexibility, making their actions unpredictable. It was not until the 23rd century that tanks gradually faded from public consciousness. Historical records and images vividly illustrate the evolution and transformation of tanks. Observe these cockroach-like tanks. By the 23rd century, they had diversified into myriad shapes. During this era, the prototype of Mech began to emerge. It became evident that Mech were the only viable alternative to tanks, and indeed superior as ground assault weapons. Compared to tanks, Mechs exhibited greater agility, unimpeded by terrestrial obstacles, be they mountains, canyons, or rivers. It was not until the 24th century that tanks completely vanished from public view. Strictly speaking, however, tanks never truly left the collective memory, as Mechs are, in essence, an evolution of tanks. The students in the classroom were enraptured, their imaginations ignited by Mr. Qian's vivid narration, particularly as they beheld images of the massive armored conflicts, stirring a visceral sense of excitement within them. The wars of ancient Earth were far more brutal than modern cosmic warfare, where every inch of territory extracted a heavy toll in blood. In contrast, in modern cosmic warfare, breaching the military defenses of outer space often equates to the capitulation of an entire planet, with only sporadic resistance. Unlike the ancient Earth battles involving millions of troops clashing on the front lines, the destructive power of a colossal spaceship is staggering. Had it not been for the stringent regulations governing the artillery of cosmic warships, it would not be unfathomable for a single warship to obliterate a planet. All right, students, do you have any questions? Mr. Qian, I have a question. A girl seated next to Zhou Chuan suddenly stood up, raising her soft, slightly chubby arm high and calling out loudly. Please go ahead. Mr. Qian nodded kindly, known for his exemplary temperament. I want to know, if I were to pilot a tank, could I defeat a mech? Is that the question? Mr. Qian coughed a few times. Did you not say to ask if we have questions? The girl looked defiantly at Mr. Qian. This question is challenging to answer. It depends on the circumstances. For instance, if you were to operate a tank and ambush a sophisticated mech, theoretically, it is possible. However, this is merely theoretical, as the weapon systems of earlier tanks cannot compete with those of advanced mechs. If confronted by an experienced mech pilot, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly slim. In reality, it would be quite difficult. That said, it is contingent upon battlefield conditions, as well as the competence of the tank operator and the mech pilot, all of which significantly influence the outcome. So that means the decisive factor isn't the advancement of the weaponry, but rather the skill of the operators? Indeed, in theory, that is the case. However, when the disparity between weapons is too great, even the most skilled operators cannot determine the outcome. It's akin to wielding a kitchen knife against a mech. Both are offensive weapons, yet they are utterly incomparable. Ultimately, the environment must be taken into account. In warfare, even the slightest miscalculation can alter the outcome. Oh, I understand now. A group of students exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what the girl had understood. It seemed that Mr. Qian's reasoning was the most fundamental knowledge of warfare, After all, the nature of war varies from person to person. The girl, with a gloomy expression, sank into her seat, her hands tightly clutching her hair, prompting concern among her classmates that her luscious locks might be torn from her scalp. All right, class. If there are no questions, I shall now announce the participation requirements for the Noel Mecha Corporation. Please prepare yourselves. Mr. Qian's words drew everyone's attention back to the podium. At that moment, the girl pulled out a peculiar button-like object from her pocket and placed it on the desk. This one, or perhaps this one, is even better. No, this one is the best, she muttered to herself, her delicate fingers carelessly pushing the buttons across the desk. Her once smooth hair, now a chaotic mess, resembling a once trendy hairstyle from ancient Earth. This one is the most impressive. This is the one, she declared, stuffing an extra button in her bag, only to lift her head and catch sight of Zhou Chuan's gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to shout in anger. In that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Why your gaze? The girl trembled violently, her face contorted in terror as she retreated, knocking over several chairs before collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise again, ultimately failing to regain her balance and crashing back down, her body quaking violently, limbs convulsing. The classroom erupted into chaos, and Mr. Qian hurriedly called for the affiliated hospital. Zhou Chuan, casting a cold glance at the girl, slowly gathered his belongings and strode out. Buyer, what is wrong? Several girls who seemed to know her rushed over to help her up, inquiring about her condition. His eyes. I can't breathe. I feel so unwell, the girl gasped, clutching her chest with a look of sheer horror as she gazed at the vanishing tall figure. The fear in her eyes intensified. The moment their gazes had locked, it felt as though she had been struck by a powerful electric shock, a chilling and terrifying sensation, akin to ice cutting through to her bones or a sword emitting a chilling breeze. The others were baffled by what had transpired. They simply could not fathom what could instill such fear in someone, especially not in the notoriously temperamental Buyer. A third-year student, she preferred solitude, often isolating herself from her peers, and would lash out at any boy attempting to approach her. Though her demeanor was low-key and she spoke little, her temper was explosive. A slight provocation would earn a sharp rebuke and a fierce glare, resulting in few friendships. Nonetheless, her family was reputedly well off, and she was quite beautiful, with a hint of baby fat that made her appear endearing. As long as one did not provoke her, she was not unpleasant. Many would offer her a smile to avoid inciting the wrath of this girl, who could easily erupt into a fit of rage. Thus far, her university life had been rather uneventful. It's all right, Buyer, get up, someone urged. I feel so unwell, Buyer whimpered, curling up on the ground in agony, her expression filled with terror, her pupils seemingly dilating. Buyer felt as though a colossal hand were tearing apart her heart. Soon, a throng of people hastily transported her to the university hospital. How is she? In a private room, a dozen doctors stood by, while Buyer lay curled up on the bed, her face still etched with fear, clutching the sheets tightly. An elderly man with thinning hair gently tucked her in, then turned to consult a fellow physician. At that moment, a glass partition slowly descended, isolating the girl from the outside world. This balding elder was none other than the president of Xinghan Mecha University, Phineas' father, a researcher of great renown seldom involved in school affairs, spending most of his time in a laboratory. Many students graduated without ever having laid eyes on the president. It appears her internal organs have been affected by some force. Her condition has stabilized, yet we cannot eliminate her sense of fear. We reviewed the holographic footage from a class, and Buyer was not subjected to any physical assault. A doctor reported. Could it be a psychic attack? The president pondered aloud. No, psychic attacks stem from external to internal, whereas Buyer's trauma is internal. At that time, she kept exclaiming about his eyes. His eyes. We have summoned all the ophthalmology and neurology specialists in the hospital for a consultation, but we cannot ascertain the nature of the attack. However, it is clear that this assault was transmitted through his gaze. Transmitted through his gaze? The president's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, through our instruments, we detected signs of dilation in Buyer's retina. To put it simply, the eyes function like a unique photonic system. Human eyes can both receive and emit signals. The rays emitted from the eyes are shortwave, thus they can be as sensitive as X-rays or lasers, capable of impacting the nervous system, the brain, and the entire body. In essence, Buyer's eyes received a powerful shortwave signal that harmed her heart? Theoretically, yes. But progress in this field is remarkably slow. Very well, let's investigate further and establish an SSS-level confidentiality protocol. Buyer's identity is of utmost importance, and we must observe her closely. There must not be a single error. Should any issues arise, inform me directly. To the public, we will state that buyer has experienced some heart complications, which are now resolved. Yes, sir. The attending physician nodded respectfully, though internally overwhelmed with shock. The SSS-level confidentiality protocol was the highest classification within the school, and any breach could lead to severe consequences. Everyone get to work. The old president sighed, feeling increasingly unsettled. Since the protector of the empire had been executed, he sensed an upsurge in complications. The growing number of laboratory samples weighed heavily on him, forcing him to recruit numerous talented freshmen as assistants. A cadre of ophthalmology and neurology experts were fervently brainstorming the nature of the attack Bayer had encountered, while Zhou Chuan himself found himself engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom why Bayer had suddenly collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably, though Zhou Chuan understood that his piercing gaze, cultivated by his position of power, bore an intimidating presence. It typically only instilled psychological intimidation rather than causing tangible harm. Yet today, he distinctly sensed that Bayer's cardiovascular system had been compromised by an external force. Setting aside his distractions, Zhou Chuan pondered the situation throughout the afternoon, but to no avail. He even attempted to harness his gaze in a manner akin to honing psychic abilities to damage an object, yet found no success. Zhou Chuan, what are you thinking about? A voice, ghost-like in its approach, emerged from behind him. Contemplating, he replied. Oh, Zhenjin did not inquire further. She simply settled quietly beside Zhou Chuan. Is there something on your mind? No, I just wanted to take a break. Zhenjin tilted her head and glanced at the giant machine. Do you intend to repair this behemoth? Do you feel confident about competing for a spot in the Noah Mecha Company's tournament? It was evident that Zhenjin had not merely come to sit, but had a purpose in mind. I don't know, Zhou Chuan replied, shaking his head. He was reluctant to let a woman know too much. You must secure this spot. This tournament is quite beneficial for you. You excel at modifying heavy mechas. And, compared to some students, you hold a significant advantage. You possess a mecha maintenance license. Why? Zhou Chuan turned to look at the woman beside him. This slender figure emanated a subtle, pleasant fragrance, faint yet comforting. Because this is your first step towards stepping out into the world. You must change your image, gradually elevating your presence. I will do my best. Just watch me. Zhou Chuan suddenly declared to Zhenjin. Why should I watch you? Zhenjin exclaimed, her heart racing as she met his deep gaze. Her hands clutched her chest as if she were plunging into hell. His eyes seemed to tug at her very soul, threatening to shatter her heart into fragments, as if a colossal force were restraining her feeble heart from beating. Zhou Chuan gradually relaxed, his piercing gaze softening. Zhen. She grasped Zhou Chuan's hand and pressed it tightly against her chest, her nails digging deeply into his palm. I feel unwell. I feel discomfort in my chest. Beads of sweat formed on Zhenjin's forehead, her face contorted in pain. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Xiao Huan gently massaged Zhenjin's chest, realizing with some regret that his intense focus had inadvertently unleashed such destructive power. He hadn't anticipated that using Zhenjin as a test subject would be so taxing, especially since her health was already fragile. Clearly, this was a potent ability, albeit one with limited efficacy, as it relied on the power of gaze, a tactic not particularly effective in combat. After all, during a skirmish, opponents might not even look into your eyes. And during mecha combat tournaments, such visual cues were often obscured. Nevertheless, Zhou Chuan was certain that this power was fundamentally different from that of ancient mental energy. Skills are never burdensome, Zhou Chuan mused, feeling quite satisfied. What intrigued him most was whether this ability had any inherent connection to mental energy, or whether he might blend the two. Compared to the pervasive nature of mental energy, the lethality of the gaze was significantly less impactful and constrained. Xiao Huan, what are you doing? A stern, furious voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Fanny. What am I doing? Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback. You. Fanny's gaze fixed on Zhou Chuan's hand, her body trembling with anger, her face flushed. Zhou Chuan's large hand remained clasped against Zhenjin's chest, unmoving, while Zhenjin appeared pale, her head weakly resting against Zhou Chuan's shoulder. Fanny had 100 reasons to believe that Zhou Chuan was taking advantage of Zhenjin during her distress, especially given Zhenjin's pained expression and how tightly she gripped Zhou Chuan's hand, seemingly desperate to escape. It was at this moment that Zhou Chuan realized. Do you feel better? Ignoring Fanny, he withdrew his hand and gently inquired of Zhenjin. Chapter 91, A Visit Home. Much better, thank you. Zhenjin, her face flushed and shy, dared not meet his gaze, realizing she had inadvertently held Zhou Chuan's hand against her chest. She could swear to the heavens that she had not intended to seduce him. Moreover, she understood that this man's heart was as unyielding as steel. She believed that even if she offered her body, he would remain indifferent, and certainly, she had never planned to offer herself, nor did she intend to engage in a passionate romance in the dwindling days ahead. You too. Upon hearing Jinjin express her gratitude, Fanny was momentarily speechless, staring at Jinjin and Zhou Chuan a daze. Her mind momentarily halted. Fanny, I just felt unwell, Jinjin stammered, suddenly realizing she could not clarify the situation, as it seemed her efforts only muddied the waters further. Is it necessary to explain yourself to her? Zhou Chuan's gaze lingered on Jinjin. It feels pleasant. Zhou Chuan stood up, not sparing a glance for Fanny as he strode away. It was now the end of class, and students typically gathered to chat, idly passing the time, as there was little work to be done in the maintenance building, yet an abundance of manpower. Having regained her composure, Jinjin felt her cheeks flush crimson after Zhou Chuan's remark about the pleasant sensation. He had once again torn apart her dignity, and in front of Fanny, he had done so without mercy. Zhao Huan, Jinjin called out, her face burning. Zhao Huan pushed. Xiang'er asked me to tell you that she wants you to accompany her home after class today. She wishes to visit home. What had transpired between them? Just say the word, and I will immediately help you deal with that lecture. After Zhou Chuan left, Fanny steadied her wobbling body and glared at Jinjin with indignation. Fanny, I can't explain. Please don't ask. Jinjin touched her chest, experiencing a peculiar sensation. After that brief moment of torment, her heart felt considerably lighter, an inexplicable comfort akin to the relief one feels after a long day of labor. Then I shan't pry. By the way, a friend of Sing's has a private spaceship docked at the capital of Rydell. We've arranged to take a leave next week for an adventure. Would you like to join? Fanny inquired. No, my health isn't suited for adventurous activities. Well, it's time to eat. Today, I shall treat Princess Jinjin to a meal. Will you grace me with your presence, Princess Jinjin? Fanny affectionately wrapped her arm around Jinjin. Those people? Jinjin was not particularly enthusiastic about such gatherings. Just a few close friends. One of them is someone I grew up with, who left school long ago and just returned yesterday. Many are hosting a welcome dinner for him. I ought to at least show my face. Is it that friend with the private spaceship? Yes. He has long heard of our Princess Jinjin's wisdom and is eager to meet her. I'm not going. Jinjin firmly declined. Fanny's expression soured. This was the first time Jinjin had refused her invitation. Fanny, it's wise to attend such gatherings sparingly. Sing has long harbored ulterior motives towards you. Jinjin said with a hint of caution. He wouldn't dare. Fanny, many things are unpredictable. Sing was polite to you before because he had no rivals. But now that you have shown evident affection for Imperial No. 1, it will naturally distort Sing's mindset. Don't underestimate him, based on his mecha combat style. He possesses deep cunning and is not afraid to take risks. All right, my princess. I will exercise restraint. But you must accompany me to the banquet today. Otherwise, I truly want to be able to hold my head up high. Did you agree to them? Jinjin, I sincerely apologize. I truly never anticipated your refusal. Thus, I boldly proclaimed that I would certainly invite you to the banquet. Very well. Where shall the gathering take place? Jinjin sighed. It will be aboard that splendid spacecraft. You are bound to adore it. Fanny exclaimed joyously upon hearing Jinjin relent. All right, I shall attend. But you must promise me 2 things. We shall remain together and refrain from consuming alcohol. If you do not agree, I shall not go. Jinjin said with a serious expression. Fine, I promise. Fanny chuckled. No, you must swear an oath. Jinjin insisted with utmost seriousness. Fanny gaped in disbelief at Jinjin. Sister Fanny, when you find yourself in such an environment, you will understand the necessity of a vow to govern one's actions. Jinjin sighed. I, Beck's Fanny, swear by the honor of the Beck's family that I shall never drink alcohol while attending the banquet with Jinjin, nor shall I part ways with her. So help me. Beck's Fanny. Thank you, Sister Fanny. Jinjin affectionately planted a kiss on Fanny's cheek. You truly leave me speechless. To swear an oath for a banquet. Fanny smiled wryly, unable to find a retort. Hee. I know Sister Fanny is the best. I must take my leave now. Attending a banquet with Sister Fanny requires some preparation. I cannot afford to embarrass myself. Jinjin said with a gentle smile. Go on. I will come to fetch you later. Upon emerging from the maintenance building, Zhou Chuan spotted Xiang'er waiting a short distance away. She carried a small cloth bag and donned a simple, round-necked short-sleeved t-shirt, which accentuated her alabaster neck, along with form-fitting stretch jeans. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she radiated youthful vitality, drawing the attention of those around her. Brother Chuan. Upon seeing Zhou Chuan exit the building, Xiang'er leaped into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Feeling the warmth emanating from her youthful exuberance, Zhou Chuan felt his heart race. I need to grab something from my rented room. Zhou Chuan gently attempted to loosen Xiang'er's grip. No need for that. If we take too long, we will miss dinner. Come on, come on. Xiang'er took his hand and dashed towards the hovercar station, leaving Zhou Chuan no choice but to follow in swift strides. For Xiang'er, even his heart, which was as steadfast as iron, could not remain unmoved. Each time he recalled her resolute expression as she rose from the mire, warmth flooded his heart. Brother Chuan, you've truly lost quite a bit of weight. Brother Chuan, your belly seems less soft than before. Brother Chuan, tell me, if you become handsome, will you still want Xiang'er? Brother Chuan, you must achieve something. I will wait for you to marry me. Ahem. The journey was filled with Xiang'er's inquiries, predominantly revolving around the subject of marriage, leaving Zhou Chuan at a loss for words. Although Xiang'er occasionally stirred his instincts, for the most part, he regarded her as a sister. Finally, after enduring the trials of their journey, they arrived at the slum, though the sun had already set. The transition from day to night on Rydell Planet was stark, with a clear demarcation. One moment the sun shone brightly, and the next, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Chuan's makeshift dwelling was situated on elevated ground, under the moonlight. The X-33 appeared particularly grand and imposing, as if it were piercing the heavens. Its 8 metallic spider legs stood like mighty columns, emanating a sense of formidable authority. However, the metal spikes he had modified on the spider legs exuded a menacing aura, blending the styles of majesty and ferocity seamlessly. Brother Chuan, see you tomorrow. I'm heading home now. Upon reaching Zhou Chuan's doorstep, Xiang'er winked at him before bouncing away, her home just a short alley from his. See you tomorrow. Zhou Chuan nodded, watching her enter her house before approaching his own door. He did not knock immediately, but stood quietly, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from within. This scent, familiar to him over the past few months, belonged to the meals prepared by Mech. In the slum, such a fragrance was a rare delight. The primary sustenance consisted of compressed rations and nutrient liquids, with such meals reserved for significant celebrations. Residents of the slum never lacked for essential nutrition, yet indulging and satisfying their palates was an extreme luxury. Regardless of the nation, governments provided basic living assurances for slum dwellers, ensuring that starvation was not a fate they would face. With advancements in technology, food production had become increasingly convenient. A single biofactory could supply an entire city with vital nutrients. Moreover, personal food creation was remarkably simple, with food manufacturing machines enabling swift meal preparation. The only drawback was the abysmal taste. Even if one occasionally encountered delectable dishes, the novelty would wear off with repetition, leaving the residents of the slum yearning for a life beyond the confines of food machines. Regrettably, escaping such a lifestyle seemed a distant dream. While having a few enjoyable meals a month was feasible, daily indulgence was beyond the means of those living in the slum. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Mech, who regarded Zhou Chuan with a fleeting glimmer of surprise before her demeanor reverted to an indifferent calm. You're back, she said, opening the door wider to let him in. As Zhou Chuan stepped inside, he noted that the 2 months he had spent away had left his home unchanged, as if time had paused within those walls. Even the tablecloth on the dining table remained the same disposable one he had purchased for his birthday, though it still gleamed white as snow. Chapter 92. A Fearsome Countenance. On the table, 3 dishes and a soup had been prepared, the latter steaming and fragrant. Let us take a shower before dinner, shall we? Just as Zhou Chuan was about to take a seat at the table, Mech emerged from his room, holding a neatly stacked pile of new clothes. Zhou Chuan stood up, but did not immediately take the garments. Instead, he gazed intently at Mech, as if trying to peer into her very soul. What are you staring at? A faint blush crept onto Mech's cheeks, as she dared not meet Zhou Chuan's gaze. You've changed. Zhou Chuan grasped Mech's chin, tilting her face upward to meet his eyes. Let go of me. Startled by his sudden, rough action, Mech glared at him with icy eyes. Yes, this is the real you. I prefer this. Zhou Chuan wrapped his left arm around her, pulling her into an embrace before leaning in to kiss her. To her astonishment, Mech stiffened as if electrified, then immediately struggled fiercely. Yet Zhou Chuan's grip was as unyielding as iron. Her arms, pinned between their bodies by the clothes she held, were rendered motionless. She found it difficult to breathe, her lips sealed by his. This man, both familiar and foreign, was as robust as a mountain, overwhelming her completely. A strong masculine aura enveloped her, and Miyuki felt a wave of dizziness in her brain. Mech immediately gave up resistance and gritted her teeth. She knew that the more she struggled, the more she needed oxygen, and the consequence of suffocation would be to release her teeth. Mi Shui relaxed her whole body and let Zhou Chuan hold a pair of eyes, keeping them open as she watched him forcefully kiss him. Zhou Chuan remained motionless and indifferent, like an ice sculpture on a glacier continent. Zhou Chuan was unable to break through the Mi Shui defense line. I have raped 23 girls and countless women before. Do you know why I didn't rape you? Zhou Chuan released a sinister smile and looked at Mi Shui. I don't know why Mi Shui's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Zhou Chuan's murderous face, she inexplicably believed his words. I only rape women who want to kill me. Zhou Chuan said word by word. I'm not the one who killed you. Mi Shui shook her head. So I won't rape you. Stare coldly into Mi Shui's eyes. Why are you treating me like this? Mi Shui's bright eyes looked at Zhou Chuan, and Zhou Chuan's fierce expression suddenly made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Because you are my wife. I understand. You should take a shower now. Miyuki nodded expressionlessly. Zhou Chuan pinched Mi Shui's chin and said, you have two choices. First, stay with me tonight. Second, leave tomorrow right away. You will have a long time to consider until I take a shower, eat, and enter my room. After Zhou Chuan finished speaking, he took the clothes from Mi Shui's hand and walked into the bathroom. Mi Shui watched as the tall and broad figure walked into the bathroom, losing her composure. She always felt that this man was a bit strange, and that feeling was indescribable. For the past 2 years, he had never dared to hold her hand, but today he dared to forcefully kiss her, and it was that kind of rough, powerful, and unrestrained kiss. Mi Shui felt a slight pain in her bones. The man's strength was astonishing, and she had no room to resist. After filling 2 bowls of rice, Mi Shui sat in a daze on the chair, staring blankly at this small room. Tomorrow, she will leave here. She has no choice. Soon, Zhou Chuan came out of the bathroom, and Mi Shui's eyes lit up. Zhou Chuan walked out of the bathroom wearing a half-long leather jacket she had bought, with a stand-up collar, shiny black, and leather pants of the same color. Wearing the leather jacket and pants, Zhou Chuan looked much slimmer, more spirited, but also deeper. Paired with those indifferent eyes, Mi Shui had a chilling feeling. After Zhou Chuan came out, he glanced at Mi Shui and walked straight into his room. 2 minutes later, Zhou Chuan walked out. At this point, Zhou Chuan had already changed into his original shirt, and his image immediately returned to its previous state. Dislike? Mi Shui's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. It's not time for Zhou Chuan to shake his head. When? I think you can't see Zhou Chuan sitting at the dining table. Why? If you were really my wife, I can consider telling you that Zhou Chuan took a gentle sip of soup, and his taste buds began to transmit the delicious flavor to the central nervous system of the brain. Let's eat. Zhou Chuan buried his head and began to focus on eating, with no trace of movement, as if doing something very sacred. Mi Shui was not speaking. She knew that Zhou Chuan rarely spoke during meals, and in fact, this was her request. As someone who grew up in a noble family, apart from social gatherings, she couldn't speak casually during meals. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was suffocating. Mi Shui had no appetite and sat quietly. Several times she wanted to talk, but when she saw Zhou Chuan's focused expression, she hesitated to speak. This dinner was long. Finally, Zhou Chuan finished his dinner, walked into the bathroom to freshen up, and walked straight to his room without looking at Mi Shui from beginning to end. At the moment when Zhou Chuan walked into the room, Mi Shui stopped him. I'll leave tomorrow, with a gloomy expression on his face. Zhou Chuan, who had opened the door, turned around and walked to Mi Shui's side. His deep gaze fixed on her. I really like the leather jacket you gave me. Thank you. No need. Zhou Chuan glanced at Mi Shui and walked into his room. With a bang, the door closed as if it had isolated Mi Shui and him into 2 worlds. Mi Shui started cleaning the room like a robot, little by little, very meticulously. She used continuous labor to numb her nerves, and time became even longer. What's wrong with Zhou Chuan? Mi Shui's mind was always filled with this question, and she couldn't find the answer. Some of Zhou Chuan's behaviors appear abrupt, yet without any affectation, which is very natural. Pointed. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Time passed by second, and the dawn was getting closer and closer, while Mi Shui became increasingly anxious. Mi Shui didn't remember wiping her chairs several times, and she had already wiped the dining table and chairs to the point of no return. She really wanted Zhou Chuan to come out and use the bathroom, but Zhou Chuan's room seemed lifeless, with no movement at all. Why? Is there any danger? Mi Shui thought of that level of psychic expert Feng Ling. She had never figured out how Zhou Chuan killed Feng Ling suddenly. Mi Shui, who was mechanically moving with the cloth, froze. She figured it out. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Zhou Chuan has been reading the books in the bookshelf all along, and the knocking on the door interrupted his thinking. The door to Zhou Chuan's house is never locked. Kawami Yuki stood quietly by the door. What's up? I want to talk to you about Mi Shui's bright eyes, which are like a pool of autumn water. Zhou Chuan nodded, stood up, pulled open the chair, and sat on the bed himself. Can we go to the lobby? Why isn't he in the room? I was speechless at the moment. Afraid of me? Zhou Chuan stood up and walked over to Mi Shui, looking down at her with a mocking expression. Mi Shui felt a tremendous pressure and lowered her head, biting her lip and walking to the edge of the chair to sit down. Zhou Chuan walked up to Mi Shui, lifted her up with one hand, pressed her tightly against the desk, looked down at her, and began to undo her clothes with the other hand. I made up my mind. Will you accompany me? Tell me what happened. Mi Shui shook her head. She didn't struggle, letting Zhou Chuan take off her clothes and endure the pain of Zhou Chuan's heavy body squeezing her on the desk. Why do you think so? Zhou Chuan was stunned and stopped taking off his clothes. Tell me. Mi Shui stubbornly looked at Zhou Chuan with an unwavering gaze. Zhou Chuan didn't answer. He kissed Mi Shui with his lips and rubbed her body with his hands. Mi Shui didn't struggle or cooperate. Her body stiffened and she gritted her teeth tightly. 2 clear tears flowed down her face, revealing a disappointed expression. Mi Shui is very disappointed. This man has something on his mind, and she has never been able to enter his world. She doesn't know what he's thinking, and she really wants this man to tell her what happened. She is willing to face it together with him. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan's movement stopped. Mi Shui, I've said before that I only rate my own enemies. You're not. Zhou Chuan forcefully controlled the burning desire and gently wiped away the tear stains on Mi Shui's flawless face. Tell me. Mi Shui didn't care about her half-naked clothes and gently caressed Zhou Chuan's rough and wild face with her palm. This face had started to become angular at some point, and the lines on the curved face had become stiff. The Rydal Empire is going to be in chaos. Zhou Chuan looked at Mi Shui's face, pausing word by word. When? I don't know, why do you want me to go back? No reason. Can't you protect me? Mi Shui touched Zhou Chuan's eyebrows, and at some point, those originally curved eyebrows became like blades due to the lines on her face. I suddenly realized that Zhou Chuan had underestimated Mi Shui's wisdom. With a simple conversation, Mi Shui had already surrounded him. Aren't you Zhou Chuan? Mi Shui suddenly asked. I am, and I'm not. Don't ask this question in the future. Zhou Chuan looked at Mi Shui expressionlessly. Chuan, no matter how you become, I always remember that you said that the control range of Xan is your territory, and you will protect me. I believe in you. You're not leaving? I'm not leaving. Mi Shui shook her head. Why? Do you know why? Mi Shui's clear gaze did not shy away from Zhou Chuan's sharp gaze. Are you accompanying me? Zhou Chuan looked at the woman in front of him, his gaze rising with a raging desire. He was a normal man, but the only difference was that he was a man with a strong desire to restrain himself. He could bury himself deeply and live like an ascetic. Chapter 93, Vice Chairman of Moon God Company. Mi Shui took a step back and slowly put on her clothes. Her dazzling skin disappeared under the gray training suit, not avoiding the scorching gaze of Zhou Chuan. I'm not ready yet. If you want, I won't resist. Mi Shui walked up to Zhou Chuan, her proud chest tightly pressed against his body. Mi Shui looked up at Zhou Chuan's eyes, incredibly clear. The desire in Zhou Chuan's gaze slowly extinguished, and he shook his head slowly. I'm going to bed. You will regret leaving. Zhou Chuan's tone as plain as water. Chuan, I don't know. My heart is in turmoil. I don't know why you have become like this. I don't know what happened to you. All I know is that my intuition tells me that I should stay in this room. Actually, I'm not as fragile as you imagine. I am a 3rd-level psychic and a mecha fighter. I can help you. Zhou Chuan nodded and gestured for Mi Shui to leave, and the door gently closed. Closing the door, Zhou Chuan let out a sigh. This woman is terrifyingly persistent. Zhou Chuan analyzes intelligence on the internet every day. For a high-ranking official, it is not difficult to extract valuable information from scattered news. It is already evident that the 5 major empires are unable to suppress other countries due to the appearance of the colorful shell worms. There is already a hidden current surging in several star domains, and the silence of some terrorist organizations in the Rydal Empire indicates that they are brewing a large-scale terrorist attack. Zhou Chuan's heart is not really as hard as steel. His meticulous thinking told him that the grand gateway of the Rydal Empire was about to collapse, and surprisingly, his calculations matched his results. In fact, this was the predicted outcome when Zhou Chuan was hanged. The old emperor faked his death in order to appease public anger. The new emperor was too young to manage the vast galaxy map of the Rydal Empire, and the military became a scattered sand due to his death, unable to suppress the restless separatist forces on some planets. Everything is running according to his predicted trajectory, and the only failure is the failure of his own soul transplant, which makes most of his resources unusable because all of his wealth requires the identity, fingerprints, and pupils of the clone body to obtain the capital he relied on for his revival. As it can be said, the military is loyal to the royal family, and Zhou Chuan will not take the risk to come into contact with everything that belonged to him underground in the past. He can only start from scratch. However, the heavens have treated him well, giving him a body with astonishing endurance and a suitable environment for development. Heroes emerge in chaotic times, A confident smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chuan's mouth, and he remembered Zhenjun. However, Mishue's persistence gave Zhou Chuan a sense of frustration. This woman was sometimes so persistent that she didn't have to be afraid of her own changes. Of course, Zhou Chuan also felt Mishue's fear. But this woman seemed to have her own set of logic and didn't easily believe anything. Perhaps she thought he was just intimidating her. Thinking of this, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, he was just threatening her. If he could do anything recklessly with Zhenjun, he couldn't do the same with Michelle as he did with Zhenjun. Truly intelligent, she knows how to act according to the situation. She knows how to protect herself. She knows how to compromise. Truly has a great for truly. Chastity is not important. Dignity is not important. What is important is to give her a chance to achieve it. Simply put, Truly has limited life. She has no time to be reserved. She can sacrifice everything for herself. But Miyuki is different. Miyuki is very persistent and terrifyingly persistent. If he really violated her today, Miyuki will never let herself live to see the sun tomorrow morning. She will use her own death to wash away her shame. Mishue has her own set of standards for being a person and her own code of conduct. Zhou Chuan can threaten Zhenjun to undress with just one sentence, while Mishue will not be threatened to undress even if she is killed. This is the fundamental difference between Mishue and Zhenjun. The bright moonlight shone from the window onto the bed, and Miyuki tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She couldn't convince herself why she wanted to stay, as if the man had a magical power to stay. Mishue suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with Zhou Chuan's sudden change. Zhou Chuan was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, suddenly lifting off the sheep's clothing without any warning. Although Zhou Chuan had become increasingly indifferent a few months ago, his every move was still filled with a noble, gentlemanly demeanor. Now, Zhou Chuan is like a ferocious beast, naked and undisguised. That expression, that coldness, that dominance like a mountain, made her truly feel that Zhou Chuan was not pretending. Is it for my safety that this has happened? When a woman is in love, her intelligence is zero. No matter how bad Zhou Chuan is, Mishue will always find an excuse for him. Thinking about it, Mishue thought of Zhou Chuan killing the level spiritual power expert Fengling in anger for her. Of course, this is Mishue's opinion. In fact, it was at that time. The killing intent has arisen, not for Mishue. Mishue fell asleep peacefully, with a faint smile on her face. Sleeping soundly because Zhou Chuan was at home and she didn't have to tighten her nerves. After seeing Zhenjun walk out of the dormitory, Fanny couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Zhenjun was wearing a tight black leather jacket, with a casual black leather bag on her shoulders and a pair of high-heeled leather shoes on her feet. The style of the leather jacket was very simple. Wrapped around Zhenjun's fragile body and paired with her flowing long hair, it emitted a strong youthful vitality. Fanny beheld Zhenjun in such a manner for the first time. As Zhenjun approached from a distance, a faint, bitter smile crept across Fanny's lips. She understood the rationale behind Zhenjun's attire. The ensemble was decidedly conservative. Save for her fair wrists and visage, her entire form was ensconced beneath a black leather coat, meticulously fitted and impervious to the elements. Undoubtedly, Zhenjun donned this outfit as a precaution against unwanted advances rather than for aesthetic appeal. However, it was undeniable that this departure from her typically demure wardrobe imbued her with a refreshing vigor. Zhenjun's commitment to self-protection was nothing short of impeccable, affirming Zhou Chuan's assessment that she understood how to safeguard herself. Zhenjun, perhaps you should consider wearing a mask and gloves as well, Fanny teased, her eyes glinting with mischief. Hee, if Sister Fanny has them, I wouldn't mind the trouble, Zhenjun playfully replied, taking Fanny's hand in a charming display of affection. Come on. They're waiting for us by the driveway. Attending this soiree feels akin to participating in a self-defense workshop. I must commend your dedication, she added with a light-hearted chuckle. After traversing a short distance and exiting the vehicle-restricted area of the campus, they soon spotted Singer and a tall young man stationed beside a sleek hovercar. The vehicle, with its streamlined, silver body, gleamed brilliantly under the night sky, a limited edition model whose ownership was reserved for the affluent. This V8 hovercar, produced by a leading heavy metal Mech corporation, had a mere 10,000 units in existence, with eligibility for purchase limited to planetary executives. Behind this illustrious vehicle, a row of black hovercars stood, alleviating Zhenjun's concerns as she recognized many familiar faces within. The car was exquisite, and the individuals present exuded charisma and charm. Without a doubt, Singer belonged to the realm of dashing gentlemen. Yet the tall youth surpassed him not only in handsomeness, but also in a composed demeanor. His fair skin contrasted strikingly with the glossy black of his vintage tailcoat, and his calm expression and impeccable attire spoke volumes about his status and identity. Hey, Fanny. You look stunning today, he greeted, offering a friendly wave that radiated warmth and approachability. "You look quite dapper yourself, Sanko," Jinjin replied. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Sanko, the vice chairman of the Moon Goddess Aerospace Development Company. He moved from the family quarters of the Starry Mech University when he was just 11, making him a childhood companion of ours. And Sanko, this is our Princess Jinjin," Fanny elaborated. "Good day, Sanko." Jinjin politely extended her slender, fair hand. "Princess Jinjin, I've long heard of a peerless beauty at Starry Mech University, and you certainly live up to the reputation," Sanko replied, gently taking her delicate hand and bestowing a courteous kiss upon it, a gesture that epitomized gentlemanly grace. "Thank you," Jinjin responded, retracting her arm with a slight bow. "After you, Princess Jinjin," Sanko said, elegantly opening the car door for her and shielding it with his hand, an exquisite display of consideration that prompted Jinjin to silently nod in approval. Sanko clearly had been exposed to refined society and exhibited commendable etiquette, suggesting no issues would arise. However, as she prepared to enter the car, a sudden sense of unease washed over Jinjin. Fanny was engaged in a dispute with Singer, insisting on sharing a vehicle with Jinjin, while Singer preferred that Fanny accompany him. With Fanny's insistence, Sanko graciously opened the door for her, inviting her into the luxurious limited edition V8. Once Fanny settled beside Jinjin, she made a playful face, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. The hover car sped down the exclusive expressway at an exhilarating pace, covering the journey to the capital of the Rydell Empire's Interstellar dock in just over half an hour. The dock sprawled across an immense expanse, stretching 120 kilometers in length and 57 kilometers in width, serving as the busiest port in the Rydell Empire and the largest interstellar port overall. As the V8 hovered into the port, it was immediately subjected to the robust gravitational system, guiding it into the waiting hall for program verification by the central computer. The hall, divided into 21 levels, featured a network of hovercar lanes that required vehicles to undergo identity checks and a series of security screenings. In an interstellar dock, safety is paramount, as the repercussions of negligence can be staggering. The dock is fortified with a formidable defense system, its energy shield perpetually activated. Any spacecraft entering must adhere to the provided navigation routes. Noncompliance first results in a reminder, followed by a warning, and if those fail, the ground-based particle cannon will decisively neutralize the threat. After a 10-minute wait in the dock's reception area, the verification of identities and a comprehensive vehicle scan commenced. Subsequently, a holographic screen appeared at the front of the convoy, instructing them to enter the holographic field. Once inside, the hovercar's movements would be monitored by an armed system. Should the vehicle exceed the holographic field's boundaries, an alert would be issued, with minor infractions resulting in penalties or gravitational control. In the event of sudden acceleration, the armed monitoring system would take immediate action. There is no need for anxiety regarding erroneous computer malfunctions leading to artillery fire. The dock boasts 3 distinct monitoring systems. In case of emergencies, data is relayed to the main control room's computer, which assesses 3 analytical reports before making decisions. For significant issues, personnel will intervene directly. Furthermore, there is no concern about a vehicle losing control, as upon entering the waiting room, the vehicle's wireless port is integrated into the dock's navigation system. With these multiple safeguards in place, the interstellar dock has never experienced a terrorist attack or unforeseen incident. After another 10 minutes, the convoy arrived at the docking area. "How magnificent!" Jinjin exclaimed, gazing through the car window at the colossal structure illuminated by moonlight. It was a triangular-winged, streamlined spaceship, towering at 40 meters and stretching over 500 meters in length, its hull a deep azure, glistening with a faint luminescence, pulsating with imperceptible energy. Beneath a row of portholes, 3 fluid white characters stood out boldly: Moon Goddess. It is exceedingly rare for a private spacecraft to possess such grand dimensions. While some large warships extend dozens of kilometers, those are standard military vessels, not private interstellar crafts, each serving a fundamentally different purpose. Warships are designed to meet cruising demands, essentially functioning as mobile space fortresses capable of carrying thousands of smaller ships and sustaining themselves for decades without resupply. Some super warships are even more formidable, capable of surviving for hundreds of years without replenishing energy or food, thanks to advanced recycling systems that repurpose waste. It is important to note that interstellar warships differ fundamentally from private vessels. Once they enter space, they rarely return to the surface. While smaller supply ships serve as the vital links between warships and planetary logistics, assuming the roles of transport and defense. Regardless of the era, the machinery of war perpetually stands as the pinnacle of technological advancement. Any sophisticated technology is invariably first employed in weaponry before gradually permeating into civilian life. This has been an unchanging law from ancient Earth to the epoch of a cosmic technological explosion. Private spacecraft, owing to their extravagant internal arrangements, are not easily constructed on a grand scale. For some affluent individuals, size does not equate to quality. What truly matters is the model of the spacecraft and its interior amenities. Many private spacecraft boast features such as sandy beaches, swimming pools, and even tropical forests, all of which serve as symbols of status. As the docking bay of the spacecraft descended, the convoy slowly entered. Once the heavy interface of the spacecraft sealed shut, a monitor's luminescent barrier began to expand, enveloping the entire vessel in a graceful arc 10 minutes later, guided by the navigation system of the Interstellar dock. The lunar vessel commenced its ascent. Within the confines of the dock, any object that ascended came under the vigilant surveillance of the central control system until it breached the threshold of outer space. However, entering outer space does not equate to freedom. Countless monitoring satellites persistently scrutinize your trajectory, relaying information back to the central control system. In simpler terms, as long as the spacecraft remains within the capital's galactic boundaries, it will be under surveillance, unless it departs from the vast monitoring network of the capital. Beep, beep. Esteemed guests, the lunar vessel has entered space, and the program has been set to autopilot. We hope you enjoy an unforgettable evening among the stars, announced a sweet, synthesized voice, informing everyone that the lunar vessel had indeed penetrated the cosmos. Jinjin and her companions found themselves seated in the cabin, which, while not opulent, exuded an air of grandeur, accommodating around 200 seats in total. Unfastening their seatbelts, they followed Sanko to a steel door, which opened after Sanko inputted a series of codes. Wow! Almost everyone gasped in astonishment as they beheld a vast expanse. A cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds hovered above an endless ocean, its surface shimmering as gentle breezes caressed it. They stood upon a golden, sandy beach, lined with pristine white loungers. This paradise was meticulously constructed to emulate the most beautiful beaches of ancient Earth. Every element here, including the seawater, was imported from there. However, the grandeur was partly an illusion, a seamless blend of virtual landscapes and artificial constructions orchestrated by the control system, creating an impression of boundlessness. Sanko graciously elaborated on the setting. "It's absolutely stunning," Fanny exclaimed, crouching down to grasp a handful of sand, watching it cascade through her fingers with a look of delightful surprise. The unique environment contrasted sharply with the weathered rock particles she had never encountered in the Riddle Empire. Not only Fanny, but all the girls inhaled the slightly briny breeze with expressions of rapture, while Jinjin gazed in awe at the picturesque scenery that surpassed her wildest imagination. This was the life of the affluent. Suddenly, Jinjin thought of Zhou Chuan, a fervor igniting within her. She had 3 years, though brief. It was a span during which much could be accomplished. Jinjin believed that should Zhou Chuan be willing, they could soon possess a spacecraft even more luxurious than this one. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Her expression radiated fervor and determination. She had faith in Zhou Chuan and her own judgment. At that moment, Sanko noticed the fervor blossoming on Jinjin's face, a smug smile creeping onto her lips. Women, after all, are often drawn to indulgence and vanity. Every woman has her price, contingent upon one's willingness to pay. Moreover, this woman, reputed to be the most brilliant at the starry Mech University, could undoubtedly be won over at a single gathering. Sanko felt confident in her ability. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. As a lunar vessel has only recently commenced operations, the crew has yet to be fully deployed. While it boasts a substantial kitchen, I regret to inform you that we can only offer cold meals, and we must prepare them ourselves. My sincerest apologies." Yamamoto bowed apologetically. It dawned on the guests that since boarding the lunar vessel, they had not encountered a single crew member, indicating that the spacecraft was likely perpetually set to autopilot. This hinted at the advanced capabilities of the vessel's control room and navigation system. Sanko stopped dawdling. "Let's get started. Our Princess Jinjin must be famished," Fanny urged impatiently. Iopuludisa. We'll commence immediately. Please follow me." A group of them trailed Sanko to a vast cold storage room, from which several young men swiftly retrieved items from storage lockers. Before long, a massive tablecloth was laid out on the beach, piled high with an array of delectable foods: pterodactyl jerky, rock boar jerky, dried seafood, and assorted exotic fruits. Although they were cold dishes, the sheer abundance was staggering, leaving even the worldly wise Fanny in awe, for many of these delicacies were not easily obtainable. She surmised that this single meal could suffice for a common family for centuries. Clearly, Sanko understood women's hearts. This self-prepared ambience allowed the group of girls to cast aside their reservations, reveling in joy. After the young men had set up the food, they were hastily shooed away, as the girls immersed themselves in their own entertainment, with Jinjin shedding her earlier restraint and joining the bustling excitement. Xinger and Sanko sat at a distance on the beach, exchanging amused glances as they observed the jubilant women. What do you think? Xinger raised his glass in a toast to Sanko. Not bad. Sanko took a delicate sip, a sly grin gracing her features. I brought you the woman. Whether you succeed is up to you. She is indeed remarkable. If it weren't for Fanny, I would have already made my move. There would be no need for you, he chuckled. You know, she is still a young lady, untouched in love. You must be gentle. I don't want to have to answer to Fanny later, Xinger said with a mischievous grin. Rest assured, I've encountered women like her often. Once their clothes come off, they are as docile as lambs. No need for your concern. However, Fanny is a bit of a complication. It seems they don't want to part ways. Look, they're always together when gathering supplies. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Moreover, I need to seize my opportunity, he replied with a chuckle. Fanny, what are they laughing about? Jinjin whispered, arranging some food. Pay them no mind. We shall enjoy ourselves, Fanny replied, casting a glance at Xinger and Sanko. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The lunar vessel is so large, it's improbable that there are no staff on board. Additionally, I noticed employee uniforms earlier, so clearly there must be personnel here, Jinjin mused, her keen mind already detecting inconsistencies. Indeed, I've noted that this spacecraft belongs to Sanko's father, who is on vacation. He likely took it out without permission. And given that the crew is probably on leave, it stands to reason that this high-tech spacecraft doesn't necessitate many crew members. Besides, Sanko possesses a pilot's license, Jinjin reassured her. Not Sister Fanny. I always find that trio rather peculiar, she remarked. What does it matter? There are more women here than men. What are you worried about? Besides, I have sworn that I will not part from you. And no drinking. Fanny mischievously stuffed a bottle of red wine into Jinjin's embrace, grinning slyly. Sister Fanny, I apologize for making it so you can't drink. They say you are the best at it, Jinjin expressed with a look of remorse. My dear princess, do not be so fussy. Today is meant for enjoyment. Let loose and have fun. Look, the sisters are all having a splendid time, Fanny teased, pinching Jinjin's nose playfully. Just remember your vow, Sister Fanny, Jinjin reminded her. I will not forget. I swore on the family's reputation. Fanny feigned annoyance, casting Jinjin a playful glare. Amidst laughter and merriment, this uniquely charming gathering commenced. Several girls changed into swimsuits and leaped into the sea, energizing the atmosphere. A group of men congregated in clusters, boasting and drinking, while Xinger and the trio remained seated, quietly sipping their drinks. They were biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to separate Fanny and Jinjin. However, to their dismay, the two remained inseparable. Strangely, Fanny, who usually savored red wine, showed no interest in tasting the fine vintage on this day. Xinger, it's your turn now, the trio raised their glasses. All right, I shall go first. They exchanged knowing smiles. The unspoken understanding was palpable. Today, as primary objective, was to secure Jinjin for the trio. For someone like him, women were easily summoned and dismissed. Conquering a woman of both intellect and beauty would undoubtedly bring him immense satisfaction. Undeniably, winning Jinjin would be a remarkable achievement. Merely the honor of being the top female student at Stellar Mech University was enough to make many men envious. Yet, in the trio's mind, regardless of a woman's accomplishments, she remained nothing more than a plaything. Fanny, Xinger approached with 2 glasses of wine, gesturing towards her. Thank you, but I'll have juice freshly squeezed. Fanny replied with a slight smile, raising her crystal glass. Why not? My stomach is a bit unsettled, she replied, maintaining a modicum of friendship with her childhood companion, striving to spare him any embarrassment. May I speak with you? Singer's expression turned somber. Of course, Fanny smiled. Where shall we meet? All right. Xinger glanced at the beach chair Fanny indicated, hesitating for a moment. Jinjin, I promise I won't let you out of my sight. After Xinger departed, Fanny leaned in closer to Jinjin, whispering with a smile. Go on. Jinjin playfully punched Fanny's chest, reproaching her gently. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. It seems Xinger will confront you. Be a bit tactful. Don't bruise his pride too much, Jinjin sighed, glancing at Xinger, who was watching from a distance. It's all right. I grew up with Xinger. I can read his thoughts with a mere wag of his tail, Fanny giggled. Fanny, you're graduating soon. What are your plans? Xinger inquired, pulling the chair back for her with utmost attentiveness. I have no specific plans. I wish to travel for a while. The only time I left Riddle was when I went on interstellar journey with my father when I was very young, Fanny sighed, glancing at Jinjin, who was focused on juicing. Not planning to work at the school? Singer asked after a moment of silence. No, while the school is beautiful, I've grown weary of it after seeing it my whole life. I can hardly imagine spending my days observing the colorful trees. I might join an adventure group. I yearn for the vastness of cosmic exploration. Fanny gazed dreamily at the sky, revealing a hint of longing. She had always wanted to visit the cradle of humanity. Old Earth, a place with azure skies, boundless oceans, glaciers, and grasslands, an enchanting realm. Fanny, I wish to join an adventure group as well. Why don't we form one ourselves? Singer proposed with enthusiasm. We? Fanny took a gentle sip of her juice, tilting her head to look at him. Fanny, you know I've been muddling through school for over a year, looked down upon by others, all because I was waiting for you. Singer's voice trembled with emotion as he gazed at her with tenderness. Singer, I know you're not fond of adventure. You prefer a life of luxury and admiration. I've told you many times that we are not meant to be. I see you as an older brother. I cannot develop romantic feelings for you. We are too familiar with each other, to the point where I know your breakfast preferences, your lunch choices, and even your sleeping position. This familiarity has stifled our potential. Singer, I'm sorry, don't wait for me. You're not my destiny. Fanny locked her gaze on his Singer's eyes. No, Fanny, I love adventure. Though I lack funds, I can borrow money from friends or seek corporate sponsorship. If you're willing, I promise we will soon have a spaceship even larger than this one. We will have our own adventure group, traversing the cosmos, exploring countless wild planets, and even establishing our own base. Singer's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he had already envisioned a prosperous life with Fanny among the stars. Singer, it's not about the adventure group. How many times must I say this? Fanny's brow furrowed, interrupting his daydreams. Fanny, Singer opened his mouth, looking at her intently. Singer, let me reiterate, I'm not attracted to someone like you. There is no need for doubt. You are indeed an outstanding man, handsome, clever, and strategic. However, you lack leadership qualities and a broader vision. Your goals are unclear. You simply do not suit me. Fanny stared at Singer's face, articulating each word deliberately. Then what kind of person do you prefer? A flicker of intensity crossed Singer's gaze. I don't know, I'm uncertain, but it's definitely not you. Fanny's eyes held a hint of confusion as she struggled to conjure a concrete image of the enigmatic figure known as Imperial One in her mind. Is it Imperial One? A glint of rage flashed in Singer's eyes. Perhaps it is him. I'm not sure. He is too perfect. The more I learn about him, the more I doubt myself. His meticulous calculations, unparalleled wisdom, and indomitable presence. It's not a matter of whether I regard him highly, but whether he regards me. In his presence, I feel utterly insignificant. Fanny sighed softly, gently stirring her juice. Do you know him? Who is he? Singer suddenly stood up. I do not know. Then how do you know him so well? Singer was taken aback. Singer, you two are a master of combat. One can glean a person's work style from their fighting style. Take you, for example. You pursue perfection, aiming for victory in every battle. Yet, this very pursuit renders you hesitant, lacking the boldness to take decisive action. If you had that fearless spirit, how could you possibly be defeated by Imperial One? I will defeat him. You will see. Singer gritted his teeth. Singer, ever since your defeat, you have been preparing for the next battle. In truth, Empire One appears punctually in the virtual combat chamber every day, revealing that you have already fallen behind. From the outset, your combat skills surpassed those of Empire One. Yet, you faced defeat, delivering a severe blow to your self-esteem. You began to plot and prepare, striving to reverse your fortunes in one fell swoop. Alas, Empire One's fighting techniques have matured significantly during this period. You once had the chance to conquer him, but now, that opportunity dwindles. It is evident that you have recognized this predicament, prompting you to be increasingly cautious. Is it truly what Jinjin said? Singer's expression turned icy. Yes, Jinjin is correct. She has confirmed that you are no longer a match for Empire One. His combat style has reached completion. Impossible. I refuse to believe that one can progress so rapidly. Singer's eyes glinted like blades of ice. The fact remains that his progress has indeed been swift. You have lost your optimal chance to defeat him, Fanny stated without mercy. Singer gulped down a glass of red wine, his eyes bloodshot. Fanny, we have grown up together as friends, and I do not wish to see you falter like this. Temporary victories or defeats do not dictate one's future. The key is for you to establish your own position. You must not aim too high, but rather take practical steps. With your talent, achieving success should not be overly difficult. Is that Jinjin's opinion? Singer replied coldly. No, that is my own perspective. Fanny shook her head. She could not articulate Jinjin's assessment, so she offered this comfort to Singer, though she believed that Jinjin's judgment was somewhat extreme. Fanny, I can take practical steps. How about we form an adventure team? Upon hearing Fanny's words, a spark of hope ignited in Singer's eyes. Singer, Sanko is currently bothering Jinjin. I must attend to that. Fanny glanced at Sanko approaching Jinjin, sighed, and stood up, wishing to avoid further discussion about the two of them. Bothering? Singer looked at Fanny with a mocking expression and said, "This is a gathering. Does conversing also constitute bothering? If you interrupt them, that would be true harassment." Chapter 95. Su Beihong's Horse. Beautiful princess, please take a moment to rest. Thank you. Jinjin lifted her gaze, meeting Sanko's eyes, and gracefully took his hand to stand up. Feeling that slightly frail yet incredibly soft hand, Sanko's heart raced. This woman possessed a strikingly elegant frame, her skin smooth as a baby's. Sanko believed that being close to this woman would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Sanko subtly helped Jinjin up, not gripping her hand tightly, but rather releasing it at the right moment. He understood well that haste makes waste. One cannot rush to consume hot tofu. Being on a spaceship, he had ample time. Conquering a woman is not confined to a single moment, but rather encompasses the entire process. Sanko relished the journey of conquest. Would you care for a drink? Sanko approached the table, opened a bottle of red wine, and poured himself a glass. Inquiring of Jinjin. Thank you, but I am unwell and cannot drink alcohol. I prefer juice. Jinjin's gaze shifted from Fanny to a glass of fresh juice on the table. Do you not enjoy swimming? Sanko did not press her, taking a light sip himself. I prefer to watch. Princess Jinjin, your beauty is truly captivating. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sanko ventured a subtle test. Hee, every girl at our university is exceptional. There are countless who surpass even you. Jinjin replied modestly. No. Princess Jinjin may not be aware of her own reputation. I have heard your name mentioned in many places. Whenever Xinghan Mech University is brought up, the stunning and intelligent Princess Jinjin is also mentioned. In fact, my primary reason for coming to the Rydell Empire was to catch a glimpse of your beauty. Sanko's gaze brimmed with tender admiration. Mr. Sanko, you are too flattering. You make me blush. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Jinjin responded with impeccable politeness, regrettably oblivious to the tenderness in his gaze. What began as a bland conversation quickly revealed to Sanko that he had misjudged. This woman was cunning and deeply guarded, steering the dialogue away from him. Even when he complimented her, she remained courteous yet unyielding. The more Sanko tried to draw closer, the more polite she became, leaving him with a feeling of frustration as the conversation stagnated. Evidently, this woman was exceedingly wary, and she maintained a measured demeanor. When the topic veered toward matters of romance, she immediately deflected the discussion. Beautiful Princess Jinjin, would you be interested in touring the Moon Goddess? Sanko lowered his head, taking a gentle sip of red wine, his gaze sweeping over Jinjin's fair neck, feeling a surge of desire ignite within him. His patience was waning. Time passed swiftly, and if everyone decided to depart, he would miss his chance. Fanny wished to see how skillfully Jinjin could redirect the conversation back to her. In 30 minutes, a comet will pass by. Shall we observe it from the observation dome and then explore the Moon Goddess together? Sanko's gaze drifted to a group of men and women on the beach, a smile gracing his lips. As you wish. Immediately, Sanko gathered everyone, concluding their leisurely activities on the beach. The group moved to a vast hall, entirely adorned in deep blue, with a dome-like structure resembling the boundless cosmos. Yet for below, it naturally undulated, akin to viewing a magnificent universe from a distance. Upon entering the hall, the bright lights dimmed, and a steel gate slowly moved, revealing a window spanning hundreds of square meters. Beyond the window lay the inky night sky, where countless stars twinkled, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. So beautiful! Everyone gasped in awe. The vast universe beyond the window appeared extraordinarily grand and mysterious, the twinkling starlight seemingly harboring countless lives yearning to leap forth, igniting an irresistible urge to venture closer. Moments later, a comet streaked past, its tail extending for kilometers, vibrant hues illuminating the hall in a dazzling display. The comet resembled a radiant phoenix soaring through the dark expanse. The crowd was profoundly captivated by this breathtaking spectacle, their eyes following the comet's resplendent tail. At that moment, Sanko naturally grasped Jinjin's hand. He sensed her tension as she clutched the metal chair tightly, oblivious to his hold on her hand. Jinjin was entranced by the enchanting scenery, the flowing lights outside the window, shifting, a surreal beauty rivaling any picturesque view. Suddenly, Jinjin's body stiffened. She realized that, at some point, Sanko had gently taken her hand. She did not immediately withdraw her palm, continuing to gaze at the disappearing brilliance outside the window. Pretending to sip her juice, and naturally extricated her hand. Unbeknownst to her, as she withdrew, a flicker of anger ignited in Sanko's gaze. This woman truly lacked awareness. Unbeknownst to anyone, the deep blue hall had fallen into darkness, illuminated only by a few twinkling stars in the dome and the vast cosmos outside the portholes, seemingly merging into one. At that moment, soft music began to play, and the exhilarated crowd found themselves enveloped in a state of relaxation. Singh invited Fanny to dance, and instantly, the hall transformed into a dimly lit ballroom. Beautiful Princess Jinjin, would you honor me with a dance? Mr. Sanku stood up with utmost gentlemanly grace, extending a polite invitation to Jinjin. Mr. Sanku, I must apologize. Jinjin does not dance, she replied. Do not worry. I assure you, you will learn in just 2 minutes. No, I believe Mr. Sanku has misunderstood. My inability to dance is for a reason. I wish to reserve my first dance for my first man. Since childhood, I have dreamed that my first dance would be an invitation from the man I admire. Beneath the dim glow, Mr. Sanku's face turned a shade of deep crimson, as Jinjin's words pierced his pride deeply. Little did he know that after he grasped Jinjin's hand, she became acutely vigilant towards him, determined to leave him no room for delusion. It is indeed regrettable that I cannot be the man to invite you to dance. Perhaps we could embark on a tour of the moon goddess? After all, time is of the essence. What do you think? Very well. As the music concluded, the enormous porthole slowly closed, and the lights in the dome softly illuminated, creating a gentle and comfortable ambience. Under Mr. Sanku's guidance, the group began to explore the cockpit. Upon exiting the observation hall, they felt the opulence of the spacecraft. Every corridor was adorned with thick carpets, rendering no sound underfoot. While many walls of the cabins were decorated with natural wood, its intricate patterns appearing extraordinarily noble and lavish under the gentle lighting. This was a remarkably advanced spaceship, with the cockpit boasting over 300 square meters, 3 walls covered in holographic screens. In the forefront, a massive holographic display indicated that the moon goddess was on autopilot, with the ship's holographic scanning system continuously relaying the space environment within hundreds of kilometers to the main control brain for analysis. Mr. Sanku led the way, courteously introducing the decorative styles and some exquisite antique artifacts. To everyone's astonishment, the ship displayed numerous oil paintings dating back over 1,000 years, one of which was a sunflower purportedly by Van Gogh. Although Mr. Sanku did not explicitly state that the sunflower was a Van Gogh, everyone there believed that this seemingly ordinary painting was indeed his work. Given the financial prowess of the Sanku family, they would never hang cloned artworks for the wealthy. Uniqueness was their pursuit. To display mass-produced art on such an extravagant ship would be a farce. Leaving the walls bare would be far preferable. Mr. Sanku suggested that everyone disperse for free exploration, assuring them that the brain would provide directions at intervals, ensuring they would not get lost. However, under Fanny's insistence, the 4 of them remained together. The 2 women walked hand in hand, leaving Mr. Sanku and Singh with no opportunity to engage. Singh, get Fanny to step aside. Mr. Sanku said darkly, watching the 2 women ahead. Perhaps we should wait for another time. Singh hesitated. Absolutely not. Mr. Sanku interrupted fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Jinjin's aloof demeanor ignited his primal instincts. What should I do then? After we turn the corner, there's a painting. You simply need to call Fanny back. Is it really that simple? Singh was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is that simple. Mr. Sanku's handsome face twisted into a sinister smile, shedding his earlier charm like a wolf, revealing its true nature. He hastened a few steps to Jinjin's front, occasionally describing the contents of the open hatches. Princess Jinjin, this ink wash painting is the only one of its kind aboard the moon goddess. What do you think? Mr. Sanku paused in front of a painting. Is that Su Beihong's horse? Jinjin exclaimed in shock, staring at the rare treasure. Fanny, I think I've seen this painting at your home, Singh called out from behind. Really? Fanny turned back, eager to see the ink wash painting. Come take a look. Oh, as Fanny turned, a door silently slid down, and once it closed, the colors began to shift, the space seemingly warping and merging with the environment. To the right of the door appeared an identical passage, along with a duplicate of Su Beihong's horse, as if Junjin and Mr. Sanku had vanished into thin air. Chapter 96. The Fire of Desire. It is truly Su Beihong's horse. It is truly Su Beihong's horse. Junjin, oblivious to her surroundings, was completely captivated by the rare painting before her. It depicted a horse, unbridled and without reins, galloping across a vast plain, exuding an aura of majesty and vigor. The painting was simple yet elevated, with bold brushwork that conveyed a sense of weight and richness, interspersed with Western techniques. It was a distinctive piece by Mr. Su. This artwork not only showcased the horse's grandeur and beauty, but, more importantly, expressed the intrinsic qualities of gentleness, determination, and agility inherent in the steed. Little did I expect to behold Mr. Su's true masterpiece in my lifetime. If you like it, I shall gift it to you, Mr. Sanku's hand gently wrapped around Jinjin's delicate waist, his palm caressing her softly. Mr. Sanku, please conduct yourself with decorum. Jinjin gasped, as if struck by lightning, recoiling sharply from his grasp. This is my spaceship. You eat my food, enjoy my hospitality, and boarding this vessel requires a certain awareness. Mr. Sanku cast aside all pretense. His face twisted in a menacing grin as he advanced toward Jinjin. Fanny, Fanny. Jinjin turned to look, only to be met with silence. The corridor was entirely empty, with no sign of Fanny or Sing. Go ahead and shout. Shout as loud as you can. Ah. The moon goddess is equipped with the most advanced soundproofing system, and each steel gate is several meters thick. Even if you screamed your lungs out, no one would hear you. Mr. Sanku laughed heartily. Mr. Sanku, you hail from the esteemed family. You are handsome, wealthy, and young. You need not resort to such means to win my affection. In truth, I hold you in high regard, and I hope we could develop a meaningful relationship, Jinjin said, regaining her composure, aware that she had fallen into a meticulously laid trap, with only herself capable of rescuing her. Is that so, Mr. Sanku's smile turned predatory as he inched closer to Jinjin. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, a wall had vanished, revealing a lavish room with an enormous bed draped in pristine white sheets, exuding an air of immaculate cleanliness. Mr. Sanku, listen to me. We could develop this further. Jinjin's complexion paled as she realized that this man had left her no avenue for retreat. Further development. Mr. Sanku laughed heartily. It seems I have underestimated you. From the moment Fanny mentioned someone inviting me, I anticipated this scenario. A man inviting a woman to an event is merely his desire to pursue her. Yet, I still underestimated you. Jinjin suddenly became still, gazing calmly into Mr. Sanku's eyes. What did you underestimate? In that moment, Mr. Sanku felt an unusual pressure. This woman was far too composed, exhibiting none of the panic one would expect from a woman being coerced. I overestimated Fanny's standing in your heart and underestimated your shamelessness. Jinjin remarked with a tone of calm indifference. Ah, shamelessness is something I relish. Oftentimes, it proves to be more effective than hypocrisy. My aim is simply to be with you. As long as I possess you, the most talented woman at Starry Horizon Mech University, what does a little shamelessness matter? Once I have you, my friends will only envy me when I recount this tale. They shall not dare to label me as a shameless. Sanku declared with a smug grin. Sanku, since I am dubbed the foremost prodigy of Starry Horizon Mech University, I shall certainly not be easily won over by you. I can assure you, I know a man, a remarkably formidable man. His strength is unparalleled, his will unyielding, and his intellect astute. I am his woman, and should you dare to lay a finger on me, I guarantee that you will bring calamity upon your family. Jinjin stated with a measured cadence, each word punctuated with conviction. Are you threatening me? Sanku responded, momentarily taken aback before smirking. No, I'm not threatening you. I'm stating a fact. Although this man does not harbor affection for me, I am aware that he regards me as his own. Like you, he possesses a voracious possessiveness. Even if he does not care for me, he would never allow another to touch me. A subtle smile curved Jinjin's lips as she recalled Zhou Chuan's indifferent gaze and the vibrant woods where she had glimpsed the fleeting spark of that man. It was not that her body lacked allure. Rather, it was simply that his self-control was exceedingly strong. And who might this man be? Sanku inquired mockingly, his gaze fixed on Jinjin. By the time you discover his identity, you will already be facing death, Jinjin replied confidently. Huh. I am quite eager to witness the individual whom the foremost prodigy of Starry Horizon Mech University holds in such high esteem. It seems I must pursue you, lest I miss the chance to understand that man's prowess. Sanku laughed heartily, gradually closing the distance between them. You do not think I would resort to threats to ensure my safety, do you? Jinjin suddenly chuckled. Do you have an alternative? Sanku paused, unable to conceive of any means a woman might have in such a scenario. With a swift motion, Jinjin drew a small, sharp metallic spike from her wristwatch, its diminutive size rendering it nearly invisible in her grasp. You do not believe that this small spike can protect you, do you? Sanku sneered. Certainly not. However, this spike is sufficient to turn me into a corpse, Jinjin said slowly, pressing the metallic point against her throat. Suicide? Would you truly? Sanquo mocked. I would. Jinjin's luminous gaze remained fixed on Sanquo. Then go ahead and do it. Sanquo laughed heartily, showing no regard for the metallic spike in her hand as he advanced towards her. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will take my own life. Jinjin's hand trembled, her initial confidence waning. She had underestimated this man, a grievous error she had made repeatedly of late. Should you choose to end your life, I would not mind. Today, I shall have you even in death, Sanquo said with a sinister grin. Do not approach me. Jinjin's face paled, her grip on the metallic spike shaking violently. She did not value her life. Yet, she had no desire to die now. Her career was just beginning. If not for knowing Zhou Chuan, she would have unhesitatingly plunged the spike into her throat. You foul woman, how dare you frighten me? Go ahead and stab yourself. Why have you not done so? Sanquo laughed maniacally. Jinjin gritted her teeth, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, her gaze locked onto this man. If she could only escape this ship alive, she vowed to exact a bloody vengeance upon the Sanquo family. She swore it. She would make it happen. With a resounding thud, Sanquo kicked Jinjin in the abdomen, her frail body soaring through the air, crashing heavily against the foot of the bed, contorted in pain as the metallic spike fell onto the thick carpet. Why are you not taking your own life? Did you not declare your intention to do so? Sanquo picked up the sharp metallic spike and crouched down before Jinjin, seizing her hair and pressing the spike against her fair neck with malicious intent. Jinjin's head was forced upward, her jaw clenched tightly as her pained gaze gradually sharpened. She stared unblinkingly at Sanquo, as though etching his image into her memory. Damn it, you dare to threaten me? Out here in the void of space, should I kill you and dispose of your body? Who would know? I could conjure numerous reasons to claim you vanished due to an accident. What could anyone do to me? Fanny, perhaps? Fanny would be merely enraged. What could her anger accomplish? Strip, now, Sanquo commanded. Jinjin remained motionless, her eyes fixated on Sanquo, her entire being seemingly frozen, devoid of life. Look, I demand you look. Will you strip? Do it, Sanquo yelled, kicking Jinjin's frail body relentlessly. Jinjin's body convulsed, yet she continued to clench her teeth, uttering not a single word, her eyes betraying no tears. No, this is not like the painting in my house. It only bears a slight resemblance in color, Fanny said. After a fleeting glance at the painting, she turned, her body drenched in cold sweat. The corridor was eerily empty, devoid of any sign of Jinjin or Sanquo. Jinjin! Sanquo! Fanny cried out, desperately sprinting down the corridor, frantically searching for any trace of Jinjin, who seemed to have vanished entirely into thin air. Fanny, what are you doing? Singer grasped her arm. Where is Jinjin? Where is she? Fanny's face was a mask of despair as she gazed into the vacant corridor. Do not worry. She is likely exploring with Sanquo. We shall wait, Singer reassured her gently, wrapping his arm around her waist. Get away. That is not possible. It cannot be. Fanny snapped, suddenly breaking free from Singer's hold and violently kicking the thick metal walls. The immense force of her kick merely produced a muted thud against the hull of the moon goddess, which was fortified beyond her capacity to damage. Fanny stopped. Everything will be fine, Singer pleaded, unable to restrain her fury and forced to stand at a distance. In truth, Fanny's mental and physical prowess far surpassed his own, which was the primary reason he had always refrained from confronting her. No, I must save Jinjin. It is all my fault, my fault. Tears brimmed in Fanny's eyes as she paced anxiously in the corridor, like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, Fanny's eyes lit up. A lighter, she exclaimed, stepping in front of Singer and extending her hand. What for? Singer asked, taken aback. Give it to me. Fanny's icy gaze bore into him. Singer hesitated for a moment before producing his antique lighter, which burned kerosene, something utterly unavailable on the market. This lighter was a prized possession of his father's, one he often flaunted among his peers, a fact Fanny was acutely aware of. As Fanny seized the lighter, her body glided through the corridor like a shadow of nothingness, leaving Sing dumbfounded. With fervor, Fanny tore down several paintings from the walls, and when Sing beheld her, snatched the priceless sunflowers and cast it to the ground. Shattering both the canvas and frame beneath her feet, his heart raced uncontrollably. Snap! Fanny flicked open the lighter, releasing an ancient scent of kerosene into the air. Fanny, have you lost your mind? We are aboard a spaceship, Sing exclaimed, witnessing in horror as Fanny ignited those invaluable oil paintings, rushing forward to extinguish the flames with his foot. Bang! Fanny's kick sent Sing flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Sing, if you dare to impede me, we shall cease to be friends. Fanny's icy glare pierced through him. Fanny, this is a spacecraft. We are in outer space. not on Riddle Planet. Sing's eyes blazed with fury. Jinjin is under my protection. I vowed to ensure her safety, keeping her within my sight. Now she is missing, and one cannot simply vanish without reason. Surely, you grasp my meaning. Sing opened his mouth. Despair etched across his face as he watched the pile of frames and canvases consumed by flames, the acrid scent of burnt oil paint filling the air. Within mere seconds, the corridor was engulfed in thick smoke, making it difficult for him to breathe, while the deafening alarm blared incessantly. Strip or not strip? Sanko's face contorted in malice as he violently kicked Jinjin's body, each strike echoing like a heart-wrenching thud. Jinjin, expressionless, clenched her teeth, quietly counting. This was the 31st kick. She was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Never had she imagined that her demise would come in such an obscure manner. In that moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of the rotund, towering figure, which provided her an inexplicable sense of security and immense confidence, compelling her to remain steadfast, to survive. Survive. A peculiar smile crept upon Jinjin's lips as she resolved that as long as she lived, she would annihilate the Sanko clan and erase the Moon Goddess Company from the universe. She would pay any price, as long as it meant killing Sanko. Amidst the storm of brutal kicks, Jinjin pondered a question. Why was she able to undress without hesitation before Zhou Chuan, yet found herself unable to do so in front of Sanko? Why? She completely forgot the pain, grappling with the incongruity that Sanko was far more handsome than Zhou Chuan, wealthier, and even more gentle and considerate. Yet, she felt an instinctive aversion towards him. Why? Jinjin searched for various justifications and ultimately arrived at a few conclusions. First, Zhou Chuan harbored no ill intentions towards her, even when she was bare before him. Second, Zhou Chuan was more intelligent than she, and she was willing to reveal her body to a man who surpassed her in intellect. A bitter smile crossed her lips. She had never fathomed that her psyche harbored such a dark facet, that she could only show herself to those she deemed cleverer. Sanko, exhausted, ceased his kicks, sensing the frail woman's life force waning, slipping away. He did not wish for her to perish so soon. If she must die, he preferred it to be after he had his way with her. Sanko prepared to undress. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a red light illuminated the wall, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Alert! Alert! A fire has broken out in Corridor 57. Evacuate immediately to Cabin 1. Choose from evacuation routes E, J, P, or L to reach the safe zone. 15 minutes remaining. Cabin 17, 58, and 50 are now sealed. Activating T-system and firefighting measures. The ship's AI had evidently detected human presence in the room, and the heavy steel doors slowly creaked open, allowing a wisp of acrid air to enter. Bang! Sanko angrily kicked the cabin door, his gaze shifting to Jinjin, a glint of malice flashing through his eyes. Fear not. I shall not inform Fanny. I shall claim we are admiring this Viennese sculpture. Jinjin struggled to her feet, methodically tidying her hair and clothing, smoothing out the wrinkled bedsheet before approaching the fixed bronze sculpture, gently caressing it. Sanko's eyes scanned the exterior, hesitating. Jinjin, Jinjin, where are you? Suddenly in the distance, Fanny's anxious calls echoed, her footsteps growing nearer. Sanko's cold gaze fell upon Jinjin. Hearing Fanny's voice, Jinjin remained motionless, delicately brushing a strand of hair aside with her alabaster fingers, her focus unwavering on the exquisite bronze sculpture, her expression calm and unruffled. Jinjin, what are you doing here? Fanny burst into the room, disheveled and in utter disarray. What happened to you? Jinjin asked, astonished, as she regarded Fanny with concern. I'm Fine. Are you all right? Fanny's eyes were filled with worry. What could possibly happen? We are merely admiring this sculpture. Look, it's quite splendid. Though a replica, the craftsmanship is exquisite, and it is made of ancient Earth's bronze. Sanko, would you be so kind as to gift this sculpture to me? Jinjin smiled at Sanko. Of course. As long as the lovely Princess Jinjin desires it. Sanko replied with a gentlemanly smile. I want that painting of Su Beihong's galloping horses. That shall be the prize for your generosity. Jinjin gracefully approached Sanko, whispering softly in his ear. No problem, no problem. As long as Princess Jinjin is pleased. Ha! Sanko erupted into hearty laughter. Alert! Alert! We must hurry. What are you waiting for? Only a few minutes remain. The fire is not severe, but we must not risk suffocation. Fanny urged. Yes, yes, Sister Fanny, you go ahead. I'm unfamiliar with the way. Jinjin limped along. Hurry. The group dashed forward, and as they passed the painting of galloping horses, Jinjin did not forget to seize it, clutching it tightly to her chest amidst the smoke. Fanny remained oblivious to the pain etched across Jinjin's face as she stumbled behind her. Throughout, Sanko's gaze remained fixated on Jinjin. Upon reaching cabin 1, everyone gathered in the hall, anxiety etched upon their faces. Relief washed over them when they saw Sanko. After all, he was in control of the spaceship, and his presence instilled a sense of safety. 20 minutes later, the AI deactivated the alarm. The tension in the room dissipated, as no one had anticipated that a mere outing could lead to such a scare. They understood the peril of being in space. If anything went awry, survival would be a distant hope, particularly in the event of a fire. The festive spirit waned, and they congregated in cabin 1 to rest. While the ship initiated its return journey, Jinjin displayed no outward signs, remaining tranquil, yet her hands clutched the painting of galloping horses, her expression pallid. Sanko silently rejoiced at not having kicked Jinjin's face. Otherwise, explaining it would have been quite troublesome. After Sanko uncovered the cause of the fire, he did not cast blame upon Fanny. Instead, he shouldered the responsibility entirely, lamenting that he should not have brought Jinjin to witness the magnificent bronze sculpture in Vienna. Meanwhile, Fanny fervently apologized to Jinjin, who remained silent, simply shaking her head and affectionately pinching Fanny's nose. This gesture relieved Fanny significantly, as it indicated that Jinjin bore no anger. Soon, the spacecraft returned to the dock, and the convoy dropped them off a short distance from the school. By then, the hour had passed 2 in the morning. The vibrant trees shimmered enchantingly beneath the luminous moonlight. Upon sighting the grand school gates, Jinjin exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sanko, for your painting. The moon goddess is truly exquisite. We are grateful for the delightful evening you provided. I hope to receive an invitation from you next time," she said, approaching Sanko with the painting in her arms, bowing slightly with a smile. "As long as Princess Jinjin enjoys it, you are always welcome aboard the moon goddess." "Very well. I shall certainly visit when the opportunity arises. I genuinely adore the moon goddess." A sweet smile graced Jinjin's face, captivating in its charm. "Goodbye," as he watched her graceful silhouette depart, recalling Jinjin's enchanting smile. Sanko found himself momentarily entranced. He suddenly realized how extraordinarily beautiful Jinjin was, particularly her smile, which he had overlooked. In that instant, regret washed over him for his hasty actions aboard the spacecraft. He had been too impatient. However, confidence quickly surged within him, for he believed this woman would inevitably become his pet, as her vanity had taken him by surprise. He had never anticipated that Jinjin would offer a painting as compensation. With this thought, a wicked smile crept upon Sanko's lips, vowing that next time, he would surely conquer this woman. The following morning, Zhou Chuan rose early, surprised to find that Mi Shui had already left. Nevertheless, a steaming breakfast awaited him. After finishing his meal, Zhou Chuan promptly returned to school, as he had numerous tasks to attend to. Once back, he devoted the entire day to virtual modifications, scarcely finding a moment to visit the training room number 7. For the heavyweight mech combat competition organized by Nor Corporation had commenced, and he had received parameters for several heavy mechs. Zhou Chuan needed to finalize his preparations swiftly, as Carl from the club had requested a concrete plan before the invitation letter arrived at school. Notably, the funding for the competition from Nor Mech Corporation had already been deposited into Zhou Chuan's account, and this was merely the first installment. Once he received the invitation letter, a substantial scholarship would be promptly credited to him. At 11 o'clock that evening, Zhou Chuan arrived punctually in the vibrant forest, where silvery moonlight cascaded through the trees. The vibrant trees radiated brilliance, and the lively mice filled the woods with vitality. Zhou Chuan halted, frowning at an open clearing ahead, where Jinjin stood in a white dress, the gentle breeze causing her long skirt to flutter as if she were a fairy. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhou Chuan's face. He was not fond of such frequent encounters. Chapter 97. I want to hang galloping horses on the moon goddess. Neither Zhou Chuan nor Jinjin moved. The air in the forest felt almost stifling. The once playful mice seemed to sense the tension, retreating into the trees, their crimson eyes darting about cautiously. Zhou Chuan sensed an unease as well. Jinjin was an astute individual, and she would not waste his time without a significant reason. "Speak," Zhou Chuan said coldly, his gaze piercing into Jinjin's. He perceived a spark in her eyes, one that harbored both resentment and sorrow, a complex expression. Zhou Chuan did not know Jinjin very well, but he understood that her thoughts were intricately woven. If her emotions were conveyed through her gaze, then the situation was indeed grave. Jinjin shook her head, remaining silent. Under the moonlight, Jinjin began to slowly unfasten her garments, her movements deliberate and gentle. as if performing a sacred ritual. A radiant glow illuminated her face. Stop! Zhou Chuan's gaze flashed with anger. He felt as though his mind was being ensnared by this woman, disliking the sensation of losing control. Yet, Zhen seemed oblivious, continuing to unbutton her neckline. One by one. Do not test my tolerance, Zhou Chuan said, suddenly silenced as Zhen's dress slipped from her shoulders to the ground. To his astonishment, she wore nothing beneath, her only garment being that ethereal white gown draping over her delicate form. Bathed in moonlight, Zhen stood like a statue, her body perfectly aligned before Zhou Chuan, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisitely sculpted features and flawless skin captivating him. Zhou Chuan's body trembled inexplicably. He had not noticed the alluring contours. Instead, he saw the myriad of bruises marring her once pristine skin, each a stark reminder of violence endured. The density of the bruises struck him deeply, igniting a flicker of turmoil within his usually steadfast heart. Zhou Chuan approached Zhen, gazing down at her, his right hand gently caressing her soft skin, his touch tender as it glided over her shoulders, arms, and waist. Who did this? He whispered, his fingers tracing the delicate curve of her figure, now devoid of its former luster and suppleness, bruised and slightly swollen. Moon Goddess, Sanko. Under the caress of Zhou Chuan's strong hand, Zhen seemed to find solace. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her pale cheeks, her body trembling in the cold wind. While enduring Sanko's cruelty aboard the Moon Goddess, Zhen managed to hold back her tears, even managing to smile as a means of self-protection. Yet before Zhou Chuan, she could not maintain her composure. Yes, Sanko, I remember, he murmured softly, wiping the tears from her face. No. Zhen looked up at Zhou Chuan, her gaze remarkably clear. Speak. Zhou Chuan's hand continued its slow exploration of her body, his palm imbued with strength, the energy flowing into her delicate skin. I have a painting. Zhen felt her body enveloped in warmth, an overwhelming sense of comfort washing over her. What painting? Su Beihong's Galloping Horses, a splendid piece. I wish to hang it aboard the Moon Goddess. Do you not think that a galloping horse's painting would be more fitting on a battleship? I adore the Moon Goddess. Zhen whispered, curling into Zhou Chuan's embrace, finding warmth and security in his presence. It seems it is not just the Moon Goddess. It should encompass the entire Moon Goddess Corporation, Zhou Chuan sighed. In this vast universe, none are unaware of the Moon Goddess Corporation, since Zhen desires the Moon Goddess. It is tantamount to wanting the entire corporation to vanish. Indeed, a chilling breeze swept through, bringing with it a palpable sense of cold. Unable to resist, Zhen tightened her embrace around Zhou Chuan, her body trembling slightly. Well, it's merely the Moon Goddess. Zhou Chuan exuded a commanding aura of indomitable strength. Chuan, I admire your assertiveness. Zhen clung to him, pressing her delicate form closely against his. You should rest soon. It's late. Xiao Huan bent down, gently lifting the hem of Zhen's dress and carefully fastening it, his movements focused and meticulous. Why are you so kind to me? Zhen gazed at Zhou Chuan quietly. Every time I see you, I remove my clothes. How could I not treat you well? Zhou Chuan gripped Zhen's chin, lifting it with a forceful yet somewhat rough motion. Zhen's face flushed crimson, akin to the evening sky. I am gifting you the Moon Goddess, but it is not without a price. What price? Zhen's heart skipped a beat. I want you. I'm already serving you. Rumors have spread, and now the entire Rydal Empire is rife with undercurrents. Many believe the general will rise again, and the army's morale is unstable. Once the moment arrives, we can act. No, that is not important, Zhou Chuan interrupted her. What? You? Zhou Chuan lowered his head, gently brushing his lips against Zhen's pale ones, a faint smile playing on his lips as he strode purposefully into the vibrant forest. Watching his broad silhouette vanish, Zhen stood in a daze, forever unable to fathom the depths of this man's thoughts. He consistently shattered her preconceptions. Zhou Chuan, do you truly desire me? Zhen felt an inexplicable tension within her. She was not yet prepared for surrender. She had always believed that someone like Zhou Chuan would remain unmoved. Yet she had underestimated him once more. Why had she recently been making such foolish and trivial mistakes? Zhen observed the small mice scurrying and leaping in the woods. It seemed that in Zhou Chuan's absence, their courage had grown significantly. A few even ventured to her feet, sniffing curiously. To her astonishment, she realized her injuries had healed considerably, and her heart felt much lighter, as if touched by a pair of magical hands. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Zhou Chuan found Philip standing stiffly at the door in his security uniform. Zhou Chuan waved casually at Philip before entering through the glass door. Watching the tall figure disappear behind the glass, Philip's heart raced, his blood coursing through his veins. The simple wave had ignited a fervor within him. Yet he could not discern why. Why was this happening? Why? Philip grew increasingly anxious. This young man left him feeling adrift, and he yearned to understand him. It seemed as though an invisible force compelled him to learn more about this individual. However, Philip had no means to uncover his past. All available information indicated that the young man was astonishingly ordinary. More importantly, he found himself unable to pose questions to this enigmatic figure. Each time he encountered him, he was rendered speechless despite having prepared for the encounter. Zhou Chuan remained blissfully unaware of Philip's tumultuous thoughts and had no time to ponder them, as his return was ill-timed. Upon entering, Zhou Chuan was met with three individuals, Min Xiaohong, Karen, and a man of imposing demeanor. The man sat gloomily on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, the entire hall enveloped in a haze of smoke, the room in disarray. Karen, disheveled and tear-streaked, knelt almost bare on the floor, her hair a tangled mess. Min Xiaohong, clad in shorts, leaned weakly against the wall, his body marked with footprints, clearly having endured a brutal beating from the man. On the coffee table before the man lay an exquisite small laser gun, gleaming with a seductive golden hue under the light. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Anyone could sense that something grave had transpired. "Stay right there," the man said, nonchalantly reaching for the laser gun on the table. "Mr. Hong, I advise you to put that gun away." Zhou Chuan glanced at the barely conscious Xiao Hong and spoke to the man with a blank expression. "You know me?" The man's gaze flickered with a hint of menace. "With the current council elections, Mr. Hong's opponents are seeking opportunities. I believe someone is monitoring Mr. Hong's movements. Though they cannot penetrate this heavily guarded building, I assure you, if three individuals were to suddenly vanish from here, Mr. Hong's enemies would find a way to report it accurately. Although Mr. Hong may not fear it, it would undoubtedly impact his campaign. Do you truly believe that?" The man sneered, a palpable aura of danger emanating from him. "I merely think this woman is not worth your committing murder." "Ha ha ha, indeed. Zhou Chuan is quite the perceptive one. This woman is certainly not worth my personally taking a life." The man initially appeared taken aback before bursting into laughter, slowly tucking the intricately designed laser gun into his coat. "As it should be," Zhou Chuan replied impassively, seating himself on the sofa, his fingers still gripping the metallic access card. Now that he was closer to the man, he felt increasingly confident, believing that he no longer needed the card. The man's murderous intent had dissipated. "Karen, I want to kill you, but let our relationship end here." The man sighed, his voice tinged with profound melancholy. I know you're looking for an excuse to rid yourself of me. You've grown weary of me." Yes, I understand," Karen shot back, her eyes filled with resentment. "Is that so?" The man replied coldly. "You just said you wouldn't stoop to murder for me. You deem me beneath you, merely a tool for your carnal desires. You once promised to marry me. With your status, you had a slot available, yet you never followed through. It's been 2 years, 2 long years, and I've had enough." Karen raged, tears streaming down her face as she confronted the man. "Continue," the man urged, his gaze devoid of emotion. "You look down on me, you distrust me, and even when you sought a roommate to alleviate your boredom, you chose 2 grotesque beggars from the slums. In your eyes, I am but a wanton woman, aren't you?" The man replied languidly as he took a drag from a cigar. Am I truly?" Karen exclaimed. "In these 2 years, have I ever wronged you? Yet you have never believed in me, nor granted me a rightful place in your life. Aside from your weekly visits for your desires, when have you genuinely cared for me? You scorn me, and even those 2 beggars look down on me, disdainfully refusing to speak to me. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Karen sobbed, her hands covering her face as she wept. The man took a deep drag from his cigar, a contemplative expression crossing his face as the silence stretched on. Zhou Chuan noticed Xiao Hong staring blankly at Karen, clearly affected by her words. "Well, the past is past. Your betrayal is a fact. For the sake of our 2 years together, let this matter rest. There's a sum of money in this card, and this apartment is now yours as well. A lawyer will handle all the legal formalities." No, I don't want money. I want you." Karen suddenly lunged into the man's embrace. "Do you believe this is possible?" The man remained utterly still. Caroline's body crumpled to the ground. "All right, I'm leaving," he declared decisively, rising to his feet, an inexplicable sense of relaxation flickering across his brow, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. When he vanished beyond the door, Caroline exhaled deeply, promptly standing up with an air of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Chuan and Xiao He. "Consider yourselves evicted within 24 hours, or I shall impose a penalty." Caroline shot a contemptuous look at Xiao He. Caroline, I love you. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my affection? Caroline retorted, her gaze sharp as she sneered. Do you possess wealth? Do you possess beauty? Do you wield power? You are merely a wretched creature from the slums, wallowing amidst refuse and lost dreams. Even if you gain admission to the starry Horizon Mech University, you will forever remain a pauper. You could not afford this dwelling even if you toiled your entire life. No, Caroline, that is not the case. I am a promising programmer from the Rydell Empire. I can amass wealth at will. I could buy you a car, a house, or even a planet. Caroline initially stared in disbelief before erupting into laughter, tears of mirth glistening in her eyes. Caroline, I speak the truth. Xiaohei pleaded earnestly. The only response to him was the resounding slam of a door, leaving Xiaohei in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at Zhou Chuan. Confused by the turn of events, Caroline had just severed ties with that man and could now openly be with him, yet she was ignoring him entirely. Xiaohei, it's time to pack your things, Zhou Chuan stated, rising from his seat. Why? Xiaohei stared blankly at him. There is no reason. You are merely a pawn in their game. They both wished to rid themselves of one another, but lacked the courage to articulate it. You, unfortunately, have become Caroline's target. Why? Xiaohei's expression was one of utter confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Zhou Chuan's words. The man did not wish to maintain a relationship with Caroline, and she too sought to escape him. However, neither could find the right words. Thus, Caroline took the initiative, seducing Xiaohei to provoke that man. As for why she chose him, I suspect it is because your status would not incite jealousy in that man. Zhou Chuan sighed. The explanation felt somewhat forced, yet he could not fathom Caroline's mentality. What perplexed him most was her apparent lack of fear in provoking that man. Xiaohei remained oblivious to the man's identity, while Zhou Chuan was all too aware that this individual wielded considerable power within the Rydell Empire. For him, taking a life was not a daunting decision. Xiao Huan, of course, was unaware that Caroline's psyche was deeply twisted. Her pursuit of Xiaohei was purely an act of vengeance, against that man, against herself, against Xiaohei, against Zhou Chuan. No matter how meticulously Zhou Chuan reasoned through the situation, he could not anticipate that Caroline's motive was to retaliate against his disdain for her. She intended to use that man as a weapon against Xiaohei and Zhou Chuan, but regrettably, it appeared that the man was unwilling to kill for her. Why did she choose me? Why did she choose me? Why? Xiaohei muttered, despondent, his face pale and gaunt. It was evident that he had fallen deeply into despair. While for Caroline, Xiaohei represented mere retribution, contrasting sharply with Xiaohei's pure and earnest love for her. At this juncture, further discussion was futile. Pack your belongings, Zhou Chuan urged, extending his hand to Xiaohei. No. Xiaohei violently shook off Zhou Chuan's grip. What do you intend to do? Xiao Huan's pupils narrowed in alarm. Caroline loves me. She loves me. She has said so. Is that so? Zhou Chuan's lips curled into a cynical smile as he approached Caroline's door and knocked. Knock, knock. What do you want? Caroline opened the door, regarding Zhou Chuan with disdain. She now possessed the upper hand, as this room belonged to her. Zhou Chuan abruptly reached out, his large hand seizing Caroline's delicate neck with a cold, ruthless intensity. Cough, cough. Caroline felt as though her throat were caught in a vice. Terror etched across her face as she gazed into Zhou Chuan's icy eyes. Two choices: reconcile with Xiaohei or face death. Zhou Chuan's voice was eerily calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Caroline stubbornly shook her head, managing to utter a single word. Zhou Chuan remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the empty shell that was Caroline. His grip tightened incrementally, and Caroline's feet kicked desperately, sensing her life ebbing away. Zoga, let her go. Xiaohei rose, his face ashen as he looked at Caroline, resembling a lifeless shell. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Chuan released his hold, and Caroline fell heavily to the floor, clutching her throat and coughing violently. Get out now. 10 minutes. If you do not leave within 10 minutes, I shall call the authorities. Caroline screamed at Zhou Chuan and Xiaohei, her once beautiful face contorted with rage. I'm leaving, Xiaohei muttered, casting one last glance at Caroline before retreating to his room. Zhou Chuan cast a cold glance at the now frantic Caroline before heading to his own room. 10 minutes later, Zhou Chuan emerged with his personal belongings, which were relatively few. Xiaohei followed suit, carrying his meager tools for survival in one hand and a small card in the other. Aside from these, he had brought nothing, not even a change of clothes. Caroline stood in the hall, her expression devoid of emotion as she watched Zhou Chuan and Xiaohei. Caroline, I will return tomorrow. Oomph. Caroline dismissed him with a scoff, uninterested in responding further. As Zhou Chuan exited the high-speed elevator, laden with his bag, Philip paused momentarily. Zhou, we are departing. We may meet again. Zhou Chuan interjected before Philip could voice his thoughts. Uncle Philip, may I come back tomorrow at this time? Xiao He pleaded with Philip. But don't you have a card? We no longer reside here. Philip glanced at Zhou Chuan, visibly conflicted. I will come with him tomorrow. Zhou Chuan gently patted Philip on the shoulder. Very well. Philip nodded, seemingly entranced. Watching the tall Zhou Chuan and the small, frail Xiao He depart, Philip felt a surreal sensation, as though caught in a dream. He could not recall how many times Zhou Chuan had patted his shoulder, but each time evoked a feeling of extreme familiarity, both distant and strangely intimate. Zhou Chuan and Xiao He had no choice but to return to the dormitory. Fortunately, the regulations of the Starry Horizon Mech University male dormitory were not overly strict. The two retrieved their bedding with their cards and ascended the dormitory building. Both Zhou Chuan and Xiao He were freshmen residing in the same building, mere rooms apart. Zhou Go, thank you, Xiao He said, his clear eyes fixed on Zhou Chuan. In this world, there are plenty of women. I understand. It is merely money. Xiao He's gaze radiated newfound confidence. Xiao He, often the resolution of financial matters does not equate to the resolution of problems. Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Xiao He, as if he had been stirred by some unseen force. I understand, Xiao He exclaimed, using his card to unlock the door, gesturing with it towards Zhou Chuan. At the very moment he closed the door, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Zhou Chuan shook his head, doubting his own perception. Such a smile was incongruous on the innocent visage of Xiao He. He dismissed further contemplation, realizing he had already extended more words towards Xiao He than he typically would with others. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, as he turned to enter, Xiao He's frail form slipped out of the room like a wraith, his striking black and white eyes shimmering with fervent intensity. Money, money, what is money? To me, it is merely a figure. In the enveloping darkness, Xiao He appeared to swell with newfound stature, radiating an overwhelming confidence. His objective was a nearby automated teller machine of the Cosmic Bank, not far from Xinghan Mech University. That night, an astonishing virtual bank heist reverberated throughout the cosmos. The perpetrator, employing unknown methods, violently breached the Cosmic Bank's core system through an ATM in a mere 10 minutes, disassembling a staggering trillion gold coins worth of virtual currency into billions of accounts. Subsequently, like blood circulating around the human heart, these accounts were meticulously siphoned away, vanishing without a trace. This virtual bank robbery was enshrined as one of the classic cases in the annals of the human cosmic exploration era. The incident became an enigma, with the entirety of humanity searching for this genius capable of infiltrating the Cosmic Bank in just 10 minutes. Some corporations even offered to compensate for the losses, with the sole condition of recruiting this hacking prodigy. The Cosmic Bank also proclaimed that should the hacker agree to serve them, they would waive any criminal liabilities and offer the trillion gold coins worth of virtual currency as remuneration. Regrettably, the only thing known was the codename, Kareen. It was a name left behind by the hacker on the Cosmic Bank's master control light brain, the meaning of which remained a mystery. This individual appeared and disappeared as suddenly as a shooting star, briefly illuminating the cosmos before vanishing without a trace, yet leaving an indelible mark in the history of human hackers, for no hacker had ever breached the Cosmic Bank before. In the decades following Kareen's emergence on the Cosmic Bank's master control light brain, the institution hosted several of the largest hacking competitions in human history. Whoever could decipher the core light brain program of the Cosmic Bank would win a prize of 1 trillion. Yet, no one succeeded in claiming this astronomical reward. Of course, all of this was merely prelude. Half an hour later, Xiao He returned to his dormitory, a satisfied smile gracing his features, confident that Kareen would reconsider. The school's accommodations comprised 3 rooms and a living area, sharing a single restroom, and the environment was quite decent, equipped with light brains. While a dedicated service company collected laundry, the other 2 rooms remained shut, and Zhou Chuan used his card to unlock his own room, which had been unoccupied since he had spent a few nights there during military training. After tidying up his bedding, Zhou Chuan connected his laptop to the light brains network. He had grown accustomed to this old laptop, particularly because it housed a plethora of metadata that he had no desire to transfer to the immovable school light brain. The convenience of the laptop was unparalleled. As soon as he powered it on, a dialog box sprang to life. Zhou Chuan, I am your friend Carl. Please respond upon seeing this message. Here, Zhou Chuan, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Xiao Huan. The invitation letter will be delivered to Xinghan Mech University tomorrow. The heavy mecha combat competition originally scheduled for December 1st will be held earlier. The specific time is being arranged. In order to ensure the smooth conduct of this competition, Noah Mecha Corporation requires all participants to submit the data of their mechas set for modification for company records. Additionally, regarding your scholarship disbursement, thank you for your cooperation. It was evident that this message had been pre-prepared for mass distribution, likely sent to numerous participants with only the names altered. Why the rush? Zhou Chuan sensed something amiss. This is the company's arrangement. All right, just a moment. Zhou Chuan quickly organized some modification data and transmitted it. Zhou Chuan, thank you immensely for your cooperation. If the modification data you provided proves beneficial to Noah Mecha Corporation, a bonus will be awarded. Furthermore, we wish you success in the combat competition. After concluding the conversation, a sense of urgency washed over Zhou Chuan. Why do you feel this way? Clearly, the source of this anxiety stemmed from the Noah Mecha Corporation's combat competition, which was an exceedingly complex venture requiring extensive preparation. There had never been a precedent for an event being held earlier rather than postponed. Why the haste? Why the early request for modification data? Zhou Chuan felt he had grasped a crucial point. Yes, why the early demand for modification data? Zhou Chuan found it unremarkable for a mecha company to request modification data, as the essence of a modification combat competition was to optimize the mechas. After each competition, participants were obliged to provide their modification data unconditionally to the mecha company. In truth, every competitor received some form of support from the mecha company, which was not without its strings attached. The condition was always to share the technical parameters of their modifications. This was fundamentally the driving force behind the frequent competitions held by mecha companies. Could it be that Noah Mecha Corporation was preparing for mass production of heavy mechas? That was the only logical explanation. But why produce heavy mechas? Instinctively, Zhou Chuan began to search for news regarding the colorful shell bug, only to find the information alarmingly scarce on the Interstellar network, as though the colorful shell bug had vanished entirely. Clearly, the colorful shell bug had not disappeared. The reason for the scarcity of information was simply the tightening of secrecy. The only tidbit concerning the colorful shell bug was that recruitment in several planets bordering the Cloud Sea galaxy had reached a critical point, marking a shift from merely calling back citizens for military service to a more coercive recruitment process. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped Zhou Chuan. The situation had become abundantly clear. Noah Corporation was preparing to develop heavy mechas, as the 70-ton mecha standard was no longer adequate for the demands of warfare. The heavy mecha modification combat competition had lost its significance. What truly mattered was that the modification data would converge at the headquarters of Noah Mecha, where the technical parameters would be fed into the company's colossal light brain, leading to the optimization of feasible technological methods, and, subsequently, the continuous production of heavy mechas on the assembly line. Zhou Chuan, who had initially planned to do some homework, promptly abandoned the idea, as an instinctive feeling informed him that the Mech combat tournament had become little more than a hollow formality. The following morning, he was summoned to the principal's office. Hello. Zhou Chuan greeted the principal warmly. Hello, principal, Zhou Chuan replied, casting a glance at the dozen or so attending physicians present in the office. The last time Bayer had an altercation with you, she was injured by your gaze. Currently, Bayer remains in a state of extreme fear. Therefore, we hope you can assist us in her treatment, the principal said with a gentle demeanor. Is it serious? Zhou Chuan asked, his brow furrowing. Not critically so, but her psychological trauma is quite severe. Bayer now cannot bear to look anyone in the eye. Though she may have a fiery temperament, she is a genuinely kind-hearted girl. We hope you can help her. And how might I assist? Zhao Huan inquired. First, we must examine your eyes, and then you will need to personally apologize to Bayer. Imsuri, principal, y truly apologija. I am willing to have my eyes examined. Zhou Chuan shot a cold glance at the principal. Had he not known this man for over a decade, he would have stormed out in indignation. Very well, you need not apologize. Would it suffice for you two to speak privately? The principal suggested. Zhou Chuan nodded in agreement. Accompanied by a cadre of experts, Zhou Chuan proceeded to the laboratory. After undergoing an array of tests with diverse instruments, he was escorted by the principal to a special care room. Through the glass, he could see Bayer huddled under a blanket, her body curled up, her eyes wide open and fixated on the stark white walls, exuding a profound emptiness. Witnessing the frail little girl, Zhou Chuan felt a wave of shock. He had never imagined that his gaze could inflict such profound harm on her. The terror reflected in her eyes was an insidious fear, one that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Go in. I hope this will be of some assistance to her. Please do not frighten her further, the principal sighed, his eyes filled with compassion. The glass door slowly opened. This was a one-way mirror, allowing visibility inside, but concealing the outside. Don't come near. Don't come near, Bayer exclaimed, hearing Zhou Chuan's footsteps. She abruptly turned her head, springing up like a coiled spring, letting out a shriek as she pulled the blanket over her head, shivering uncontrollably. Zhou Chuan remained still, silent, merely standing there. Please, I beg you. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I was wrong, I was wrong. I will never insult anyone again. Please, don't look at me. Bayer whimpered, trembling as she wept. Do you know I am looking at you? Zhou Chuan asked, perplexed, considering that she had her head covered. I know. Please, don't look at me. She pleaded, her voice dripping with desperation, a far cry from the arrogant girl she once was. Well, what about now? Zhou Chuan turned his back to her. Yes, just like that. That's fine, she responded, her voice still quivering. However, from the rustling of the blanket, it was evident she had cautiously peeked out. Why are you afraid of my eyes? Zhou Chuan inquired, still facing away. I don't know. It's so terrifying. It feels as if my heart is about to stop. It's unbearable. Please, from now on, let me know whenever you're nearby. Just give me a heads up. Will you? Xiao Huan was rendered speechless. I will pay you. I am quite wealthy, she declared. Zhou Chuan found himself at a loss for words. What do you like? If you fancy beautiful girls, I can introduce you to a few. But not here. Oh, do you like mechs? I can gift you several. As long as you leave me be, she continued. Chapter 99. The Guesses of the First Talented Girl. Have you agreed? Bayer asked, noticing Zhou Chuan's silence. If I can, I will try to inform you whenever possible. Zhou Chuan replied with a wry smile, realizing that her thought process could not be gauged by ordinary standards. That is splendid. Tell me, do you prefer gold coins or women? And what about mechs? Bayer exclaimed, her spirits soaring at his acquiescence. No need. May I just take a look? No. Please don't turn around. She gasped, hastily covering her head again. Look at me. Look at me. Xiao Huan commended, turning to face the trembling girl beneath the blanket. No, please. I beg you, she cried, her body convulsing. Look at me, slowly, Zhou Chuan said, softening his tone. I'm looking. Please don't hate me. Just think of me as a well-behaved, beautiful, kind, and lovely person. Zhou Chuan was once again left speechless. Finally, slowly, Bayer's fearful gaze met Xiao Huanesh. Her hands, gripping the blanket tightly, trembled incessantly from sheer anxiety. Do you feel better? Zhou Chuan attempted to relax his own demeanor. Is it over? Bayer rubbed her eyes, and, in an instant, her face lit up with joy. Yes, it's over. Brother Fat, please sit. Sit down. I'll give you a back massage. Bayer eagerly tugged Zhou Chuan onto the bed, her delicate hands clumsily patting his back. Brother Fat, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I promise to serve you diligently. You are magnanimous, and I can bear the weight of your burdens. Please, don't hold a grudge against me. I assure you I will never insult anyone again. Zhou Chuan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at her steadfastness. In but a short while he had transformed from Fat to Brother Fat, and she had shifted from you to you, sir. You are incredibly unfortunate. You need to strengthen certain areas of your training. What kind of training? She asked, momentarily bewildered. The principal will inform you. Now get some rest. Zhou Chuan gestured towards the exit, and the glass door gradually opened. It's all right now, he reassured the principal. Do you understand the reason now? The principal inquired, having evidently overheard the conversation between Zhou Chuan and Bayer. Unfortunately, my eyes can emit harmful energies, while Bayer's eyes are susceptible to receiving them. However, even when I do not look at her, she can still sense it. Indeed, it is not overwhelmingly intense. Her primary affliction stems from psychological fear. The real damage requires a direct gaze. She needs to enhance her training in certain aspects, such as the neural connections between her eyes and brain. This is a matter for the scientists to address. Let us proceed to the laboratory to examine the results. The principal agreed with a nod. Upon arriving at the laboratory, a group of experts was busy assembling preliminary data for analysis, with holographic images displaying anatomical diagrams of a human eye. How does it appear? The principal inquired. Long ago, experiments were conducted yielding certain data. The findings from Zhou Chuan indicate that human eyes can indeed inflict harm when subjected to an angry glare. The brain's activity in areas responsible for perceiving potential threats accelerates significantly. Fixating a fierce gaze on someone can indeed prove fatal, or at least detrimental to one's health. Are there any precedents for this? The principal probed. During the catastrophic Tangshan earthquake in ancient Earth, a dog witnessed its master pilfering a deceased individual's wristwatch. The master met a tragic end, succumbing to the piercing gaze of the dog. On April 23, 2007, during a rehearsal at the Nizhny Novgorod Opera House in Russia, the seasoned performer Andreyev, portraying Faust, delivered a fervent soliloquy in the fifth act titled The Palace. As Faust engaged in a tense dialogue with the devil Mephistopheles by the Grand Canal, the atmosphere was charged with explosive intensity. A stagehand inadvertently caused a loud clatter while moving props, prompting Andreev to cast a disapproving glare in his direction. Upon meeting Andreev's gaze, the stagehand trembled violently, pointing a finger at Andreev's eyes, succumbing to a silent demise without any apparent cause. Shortly thereafter, another conductor perished painfully after receiving a similar glare from Andreev, repeatedly uttering the name Andreev in his final moments. Is there any theoretical backing for this phenomenon? The principal couldn't help but glance into Zhou Chuan's eyes. Human gazes resemble a peculiar photoelectric system, capable of both receiving and emitting signals. When agitated, the radiation emitted from one's eyes manifests as short waves, akin to X-rays or lasers, possessing formidable penetrating power. Such short waves can influence the neural system, the brain, the heart, and indeed the entire body. Certain gazes from humans and other creatures serve as potent biological pulse emitters, capable of transmitting high-frequency bioelectromagnetic signals. Consequently, they can exert a profound influence on other beings. Yet, it is only in states of anger that one's gaze can adversely affect health or even lead to fatal outcomes. An extraordinary ability reserved for a select few or those with specialized training. Why, then, does Bell experience fear even when not being gazed upon? The principal inquired, furrowing his brow. Currently, there exists no definitive theoretical support for this, but it is certain that Bell possesses a capacity akin to that of Zhou Chuan, albeit on a much diminished scale. This shared ability renders Bell more sensitive to the short waves emanating from Zhou Chuan's eyes. Indeed, it has been previously stated that human gazes can both transmit and receive signals, much like a magnifying glass. Zhou Chuan's impact on the average individual is likely limited. However, Bell's lack of direct observation of Zhou Chuan might have amplified her perception of the short waves to an overwhelming degree, thus inflicting harm upon herself. Is there any remedy? Currently, there is none. The sole solution is to prevent any encounters between the two, or for Zhou Chuan to refrain from directing his ire at Bell. Alternatively, enhancing Bell's training in this regard could empower her to withstand Zhou Chuan's gaze. After extensive deliberation, no conclusive outcome was reached, for many aspects remain speculative. Unraveling the ultimate principle of lethal gazes cannot be achieved through mere discussion. It necessitates rigorous experimental research. Zhou Chuan chose not to attend class and proceeded directly to the maintenance building, as today marks the announcement of the participants for the Mech combat tournament. However, Zhou Chuan no longer regarded the tournament with significance. His scholarship had been awarded and his modifications submitted. The tournament had diminished in importance. What truly mattered were the heavy mech modifications and various components offered by Mech Company. Zhou Chuan placed great value on these components, having customized numerous parts through Mech Company for his mech. With Nor's substantial technological prowess and resources, resolving any issues with the customization should prove relatively straightforward. Upon his arrival at the maintenance building, the supervisor was seated at the entrance, surrounded by dozens of students, as Mr. Chen had revealed that the qualified participants would emerge from within the maintenance building. The students there were primarily third and fourth year students, possessing a foundational understanding of modifications and repairs, making it unsurprising that candidates would arise from this group. Nonetheless, the students found it peculiar that the usually elusive supervisor was delaying the announcement of the list, seemingly awaiting something. Jinjin, who do you think will participate in this combat tournament? Fanny inquired, observing that Jinjin appeared unwell, her complexion pale and fatigued, struggling even to stand. In the mech maintenance building, she merely observed while offering insights to some freshmen. Although Jinjin did not personally engage in modifications, her meticulous analytical abilities garnered the respect of several masters, who frequently sought her counsel on challenging issues. Her status within the maintenance building was exceedingly elevated. I am no oracle, Jinjin replied with a smile, leaning back in her chair. She felt a lingering pain in her back. The internal injuries from the encounter had proven far more severe than she had anticipated. It was difficult for her to believe that she had emerged smiling from the moon goddess when she had disembarked. Given Jinjin's intelligence, I am confident she could narrow the potential participants down to 3 individuals. Fanny affectionately patted Jinjin's shoulder, causing her to wince in pain, hastily lowering Fanny's hand. Jinjin, take a guess. Jinjin, we believe in you. Indeed, indeed. A chorus of voices urged Jinjin to reveal her analytical prowess, as her intellect and strategic acumen were renowned throughout the starry galaxy Mech University. Come now, take a guess. The supervisor also regarded Jinjin with a smile, finding enjoyment in witnessing the analysis of this talented individual. Well, since everyone wants me to take a guess, I shall oblige. Jinjin lightly brushed her hair aside and surveyed the surrounding crowd. It is evident that the qualified participants are not among us. Why not? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, disheartened by Zhenjin's initial exclusion. If they were here, Director Gao would have announced the names immediately, Zhenjin explained. Indeed, truly the mark of a prodigy, the supervisor responded. Then let me ask you, if they're not here, how can I still announce the list? Why is that? Quite simple. Each competition has been postponed, or a preliminary selection is conducted at the school. However, this time no preliminary selection occurred, and it is happening ahead of schedule. Hence, the only possibility is that Mech Company has predetermined the participants. Due to this internal selection, I am certain that Director Gao himself is unaware of the chosen individual, having only seen the documentation and photographs provided by Mech Company. Thus, Director Gao hesitates to announce the names, eager to discover who has garnered the favor of one of the three major mech companies in the universe. Chapter 100, Evading Danger and Eluding Fate. Zhenjin, it seems the qualified participants are about to be revealed, someone remarked. I noticed there are still 4 interns in the maintenance building who have yet to arrive, including 2 fourth-year students, one named Singer and the other a freshman. Could it be Singer? A male student queried. I already stated that this individual is someone Director Gao would not recognize. If it were Singer, Director Gao would not be waiting. Furthermore, while Singer has spent considerable time in the school, he has already graduated and is no longer a student here. If Mech Company wanted him to participate in the tournament, they would extend an invitation directly to him, rather than through the school, making Singer an impossibility. The group surveyed their surroundings, contemplating who among the remaining 3 individuals had yet to arrive today. 2 exceptionally talented seniors stood out, yet in the presence of their peers, they seemed rather ordinary. Thus, the one with the most promise was the freshman, who possessed a civilian heavy mech maintenance license. And this combat competition was precisely a heavy mech modification battle. Zhenjin's gaze was imbued with wisdom, casting an illusion of awe upon Fanny, as if she had misjudged the situation, for Zhenjin's eyes held a hint of reverence. A mech maintenance license? Fanny exclaimed. Yes, indeed. Who is this fat? Director Gao inquired. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Chuan, the crowd replied in unison. What are his special talents? Director Gao asked, his admiration for Zhenjin evident as he acknowledged her cleverness. She had divulged not a shred of information, yet the other party had managed to deduce his name. Truly, she was the brightest talent at the Xinghan Mech University. From Zhenjin's gaze, it was clear that she held great esteem for the man affectionately dubbed Fat. Soon, everyone would come to know him. He's coming. The crowd followed Zhenjin's gaze to see Zhou Chuan striding toward them with the poise of a dragon. Even from a distance, he radiated an imposing presence, causing the onlookers to momentarily freeze. They had never truly regarded this fat before. Had Zhenjin not mentioned him, they would not have scrutinized the seemingly rotund figure. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Zhou Chuan's physique had slimmed down considerably. His facial contours sharpened, and an aura of formidable determination emanated from him. Is that him? Director Gao opened the dossier and glanced at the photograph before turning his gaze back to Zhenjin, a look of confusion crossing his features. Although the resemblance was striking, the fat in the photograph appeared quite average, while the fat approaching them exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. The disparity in their presence was stark. Indeed, that is him, Zhenjin affirmed with a nod, a flicker of joy rising within her. She had merely hoped for Zhou Chuan to secure a place in the competition, never expecting he would actually achieve it. As everyone noted that Director Gao remained silent, doubts began to creep in regarding Zhenjin's judgment. All eyes turned to Director Gao, for only he could bring clarity to the situation. His earlier uncertainty about Zhou Chuan lingered. As the crowd awaited his pronouncement, Zhou Chuan approached Director Gao directly. Thank you, he said, taking the dossier from Director Gao's hands before striding into the maintenance building. No need. Director Gao felt somewhat disoriented, as if enchanted by the youth's enigmatic charm. It wasn't just Director Gao. All the students were similarly perplexed, unable to comprehend why he had simply handed the dossier to Zhou Chuan without announcing anything. Nor did they understand how Zhou Chuan knew it was his invitation. Shock rippled through the crowd. They had never anticipated that the taciturn fat would become the designated candidate for the Mech Company. To be chosen by Mech, one had to meet one of 2 criteria: either possess a formidable background or demonstrate genuine talent. Now, regardless of which condition applied, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Chuan. Even without a background, if his modification skills garnered Mech's favor, a meteoric rise could be imminent. For Mech was one of the 3 leading mech companies in the universe, its financial resources beyond imagination. Since when did this fat guy become so charismatic? Fanny gawked at Zhou Chuan's retreating figure. He has always been this way. You just never noticed? Zhenjin replied with a smile. Really? How do you know so much? Fanny questioned, suspicion clouding her brow. Jinjin simply smiled faintly and remained silent. Fanny refrained from pressing further, sensing a distance that had grown between them since their return from the moon god. In the chaos of smoke and panic, she had overlooked Jinjin, but upon reflection, she found many aspects of that experience puzzling. Fanny had repeatedly inquired if something had transpired with Jinjin, but she only received a silent shake of the head in response. Even when she questioned Sanqua and Xinggu, they offered no valuable insights, appearing as if they were admiring a statue, as if nothing had occurred. Zhou Chuan approached the original owner of the Yazi, a gaunt-faced man in his 40s who was crouching beneath the mech. Surrounding him lay a mountain of components, all intricately crafted by Mech based on parameters provided by Zhou Chuan. What metal is this? The gaunt-faced man inquired, holding up a piece of dark metal with blue veins as he stood to face Zhou Chuan. Yao Yin, Zhao Huan replied. Can it replace the elbow joint? The man examined the shimmering metal, which was notably heavy. Yes. Is this metal available for purchase? No. How did you acquire it? The gaunt-faced man was momentarily taken aback. I provided the formula and had Mech custom make it. Share the formula. The formula for Yao Jin is Al 2V 2030T, with T as the remainder. The method for cold processing Yao Jin involves treatment within a temperature range of 350 C to 600 C and subsequent annealing before precise rolling. Afterward, it undergoes annealing at 300 C for 1 hour to alleviate stress. This formula is relatively simple yet reliable, requiring low processing temperatures for secondary annealing, resulting in minimal energy consumption, while the precision of the crafted products is high. Its tensile strength is significant, with an elastic deformation capacity exceeding 15, ensuring it meets the demands of mech elbow joints. You can smelt? The gaunt-faced man's eyes gleamed with interest. Just a little, Zhou Chuan modestly replied. For the restoration of Yazi, he had immersed himself in extensive metallurgical knowledge, first analyzing the metal composition of the damaged components using the school's metal analyzer, then testing the properties of the metals, and finally seeking a substitute metal among countless varieties. Little did the older man realize that Zhou Chuan had performed billions of calculations on his neural interface merely to identify a replacement metal. For the sake of a tedious computation and simulated smelting, Zhou Chuan could remain motionless for over 10 hours. How much do you understand? The gaunt-faced man's expression grew serious. He recalled that throughout human history, only 2 individuals could truly be called masters of modification, and both were also metallurgical experts. In reality, the craftsmanship of Yazi was not overly complex. The challenge lay in the irreplaceable metals used, as the weight and structure of each component directly influenced the combat efficiency of the mech. Enough to restore Yazi. Very well. Once you have repaired Yazi, I can share its battle history with you, which may greatly assist you in operating the mech. Great. Zhao Huan nodded, eager to learn about the brutal battles Yazi had endured that resulted in such severe damage. When can it be repaired? If all goes well, in about a week. The scarred visage of the man, known as Knife Face, nodded slightly before turning to depart. In that fleeting moment of his departure, Zhou Chuan caught sight of a long, crimson scar that slashed across the nape of his neck, trailing ominously towards the base of his ear, a sight both shocking and vivid. Almost instantaneously, Zhou Chuan's thoughts flickered to the gaping wound in the cockpit of the Yazi. It was truly a stroke of fortune that this man had survived. He prefers to be called Brother Knife. After glancing back at Zhou Chuan, Knife Face cast his gaze upon the mecha, and his previously menacing demeanor softened ever so slightly. Very well, Brother Knife. Once Knife Face had departed, Zhou Chuan immersed himself in the intense task of restoration. This was not merely maintenance. It was the painstaking endeavor of returning the mecha to its former glory. Zhou Chuan was tasked with replacing numerous damaged components and recalibrating systems, ensuring the optical pathways and sensors were properly connected. The most challenging aspect lay in the fact that certain components manufactured by the Noir Mecha Company did not necessarily meet the specifications required. After all, this was a severely damaged mecha, and many standard parameters were no longer applicable, necessitating a certain degree of manual fine-tuning. Zhou Chuan, have some water. The gentle voice of Zhen Zhen interrupted his concentrated efforts. Thank you. Zhou Chuan accepted the cup of water from Zhen Zhen, gulping it down before plunging back into his demanding work. Zhen Zhen, resting her chin in her hands, squatted on the ground, her eyes following Zhou Chuan as he skillfully navigated the mecha, his movements both agile and captivating. She had never realized how mesmerizing a person could appear when engrossed in their labor, that unwavering focus stirring something within her. Zhen Zhen, a voice called from behind her. Startled as if pricked by a needle, Zhen Zhen sprang to her feet, and upon recognizing Fanny, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "What are you looking at?" Fanny inquired, glancing between Zhenzhen and Zhou Chuan, who was busy welding in the cockpit. "I wasn't looking at anything." Zhenzhen's face flushed a deep crimson. "Why are you so flustered?" Fanny regarded Zhenzhen with a skeptical expression, noting her evident anxiety. "Nothing, it's just time for Zhou Chuan to eat." Zhenzhen hastily replied, "Oh, let us go." The entirety of Zhou Chuan's day had been devoted to the Yazi, and the maintenance facility had refrained from assigning him additional tasks, mistakenly believing he was preparing for the mecha combat competition. No one seemed to consider that Zhou Chuan had no intention of participating in the tournament. His instincts had already informed him that the New Hour Mecha Company no longer prioritized the competition, and it was highly likely that the event would be rescheduled yet again. Indeed, Zhou Chuan's suspicions were confirmed. The New Hour Mecha Company had merely proclaimed an earlier competition to procure technical parameters for mecha modifications as part of their development data, rendering the tournament itself a mere formality. After dinner, Zhou Chuan made his way to training room number 7. Having returned to the slums for a night disrupted his meticulously planned training regimen. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Su Yulan sitting alone on the floor, lost in thought, with the training program left uninitiated, casting the room into a serene silence. "Why aren't you training?" Zhou Chuan tightened his belt, addressing the seated Su Yulan. "My grandfather has passed away," Su Yulan replied, her eyes reddened. "Everyone dies eventually," Zhou Chuan responded indifferently. He held a rather detached view of life and death, having witnessed more than his fair share of fatalities, the most staggering being 200,000. "What are you saying?" Su Yulan looked at Zhou Chuan in astonishment. "I merely stated that death is a part of life. Your grandfather's passing does not warrant such sorrow." "Who said my grandfather has passed away?" Su Yulan's expression was one of disbelief as she regarded the hefty youth. "Cough, cough, didn't you just say your grandfather had left?" Zhou Chuan's forehead creased with the emergence of a vein. "I said he has left, not that he has died." Zhou Chuan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "My grandfather mentioned that I am to follow you now," Su Yulan stated, her expression one of profound distress. "Follow me?" Zhou Chuan stared at Su Yulan, struggling to comprehend her meaning. "My grandfather said the Rydell Empire is no longer safe, and since he must travel, he has entrusted me to you, instructing me to eat and sleep alongside you." "Do I know your grandfather?" Zhao Huan frowned, questioning. "You do not, but my grandfather is familiar with you. He often observes your training. He said I would be safe with you." "Did your grandfather truly say that?" "Indeed. Do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yulan's face bore a youthful earnestness, as if deep in contemplation. Zhou Chuan remained silent, his expression grave. It seemed that those who understood the turmoil within the empire were not few. First, it was Zhenzhen predicting chaos, and now an old man inexplicably asserting the same, indicating that signs of upheaval were indeed emerging. "Are you certain that following me will ensure your safety?" Zhou Chuan scrutinized the frail youth before him. "Not certain." "Then why do you choose to follow me?" "I have nowhere else to go." A dark line of frustration emerged on Zhou Chuan's forehead. He had not anticipated that in less than 3 months since arriving at the academy, he would find himself with a child in tow. "Very well. You may stay in my dormitory every night at 11 o'clock. The rest of the time, you can manage as you wish. If you run out of money, seek me out. You want to take care of me?" Su Yulan's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Zhou Chuan. "What else would you have me do?" "I do not wish for anything." "Then it is settled." "Ha ha ha, freedom, freedom." Suddenly, Su Yulan sprang up like a bolt of lightning, flinging open the door and dashing out of training room number 7, laughter trailing behind him like a whirlwind. Zhou Chuan stared at the empty doorway, momentarily stunned, realizing that this little fellow was not at all saddened by his grandfather's departure, but rather elated by it. Following his routine, Zhou Chuan completed his training in the heavy equipment area before heading to the virtual combat modification room, where he re-entered the Yazi S-Data. After being refined by the powerful main control optical brain, a brand new Yazi materialized on the holographic screen. As Zhou Chuan stepped into the virtual combat chamber, he found, as predicted, that only one mecha awaited him, the Tian Dai Wu. Gazing at the imposing sight of Tian Dai Wu piloting a fierce, all-silver military mecha that loomed on the arena, Zhou Chuan was momentarily taken aback, for the opponent was indeed piloting a military-grade machine, a level 5 army mecha, primarily designed for large-scale ground warfare and reconnaissance, endowed with formidable combat capabilities and fire control systems, capable of low-altitude flight with speeds reaching 800 kilometers per hour. Such mechas were procured by the state and prohibited for private ownership. As Zhou Chuan observed Tian Dai Wu flaunting her dominance on the arena, He noted the plethora of derogatory comments directed at her scrolling across the virtual screen beside the arena. Yet, Tian Dai Wu seemed impervious to the taunts, brandishing the barrel of her automatic cannon with an air of menace, as if she were a veritable fortress of destruction. "Zebra, come here. Watch as I tear you to shreds." The cannon unleashed a hailstorm of fire upon the arena. With just one volley, the surface was riddled with craters. Fortunately, the arena was virtual. Any projectiles that veered beyond its confines were immediately neutralized. Otherwise, this single barrage could have reduced the Empire's flagship to mere rubble. Within each simulated cockpit, the occupants bore expressions of sheer bewilderment, their minds preoccupied with a singular question. How did the mecha, known as the Dance of the Sky Butterfly, manage to infiltrate the central control brain of the school? It was abundantly clear that this mecha was a quintessential instrument of destruction, rather than one designed for combat. The massacre was decidedly one-sided. The school's central control brain could not possibly acquiesce to such an anomaly, for this transcended the realm of mere modifications. Regardless of any alterations attempted, it was inconceivable that a mecha could be equipped with such long-range weaponry, as the central control brain would instantly disable it. Evidently, the Dance of the Sky Butterfly had acquired a significant level of authority over the school's central control brain. Within the institution, only two individuals possessed such privilege: the principal and the vice principal. This was a profoundly asymmetric battle, akin to using a slingshot against an aircraft. Even if the terrain were complex, the impeccable piloting skills of Empire 1 might provide a glimmer of hope. However, within the confines of this virtual arena, confronted by the sweeping barrage of machine guns, there was no chance whatsoever. The mecha, no matter how swift, could not outpace a bullet. The ammunition capacity of the machine guns was limited, primarily intended for brief suppression of ground forces. Nevertheless, the machine guns were not the primary weaponry of land-based combat mecha. They merely served as supplementary armaments. The close-quarter weapons of land combat mecha were certainly not within the capacity of ordinary combat mecha to withstand. Inside the simulated cockpit, a girl erupted into peals of laughter, her fingers dancing wildly over the keyboard. Should a doctor from the hospital have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly recognize her as Belle, who had fervently demanded her release. Belle was in splendid spirits, relishing her absolute advantage. She could slaughter her opponents at will, and concerns of morality were of no consequence to her. Victory was her sole pursuit. "Empire 1, you wretched zebra, perish!" She cackled with glee. Suddenly, a message flashed across the holographic screen, and the girl's exuberant laughter was abruptly replaced by a look of shock, her visage frozen in a state of disbelief. "Retreat." Upon reading the message, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping down her spine. With a frantic shout, she yanked off her virtual helmet and hurled it to the ground before bolting from the cockpit. With a resounding crash, as the onlookers fixated on whether Empire 1 would ascend to the arena, the Level 5 military mecha unexpectedly toppled backward. Amidst the collective astonishment, Empire 1, the striped wonder, surged onto the platform, trampling the fallen mecha into a mangled wreck. In the coach's cockpit, Junjin and Finney exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by the unfolding events, while their companions stood agape. "Junjin, what just happened?" Finney inquired. "How should I know?" Junjin wiped the sweat from her brow. The situation was too bizarre to comprehend. Even the exceptionally intelligent prodigy from Starry Sky Mecha University was rendered speechless. It appeared that no one could elucidate the matter, except perhaps for the enigmatic Dance of the Sky Butterfly herself. However, it was clear to all that this was not an incident caused by the Dance of the Sky Butterfly, for in that fleeting moment of her astonishment, Empire 1 had darted forth to launch an assault, suggesting that Empire 1 had anticipated the Dance of the Sky Butterfly's misfortune. If one was aware, then it could hardly be called an accident. Even in a state of shock, Zhou Chuan had his own moment of realization. His intent had merely been to provoke a fleeting hesitation in the opponent to exploit a vulnerability. Yet by the time he charged onto the virtual arena, the mecha was devoid of control. Dance of the Sky Butterfly had long since made her escape. He was merely stepping upon a mecha without a pilot. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chuan exited the virtual arena, downloaded the data, and departed the combat modification chamber. For he had a matter of utmost importance to attend to that evening, accompanying Little Black to seek out Finney. Zhou Chuan was uncertain of Little Black's strategy to win Finney back, sensing an air of peculiarity about him. "Brother Chuan." Upon exiting the training building, Zhou Chuan spotted Little Black. "What are you doing?" he inquired, frowning at Little Black's eccentric appearance. Dressed in an opulent tailcoat, the fabric gleamed with apparent expense. A deep red tie adorned his neck, embellished with a lavish brooch, and he wore shiny, polished shoes while carrying a dragon leather suitcase. Brother Chuan, what do you think? Little Black's face flushed, betraying a hint of anxiety. Zhou Chuan shook his head silently and strode forward. Brother Chuan, is something wrong? I can always buy another. He insisted. Let us go. We're running late. This isn't merely a matter of money. Chapter 101. Using a knife to kill. Brother Chuan, is there a problem? Little Black, noticing Zhou Chuan's silence, grew increasingly anxious. It's an insurmountable issue, Zhou Chuan replied, shaking his head. Oh, Little Black opened his mouth, hesitating before falling silent, laboring under the weight of the heavy dragon leather suitcase as he closely followed Zhou Chuan. As they approached the building, Philip was peering out, and upon seeing Zhou Chuan and Little Black, he released a long sigh, evidently relieved by their arrival. Philip said nothing. He merely nodded at Zhou Chuan before opening the glass door. As Little Black entered, he bowed repeatedly in gratitude to Philip. Zhou Chuan, too, remained silent, offering Philip a nod before stepping into the elevator. Soon, they arrived at the door to their room. Knock, knock. Who is it? Came Karin's languid voice from within. It's me. I need to retrieve something, Zhou Chuan replied in a low tone. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Karin clad in a pink nightgown, her bare arms exposed and radiant. It was a warm sight, but her gaze toward Zhou Chuan and Little Black was filled with cold indifference and disdain. I'll give you half an hour to clear out everything from this room, Karin declared imperiously. Zhou Chuan and Little Black stepped into the living room, the door closing behind them. Little Black gazed at Karin with profound affection, his frail body trembling slightly, excitement reflected in his reddened eyes. Hurry up and pack, Karin commanded, glancing disdainfully at Little Black. Karin, I have money now, Little Black urged anxiously. Is that so? Really, I truly have money. Just look. Little Black hurriedly bent down to open the dragon leather suitcase. Suddenly, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Karin staring in shock at the suitcase's contents, an entire case filled with neatly stacked bills, issued by the Universal Bank, each bill valued at 1,000, equivalent to 100 gold coins. In reality, every bill issued by the Universal Bank was backed by gold, and the bank itself had been established by the descendants of the adventurer who discovered the Golden Planet 3 centuries prior. The bank, backed by a celestial golden orb, ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmos financial institutions in less than 3 centuries. The existence of this colossal bank rendered many smaller nations apathetic towards issuing their own currencies, opting instead for the bank's paper notes. For a myriad of reasons, the currency of the Cosmic Bank proved to be more stable than that of any nation, perpetually tethered to the value of gold. Regardless of market fluctuations, a bill with a face value of 1,000 from the Cosmic Bank invariably equated to 1,000 gold coins. Gazing upon the overflowing box of high-denomination notes, even Zhou Chuan's heart raced. If these notes were genuine, they would conservatively be worth nearly 100 million gold coins, a staggering fortune, even for the wealthiest magnates. 100 million gold coins represented an astronomical sum. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chuan, Xiao He had spent an entire day using thousands of identities to discreetly withdraw this colossal amount without drawing the attention of the Cosmic Bank. Fortunately, this was in the capital of the affluent Rydell Empire, where the mere act of withdrawing notes worth 100 million gold coins would have surely attracted scrutiny. Naturally, with Xiao He's capabilities, any attention would be futile. He possessed countless avenues to amass wealth, often without needing to leave his abode, employing various identities to have others deposit money at designated locations. Karin, if you marry me, all this wealth will be yours, he proclaimed, his gaze filled with fervor. A prolonged silence ensued. Staring at the box brimming with money, Karin seemed momentarily dazed. After a substantial pause, her clear eyes fixed on Xiao He, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul, her disdain becoming increasingly palpable. Observing her gaze, Zhou Chuan sighed, as he had anticipated. Although Karin was momentarily taken aback by the unfathomable wealth, her ingrained disdain for Xiao He remained unaltered by the allure of riches. Xiao He, let us depart, Zhou Chuan declared, rising to his feet. Xiao He cast a glance at Zhou Chuan, but remained steadfast, his eyes brimming with determination. Recognizing Xiao He's bloodshot gaze, Zhou Chuan sat back down. It was evident that Xiao He would not relent without a definitive answer. Xiao He, take a look in the mirror. Go on. Look in the mirror, Karin said, her expression laced with scorn. What is it? Xiao He replied, bewildered, glancing down at his attire. He had spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins on this ensemble, and even his belt was from the universe's most prestigious luxury brand. He believed that no star or tycoon could rival his garb. Xiao He, I truly love money. Indeed, I adore it. However, in the face of wealth, I would prefer a man of taste and stature, and you, regardless of your fortune, will never be my choice. Look at your shoes, Karen said, her voice dripping with mockery. What about my shoes? Xiao He retorted, his confidence wavering as he glanced at Zhou Chuan for support. They're far too new. Xiao Huan remarked coolly. Ha ha, Xiao He, see? Even the most odious of individuals knows that your shoes are too new. Do you understand what it means to live as a noble? Being wealthy does not equate to having taste. Your designer clothes merely broadcast that you are a nouveau riche. What else do they convey? Xiao He's lips pressed tightly together, his arms trembling slightly. Your tailcoat fits well, but the waist is too loose. Anyone with a discerning eye would know it was a last-minute purchase rather than tailored. Your brooch is overly ostentatious and clashes with the deep hue of your tailcoat, suggesting your household lacks a variety of choices. Your shoes are too new, indicating you're nothing but a pauper, forced to pair new attire with new footwear. Look at your hair. You bought an entire new outfit, but neglected to trim your hair. Karen's gaze was filled with derision. I can learn. Xiao He stared at Karen, enunciating each word with determination. Learn? From whom? Karen responded with a sneer. That overweight individual has far more poise and taste than you. Yet he does not prioritize such trivialities. Emulating him will only lead to disappointment. I have money. I can hire countless etiquette instructors to guide me. Xiao He's expression sharpened. And what of it? Do you know how many wealthy individuals never manage to penetrate the noble circles? Karen replied with a chilling smile. Karen, do not mention the noble circles to me. If you agree to marry me, I can instantly gain entry into that world. Trust me, I will ensure that when others see us, they will pay us homage. We will become the focal point of a universe. No one will dare ridicule me for wearing new shoes. Karen, believe me, I can make it happen. I will make you proud to marry me. And I could even grant you immortality. Xiao He suddenly grasped Karen's hand, his expression fierce and his tone fervent. Immortality. Zhou Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He did not comprehend the implications of Xiao He's words, yet he felt a vague unease. Let go of me. Karen struggled to free herself from Xiao He's grip. Xiao He, I detest you. I loathe you to my very core. Regardless of who you become, I will never be with you. I do not lack for money. If you had approached me 2 years ago, there might have been a glimmer of possibility, but now, there is none. Then why did you profess your love for me? Upon hearing Karen's resolute tone, Xiao He's expression turned ashen. I never loved you. I merely used you to rid myself of that man. I sought you in hopes that he would eliminate you. I despise you all. You do not deserve to reside here. You are merely two pitiable creatures from the slums. Karen's beautiful face twisted into a mask of venomous disdain, her words laced with malice. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive. Xiao He stood in stunned silence, his gaze vacant. Even Zhou Chuan was taken aback by the venomous depths of this woman's heart as she contemplated using that man to eliminate them. Let's go. Zhou Chuan rose, pulling Xiao He towards the door, his cold gaze sweeping over Karen, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Brother Chuan, wait. Karen, I will leave this money here. Ponder it carefully. This wealth can remain as compensation for the loss of my youth. Naturally, it need not be this much. If you desire, I could even spend the night with you. Karen lounged on the sofa, casually draping her long, fair legs over the coffee table. Karen, think it over. Regardless of the circumstances, you belong to me. No one else will possess you. No one. Xiao He's gaze remained icy as he regarded Karen. Ha ha ha. Karen laughed uproariously, having finally reclaimed her dignity at Xiao He's expense, relishing the exhilarating sensation of belittling him. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. As the two walked through the vibrant forest, Xiao He remained enveloped in silence. Xiao He, there are countless women in this world. Brother Chuan, no more words are needed. I understand. Xiao He replied darkly, his expression grim. Xiao Huan fell silent. Through their recent interactions, he had gained some understanding of Xiao He's character, which bore a resemblance to Mi Shui's. Both were unwaveringly persistent and held steadfast to their own principles, making it difficult for anyone to sway their decisions. Mi Shui. Strangely, Zhou Chuan's thoughts drifted to Mi Shui. Suddenly, he felt his body freeze as he spotted her. Mi Shui stood gracefully at the edge of the vibrant forest, clad in a faded training outfit, gazing at him. Mi Shui Jia, Chuan Ji, you two continue your conversation. I must take my leave. Xiao He said with a forced smile, not waiting for a response before striding into the colorful woodland. Is something amiss with him? Mi Shui inquired, watching Xiao He's retreating figure. It's complicated, Zhou Chuan replied. Oh. The two refrained from delving further into Xiao He's matters and strolled side by side through the woods. Beneath the moonlight, the kaleidoscopic trees emitted a faint glow, enveloping the entire forest in a delicate veil of luminescence. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhou Chuan finally broke the silence. Yes, Michue's body shivered slightly, the chill of late autumn night creeping in. Put this on, Zhou Chuan said, removing his own garment and draping it over her shoulders. Thank you. The tranquility of the vibrant forest surrounded them, and unbeknownst to them, they had wandered deep into its heart, the very spot where Zhun Zhun and Zhou Chuan had once met. Zhou Chuan perched upon a massive tree root, while Michue nestled closely beside him. I must return home, Michue said, turning to face Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan's fingers twitched ever so slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, yet he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, as though a great weight pressed upon it. I will come back. Michue's fair hand gently clasped Zhou Chuan's. Is there something troubling you? As he felt the warmth emanating from her soft, pale palm, Zhou Chuan's spirits inexplicably lifted. Yes, my father has requested my return, Michue said, her gaze lowered as she rubbed her palm against Zhou Chuan's broad hand, which was strong yet rough. Understood. Zhao Huan nodded. Once more, silence enveloped the woods as their hands remained intertwined, each feeling the warmth and pulse of the other, as if they had melded into one. When will you depart? Zhou Chuan asked. In 2 hours, I have an interstellar flight. When will you return? I do not know. Be careful. You too, take care. Michue softly rested her head against Zhou Chuan's broad shoulder. Yes, I will. Chuan, may I have you accompany me? Michue stood and knelt before Zhou Chuan. Her clear eyes filled with hope as they locked onto his. That is not possible. Zhou Chuan shook his head. Oh, Michue's expression fell, and she gently laid her head on Zhou Chuan's knee. Do you require a letter of release? Zhao Huan remarked coolly. Michue's body jolted as she lifted her head, her clear gaze piercing into Zhou Chuan's, as if striving to see into his very soul. The atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. Michue's breathing quickened, her hands resting on Zhou Chuan's knee, gripping unconsciously as if trying to shatter something. Are you willing to give it to me? After a prolonged silence, Michue spoke, her voice trembling. Then return early, Zhou Chuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, Michue's previously rigid form slowly relaxed. I'm not well. I am aware. The women who are with me always give without receiving. Zhou Chuan's previously cold tone transformed into profound melancholy as memories of the female soldier resurfaced. Perhaps this is what makes you alluring, Michue murmured, settling beside Zhou Chuan and leaning against him gently. Indeed, it is getting late. You should return later and prolong your stay. Why? There is no reason. No, there is a reason. My father insisted I return home, mentioning that something may transpire in the Rydell Empire, and your words echo this sentiment. All is mere speculation. The situation remains ambiguous. I trust your father is aware of this. Oh, Chuan, do you know? You bear an uncanny resemblance to my father. Your demeanor, your way of speaking, your gestures. I admired him greatly in my youth, yearning to be a boy myself, to command the universe, to wield strength and valor. I have harbored a profound Oedipal complex for 2 years, and now I realize just how significant you are. Michue's voice grew distant. I am not Zhou Chuan. He shook his head. You are Zhou Chuan, Michue insisted, gazing intently at him. Indeed, I am. I am Zhou Chuan now, and shall always be. Zhou Chuan affirmed with a nod. As she witnessed Zhou Chuan's affirmation, Michue's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Countless times she had pondered what had transpired within him, but now she no longer cared, for knowing that she had fallen for this man sufficed. Life at school flowed as smoothly as water. Yet, the Rydell Empire was rife with undercurrents. Many affluent individuals began to evacuate the capital due to the resurgence of the Karla Holy War organization, previously quelled by the generals. Incidents of sporadic terror began to surface in the capital, and the military's response to the royal family was tepid. Several planetary governors began to stir restlessly, spreading rumors. On the Interstellar network, whispers of the general's impending revival circulated, articulated with such conviction that many found themselves believing it. One of the catalysts for the ensuing chaos, as the military's actions and the terrorist activities were rooted in these rumors. Zhou Chuan remained oblivious to the outside clamor, adhering to his daily routine. The only inconvenience was the presence of a child in his bed. Su Yulan was in a state of extreme excitement, reveling in his newfound freedom since his grandfather's departure. Zhou Chuan imposed just one requirement upon him, to return to the dormitory each night. As Zhou Chuan had anticipated, the heavy mech combat competition schedule was indeed postponed. However, the custom parts he had ordered from the Neural Mech Company continued to arrive at the Starry Sky Mech University. Zhou Chuan still participated in the virtual combat sessions punctually each day, though his opportunities to compete waned, as the school's central control AI abruptly altered the combat program, precluding battles between only 2 participants. For an entire week, Zhou Chuan dedicated his days to repairing the Yazi. Brother Dao visited daily to check on the progress. How is the repair coming along? Brother Dao inquired, observing Zhou Chuan working on the lift platform. This afternoon it should be completed. I'm adding the swimming fish system. Zhou Chuan replied, deeply engrossed in his task. Though the mech's design was remarkably advanced, the optical circuits had aged significantly, necessitating an upgrade to the AI. To maximize the AI's functionality, several sensors were outfitted with the latest Eagle Eye monitoring system. After replacing some metal components, the self-diagnostic system indicated that the Yazi had regained 11% of its mechanical functionality. A full restoration to its previous capabilities was impossible. However, due to the incorporation of some advanced instruments, the overall combat proficiency of the Yazi had surpassed some of its former technical standards. The most significant modification made by Zhou Chuan to the Mech, Ji, was the installation of a neuron-capturing helmet, which is currently in the developmental phase and not yet ready for mass production. The idea of controlling a mech with human neurons proves to be an impractical endeavor, as the human brain comprises over 14 billion neurons and 100 billion nerve cells, intricately interconnected. Each individual's neurons exhibit remarkable adaptability, changing constantly and lacking a uniform pattern, rendering the widespread use of such a helmet impossible. Each helmet can only be utilized by a single individual. This limitation means that a helmet designed to simulate one person's neurons cannot execute complex tactical maneuvers. After equipping the helmet, Zhou Chuan primarily relied on it to assist with joystick and keyboard input. As evening approached, Brother Dao indeed arrived as promised. The surrounding fixed frames had been dismantled, and the lift structure had been removed, revealing the entire Ji before Brother Dao. Upon reaching the mech, he stood transfixed. This was a steel behemoth. The once gleaming Ji, radiating an eerie black sheen, now resembled an unsightly toad, its metallic hues a bizarre medley akin to a pot of 8 treasure porridge. Yet, amidst this kaleidoscope of colors, Ji emanated a chilling aura of desolation, for Zhou Chuan had affixed a 2-meter-high blade along its spine. The blade, appearing blue under the lights, exuded an especially foreboding chill, while its 1-meter-wide edge shimmered with a blindingly cold light, instilling a sense of dread. The blade affixed to the back was not Zhou Chuan's initial intention. The previous form of Ji was already quite perfect. However, the added weight of the metal affected the mech's overall center of gravity. To rectify this critical issue, Zhou Chuan installed this blade, which weighed 3 tons, with the rear blade alone nearly weighing 2 tons, crucially adjusting the center of gravity. These blades are modular in design. While they appear as a cohesive whole from a distance, each blade possesses its own unique penetrative capability and does not impede the mech's various tactical movements. Brother Dao cast a glance, revealing a hint of disappointment. Shall we give it a try? After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Zhou Chuan retrieved Ji's spatial ring, and, upon entering the password, the colossal machine, towering at 13 meters and dormant for decades, vanished into the subspace. As the spot where Ji had stood became empty, a flicker of melancholy crossed Brother Dao's face, as if Ji held a weighty, emotional significance for him. Brother Dao piloted a hover vehicle to a mech club situated 100 kilometers from the capital, which boasted an expansive outdoor combat arena spanning 30 kilometers. To Zhou Chuan's surprise, this mech club was a branch of the Noer Mech Club within the Rydell Empire. Although Zhou Chuan had been aware of this club, it was his first visit. In a vast universe inhabited by humanity, major cities typically host 3 prominent mech clubs, funded primarily by large corporations and conglomerates, with the principal financial backing coming from the 3 major mech companies. These clubs submit modification and combat data to the mech companies as part of the resource pool for mech development. As Zhou Chuan followed Brother Dao into the club, they were immediately confronted by several security personnel. I apologize, gentlemen, but this is a members-only club. Clearly, the guards noticed the unfamiliarity of Zhou Chuan and Brother Dao and promptly blocked their entrance. In fact, entry to the Noah Mech Club, as well as those of the other 2 major mech companies, is not easily granted. Every new member must be registered with Noah. Inform Mr. Carl that Brother Dao has arrived, Brother Dao stated, standing resolutely at the entrance. I'm sorry, but Mr. Carl has gone to the headquarters of Noah Mech Company, and we cannot convey your message. Who else is present? Brother Dao's gaze sharpened. May I inquire who you are seeking, sir? The guard's tone remained firm and unyielding. Stepping forward defiantly. Is Mr. Yu here? I'm afraid Mr. Yu has been gone for 5 years, sir. Step aside. Brother Dao radiated an aura of menace, and Zhou Chuan could clearly see the deep scar on Brother Dao's neck glowing a vivid crimson, a terrifying sight reminiscent of a blood-red worm writhing upon his skin. The atmosphere grew tense, and the guards appeared visibly anxious. "What are you doing?" A gruff voice rang out. Zhou Chuan turned to see a towering figure, akin to a steel tower, approaching, flanked by a dozen imposing men, each exuding a commanding presence. The sight of these individuals sent a flicker of alarm through Zhou Chuan's eyes. "Mike!" Brother Dao exclaimed in surprise. The imposing man was equally taken aback. Instantly, a palpable tension ignited in the air as the two men's gazes locked, their mutual intensity growing. "General Mike, how is General Misha faring?" Brother Dao inquired, his fiery gaze gradually cooling. "General Dao, General Misha is doing quite well," the man replied with a hearty laugh, his demeanor relaxing. "I am no longer a general. You are the true general now. In these tumultuous times, what brings you to Rydell?" "On leave, just on leave." "Huh, allow them entry," Mike said, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhou Chuan before addressing the guards. The guards exchanged uncertain glances. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, one of Mike's men viciously kicked a guard in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters, crumpling to the ground in a heap, pale and writhing in agony. "Please." Mike laughed heartily. With an expression of cold determination, Brother Dao strode forward. The group turned a corner and entered the expansive club hall, where classic mech models adorned the walls as decor. Many patrons were engaged in conversation, while a holographic screen displayed iconic combat footage. Upon their entrance, all eyes in the hall immediately focused on them, and, as some recognized Brother Dao, many stood in respect. "Brother Dao! Brother Dao! Brother Dao!" The chorus of voices echoed, and Zhou Chuan was taken aback. The fact that Mike, the chief general under General Misha, recognized Brother Dao astonished him. He hadn't anticipated that most of the club's members would also know him. This revelation led Zhou Chuan to re-evaluate Brother Dao's significance. After waving to the crowd, Brother Dao guided Zhou Chuan toward the back, where the Mech combat arena lay. The towering Mike, along with his cadre of formidable men, followed suit, and the crowd instantly shifted their attention to the arena, their expressions tense with anticipation. "General Dao, I recall you had stepped away from piloting Mechs. Are you perhaps interested in a match today?" Mike inquired with a grin. "It's not me. It's him." Brother Dao gestured to Zhou Chuan, shaking his head. "He's the one." Mike's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he glanced at Zhou Chuan. "Let the testing begin," Brother Dao instructed, looking at Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan nodded and entered the password, as the Yazi suddenly stood illuminated by the moonlight, its vibrant colors refracted into a myriad of hues by the silvery beams. "Ha ha ha." Mike was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, joined by his dozen subordinates in a cacophony of mirth. "General Dao, I never imagined you would bring such an antique along. Ha ha ha." "Enter," Dao Ge commanded, disregarding Mike and nodding towards Zhou Chuan, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Zhou Chuan hesitated but quickly climbed aboard. To his astonishment, Dao Ge followed closely behind him. With a hum, once inside the cockpit, Dao Ge immediately activated the Yazi's engine. The sound suppression system was remarkably effective. Apart from slight tremor during startup, Zhou Chuan could hardly perceive that the engine had been engaged. "My arm is injured and cannot operate the mech. Now leave this place at the utmost speed, immediately." Dao Ji's voice was unyieldingly severe. "Why?" Xiao Huan's pupils constricted sharply, akin to pinholes, as he beheld 13 mechs suddenly materializing on the holographic screen. Military combat mechs, their fearsome designs indicating formidable combat capabilities. Heavy metal. This was the apex of close-quarters combat mechs. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chuan's fingers danced across the keyboard like wisps of smoke, while his other hand wildly maneuvered the joystick. Boom! The Yazi's engine roared to life, its massive form charging forward, leaving a series of deep impressions on the ground as it surged away. By the time the burly men clambered into the cockpit, the Yazi had vanished into the silvery moonlight. "Kill." "Yes, General." Mike activated the scanning system and holographic display, opening a public channel with a sinister grin. "General Dao, if you're in a mech, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, it's either you or me who perishes." Chapter 103, The Might of Yazi. The Yazi raced with incredible speed, causing Zhou Chuan to feel the muscles in his face being pressed back, his blood surging as exhilaration coursed through him. It had been a long time since he had piloted a mech at such velocity, since he began to gradually seize power. He rarely had the opportunity to operate a mech himself, always surrounded by a first-rate mech team for protection. Though he had experienced the sensation of piloting a mech in virtual arenas at school, it was an entirely different affair in reality. However, it was somewhat disheartening for Zhou Chuan that this nostalgic thrill was occurring while being pursued. It was a most unwelcome sensation. He despised the uncertainty of such a gamble, loathing the idea of entrusting his life to another's discretion. As he observed the torrent of data cascading on the holographic screen, Zhou Chuan felt his blood boiling. Yet his face remained sculpted in cold calmness, his emotions unperturbed by excitement. Dao Ge secured himself to the wall with a hydraulic safety device, shifting from initial disappointment to astonishment. The rotund man, initially clumsy in operating the mech, gradually displayed increasing dexterity as he navigated the Yazi through the intricate terrain. His once awkward movements became fluid and adept, his hands gliding over the keyboard and joystick with the grace of smoke, exhibiting remarkable skill when confronted with complex landscapes. Just as Dao Ge scrutinized Zhou Chuan's maneuvers, Zhou Chuan suddenly yanked the Yazi downward, its colossal body crashing into a depression. What astonished Dao Ge further was that Zhou Chuan had turned off the Yazi's engine. "What are you doing?" Dao Ge asked coldly. "The Yazi cannot outrun heavy metal V8. After motioning for silence, Zhou Chuan extended his mental energy outward, cautiously spreading it across the terrain. "General, we have lost the target." Mike's communication system remained open, keeping in contact with his 12 subordinates. "Split up and search. If they leave, the club's system will alert us." A cold smile spread across Mike's face. He was well acquainted with the surveillance system of the Knower Mech Club. The entire arena was under the watchful eye of a system known as the Heavenly Eye, designed to prevent cheating in combat competitions. Any mech entering the combat arena would fall under its scrutiny. This system's most notable feature was its one-way monitoring capability, effectively blocking any signals from the outside when operational. Only mechs within the arena could communicate signals, and the sole signal transmitted was failure or withdrawal. The Heavenly Eye would only automatically send an end-of-match signal if one party either failed or exited the arena. As long as the Heavenly Eye did not indicate otherwise, it meant the opponent remained within the confines of the arena and had not escaped. In truth, as Zhou Chuan's Yazi fell, the hull of the Knower Mech Club had already activated holographic projections, displaying Zhou Chuan's every move on the gigantic screen. When the Yazi suddenly collapsed, everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend why it did not flee, but instead lay motionless in ambush. Those who could enter the club were no novices. They understood the lethality of the heavy metal V8, a mech designed solely for combat. Its entire structure brimming with offensive capabilities, appearing utterly ferocious. The only recourse against such a mech was to escape. Mike remained still, stationed at the entrance to the arena, orchestrating the impending slaughter. The 12 V8s, 3 kilometers away, gleamed ominously under the moonlight, their formidable scanning systems weaving an intricate web of surveillance. Closer, closer. The tension in the club hall was palpable, breaths becoming labored as an invisible pressure permeated the air. One heavy metal V8 was hurtling toward the Yazi. Just as the crowd tensed, the heavy metal V8 abruptly halted, evidently sensing danger, its movements becoming cautious. Many were bewildered as to why the heavy metal V8 had not detected the Yazi lying in wait in the depression. After all, the heavy metal V8 was reputed to be equipped with the most advanced scanning systems. Hearts raced as the heavy metal V8 inched closer to the Yazi, now within 10 meters, creating an eerie sensation as it seemed oblivious, continuing to advance cautiously toward the lurking beast. 8 meters, 7 meters, gradually approaching. The heavy metal V8 appeared oblivious to the Yazi concealed in the low ground, its vibrant colors dimming to blend seamlessly with the earth. 5 meters. Suddenly, the heavy metal V8 came to a massive halt, failing to notice the Yazi mere inches away. In that instant, the Yazi, which had lain in ambush, erupted with a thunderous roar, its heavy form springing upward like an ancient behemoth, a long spear adorned with black and white stripes materializing from thin air, hurtling toward the cockpit of the heavy metal V8 with the force of a thunderclap. This is an ancient long spear, weighing several tons, its sharp tip gleaming with an intimidating cold light. The speed was astonishing, so swift that human thought could scarcely keep pace. The colossal spear first pierced through the energy shield raised by the heavy metal V8, and then, without any hesitation, it thrust into the armored cockpit, its movements as fluid as flowing water, encountering no resistance whatsoever. As the spear penetrated the cockpit, the knee of the creature, known as Zhiji, simultaneously rose, revealing a menacing silver-boned spur, which struck fiercely at the engine of the heavy metal V8, erupting in a dazzling explosion of sparks. With a resounding crash, the spear's entry into the cockpit produced a nerve-wracking screech of metal on metal, while the heavy metal V8, due to its overwhelming speed, remained motionless until the silver spur drove into the engine, after which it fell heavily, akin to a mountain collapsing. In that instant, as the heavy metal V8 toppled, Zhiji executed a beautiful evasive maneuver, its vibrant body radiating a brilliant light, transforming into an ethereal shadow under the moonlight, vanishing without a trace. General, something seems amiss. The scanning system is disordered and unable to display clearly. The driver within the heavy metal V8 exclaimed with a piercing cry, which was immediately followed by an oppressive silence that enveloped the control room. Within the cockpit, General Mech sat immovable as a rock, his eyes ablaze with a chilling, murderous intent. "Activate the fire control system," Mech commanded, enunciating each word with gravity. "General," came the reply. "Activated." Mike's voice was stern and unwavering. "Yes, General." The club's holographic screen remained fixed on the fallen heavy metal V8, oblivious to the escaping GG. As a multitude of stunned eyes reflected sheer astonishment, the events unfolded with such rapidity that it was almost too simplistic. People hardly had time to react before the battle was over, and it was only when the heavy metal V8 crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, that gasps of disbelief filled the club's hall. Dozens of elite members had witnessed a scene they would never forget. At that moment, Brother Dao stared in shock at Fat beside him. Fat, his expression intense and focused, deftly maneuvered his hands across the keyboard and joystick with a fluidity that seemed effortless, while the hefty spear, now several tons in weight, had evidently been shifted to subspace, as it was too cumbersome to carry while on the move. "How did you accomplish that?" Brother Dao fixed his gaze on Zhou Chuan's face, recalling the unbearable pressure as the heavy metal V8 approached step by step, a sensation bordering on life and death. "Camouflage," Zhou Chuan replied succinctly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Brother Dao refrained from further inquiries, captivated by Zhou Chuan's hands. Although his speed may not have seemed particularly rapid, his coordination was remarkable, as if an invisible thread guided his movements into a series of fluid actions. Most astonishing to Brother Dao was the evident evolution in the operating system of GG. The keyboard had become more streamlined, while additional joysticks had appeared, most notably a new neural processor. Fat appeared remarkably composed throughout, maintaining an air of tranquility. Brother Dao believed that even at the peak of his abilities, he could not match Fat's psychological fortitude. No one could remain as calm as Fat when confronted by 12 heavy metal V8s. Yet Fat achieved this. Devoid of any panic in his expression, his movements fluid and methodical, as if he had a comprehensive plan from the very beginning. The club surveillance system began to switch perspectives, and to their bewilderment, the vividly colored Mech inexplicably vanished. From the holographic display, only 11 heavy metal versus were cautiously searching. The surveillance system could not detect the Mech, nor did it indicate that GG had exited the battlefield. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable, as they suddenly comprehended why the heavy metal V8 had failed to detect GG despite being so close. The scanning systems of both were fundamentally similar in principle. If the surveillance system could not locate GG, it was entirely reasonable that the heavy metal V8 would be equally incapable. Chapter 104, Sniper. The individuals in the club's hall gazed in a stupor at the holographic screen, feeling as if they were the 11 heavy metal V8s themselves, deeply empathizing with the anxiety of the cockpit's driver. Nothing is worse than being unable to see the enemy. A 30 square kilometer area is not vast, yet for merely a dozen mechs, it is sufficiently expansive. If the detection system fails to identify the adversary, the difference between 30 and 300 square kilometers becomes negligible. Zhou Chuan did not relent. He understood that any misstep could cost him his life. The engine power of GG was reduced to a minimum. All intelligence systems were deactivated. Now, Zhou Chuan crawled under the moonlight, relying solely on his mental acuity to sense his surroundings, the colorful body of GG inching forward, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Time passed second by second. The mood in the club's hall mirrored that of General Mech, heavy with anticipation, for it seemed as though GG had vanished into thin air. The combat arena was specifically designed for duels, featuring a complex terrain with rivers, mountains, and scattered rocks. Many areas set to assess tactical maneuvers. Zhou Chuan crawled along a river, the massive boulders nearby providing natural cover for GG. Suddenly, two V8s unleashed a barrage of shells towards Zhou Chuan's concealed position. This was the Tianhua aviation cannon, inspired by the ancient Earth SM-61 Vulcan cannon. Each barrel fires only once per revolution, thereby minimizing heat generation and wear. Nevertheless, due to its rotary firing mechanism, it is still capable of achieving a rate of fire up to 1 round per second, affording pilots the capacity to deliver maximum firepower in an instant. In today's advanced technological landscape, many weapons from ancient Earth are still in use. For modern infantry energy weapons, achieving suppressive fire against aerial and ground targets is challenging, as energy weapons are renowned for their precision strikes. Compared to the widespread suppression of some primitive weapons, they often fall short. In complex terrain, many primitive weapons excel in efficiency and lethality. Originally designed to target airborne, small aircraft, the aviation cannon's adversaries have now shifted from flying machines to ground targets and low-flying mechs, making it an effective killing instrument refined through millennia of warfare. However, its only drawback lies in its inability to carry substantial ammunition, rendering it a weapon often underutilized. As Mech can sustain a firing rate of up to 100 rounds per second, it is highly probable that the ammunition will be completely depleted in a mere 2 minutes. Indeed, the two Mechs unleashed a relentless barrage of artillery fire for over 2 minutes, systematically sweeping across nearly the entire 2-kilometer stretch along the riverbank. Enormous rocks were obliterated into fine dust. Following this frenzied assault, a suffocating silence descended. The two Mechs, clearly suspecting that their target was concealed among the rocky outcrops, could not ascertain the exact location and split up to search the area, their energy shields fully activated, while the close combat magnetic blades flickered through the air, conjuring an ephemeral shadow. This high-frequency oscillation weapon, if it struck a vital area, could instantaneously reduce the pilot within the cockpit to mere particles of flesh. In the club's holographic display, everyone held their breath as they observed the two individuals search apart. An inexplicable premonition gripped them, as if that vividly colored target was undoubtedly lurking here, for this location was undeniably an ideal setting for an ambush. And indeed, the target lay in wait. Zhou Chuan was nearly lying flat in the cockpit, where the alarm lights flashed incessantly. The recent barrage had inflicted some damage on his mech, and the self-diagnostic system indicated that the protective armor piloted by Zhou Chuan had been breached. If it sustained another hit, it would result in fatal injuries. Dao Gu remained silent, yet attentively monitored every movement of Zhou Chuan. The calmness exhibited by Zhou Chuan instilled a sense of dread in Dao Gu. Amidst the tempest of bombardment, the plump face displayed no sign of fluctuation. Zhou Chuan was engaged in relentless computations with the mech's optical brain, data streams cascading wildly, nearly forming a luminous curtain. Dao Gu was uncertain of the significance of Zhou's calculations, yet he trusted that Zhou would not engage in meaningless endeavors. Done. Zhou Chuan gently tapped the keyboard. What? Dao Gu could no longer suppress his curiosity. Based on the technical parameters and ammunition capacity of the heavy metal V8, that rate of fire can only be sustained for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. One mech fired for 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and the other for 2 minutes and 25 seconds. If we factor in calculation errors, they can fire for at most another 5 to 7 seconds. Why are you calculating this? Dao Gu was taken aback. The heavy metal V8's strength lay in its melee combat prowess, not its artillery, which was merely an auxiliary weapon. The magnetic blades were the true lethal armament. Of course, it's useful. The heavy metal V8 sacrificed much of its long-range attack capability to enhance ground combat strength, and this artillery is its sole ranged weapon. Once they exhaust their ammunition, they will be devoid of any means of resistance, Zhou Chuan explained. I think, Zhou Chuan, aside from a heavy long spear for slightly distant attacks, the target is equipped entirely with close combat weaponry. Moreover, that spear is too cumbersome, making it unsuitable for melee combat except for ambushes. If only I had my silver radiant spear here, that would be the perfect close combat weapon against the target, Dao Gu sighed. Xiao Huan remained silent, merely smiling, a smile that sent a chill down Dao Gu's spine. Closer, closer. Zhou Chuan softly pressed a button on the keyboard. With a crack, a massive stone several meters high was dislodged by the target, crashing down into the river valley with a thunderous roar. Bang, bang. The two heavy metal V8s instinctively unleashed a volley of artillery fire at the boulder. This round of fire was brief, lasting only 5 seconds. After the shooting ceased, Dao Gu couldn't help but glance at the plump figure beside him. Zhou Chuan's computational prowess instilled a sense of terrifying power within him. This was not a manifestation of external strength, but rather an invisible force. Few would take the time to calculate the enemy's firing frequency amidst battle. After all, combatants are typically in a state of extreme tension, preoccupied with numerous pressing matters, rather than the minutiae of their opponent's shooting rhythm. Just as Dao Gu pondered the purpose behind Zhou Chuan's calculations, Zhou Chuan's hands suddenly flew across the keyboard, his fingers gliding over it with a singular sound. Immediately, Dao Gu felt a rush of blood reverse course within him as the target abruptly knelt. The once supine Dao Gu was jolted by the target's violent movement, causing his blood to surge. Even with advanced hydraulic cushioning, he found it exceedingly uncomfortable, as he was utterly unprepared for such an event. At that moment, The crowd in the club's hall rose collectively. For two blinding beams of white light erupted on the holographic screen like lightning, illuminating the space with a radiance that rendered even the silvery moonlight dim. Following the flash, the screen erupted into two bursts of light akin to fireworks. A sniper. A chill ran down everyone's spine. No one had anticipated the presence of a sniper here. The nemesis of combat mechs. Number 3, number 3, number 5, number 5. What is happening? The signals of two mechs suddenly vanished from Mike's holographic display, disappearing without warning. As he gazed at the unstable holographic image, Mike felt pressure for the first time, and it was mounting rapidly. Within less than 10 minutes, 3 of the 12 heavy metal V8s had been lost. Fall back. Mike spat out the command forcefully. General, fall back. Mike's voice was icily suffocating. It's pawn. A loud crash and a scream echoed through the communication channel, followed by an oppressive silence as a wave of fear permeated the airwaves. Slowly advance. Form a combat formation. Cover one another. Mike's voice was tinged with a slight rasp. It's pawn. The breathing over the communication system grew, increasingly labored. They had already lost 5 mechs, putting immense psychological pressure on the remaining 7 heavy metal V8 combatants. In a mere 10 minutes, the loss of 5 high-performance heavy metal V8s had clenched Mike's fists, his gaze filled with a fierce snarl. A dull thud resonated through the communication channel. General, it's bad. There's a star-level sniper here, and the enemy is armed with a high-performance sniper rifle. A violente explosion reverberated, plunging the communication channel into silence once more. This time, Mike finally received valuable intelligence, though it was hardly good news. A small squad facing a star-level sniper was nearly tantamount to confronting death, especially when the opponent was also a combat master. Mike finally understood why the enemy had initially remained concealed, merely to disperse his subordinates and kill one to instill fear, preventing them from acting recklessly, and then methodically picking them off one by one. Chapter 105, a meticulously planned battle. Everyone, remain on standby. Yes, the remaining combatants immediately took cover in place. In such a complex terrain, engaging a sniper at night was akin to courting death. Most critically, their scanning systems were incapable of detecting the enemy's mech, rendering them completely vulnerable. Mike's modified mech, unbeknownst to many, sprang into action, its silver-white exterior shimmering under the moonlight, as if merging with the silvery glow itself. This was a customized mech, tailored to Mike's personal specifications. Though Mike's movements were subtle, each step he took resonated with an earth-shattering intensity. He made no attempt to conceal his presence, advancing deliberately deeper into the arena of combat. At some point, a deep blue interstellar sniper rifle materialized in his hands. An imposing 4 meters in length, its body glimmering with an ethereal blue metallic sheen. A peculiar metallic line, slender yet striking, ran from the barrel to the butt of the rifle, catching the eye with its brilliance. The Yaoxing Interstellar Sniper Rifle. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from those gathered before the holographic screen in the club's hall. Anyone familiar with mech combat was well aware of the Yaoxing brand. Established over a millennium ago, the company has exclusively manufactured sniper rifles since its inception. Countless firms produce sniper rifles, including the 3 major mech corporations, each boasting their own design departments and production lines. Yet in the realm of sniper weaponry, Yaoxing has consistently maintained its supremacy. Each sniper rifle produced by Yaoxing is a masterpiece, equipped with a multifunctional targeting system that includes not only holographic scanning, but also an original optical aiming mode, ensuring exceptional shooting accuracy and high energy purity. The laser activator represents the pinnacle of human laser weaponry, capable of continuous fire without the risk of energy supply depletion. Given its high power consumption, the Interstellar Sniper Rifle requires several seconds of energy storage before aiming, and it activates only once the energy reaches saturation. Continuous firing can lead to various complications, such as excessive barrel temperature and inadequate energy saturation. However, Yaoxing's advanced sniper rifles have technically resolved these issues, and the golden metallic line on Mike's rifle serves as a symbol of its elite status. This sniper rifle's value may well surpass that of a high-grade combat mech, as Yaoxing's top-tier models are produced in limited quantities and are not readily available to those lacking sufficient status. In reality, most of these sniper rifles have fallen into the hands of super-rich collectors as luxury items, making it exceedingly difficult for genuine marksmen to acquire such top-tier weaponry. General Dao. Have you not always doubted me? Come now, allow me to share a secret with you. Years ago, you were ensnared in the meteor vortex of the Yunhai galaxy. Because of me, I had a program installed aboard your ship, which activated as you traversed the vortex. I have sought you for many years, and who would have thought we'd meet here? If you are indeed a man of courage, do not hide. Avenge your woman. Mike's raucous laughter echoed through the public channel, causing Dao's expression to twist into one of increasing ferocity. In a sudden frenzy, he disengaged the safety mechanism and lunged toward the main control panel. By the time Zhou Chuan attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Dao had opened the public channel. In that fleeting moment before Dao reached the control panel, Zhou Chuan's hands glided over the joystick. Mike, I will kill you. I swear it. Dao's veins bulged, his eyes aflame with rage. A concentrated beam of light shot forth, striking the concealed location. Although Zhou Chuan had acted swiftly, the highly condensed laser grazed the side of the mech's cockpit, and had it been any closer, the cockpit would have been obliterated. With a sharp sound, Zhou Chuan severed the public channel, knowing that the enemy had locked onto their position through it. The shooting was merely the beginning. As Dao opened the public channel, he seized the initiative. The elite sniper rifle unleashed a barrage of lethal beams, illuminating the night sky, yet blinding onlookers with its brilliance. Overshadowing even the silvery moonlight, Zhou Chuan's hands flew across the keyboard and joystick, pushing the agility of his mech, Yazi, to its limits, executing bizarre, evasive maneuvers among the rocky terrain and towering trees. Alas, his efforts were futile. He could not escape the relentless tracking of the sniper rifle. Every sound emitted by Yazi manifested as a virtual display on Mike's holographic screen, requiring no aiming on Mike's part. He merely fired at the data provided by his neural interface. Without the Yao Xing sniper rifle, Zhou Chuan might have seized that fleeting opportunity to break free, but he found himself ensnared by Yao Xing's prowess. With a resounding thud, Yazi crashed heavily behind a low trench. The metal joints exceeded a 30% overload, with a 55.5% likelihood of fracture. The self-check system of the neural interface sounded an alarm, indicating that Yazi had sustained 20% damage from this latest bout of intense movement. 3 shots from the rifle, though not crucially positioned, rendered Yazi's sensory systems inoperative. Zhou Chuan let out a sigh. The modifications to Yazi had ultimately failed, as the data revealed that most of the replacement metal components had succumbed to fatigue. Kill him. Dao's voice was a low growl. Zhou Chuan's gaze fell upon the cold, twisted visage of this man, who bore the signs of recent trauma. A brutal collision in the cockpit had left his forehead bloodied and grotesque. See tights. Zhou Chuan's glare pierced through Dao like a blade. Kill him. Dao glared fiercely at Zhou Chuan. See tights. Zhou Chuan's eyes were sharp as a razor. Under the weight of that penetrating gaze, Dao finally regained his composure, struggling to climb back into his seat and secure the safety belt and hydraulic protection device. As Dao settled into his seat, Zhou Chuan's attention shifted to the holographic screen, which now displayed Yazi scanning systems fully operational. Through the neural interface simulation, Mike's figure was discernibly advancing step by step. Why not shoot? Dao fixed his gaze on the screen. The enemy's equipment surpasses ours. Their sniper rifle is superior, as is their mech. I cannot guarantee a hit. If I miss, we will have no escape. Zhou Chuan's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he spoke of another. This place is vast enough for our escape. Dao glanced at the holographic screen. It appears you have truly aged, Zhou Chuan remarked coolly. You. Dao's eyes blazed with wrath as he glared at Zhou Chuan, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Perhaps you have forgotten the heavy metal V8s. Their stealth is the gravest threat. From their distribution, our operational range has been confined to 5 square kilometers, and General Mike is acutely aware of this. Zhou Chuan's gaze turned icy as he regarded the frenzied man. A silence fell, broken only by the sound of Mike advancing steadily. I'm sorry. That sentiment can wait until we are alive to discuss it. Expressing it now holds no significance. Zhou Chuan spoke with his lips, yet his gaze remained fixated on the holographic screen, his hands deftly manipulating the keyboard. Instantly, the screen illuminated with the covert positions of the heavy metal V8, simultaneously simulating the locations of Xi and Mike's mechs. It became evident that Mike's mech was advancing towards them at a measured pace. Closer, closer. The spectators in the club's hall gaped, their eyes glued to the vibrant mech displayed on the holographic screen, which had evidently been detected by the surveillance system. 50 meters. 40 meters. This distance in the realm of sniper engagements was tantamount to standing face to face. It was clear that Mike's silver mech was increasingly burdened by gravity, each step charged with anticipation, as the ethereal glow of the sniper rifle shimmered under the moonlight, pulsating with an ominous allure. Closer, ever closer. 20 meters. Mike's mech halted. Now, at a psychological threshold, the adversary lurked in a depression, and any further advance risked ambush. Unit 11, flank from the left and right. Unit 12, hold your position. Understood, General. Time ticked away, and the holographic display revealed several heavy metal V8s encircling them, gradually constricting the vibrant mech's operational space to less than 50 square meters, an area steadily diminishing. As the bright dots closed in, sweat cascaded down Dao Ji's forehead. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Zhou Chuan remained motionless, like a statue, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Mike's mech. The hearts of the onlookers raced. It was evident that the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Ji had no chance of victory. 20 meters. Zhou Chuan silently counted, lowering his gaze to twist the ring on his finger, and suddenly, his hands flew towards the keyboard with the swiftness of a wisp of smoke. Ji had moved. Dao Ge felt as if his very insides were being churned. Although Ji's hydraulic protection system was commendable, the abrupt maneuver induced a sensation akin to being torn apart. A heavy, striped lance materialized in Ji's steel arm. As he leaned back, raising the ancient weapon in a single motion, hurling it forward with tremendous force. The lance, enveloped in fierce winds, soared into the sky, tracing a graceful arc before plummeting towards Mike's silver mech with terrifying momentum. Every action flowed seamlessly, without a hint of interruption. When the onlookers at the holographic display witnessed Ji kneeling and propelling the lance, it was already hurtling towards Mike at breakneck speed. Too fast. As the colossal lance approached, Mike's pupils constricted to pinpricks. If struck, the cockpit would surely be pierced through. Without hesitation, as the lance descended, Mike fired 3 shots in Ji's direction. The mech executed an uncanny evasive maneuver, effortlessly sidestepping the lance. Mike, seasoned and astute, anticipated Zhou Chuan would capitalize on the lance's distraction. Thus, he fired 3 suppressive shots while maneuvering. Regrettably, Zhou Chuan had no intention of returning fire. After launching the lance, Ji's massive form swiftly retreated, akin to a bulldozer, kicking up dust that rose several meters into the air, shrouding the night in darkness. Zhou Chuan's target was a heavy metal V8 positioned less than 40 meters away to the left rear. Hiss! Hiss! As he retreated, Zhou Chuan fired 2 shots at Mike. Missing, yet forcing Mike to reposition once again, caught off guard during his rapid movements as he blindly fired without a target. 40 meters was a brief span. In the blink of an eye, Ji had surged to the side of the heavy metal V8. Almost instinctively, the V8 swung a massive metallic fist toward Ji, its triangular edge emitting a deafening whoosh, forged from an exceedingly rare metal reputed for its ability to pierce half-meter-thick steel plates. However, in a twist of fate, Ji did not retaliate against the V8, instead executing a sharp, evasive maneuver, dashing away into the night. Too fast, too fast. In a mere moment's distraction, the vividly colored Ji had sprinted several dozen meters. "You fool, get out of the way!" Mike bellowed in frustration, jolting his mech pilot awake. It dawned on him that Ji, himself, and the general's mech had inadvertently aligned in a straight line, obstructing the angle for the general's sniper rifle. The colossal mech shifted just enough to clear the shooting path. At that instant, the spectators in the club beheld an astonishing sight as the mech made its evasive maneuver. The colorful mech simultaneously darted to the side, accelerating and altering its angle, resulting in the 3 mechs bizarrely realigning in a straight line once more. Down! Mike's temples throbbed, an impulse to eliminate his subordinates surging within him. The pilot seemed oblivious to whether he was aiding the enemy's escape or acting for some other reason. Each of his movements perfectly synchronized with Ji's retreat. As Mike adjusted, he found himself inadvertently obstructing the sniper's firing arc boom. The heavy metal V8 crashed down heavily. Mike scanned for Ji, but the vibrant figure had vanished in mere seconds, eluding his line of sight. The prospect of forming another encirclement had become impossible. Beep beep. Just as Mike hesitated whether to remain, the surveillance system alerted that the opponent had exited the combat zone. Withdraw. Mike cursed under his breath, stomping his foot before hastily departing with the remnants of his team. The mech police of the Rydell Empire were likely en route, and though Mike harbored no fear, he had little desire to linger, for this was indeed the Rydell Empire. Upon exiting the arena, Zhou Chuan and Dao Ge promptly disembarked from their cockpit, securing Ji into subspace before retracing their steps into the combat arena, arriving at the bank of a meandering stream. "Why don't we leave?" Dao Ge could not help but inquire once seated. "If we depart now, the probability of encountering them en route stands at 30%. I cannot predict their precise exit path. However, if we remain here and await their departure, our chances of evading danger rise to 10%. How do you know?" "I have calculated." "Was that alignment you mentioned earlier a result of your calculations?" "Indeed, the odds were slim. even after scanning and analyzing the surrounding environment. The probability remained at 50%. Yet, fortune favored us. That individual inadvertently granted us an additional 5 seconds. Zhou Chuan cast a glance at the luminous moon above and remarked softly, "Are you certain the other heavy metal V8s will resort to aerial cannon fire?" The probability exceeds 80% that a master of close combat would not instinctively reach for an aircraft cannon as a weapon. Furthermore, having already slain one of their comrades, I have instilled a profound sense of dread within them, causing a momentary paralysis. After this brief lapse, General Mike will utilize the public channel to command those obstructing his view to step aside. This creates a fleeting window of opportunity in which the soldiers, disoriented, will relinquish their right to attack to General Mike. Brother Knife remained silent. Having once been an esteemed mech fighter, he was acutely aware of the peril that had just transpired. Any misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. It was a moment of sheer intensity. The computational prowess of the corpulent individual was beyond mere excellence. It could only be described with 2 words: terrifying. I am eager to learn what befell Yazi. Zhou Chuan fixed his gaze upon Brother Knife. This event transpired over a decade ago. Get to the point, Zhou Chuan frowned, discerning from Brother Knife's tone that this tale could not be succinctly conveyed in a matter of days or nights. Over 10 years ago, while I was stationed in the Yinhai star system piloting a small warship, I encountered a meteor vortex. At that time, both Mike and our captains, alongside another woman who also held the rank of captain, both Mike and I had simultaneously fallen in love with her. Please, just the essentials. Zhou Chuan was not interested in romantic entanglements. An elderly man with white hair and a somewhat corpulent figure stepped forward. The wrinkles on his face distinctly indicated that this commander was not of advanced age. The 3 portly individuals, despite their differing personalities, shared a common trait. They were all rather ostentatious. The basement was somewhat stifling. Wearing long sleeves was indeed uncomfortable, while short sleeves offered a refreshing respite, albeit somewhat improper. It's still more presentable than bearing one's arms. What? Stim appeared incredulous at Hustatus's words. He could hardly fathom that Igor still believed that fruit had yet to emerge and remain concealed. Huang Shi had initially planned to accompany him, but after careful consideration, Jiang Yin chose not to bring him along and instead boarded the flight to Tokyo alone. The matter is in the past. The losses are irretrievable. These Chinese are a significant threat to us. They must be eliminated, or our endeavors in Manchuria cannot continue. The voice drifted from behind a metallic mask. Master Fang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. That remark was merely a fleeting impulse of indignation, and he found himself at a loss for words, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Let us go, Zhou said from behind, emphasizing the need for decisiveness. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back. As soon as his words fell, the command talisman spontaneously ignited, transforming into a blue light that swiftly sank into the ground. The Dean's intention is clear. We must not be like others who pursue quick results. We must be diligent and steady, Stim added. However, the villagers dared not emerge, as they perceived Zhang Sanfeng wielding a weapon to be akin to the dark-clad figures of Yin Feng's crew. Nan Kong Qian dashed forward to stand before Nan Fengzhu. Even Gu Qing was taken aback by his speed, shaking his head and signaling to Nan Fengzhu before stepping back. Upon seeing that Lung Yu had fainted, Wei did no longer wish to squander any more time. She struck out, intending to end Lung Yu's life. However, Wei Yiyang intercepted her strike. Since Jia Yu was well prepared, it was certain that the 3 good sisters would find it impossible to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. They were not lowly. Since the emperor was willing to punish them, it indicated that he still regarded them as confidants, thus preserving both their lives and positions. I eternally hope that such uncontrollable factors do not manifest in my vicinity. A sense of unease lingered in Xu Ning's heart. Reflecting on the care and protection these individuals had shown her, she felt a pang of guilt for having toyed with them, albeit out of necessity. Wedu, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. These were her hidden guards. Her reinforcements had arrived. It seemed that fate had smiled upon her, allowing her to survive. Brother Chang had grown up in such an environment, having joined the police force at 12, and at 16 he experienced his first imprisonment, leaving behind a thick dossier with the authorities and numerous rumors circulating in the community. Not at all, I just returned home. Fang Wei, Nan said as he opened the door to the balcony and stepped outside. According to Yin Li, although the decree chasing her might have already reached the nearby Sandian, no one in the other celestial realms would concern themselves with matters related to the Guanghua Hall. Once outside, which sect of the profound levels would dare provoke a golden immortal? Dantai Mingwei understood that the old hunter, Zhang Zongqing, was genuinely forthright. He might take Duan Lang's jest seriously. Upon finishing, Eugene observed a hint of surprise on Lord Huai's face. He had long been prepared for retirement. Yet Eugene's tone suggested that he still wished to employ him. I understand. After all, you immortals look down upon demons. I have no standing before you. I stated candidly. Who are you? Are you here to issue a warrant? The scoundrel Guoda spoke with a voice laden with arrogance. An outlaw who had long terrorized and acted with impunity in Lusang village, utterly dismissive of others. In the span of a mere breath, everyone abruptly looked up at the sky, where Neza erupted in a torrent of expletives. Lung Tianqi seemed still vexed that Yunjun had not intervened to save him. He sat with his back turned to Yunjun, and the gentle breeze only served to exacerbate his discomfort. At that moment, Fong Lin's seven-color cloud stone shot forth, transforming into a stream of vibrant light that surged toward the upper scroll, instantly merging with it, amplifying its brilliance and rendering the depicted scenes more tangible, presenting a vividly realistic world before everyone's eyes. From this day forth, my name shall be Qian Shuesi. I removed my veil, gazing at her as tears brimmed in my eyes. Although Zhu Yozhen had issued an edict for Huyenwei to mobilize troops to intercept the rebels at the onset of Zhu Yozhen's uprising, Huyenwei had been procrastinating and had not acted upon the decree until now, while the order to deploy troops to Shizhou had long been given, and the 60,000-strong army had been prepared. The crucial question of who would lead the troops remained unresolved. Chapter 106. Once again, aboard the Moon God. Ahem. Each of us piloted a small patrol warship at the edge of the clouds, and I found myself ensnared in a meteor vortex, while that woman, in her attempt to rescue me, also navigated her patrol warship into the meteoric zone. Brother Knife paused for a moment. That woman saved me. However, we became lost, swept away by the meteor vortex into an unfamiliar star domain. Our provisions dwindled, but fortune smiled upon us as we detected a planet teeming with life. We descended upon that planet in search of sustenance, where we encountered a formidable and unknown creature. How formidable? Zhao Huan inquired. In those days, Yazi was one of the most advanced mechs of the Imperial Alliance, crafted from rare metals. Even now, it would be deemed quite advanced. In truth, the metal used for Yazi was a gift from that woman. Get to the point, Zhou Chuan urged once more. It was precisely this advanced mech that proved utterly inadequate against such a creature, and the two of us faced merely one of those beings. What happened in the end? At that time, I was gravely injured and fell into a coma. That woman desperately escorted me onto the patrol ship, and at that moment, a large swarm of those creatures descended upon us. I managed to escape, but my beloved remained behind, sacrificing herself to provide the ship with the opportunity to take off. Brother Dao wore a despondent expression, his voice hoarse. Did you not return to find her? I did, he replied. However, that location is a meteor vortex, rendering any search impossible. Later, I was discovered by the military while on a mission in the vortex area, and subsequently retired. I exhausted all my financial resources to hire adventurers, yet to no avail. In fact, 2 adventuring teams vanished within that vast meteor vortex. Is there a holographic recording? Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment. There's a very brief segment. I need to view it. It resides within my personal chip. I'll watch it upon returning to school. By the way, does General Mike and the members of the Noel Mecha Club know you're at school? Zhao Huan inquired. This was a crucial question. If Mike knew they were at Starry Sky Mecha University, he would undoubtedly pursue them to the school, especially since they had slain a heavy metal V8 mecha fighter. I don't know. The members of the Noel Mecha Club recognize me, because I once served as a coach here many years ago. After my departure, no one has known my whereabouts. Brother Dao shook his head. That's good. Zhou Chuan nodded. At this moment, he did not wish to live on the run. There were many matters yet unresolved, and time was needed. His plans had shifted due to the appearance of the vibrant shell beetles and the enigmatic Xinjin. Zhou Chuan had always been a proponent of meticulous planning. However, he was not inflexible. He continuously adjusted his strategies to adapt to changes, thus increasing the likelihood of success. The initial step of his plan was to bring the old emperor of the Rydell Empire into the public eye, tearing away his disguise, so that the citizens of the Rydell Empire could discern the old emperor's cunning and treachery. Naturally, the second step was of paramount importance to Zhou Chuan. He needed to create a chaotic situation to reunite with the one woman he had always cared for. As he thought of the gentle, water-like female guard, a fleeting moment of distraction crossed his mind. Upon returning to school from the Noel Mecha Club, Zhou Chuan immersed himself in a fervent training regimen. Driven by a strong premonition that time was not on his side, his sleep had been reduced to a mere 4 hours, yet even that felt woefully insufficient. The maintenance of mechas had grown increasingly complex. It was no longer just about addressing mechanical failures, but had expanded to encompass metallurgy, chemistry, and intelligent programming, all of which Zhou Chuan included in his studies. His progress in ancient martial arts had been modest, but he took solace in the fact that while his mental strength had yet to reach level 3, it was becoming increasingly concentrated. The greater the concentration of mental strength, the more resilient one became against external mental control. Many individuals with level 1 mental strength could resist control by higher-level masters precisely because of the purity and robustness of their mental energy. Of course, no matter how pure a level 1 mental strength might be, it could never defeat a higher-level master. The only benefit lay in not being manipulated like a puppet. Ziji had been restored by Zhou Chuan, yet no matter how well it was repaired, it could never reach its previous standard, as a completely suitable metal could not be found. However, Brother Dao seemed quite satisfied, believing that achieving its current state was already a remarkable feat, as he had never anticipated a complete restoration of Ziji. During this period, Brother Dao frequently guided Zhou Chuan in mecha combat techniques. Zhou Chuan discovered that while Brother Dao could not pilot a mecha, his combat skills were incredibly rich, particularly in tactical maneuvers, which he had mastered to an extraordinary degree. Perhaps Brother Dao lacked Zhou Chuan's computational abilities, but his practical combat skills in facing enemies head-on were undoubtedly superior. Zhou Chuan conducted an investigation into Brother Dao's background and was astonished to learn that he was a top ace of the Imperial Federal Army, known as one of the 3 Tigers of the Federation alongside General Mech. He had mysteriously faded from the public eye over a decade ago, while Mech had since attained the rank of Major General, and the other, known as the She-Tiger, had disappeared many years prior, likely the very woman Brother Dao had loved. Simultaneously, Zhou Chuan viewed the brief holographic video segment, which appeared to be distorted by some signal interference, rendering it quite blurry. Nevertheless, he could discern a hazy silhouette of a radiant golden creature darting across the screen with lightning speed. At the video's conclusion, a sound akin to metal shattering could be heard, indicating that this creature had assaulted the mecha, resulting in significant damage, even rendering the holographic projection entirely ineffective. Upon witnessing this golden creature, Zhou Chuan involuntarily recalled the dark figure within the vibrant shell beetle, instinctively linking the two. Unfortunately, the stark difference in color made it impossible for him to ascertain whether they belonged to the same species, and their sizes also exhibited notable discrepancies. During this time, Zhou Chuan observed Little Black, who had grown increasingly silent, neglecting personal hygiene and grooming, appearing disheveled and unkempt. He rarely left his room or attended classes, isolating himself within. And Zhou Chuan noted that the room had been completely overtaken by his light brain, with even the bed now occupied by it, leaving Little Black with barely a square meter of space near the door to sleep. However, the light brains he used were not secondhand, but rather brand new and expensive, accompanied by an assortment of peculiar devices whose purposes even the well-informed Zhou Chuan could not discern. It was evident that Little Black had succumbed to severe self-isolation. Even when he encountered Zhou Chuan, his expression was dark, his gaze vacant, and his hands aimlessly grasping, occasionally betraying a flicker of anxiety and agitation. Zhou Chuan yearned to assist Little Black, yet he felt at a loss for how to begin, especially given his own time constraints, compounded by his natural reticence. The only source of reassurance for Zhou Chuan was that Little Black still remembered to eat and drink, returning every few days with new light brains and ample food for his room. Time passed busily, yet uneventfully. It had been half a month since his return from the Noel Mecha Club. The maintenance building remained unremarkable, with no peculiar occurrences. Zhou Chuan had secured entry into the Noel Company as competition, and many had shifted from envy to schadenfreude, as the fighting tournament had been indefinitely postponed. Sister Fenny, when shall we visit the Moon Goddess? Jinjin inquired, returning from a Ziji to the row of sofas at the entrance of the maintenance building, where Fenny sat lost in thought. Didn't you say you weren't going? Fenny replied, taken aback. Why not? I really enjoy the Moon Goddess. Jinjin smiled. Jinjin, since your return from the Moon Goddess, I feel you've become quite distant with me. I don't know what transpired there, but I've reflected on it many times and sensed something amiss. Later, when San Kwa and Singer invited us to explore a few undeveloped wild planets, I declined, fearing it would upset you. Fenny sighed. Wow, exploring wild planets? Jinjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, unfortunately, San Kwa is leaving tomorrow. The Moon Goddess suffered significant damage in the recent fire and requires repairs and renovations. Leaving tomorrow? Yes. Jinjin lowered her head in silence, as if contemplating a significant decision. Sister Fanny, please persuade Sanko not to leave tomorrow. Inform him that I yearn for an adventure. Finally, Jinjin seemed to have made a resolute decision as she looked up at Fanny. Junjun, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I have a feeling that Sanko is not of good character, and I still regret having taken you aboard the Moon Goddess last time. Fanny sighed, gripping Junjun's arm. Sister Fanny, thank you. Junjun gazed at Fanny with bright eyes. What is there to thank for? Fanny was taken aback. Last time, when you couldn't find me, you actually set the Moon Goddess ablaze. Truly, Sister Fanny, I am deeply moved. Though I may not express it, I will forever remember how you nearly sacrificed a spaceship to find me. You silly girl, I vowed never to let you out of my sight. Regardless, I must thank you, Sister Fanny. Please tell Sanko to join us for the adventure before returning. After all, didn't the Moon Goddess encounter some issues? Let Zhou Chuan repair it while on board. It's merely a few cabins, there's no real problem. Is that acceptable for him? Fanny hesitated. He is a mech technician favored by the Noel Mech Company and the only one in school with a maintenance certification. Do not underestimate him. Junjun laughed. Chapter 107. The Butcher by Qi. Junjun, do you truly wish to play? Fanny's clear gaze remained fixed on her. Sister Fanny, I am not lying. I genuinely adore the Moon Goddess. Sometimes, I wish I had a spaceship of my own, so I could traverse the cosmos whenever I please. On days when I feel down, I could quietly gaze at the stars in solitude. Junjun's expression was one of rapture. But what are you truly worried about? Sister Fanny? Junjun affectionately swayed Fanny's arms. All right, I suppose I'm a bit concerned for you. This time, aboard the Moon Goddess, I will hold your hand. That is unnecessary. Sanko is quite decent, handsome, charming, and affluent. Little and I, are you perhaps experiencing a romantic infatuation? Fanny regarded Junjun with curiosity. You are the one infatuated. Junjun's cheeks flushed crimson. After playfully bantering with Fanny for a while, Junjun excused herself to visit Zhou Chuan, who was repairing the Yazi. Now, the Yazi was no longer in its original location, but in an advanced digital control workshop, where the repair process was entirely automated. Once the program was input, the Yazi would receive the best maintenance and care. The color of the Yazi had transformed from a kaleidoscope of hues to a deep, somber blue. The energy shield had also been restored. Brother Dao had given Zhou Chuan the silver wire gun originally equipped with the Yazi. Upon seeing the gun for the first time, Zhou Chuan felt an intense connection, as if the weapon and the Yazi were inseparable parts of one another. Xiao Huan. The current color is quite appealing. Why apply this layer? Junjun gazed upward at the busy Zhou Chuan. He was meticulously applying a layer of nearly azure paint to the Yazi. It seemed there was little distinction. This is an invisibility coating, Zhou Chuan replied without glancing back. Remaining focused on his task. Why not coat the entire surface with this color? Junjun inquired, curiosity piqued. Applying it entirely would negate its effectiveness. Why is that? Mechs differ from starships. Although starships are large, their bodies are streamlined with very smooth cross-sections. Conversely, mechs, while smaller, have numerous flat surfaces, particularly in the engine and cockpit areas, where scanning reflections cannot be minimized. The optimal solution is to coat certain parts of the mech with the invisibility paint. When detected by scanners, the screen will not display a complete mech image. Holographic scanning cannot simulate it either. In such circumstances, the mech operator may hesitate for a moment. And on a battlefield, even a fleeting hesitation can alter the outcome of a war. Zhou Chuan was remarkably patient, explaining as he meticulously applied the paint. Though this process appeared simple, it required a certain finesse. The application was block-based, providing a level of camouflage against digital monitoring. Zhou Chuan maintained an attitude of preparedness, understanding that on the battlefield, even the slightest error could result in dire consequences. He could have programmed the machinery for automatic spraying. However, manual application allowed for more intuitive control over specific areas. A truly competent mech fighter must also be a mech technician. Even if not skilled in repairing various types of mechs, one should at least be capable of maintaining their own, understanding the fundamental technical requirements. In large-scale battles, professional technicians cannot attend to every damaged mech. Thus, relying on oneself in the fast-paced battlefield is essential. Countless incidents have occurred due to the loosening of a mere screw, leading to catastrophic failures. In truth, with a little effort, basic maintenance is not overly difficult. After all, after millennia of development, mechs have matured significantly. The combat capability of a mech is no longer solely determined by its design, but also by the metals used and the valuable optical brain equipment it contains. Among these, there exists a highly practical auxiliary self-check program, which communicates the extent and location of damage through an array of sensors to the optical brain for detailed analysis. Chuan, you are incredibly clever. Watching the focused Zhou Chuan, Junjun's gaze revealed a hint of fascination. Zhou Chuan glanced down, his heart suddenly racing, for from this angle, He could see a glimpse of Zhen Zhen's neckline. Though not deep, it was strikingly radiant, hinting at two rosy points. Pervert. Upon noticing Zhou Chuan's unwavering gaze, Zhen Zhen's face flushed to her neck as she covered her chest and muttered indignantly. Realizing Zhen Zhen was covering her chest, Zhou Chuan snapped back to reality, casting a fleeting glance at her before returning to his work, as if nothing had transpired. I have something to discuss with you. Zhen Zhen regained her composure. I have no time, Zhou Chuan replied, his focus unwavering on the camouflage paint. I will be waiting for you at our usual spot, Zhen Zhen said softly. I am truly busy, Zhou Chuan frowned, glancing at Zhen Zhen. He disliked women who lingered, preferring those like Shui, who understood boundaries. The moon goddess. Zhen Zhen's eyes locked with Zhou Chuan's. The moon goddess. Zhou Chuan's expression tightened. Yes, the moon goddess. All right, wait for me, Zhou Chuan nodded. Thank you. A glimmer of gratitude shone in Zhen Zhen's eyes. No need. I've already promised you. Zhou Chuan shook his head. I will await your return. Zhen Zhen said no more, realizing that Zhou Chuan did not appreciate interruptions while working. After dinner, Zhou Chuan did not head to the training room, but directly ventured to the vibrant woods. Since it was still evening, the woods were filled with couples whispering sweet nothings. And as he walked further, the crowd thinned until he reached the place where he often met Zhen Zhen. Zhen Zhen had long been waiting there, clad in a flowing white dress. Zhou Chuan remembered that she had worn the same dress the day she was injured. Chuan, you're here. Zhen Zhen stood up from where she had been quietly seated at the roots of a tree. I'm here. Zhou Chuan nodded and asked, how are you feeling? Is your health improving? Much better. Zhen Zhen immediately lowered her head in shyness, recalling the moment she stood before this man. What about the moon god? Zhou Chuan cut to the chase, disliking the ambiguous atmosphere. We need to plan ahead. Zhen Zhen's expression turned serious. The moon god is set to depart from Riddlestar tomorrow. I don't know when there will be another opportunity. Chuan, I don't have time to wait. What should we do? Zhao Huan inquired. I have already sent an invitation, expressing my willingness to join them on their planetary expedition. And I recommended you to repair several damaged cabins on the moon god, she stated. Have they agreed? I don't know, but I have faith that it will be fine. Zhen Zhen replied confidently. Do you think this is the right time? Zhou Chuan was clearly unsettled by the disruption of his plans. And the moon god's imminent departure had shattered his schedule. The timing isn't ideal, but I have no alternative, Chuan. I beg you, help me. If I don't personally eliminate the three, I will be tormented by nightmares every day. Please, Chuan, I have only 3 years to live. I cannot afford to wait. Once the moon god leaves, it's likely I shall never see it again. The universe is vast. Zhen Zhen whispered, trembling slightly. In Zhou Chuan's presence, she felt extraordinarily fragile. Har concealed vulnerabilities laid bare. What is your perspective on the current situation? Zhou Chuan asked. The outlook is not promising. Perhaps several planets in the Riddle Empire have already witnessed sporadic ground conflicts. The military's warships are perpetually in a state of observation. Even their missions lack sufficient force. Some terrorist organizations seem to have received certain hints and are desperately inciting chaos. Zhen Zhen sat down quietly beside the roots of a tree across from Zhou Chuan. What do you think? In truth, Zhou Chuan valued Zhen Zhen's opinions greatly. He was entangled in the complexities of governance, while Zhen Zhen, devoid of personal desires, remained a clear observer. This must be the machinations of the alliance of the 5 great empires, Zhen Zhen asserted. Why? It is evident that the 5 great empires are facing tremendous challenges. They cannot yet completely eradicate the iridescent shell bugs, which have significantly depleted their strength. To prevent the Riddle Empire from seizing the opportunity, the 5 great empires have begun to activate some of the dormant forces they cultivated within the Riddle Empire, all to plunge it into chaos. Only in such turmoil can the Riddle Empire focus solely on resolving internal affairs. In fact, the alliance of the 5 great empires has already achieved its objective. The Riddle Empire is indeed unable to attend to other matters now. Do you believe the alliance of the 5 great empires wields significant power within the Riddle Empire? Their strength lies in soft power, not hard power, as the Riddle Empire is quite vigilant against the latter. In what forms does this soft power manifest? Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment before asking. For instance, manipulating public opinion through the media. If you pay close attention, you will notice that recently, many private media outlets have simultaneously reported extensively on terrorist activities, instigating artificial panic. Furthermore, some research organizations are also influenced by the 5 great empires. That's impossible. Imperial research would never allow foreign forces to intervene. Zhou Chuan shook his head, fully aware of the underlying rules of the game. Chuan, many matters are not as simple as you imagine. The 5 great empires possess immense national strength, substantial financial resources, and their technological prowess consistently stands at the pinnacle of humanity. They care little about the extent of the Riddle Empire's technological advancements. What they truly concern themselves with is the direction of its technological development. In essence, they care about how the Riddle Empire's technology unfolds according to their predetermined designs. What do you mean by according to their predetermined designs? Zhou Chuan was taken aback. This was a notion he had never contemplated. Let us take Starry Horizon Mech University as an example. Each year, the university receives a substantial donation from private organizations affiliated with the 5 great empires. Most of these funds originate from various civilian foundations. Many might argue that it is foolish to refuse money that could alleviate research pressures, and that accepting it would not necessarily alter their academic integrity, nor would significant research findings be shared with the alliance. In truth, these so-called civilian foundations do not aspire to change the academic landscape of the Riddle Empire, nor do they expect to acquire valuable intelligence. What they genuinely seek is to grasp what topics the academic community in the Riddle Empire will focus on over time, hoping to guide them towards the issues they wish to see prioritized, and to ensure that the academic discourse aligns with the roadmap and ideology delineated by the alliance of the 5 great empires, thereby enhancing the predictability of the Riddle Empire's future trajectory. Could you be more specific? Xiao Huan's brow furrowed. All right, let me provide 2 real examples. Firstly, let us consider the development of mecha technology, which originated from the 5 great empires. During the great technological explosion among humanity, humanoid mechas became the mainstream. Although many countries still research non-humanoid variants, under the leadership of the scientific community of the 5 great empires, the form of mechas was ultimately established as humanoid. Thus, in the development and research of humanoid mechas, the 5 great empires have always been at the forefront, guiding the trend. A close examination of mecha history reveals that for nearly a millennium, humanity in the universe has been led by the 5 great empires toward a singular direction. Continue. Now, for a more recent example, the 5 great empires will go to any lengths to stifle unpredictable threats in their infancy. The general of the Riddle Empire serves as a classic case. He is the most charismatic and iron-willed figure in the Riddle Empire in recent centuries. Possessing an innate leadership quality, his iron-fisted tactics garnered the support of a majority of Riddle Empire citizens. He uprooted the numerous terrorist organizations that plagued the region for centuries, cultivating an atmosphere of peace for the Riddle Empire. He even went so far as to eliminate 2 million individuals from the primitive planets that nurtured terrorism. This audacity, this courage, is comparable only to that of General Bai Qi from the ancient Earth Warring States period. Speaking of the general, if the old emperor spares no effort to protect him, I'm certain that the glory of the Riddle Empire is just around the corner. Alas, what a pity. Do you understand the general? Zhou Chuan asked with a detached expression. Ha Chuan. Many fail to comprehend the general, just as many do not grasp the significance of the ancient Earth's famed general Bai Qi. Without Bai Qi, the unification of the Qin state would have been delayed by at least a century, if not longer, or perhaps it would have been impossible altogether. Historical records note that General Bai Qi once deliberated. Previously, Qin had conquered Shandong, yet the people of Shandong were unwilling to submit to Qin and instead surrendered to Zhao. The Zhao soldiers were fickle, and if they were not all eliminated, they might become a future calamity. Hence, he resorted to deception, executing all Zhao defectors and leaving only 240 young soldiers to return to Zhao with the news. Consequently, the Qin army killed and captured a total of 450,000 Zhao soldiers, leaving the Zhao state severely weakened and unable to recover. A long silence ensued, and Zhou Chuan's gaze bore into Zhenjin's face, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. This woman thought further than many men. You truly understand the general. Zhou Chuan rose, his tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. He had always been a loyal subject, instilling loyalty in his subordinates, only to find that the rabbit was not yet dead, and his dog had already been cooked. Will you continue the general's legacy? The flicker in Zhenjin's gaze radiated a fervent brilliance. One could only surmise that the general had succumbed to despair, as Zhou Chuan remarked with a hint of detachment. Should Zhou Chuan remain alive, he would undoubtedly not be disheartened, unless he had set his sights on another ambition. Zhenjin shook her head, her expression resolute. Indeed, the general has perished. None can fathom his thoughts. Let us attend to our own affairs. Overthinking can be detrimental. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in eliminating the 3, and the moon god vessel shall be yours. As for the future, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. By the time the Moon God Company clarifies this matter, the Riddle Empire will likely be in chaos, where individual strength will count for little. Chuan, thank you, Zhenjin said, rising gracefully to her feet and stepping lightly before Zhou Chuan. Her proud chest nearly brushed against him, her clear, large eyes fixed upon him, long eyelashes fluttering. "Are you attempting to seduce me?" Zhou Chuan mused, lowering his gaze to Junjun with intrigue. Junjun's face flushed crimson, yet her eyes remained steadfast, unwavering in their gaze upon Zhou Chuan. "It seems if I do not depart soon, you might shed your garments," he observed, his expression growing suddenly cold. Junjun's body trembled slightly. She sensed the chill of his indifference. "If I were to desire you, I would be under the illusion." Zhou Chuan gently lifted her chin. "What illusion?" Junjun felt an overwhelming force elevate her, rendering her breathless. She found this sensation unsettling. She would much prefer the rough caress of Zhou Chuan, his embrace, rather than the chilling gaze that now scrutinized her. "I detest being manipulated." Zhou Chuan gradually lowered her chin and strode into the vibrant depths of the forest, swiftly vanishing amidst the bizarre trees, never once glancing back. Manipulated. Manipulated. Junjun watched the broad silhouette fade into the foliage, her face paling to a ghostly hue. Devoid of color, her body trembling as if unable to withstand the autumn breeze's chill. With great difficulty, she took a step, faltering and unable to maintain her balance. Leaning against a vividly patterned tree, her weakened form collapsing, the rough bark tearing at her pristine white gown, leaving long crimson streaks upon her jade-like skin. "Chuan, I did not manipulate you. I did not. I did not. Trust me, Chuan, I truly did not. Chuan, I have but 3 years to live. I yearn for love. For a man to cherish and adore me. When I am joyous, I wish to share it. When I am sorrowful, I desire comfort." Junjun murmured, tears streaming silently down her pallid cheeks. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Junjun's form remained as still as a statue amidst the woods until the clock struck 1, at which point she finally rose, her face devoid of tears, replaced by a serene calm. As her frail figure exited the forest, it appeared profoundly solitary, yet remarkably resilient. This woman had resolved to forever entomb her love within her heart, vowing that on the day of her demise 3 years hence, she would reveal to that man that she had never sought to exploit him. She was destined to be deprived of love. Upon Zhou Chuan's return to the dormitory, passing by the entrance of the small black door, he beheld Xiao He, who leaned against the doorframe with an air of weariness. Curiously, Xiao He had tidied himself. His beard was shaved, his hair neatly trimmed, presenting a spirited visage, though he still donned old clothing, albeit freshly laundered. "Brother Chuan, I was waiting for you." Xiao He, previously articulate, now stumbled over his words, evidently reverting to his former state due to a lack of social interaction. Zhou Chuan remained silent, nodding slightly as he followed Xiao He into his room, where he was astonished to find it now empty, all computers having vanished. "Speak." Xiao Huan regarded Xiao He. "Brother Chuan, I hope you can assist me with a favor." Xiao He suddenly regained his fluency, his expression returning to its previous innocence. "Go on." Zhou Chuan withheld his agreement. "I have a foster father in the slums who has treated me well, along with Sister Mishui. He frequently tends to my ailments." Xiao He's speech became somewhat disjointed. "What are you trying to convey?" Zhou Chuan inquired with a furrowed brow. "Ahem, Brother Chuan. I may need to be away for a while. I have some things I require you to safeguard." Xiao He hesitated. "What items?" Zhou Chuan sensed an inkling of unease. "This card contains my accounts and funds. The password is on the back. Please keep it for me, and I shall retrieve it upon my return." Zhou Chuan had never borrowed Xiao He's card, instead fixing him with an intense gaze, which made Xiao He avert his eyes, unable to withstand the pressure, staring down at his own toes. "Xiao He, a man will encounter countless women throughout his life. Once you comprehend this, you will realize that many things hold greater significance than women. Corrine is unworthy of you. Do you understand?" Zhou Chuan articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. "Brother Chuan, I understand. There is no need for concern. I will not be troubled. I merely wish for you to keep it temporarily." Xiao He, tell me, did you orchestrate the trillion from the Cosmic Bank? Zhou Chuan scrutinized Xiao He, having immediately thought of him upon learning of the news. Chapter 108, The Invitation to Adventure. "Brother Chuan, Xiao He's face contorted with panic, instinctively glancing around. "Answer me, yes or no?" "Yes." "Good. Xiao He, do not say a single word about Corrine. Even if there were 10, 100, or 1,000 Corrines, they could never compare to you. You are the greatest hacker in human history. Should you desire it, wealth, beauty, and power are all within your grasp. Brother Chuan, cease. I'm aware of this. This chip is my personal one. Please keep it for me. I will notify you before I leave. I will not vanish unexpectedly." Xiao He interrupted Xiao Huan. "Very well, Xiao He, one must live to harbor hope." Zhou Chuan accepted the card, and chip from Xiao He. Brother Chuan, rest assured, Xiao He will not meet his end. Strangely, Zhou Chuan perceived a hint of peculiarity in Xiao He's smile, an indescribable oddity. Nevertheless, despite sensing something amiss, Zhou Chuan chose to trust that Xiao He would not act foolishly, for the vitality in Xiao He's eyes was vibrant, devoid of the pallor of a dying man. Be cautious. Should anything arise, seek me out. Brother Chuan, do take care and rest early. Rest well. Xiao Huan bet Xiao Hei's shoulder, feeling the strength of his touch. Suddenly, Xiao He was enveloped in an inexplicable sense of security. He relished being in Zhou Chuan's presence, for although Zhou Chuan was taciturn, he always instilled a feeling of safety and relaxation in Xiao He. Brother Chuan, Xiao Hai suddenly halted Xiao Huan's departure, his expression betraying an urge to speak, yet holding back. Zhou Chuan turned back. Brother Chuan, in truth, I am not a hacker. Not a hacker? Zhou Chuan regarded Xiao He, who now bore an expression of pride, radiant with newfound confidence. I'm not a hacker, for I possess abilities that surpass those of a hacker. With a smile, Zhou Chuan exuded a unique aura, one that only emerged when discussing his profession. Brother Chuan, I will strive to do my best. By the way, may I follow you in the future? Xiao He looked at Zhou Chuan with hopeful eyes. Why? Zhou Chuan fixed his gaze on Xiao He's face. Brother Chuan, you need only to respond. I promise not to trouble you. This is very important, truly significant. Xiao He's expression was tense, his hands nervously wringing one another. Are you certain? Yes, Brother Chuan. Rest assured, my following you will not be a nuisance. You can call on me any time, but I shall not intrude upon your life. Well then, good night. Just as Zhou Chuan turned around, an unsettling feeling crept over him. What was amiss? Unable to resist, he glanced back at Xiao He, who wore an expression of ecstatic fervor, his fists tightly clenched, as if resolving to make a momentous decision. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. The following morning, as Zhou Chuan was perusing metallurgical knowledge, a rhythmic and gentle knocking resonated through the room. Who is it? Xiao Huan inquired. It's me, Fanny. Is there something you need? Zhou Chuan opened the door, looking down at the beautiful yet haughty woman before him. Aren't you going to let me in for a moment? Fanny found herself blocked at the threshold, Zhou Chuan's imposing figure nearly obscuring the entire doorway. She was intensely curious to peek into Zhou Chuan's room, eager to discover what a man's living space might resemble, particularly that of this taciturn, portly individual. A pigsty? A doghouse? Fanny's mind raced, envisioning a man's disheveled existence. Please. Zhou Chuan stepped aside, allowing her entry. As Fanny entered the room, she was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting astonishment. This was hardly a room where anyone resided. Immaculately clean, with windows sparkling. The bed was meticulously folded, as if it had never been slept in. Most astonishing to Fanny was the conspicuous absence of clutter. The desk held but a thick tome and an antique laptop. There was no ashtray, no stinky socks, no haphazard slippers or clothing. Everything was in perfect order. Fatty, what time did you wake up? Fanny curiously asked, eyeing the perfectly smooth bed linens. It's been over 2 hours, Zhou Chuan replied nonchalantly. Just over 2 hours? Fanny widened her eyes in disbelief as she scrutinized the indifferent man before her. Yes. When do you typically go to bed? Fanny inquired. Usually around midnight, under special circumstances. It may be 1 in the morning. You actually only sleep for 4 hours? Fanny murmured, walking to Zhou Chuan's desk to flip through the thick reference book. Are you studying metallurgy? Fanny turned to ask. Just browsing, Zhou Chuan replied, his expression blank as he regarded the woman, who possessed a curvaceous figure, ample where it mattered, and delicate where it didn't, her skin a fair hue tinged with pink, a quintessentially feminine beauty. The only detraction was her air of superiority, which was rather off-putting. Does your beautiful wife come to tidy up your room? Fanny inquired, glancing around with curiosity. No. May I ask, Miss Bexney, what brings you here so early? Cough. I am here to invite you to participate in our exploration activity. I wonder if you might have some time? Fanny's face flushed, and she stood abruptly, suddenly reminded of her purpose for being there. Why invite me? Zhou Chuan asked, his demeanor unchanging. I've heard you're the only one in the school with a mecha repair certification. Why would I go? Xiao Huan interrupted. Fanny was taken aback, having never anticipated a refusal from him. If there is compensation, I might consider it. If not, I am quite busy. Zhou Chuan moved toward the door, coldly initiating his dismissal. How much? Fanny's surprise turned to ire, her beautiful eyes glaring at Zhou Chuan, her teeth gritted. Zhou Chuan raised a finger. Agreed. Fanny reached into her handbag, withdrawing a gold coin in a fit of rage, and slammed it down onto the desk. I'm a certified repair technician. Zhou Chuan cast a disinterested glance at the gold coin on the desk, shaking his head. You. Fanny trembled with indignation, rummaging through her small bag in a frenzy, eventually extracting another gold coin, which she forcefully placed on the table. For her, as a student, then gold coins constituted a substantial sum. Well, consider this 10 gold coins as a deposit. Zhou Chuan approached the desk, lightly sweeping the 10 coins into his large palm. What? Fanny's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Zhou Chuan. You still owe me 10 gold coins. You're robbing me. Fanny's face paled as she rushed forward, attempting to seize the coins from Zhou Chuan's grasp. Overcome by frustration, she was oblivious to the fact that her body was nearly pressed against him. Feeling the warmth of her soft body brush against him, a fleeting spark ignited within Zhou Chuan's eyes. To him, Fanny, with her haughty demeanor, was an enticing challenge that stirred his ambition to conquer. Unlike the gentleness of Mi Shui, the innocence of Xiang Er, or the wisdom of Zhen Zhen, Fanny possessed a wild beauty tinged with arrogance, a pride that could easily ignite a man's desire to dominate. Zhou Chuan restrained himself, suppressing the impulse to push this woman onto the bed as the flames of desire within him gradually subsided. His willpower was rare in the world, evident in his lifestyle. In truth, Zhou Chuan's existence was even more arduous than that of a monk, for while monks merely control their diet and desires, Zhou Chuan regulated not only his diet, but also his time. Controlling time was 100-fold more challenging than managing anything else. Bexney, I think you should keep your distance from me, Zhou Chuan said, gazing down at the woman before him. Fanny suddenly became aware of her own awkwardness, her face flushing crimson as she recognized the peculiarity of her actions, having behaved so inappropriately over a mere 10 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins. Consider it a favor for Zhen Zhen, Zhou Chuan said, turning to toss the 10 gold coins into a drawer, his tone indifferent. Are you quite close with Zhen Zhen? Fanny instantly forgot her earlier embarrassment. For her, Zhen Zhen was far more significant. She had sensed that Zhen Zhen had been increasingly different lately, somewhat melancholic. Not particularly. Zhou Chuan's curt response interrupted her reverie. Oh, I feel Zhen Zhen has been acting strangely. For a time, she seemed so joyful, but now she appears to be disheartened. I truly hope you are a friend to Zhen Zhen. She deserves kindness, Fanny sighed. Let us go. Zhou Chuan did not respond to Fanny's words. Instead, he hefted his tool bag and strode out with purpose, prompting Fanny to hastily close the door and follow after him. Fatty, have you truly angered Zhen Zhen? Fanny called out, struggling to keep pace with Zhou Chuan's brisk strides. Really? Zhou Chuan furrowed his brow and glanced back at her. She invited you to join us on the moon song. Yet moments ago, she summoned me. It seems she is burdened with heavy thoughts. Zhou Chuan nodded, his expression vacant. Noticing his silence, Fanny felt disheartened and walked behind him in silence, attracting the attention of early risers at the school, who were puzzled by the unlikely pairing of the two. Chapter 109. The summer death zone. Upon reaching the driveway, they found Singer and Zhen Zhen waiting for them, with Zhen Zhen merely nodding in acknowledgement. After the four gathered, they boarded Singer's vehicle, heading straight for the Rydell Imperial Starship dock. Throughout the journey, Zhen Zhen remained silent, lost in thought, deliberately maintaining a distance from Zhou Chuan. Singer, why not invite more classmates to the exploration expedition? Fanny inquired from the front passenger seat. Zhen Zhen said too many explorers would spoil the fun. I wanted to bring them all. Singer deflected the responsibility onto Zhen Zhen. Is that so, Zhen Zhen? Fanny turned back, skeptical. Sister Fanny, if there are too many explorers, it ceases to be an exploration and becomes mere leisure, Zhen Zhen replied with a gentle smile. Fanny sensed something peculiar about Zhen Zhen, but couldn't pinpoint the source of her unease. A silence enveloped them until they arrived at the capital's starship dock. After a series of identity verifications, the hover vehicle entered the belly of the Moonsong. Welcome aboard the Moonsong. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by San Ko, who warmly embraced Singer. The two exchanged a knowing glance and shared an inexplicable smile, as if everything were understood without words. And who might this be? San Ko's gaze fell upon Zhou Chuan. As Zhou Chuan stepped off the vehicle, San Ko's attention was immediately drawn to his tall, stout frame. A mech technician, Singer remarked with an air of disdain. Do we really need a mech technician? San Ko frowned. We may not need one, but having one is better than not. After all, we are heading to an untamed planet for exploration, and the Moonsong had a minor issue last time. It would be prudent to have him inspected. Fair enough, San Ko hesitated, sensing something amiss. Zhou Chuan's expression was too placid. Upon entering the Moonsong, Zhou Chuan exhibited no signs of amazement, an odd demeanor for a mere mech technician. Many affluent individuals often displayed momentary awe upon entering the luxurious Moonsong. Unbeknownst to San Ko, Zhou Chuan found the moon song rather diminutive and rather pitiable. Although adorned lavishly, it held no allure for him. He regarded such embellishments as superfluous, preferring the simplicity and practicality of a fully metallic structure, having grown accustomed to the grandeur of colossal starships. The five proceeded to the control room. After completing a series of verification procedures, the Moonsong ventured into the vast cosmos. A transparent viewport, spanning over 20 meters, offered a clear view of the twinkling stars. The starship's energy system began to accumulate jump energy, while the navigation system meticulously calculated the course for the next leap. The Moonsong executed a hyperspace jump at sublight speed, entering an unfamiliar star domain, dark as ink, with distant starlight accentuating the vast and desolate night sky. The vessel did not cease its journey. After completing the energy accumulation and navigation assessment, it performed another jump. The transparent viewport had already closed during the first leap. Human eyes could not perceive anything during the sublight speed jump, as light succumbed to the chaos of temporal turbulence. Completed the jump. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Samar star domain, Yamamoto announced as he disengaged the safety mechanisms and spoke politely. The Samar star domain. Except for Zhou Chuan, fear was etched on everyone's faces. Anyone with even a modicum of cosmic knowledge understood the terrifying nature of the Samar star domain. It rivaled the Yuhai star system in its perilousness, yet was far larger and more treacherous, rife with black holes and antimatter geysers, cosmic calamities that humanity's technology could not confront. Countless spaceships had met their demise in the Samar star domain. Fear not, everyone. Our destination is a thoroughly surveyed safe zone, home to an undeveloped exploration planet. Well suited for human habitation, Sanko meticulously explained the Moonsong's current position, alleviating the group's concerns. After all, areas that have been surveyed typically possess precise navigational markers, with hazardous locations clearly indicated on the navigation system. The Moonsong's speed began to decelerate. The myriad latent dangers of this star domain were countless, and even the slightest lapse in vigilance could plunge them into uncharted worlds and spaces. At Fanny's suggestion, Sanko arranged some food and fine wine in the control room, adding a touch of enjoyment to the monotonous space journey. Zhou Chuan, however, did not linger in the control room. Instead, he began inspecting the damaged sections of the Moonsong, tool bag in tow. Simultaneously, he acquired the structural blueprints of the Moonsong and the data on the damaged compartments. Zhou Chuan soon immersed himself in his work. In truth, the damage to the Moonsong was not severe. Strictly speaking, it did not hinder the vessel's navigation at all. The fire had merely caused the intelligence system to automatically shut down several passages and compartments. After initiating the AI recovery program and inputting certain technical parameters of the vessel, Zhou Chuan quickly entered the damaged compartment. The fire was not particularly serious. It had merely ignited some decorative elements on the cabin walls, activating a powerful vacuum cleaner. Zhou Chuan began to clear away debris. Once the grime was removed, the sealed passages could be reopened. Would you like a drink? A soft voice came from behind Zhou Chuan. It was Jinjin. Thank you. Zhou Chuan accepted the bottle of water she offered, casually glancing at her. Today, Jinjin had her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a white t-shirt and dark denim jeans, complemented by pristine white sneakers, exuding vitality. Yet, her expression was rather placid, incongruous with her attire. Is this the place? Zhou Chuan leaned against the cabin wall, his gaze falling upon an adjoining room, which appeared clean and unaffected by the fire. Indeed, Jinjin looked at the bed linens, noticing that one corner was slightly misshapen. Understood. Zhao Huan nodded. Thank you for your assistance. It's no trouble at all. By the way, why did you leave the control room? Zhao Huan inquired. I told Sister Fanny I would bring you some water. Don't worry. Sister Fanny will stay close to Sanko. He won't have a chance. Besides, while you're on the ship, I'm not afraid. Go on. Let them be away from the control room for a bit. 5 minutes will suffice. For what purpose? Jinjin asked, taken aback. To protect myself. I believe Sanko's foremost intention now is not to assault you, but to eliminate me, Zhou Chuan replied calmly. Why? Jinjin's body trembled involuntarily. She had never contemplated such a question. Do you not feel that I am superfluous? Zhou Chuan remarked with a chuckle. 3 mouths are indeed superfluous. Jinjin replied with a gentle smile, moving to the bedside to retrieve the tea. Then addressing Zhou Chuan, I will immediately accompany Fanny to the warehouse to procure food. They will be preoccupied, granting you 15 minutes to attend to your affairs. 15 minutes should suffice. Zhou Chuan nodded in agreement. After a brief nod, Jinjin turned to depart. Zhou Chuan followed her at a discreet distance of 100 meters, his mind racing. The moon goddess was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The structural diagram provided by Sanko offered but a glimpse of its complexity. He had to tread carefully. This was Sanko's vessel, and only he could wield control over it. To eliminate Sanko, one must first acquire the ship's master code. While a master code was not paramount, merely allowing for the programming of procedures, the ship could still be piloted without it. For now, Zhou Chuan simply needed to ensure the vessel remained tethered to him. From the moment he stepped aboard, he sensed Sanko's lethal intent. To kill Sanko, one must first evade being killed oneself. After all, while it may sound straightforward to eliminate Sanko, the execution was fraught with difficulty. Without the ship's code, the repercussions of Sanko's demise would be innumerable. The lights aboard the ship were dim and foreboding. Upon Jinjin's entry into the control room, Zhou Chuan slowed his pace, channeling his mental acuity to the utmost. He held a toolkit with an air of composure, aware that the entire ship was under surveillance, and every move he made could fall under Sanko's scrutiny. Suddenly, Zhou Chuan quickened his pace upon hearing the sounds of Jinjin and Fanny frolicking as they departed through another corridor. Entering the control room, he found it deserted, enveloped in silence, save for the slowly shifting star map on the holographic screen, an image generated by the ship's scanning system and not a panoramic view of the vast cosmos. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuan seized a screwdriver, deftly dismantling the protective casing of the control panel, revealing a labyrinth of optical cables. A minuscule optical brain, no larger than a fingertip, was connected to a red optical pathway. 13 minutes, 12 minutes, 50 seconds. He could already hear the distant sounds of laughter outside. With a soft click, the control panel was closed. After securing 2 screws, Zhou Chuan swept his hand, conjuring an illusion as all tools were swept into the toolkit. There was no time to return to the chair. Instead, he nudged the toolkit aside and approached the holographic screen. "What are you doing here?" Sanko's entrance revealed Zhou Chuan's imposing figure silhouetted against the holographic display, prompting a cold inquiry. "I heard an alarm sound. It seems the navigation system is malfunctioning," Zhou Chuan replied, casting a casual glance at Sanko. "The navigation system is malfunctioning?" Sanko's expression was one of incredulity, his confidence in the moon goddess apparent. Indeed, a beep followed Zhou Chuan's statement, as the control optical brain erupted with alarm sounds. Strangely, however, the control brain did not indicate a fault, merely illuminating the malfunction warning light. The atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone exchanged glances. "There's nothing to worry about. The moon goddess is equipped with the most advanced nuclear fusion propulsion engine, alongside humanity's most sophisticated optical processors." Sanko reassured the group before promptly positioning himself at the control terminal, logging in with ultimate authority to regain control of the optical brain. The holographic screen displayed the system data from the control optical brain. Power. All nuclear fusion reactors are functioning normally. Fuel reserves. Remaining fuel is sufficient for the ship to fly for hundreds of years. Plasma confinement. Confirmed. It's fortunate that these entities, whose temperatures exceed that of the sun by 4-fold, have not leaked. Life support systems. Operating normally, with pressure levels in all sections of the cabin intact. The other functional systems of the ship were also operational, represented by a series of green safety indicators on the holographic screen. Yet, the malfunction warning light on the optical brain continued to flash ominously, casting a heavy pall over the group. "Is there any solution?" Finally, Sanko's gaze fell upon Zhou Chuan. "I am unsure. A thorough inspection is necessary," Zhou Chuan replied, his demeanor calm as still waters. "Then you should inspect it." Sanko insisted. "I require inspection privileges for the ship," Zhou Chuan stated matter-of-factly. "I can only grant you maintenance privileges. Ultimate management access cannot be bestowed upon you." Sanko countered, studying Zhou Chuan's eyes in silence before glancing back at the flashing warning light. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. The group, now devoid of the inclination to converse or drink, gathered around Zhou Chuan, eager to witness how he would address the malfunction. Upon acquiring the necessary codes, Zhou Chuan immersed himself in his work with unwavering focus. As they awaited results, time seemed to stretch interminably, while the moon goddess sailed through the vast cosmos at 1/3 the speed of light. An estimated 2 hours remained before reaching a recently discovered primitive planet, situated in the perilous Somastar region. Though habitable for humanity, the planet's harsh environment had kept it closed off, rendering it a haven for adventurers. "I've identified the issue." Zhou Chuan finally exhaled, relief washing over him as he perused the control panel. "What is it?" Sanko rushed forward, eager for details. "It is simple yet troublesome. We have received a certain unidentified signal, which coincidentally aligns with the moon goddess's reception standards. This signal appears to originate from a pulsar, and the optical brain's calculations indicate that every half hour during the ship's flight, it receives this pulsar signal. while it poses no harm to the ship itself. It causes the navigation system's signal receiver to cease functioning. How could the designers overlook such a flaw? Sanko's temper flared slightly. The designer's negligence regarding such minor faults is of little consequence. Every complex artificial system harbors omissions, and the more replicated a system is, the more vulnerabilities it inevitably possesses. Is there a remedy? Yes, but it cannot entirely resolve the issue. Sanko understood all too well that in interstellar travel, a malfunctioning navigation system left them with little hope of survival. They would be condemned to spend eternity aboard the ship, aimlessly drifting through the abyss. A ship's greatest fear was to become lost. With luck, one might find their way home in 3 to 5 years, but for the unfortunate, the prospect of returning home would be nothing more than a distant dream. During the grand era of cosmic exploration, thousands of spacecraft had vanished into the vastness of space. What must we do? It's rather simple. Every half hour, I will manually restart the navigation system to keep it active. During this time, you must input the Moon Goddess password to revert the ship to its factory settings. Is that all? Sanko inquired skeptically. Yes. Why must the navigation system be manually restarted? Sanko fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chuan, questioning him intently. It is quite simple. The signals from the pulsar have caused the navigation system to lose its original data. I will initiate the manual override, and you will restore it using the original password, allowing the navigation system to regain its former data. Let be so. Sanko felt a twinge of frustration, yet found himself at an impasse. He had no grasp of the intricate instruments at play. His understanding of the lunar vessel, the Moon Goddess, was limited to mere operational knowledge. Soon, Sanko discovered that manually activating the navigation system was no trivial task. It was a cumbersome and complex endeavor. He observed that the technician first had to input a series of data using maintenance privileges, followed by a lengthy struggle with the control panel beneath the main control brain. Everything was proceeding according to Zhou Chuan's plan. After an hour and a half, Sanko had input the password 3 times. During the last entry, Zhou Chuan had cast a seemingly casual glance, yet he had memorized a sequence of numbers, 3 sets of numerical codes in total. As he watched Zhou Chuan work with unwavering focus, Sanko was momentarily lost in thought. It was unsettling how meticulously this man calculated every move, manipulating Sanko with the slightest of techniques. What appeared to be a straightforward task was imbued with significant implications. The reasoning was quite simple. As long as Sanko required Zhou Chuan to activate the navigation system, he would refrain from eliminating Zhou Chuan before resolving this issue, thus keeping Zhou Chuan on constant guard. Most critically, this small stratagem granted Zhou Chuan access to the original password of the entire Moon Goddess. Once he possessed the password, eliminating Sanko would merely be a matter of time, for Sanko's fate had no bearing on their safe return. Beep! Save our ship! As Sanko and Zhou Chuan coordinated to address the 4th malfunction, a series of distress signals suddenly illuminated the holographic screen. Someone was in need of assistance. Zhou Chuan promptly approached the main control panel to operate it, opening the public channel. This is the Moon Goddess. Do you require assistance? I am Geely, the captain of the Beast, an exploratory spacecraft. We encountered a meteor shower on the edge of the Soma star domain, and our power chamber was destroyed by debris, rendering us powerless. We request assistance. We request assistance. Upon hearing Geely's name, Zhou Chuan's gaze flickered with a momentary hesitation, though it vanished almost instantly. It was only natural for someone who had long traversed the stars to seek help from a distressed vessel. Please provide your exact location. At point L in the Soma star domain, Sanko suddenly dashed to the main control panel and forcefully shut off the public channel. This is my ship. Step aside. Zhou Chuan's cold gaze bore into Sanko, akin to a ferocious beast from the depths of hell, exuding an air of danger. You expect me to step aside? Sanko laughed maniacally, a grotesque grin spreading across his face. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Sanko, are you not aware of the universal human concord? Fanny charged toward Sanko, her voice rising in fury. I know, but what of it? Are you not aware of what point F in the Soma sector entails? At the mention of point F, a somber mood descended upon the group. It was a death zone, where tens of thousands of stars were crammed together. Countless planets collided in chaotic orbits like bumper cars, and massive meteors rained down from every direction. In such a cosmic arena, spaceships raced as if engaged in a deadly game, with the flames of stars stretching tens of millions of kilometers away. Many ships navigated perilously close, with meteors whizzing by like raindrops. A mere miscalculation could leave a ship in utter obliteration. That was a true death zone, a place nearly devoid of human presence, save for those intrepid adventurers, private vessels like the Moon Goddess would categorically refrain from venturing into such perilous territory. Regardless of the risks, we must go. Zhou Chuan ignored San Ko, his expression impassive as he input a succession of signals on the control panel, activating all scanning systems and gradually increasing speed. This is unacceptable. San Ko forcefully shoved Fanny aside and lunged towards Zhou Chuan, emanating a chill of murderous intent. At that moment, Singh held a dining knife, his eyes radiating ferocity. Everyone, I believe we should sit down and discuss this. Zhenzhen's voice cut through the tense air, calming the frayed atmosphere. Speak. San Ko halted, turning to Zhenzhen, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. I believe that even if you were to eliminate the technician, it would not resolve our predicament, for without him, the Moon Goddess cannot return to the realm of humanity. As soon as Zhenzhen's words fell, San Ko and Singh instinctively exchanged glances. Zhenzhen's assertion rang true. Presently, the Moon Goddess could not depart without Zhou Chuan, as the accursed pulsar signals disrupted the vessel's navigation every half hour. We are 5 in number. Thus we must resort to the most democratic means to decide whether to assist the beast exploratory ship. I will voice my opinion first. As members of humanity, we should adhere to the distress signal provisions of the Universal Concord. I am in favor of Zhou Chuan extending aid. Zhenzhen raised her arm, pure as jade. I too am in favor. Fanny shot a fierce glare at Singh. I am in agreement. Zhou Chuan turned, casting a cold glance at San Ko. San Ko exchanged a wary look with Singh, who was angered by Fanny's fiery expression, hesitating as he regarded San Ko. San Ko remained silent, kicking the food off the table, scattering it across the floor, before striding out of the control room. Fanny and Zhenzhen exchanged victorious glances. They had prevailed. Of course, Zhenzhen was indifferent to the outcome. San Ko was destined for demise. In reality, the technician had already become the master of the Moon Goddess, though Fanny and Singh remained oblivious. The ship's speed began to diminish as it approached the edge of the Somastar domain at Point F, a place steeped in trepidation. The vessel scanned meticulously, the detector's data accumulating steadily, and the holographic map gradually sketched the star chart ahead. In the left flank of Sector 1335, 50,000 kilometers away, a cluster of asteroids gathered, resembling a colossal toad. Meanwhile, in the right flank of Sector 0278, 200,000 kilometers away, a cloud of cosmic dust floated, predominantly composed of ice, with a low density. Chapter 110, The Enigmatic Planet. The search and scan systems of the Moon Goddess were fully activated. Even the optical mode was engaged. During this time, Zhou Chuan repeatedly attempted to contact the beast exploratory ship via the public channel, but regrettably, after an initial connection lasting mere seconds, the communication system of the Moon Goddess failed to establish contact with the beast. As the detector's data continued to accumulate, the star chart on the holographic map became increasingly distinct. Zhou Chuan cautiously piloted the Moon Goddess deeper into the sector. The entire area appeared tranquil. Yet he sensed a lurking tension. At that moment, the Moon Goddess received a transmission. A message packet originated from the asteroid belt ahead, containing a safe navigation route marked clearly through this expanse of space. With specific coordinates in hand, Zhou Chuan accelerated the Moon Goddess. Half an hour later, various massive shapes obstructed the ship's view on the holographic projection, an array of asteroids and meteors swirling like a tempest. At last, the Moon Goddess discovered the beast. Before them loomed a colossal black spacecraft, extending over 500 meters in length, taking on a cigar-like silhouette, its obsidian hull glimmering with a metallic sheen. It was evident that the beast had succumbed to a loss of control, appearing to float motionless within the vast emptiness of space. The power chamber of the beast bore significant damage, a gaping hole resembling the menacing maw of a ferocious creature. Perhaps due to their proximity, the Moon Goddess and the beast finally established a connection. It became clear that the beast's navigation system had malfunctioned, resulting in a collision with a mountain-sized asteroid. Fortunately, at the moment of impact, the beast executed a technical evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding total destruction. However, its engine compartment sustained damage, rendering the navigation system inoperative. Fortunately, the auxiliary engines of the beast remained functional, albeit incapable of attaining sublight speed for spatial jumps. Should the beast not repair its main engine, it would be forever stranded, reliant solely on its auxiliary engines to return to the realm of humanity. Abandon the beast, the Moon Goddess declared. We shall open the docking bay. You must pilot the lifeboat over. A resolute response came swiftly from the other side. No, we cannot forsake the beast. Do you have a means to repair the main engine? Zhou Chuan inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, what must be done? Came the reply. We have located a habitable planet at the 16 o'clock position of Sector F. We were struck by the asteroid during our return journey, and now we have lost our navigation system. If you can guide the beast to land on that planet using the data we provide, we will find a way to repair the main engine ourselves. It was evident that they were unwilling to relinquish their vessel. Zhao Chuan understood, well, that for an adventuring crew, their ship was synonymous with life itself. Without it, their existence as a team would cease. Indeed, circumstance. An adventuring party would never forsake their craft, for all their wealth and belongings resided aboard the ship. Very well, proceed to the 16 o'clock position in Sector F, and you shall follow behind. The moon goddess will guide your descent. Thank you. The moon goddess commenced a steady pace ahead, delving deeper into the asteroid belt, using the data provided by the beast to navigate. The beast activated its auxiliary engines, initially wobbling before finally catching up. Zhao Chuan's heart settled. His greatest concern had been that the beast would become entirely immobilized. If the beast were to lose all power, its crew would have no choice but to abandon ship. Having once been a soldier, Zhao Chuan understood the sentiment of laying down one's arms in uniform. Unexpectedly, in the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, they had been traveling for 15 days without reaching their destination, though the distance was not insurmountable. The necessity of guiding the beast through the densely packed asteroid field compelled the moon goddess to reduce its speed. Over these 15 days, Sanko and Singer had both grown increasingly anxious, while Zhun and Fin Ni exhibited impatience. No one had anticipated that what was intended to be a 2-day journey would stretch into 15, and the destination still appeared distant. The only one unfazed was Zhao Chuan. Throughout this time, he scarcely left the control panel save for necessary bathroom breaks, which never exceeded 2 minutes. His unwavering determination inspired a sense of admiration among the crew. For Singer and Fun and I, a 15-day voyage felt excessively protracted, but for Zhao Chuan, in the vastness of space, such an interval was but a normal occurrence. In the era of explosive advancements in human space technology, it was entirely reasonable for an exploratory vessel to traverse the cosmos for centuries. After all, humanity had yet to master the art of spatial jumps. In the early days of space exploration, the only recourse was to search the cosmos incrementally, establishing new databases and delineating entirely new holographic star maps. In that nascent era, many small spacecraft became lost, adrift in the void until their energy reserves were depleted, marking the demise of their crews. Such vessels were dubbed ghost ships. Upon the repeated discovery of these ghost ships, humanity began to construct larger spacecraft, some extending several kilometers in length, manned by crews numbering in the hundreds, with a careful balance of genders ensuring viability for procreation. This approach quickly proved effective. These colossal exploratory spacecraft could sustain journeys for centuries, alleviating concerns for the crew's survival even in the event of becoming lost. Most importantly, this gender-balanced method facilitated the expansion of humanity throughout the cosmos. Upon mastering spatial jump technology, humanity began to uncover settlements scattered throughout the depths of space, established by wayward exploratory vessels that had found suitable habitable planets. Over 200 years prior, a planet with a population in the tens of millions was discovered in the Milky Way, its first inhabitants being interstellar wanderers. On the 18th day, sunlight suddenly streamed through the windows, revealing a vibrant blue planet in the holographic imagery. The moment Fun and I and Zhun beheld this celestial body, they were reminded of humanity's home planet, Earth. How beautiful! Both ships began their descent, one trailing the other, as the crew gazed at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, collectively awed by the breathtaking beauty. The pristine blue sky, devoid of impurities, brought immeasurable joy to their hearts, a stark contrast to the scenes they had witnessed on Rydell. In an instant, the anxieties of the past days dissipated. Sanko's eyes sparkled with fervor. This planet promised immense wealth. For humanity, the ultimate aspiration was to discover a planet identical to Earth, and this world appeared to be a near clone, boasting a size 3 times that of Earth, a staggering fortune indeed. As they descended slowly, the advanced scanning system of the moon goddess rendered a holographic image of the sunlit side of the planet. Majestic mountains, awe-inspiring canyons, roaring rivers, and vast oceans. The blue sky, white clouds, and soaring birds painted a picturesque tableau. The spacecraft descended to an altitude of over 200 meters, allowing them to clearly observe the wild creatures roaming below, along with the peculiar flora and fauna. The crew was captivated by this stunning vista, their eyes gleaming with wonder. Even the usually composed Zhao Chuan felt a stirring deep within his soul. Humanity possesses an inherent yearning for greenery, and here, nature flourished abundantly, a kaleidoscope of deep greens, light greens, and tender greens interwoven into a mesmerizing watercolor masterpiece. No wonder the beast was so reluctant to depart. This was a place one would wish to linger. Upon his first glimpse, Zhao Chuan even entertained the notion of retreating into seclusion here, though this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. The moon goddess gradually descended onto a meadow beside a canyon, guided by its advanced navigation system, while the beast gently landed 2 kilometers away. As the engines of the 2 spacecraft came to a halt, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crew. The act of safely lowering a damaged ship was fraught with peril, particularly in this wilderness devoid of interstellar ports. Thankfully, the navigation system of the moon goddess was exceptionally advanced. After analyzing the atmospheric composition and confirming that there were no immediate threats or large predators within a 10-kilometer radius, the crew cautiously descended, weapons in hand. At that moment, a group of over a dozen burly men emerged from the beast's ship, making their way towards the moon goddess with deliberate care. "Fenny, this place is simply enchanting," exclaimed Jinjin as she squatted down to pluck a plant, inhaling the fragrance of a nameless flower with sheer delight. In a swift motion, Zhou Chuan snatched the flower from her hand and crushed it underfoot. "What are you doing?" Jinjin gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. Zhou Chuan remained silent, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings, acutely aware that any unfamiliar environment could harbor danger. The cautious demeanor of the men disembarking from the beast's ship only reinforced his intuition that this seemingly beautiful planet was not as benign as it appeared. Otherwise, those aboard the beast would not be so vigilant. Fenny suddenly gasped in horror, pointing at the ground with trembling fingers, where the flower Zhou Chuan had just crushed lay. Chapter 111, The 3-Kilometer Beast. Following Fenny's gaze, the others felt a chill run down their spines as they observed that the crushed flower had inexplicably reverted to its original form, flourishing vibrantly in the soil, swaying gently in the breeze, unlike the withered remnants that Zhou Chuan had left behind. Instinctively, the crew retreated to the deck, the fragrant expanse of grass and soil now imbued with an eerie quality, as the very flowers Jinjin had plucked began to scatter throughout the area. "Thank you," Jinjin murmured. Fear etched on her face as she regarded the plants. At that moment, they all noticed that these flora appeared to be moving slowly, clearly attempting to distance themselves from the moon goddess. Within mere minutes, the vegetation surrounding the ship had thinned out, forming a densely packed, circular perimeter, an unmistakable sign of their urgency to escape the looming vessel. "Do not worry, they are not aggressive," Zhou Chuan reassured, crouching down to observe the slowly migrating plants. He noted that their root systems moved like the tentacles of an octopus, embedding themselves in the earth with every subtle shift. It was evident that these were plants with rudimentary intelligence. They recognized danger and sought to evade it. The imposing presence of the moon goddess instilled in them a palpable fear. As they watched the waves of flora retreat, a momentary daze fell over the crew. In less than 5 minutes, the ground where they stood had become barren, revealing the black gravel beneath. What struck them as particularly bizarre was the way the group from the beast ship advanced towards them. The flowers parted like waves, creating a path of mixed gravel and soil. "This planet is truly miraculous." Just then, the dozen individuals from the beast ship approached. Suddenly, the air seemed to solidify. Geely's body tensed instinctively. He had not expected to encounter this rotund figure here. A menacing aura permeated the atmosphere, causing the burly men trailing Geely to tense as well. Sensing his heightened vigilance, Geely's brother, Jimmy, wore a look of panic, amplifying the tension among the group. "It's you," Geely declared, his formidable frame standing resolutely before the others, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chuan. Both were heavyweight figures, and their standoff generated an immense psychological pressure on those around them. A flicker of strange sparks ignited in the air as their eyes locked in hostility. "It is I," Zhou Chuan replied, his body remaining still, yet every cell within him was primed for action, his muscles coiled like a tightly wound spring. After months of training, he could instantly accelerate to the speed of light if necessary. "Let us discuss our safe departure from this planet." Geely slowly relaxed his clenched fists, adopting an expression of inquiry. "I concur," Zhou Chuan responded, his muscles loosening as the overwhelming pressure dissipated like a receding tide, prompting a collective exhalation of relief from the crew. "I am Geely, captain of the Beast Expedition ship. Thank you all for aiding us through this perilous ordeal. As a token of gratitude, you shall each receive a 10% stake in this planet when the time comes to develop or sell it. The Beast Adventurers will ensure that 10% of the profits are distributed to your accounts." Geely bowed deeply to the group. "Really? Jinjin and Finny exclaimed in unison, while Sing's eyes gleamed with excitement. A 10% stake in a planet represented untold wealth, even if divided among the five of them. It was an astonishing fortune, considering that this planet could almost be inhabited by humans without any modifications. The inherent value of this world was boundless, and for each individual, a 2% stake would suffice to ensure a lifetime of luxury. Of course, this is your reward for risking your lives to rescue us. Geely smiled faintly. Esteemed Mr. Geely, I believe you're mistaken. The moon goddess is mine, thus that 10% should belong solely to me, with no connection to them. Sanku interjected politely, interrupting Geely. Sanku! Sanku! Finny and Sing shot him furious glares, their indignation evident at his selfishness. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan and Jinjin remained silent. For them, Sanku was destined to meet his end, and arguing with him held no significance. Furthermore, a planet bore no immediate utility to Zhou Chuan, at least not for the time being. Despite his remarkable patience, he would not squander it on terraforming this world, a task requiring extensive time and immense financial resources. Geely was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with his companions before falling silent. After all, this matter was theirs to resolve. Sanku, remember, you were the only one among us to oppose the rescue of the beast ship, had it not been for Zhou Chuan's insistence. The moon goddess would have returned to Riddle long ago, Finny remarked, a mocking expression on her face as she looked at Sanku. At this moment, Sing stood beside Finny, evidently leaning towards her side in the face of potential profit, though he refrained from voicing his support outright, due to his ties to Sanku. Upon hearing Finny's words, Geely glanced at Zhou Chuan, his eyes filled with gratitude. It was clear that had Zhou Chuan not insisted on the rescue, the beast ship might have remained stranded indefinitely. As the F sector of the Soma star domain seldom saw passing spacecraft, making detection a 1 in 10,000 chance, Zhou Chuan remained silent, observing the tranquil, yet suffocating environment around them. Beneath this serene facade lay an undeniable force exerting control over the landscape. Regardless, it is indisputable that the Moonlight vessel belongs to the Sanku family. This immutable truth cannot be altered. Moreover, the Cosmic Alliance has certain legal stipulations regarding the sharing of discovered planets. Should anyone be interested, Moonlight Corporation is more than willing to engage in litigation, and Sanku wears a smirk, unwavering and resolute. He understands the true worth of this planet better than anyone else present. In fact, one of Moonlight Corporation's subsidiaries is engaged in the development of primitive planet projects, and the immense commercial opportunities contained therein surpass mere monetary valuation. Acquiring this planet could facilitate the establishment of a nation, and indeed, Sanku is already contemplating purchasing this planet from Geely. There exists a legal provision within the Human Cosmic Alliance that states all discovered planets belong to the private property of the adventuring group. However, they must also fall under the jurisdiction of the nation to which the adventurers belong. This implies that while the adventuring group may possess wealth, they lack the authority to distribute it, as they have yet to obtain the qualifications to manage the entire planet. Conversely, if Moonlight Corporation acquires this planet, they could leverage their financial resources for stellar immigration, transforming it into a sovereign nation. Nevertheless, this entails a crucial challenge. Moonlight Corporation must establish effective communication with the Rydell Empire. Certainly, the most probable outcome is that Moonlight Corporation will establish its own nation and subsequently become a vassal state of the Rydell Empire, which would possess the right to station troops on this planet. Numerous nations are willing to manage planets as vassal states, provided they are granted military presence. Thus, this planet would essentially be considered territory of the Rydell Empire. The primary advantage lies in the fact that the Rydell Empire would not need to expend vast human and material resources to terraform this planet. Most importantly, through its control of this planet, the Rydell Empire could dominate a colossal cosmic corporation, whether it be the three major Mech corporations or various spacecraft manufacturing entities. They often seek protection from larger nations, establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. If the Rydell Empire's military is stationed on Moonlight Corporation's colonial planet, naturally, the corporation's financial, material, and technological resources would be prioritized for Rydell's benefit, rendering this arrangement highly attractive to certain nations. In this era of advanced human technology, substantial financial resources often outweigh territorial gains. After all, territory is inexhaustible as long as there is sufficient capital, and countless resource-rich planets await discovery in the cosmos. Another crucial point pertains to interstellar population migration. Should the Rydell Empire sell the planet to a nation, that nation would not only be obliged to permit a permanent military presence from Rydell, but must also prioritize migration from Rydell. This would foster a sense of imperial identity. Although a planet may belong to a nation, its inhabitants would invariably perceive themselves as Rydell citizens, influenced by Rydell's culture and traditions. In the vast expanse of the universe, apart from a few colossal empires, most nations operate under such a management model, dependent on larger empires. There have been instances where individuals transformed a small asteroid by installing a gravity generator, halting its rotation and allowing it to hover in a stable orbit, thereby creating a mythical mountain and relocating their family to live on the asteroid, establishing a miniature nation. Such examples are not uncommon. However, this method of asteroid modification is not advisable due to the enormous financial and material costs, as well as the considerable maintenance required, rendering it highly unstable and perilous. I believe, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, that we can temporarily set these issues aside. After all, our primary objective is to depart from this location. I am uncertain whether you intend to wait for us to repair the behemoth before leaving or if you prefer to depart first. However, I must caution you that if you choose not to accompany us, navigating the necessary legal procedures may prove somewhat troublesome. Our spacecraft has encountered significant difficulties, and we cannot ascertain how long it will take to repair the main engine of the behemoth. Geely's concise remarks immediately quelled the urge for everyone to leave. After all, the night is long and fraught with uncertainties. The most prudent course of action is to return to the Rydell Empire together and finalize all relevant legal procedures. We are in no rush, as we are here for exploration, and we are willing to wait for you for a while. Sanku interjected eagerly. The group nodded in agreement, as the scenery here is enchanting, and it is an uncharted wilderness, a true haven for adventurers. On behalf of the behemoth, I welcome you all. Here, you can revel in leisure. We have surveyed over 1 million square kilometers of land and have not encountered any lethal beasts. However, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise interrupted Geely's words, and the ground trembled violently, leaving everyone struggling to maintain their footing as earth and sky seemed to convulse. The group gazed in horror towards the horizon. In the far distance, a colossal mountain was slowly advancing towards them. Zhao Huan's gaze sharpened, for he observed that the mountain had suddenly raised a gigantic head, enormous enough that even from several kilometers away, its enormous, white teeth were clearly visible. 1 meter, 2 meters, 50 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Zhao Huan was aghast by mere estimation. This monstrous creature measured an astonishing 3 kilometers in length and stood 170 meters tall. How much could it weigh? Zhou Chuan could not fathom the creature's weight. At present, he found it impossible to calculate. This shattered his preconceived notions of beasts. Throughout recorded history, the largest prehistoric creatures known to humanity are the dinosaurs and the whales, not to mention the myriad of bizarre, giant animals found on other planets, some of which dwarf even the dinosaurs. Yet, a creature measuring 3 kilometers in length and 170 meters in height was beyond anything he had ever envisioned, shattering the limits of human imagination. Even the massive hulls of the behemoth and the moonlight vessel appeared diminutive in comparison to the approaching beast. The group stood in stunned silence, their breaths caught in an oppressive atmosphere, as time seemed to come to a standstill. Run! Fanny suddenly shrieked, turning to flee towards the spacecraft, only to be seized by Jinjin, who noted that Geely and the others appeared unfazed. Oh, I was just about to inform everyone. This creature is the king of this planet, and we have named it the giant benevolent beast. Do you know why we chose this name? Because despite its colossal size, this beast possesses a remarkably gentle temperament. We have observed it for over a month and discovered that its only sustenance is grass. It moves slowly and is quite docile. As long as you do not provoke it, it is unlikely to become aggressive. Furthermore, it has a commendable habit of never trampling over objects. Possibly due to its immense size, it only roams the flat grasslands and avoids overly complex terrains. We are perfectly safe. It will not approach either of our spacecraft. Look, it is chasing after the fleeing flowers and grasses. Upon hearing Geely's words, the group finally noticed the flowers and grasses around the giant benevolent beast desperately attempting to escape its vicinity, a breathtaking spectacle akin to the waves of the sea retreating. Tumultuous and overwhelming. The speed of the flora is languid, and the same can be said for that colossal beast, as one flees while the other pursues. In the thick of the vegetation, some are ultimately caught, unable to escape in time from the relentless chase of the giant creature. As its massive head lowers and its mouth opens, a slender, dark red tongue darts forth, ensnaring a cluster of hapless flowers and grasses that had crowded together. Unable to flee, Staring in awe as the behemoth approaches, the onlookers begin to discern the creature's form. A dark brown, heavily muscled hide, possibly several meters thick. It is likely that even a laser gun would struggle to penetrate this seemingly resilient skin. Viewed from below, it resembles an oversized elephant, albeit with countless massive legs supporting its enormous body and a neck reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its appearance fearsome, yet its teeth clearly suited for herbivory. Deep set, small black eyes are nestled within its folded skin, and its gaping maw stands over 10 meters high, featuring a long, agile tongue that sweeps in a swift motion, capturing a mass of flowers and grasses weighing hundreds of kilograms into its cavernous mouth. The spectators cannot help but marvel at the wonders of creation. At that moment, the crowd comprehends why the flora scurries in flight. Their greatest adversary is this several-kilometer-long herbivore. Yet, what the flowers and grasses fail to realize is that had they not fled, the giant beast would struggle to satiate its hunger. Their frantic clustering actually facilitates its feeding. The balance of nature is strikingly exemplified here. Both the flora and the colossal beast are slow, but the creature possesses a dexterous tongue capable of consuming enough grass to fill its belly without harming the flowers. Logically, the flora are not evading the beast's massive jaws. Rather, their true aim is to escape the multitude of colossal legs that could trample them. Indeed, as the giant creature approaches within 200 meters of the moon god, it lifts its head to survey the surroundings, before slowly turning away and lumbering off in another direction. With each step, the ground trembles, causing the moon god to quiver slightly. Watching the behemoth retreat like a mountain, the onlookers are struck by a thought. What would occur if this giant were to go berserk? Do not be deceived by its current docility, one remarks, as if sensing the collective concern. Is it truly volatile? Another inquires, curiosity piqued. It is not merely volatile, but exceedingly so, comes the response. After observing for over a month within this vast expanse of over 1 million square kilometers, we have documented more than 1,000 of these gentle giants. In this time, we have witnessed 127 instances of them going berserk, over 100 of which were triggered by birds pecking at them and inadvertently injuring their eyes. What happened? A voice breaks the tension, prompting further revelation. One beast chased a poor bird for over 30 kilometers. Snatching it from the air with its tongue and smashing it into the ground, the speaker recounts. A chill descends upon the gathering. Faces reflecting horror as they struggle to fathom the sight of a giant beast in frenzied pursuit of a flying bird. Clearly, this creature is formidable and not to be trifled with. Its speed, capable of catching a bird in flight, is indeed terrifying. This gentle giant is quite intelligent, observes one, sighing as he watches the creature disappear into the distance. The wonders of creation are truly unfathomable. What do you mean by that? Another asks, puzzled, not wishing to elaborate. He walks towards the moon god after a brief exchange of glances with a companion. Indeed, this gentle giant is astute. It is fully aware of the fleeing flora. With its speed, it could easily catch them, yet maintains a deliberate distance, allowing them to cluster before feasting upon them. Once this realization dawns, the group, including the inquisitive one, reflects on the matter, acknowledging that it had not occurred to them before. From now on, let's exercise caution and avoid provoking the gentle giant. Generally, larger animals possess smaller minds and a greater propensity for vengeance. Its advantage lies in its reluctance to attack unless provoked. Our current armaments are inadequate for confrontation. Our Mech cannot inflict substantial damage on its thick hide, and our spacecraft lack heavy weaponry. If angered, the consequences could be beyond our capacity to endure. Should our ships sustain damage, none of US would escape this place, warns a voice, seriousness evident. Indeed, we must be vigilant. There are many ferocious beasts on this prairie, yet none dare challenge the gentle giant. They keep their distance, fearing an encounter. Thus, we too should avoid crossing paths with it, agrees another, nodding in understanding. As they watch the massive creature recede, glints of golden light seem to shine from their eyes. This planet, untouched, holds the potential for immense wealth. And the gentle giant represents a considerable fortune. One believes that this rare beast will draw humanity from the cosmos, turning this world into a renowned tourist destination, attracting throngs of visitors. Time is slipping away. Here, daylight lasts 30 hours while night spans 20. Darkness approaches swiftly. It is wiser for us to return to the spacecraft. We will maintain a watchful eye and have repaired the communication system, enabling holographic dialogue. Should any emergencies arise, do not hesitate to call, announces a leader, glancing at the small, brilliant sun hanging in the sky. Finney, you and your group should head up. I wish to converse with Captain Geely, one says, directing the statement to another. Understood, comes the reply as Finney and the others follow their leader up the landing platform. Respected Captain Geely, might I have the honor of visiting your beast's ship? One inquires politely, eyes glinting with significance. Of course, please, Geely gestures grandly, invitingly. Chapter 112. The demise of the one known as Sanko. Father, I shall return home tomorrow, Michi states quietly within the confines of an imposing structure. The interior, though simply adorned, exudes an air of grandeur. Against the wall rests a massive, dark-hued wooden chair, intricately entwined with dragon motifs and enveloped in mist, as if imbued with life. In front of the chair stands a tall, robust man, appearing to be in his 40s, with thick brows and large eyes, resembling Michi in some subtle way. The man donned a solitary bronze armor, his cropped hair accentuating an aura of authority and lethal intent as he gazed sternly out of the window, motionless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Father, I shall return home tomorrow. Mishue reiterated this phrase once more, unable to recall how many times she had uttered it. All she knew was that she persistently reminded the formidable man of her intention. The grandeur of the building enveloped them in a stifling atmosphere. Father, I have been away for 15 days. It is time for me to return. Mishue's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon the man, her face reflecting an astonishing determination. Zhou Chuan, well acquainted with Mishue's resolute spirit, often found himself yielding despite his own ironclad demeanor. As moments trickled by, the man stood like a statue, staring into the void of the horizon, the harsh lines of his face gradually softening. Schwerer, he finally turned, his gaze sharp as a blade now imbued with tenderness. Yes, father, she replied, you are my pride. The man slowly approached Mishue. You are also my pride, father, she affirmed, locking her eyes onto him. Stay. Your father's endeavors require your presence. I cannot bear to see you toil in that impoverished district. The man embraced Mishue, gently patting her slender shoulder, his voice laced with affection. Father, my husband needs me more. Mishue pressed a delicate kiss to the man's cheek, her expression resolutely steadfast. He can come here. He is prouder than you. She shook her head, the image of Zhou Chuan's indifferent face surfacing in her mind. Have you made your decision? I have made my decision. Very well. You are indeed your father's most cherished daughter. You are my pride. Do bring your husband along when you can. I am curious to see how that chubby fellow has fared, to have compelled my obedient daughter to defy her father's command. The man's eyes radiated with affection. You will not be disappointed. He is an exceptionally fine man. Mishue embraced her father, resting her head on his broad shoulder. 10 days of reunion would soon lead to parting, and she wondered when she might see him again. Go, for a father never obstructs his daughter's choices. I know my daughter is remarkable. However, with the Rydell Empire in tumult, the situation is precarious. Should anything amiss occur, bring your husband to me. I have not seen him in over 2 years. Ha ha ha. It seems this young man has never acknowledged his father-in-law. Thank you, father. Mishue stepped back and bowed deeply. Go. The man turned slowly, his back now facing Mishue. After a few quiet moments, she turned to leave. Not 3 minutes had passed when 2 young men entered the grand hall. William and another young man, who, like the man, was tall and handsome, yet lacked the same gravitas and poise, possessing instead a slick demeanor. Father, I just encountered my sister. Has she really left? The young man inquired. Her heart has long departed from this place. What significance does her staying hold? The man sighed and slowly seated himself upon the dragon throne. But Minger, do you still fail to comprehend your sister? He interrupted the young man's words. The youth opened his mouth, casting a glance at William's face, as if he had something to convey. William, I know you have always cherished Schwerer, but she was promised to Zhou Chuan even before her birth. I recall you mentioned that Schwerer would soon receive a divorce decree, yet the reality seems contrary to your expectations. Schwerer cares deeply for that young man. William, you must relinquish this notion. Yes, uncle. William lowered his gaze, concealing the fury that flickered within. Manger, let us not speak of this matter again. We must respect Schwerer's wishes. Moreover, our Ernst family is not ungrateful. Since it was your grandfather's decision, we cannot overturn it. Very well, let be so. By the way, William, Minger, you must expedite the construction of the fleet. The 5 great empires are in turmoil, and we must strike when the time is ripe. Yes, uncle. Yes, father. Once the man had risen, the young men exhaled a sigh of relief. His presence had loomed over them like a mountain, suffocating their spirits. William, I can assist you no further. The young man sighed and turned to leave. It's all right. William followed closely behind him, glancing back at the imposing dragon throne in the hall, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. Mixue, I shall claim that chair and have you kneel at my feet. 2 days later, after countless leaps through the stars. Mech returned to the capital of the Rydell Empire aboard an interstellar flight. Upon entering the impoverished district, the sight of the towering X-33 civilian mechs filled her with a familiar warmth, as if they were her guardians. While passing through the capital, she visited the Starry Sky Mech University, where she learned that Zhou Chuan had embarked on an interstellar journey and had been away for over 10 days. Mech felt no worry. She merely hoped to be present when he returned. Never had she felt such an attachment to a man. As Mech opened the door to her unchanging little room, a shy smile graced her face. It was only in this space that she felt a connection with Zhou Chuan, a feeling overwhelmingly intense. The green planet had dimmed, the golden rays of dawn replaced by the pristine moonlight, and the vast grasslands now appeared desolate and gray. Fanny, Singer, and Jun sat idly in the lounge of the moon goddess, their expressions vacant, while Zhou Chuan was busy with repairs in the control room. The atmosphere in the lounge was heavy. The three appeared to have much to discuss, yet none knew how to begin. Fanny, that scoundrel wants to monopolize 10% of the shares, Singer finally blurted out. The moon goddess is his. We are powerless. Fanny felt a flicker of agitation. Wealth had rendered her restless, an emotion she did not wish to harbor. No, each of us here deserves a share, for we decided to lend our support to the beast. Is that so? I recall you did not raise your hand when we voted. Jun remarked with a faint smile. Jun, Singer shot her a fierce glare. Enough. I concede. I did not relish this feeling. Fanny shook her head, sighing. Upon hearing Fanny's words, Jun's face lit up with admiration. Regardless of the reasons, the ability to forego such immense wealth was unfathomable, and Fanny's courage was truly commendable. Sister Fanny, you should discuss with Singer. The trio has now boarded the beast, presumably to negotiate with them. The only leverage we currently possess against them is classmate Zhou Chuan. Without Zhou Chuan, we are unable to depart from this planet unless the beast is truly repaired. I shall communicate with Zhou Chuan now. We must ensure our safety. Do they truly intend to eliminate us? Fanny's delicate frame quivered as she widened her eyes in astonishment at Jun. It is hard to say. Jun rose to her feet. He dares. A menacing glint flickered in Singer's gaze. In the face of wealth, there is nothing one would not dare. If the trio does not distribute shares to us, would you not also wish to eliminate them? Jun chuckled softly. Singer opened his mouth, but fell silent, his gaze wandering, as if Jun's words had stirred something deep within him. Chuan, what is the situation? Jun entered the control room, finding Zhou Chuan seated before the holographic screen, which seemed to have just been switched off. What situation? Zhou Chuan glanced back at Jun. Our predicament is perilous. We must find an opportunity to eliminate the trio. Jun's expression was grave. Had we acted sooner, we would not have to face such a predicament. Remember, it was you who insisted we refrain from taking action aboard the ship. Xiao Huan replied calmly. Circumstances have changed. I simply did not wish for Fanny to know that we were responsible for their demise. Who could have anticipated the beast's unforeseen events? By the way, does the captain of the beast harbor a grudge against you? A bit. Zhou Chuan's demeanor remained as tranquil as water. It appears matters are becoming increasingly intricate. A flicker of anxiety crossed Jun's eyes. Let unfold naturally. Chuan, does the moon goddess possess a weapon system? This is a civilian vessel. Zhou Chuan shook his head lightly. It seems we are indeed in a bit of trouble. I believe the only solution is to eliminate the trio preemptively. Once they're gone, all issues will be resolved. Surely, the trio will not reach an agreement with the beast today. We must strike before they finalize their pact. Indeed. Xiao Huan nodded. However, we must avoid Fanny and Singer, creating an accidental mishap, which poses a challenge. We shall devise a plan to separate them by dawn. Then I will confront the trio alone while you look for an opportunity. How's that sound? Jun pondered for a moment before addressing Zhou Chuan. Chapter 113. The Trap of Death Approaches. For Jun, orchestrating the demise of the trio was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in ensuring Fanny was distanced from them. After all, Fanny was deeply concerned for Jun's safety and was reluctant to leave her side. Jun, everything will be all right. Do not force arrangements. Remember, let it unfold naturally. Zhou Chuan stood, gently patting Jun's slender shoulder before striding out of the control room. Just as Zhou Chuan entered a corridor, the trio walked into the control room, wearing expressions of triumph. Jun, how about we venture out together tomorrow? Upon spotting Jun, the trio immediately donned a sycophantic grin. I dare not. Jun cast a cold glare at the wicked man. Haha, Jun, I assure you, I am sincere in my intentions. Let me inform you that I have successfully negotiated terms with Captain Geely of the Beast. and our moon goddess company will invest in the development and management of this planet's resources, sharing 50% of the stakes with the Beast Adventurers. Congratulations! Tomorrow, invite Singer, Fanny, and Zhou to join us for a day of exploration. Excellent, excellent. Ha! The trio laughed heartily, watching Zhenzhen's graceful silhouette depart. Once Zhenzhen exited the control room, the trio promptly sealed several passageways and entered a series of passwords on the control panel. Soon, the holographic screen revealed the conversation between Zhou Chuan and Zhenzhen. Damn women, they wish to kill me. The trio sneered as they shut off the holographic display, a sinister glimmer flashing in their eyes. That night, everyone retired early. After all, 18 days of monotonous travel had left everyone exhausted. Everyone except Zhou Chuan. In his quarters, Zhou Chuan diligently cultivated his mental prowess. Throughout those 18 days, he had been in a constant state of training. Although he appeared to be seated at the control panel, intently watching the holographic images, he was, in reality, ensconced in a transcendent state. He had a strong premonition that he was on the verge of breaking through to level 3 mental power. Knock, 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 knock. Who is it? The knocking at the door interrupted Zhou Chuan's meditation. It is I. A soft, gentle voice drifted from outside. Zhou Chuan opened the hatch, and Zhenzhen, her long hair cascading down her shoulders and clad in a sky-blue gown, appeared, exuding an aura of freshness. Is there something you need? Zhou Chuan let Zhenzhen in and secure the door. Chuan, I have an unsettling feeling. I suspect the trio is colluding with Captain Geely of the Beast. So what? I believe we should devise a precautionary measure, or perhaps we could approach the Captain of the Beast for a discussion. Zhen suggested. Let unfold naturally. Xiao Huan replied nonchalantly. But, Zhenzhen, there are many things beyond our control. Let it unfold naturally. You look beautiful today. Zhou Chuan gazed at Zhenzhen, changing the subject. Thank you. Zhenzhen cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Chuan before moving toward the door, a chill of aloofness emanating from her. Chuan, good night. Good night. Zhou Chuan stared blankly at Zhenzhen's silhouette as she vanished beyond the door. Sensing a subtle shift within her, a faint yet discernible change, as if she were deliberately maintaining distance from him. Morning sunlight streamed through the porthole of the moon goddess, its rays purer than those of Riddle, imbued with a delicate golden hue that made the blue skies and white clouds appear exceptionally enchanting. The analysis from the moon goddess revealed that the ultraviolet rays of the sunlight were just right, perfectly suited for the growth of trees and flowers. Stepping onto the deck of the moon goddess, all was quiet, as if everyone remained ensconced in slumber. It had been a lengthy night, lasting 20 hours, during which the crew had awoken once, consumed a light meal, and returned to sleep. With their circadian rhythms disrupted, many found themselves sleeping more soundly as daylight broke. The prairie lay tranquil, yet after a single night, the grass chewed down by the benevolent beasts yesterday had regained its vitality. However, the mobile flora seemed to sense that the moon goddess and the beast posed no danger, gradually beginning to thrive once more. The exposed sand and soil were cloaked in verdant greenery, appearing significantly more inviting. From a distance, one could see scaffolding erected around the main engine of the beast, with several crew members busily working atop it, flashes of welding light illuminating the scene. Evidently, they had labored throughout the night, taking turns to repair the main engine. On the horizon, a few benevolent beasts could be seen moving slowly, preying on fleeing flora. The sky was a brilliant blue, filled with numerous snow-white long-necked birds soaring freely. If one listened closely, the distant roar of a river could be heard echoing through the canyon, deep and powerful, while mist swirled above the canyon, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial paradise. What a serene and delightful scene. Zhenzhen, how beautiful. Indeed, I find myself at a loss for words to describe the beauty of this place. If I could dwell here until the end of my days, I would be utterly joyous. Zhenzhen and Fanny appeared on the deck, both evidently having just risen from slumber, their expressions languid. Fanny's long hair was elegantly swept back, with two small locks framing her cheeks, gently tousled by the breeze, lending her a fresh and charming allure, coupled with her naturally exquisite facial features and delicate physique. She was not only captivating in appearance, but also possessed a uniquely graceful silhouette. She wore a nylon pullover with a letter-shaped neckline, paired with a casual short skirt and a simple pair of flip-flops, revealing feet that concealed a dazzling radiance. Zhenzhen, in contrast, opted for a more modest ensemble, clad in denim jeans and white hiking shoes, complemented by a fitted white collared top, which nonetheless accentuated her slender figure, shedding her usual gentle demeanor for a different kind of charm. Have you never seen a beauty? Fanny exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Chuan, who stood on the grassy expanse, turning to look at them. Zhou Chuan glanced at her with indifference before turning away and striding purposefully toward the canyon. What are you going to do? Jinjin inquired. I'm going to explore that canyon, Zhou Chuan replied without looking back, his feet sinking into the soft grass. Walking through this verdant carpet was an amusing endeavor. With each step, the flowers and grasses seemed to rush forward, striving to evade her tread. Yet their speed was no match for Zhou Chuan's pace, resulting in a cascade of flora beneath her feet, akin to walking on a plush carpet. Wait for us, Fanny and Jinjin exclaimed, bouncing down from the deck and into the thick grass. The canyon lay just over 500 meters away. In mere moments, the trio reached its edge, immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the vista. Before them stretched a canyon approximately 4 kilometers wide, with a furious river coursing below, its waters turbulent, evoking the thunderous charge of 1,000 galloping steeds. The water crashed against the canyon's steep sides, sending sprays of mist into the air. Remarkably, on either side of the river, there were banks about 100 meters wide, lined with countless stone pillars of varying heights, while the torrent flowed just 5 meters below the banks. The deepest parts of the canyon reached around 500 meters, shrouded in dim light, while the shallower areas were less than 100 meters, creating a dramatic drop. The sound of the rushing water echoed through the canyon, resembling the clamor of a battlefield, stirring a sense of exhilaration within. Where's the upstream? Where's the downstream? A fervent desire to discover the source of this river ignited within the trio. Though not particularly large, the current was exceptionally swift, with an extraordinary volume and a staggering drop, some sections resembling a colossal waterfall. In truth, having glimpsed only a short stretch of the river, one could only imagine the splendor that lay beyond. According to Geely, the river widened further downstream, extending thousands of kilometers across the entire prairie. A soft sound interrupted their reverie as a hovering vehicle came to a halt beside them, piloted by Singer. Fanny, I shall take you on a tour of this vast canyon, he called out from the vehicle. I'll go with you. I'm with Zhou Chuan, Jinjin said with a light laugh. Not all, Fanny shook her head. Don't worry, go ahead. We'll find a hover vehicle to join you later. Will you fly downstream or upstream? We'll follow the downstream path, Fanny replied as Singer exited the vehicle and opened the door for her. Be careful then. We'll meet back here at noon. All right, rest assured. As the small hover vehicle ascended and disappeared into the mist of the canyon, a flicker of envy crossed Jinjin's face. Shall we descend? Zhou Chuan's gaze rested on Jinjin. Descend? Jinjin hesitated, a chill running down her spine at the sight of the deep canyon. Xiao Huan remained silent, gripping the jagged rock as he began to climb down. I'll go too, Jinjin called out, glancing back at the vast plain. A sudden wave of fear washing over her. Without Zhou Chuan by her side, she felt an instinctual sense of danger, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon her. In truth, Zhanjin's intuition was acutely sensitive. At that moment, Sanko was indeed watching her graceful figure through the viewport, his gaze imbued with a lascivious glint. Beauty, you cannot escape my grasp. He smirked, fantasizing about stripping Jinjin of her garments and tormenting her upon a bed. The descent began smoothly, but after dropping 10 meters, the terrain grew treacherous and convoluted. Many areas were as slick as glass, and when Jinjin misstepped, she plummeted downwards, letting out a terrified scream. In a split second, a strong hand caught her falling body, rendering her weightless in its grasp. Steady yourself, do not look down, Zhou Chuan advised coolly as he gazed at her. Thank you, Jinjin replied, still shaken, gripping his arm tightly. One step at a time, do not rush. Hum. Jinjin's voice trembled as she spoke, her body quaking, her hands clinging to Zhou Chuan as if her life depended on it, pressing herself against the rock face. Do you have a fear of heights? Zhou Chuan asked, his brow furrowing. Yes, just a little, Jinjin stammered, her voice quivering as she couldn't help but steal a glance downwards, immediately feeling dizzy, as if she were about to fall. Her fair, delicate hands gripped Zhou Chuan's arm with tremendous force, her nails digging into his sturdy muscle. Just a little? Zhou Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that her fear was far beyond that. Move a bit closer, he instructed. I can't move, Jinjin said, her face a mask of despair, feeling her strength rapidly waning. Then I will come closer. Xiao Huan hesitated, tightening his arm as he pressed himself against the rock face beside her. Zhou Chuan, are we going to fall? Jinjin, enveloped by Zhou Chuan's imposing form against the rock, finally felt a semblance of safety. I don't know. His response left her feeling disheartened. Wrap your arms around my neck and use your legs to grip my waist. Jinjin stiffened, her face flushing crimson. While she could manage to wrap her arms around Zhou Chuan's neck, The thought of clasping her legs around his waist felt far too intimate. Be quick, Zhou Chuan urged, his patience wearing thin. Jinjin hesitated, torn between shyness and fear, for as a maiden, such an affectionate gesture was more daunting than undressing before a man. Then I shall let go. Zhou Chuan began to pull away, loosening his grip. I'll hold on. Jinjin exclaimed, her face paling in terror. If Zhou Chuan were to release her now, she would find herself utterly stranded, unable to ascend or descend. With a trembling resolve, she first wrapped her arms around Zhou Chuan's neck, then, quaking with fear, she clung tightly to his sturdy form with her legs. Before long, Jinjin emerged from her profound embarrassment, for Zhou Chuan exhibited no signs of disloyalty. Fully engrossed in his meticulous ascent of the rock face, each movement appeared to be the result of countless calculations, executed with remarkable precision. Fortunately, Jinjin's slender frame did not hinder Zhou Chuan's climbing endeavors. Though he seemed occupied, his speed was impressive. Within mere minutes, they had descended over 200 meters, with approximately another 100 meters yet to traverse. Chuan, do you think Senko might drop stone from above? Jinjin inquired with concern, a question that had long troubled her. With Fanny and Singer off exploring in their hovercraft, it would be all too easy for Senko to eliminate them, especially now. A single stone could resolve the matter. Jinjin found herself puzzled by Zhou Chuan's choice to descend into this canyon. They could have easily taken advantage of Fanny and Singer's absence to eliminate Senko. He would not abandon her. Why? Because you are by my side. His desire to kill is solely directed at me, even if he intended to harm you. It would not be at this moment. Jinjin paused, momentarily taken aback, but then swiftly grasped Zhou Chuan's implication. If Senko truly wished to kill them, he would assuredly eliminate Zhou Chuan first, then subject her to torment and humiliation. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she realized that her calculations were perpetually a step behind Zhou Chuan's. Nonetheless, something felt amiss, stemming from the presence of the Beast Brigade's leader, Geely. From the tense first encounter between Zhou Chuan and Geely, it was evident that they harbored a history of animosity. Yet, Jinjin was perplexed to see that Zhou Chuan seemed utterly unconcerned. What trump card did Zhou Chuan possess? Her curiosity regarding this enigmatic man deepened. He was like an unfathomable riddle. Unaccountably, Jinjin's gaze fell upon the man so close at hand. For the first time, she noticed that his face was not as round as she had initially thought. Sharp lines akin to a blade had emerged on his once soft visage. His eyebrows, imposing and striking, accentuated his features. Though his eyes were somewhat small, they possessed an enigmatic depth, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Jinjin found herself entranced, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, she sensed an unsettling shift, for Zhou Chuan's penetrating gaze was fixed upon her. Time seemed to stand still as their eyes locked. What are you staring at? Jinjin finally broke the silence, unable to withstand Zhou Chuan's impassive expression any longer. Though you're quite light, holding you like this is somewhat tiring. What? Jinjin initially looked around in confusion, then instinctively glanced downward, only to realize they had arrived at the riverbank of the canyon. And she was still clinging tightly to Zhou Chuan, her long legs wrapped securely around his sturdy waist. With a startled scream, she blushed fiercely and released her grip, her heart racing wildly. Hold on tight, it's slippery. Jinjin extended her pale hand to grasp Zhou Chuan, her voice barely audible. They ventured forward, stepping cautiously. And Jinjin soon discerned that Zhou Chuan seemed to possess a clear purpose, displaying no interest in the surrounding scenery. Chuan. Suddenly, Jinjin's body stiffened like stone, her entire being frozen as her gaze fell upon a flat expanse ahead. There, 2 hovercraft were stationed, and 5 individuals stood before them, with Senko at the forefront. Behind him loomed 4 members of the Beast Brigade, Geely, a towering figure, positioned behind Senko. What struck fear into Jinjin's heart was the sight of the 4 burly adventurers brandishing laser guns. Senko, arms crossed, and wearing an expression of wicked delight, regarded Zhou Chuan and Jinjin. The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with an overwhelming aura of menace. A wave of despair washed over Jinjin. In the face of such formidable firepower, intellect seemed futile. Once Senko allied with the Beast Brigade, no one on this planet could hope to eliminate him. Don't you all wish to kill me? Come and do it. Senko taunted, relishing Jinjin's visible fear, his laughter echoing triumphantly. Zhou Chuan remained still, his cold gaze fixed on Senko, as if observing a clown at a circus. Fatty, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. It was this wretched woman who hired you to kill me. Every move you made aboard the ship was under my watchful eye. You likely believe I wouldn't dare to eliminate you, huh? Look at this. Senko declared smugly. raising his hand to reveal a fist-sized miniature holographic device, the very device Zhou Chuan had installed to simulate pulse signals. Jinjin's face drained of color. She had never anticipated Sanko's knowledge of everything. Clearly, the control room was equipped with surveillance. She had been overly complacent, and her negligence had endangered not only herself, but also Zhou Chuan. Chuan run. Jinjin's frail body suddenly surged with unexpected strength as she positioned herself protectively in front of Zhou Chuan. But Zhou Chuan remained as immovable as a mountain. Jinjin felt a wave of confusion wash over her, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted. Jinjin, I promised you, remember? Zhou Chuan lowered his gaze, observing the bewildered woman before him. What did you promise me? Jinjin felt a haze clouding her mind. I promised I would deliver this trash to you. Zhou Chuan gently patted her shoulder before striding purposefully towards Sanko. Ha ha ha, you actually think you can kill me? Sanko laughed, bending over in amusement. Indeed, no. It is not I who will kill you. It should be Jinjin. Zhou Chuan advanced within 5 meters of Sanko. Rest assured, I will take good care of the young lady Jinjin, and she will soon join you. I'm not afraid to tell you that Singer has reached an agreement with me. He will handle Fanny. Haha. When they return, you and Jinjin will perish in a tragic accident. Sanko wore a broad grin, his right hand slowly drawing a laser gun from his waistband. Suddenly, Sanko's grotesque smile froze, for he found himself unable to move. 2 powerful hands, as strong as iron clamps, grasped his arms, and another hand seized the laser gun from his grip. In an instant, Sanko's mouth was sealed with adhesive tape, and a thick rope bound him tightly like a zongzi. Witnessing the bizarre scene unfold before her, Jinjin stared at Zhou Chuan, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Everything had transpired beyond her expectations. Thank you, she murmured. Zhou Chuan did not return her gaze, but rather focused on Jili, the leader of the Beast Brigade. I should also express my gratitude. In truth, I owe you one for this favor, Jili replied with a rough smile on his rugged face. Xiao Huan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment as he squatted before Sanko, tearing the tape from his mouth. I relish the sound of a person's agonized screams. Why? Sanko did not look at Zhou Chuan, his eyes burning with fury as they fixed upon Jili. I owe him, Jili remarked nonchalantly. Did you not claim he once bested you in a fight? Sanko's expression was one of incredulity. Indeed, I did not fabricate a story. However, I have also vanquished many others. Should those I have bested seek my demise, kill him, and I shall reward you with 10 million gold coins. Sanko's visage twisted in a grotesque grimace as he continued to struggle against his restraints. I am not in need of money at present. This entire planet belongs to me. Furthermore, after your death, I would only need to pay an 8% commission. Jili chuckled softly, retreating a step, followed by a few burly men who also took a step back. Chapter 114. The Platypus Observes. Zhou Chuan's fist collided with Sanko's face, rendering him dazed and listless. Zhen, it's your turn, Zhou Chuan declared, rising to his feet and stepping back. Zhen appeared pale, gritting her teeth as she tremulously withdrew her sharp metallic spike, advancing step by step towards Sanko. The spike, gripped tightly in her hand, glimmered ominously with a lethal edge. Zhen, spare me. I apologize. I can compensate you. I can even gift you the moon goddess. Sanko writhed in a desperate struggle. Zhen remained silent, inching closer, while Sanko endeavored to shift his body backward, attempting to evade her approach. Suddenly, Jili kicked Sanko from behind. His body convulsed as he cast a hopeless glance at the advancing Zhen, the sharp metal spike drawing ever nearer like an omen of death. Zhen thrust the spike towards Sanko's throat. He jerked to the side, and the spike met his cheek, eliciting a piercing scream. Zhen, suppressing her nausea, continued to jab toward his throat, regrettably missing each time, either striking his face or his eyes. Help! Spare me, please. Woo-woo. Sanko's cries grew weaker. Zhen's expression remained blank, mechanically raising the spike once more. Each thrust painted Sanko's body in a gruesome crimson, his bound form writhing incessantly, his eyes now blind. His face was a patchwork of wounds. The members of the Beast Adventurers Guild averted their gazes, even Jili showing a hint of reluctance. They recognized that this delicate woman possessed a terrifying resolve. It was evident that Zhen was also gripped by fear, her hands trembling, yet she maintained control, repeatedly plunging the spike downwards. Time stretched interminably, fraught with anxiety. Zhou Chuan remained still, standing beside Zhen like a lifeless statue. 20 minutes later, Sanko's convulsing body lay still, his bloodied mouth agape in a hollow gasp, his body grotesquely curled inward as if all vitality had been drained. Yet Zhen continued her assault, an unyielding machine relentlessly piercing the lifeless form. Enough, Xiao Huan commanded sternly. However, Zhen Zhen appeared oblivious. Her expression still vacant as she continued to stab. Zhou Chuan stretched out his hand, gripping her blood-soaked arm. Zhen Zhen struggled momentarily, her vacant gaze suddenly sharpening, prompting Zhou Chuan to release her, realizing she had slipped into a state of madness. Upon witnessing the bloodied corpse on the ground, Zhen Zhen staggered back in horror, then collapsed to the ground, violently retching as if to expel her very insides. Zhili gestured to 3 of his subordinates, who promptly hoisted the blood-drenched body into San Ko's lavish hover car, securing the doors. Following the establishment of the flight program, the vehicle ascended, hurtling towards the cliff on the opposite riverbank at over 300 kilometers per hour. As the hover car collided with the cliff, Zhili drew his laser gun, firing at a specific point on the vehicle. Countless beams of light struck the luxurious hover car. With a thunderous roar, a series of explosions ensued, a blinding flash illuminating the entire canyon. Boom! Boom! The cliff fractured under the impact of the hover car, boulders tumbling down in a grand spectacle, soon burying the wreckage beneath a cascade of debris. At last, the avalanche of stones ceased, plunging the canyon into an eerie silence as Zhili's subordinates began to clear the bloodstains from ground. Let us depart. I must rescue Fanny, Zhou Chuan said, pulling Zhen Zhen to her feet. Wow! Zhen Zhen stood, suddenly embracing Zhou Chuan's robust form, weeping profusely, her body shaking uncontrollably. After all, this was her first act of murder. Rescue Fanny. Zhen Zhen abruptly halted her tear-streaked face lifting in alarm to gaze at Zhou Chuan. Precisely. If my estimations are correct, Singer is attempting to assault Fanny and subsequently eliminate her, fabricating a car accident. No, you must hurry to save Sister Fanny. Zhen Zhen's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Yes, you, and they shall return to the moon goddess, take a bath, and change your clothes. Understood, Zhen Zhen murmured, glancing at her blood-soaked attire, her voice trembling. As Zhili piloted the hover car away, Zhou Chuan summoned the Yazi from subspace. The deep azure hue of Yazi radiated a dreamlike glow within the canyon. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuan ascended onto Yazi, activating all scanning systems. Instead of searching downstream, he ascended against the current. This was an instinct, a premonition. Zhou Chuan had every reason to believe that Singer, having taken Fanny downstream, would inevitably circle back upstream. Yazi soared at a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour, the aerial perspective revealing stark contrast below, where countless tributaries converged into the river. The river stretched astonishingly long. After an hour of searching, Zhou Chuan had yet to spot Singer's hover car. Yazi's searching capabilities were formidable. Singer's vehicle, lacking cloaking features, could be detected from hundreds of kilometers away. Zhou Chuan began to doubt his intuition. Observing the wildlife below, Zhou Chuan noticed that as he ascended upstream, the terrain became increasingly rugged, and the beasts appeared smaller yet swifter. He witnessed a creature resembling an ancient earth leopard sprinting at over 100 kilometers per hour, darting across the uneven ground like a flash of lightning, outpacing even Yazi in flight, highlighting the creature's astonishing speed. For reasons unfathomable, Zhou Chuan felt an inexplicable pressure. This planet was far from the serene facade it presented. At the very least, the creature racing at over 100 kilometers per hour was undeniably formidable. Fortunately, such creatures seemed relatively scarce. After scouring hundreds of kilometers, he had encountered only one. This was a peculiar continent. This is a continent fraught with peril. However, Zhou Chuan does not perceive this planet as inherently dangerous. It would indeed be peculiar if a world lacked fierce creatures. Even in the primordial cradle of humanity, ancient Earth, a plethora of formidable beasts roamed, with the prehistoric dinosaurs overshadowing these creatures, both in ferocity and sheer numbers. At the very least on this planet, certain herbivores appear to live in relative comfort. Aside from the colossal benevolent beasts, Zhou Chuan has already encountered dozens of docile herbivores of the Singwen variety. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the holographic display of Yazi, indicating the detection of a hover vehicle. When Zhou Chuan initiated the scan, he had already input the vehicle's data into Yazi, ensuring that any detection would prompt an immediate response from the neural interface. Approximately 20 kilometers ahead, the terrain had shifted away from the canyon and into a rugged expanse of grassland. This prairie lacked towering flora, resembling the landing site of the moon goddess. Yet the topography here was significantly more intricate, with numerous towering and jagged stones. The massive benevolent beasts were conspicuously absent, indicating that this terrain was unsuitable for their habitation. In this locale, Zhou Chuan observed primarily smaller herbivorous creatures, roughly the size of domesticated goats. As he neared his destination, now less than a kilometer away, he descended from the air. The speed of Yazi's aerial flight was too swift, risking a mere glance at the surroundings. Once on the ground, after securing Yazi in a subspace pocket, Zhou Chuan began to traverse towards his objective with utmost caution. With each passing moment, Zhou Chuan's movements grew increasingly deliberate, for he sensed an ominous atmosphere enveloping the air. He navigated the uneven terrain with an almost ethereal grace, the training from the luminary sphere rendering this environment no great challenge. At last, a hover vehicle rested in the open grassy expanse ahead, devoid of any occupants. Zhou Chuan remained vigilant as he edged closer to the source of the palpable danger. Abruptly, a chill coursed down his spine. Less than 100 meters away stood a throng of creatures resembling ducks but devoid of feathers. These beasts had elongated beaks, hairless bodies, and legs slightly longer than those of ducks, curving in a manner suggesting explosive power. Their hairless forms appeared significantly smaller than that of a duck, yet their muscular skin conveyed an eerie presence. Let us refer to them as duck beasts for the time being. It was evident that this aggregation of duck beasts seemed intent on attacking a target, pressing forward in a chaotic throng, while those at the forefront appeared terrified, desperately retreating. This peculiar situation created a surreal tableau. The front ranks were in frantic retreat, while those behind advanced relentlessly, resulting in an invisible clash of forces. The larger duck beasts at the rear moved slowly forward. As Zhou Chuan maneuvered around a massive boulder, he found himself nearly pressed against the back of the duck beasts. These creatures seemed somewhat dazed, oblivious to his proximity, fixated on pushing forward with unwavering focus. Finally, Zhou Chuan discerned the target ensnared by the duck beasts, Sing and Fanny. However, Fanny lay bound and naked, curled amidst the grass, clearly unconscious. Sing, wielding a laser gun and braced against a large rock, bore an expression of acute anxiety. All within a 10-meter radius around him were the lifeless bodies of duck beasts, piled in layers, at least hundreds in number. The situation was glaringly apparent. Sing had ambushed Fanny, his nefarious intentions thwarted by the encirclement of the duck beasts. They, fearing the laser gun, dared not advance, while those behind stubbornly pressed forward, resulting in the current impasse. Zhou Chuan gently drew a metallic dagger from his leg, remaining concealed behind a rock. To reveal himself now would undoubtedly provoke Sing's fire. Zhou Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the laser gun in Sing's hand, noting that the energy indicator had turned red, signaling imminent depletion. When the red light extinguished, the laser gun would become inert, and it was no wonder Sing appeared so distressed. He was ensnared in a predicament. Under the current circumstances, summoning a mech would prove challenging, given the complex terrain devoid of open space. Even if he managed to call forth a mech, it would inevitably land amidst the duck beasts, necessitating a perilous passage through their ranks. A sudden cry erupted as a duck beast, forced into Sing's domain, was struck down by the laser gun, emitting a hoarse wail. Zhou Chuan observed the red light on the laser gun dim further. It must be said that duck beasts are timid creatures. Those at the front were frantically retreating, while those behind recklessly surged forward, creating a bizarre spectacle. Abruptly, the rear ranks of duck beasts appeared to lose patience, launching into a frenzied assault. Many even trampled over their comrades' backs, akin to a surging tide rushing towards Sing, who was sheltered behind the massive rock. Sing fired off dozens of shots, each one claiming several duck beasts, yet their sheer numbers rendered his efforts futile. The laser gun emitted a sound indicating energy depletion, and Sing's countenance turned ashen, his limbs trembling as the weapon clattered to the ground. He could scarcely fathom how he had been inexplicably surrounded by a horde of beasts. Just as despair settled upon him, he caught sight of a familiar figure, tall and corpulent. It was Zhou Chuan. Sing's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Zhou Chuan stride through the duck beasts, those creatures seemingly terrified of him, parting like the sea to create a pathway. The glint of the dagger in Zhou Chuan's hand radiated a dazzling metallic sheen, sending a chill down Sing's spine. For he sensed the palpable aura of malice emanating from Zhou Chuan, an unmasked intent to kill. "Fatty, what are you doing here?" Sing asked, fear lacing his voice as he observed the duck beasts inching closer. He could not comprehend why they refrained from attacking Zhou Chuan. Chapter 115. Sing is dead. "You are to meet Sanko." Zhou Chuan's gaze bore into Sing's. "What have you done to Sanko?" Sing's pupils constricted sharply. As Sing's words fell, Zhou Chuan surged forward, propelled by a fierce momentum, leaping onto the corpses of the duck beasts as he charged towards Sing without a hint of hesitation. In that moment, the surrounding duck beasts parted slightly, yet they did not retreat, the throng behind still pressing forward with reckless abandon. Singh remained motionless, standing silently as a predatory glint flickered in his eyes. 10 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters, kill. Just as Zhou Chuan closed the distance to within 3 meters of Singh, Singh unleashed a thunderous roar, his right hand darting like lightning to draw a serrated dagger that shimmered ominously, launching it straight at Zhou Chuan. In that fleeting moment, as the two were on the cusp of collision, Zhou Chuan lightly lifted his right leg, propelling a duck beast that had been shot through by the laser gun directly towards Singh, the wind howling in its wake. The muscular body of the platypus was brutally cleaved in two by the sharp edge of Singer's serrated dagger. The dagger continued its advance towards Zhou Chuan, blood from the platypus splattering through the air, a heavy stench of iron pervading the atmosphere. A sinister grin spread across Singer's face. He had never regarded this corpulent figure as a threat. Although primarily trained in mech combat, he had not neglected the ancient martial arts. Among the group of schoolyard delinquents, his skills in this domain were quite commendable. His greatest pride lay in his speed, confident that he could deliver a fatal blow to this loathsome fat man in a single strike. Suddenly, Singer's body froze. A chilling metallic sensation pierced through his chest. He gasped, looking down in disbelief at the dagger embedded within him, unable to comprehend when it had found its way there. Life was ebbing away. With a face filled with resentment, Singer gazed into Zhou Chuan's eyes, desperately seeking answers, only to be met with a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes. Zhou Chuan had always killed with a clean efficiency. He would never indulge in the theatrics often seen in holographic dramas, where heroes explain their motives to the villains before delivering the final blow, allowing them a peaceful demise. For Zhou Chuan, ensuring his own safety was paramount. He stepped back, maintaining a distance of 3 meters, quietly observing as Singer's life gradually slipped away, his pupils dilating and growing dimmer. With a thud, Singer's body crashed heavily to the ground, startling the approaching platypuses, who recoiled several meters, their small eyes filled with terror as they peered at Zhou Chuan, hesitant to come closer. Their tiny legs kicked backward in a frantic retreat, yet those behind continued to push forward. Zhou Chuan remained unmoved, with ample time at his disposal. Strangely, a multitude of platypuses had crowded around his feet, forming a dense wave, yet they made no attempt to attack him. After 2 minutes, confirming Singer's demise, Zhou Chuan slowly approached the corpse, carefully withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood upon himself. This strike had been executed while the platypuses distracted Singer. In that brief moment when they obscured his line of sight, Zhou Chuan had hurled the dagger. He then lifted Finny and carried her away, revealing a small depression in the ground filled with clusters of white eggs, not much larger than a thumb, but astonishing in number. While observing from a distance, Zhou Chuan had noted that the platypuses exhibited none of the traits characteristic of carnivorous evolution. Most importantly, their reactions indicated that they were not intent on attacking Singer, but rather on driving him away. Once Zhou Chuan had carried Finny to safety, the platypuses surged forward, one of them hastily snatching up an egg and retreating. Within minutes, thousands of platypuses had claimed the eggs, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, this location served as a breeding ground for platypuses, and Singer had unwittingly disrupted their tranquility. In their desperate bid to protect their offspring, the platypuses had sought to drive Singer away, while in his panic, he had begun to hunt them. Little did he know, he could have simply carried Finny away, even to a distance of just a few meters. Finny felt as though she had emerged from a nightmare, having dreamt of being attacked and violated. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find a rotund, stern face before her. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she realized she was unclothed, lying amidst the grass, surrounded by the grotesque bodies of the flat-mouthed beasts. What? We want. Finny's voice trembled. Put this on, Zhou Chuan said, tossing a garment over her figure, casting a cold glance at the woman. He could not help but acknowledge her extraordinary luck. Had it not been for the platypuses, he would have arrived too late to prevent her from being defiled by Singer. Finny hurriedly dressed herself, and once clothed, she began to survey her surroundings. Her heart sank as she spotted a familiar figure, now lifeless. She approached Singer's corpse like a marionette. Why did you kill him? Why did you kill him? Finny whispered initially, then erupted in a frenzied scream at Zhou Chuan. He found her reaction irrational and turned to walk toward the hovering vehicle in the distance. Why? Tell me. Finny chased after him, gripping his arm. Think carefully, Zhou Chuan replied coldly, regarding her with an unyielding gaze. Finny paused, desperately trying to piece together what had transpired. She recalled their outing with Singer in the canyon's lower reaches, then detouring to the upper stream and encountering the stone forest, prompting their descent. Rubbing her head, she felt as though her mind might explode. Suddenly, clarity struck. She remembered walking ahead of Singer when a sharp pain shot through her head, and she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself naked on the ground, with Zhou Chuan tossing her clothes. What exactly happened? Finny felt disoriented, surrounded by the corpses of flat-mouthed beasts, clearly indicative of a small-scale battle. Was it Singer who attacked? A realization dawned upon her as she spotted a gun, indicating that Singer had indeed slain many of these creatures. It became evident that when she was attacked, Singer had been right behind her, protecting her. That fat man saved me. Watching the taciturn Zhou Chuan stride toward the hovering vehicle, Finny opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Get in, Zhou Chuan commanded as he activated the vehicle. As it ascended slowly, an extended silence enveloped them. Is it really safe? Finny finally broke the silence, her voice soft. Everything's fine, he replied tersely. What about Jinjin? She died in a car accident, Zhou Chuan stated flatly. You killed her? Finny's heart sank as she looked at the man before her, a chill coursing through her. She found it hard to believe Jinjin could have perished in an accident. This was no capital city, and even in Rydell, causing an accident was no easy feat, let alone on this wild planet, where Jinjin's vehicle was equipped with the finest protective systems. Zhou Chuan remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead. Why did you kill them? Was it for this planet? Finny's expression darkened as she struggled to comprehend how an interstellar journey had devolved into such chaos, with even her childhood friends seeking to end her life. Her world had been utterly upended. In terms of innocence, Finny was undoubtedly far more naive than Jinjin. Having grown up at the Starry Mech University, her interactions had been limited to the innocent, leaving her with virtually no experience of the darker aspects of society. While Jinjin complicated simple matters, Finny simplified complex issues. She had never imagined Singer would seek to harm her. In the face of Fanny's inquiries, Zhou Chuan remained silent, his lips sealed. Please, can you tell me? Fanny pleaded, her curiosity yearning to unravel the reasons behind the unfolding events. Regrettably, Zhou Chuan paid her no heed, his focus unwavering as he navigated the hover vehicle. In the distance, the imposing silhouettes of the moon goddess and the beast could already be discerned against the horizon. As Zhou Chuan disembarked from the hover vehicle, Jinjin rushed over, her expression fraught with concern. Fanny, are you all right? She asked, cupping Fanny's face in her hands. I'm fine, truly. But tell me, Jinjin, was all of this orchestrated by you? Fanny fixed her gaze intently into Jinjin's eyes. Jinjin found herself at a loss for words. Jinjin, is it because I took you aboard the moon goddess for the first time that Sanko turned against you? And then, out of revenge, you conspired to have me bring Zhou Chuan onto the ship, plotting to eliminate Sanko and Singer together? Fanny's expression was one of shock as she peered at Jinjin. Fanny, it's not like that, Jinjin tried to clarify. Answer me, is it, or isn't it? Fanny pressed, her tone deliberate and unyielding. Essentially yes, Jinjin sighed, recognizing a resolute glimmer in Fanny's gaze that signified their friendship had reached its terminus. Without uttering another word, Fanny turned and ascended the moon goddess, her demeanor vacant, as though she were a mere specter. What's wrong with her? Jinjin inquired of Zhou Chuan, observing Fanny's retreating figure. Disappointment, came Zhou Chuan's calm reply. Disappointment in what? Jinjin, perceptive yet naive to the complexities of human emotions, pressed on. Disappointment in society, in friendship. She feels ensnared in a web of conspiracy, surrounded by deceit. Do not concern yourself. She will be all right. After casting a glance at Jinjin, Zhou Chuan strode towards the beast. The progress on the vessel appeared sluggish. The gaping hole created by the meteorite impact had scarcely diminished. How is it? Geely, standing atop the scaffolding, inquired as Zhou Chuan approached. It's under control. I trust you to manage it, he affirmed. What the engine? Zhou Chuan asked. It's troublesome. The engine's casing has been utterly destroyed. That's a minor issue that can be remedied with a bit of time. However, certain components within the engine present a challenge. We lack sufficient spare parts. Do we have manufacturing capabilities? Zhou Chuan probed, knowing that large exploratory vessels typically housed a compact, precise manufacturing apparatus meant to fabricate components within specified limits, thus averting any mishaps during interstellar voyages due to unavailability of spare parts. In truth, prior to humanity mastering space jump technology, considerable vessels effectively resembled vast factories, capable not only of machine fabrication, but also of metal analysis, extraction, and smelting. Resolving mechanical failures aboard a ship was hardly an insurmountable issue. We do have manufacturing capabilities, but we lack adequate metal. We now need to locate suitable metals on this planet for smelting and processing, Geely responded. Zhao Huan nodded, remaining silent. A vessel of exploration would seldom possess an abundance of rare metals, and the engine's power system predominantly relied on such metals. making it financially implausible for an exploratory ship to stock every necessary alloy. Zhou Chuan joined the repair efforts aboard the Beast, while members of the Beast adventurers began operating various engineering machinery in a localized search for substitute metals. 2 days passed, albeit the repairs to the Beast progressed slowly. Some advancements were made. Replacement metals had been sourced from the Moon Goddess, and the gaping wound in the main engine was nearing completion. Throughout these 2 days, Fanny remained ensconced within the confines of the Moon Goddess, lost in thought. Jinjin, deeply concerned for Fanny's well-being, stayed by her side, yet Fanny remained unresponsive. Dismissing all of Jinjin's attempts at reassurance, observing Fanny curled upon the sofa, even Jinjin's extraordinary intellect found itself helpless. Fanny's gaze was vacant, fixated upon the holographic screen projecting ancient films. "Fanny, I want to show you something," Jinjin suddenly declared, rising and fervently pulling Fanny towards the control room. Fanny offered no resistance, her expression still dazed as she allowed Jinjin to guide her. "Fanny, I know you are in pain. Now, let me show you the humiliation I endured. I believe Sanko must have left a holographic recording," Jinjin said, settling Fanny into a chair before accessing the control panel of the Moon Goddess. Through the light-brain interface, she quickly retrieved the holographic footage of the day Sanko had mercilessly assaulted Jinjin. Initially, Fanny's expression was one of numbness, but as the footage progressed, her vacant gaze transformed into one of shock, her previously curled form stiffening as if she were a startled cat. In the control room, an oppressive silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Fanny and Jinjin. Watching Sanko deliver brutal kicks to Jinjin's frail body, Fanny's breath quickened, her expression shifting from shock to fury. "Jinjin, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Tears welled in Fanny's eyes as she knelt beside Jinjin, collapsing against her legs in a fit of sobs. It's all right. Just let it out. Just let it out." Jinjin comforted, tenderly stroking Fanny's hair, a flicker of solace illuminating her tear-streaked face. As long as Fanny could emerge from the shadows, the torment of reliving that horrendous memory was a small price to pay. In truth, Jinjin had always cherished her friendship with Fanny. During their school days, Fanny had looked after Jinjin, and it was largely due to Fanny that Jinjin held a prominent position within their social circle. Most profoundly, Jinjin was moved by Fanny's willingness to set the Moon Goddess ablaze for her sake. "Jinjin, I feel so unwell," Fanny lamented, her body trembling as she leaned against Jinjin's legs. "I understand. Whether it's Sanko or Singer, they were once your childhood companions. Their cruelty and demise have undoubtedly distressed you. More importantly, you still harbor a lingering affection for Singer," Jinjin replied. "Jinjin," Fanny whispered, "don't dwell on it too much. What is done is done," Jinjin reassured her. "Jinjin, I need to ask you something. Why didn't you tell me at that time?" Fanny's eyes bored into Jinjin's. "If I had told you, we might not have made it off the Moon Goddess alive. I sensed Sanko's murderous intent. In fact, my taking the galloping horses painting was merely to mislead Sanko, to make him believe I was a woman driven by vanity," Jinjin sighed. At that moment, the only person she could confide in about her grievances was Zhou Chuan. There was no one else she felt could understand. Fanny fell into contemplation, finally grasping why Jinjin had seemed so peculiar at that time. She had been shielding herself from harm. Last night, Sanko and Singer conspired together, plotting to eliminate Zhou Chuan and us, intending to share our shares, Jinjin revealed. "Jinjin, I don't want my share. I give it to you," Fanny said softly. "No, Fanny, you deserve it. It was a mutual agreement for us to rescue the Beast," Jinjin insisted. Fanny hesitated before nodding in agreement. "Get some rest, Fanny. When you awaken, everything will be all right," Jinjin encouraged. Fanny gently nodded, curling up on the sofa with her eyes closed, tears still glistening on her face. A week passed once again, and the repair work aboard the Beast was progressing fervently. During this time, every member on the Beast held a profound respect for Zhou Chuan. For an entire week, Zhou Chuan worked tirelessly like a machine, nearly around the clock, only occasionally resting his eyes. Each day, he piloted a small transport vessel across the planet in search of metals, carrying a miniature metal detector with him. Over the course of this week, Zhou Chuan had extracted over 1,300 metal samples, meticulously creating a holographic map of every extraction point. Through a series of analyses, Zhou Chuan had discovered countless rare metals. Although the planet's mineral resources were not abundant, they were still relatively rich, particularly the deposits of certain rare metals that were remarkably pure. Everyone was inspired by Zhou Chuan's work ethic, and even Jinjin and Fanny engaged in simple testing tasks. There was hardly any time for conversation. There were innumerable tasks to undertake. Today marked their 20th day since departing from the Rydell planet. At this moment, Zhou Chuan and Geely were operating an excavator over 500 kilometers from the beast, extracting rare metals exposed on the surface. One of the best extraction sites Zhou Chuan had identified after searching through thousands of locations. Due to the absence of large-scale mining equipment, they had to opt for metals embedded just beneath the surface. The transport vessel was small and also needed to carry some machinery, so it could only transport 30 tons of metal or at a time. Naturally, this 30 tons was not sourced from a single location, but rather from hundreds of sites. As the quantity of metals required for the engine repair was not vast, but the variety was substantial. The two quickly completed their extraction at this site. Xiao Huan, I've been meaning to ask you something, Geely said as he settled into the pilot's seat of the cockpit, but did not immediately start the transport vessel. Zhou Chuan, engrossed in reviewing the holographic metal system chart he had created, did not look up. Why didn't you kill me and Jimmy back then? Zhou Chuan raised his head, casting a profound glance at Geely before returning his gaze to the holographic charts. He began organizing the data, marking the locations, times, and points of extraction with clarity. Is it because of the general? Geely pressed on, refusing to relent. Yes, Zhou Chuan replied, still not lifting his eyes. I understand, but you must know that I am the captain of the beast. Why did you still rescue us? Since I spared you once, why can I not save you again? Zhou Chuan glanced at Geely with a hint of indifference. Geely opened his mouth, but fell silent. Zhou Chuan's answer was not a justification, yet it left him at a loss for a rebuttal. The small transport ship's engine roared to life, and within 20 minutes, they arrived back at the beast. The speed of the transport vessel was incomparable to that of the mechas, and it also flew at a much higher altitude. The metals, sorted and stored in compartments, were conveyed by a conveyor belt into the small smelting machine aboard the beast. This was an antiquated smelting machine, and Geely had never imagined he would one day need to use it, as he lacked the metallurgical knowledge required for its operation. To utilize the metal materials efficiently and fully exploit their potential, one must master the properties that various metal components should possess under normal working conditions, as well as their performance during hot and cold processing. In truth, this was one of the reasons why everyone regarded Zhou Chuan with newfound admiration. He meticulously distinguished between metals and selectively excavated them. This was an immense and intricate undertaking. Clean metal blocks were delivered from the conveyor belt, neatly stacked in the beast storage. Each time a new metal block emerged from the smelting machine, Zhou Chuan would slice off a piece with a cutting tool to take to the metal laboratory for physical property experiments, such as density, melting point, conductivity, thermal conductivity, thermal expansion, and magnetism, as well as chemical properties like corrosion resistance and oxidation resistance. Determining the use of a particular metal was no simple task. It required comprehensive technical parameters. Besides conducting basic metal experiments, Zhou Chuan was particularly interested in mechanical properties. For him, repairing the engine was not a daunting challenge. Even if he could not find metals on this planet, he had various methods to accomplish the repair. The most direct and effective approach was to dismantle the engine metals from some construction machinery or mecha engines. Although these metals could not meet the vast technical parameters of the beast's enormous engine, they could serve as a temporary substitute for a return to the human world. Zhou Chuan sought to find the perfect metal to thoroughly repair the Yazi. Though it had undergone repairs, its technical standards were far from its former level. The greatest challenge lay in the fact that the rare metals used in Yazi possessed exceptional mechanical properties, and thus far, Zhou Chuan had not discovered any rare metals that could completely replace them. As Zhou Chuan focused intently on testing and calculating the strength, impact toughness, and other data, Zhen and Fanny exchanged glances. The man's fervor for work illuminated for them the essence of true perseverance. Xiao Huan's patience was astonishing. To obtain accurate data on the shrinkage rate of a metal-less cross-section, he would repeat hundreds of actions without showing any signs of impatience. His meticulous thought processes placed a tremendous pressure on the two women. The metals already discovered on this planet numbered in the hundreds, and Zhou Chuan had nearly collected all samples for experimentation, subsequently establishing a comprehensive metal database, along with holographic diagrams of the metal dissection. On the 35th day, Zhou Chuan had lost track of how many experiments he had conducted. Yet, he still could not find a metal that could repair the Yazi. Many metals either failed to meet tensile strength requirements or did not reach the necessary yield point, while others that did meet those requirements lacked sufficient impact toughness. They also failed to meet hardness standards. Zhou Chuan examined the indentation on a piece of metal, measuring its depth with a caliper, and let out a sigh. This was the last piece of metal, yet he remained unable to find a substitute for the rare metals. Why not consider using an alloy? Zhen inquired, glancing at Zhou Chuan, who sat despondently at the workbench. We only have a primitive metal analyzer, not an advanced metal analyzer. Moreover, researching alloys is not an overnight task. It requires numerous experiments to derive a viable alloy formula. Of course, we still have primitive solutions, such as melting each type of metal or several metals together, followed by testing their properties. Then why not proceed with that? Zhen pressed. Should this artificial testing be adopted? I fear that I may never complete this endeavor in my lifetime. The process of melting various metals, whether singular or in myriad combinations, into alloys yields at least tens of thousands of metal blocks. This is merely the preliminary step of acquiring the metals. We must also assess their mechanical properties, corrosion resistance, and so forth. Zhao Chuan remarked with a wry smile. Both Zhen and Fenny were taken aback, having never anticipated that metallurgy could be such a labyrinthine field of study. Is there a solution? Zhen inquired. There is. What is it? To fabricate an advanced metal analysis instrument that can directly ascertain the chemical composition and microstructure of metals, subsequently allowing us to input the desired parameters, enabling the AI to simulate the alloy formula. Then why not proceed with it? Isn't it exceedingly difficult? Fenny couldn't help but ask. I'm already in the process, but what I am undertaking is merely the foundational work. For instance, I have established a comprehensive archive and database for metals. However, this is merely the most rudimentary aspect. What we require is an advanced analytical device and a sophisticated AI, which must be equipped with a vast database of alloy compositions for reference. It is evident that this is a considerable challenge. Each nation maintains stringent controls over alloy formulations, as a single recipe could dictate the rise or fall of a country or corporation. Take, for example, the three major mecha corporations in the cosmos. Each possesses its proprietary alloy recipes. The metals they utilize for mecha production are exceedingly difficult to substitute, and even if alternatives are discovered, their performance is often significantly compromised, or they are found in scant quantities. Furthermore, the use of metals is not solely predicated on performance. The availability of resources must also be considered. Historical accounts from ancient humanity reveal harsh truths regarding metal formulations. In the distant epochs of Earth, there existed two nations, Japan and a vast land known as Gua. At that time, Japan lacked raw materials, whereas Gua was abundant in resources. In the 20th century, Gua emerged as the world's largest steel producer. However, the majority of the steel produced was crude. This crude steel was exported to Japan, where advanced processing techniques transformed it, increasing its value manifold, before being re-exported back to Gua. Whether in ancient Earth or in the era of technological explosion in the cosmos, advanced technological prowess remains the backbone of a powerful nation. Does this imply that there are no solutions? Zhen, with her keen intellect, understood the significance of metallurgy, especially in this grand cosmic age, where no product can exist without metals. Solutions will arise. Have we not already begun? Zhao Chuan smiled. In truth, there are numerous impractical methods to obtain metal formulations, such as deploying tens of thousands of metal analysis instruments simultaneously to collect data, which could then be integrated into the AI to establish a cohesive metal system. However, the significant drawback of such an approach is the colossal funding and technical personnel required, which typical enterprises cannot sustain. Of course, the impractical methods Zhao Chuan envisioned hold little real significance for some nations, as merely possessing a formula does not resolve the underlying issues. Control over metal resources must precede mastery of the formulas. Humanity has reached a high level of sophistication in metalworking, with most known metals already possessing established recipes. Thus, the concept of employing a vast army for experimental tactics remains a mere fantasy. Furthermore, Zhao Chuan's approach suffers from a critical flaw. It detaches from human experience. The metal utilization system constructed through such mass tactics can easily discover superior metal technologies compared to the current standards. However, since humans have become accustomed to existing practices, which have formed an extensive sales network, even possessing these technologies would not facilitate widespread adoption. After all, the transition from old to new technologies is a gradual journey, and abrupt replacements can incite market volatility. In fact, as industrial development has progressed to this day, every major corporation or nation possesses technological reserves. These advanced technologies are not immediately released into the market. Instead, they gradually supplant existing products and services. No technology company would hastily launch their most advanced products on the market, even if consumers are receptive, as some distributors and manufacturers may resist. This is akin to spacecraft. Humanity has now developed the 17th generation of spacecraft, yet some older models remain in operation. The dissemination of advanced technologies necessitates a protracted period, spanning years or even decades. For large machinery like spacecraft, this timeline can extend to centuries, with improvements often being incremental, such as upgrading to more powerful engines or enhancing computational capabilities of the AI. The Beast, a vessel with a history of over a century, has seen multiple engine replacements and frequent upgrades of its main control AI. Nevertheless, many of the large machines on board are relics from over 100 years ago, including the metal analysis instruments and some laboratory equipment. Zhao Chuan, visibly excited, strode into the laboratory. Zhao Chuan did not lift his gaze, engrossed in weighing a piece of metal on an electronic scale. The main engine has been repaired. Really? Before Zhao Chuan could respond, Finney exclaimed in delight. Indeed, this is wonderful. We can finally set sail for home. Finney and Junjun embraced joyously, for there is no news more precious than the prospect of returning home. No matter how beautiful this planet may be, they ultimately long to return to human society. Zhao Chuan, when shall we depart? Zhen asked, seeking his opinion. Recently, Zhao Chuan had inadvertently assumed a leadership role among the group, his diligent work ethic and meticulous planning captivating everyone. Now, Zhao Chuan declared, seated in the control room of the moon goddess, his eyes fixed on the beast. The beast's engines roared to life, lifting the vessel slowly into the sky, with powerful gusts of air buffeting the surrounding flora, which clung desperately to the ground, some intertwining to withstand the force of the ship's ascent. At last, the beast accelerated, soaring toward the outer atmosphere. We did it! The crew members of the beast erupted in cheers, their efforts rewarded. Witnessing the jubilant faces on the holographic display, Zhao Chuan couldn't help but smile, well aware of the beast's significance to their hearts. This planet could be forsaken, but the beast must never be relinquished. Each member of the adventure team harbors profound affection for their spacecraft, as most of them grew up aboard it. For them, the ship is home. After the initial excitement subsided, the holographic screen fell silent, all eyes fixated on the massive viewport, watching as the blue planet receded into the distance, its expansive grasslands transforming into mere patches of green. Brother Geely, may I name this planet? Jinjin addressed Geely's holographic image. Of course, Geely responded with a hearty laugh. How about Star of the Future? Perfect, Star of the Future. Geely clapped with glee, and soon, dozens of adventure team members joined in applause. This name heralds the prospect of this planet becoming yet another beacon of hope for humanity. The return journey progressed with remarkable swiftness, as the extensive star map provided by the beast ship illuminated the path ahead. However, the meteor showers and asteroids scattered along the way compelled the crew to navigate with utmost caution. After 5 days of flight, the beast and the moon goddess were merely an hour away from their first jump point. Should all proceed without incident, they anticipated a return to the planet Rydell within 2 days post-jump. Michelle, clad in her gray training attire, ascended to the apex of the X-33, surveying the chaos below. The beams from the laser cannons above were densely concentrated, while grotesque, multicolored beetles occasionally plummeted from the sky, obliterating the structures of the impoverished district. Here and there, a few of the beleaguered beetles, still clinging to life, struggled to rise and chase after the destitute. This marked the 5th day of this turmoil, and Michelle remained perplexed by the sudden emergence of these multicolored beetles from the distant Cloud Sea galaxy into the Rydell Empire. Presently, the entirety of Rydell was enveloped by a seemingly infinite swarm of these creatures, darkening the skies above. The ground artillery of the imperial capital had undoubtedly felled countless beetles, yet there was no discernible decrease in their overwhelming numbers. It was evident that the Empire's anti-air defenses had developed significant vulnerabilities, allowing some beetles to infiltrate the slums and unleash carnage. The ground mech forces were engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the invaders that had breached their defenses, resulting in a brutal struggle. The streets were littered with the corpses of both the beetles and the remnants of mechs, as the war escalated into a state of frenzy. Michelle understood that this confrontation was inevitable. The sheer magnitude of the beetle population was staggering, coupled with their formidable combat prowess and reckless disregard for their own lives. Waves of attacks overwhelmed the ground defense units, leaving them defenseless. In truth, on the very first day of the beetles' appearance, the armed satellites deployed in space had been obliterated by them, and no one could fathom how these creatures had dismantled such advanced laser weaponry. At this moment, Michelle's greatest concern was for Zhou Chuan. She was uncertain whether he was still at school or had yet to return. Ultimately, she resolved to remain in the slums, harboring the belief that if Zhou Chuan was at school, he would surely come to find her. Conversely, if he had returned from space, he would undoubtedly make his way back. The slums had descended into utter chaos, with the streets teeming with desperate individuals. It soon became apparent to the inhabitants that they had been forsaken by the government. As reinforcements dwindled and the floating transport routes into the empire had long ceased operations. Most critically, the capital's defense system denied entry to anyone. Approaching the defensive line meant facing relentless artillery fire. With a thunderous crash, a multicolored beetle plummeted from the sky, landing beside the X-33 and struggled to rise once more.